All of humanity from the blue planet has arrived in a world without land, where floating islands fill the sky. Everyone must choose a profession, start anew here, and strive to survive. With just a small piece of broken land to begin with, to survive, one must land on these mysterious islands, search for resources, expand their territory, and then create their own sky island. Upon entering the game, Han Chun unexpectedly activated the only hidden SSS level talent, God-level Craftsman. He will never fail to make anything. Every item that passes through his hands can turn decay into legend. He has successfully crafted a blunt wooden stick, quality legendary, traits, never breaks, with a 100% stun effect. Successfully crafted a rusty iron sword, quality epic, traits, indestructible, with a 100% tetanus effect. As the survivors step out to explore the outside world, mysteries begin to surface one by one. The lost civilization, the truth behind the shattered world. When the terrifying natural disasters strike, billions of survivors gaze at the massive island in the sky, filled with artifact-level engineering tools, and almost simultaneously exclaim, "Look, that's the man who can withstand the natural disasters." Hey guys, let's get off work early today and play a few rounds of Shanghai 3C tonight? Sure, I haven't played in a long time either. Let's invite Han Chen to join us. In a certain office building in Xinyang City, two men are conversing. Han Chen heard someone calling his name, but he didn't respond immediately. Instead, he continued to lower his head. He was playing a pixel-style survival adventure game on his phone called Sky Island Paradise, which had a fresh art style and cheerful music. Players start on a floating block and explore other floating blocks to gather resources and expand their territory. However, as he played, Han Chen realized that the game was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. When players explore, they inadvertently trigger various side quests, each with different options, and every choice seems to determine the direction of the story. These side quests are interconnected, seemingly constructing a vast main storyline. In addition to the rich side quests, the dialogues between the game characters are also very substantial. During conversations with the protagonist, the genuine emotions inadvertently revealed by these game characters make Han Chen wonder if he is communicating with a normal person. Following the task, a series of long-buried histories were unearthed. All of this made Han Chen doubt for a moment, is this really a pixelated game with less than 100 M resolution? Han Chen became immersed in it. At that moment, a prompt appeared on the phone screen. This game will undergo maintenance in 10 minutes, and new version content will soon be available, so please stay tuned. Maintenance? Didn't this game just start its closed beta a few days ago? Han Chen felt a bit puzzled, but then he saw a sturdy man appear beside him. Cheng Jianyong patted Han Chen on the shoulder, squinting his eyes and smiling as he said, "Which beautiful girl's video are you watching? I've been talking to you and you didn't even hear me." Han Chen put away his phone and said, "I heard it. I'm just curious, the department's performance hasn't met the target this month, and Chen Ergu is sitting in the office watching us every day. How dare you not work overtime?" Cheng Jianyong chuckled and boldly said, "Overtime? What a load of crap. With that little salary, he expects me to work my ass off every day? Even if a god came today, I would still want to leave early." Cheng Jianyong spoke decisively, but Han Chen looked at him with a face full of doubt. Next to them, a man in a suit laughed and said, "Han Chen, don't listen to this guy bragging. This guy jumped straight into the grave of marriage right after graduation. Unlike us, who can feed ourselves without worrying about anyone else, if he doesn't work overtime, who will support his wife and kids at home?" The man speaking was named Shin Yun, and he, along with Han Chen and Cheng Jianyong, graduated from the same university. During their 4 years in college, they were assigned to the same dormitory. The three of them shared similar interests, and after graduation, they also entered the same company, being only two of Han Chen's friends. Cheng Jian was a bit embarrassed, his somewhat weathered face showing a hint of shyness as he said softly, I play occasionally, it's not a big deal." Seeing him like this, Han Chen and Shin Yun exchanged a smile. "Speaking of which, it's been a long time since we played games together," Han Chen said. Shin Yun's face also revealed a look of nostalgia. "Yes, I really miss those university days." At that moment, a figure appeared behind the three of them. "If you miss your school days so much, why don't you go back to school?" Upon hearing this voice, the three of them felt a sense of foreboding. He is the department manager, Chen Huaibua. Privately, Han Chen and the others call him Chun Ergo. This guy is the boss's loyal lackey. Chen Huaibua, with a dark expression, questioned, "What are you three discussing? You haven't even completed your performance targets, and you're thinking about playing games? A few good-for-nothings, and when asked to work a few extra days, you cry about being tired. Are you pampered young ladies? Tell me, do you not want to work anymore? If you don't want to, then get lost early. Don't just sit here taking up space without contributing. There are plenty of unemployed fresh graduates outside. If you don't want to work, there are many who will." Xingyun stepped forward and said coldly, "Clean up your mouth." His voice was not loud, but it conveyed an undeniable firmness. The office suddenly fell silent, and several employees cautiously peeked out, seemingly unable to believe that someone dared to confront Chen Huaibua head-on. "What did you say?" Chen Huaibua's face darkened. "Do you believe that I can call the boss right now and have you pack your things and get out?" Just as Xingyun was about to speak, Han Shen waved his hand, stopping him. Han Shen looked at Chen Huaibua. "Stop shouting. Aren't you just trying to drive us away to make room for your relatives?" "Chen Huaibua, your little schemes are making it seem like no one knows about them." Han Shen scoffed. "You? What about you? If you have the guts, go report it to the boss and see if he will fire us." Han Shen was fearless, knowing that even if the department's performance was poor, they were still among the top 3 contributors. Chen Huaibua was trembling with anger. He seemed not to expect that Han Shen, who usually kept a low profile, would stand up to him. Just as he was about to step forward and grab Han Shen by the collar, he saw Cheng Jianyong suddenly blocking his way. "Chen Ergu, do you want to make a move here?" Cheng Jianyong squinted his eyes, his tone laced with a hint of threat, his tall and sturdy figure exuding a strong sense of intimidation. Chen Huaibua's outstretched hand retracted, and looking at the 3 standing on the same front, his expression was as grim as if he were about to drip water. Han Shen pulled Cheng Jianyong back for a moment. Just as he was about to advise him not to act here, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision. At that moment, everyone heard a system notification in their ears. The game's new version update has been completed. In 3 minutes, all of humanity on Blue Star will be immersed in this game. Game instructions: this is a world without land, where countless islands of various sizes float in the sky. Each island hides opportunities and dangers, but first, everyone must find a way to survive. Later, a piece of floating land will be generated for all players. This is your core territory and the foundation for establishing your sky islands in the future. Once destroyed, you will lose everything. You can control the territory to move through the air, reaching those islands shrouded in clouds, exploring them to gather survival resources, or even occupying these islands to expand your territory. The islands contain opportunities, but they may also harbor terrible dangers. Each of you has only one chance to survive. The consequence of failure is death. Please choose wisely. The elderly and children, as vulnerable groups, will be placed with their relatives 1 month after the game begins. So, welcome to Sky Island Paradise. When Han Shen regained his vision, he found himself floating at an unknown height of tens of thousands of meters, looking down to see nothing but emptiness, with no land in sight. In the vast sky, a gentle breeze blows, and clouds drift. A tremendous fear fills his heart. At this moment, a personal panel appeared before Han Shen. Name: Han Chen. Race: human. Occupation: none. Level: LV0. Strength: 3, Agility: 2, Spirit: 4, Stamina: 5. Skills: none. Talents: none. Then, the system prompt sounded again. Please choose your career system as soon as possible. Currently, there are 5 major systems: Warrior, Mage, Cleric, Hunter, and Rogue. When players reach a certain level, they can complete their career advancement through a career scroll. Han Shen was first taken aback, but the fear in his heart gradually disappeared, replaced by overwhelming joy. You can actually choose a profession. Not only that, but these 5 major profession systems are exactly the same as the game he played on his phone. Although he hadn't played that mobile game for many days, compared to others, Han Shen had a deeper understanding of these professions. The names of these 5 major professions reveal their respective strengths. Warriors lean towards melee combat, and after reaching a certain level, they can advance to become swordsmen or berserkers, with advanced professions being swordmasters and berserkers. The mage manipulates elements through magical power to inflict damage on enemies, and later can advance to become an elemental master or an illusionist, with further advanced classes being elemental mentor and weaver. The other 3 professions are the same, each having 2 advancement paths and progression routes. Unless something unexpected happens, most people can only choose from these 10 professions. I was playing as a hunter before, so I should continue to choose the hunter to maximize my advantages. Moreover, the most crucial thing is that while I was playing that mobile game, I heard a piece of news about a hidden class for hunters from the NPC's dialogue. That hidden class is called the Wild Ranger. If the early game process is still the same as what he experienced on his phone, without any changes, then he can seize the opportunity and secure this hidden class first. Thinking of this, Han Shen had already made up his mind. Just as he was about to choose the hunter class, a solemn prompt sound appeared in his mind. Detected that player Han Shen's fate aligns with this world. Personal talent God-level craftsman has been activated. God-level craftsman, SSS rank, hidden unique. You will never fail when crafting any item, and the chance of producing high-quality items is greatly increased. Han Shen was stunned for a moment and exclaimed, "What the heck? Successfully selected profession, hunter, initial equipment has been issued. Personal territory generated successfully. System prompt ended. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, a square block of soil, measuring 1 meter in length, width, and height, suddenly appeared, floating in the air. Han Shen stepped on it as if he were stepping on grass, and the high altitude beneath him made his legs feel weak. A faded wooden bow had appeared in his hand at some point, and a quiver had also appeared at his waist, containing 10 wooden arrows. Information about the items appeared before him. Wooden longbow, white quality rough, attack power 6-8, special effect, none. Note, a weapon made from oak and cow tendons, capable of dealing damage to ordinary 1-star creatures when the bowstring is fully drawn. Arrows *10, white quality rough, attack power 1-2, special effect, none. Note, arrows made from sharpened wooden sticks. Han Shen tightly gripped the longbow in his hands. Having a weapon gave him a bit of confidence. Looking around, he noticed that the nearby sky had filled with many clouds of varying sizes and colors. Some clouds are as large as a mountain, while others are only the size of a table, roughly the same as Han Shen's territory. He knows how to play this game. These clouds hide floating islands, and all the resources a player needs in the early stages, including food and drinking water, must be obtained from these islands. He must quickly explore other empty islands to gather supplies, or it won't be long before he dies of thirst or hunger. Han Shen began to control the block beneath his feet to move forward. After a few minutes, Han Shen's lips were starting to feel dry. These clouds looked quite close, but in reality, they were very far away. At his current speed of advancement with the basic block, he could at most cover 10 kilometers in an hour, which is less than 3 meters per second. Although the speed of advancement in the Sky Island would increase with level upgrades, it was still too slow for now. Another 10 minutes passed, and Han Shen, controlling his territory, finally approached a small-looking cloud that was crackling with electrical sounds. The system prompt came. Inside, there is a surge of active thunder elemental power. Do you wish to enter? The power of the lightning element? Are there monsters inside? Han Shen thought for a moment and decided to give up for now. After all, this is not a mobile game where you can respawn after dying. The system had clearly reminded them that each person only has one life. Han Shen maneuvered his small block to change its position and continued to float forward. As he slowly approached a gray cloud, the system prompt came. It seems there is an evil force hidden inside. Do you wish to enter? There is danger. Give up. Han Shen changed his position and continued to float, drifting for another 20 minutes or so. An hour had passed since he entered the game, and navigating the Sky Island consumed not only physical strength but also a large amount of mental energy. Han Shen suddenly felt stars dancing before his eyes, and his throat began to dry out. A glance at the personal information revealed a change in the status section. Status, thirsty, mentally exhausted. Note, you need to rest as soon as possible. Driving while fatigued is not good. Rest? In such a high place, how can you expect me to rest? Han Shen gritted his teeth and said resentfully. Moreover, even if he could overcome his fear of heights, the initial territory was only 1 meter wide and long, making it impossible for him to even stretch his body. One misstep and he could fall. It wasn't just Han Shen facing this situation, the others were in even more dire circumstances. In less than an hour since arriving in this world, at least hundreds of thousands have fallen from the sky, losing their lives. No, we need to explore the Sky Islands quickly and expand our territory. Han Shen shook his head, forcing himself to focus, and continued to look at the nearby clouds. At that moment, he saw a cloud of similar size to his territory drifting by, with a hint of green shimmering on it. A few minutes later, Han Shen finally approached the cloud, and the system prompt sounded. It harbors a faint life force inside. Do you wish to enter? There is hope. Han Shen felt a surge of joy in his heart and clicked to enter without hesitation. The cloud dissipated, revealing a square patch of soil wrapped in green grass before him. In the soil, there grows a tree less than a meter tall, but with a trunk as thick as an adult man's thigh, its dense crown adorned with many red fruits. Berry tree, a type of shrub, the berries on the tree can be eaten directly, replenishing moisture and satiety. Han Shen looked as if he had seen his reborn parents, tears of excitement almost spilling from his eyes. He dashed to the berry tree and began stuffing his mouth with the red berries. The bright red juice burst in his mouth, carrying a hint of sweet and sour flavor, making Han Shen feel as if he had encountered a sweet rain. After swallowing a few berries, the hunger and thirst in his body were alleviated. Han Shen counted, there were still more than 20 red berries on the tree, each about the size of a strawberry. If he ate them sparingly, they could last him at least 2 days. At that moment, a system prompt appeared. Should this piece of land be merged into your territory? Han Shen directly nodded in agreement. Merge successful, your territory has expanded. System prompt ended. Han Shen discovered that his 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter square plot of soil had now transformed into a 2 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter rectangular plot, with a berry tree growing on one of the soil blocks. Now, his hunger and thirst had been resolved, but his mental state was still very fatigued. Han Shen leaned against the canopy of the berry tree and slowly lay down. Half an hour later, Han Shen opened his eyes. He had just woken up and found himself, he didn't know when, rolling to the edge of the territory, one arm hanging in the air, almost about to fall. Hiss! Han Shen took a sharp breath, instantly becoming alert, feeling a wave of fear in his heart. Damn, even a nap isn't peaceful. How are those who can't sleep properly supposed to live? Han Shen couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration, while a sense of crisis re-emerged within him. It is impossible for a person not to sleep. No one can guarantee that they won't unconsciously turn or move while in a state of sleep. The initial territory is only that small an area, even a slight deviation could lead to a fall from the sky. Therefore, their primary task at the moment is to explore those clouds, expand their territory, and at least ensure their own safety. Thinking of this, Han Shen looked around at the clouds once more. He had just explored the area, and most of the clouds nearby were hiding dangers, namely monsters. Han Shen knew that to survive, he would eventually have to confront these monsters, so it was better to take the initiative while he was still in good condition. However, right now, I can use my advantages to increase my combat power. Han Shen has played this game before, although he didn't play for long, he knows what his advantage is. That is the SSS level talent he activated when entering the game, the God level craftsman. This talent allows him to never fail when crafting quest items, and there is a high probability of producing items of even higher quality. In this game, as long as there are blueprints, personal profession equipment can be crafted by oneself. In other words, Han Shen can now create equipment of higher quality than what the system provides. When Han Shen chose the hunter profession, 2 equipment blueprints were automatically recorded, the wooden longbow and the wooden arrows. The wooden longbow requires logs and beast tendons as materials, but I don't have those right now. However, the method for making wooden arrows is relatively simple, it only requires some branches. Thinking of this, Han Shen looked at the berry tree behind him. From the berry tree, Han Shen broke off more than a dozen branches. Obtained branches *17. After the system prompt ended, Han Shen took a deep breath and then clicked on Craft All. Progress bars appeared before him, able to produce an arrow almost every second. A flash of white light flickered continuously, and arrows appeared one after another in front of him. Sharpened arrow, white, *17, quality fine, attack power, 2-3, special effect, sharp. Sharp, when attacking, there is a higher probability of penetrating the target's body, causing severe injury to the enemy. Although it was still basic equipment, its attack power had significantly increased, and more importantly, it surprisingly had a special effect. You must know that even for green equipment, the probability of having a special effect is extremely low. Nowadays, the few branches he casually picked from the tree, after being enhanced by the God-level craftsman talent, surprisingly turned into rare special effect equipment. Truly worthy of the SSS level talent, it is indeed terrifying. Han Shen picked up a wooden arrow, its tip polished to an incredible smoothness, as if it had been buffed. A quiver can hold up to 30 arrows, and if he can obtain space-type items in the future, he will be able to carry even more. After packing all 17 arrows he had just crafted into the quiver, the weight at his waist gave him a bit more confidence. He fixed his gaze on a cloud not far away that was emitting a faint green light, and after advancing for more than 10 minutes, the sky gradually darkened. Han Shen looked up at the sky and said curiously, "Is there a distinction between day and night here?" Shaking his head, he decided not to think about it for now. He needed to focus all his energy on the cloud in front of him. As he approached the cloud, less than a meter away, a system prompt sounded. "There seems to be an active invisible elemental force inside. Do you wish to enter?" Han Shen took a deep breath, drew out a sharpened arrow from his quiver, knocked it, and pulled back the bowstring. The bowstring is drawn tight, and Han Shen is ready to attack. He clicked to enter. After the clouds dissipated, a transparent, spherical slime bounced up and down in front of him. Slime, 1-star creature. Level, 1. Strength, 6, Agility, 3, Spirit, 4, Constitution, 5. Skill, Spit. Whoosh! The moment Han Shen saw the slime, he immediately shot the arrow in his hand. The wooden arrow, accompanied by a tearing sound as it cut through the air, pierced sharply into the jelly-like body of the slime. Suddenly attacked, the slime jumped several meters high as if startled. Han Shen did not hesitate and shot the second arrow right after, hitting the enemy with precision. After being hit by 2 arrows in a row, the slime finally reacted. It seemed extremely angry, its mouth opened wide as an invisible force of elemental power brewed within. However, before it could launch an attack, the third arrow had already arrived. Phew! This arrow seems to have triggered a special effect. The sharpened wooden arrow, after hitting the slime, maintained its momentum and instantly drilled into its body. It's the sharp effect that comes with the sharpened wooden arrow. The attack that the slime was preparing halted in mid-air, and then its body began to tremble uncontrollably. With a pop, the slime's body suddenly burst open, and the transparent goo scattered like fireworks. Han Shen instinctively took 2 steps back, still swinging a thick, glue-like liquid in his hand, with some of the goo even splattering onto his face. "Pa! What the hell is this? It's so disgusting." As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt appeared before him. "Successfully killed slime LV1, your level has increased. Current level LV1. Before Han Shen could react, the cold announcement of the system echoed in his ears. Announcement: the first player to kill a monster in the Sky Island area has appeared, and the area channel has been opened. According to the region, every 10,000 players will be assigned to the same area, and current players can communicate, trade, and gain more survival opportunities in the area channel." Opening the panel, Han Shen found himself assigned to the 107 area channel. However, just as Han Shen was about to enter the area channel, the system's voice once again echoed in his ears. "As you are the first player in this area to kill an island monster, you have received the first kill reward, Spirit Core *50, Space Backpack, White, *1, Space Backpack Blueprint, White, *1. Space Backpack, White Quality, Ordinary, Storage Space plus 20, Special Effect, None. I can't believe it, it's a space-type item." Han Shen couldn't help but exclaim. With 20 slots of storage space, Han Shen tried it out. He put in 30 arrows, and it only filled 1 unit of space. In other words, if he filled it completely with arrows, he could carry 600 arrows with him. This is not the most critical part. The most critical part is that he has obtained the blueprint for the Space Backpack. Space Backpack Blueprint, White. Crafting requirements: 1-star beast skin *1, Spirit Core *10, Ether *20. Crafting success rate 20%. Due to the enhancement from a god-level craftsman talent, the success rate has reached 100%. Indeed, the success rate is still 100%. Doesn't this mean that I can mass-produce space backpacks and then trade them with other players? Space backpacks are extremely valuable. Even though Han Shen has played on his phone for so long, he has never encountered more than 2. If such items appear in the trading channel, it will definitely trigger a scramble among players. But he also knew that now was not the time. In the early stages of the game, what everyone needed most were food and water. Even if space backpacks appeared, they couldn't afford them. Han Shen entered the 107 area channel, and the system prompt appeared. "Do you want to use the default name Han Shen to enter the regional channel?" "No." Han Shen directly clicked reject, then changed his name in the regional channel personal information to Star River. Not long after the regional channel opened, the chat section was already flooded with thousands of messages. "This is channel 107, where tens of thousands of humans are sending messages. Is anyone there? Can someone tell me what happened? How did I end up in the sky? Amitba, oh god. Wasn't it said that one goes to heaven only after death? Am I dead already? My mortgage isn't paid off yet? Shen Mengting, where are you? I'm your husband, Wang Hongrui. Please respond if you see this. Wait, where's my husband?" There was too much information. Many people lost their minds and cried out blindly, while many were searching for their family and friends, hoping for a bit of comfort. Han Shen filtered through this information. He knew that suddenly arriving in such a strange world was indeed hard to accept. But if they didn't adapt quickly, what awaited them was the fate of running out of supplies, either dying of thirst or hunger. Of course, among the tens of thousands of survivors on Channel 107, there were some calm individuals who had begun to explore this unknown world. Someone started seeking help. "Help! I just came into contact with a cloud, and the system prompted that there is a foul smell inside. Does this mean there are monsters in there? You ask us? We don't know either. Why not go in and see for yourself?" "Okay, I'll go in and take a look." After 2 seconds, a terrified cry for help came from the chat channel. "Damn it, it's a mud slime. Help! The slime jumped on me. It's trying to stuff me into its body. I gurgle, gurgle." The chat channel fell silent for a moment, then someone cautiously asked, "This guy, won't he drown in the mud slime?" No one responded, but the possibility was very high. "Help! I've encountered a monster here too." "Me too, there are so many monsters in the clouds. These monsters are terrifying. How did that guy get the first kill in the whole server?" Although these people adapted well, they were still a few steps behind Han Shen. By the time he had achieved the first kill in the whole server, most people were just starting to encounter the first cloud. Of course, not everyone was that unlucky. Some clouds posed no danger at all. A bunch of losers. I didn't encounter any monsters and even found food inside. What I want, bring water to trade. I haven't encountered any monsters either. I just opened a wooden chest and found a green weapon for stealth. It felt amazing. Don't ask me how to trade. I only need water and food, nothing else. Han Shen pondered. The most scarce resources right now should be water and food. He entered the trading channel where hundreds of trade messages appeared densely. 20 pieces of rubble can be thrown as a concealed weapon. Need food. 10 slime gels, magical material for 200 milliliters of water. 1-star beast skin, high-quality leather can be used to make equipment for 3 units of water or food. Beast skin. Han Shen's eyes lit up. One of the materials required for the backpack blueprint he just obtained was a star beast skin. In Sky Island Paradise, every player can equip 2 backpacks, and Han Shen can still equip 1 more. Moreover, with his god-level craftsman talent bonus, the backpack he creates is likely to have stronger attributes than the system-rewarded backpack, just like the wooden arrows. If he's lucky, he might even get a special effect that significantly boosts his survival ability. However, the guy selling the beast skin is asking too much. He wants 3 units of water, which is 3,000 milliliters. Everyone has just arrived in this world who can produce so much water resources at once. Han Shen also knew that this guy deliberately set the price so high. It's a tactic in negotiation, so he clicked on private chat. The other party's name was Emperor of Sorrowful Winds. Xingyi, bro, 3 berries for 1-star beast skin. Emperor of Sorrowful Winds, 3? Are you trying to beg here? Xingyi, 3 is already generous. You don't have the blueprint to craft anything right now, so having the beast skin is useless. It's better to convert it into usable resources quickly. In this world, ensuring your own survival is the most important thing. Han Shen began to persuade, but the other party remained firm. Emperor of Sorrowful Winds, no way. This 1-star beast skin cost me a great deal of effort. I nearly risked my life to get it. At least 10 berries, or the deal is off. Han Shen laughed suddenly and said, "Ha, are you bragging? Beast skins can only drop from 1-star wild beasts. With your current stats, how could you possibly be a match for a 1-star wild beast? I think you were just lucky to find it on another floating island." Emperor of Sorrowful Winds was a bit shocked. "How do you know this so well?" Han Shen chuckled lightly. Of course, he wouldn't tell the other party that he had actually played this game before. Han Shen continued, "So, a star beast skin is not a rare material. After tomorrow, if you want to sell it, you probably won't even be able to trade it for 3 berries. Han Shen was obviously lying to him. Beast skins have many uses and there will be no shortage of buyers. Emperor Beifoam seemed to be intimidated by Han Shen and cautiously asked, "Really, is it true?" He was somewhat swayed by Han Shen's words, but 3 berries are still too few. "How about you add a bit more?" "Okay, 5 berries. I won't take any more than that." "Deal." The other party quickly agreed. Survivor Emperor Beifoam has initiated a trade request with you. Han Shen clicked to agree, and both sides placed their items in the trade window to confirm the transaction. In his backpack, 5 berries disappeared, and a brand new beast skin appeared on the ground of his territory. Han Shen's face showed a hint of joy. "Great, now I have both materials needed to craft the space backpack. Now, I just need the ether." Ether is a material that only drops from certain magical monsters. Han Shen looked at the trading channel and found that the demand for consigning this material was mainly for water and food. There are still 19 berries on the berry tree in his territory. To prevent any unexpected situations, he can no longer take berries out for trade. However, even though the berries cannot be traded, he still has another big weapon in hand: sharpened wooden arrows. During the battle just now, Han Shen has already verified the power of the wooden arrows. After 3 shots, the special effect was triggered, directly taking down a level 1 monster, the slime. In a regional channel with tens of thousands of people, there must be many who chose the hunter profession, and they will definitely notice the effect of the wooden arrows. As expected, when Han Shen posted the consignment information, it immediately caused a stir in the chat channel. "Wow! High-quality wooden arrows with special effects. Hiss! The attack power is almost twice that of my wooden arrows. That's amazing. Those who chose the hunter profession are in for a treat. If I get a few of these arrows, I dare to challenge the monsters in the clouds. Who has ether materials? Hurry and trade." This big shot is now offering 10 ethers for 1 arrow. In less than 3 minutes, all 5 wooden arrows consigned by Han Shen were traded, earning him a total of 50 ethers. "Great, I've gathered all the materials to make the spatial backpack." Han Shen smiled slightly. Just as he was about to create the spatial backpack, 2 system notifications suddenly appeared before him. Survivor Chang Jianyong has requested to add you as a friend. Survivor Xin Yun has requested to add you as a friend. Xin Yun, huh? I can really add someone as a friend just by their name. Chang Jianyong, Xingu, I've finally found you. I've been searching for you so hard. Han Shen replied with a blank expression. If I remember correctly, it's only been less than half a day since we last met, right? Half a day. It feels like it's been more than half a year. Xingu, you have no idea what I've been through. Chang Jianyong sounded like a complaining wife. Han Shen didn't want to listen to his long-winded story and said directly, "Let's discuss it in the group chat." After adding Han Shen as a friend, the 3 of them created a common discussion group. As soon as they entered, Han Shen immediately asked, "What's your current situation?" Xin Yun quickly replied, "I'm doing fine. Since entering the game, I've been moving towards those islands shrouded in clouds. I gave up on entering whenever I sensed danger. I finally found an island without danger and have now expanded my territory. Han Chen nodded. I'm about at the same progress. Cheng Jianyang was a bit surprised and said, wow, you guys have already started merging islands? All the islands I've encountered have monsters. And the system is notifying me that I'm in a state of hunger and thirst. Right now, I'm feeling parched and my head is almost spinning. You're so weak. Xinyan sneered. You were the worst at games back in school, and now that we're in another world, you're still this weak. Cheng Jianyang awkwardly chuckled twice. Han Chen said, Jianyang, when you're near those clouds, remember to carefully distinguish the system's notifications. You need to expand your territory quickly, or it will be dangerous when your mental state worsens. Han Chen spoke seriously, and Cheng Jianyang immediately felt a chill. Danger, does that mean I could faint and fall to my death? Yes. Oh no. I don't want to die yet, I have a wife and kids. Xingge, Yunge, help me. The discussion group was filled with the desperate cries of Cheng Jianyang. Xinyun scoffed, come on, with Xingge and Yungu here, do you think they would let you die? Look at this. In the local area network, Xinyun sent an item information. Spring water, 600 milliliters, can be consumed directly. Holy crap, it's water. Cheng Jianyang exclaimed, quick, let me have a couple of sips, I'm dying of thirst. Xinyun smiled and said, if you want to drink water, sure, but what do you have to call me? Cheng Jianyang instantly understood his meaning and hesitated, saying, Yungu, this isn't really appropriate, I'm a married man. Whether you call me or not, if you don't, I'll just drink it myself. Foster father. Cheng Jianyang immediately compromised. Xinyun laughed heartily, then traded 200 milliliters of spring water to Cheng Jianyang. At that moment, Han Chen also received Xinyun's trade request. Xingge, drink some water to tide you over. Han Chen did not refuse. Although water was an incredibly precious resource now, there was no need to be calculative given their relationship. Moreover, he indeed needed to replenish some fluids. Although the berries were sweet, they couldn't satisfy the body's need for water. After the transaction was completed, a small puddle appeared in Han Chen's territory. Without a container, he had to drink the spring water on the ground as quickly as possible. Han Chen finished the spring water in one gulp, and his head instantly felt a bit clearer. At this moment, Cheng Jianyang excitedly said, damn, I'm finally alive again. It would be great if we had some food right now. I have food here, I'll trade it to you. Han Chen picked 10 berries from the berry tree and gave each of them 5. Thanks, Brother Xing. Thank you, Brother Xing. Han Chen smiled. This scene felt somewhat familiar, stirring up some of his memories. It reminded him of the time when the three of them played games together in school. Xinyun and Cheng Jianyang also felt quite nostalgic. Xinyun sighed, I never expected there would be a day when all of humanity would traverse to another world. Yeah, what I didn't expect was that even after arriving in another world, the three of us could still team up together. Cheng Jianyang said with emotion, ever since graduation, every day has been filled with endless work and overtime. I've almost forgotten what it feels like to play games. Han Chen smiled and said, alright everyone, let's hurry and explore the other floating islands, gather supplies, and strengthen ourselves. He didn't tell the two that he had played this game before. It wouldn't make much difference whether he said it or not. At this moment, Han Chen looked at the function panel. He opened the blueprint section. All 3 materials needed to craft the spatial backpack have been gathered, and now he can start crafting. Han Chen was a bit excited, wondering what special effects the blueprint for the spatial backpack would have after being enhanced by his god-level craftsman talent. He reached out and clicked a craft. A 10-second progress bar appeared before him. Then, a flash of white light occurred and a system prompt came through. Successfully crafted spatial backpack, white, *1. Spatial backpack, white, quality, fine, storage space, 30, special effect, vitality, constitution +4. Awesome! Han Chen exclaimed sincerely upon seeing the attributes. This new backpack, compared to the one given as a reward for the first kill, not only has a larger capacity but also adds a special effect that increases his constitution. And it's not just a point or two, it increases by a full 4 points. It should be noted that after killing that slime and leveling up to level 1, his constitution only increased by 2 points, while this backpack increased it by 4 points, equivalent to the constitution gained from leveling up twice. That's really terrifying. Han Chen happily equipped this new backpack and his attribute panel changed. Name, Han Chen. Race, human. Class, hunter. Level, LV1. Strength, 4, agility, 5, spirit, 4, stamina, 7+4. Skill, basic bow mastery. Talent, god-level craftsman, SSS. Status, good. His stamina directly broke into double digits. At this moment, Han Chen felt he had endless energy, even wanting to perform a chest-breaking stone demonstration on the spot. Dealing with creatures like slimes would be much easier now. He controlled the floating island and continued to move forward. After leveling up to level 1, the speed of the floating island territory increased to 5 meters per second. At each level up in the early stages, this speed would increase by 2 meters per second. Although it is still a bit slow, it's sufficient for now. Soon, Han Chen came into contact with a gray cloud. There seems to be signs of biological activity inside. Should we enter? As usual, before confirming entry, Han Shen drew his bowstring fully, which is an advantage of the hunter profession. The cloud dispersed, revealing 2 blocks, and a creature with dense gray-brown fur appeared, its elongated limbs and exposed fangs indicating that it was a wolf. Forest wolf, 1-star creature. Level, LV1. Strength 5, Agility 7, Spirit 4, Constitution 8, Skill, Bite. Compared to the slime encountered earlier, this forest wolf was clearly much stronger. Its body, over 1.5 meters long, exuded a tremendous sense of oppression, and its sharp gaze was filled with killing intent. Upon seeing Han Shen, the forest wolf suddenly pounced. However, it was fast, but Han Shen was faster. Whoosh! In the instant it lunged in the forest, a sharpened arrow was shot out fiercely. Whoosh! The arrow was shot out, hitting the forest wolf's right eye with precision. At this moment, Han Shen's floating island was less than 3 meters away from the floating island where the forest wolf was, separated by a gap of empty space. The forest wolf's eye was severely injured, letting out a howl of agony, and then abruptly hit the brakes, nearly falling from the sky. In the early stages of the game, hunters have no skills, and they must not let the enemy get close during combat. Han Shen quickly maneuvered the floating island territory to retreat backwards, creating distance. The system prompt appeared. Attention, the alert range of a 1-star creature is 10 meters. If exceeded, it will disengage from combat, and the floating island will revert to an unexplored state. The unexplored state is that condition where the outside world is wrapped in clouds. Before entering, any attacks from the outside cannot affect the inside of the floating island. 10 meters? That's enough. Han Shen controlled the territory and quickly retreated. Ha! Exhaling lightly, an arrow appeared in his hand, and Han Shen strung his bow to shoot again. Swoosh! 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 3 arrows in quick succession, 2 hit the target and 1 shot off into the air. The forest wolf was howling in pain, but it could only be trapped in a box of just 2 cubic meters, caught in a dilemma. Clearly, this forest wolf was being led on a string by Han Shen. This is also a common tactic used by hunters. Han Shen continued to shoot arrows. Another 4 arrows were shot, 2 hit the target, while 2 missed. Han Shen was fairly satisfied with this hit rate. It's worth noting that he was still 9 meters away from the forest wolf, and maintaining such high accuracy while ensuring safety was already impressive. After choosing the hunter profession, the system's initial skill, basic bow mastery, gave him an innate familiarity with bows and arrows. As his level increases and his agility improves, his hit rate can continue to rise. At this moment, the forest wolf had 5 arrows sticking out of it, looking pitiful, yet it still hadn't fallen. Monsters on the floating island have strong vitality. Previously, that slime was also a result of Han Shen's luck when the 3rd arrow triggered the sharp effect. However, after Han Shen shot 2 more arrows, the forest wolf finally let out a whimper and fell down. Successfully killed Forest Wolf LV1, gained 10 experience points. Seeing the notification, Han Shen let out a sigh of relief. He controlled the air island and came to the side of the Forest Wolf's corpse. Do you want to decompose the Forest Wolf's corpse? Yes. Successfully decomposed Forest Wolf's corpse, recovered arrows *7, obtained 1-star beast skin *1, obtained 37 kilograms of wolf meat, obtained 102 beast bones. The forest wolf's corpse disappeared, leaving a piece of beast skin, a large pile of bright red wolf meat, and a mountain of white bones on the ground. So much wolf meat! Han Shen exclaimed. 37 kilograms of wolf meat is enough for an adult to eat for many days. If saved carefully, it could last half a month without a problem. Killing a forest wolf has directly resolved Han Shen's food crisis. Even if he can't finish it all, he can trade it with other players. Currently, in the entire 107 channel, only Han Shen should have the strength to take on a 1-star wild beast. Meat is definitely a scarce resource and in high demand. After putting all the loot into his backpack, Han Shen merged these 2 territories with his own. His floating island area expanded again, becoming a convex shape of 5 cubic units. Now, even if he lay down directly, he wouldn't have to worry about falling off. At that moment, someone suddenly sent him a private message in the local chat channel. Tianfeng Bird, great god, I saw the arrows you have for consignment on the trading platform. You're a hunter, right? Yes, Han Shen replied. Tianfeng Bird, great god, I have something here. I wonder if you might be interested? Send it over to take a look. Han Shen didn't like to keep people guessing, and the other party straightforwardly shared the item information. Blueprint for fine iron arrows, green equipment, and it's a blueprint for arrows. Han Shen's pupils constricted, and a surge of desire for this blueprint flooded his mind. But he quickly suppressed his excitement and composedly said, I can take it. What's your asking price? The person called Tianfeng Bird also let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He saw Han Shen's consignment information in the trading channel and deduced his profession. Tianfeng Niao stated directly, I want water, a large amount of water, no less than 2 units. After hearing his conditions, Han Shen felt a stir in his heart but still maintained a calm demeanor, saying, 2,000 milliliters of water. Do you know how precious water resources are right now? Tianfeng Niao replied, I know, but this is a blueprint for green equipment. Although I don't understand this world well yet, I know. that such items become more valuable as time goes on. In the future, even 20,000 milliliters of water won't be enough to trade for it. Han Chen scoffed, you said it yourself, the later it gets, the more expensive it becomes. But right now, the most scarce resources are survival resources. I have no water, but I still have some food. If you really want it, just give me a price I can accept. After Han Chen finished speaking, the survivor named Tianfeng Niao realized that his initial offer was a bit outrageous, so he made some concessions, saying, food is also fine, but it can't be less than 10 units. Han Chen continued to scoff, 5 units is the most I'll go, 5 kilograms of food should be enough to last you 2 or 3 days. Tianfeng Niao hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and said, alright, 5 kilograms it is. The two quickly completed the transaction. Although 5 kilograms of food is a lot, no matter how you look at it, Han Chen still made a profit. Successfully obtained refined iron arrow blueprint. Do you want to learn it? Han Chen directly clicked to learn it. In the next moment, a green equipment blueprint appeared in the blueprint section. Refined iron arrow, green. Materials needed for crafting, refined iron *2, feather *1. Han Chen thought for a moment, refined iron can only be obtained from some treasure chests in the early game. I wonder if there are any in the trading channel now. He entered the trading channel and typed in the keyword refine iron, quickly filtering out 7 listing messages. These sellers all required water and food in exchange. Han Chen clicked to chat privately and haggled with them one by one. Ultimately, he exchanged 3 kilograms of wolf meat and 4 berries for 12 pieces of refined iron. With the materials for crafting arrows gathered, he still needed feathers. Han Chen asked in the discussion group, guys, can I borrow a few feathers? I need to make something. Feathers? Star brother, I can give you some. Cheng Jianyong said in the discussion group. Let's trade. After the trade was completed, a system notification came through. Successfully obtained primate hair *23. Han Chen looked at the few black hairs in his palm, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch a couple of times. Cheng Jianyong, are you crazy? Who the hell wants your leg hair? Damn! Didn't you ask for hair? You didn't make it clear. Cheng Jianyong said indignantly. Han Chen tossed the few leg hairs away. What I want is bird feathers, feathers from birds. To prevent Cheng Jianyong from misunderstanding further, Han Chen emphasized the latter part. Seeing their conversation, Shinyan couldn't help but chuckle. Shingo, when I was exploring the clouds just now, I found a huge bird's nest, but there were no creatures inside. I touched a few feathers, and I just happened to bring them for you. Okay. After the transaction was completed, Han Chen had 9 gray-white feathers added to his backpack. Toucan feather, common material. With the materials gathered, he opened the blueprint and began crafting. White light flashed continuously. Successfully crafted fine iron arrow, green *6. Successfully crafted fine iron arrow, green *6. Refined iron arrow, green, quality fine, attack power 5/7, special effect, armor piercing. Armor piercing. When attacking enemies with high defense, there is a certain probability to trigger the effect, ignoring part of the opponent's defense to deal damage. Wow! Ignoring defense directly, this armor piercing effect is really powerful. A fine quality refined iron arrow adds at least 5 points to attack power, nearly catching up with the additional attack power of the wooden longbow he has. It's important to note that the wooden longbow is his main weapon, and yet it's being matched by an arrow. Furthermore, with the additional armor-piercing effect, one can imagine how much damage this thing will deal when it hits an enemy. After crafting the refined iron arrows, Han Chen continued to browse the trading channel. His goal was to find a hunter's weapon or blueprint, wanting to replace the plain longbow in hand, which would elevate his attack power several levels. After browsing around, he still couldn't find any suitable targets. Although there were hunter's weapons for sale, most of them were plain equipment similar to what Han Chen had, and he even saw some survivors trying to sell the weapons gifted by the system. As Han Chen was about to exit the trading channel, he suddenly saw a blueprint for a hunter's weapon. Tamarind longbow blueprint, white. Although it's a basic model, if crafted by himself with the god-level craftsman talent, it could provide a significant upgrade compared to the wooden longbow he currently has. Han Chen clicked on private chat, and the other party's name was Levi. This guy actually chose to chat with his real name instead of going anonymous. How much for the longbow blueprint? Han Chen got straight to the point. Levi, 20 units of food, or 10 units of water. Look, this is what it means to ask for a lion's share. Han Chen frowned, your price is too high, lower it a bit. If it were someone else genuinely wanting to trade, they would usually make some concessions at this point. But the other party was chatting with his real name, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Levi sneered, that's the price, take it or leave it. Goodbye. Han Chen didn't indulge him and directly exited, ready to close the private chat window. However, Levi suddenly sent a message, wait. Are you Xingha, the one selling special effect wooden arrows? Han Chen didn't know what this guy was trying to sell, but he still replied, it's me. Upon hearing Han Chen's acknowledgement, Lei Wei's attitude instantly changed. You managed to create such a tool so quickly in the early stages, you have some skills. Are you interested in joining our Lei group? Lei group? The one from Xinyang City? Han Chen asked. Lei Wei, looks like you've heard of us. Oh right, I almost forgot, most people in this channel are from Xinyang City, so it's not surprising you know about our Lei group. Nearly 10 hours have passed since arriving in this world, and everyone has figured out the rules for area division. According to the region, 10,000 adjacent people are grouped into the same channel, that is to say, many of the 10,000 people in channel 107 are from the same place. Lei Wei continued, our Lei group has some influence in Xinyang City. This channel also has some of our Lei group's core members. We've now formed a discussion group and established an elite team to help each other and share survival experiences. So, how about it? Do you want to join us? Lei Wei stated his intention. Han Chen directly refused, no need. Lei Wei fell silent for a moment, seemingly puzzled that someone would actually turn down his invitation at a time like this. It's important to understand that humans are social animals, especially in this unfamiliar world where life is not guaranteed. We seek the comfort of companionship. Levi continued, you should know, this is a world completely different from what we knew before. Here, life is as fragile as paper. I formed this team to unite everyone so we can survive better. What Levi said sounded grandiose, and without considering other factors, joining them would indeed be a good choice for an average person at this time. However, Han Chen knows that Levi is one of the major shareholders of the Levi Group. Essentially, this guy is just a businessman. Businessmen are profit-driven, and the years of social experience after graduation have made Han Chen see through the essence of these guys. The so-called organizations and teams are merely to gain control over discourse and to pursue greater benefits for themselves. Moreover, Levi's condescending attitude from the very beginning made Han Chen feel very displeased. He directly refused. After Han Chen refused a second time, Levi instantly became anxious. You short-sighted fool. Do you know that in the entire Area 107, besides us, there are many other organizations forming teams? It's an inevitable trend for survivors to unite. If you don't join us, all that awaits you is a dead end. Join our Lei group, and if you contribute the method for crafting special arrows, I can even sell you the blueprints at a low price. This Lei Wei started to threaten and tempt, but the conditions he offered made Han Chen feel like this guy was a fool. He thinks he can buy me off with a blank weapon? What is he thinking? Of course, it's also possible that he's used to being in control in Xinyang City and subconsciously thinks everyone else is a fool. Han Chen sneered, I've already said I don't want to join your organization. Don't think you can fool me with your tricks. I've got to go now. Damn kid. If you don't join the Lei group, don't expect to get that weapon blueprint. Soon, there won't be a place for you in channel 107. Han Chen scoffed, you can keep a blueprint. It's just a blank weapon, and only you think it's precious. Idiot. Lei Wei still wanted to say something, but Han Chen had already closed the private chat window. At this time, in the discussion group, Xin Yun spoke up. Star brother, Jin Yong, have you received any invitations from organizations to join? Cheng Jianyong replied, yes, I just got an invitation from the CEO of some company, but I turned it down. Han Chen said, yeah, I turned it down too. Xin Yun didn't respond, seemingly deep in thought, then asked, Xingo, what do you think about joining these organizations? Han Chen replied, there's no need. The rules of this world were made clear when we entered. We just need to explore other sky islands and expand our territory. The two thought it over and agreed. Just then, Cheng Jianyong suddenly said, it seems there's some excitement in the local network. That Lei group seems to be looking for someone named Xingha to cause trouble. Xingha? Isn't that my name? Lei group, could it be that Lei Wei? Han Chen hadn't told them his virtual name. Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun had added him as a friend using his real name. He opened the chat channel and indeed saw that Lei Wei was tagging him in the local network. Lei Wei, at Xingha, you little brat, how dare you insult me? Ungrateful thing, I'll tell you, starting today, don't even think about trading with anyone from our Lei group. Zhu Yushu, support the boss, our Lei group will collectively blacklist you. Huan Xingyun said, support. Old 6, at Xingha, kid, come out and talk. Han Chen looked speechless. He had indeed argued with this Levi just a moment ago, but he didn't expect this guy to be so petty and even post about him on the local network. However, seeing them say they would blacklist him and not trade supplies with him, Han Chen couldn't help but smile. He opened the consignment channel and listed an item. Seconds after the item was consigned, the entire 107 channel shook. Consignment item information, space backpack, white, seller's desired item, any blue equipment blueprint. Consigner, Xingha. Chat channel. Wow, a space backpack? Which god got such a powerful item so quickly? The consigner seems to be Xingha. Isn't this the one that the Levi group just mentioned and said they would blacklist? The atmosphere in the local network was a bit strange. At this moment, someone said, wait a minute, it seems the god has put up more items. Hiss, it's actually rare quality iron arrows and a large amount of wolf meat. So much wolf meat. Quick, see what he needs. He needs green equipment blueprints, beast skins, spirit cores, as well as water and refined iron. Whoever has them, hurry and find the god to exchange. After Han Chen posted the selling information consecutively, the people from the Lei group suddenly fell silent. Even if they wanted to speak, they were quickly drowned out by the flood of messages in the chat. The main reason is that the items Han Chen presented are simply too powerful for the current stage. The space backpack goes without saying, it's the reward for the first kill in the entire server. Although he has better ones now for these players, this item is practically a divine artifact. Then there are the finely crafted iron arrows, whose attack power rivals that of main weapons. What does that mean? Even those who lack insight can see its strength. Adding to that the special effects, it's enough to make those survivors who didn't choose the hunter profession green with envy. Then Han Chen also listed 10 kilograms of wolf meat for sale, which is the most urgently needed resource. In an instant, the chat channel erupted into a frenzy of snatching. Ha ha ha, I got it. 1 beast skin for 1 iron arrow. I also exchanged 5 spirit cores for 300 G of wolf meat. Finally something to eat, boo-hoo. Brothers, is trading 10 refined iron for 1 iron arrow a great deal? The excitement in the chat channel continued until Han Chen's items were all traded, gradually dissipating after that. Now, there is only 1 space backpack left that no one has exchanged for. After all, blue equipment blueprints are considered extremely precious. In the early stages, there might not even be one in the entire 107 channel. On a certain empty island territory, a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh looked at the information on the local area network, his expression growing increasingly gloomy. He is the president of the Lei group, Lei Wei. At this moment, Lei Wei looked at the messages in his discussion group. Someone cautiously asked, President Lei, is this kid named Xingyi trying to show off to us? Lei Wei snorted coldly, no longer speaking, but silently remembered the name Xingyi in his heart. Han Chen looked at the dazzling array of items in the empty island territory, his smile almost impossible to hide. Gain Spirit Cores *17, 1-star Beast Skins *3, Refined Iron *32, Ether *108, Drinking Water 400 milliliters. These are the materials that Han Chen obtained by trading 4 iron arrows and 10 kilograms of wolf meat. It's safe to say he made a blood profit. 10 kilograms of wolf meat may seem like a lot, but Han Chen knows that converting these supplies into combat power will yield even greater rewards. At first, he also planned to trade these food items for the resources he needed. Then, using those resources, he would continue to craft equipment to strengthen himself, creating a virtuous cycle. As for suppressing those from the Lei group, it was merely a matter of convenience. Han Chen didn't take them to heart at all. It's somewhat regrettable that he didn't manage to acquire any green equipment blueprints this time, but it's still not bad. After all, other survivors aren't fools, and there are very few people with green equipment at this moment. Let's see. I now have enough materials to craft 11 refined iron arrows and 3 space backpacks. Not bad, not bad. Han Chen clapped his hands. Then, he clicked to craft all of these items in one go. Green and white lights flashed in succession. When the success prompt appeared, Han Chen was somewhat surprised to see the properties of the space backpack. Space backpack, white, quality, excellent, storage space 30, special effect, sturdy, strength +4. Unlike the previous backpack, this one has an additional 4 points in strength. Han Chen took a look, and the other 2 backpacks either also added strength or added agility. Oh, are the special attributes of the backpack randomly increasing the 4 main stats? Han Chen equipped the backpack that increased agility and immediately felt a peculiar strength within his body. The agility attribute has increased. Although I can only equip 2 backpacks, my attributes have improved significantly. Dealing with a regular level 1 monster should be no problem now. It's a pity I couldn't find a good weapon. Han Chen felt a slight regret inside, then shook his head and stopped thinking about it. As for how to handle the 2 extra backpacks, Han Chen pondered for a moment and opened the discussion group. As soon as he entered, he heard Cheng Jianyong shouting inside. Brothers, I think I've found a treasure. What is it? Xin Yun asked. Cheng Jianyong chuckled and said directly, a bronze treasure chest. Wow! Both Han Chen and Xin Yun were very surprised. According to Han Chen's understanding of the game's Sky Island Paradise, the treasure chests are divided into 5 levels: wooden chests, bronze chests, silver chests, gold chests, and diamond chests. The probability of finding a treasure chest on an unclaimed Sky Island is very low, especially in the early stages of the game. Finding a wooden chest is considered quite lucky. However, Cheng Jianyong has directly found a bronze chest, which can be said to be an incredible stroke of luck. Xin Yun, quick, open it and see what's inside. Okay. Cheng Jianyong readily agreed. Han Chen and Xin Yun waited silently, and after a moment, they suddenly heard Cheng Jianyong shout, I got it. I got it. What nonsense? What did you get? Xin Yun asked sharply, quick, tell us. Good stuff. Cheng Jianyong immediately sent the information about what he found to the discussion group. Spirit Core *4, Fine Iron *8, Rare Earth *13, Dried Beast Meat *7 kg, Drinking Water 400 milliliters, Fine Iron Longbow Blueprint, green. Hiss. Seeing the information above, Han Chen and Xin Yun both gasped in surprise. Xin Yun, putting aside those materials and food, even finding a green weapon blueprint is unbelievable. This guy's luck is just astonishing. Han Chen, indeed. Cheng Jianyong laughed out loud upon hearing their admiration. Then, Han Chen suddenly received a trade request from Cheng Jianyong. Xinggu, it's the longbow blueprint. I'm a warrior class and Yungu chose the priest class, so neither of us can use it. You take it first. Shinyun didn't say anything. Everyone knew how precious a green weapon blueprint was in the early stages of the game. That guy Lei Wei even dared to ask exorbitant prices for whiteboard weapon blueprints. If Cheng Jianyong's green weapon blueprint appeared in the trading channel, it would definitely cause quite a stir. But some things cannot be measured by their value. After pondering for a second, Han Chen clicked accept. Acquired iron longbow blueprint green. Han Chen directly clicked to learn it, and now a fourth blueprint appeared in his blueprint panel. Then, Han Chen sent each of them a trade request. When Cheng Jianyong and Shinyun saw what Han Chen had placed in the trade window, they both shouted in unison. What the hell? Han Chen traded his extra backpack to them. Cheng Jianyong, what the hell, a space backpack? It even has special effects. Shinyun, brother Xing, this thing is too precious, you. Han Chen directly interrupted them, saying, shoo, remember not to let it out. Cheng Jianyong and Shinyun solemnly agreed, knowing how absurd it was for a space backpack with special effects to appear at this time. Shinyun looked at the information on the trading channel about the space backpack, white, and thought of Han Chen's name, her expression thoughtful. After closing the discussion group, Han Chen looked at the fourth blueprint in the blueprint section, and the smile on his face was almost uncontrollable. He had just said he needed a decent weapon, and in the blink of an eye, Cheng Jianyong had found one. This is not just a coincidence, it's like finishing a Wallace meal and finding a restroom right outside. Han Chen happily looked at the blueprint interface. Blueprint for fine iron longbow, green. Materials required for crafting: fine iron *15, spirit core *5, rare earth *20, 1-star beast tendon *1. Success rate of crafting 20%, affected by god-level craftsman talent. Success rate has reached 100%. Hunter's main weapon and its green equipment. This is fantastic. Han Chen was extremely excited and even wanted to craft one on the spot. However, he didn't have enough materials, mainly lacking rare earth elements and a 1-star beast tendon. But it was okay, he could look for them in the trading channel. After browsing around, Han Chen quickly found his target and began negotiating skillfully. It seemed that the recent consignment event had made the name Galaxy memorable to many survivors on Channel 107. The negotiation process went very smoothly. He exchanged 1 kilogram of wolf meat for 2 1-star beast tendons, and then traded another kilogram of wolf meat for 47 rare earth elements. The current materials were enough for him to craft 2 fine iron longbows. Han Chen opened the blueprint interface and began crafting directly. Green light began to flicker and a 30-second progress bar appeared before him. When the progress bar reached the end, a longbow made of black fine iron over 1 meter in length appeared in the territory. Item information appeared before him. Fine iron longbow, green, quality good, attack 15-20, special effect, strong strike. Strong strike, charge begins when the bowstring is fully drawn, with a maximum charge time of 1 second, and can deal an additional 30% to 50% damage. So powerful. Han Chen exclaimed sincerely. As expected of a green weapon, its attack power alone exceeds that of a white weapon by more than twice. Plus, with the weapon's special effects, I feel like I could one-shot those level 1 monsters. Han Chen was very satisfied, and at that moment he seemed to think of something. Based on my previous experience, green weapon blueprints can produce the highest rare quality equipment, but this main weapon is only fine quality, indicating there's still room for improvement. Looking at the materials in his backpack, Han Chen hesitated for a moment before clicking to craft again. This was his advantage. He didn't have to worry about failure or about crafting rough or ordinary junk weapons, wasting materials. This time, at the moment crafting began, a dazzling green light appeared. As the progress bar moved, the green light became increasingly blinding. Such a commotion, could it be? As soon as he finished speaking, crack! A weapon dropped right in front of Han Chen. Iron longbow, green, quality rare, attack power 20-25, special effect, strong strike, special effect 2 precision. Strong strike, charge power after fully drawing the bowstring, with a maximum charge time of 1 second, can deal an additional 30%-50% damage. Precision, when attacking, increases hit rate by 10% and critical hit rate by 20%. Rare quality. In that moment, Han Chen felt his heartbeat slow down slightly. It was simply because the attributes of this iron longbow were too powerful. With strong attack power and 2 special effects, even regular blue gear doesn't have attributes like the iron longbow. Without hesitation, Han Chen equipped the rare quality iron longbow, and his damage significantly increased again. The longbow on his back appeared stable and intimidating, with a curved bow body and taut bowstring, showcasing immense tension and lethality. Compared to a few hours ago, Han Chen could be said to have undergone a transformation, with a significant boost in strength. Casually hanging up the discarded wooden longbow on the consignment channel, Han Chen put up another iron longbow. Although it is not as good as the one in his hand, its strong attributes still caused quite a stir among the hunters. However, since the consignment conditions marked by Han Chen are for green equipment blueprints, no one can afford to trade for it at the moment. At this moment, Han Chen looked up at the sky. The moonlight was sparse and slanted, with a cold glow overlapping. It's getting late. If I explore a few more sky islands, I need to prepare to rest, Han Shen thought. In this world, although humans' physical qualities have improved, they still need to rest, and exploring sky islands at night is much more dangerous than during the day. Thinking of this, Han Shen quickened his pace. As he approached a cloud that was only 2 cubic meters in size, a system prompt sounded. You can hear the sound of wind inside. Do you want to enter? Upon entering, he found a patch of vibrant bellflowers growing inside, which Han Shen collected all into his backpack. Acquired bellflower *23 territory area has expanded. There is a faint echo coming from inside. Do you want to enter? Enter. Acquired sound amplifier stone *3 territory area has expanded. Acquired 1-star beast skin *1. Acquired rare earth *3. Acquired shimmering stone *7. Han Shen continued without pause, coming into contact with 4 or 5 smaller clouds nearby. During this time, he encountered 3 monsters, but with their maximum level of 1, they were basically one-shot kills for Han Shen. Han Shen had already crushed them with his extremely powerful equipment. Meanwhile, the area of his territory was rapidly expanding. After a whole day of exploration, the small patch of dirt beneath his feet had now transformed into a large platform measuring 4 meters by 4 meters, totaling 16 square meters. Huff! Han Shen took a breath and looked back, only to find that he had completely explored the smaller clouds in the area within dozens of kilometers. Now, there was only one cloud in the distance, emitting a faint red glow, which he had yet to approach. This cloud was larger than the others, roughly estimated to be 2 meters by 2 meters, covering an area of 4 square meters. When he first arrived in this world, Han Shen had deliberately avoided it because he sensed a hint of danger from it. However, now it might be worth trying to approach it. Thinking this, Han Shen opened his backpack, took a few sips of water, and picked 3 berries from a tree to pop into his mouth. After completing these preparations, the territory of the Sky Island began to approach that cloud. Moments later, a system prompt sounded. There is a surge of burning power inside. Do you wish to enter? Burning power? Is there a source of fire inside? Han Shen suddenly felt a bit excited. In the early stages of the Sky Island paradise, while fire sources are not as scarce as water and food, they are still essential. Whether for making fire or keeping warm, they are very useful. Thinking of this, Han Shen directly clicked to enter. In the next moment, a round, red creature jumped up in front of Han Shen. Flame Slime, 1-star creature. Level, LV2. Strength, 9, Agility, 5, Spirit, 7, Constitution, 6. Skill, Fireball Ejection. Flame Slime, a level 2 creature with elemental attributes. Compared to a level 1 ordinary slime, this flame slime has a significantly stronger desire to attack. As soon as it saw Han Shen, it opened its small O-shaped mouth, and a surge of burning flames seemed to brew inside. Han Shen did not underestimate his opponent and quickly created distance. In the next moment, the charged iron arrow suddenly burst forth. Buzz! The bowstring tightened, emitting a quivering sound in the air. The shot arrow swiftly and accurately hit the forehead of the flame slime. Puff! The attack hit. The flame slime's 2 round eyes suddenly widened, seemingly startled. Puff puff! 2 fireballs shot towards Han Shen at a speed rivaling that of the arrows. At that moment, Han Shen moved. In a flash, he dodged the flame slime's attack. The special effect of the space backpack took effect at this moment. The additional 4 points of agility raised his agility attribute to 8 points. This was almost an attribute that only a level 3 hunter could possess. Bang! Bang! The fireballs missed, exploding on the ground beneath Han Shen's feet and scorching the soil black. Han Shen continued to draw the bow and began to gather strength. 1 second later, the strong strike effect of the fine iron longbow took effect. Han Shen could clearly feel that the lethality of this arrow was greater than before. The flame slime was still brewing its second wave of fireball attacks. Buzz! The strong strike effect attached to the arrow was triggered, and the fine iron arrow suddenly pierced through the body of the flame slime, dealing even more damage. Moreover, the momentum of the arrow did not diminish, and with a thud, it directly penetrated its body. This arrow also triggered the armor-piercing effect of the arrow, instantly increasing the damage by several levels. The flame slime's attacks came to an abrupt halt, as the recent attack had left it heavily injured. Han Shen's eyes lit up. Take advantage of its weakness and strike for the kill. Whoosh! 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 Fine iron arrows were shot out one after another. Although the level 2 flame slime was powerful, it could not withstand Han Shen's repeated onslaught. When the 7th arrow hit, the fire slime stayed in place and then began to swell. Oh no, it's going to explode. Han Shen's expression changed instantly. Having experienced this once before, he immediately ran back without hesitation. He retreated directly to the edge of the territory. At this moment, the fire slime's body had swollen to its limit, like a red balloon about to burst. Then, with a loud bang, sparks flew everywhere as the slime exploded into fragments. You have killed Fire Slime LV2, gained 20 experience points. Finally took this guy down. Han Shen glanced at the experience bar, which had reached 80% of level 1. Han Shen began to approach the area where the fire slime had been. In the spot where it self-destructed, a few bright red stones were left, along with some transparent substances. Those transparent substances are ether materials, which can only be dropped by magical creatures like slimes. After picking up the items on the ground, a system prompt appeared. Gained Firestone *4, gained Ether *8, gained Slime Gel *17. Firestone, a type of ore that contains intense energy, seemingly usable for creating some special device, and can also serve as a flint. Han Shen has integrated this 4 cubic meter floating island into his territory, which now measures 4 meters by 5 meters, totaling 20 square meters. This area is neither too big nor too small. In some first-tier cities on Blue Star, it could be considered a large house. However, his territory currently looks rather bare, with only a short berry tree serving as decoration. While Han Shen was observing his territory, he inadvertently caught sight of the 4 newly integrated plots, which seem to have some differences. These are blocks of rocky terrain. On the bluish-gray stones, there seemed to be some dark red spots, and as Han Shen approached, he could clearly feel the temperature rising. Oh, Han Shen was a bit curious, so he walked over to these rocks and discovered their secret. It was indeed those dark red spots buried beneath the stones that were continuously emitting heat. Could it be some kind of ore? Han Shen's curiosity was piqued, and he wanted to try to dig out these dark red stones. Mining ore would damage the territory area. If it were serious, this piece of land could even break apart and scatter in the air, causing the territory area to shrink. However, if there are valuable ores inside, sacrificing a few pieces of territory would be worth it. Han Shen decided to mine, but mining requires a pickaxe, which he didn't have in his backpack. So he directly entered the trading channel and exchanged some materials for a few iron pickaxes. Then, Han Shen rolled up his sleeves and started digging. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking stone echoed continuously in the air. 80, 80. Following the rhythm, Han Shen shouted out slogans. As the stones flew, a few minutes later, the dark red stones hidden beneath the rocks were revealed. A system notification appeared. Dark Firestone, a rare ore that seems to contain a peculiar energy capable of continuously emitting heat and providing energy for certain devices. Note, when a certain number of dark firestones accumulate in the same area, they may give rise to a unique elemental creature. Seeing the introduction above, Han Shen understood. The slime should have been born from the dark firestones. By absorbing heat, it will continue to grow. But clearly, it hadn't grown strong enough before Han Shen set his sights on it. Han Shen picked up the stone from the ground. Obtained Dark Firestone *12. After mining the stones, Han Shen felt a wave of emptiness in his body. This is the body's biological clock reminding him that it's time to rest. The night was desolate as water, and the temperature at high altitudes dropped significantly. A gentle breeze blew, causing people to instinctively shrink their necks. The first day of humanity in this world was about to end, and many people's territories had reached sizes of 3 to 4 cubic meters. Although still quite small, at least they could lie down to sleep. Of course, if you are restless while sleeping, you can only rely on your luck. Many survivors curled up, shivering in the cold air. Compared to them, Han Shen's situation was much better. In a territory of 20 square meters, there's no need to worry about the risk of falling. 2 dark firestones are placed on either side of the territory, providing not only lighting but also continuously radiating heat, like a furnace rising on a cold day, incredibly warm. In the center of the territory stands a berry tree, stripped of many branches, quietly swaying as the wind rustles through its crown. Han Shen leans against the berry tree, lying on the ground and gazing at the starry sky. Sleeping at such a high place feels truly unique. It feels as if I can reach out and touch the sky, with clouds floating around. Before sleeping, Han Shen still kept a habit he had on Blue Star, which is to check the information. Although there's no mobile phone, he can still access the local network to see chats from other survivors. Most survivors have finished their day of exploration, and the local chat channel has become much livelier. They are all discussing how to sleep on the first night. Shovel, is there anyone who wants a shovel? You can dig a hole in the ground and bury yourself, so you don't have to worry about falling while sleeping at night. Rope. I have rope here. I can tie myself up to prevent myself from sleeping too soundly. Does anyone want glue made from slime? Looking at the messages in the chat channel, a smile appeared on Han Shen's face. Sure enough, humans are quite adaptable. After a day, everyone has more or less accepted the fact that they have entered a brand new world. Turning off the local area network, drowsiness hit, and in the warm environment, Han Shen fell into a deep sleep. However, he had barely slept for long when he was suddenly awakened by a message from a friend. It was sent by Xingyun. Xingyun, brother Xing, are you asleep? I just fell asleep not long ago, Han Shen replied. This. Xingyun seemed a bit embarrassed and apologized. Sorry, brother Xing. Han Shen chuckled. What's there to be sorry about? Didn't you two wake me up more than a few times when we were in the dorm? Xingyun laughed. That's true, but speaking of which, you two woke me up even more, right? Is that so? I forgot, haha. Han Shen changed the subject. What do you need me for? Xingyun, it's nothing much, I just found something and wanted to show you. What is it? Han Shen asked, a bit curious. In the middle of the night, Xinyun couldn't wait to contact him. It must be something good. Xinyun directly sent a trade request. Then, Han Shen saw that he had put up a white book with the words double arrow printed on it. A skill book. Han Shen recognized it at a glance, his heart shaken. Yes, and it's for the hunter class. I thought you could use it, Xinyun said cheerfully. Han Shen fell silent for a moment. At this stage, skill books are harder to come by than equipment or blueprints. Although it's just a basic skill for the 5 major professions, currently everyone only knows some basic weapon handling and can only perform simple slashing actions in battle. The value of a skill book is even higher than that of his space backpack. Xingu, take it quickly, Xinyun urged, and he directly confirmed the trade. Han Shen clicked to accept, and the trade was completed. Acquired skill book, double arrow, hunter exclusive. Thank you, Han Shen said solemnly. With this skill, Han Shen's strength will reach a new level. No need to be polite, you also gave me a backpack, right? Han Shen said no more. He knew that Xinyun was that kind of person. Although he didn't say it out loud, he would remember what he received and return it as soon as he was able. This isn't about being unreasonable, but rather a principle of being a person. As the saying goes, even close brothers must settle accounts clearly. No matter how good the relationship, one side cannot just keep giving. The same goes for Cheng Jianyu, which is also why Han Shen is willing to be friends with them. At this moment, Han Shen said, "It's getting late, you should rest now." Xinyun smiled and said, "Xingu, I want to sleep too, but I can't." "Can't sleep?" Han Shen asked, puzzled. "Yes." Xinyun said a bit shyly, "Because I'm too excited. I never thought there would be a day like this, to break free from repetitive work and escape from a dull life, just like I've always imagined, starting anew in another world. Xingu, maybe you think I'm a bit mentally unstable, but this is my true inner thought. This world may be unsafe, with life-threatening dangers at any moment, but only now do I feel truly alive." After finishing his chat with Xinyun, Han Shen fell back asleep. The next day, when Han Shen opened his eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. Based on Blue Star's time, it was probably already past 10 o'clock. At this moment, he suddenly understood the meaning behind Xinyun's words. Indeed, since entering society, has he ever woken up naturally like today? Which day hasn't he been jolted awake by the repetitive sound of alarms, even on holidays being disturbed by calls from clients and leaders? Just when Han Shen was lamenting, his expression suddenly changed. "Damn it, I need to take a dump." The first thing in the morning was to clear his bowels, a habit Han Shen maintained. He quickly got up and walked around the territory of the island, but couldn't find a suitable place. At this point, his face was turning a bit red from holding it in. "Crap, I can't hold it anymore, I'll just do it here." Han Shen quickly dug a hole in the soil at the edge of the territory. After a moment, Han Shen let out a long sigh. After resolving this major issue, Han Shen clapped his hands and stood up. Just then, a system prompt appeared. "Fertilization successful. This piece of land will provide more nutrients for crops." Han Shen was left with a face full of question marks. What the hell, even fertilization has come? Han Shen shook his head. Forget it, he didn't want to bother with these details. Because he now had to tackle another major life issue. That is to eat. After eating berries all day yesterday, his mouth felt like it was drying out. He was eager to eat some meat. So, Han Shen took out 2 flint stones and 2 pieces of wood. Snap! He struck the 2 flint stones together, and sparks flew onto the wood, igniting it in no time. In the center of his territory, Han Shen built a campfire, continuously adding firewood to it. Once the flames grew stronger, he took out a small piece of wolf meat from his backpack, skewered it on an arrow, and placed it over the fire to roast. After about 10 minutes, the aroma of the roasted meat began to spread. It was only when the wolf meat was roasted to a golden brown, with golden oil seeping out of the surface, that Han Shen wrapped the end of the arrow with a piece of beast skin and took out the roasted meat. The rich aroma of the meat filled his nostrils, and Han Shen took a deep breath. Wow! It smells amazing! He immediately began to feast heartily. The taste of wolf meat was very chewy, each bite requiring a long chew before he could swallow it. At this moment, Han Shen couldn't help but think how nice it would be to have some seasoning. After finishing one piece, he took out a few iron arrows and started roasting more meat. While roasting, he opened the regional channel, where hundreds of private messages appeared. He listed 3 items in the trading channel. Besides the wooden longbow, there was also a fine-quality iron longbow and a space backpack. Each item was incredibly valuable at this stage, attracting many survivors. He casually opened a few messages. Bro, are you selling the space backpack? I'll trade you fertile soil for it. Master, can I trade 1 unit of water for the iron longbow? Hey, could you please give the space backpack to me? After a quick glance around, Han Shen looked speechless. So far, none of these people's offers have caught his eye. After all, it's only the first day, which is understandable. Shaking his head, Han Shen extinguished the campfire and slung the longbow over his back. I've explored most of the clouds in this area. Today I need to explore farther. Han Shen maneuvered his territory forward slowly. 1 hour later, a cloud the size of a car appeared ahead, roughly estimating it to be about 8 cubic meters. As the system prompt appeared, Han Shen clicked to enter directly. After the cloud dissipated, a field of golden wheat appeared before him, growing well. Wheat? Han Chen controlled the territory to get closer and harvested all the wheat from the 8 plots of land. Gained wheat *67, gained wheat seeds *14. There are seeds too? Han Chen exclaimed. Does this mean I can start farming right now? When a personal territory reaches the mid-stage of development, if the game remains unchanged, many survivors will definitely choose to enter farming mode. After all, compared to fighting those monsters for resources, farming is indeed a more stable way to develop, at least without the risk of losing one's life. Of course, to farm, a large area of land is also required. However, this farming model isn't suitable for me. Let's see if they need it. Han Chen opened the discussion group and directly asked, "Hey guys, do you want some seeds?" Shang Jianyong, seeds? I want some, hurry and send me a portion. Xin Yun, whose seeds are they? Send me a portion too. Han Chen. They are wheat seeds. What are you two thinking? The two sighed in disappointment upon hearing this. Shang Jianyong, sigh. I thought I could see those classic masterpieces in this world. Xin Yun, yeah. I had been looking forward to it for a long time. Han Chen looked speechless. Do you want them or not? Shang Jianyong, no. In this tiny space of mine, even taking a dump would be committing a crime for high-altitude throwing. There's no room for farming at all. Xin Yun, I don't want them either. All right. Han Chen closed the discussion group interface. The floating island continued to move forward. This time, Han Chen aimed at a cloud about the same size as the previous one. The system prompted, there are signs of multiple biological activities inside. They seem to be guarding something. Han Chen keenly noticed that this system prompt was different from the previous one. Multiple creatures indicate that there is more than one monster inside. As for what they are guarding, it could very likely be some valuable material, or perhaps even a treasure chest. He could go in and take a look. Han Chen drew back the bowstring, ready for battle. However, this time was different from before. He had 2 iron arrows firmly clutched between his fingers. Skill, double arrow, can shoot 2 arrows simultaneously, with a 5-second cooldown after activation. Han Chen focused intently. At this moment, he would not be the slightest bit careless. As the cloud dissipated, 3 elongated green figures suddenly appeared inside. Each of them was over 2 meters long, with a body as thick as a log covered in green scales. These physical characteristics indicated that they were 3 pythons. Jungle Green Python, 1-star creature. Level 2. Strength 7, Agility 8, Spirit 5, Constitution 6. Skills, Assault, Neurotoxin. A 1-star creature with 2 skills appeared 3 times at once. This is the strongest wave of enemies Han Chen has faced since arriving in this world. As soon as the 3 pythons saw Han Chen, they immediately coiled up and then sprang forward like a spring. Hiss! The green python emitted a low hissing sound, and Han Chen could even see its wide-open blood-red mouth and the 2 curved venomous fangs. Han Chen remained calm and aimed at his target. Whoosh! Whoosh! The double arrow skill was activated, and 2 iron arrows were released simultaneously. One of the jungle green pythons was instantly pierced by an iron arrow, while another was shot in the tail. Hiss! After being hit, the 2 jungle green pythons immediately writhed in pain, raising their heads to emit a painful hiss. However, one python still broke through the encirclement, quickly leaping across several meters into Han Chen's territory. Han Chen furrowed his brows. This was the first time he had allowed a monster to invade his territory, and the situation was quite critical. He suppressed the fear within him, drew an arrow from his backpack, and prepared for a second attack. The agility attribute of the jungle green python was very high. Even with his backpack equipped, Han Chen could barely match it. In the next moment, the green python twisted its agile body and swiftly lunged at Han Chen, with the distance between them now less than 2 meters. Han Chen took a deep breath, his gaze fixed firmly on the open mouth of the green python. Then, the iron arrow, not fully charged, shot out directly from his hand. Puff! The sound of penetrating flesh reached his ears, and Han Chen felt a surge of joy. He clearly saw that the arrow struck the python's throat, piercing through its mouth and exiting its body. Armor piercing. Accurate. Both special effects triggered simultaneously, and coupled with the critical hit, the damage from this arrow skyrocketed. The green python suffered a severe blow, its massive body thrashing violently on the ground. Just as he spoke, Han Chen shot the green python without a moment's pause. He drew another arrow, aiming at the 2 green pythons that had already been hit by his double shot. At this moment, they still wanted to emulate the first python and charge into Han Chen's territory. Han Chen immediately shot another arrow. Thud! The iron arrow pinned the head of the fastest charging green python, abruptly halting its advance. With his agility boosted and the precise effect of the longbow, Han Chen's accuracy significantly improved. Now, both green pythons were severely injured by his arrows and lost their combat effectiveness. With only the last one remaining, there was naturally no suspense left. After the battle, a system notification appeared. Kill Jungle Green Python LV2*3, gain 60 experience points, your level has increased. Current level, LV2. I leveled up. Han Chen clenched his fist, feeling a bit excited. He felt a surge of power rise within him, with all attributes being enhanced. Looking at the panel, his agility increased by 2 points, strength by 1 point, and both constitution and spirit by 1 point each. For a hunter, agility is the most important attribute. With the backpack bonus, it has finally surpassed double digits. Time to deal with the loot. Han Shan walked up to the bodies of the 3 green pythons and began to disassemble them one by one. Successfully disassembled jungle green python corpses *3, recovered fine iron arrows *7, obtained 1-star snakeskin *3, obtained 58 kilograms of snake meat, obtained venom bladders *3. The items obtained from the green python corpses were quite standard. The 58 kilograms of snake meat brought his food reserves to a full state again, and the 3 venom bladders were a pleasant surprise for Han Shan. Venom bladder, special material, seems to be some kind of alchemical material, can also be directly applied to weapons to add a neurotoxin effect. Interesting. Han Shan looked at the 3 dark green venom bladders on the ground, each about the size of a fist. It was noted that they could be directly applied to weapons. In other words, his arrows could also carry a toxin effect. That really is a poison arrow that kills whoever it touches. After dealing with the 3 green python corpses, Han Shan turned his gaze towards the distant floating island. There is a 3 meter by 3 meter platform, and in the center sits a bronze chest. A bronze chest? Han Shan exclaimed, feeling quite lucky. However, with 3 level 2 jungle green pythons guarding it, finding a bronze chest inside was to be expected. Han Shan walked up to the bronze chest, excitedly rubbing his hands together. This is my first time opening a treasure chest. May the luck of the Emperor bless me. I must get something amazing. Blueprints, weapons, or gear would all be great. With a heart full of excitement, Han Shan opened the chest. A dazzling array of materials appeared before him, and underneath the materials, Han Shan saw a white book. You have obtained Spirit Core X5, Fine Iron X9, Rare Earth X11, Drinking Water 300 milliliters, Holy Light Healing, Cleric Exclusive. Wow! It's actually a skill book. You have obtained Skill Book, Holy Light Healing, Cleric Exclusive. Although it's not a hunter's class skill book, Han Shan remembered that Shin Yun had chosen the cleric class. Just then, someone in the trading channel privately messaged him, wanting to trade for his green longbow. Oh, has someone finally obtained the green equipment blueprint? Han Shan opened the private chat and found a message from someone called Clever Little Lamb. A voice message appeared in the private chat window, and Han Shan clicked to play it. Why you, hello? I want to exchange your weapon. Do you have time now? It sounded like a young girl, her voice soft and gentle, but very natural, not overly delicate, just like her original tone. Han Shan replied, yes, what do you plan to exchange with me? Clever Little Lamb, I see you need the green equipment blueprint. I happen to have one. How about you take a look? She seemed a bit scared of Han Shan, or maybe she just wasn't good at communicating normally. Send it to me to take a look, Han Shan said directly. Okay. Survivor Clever Little Lamb has sent you a trade request. Han Shan. Aren't you supposed to send me the blueprint to take a look? Why go straight to trading? Clever Little Lamb hurriedly said, don't you need to receive the item to see its attributes? Han Shan. What are you talking about? Just give me the item and the transaction will be done. If I take your item and run, who will you trade with? Smart little sheep? No, that can't be. Are you really going to take my item and run? Han Shan felt speechless. This woman seemed a bit slow in the head. He really wanted to say, I would. But after thinking for a moment he said, forget it, just put the item in the trade window and I'll check its attributes. Ha? Oh, okay. Smart little sheep responded hesitantly. Then, Han Shan saw a green blueprint appear in the trade window. Leather coat blueprint, green. As expected, it's a green equipment blueprint and it's an upper garment. Han Shan instantly had the idea of acquiring it. If it were before, Han Shan would usually drag it out for a while to get the other party to make bigger concessions. But considering that this woman seemed a bit dull, he directly gave up on that idea. Han Shan directly placed the quality longbow on the table and completed the transaction. Acquired leather coat blueprint, green, would you like to learn it? Learn! A 5th blueprint appeared in the blueprint section and a faint smile of relief appeared on Han Shan's lips. At that moment, the clever little sheep sent a message to Han Shan. Thank you. Han Shan replied, no need to thank me, it's just a mutual benefit. Just remember not to trade your things to others casually next time. Clever little sheep, thank you. After closing the private chat, Han Shan's expression changed as he looked back at the blueprint section and he couldn't help but feel excited. Materials required to make a leather coat: 3 1-star beast skins, 20 spirit cores, 50 ether, 1 warrior badge. The materials needed to make the leather coat are quite a lot, with 3 1-star beast skins required, but the 3 snake skins he just decomposed can substitute for them. Additionally, he needs 20 spirit cores, 30 ether, and 1 warrior badge. He has the first 2 types of materials, but he hasn't heard of the last one, the warrior badge. So, he continued to search for relevant information in the trading channel. Soon, he found a survivor named Kola who happened to be selling a warrior badge, with the condition of 500 G of food. This price is quite acceptable. Han Chen directly opened the private chat. 500G of snake meat for a warrior badge. After 2 seconds, the guy quickly replied, "Hey man, I don't want food anymore. Do you have water? Just give me 400 milliliters. No, 300 milliliters will do." Han Chen looked at the drinking water in his backpack. After accounting for his own consumption, he had less than 600 milliliters left. Speaking of which, he had indeed not found much drinking water after exploring for so long. This was still under the condition that Han Chen was constantly exploring and fighting. If it were other survivors, they would have even less water resources. Han Chen estimated that everyone was currently in a severe water shortage state. A glance at the trading channel confirmed that a lot of people had changed their trading information to water. The chat channel was also filled with whales. So thirsty, so thirsty. I'm thirsty too. There's too little water in this world. If this continues, everyone will die of thirst. Does anyone have water? I'm about to collapse. Han Chen suddenly remembered that when he played this game on his phone, he had indeed faced near death due to lack of water, almost failing the game. It wasn't until he struggled for several days that a sudden heavy rain fell from the sky, which finally resolved his subsequent water resource issues. Han Chen didn't know the situation in other regional channels, but at least for channel 107, they would have to wait for a heavy rain to fall, then everyone would no longer be troubled by the water source issue. But how many people could hold on until that time? Thinking of this, Han Chen directly said to the survivor named Kele, "Brother, I don't have much water either. I can only give you 200 milliliters at most." Han Chen had to consider himself. Trading 200 milliliters would still leave him with enough water to barely last another day. He thought the other party would try to haggle, but unexpectedly, Kele excitedly replied, "Sure. 200 milliliters is fine, let's trade right away." As if afraid that Han Chen would back out, the other party sent a trade request directly to him. Trade completed. You have received a warrior badge *1. You lost 200 milliliters of drinking water. Han Chen held a leather badge in his hand, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a certain territory of the empty island, Levi looked grimly at the discussion group he had formed. Many people have expressed their opposition to the decision he just made. As a major shareholder of the Lei Group, Lei Wei stood up at this moment and said, "Everyone, let me say a word. Our Lei Group is one big family. Since you have joined us, we are all family. I know that everyone is currently facing a shortage of water resources. My request for you to hand everything over to me is not out of greed for your water, but to ensure a fair distribution for our family members who are without water and on the verge of dying of thirst. In these difficult times, our Lei Group must unite as one and overcome the challenges together. You must trust in my character, Lei Wei. This time, anyone who voluntarily contributes water will be noted for their contribution, and I will ensure that you are well compensated in the future." There was a silence in the discussion group, and the atmosphere felt a bit strange. At this moment, a person named Chen Anjiang said, "President Lei, when you previously asked us to submit materials and equipment, everyone complied, even including food. This was because we believed you could lead us to develop and survive. However, water is now our lifeline, and we barely have enough for ourselves." Everyone understood Chen Anjiang's meaning, which was that they did not want to hand over their water resources. Levi was somewhat displeased, but still forced himself to say, "Chen Anjiang, I remember you were the manager of the operations department at our Leisure Group. After all these years, you still don't trust my character?" Chen Anjiang seemed unwilling to hide his thoughts any longer and replied directly, "Mr. Lei, you said the same thing when you asked us to hand over food, talking about shared resources. But when we asked you to list the detailed supplies you submitted, you refused. To be honest, Mr. Lei, we actually calculated the numbers privately. After excluding the food allocated to the brothers, you still have at least dozens of units of food resources. Why not trade these for water to help everyone through this tough time?" Chen Anjiang's words essentially exposed all of Levi's secrets. Levi was not known for his good temper, and seeing Chen Anjiang being so disrespectful, he angrily shouted, "Chen Anjiang, what nonsense are you spouting, you heartless scoundrel? If you refuse to hand over resources, then get out of our discussion group. Don't spout nonsense here. In the future, Leisure Group will no longer welcome you." The atmosphere in the discussion group became extremely oppressive. Previously, such threats from Levi were quite effective, and the others in the discussion group dared not speak out, as no one wanted to be isolated from the group in this unfamiliar world. But now, the situation has changed. A moment later, a message prompt appeared. Chen Anjiang has left the discussion group. Furthermore, Chen Anjiang's departure seems to have triggered a chain reaction. Wang Pang, Lu Faroe, Zhang Yamen. One familiar name after another left the discussion group. Lei Wei's face turned ashen, almost dripping with anger. The discussion group fell silent, and no one dared to speak. The same situation unfolded in many teams, big and small. When it comes to life and death, who cares about titles like CEO or manager? In the grand scheme of things, one's own life is the most important. The teams formed by those people appeared utterly fragile in the face of crisis. In the chat channel, there were even multiple shouting matches, and the situation was chaotic. Han Chen watched their argument with amusement. At that moment, Cheng Jianyang suddenly sent a message in the discussion group. Hey guys, conserve your water. I see everyone in the chat channel is almost going crazy over a little water. I still have 800 milliliters of water here. If anyone is short, just let me know. Hang in there, let's get through this tough time together. Shinyan said at this moment, I still have about 5 to 600 milliliters here. Getting through today is not a problem. What about you, Shingo? Han Shen replied, I also have a few hundred milliliters left. Don't worry about me, just conserve yours. The two solemnly agreed and encouraged each other. Then, Han Shen found Shin Yun and traded him the skill book he just obtained. Holy Light Healing is the only healing skill for the early stage of the priest class, and it can be a lifesaver in critical moments. Shin Yun naturally knew the value of this skill book and thanked him earnestly. Han Shen closed the discussion group. He saw the attributes of the badge he just traded for. Warrior Badge, a badge awarded to the warriors of a certain clan. Wearing it increases strength by +1. It actually has attribute bonus effects? Han Shen was somewhat surprised. He originally thought it was just an ordinary crafting material, but he didn't expect to have an unexpected delight. At this point, the materials for crafting the green leather coat were already gathered, and Han Shen clicked to craft it directly. Green light flashed before his eyes, and a 30-second progress bar appeared. When the progress bar finished, a system prompt appeared. Successfully crafted the leather coat green. Beast skin coat green, quality fine, defense 3 to 5, strength +1, granted by warrior badge, agility +2, special effect, basic magic resistance. Basic magic resistance, when receiving magic damage, 10% of the damage effect is negated. Nice attributes, Han Shen exclaimed sincerely. He equipped it directly. In the next moment, Han Shen suddenly felt a cool leather coat on his body. This leather coat was made from the skin of a jungle green python, so its surface was also covered in green scales. On the chest area, there was a leather badge sewn on, featuring the design of an ancient tree. Although it looked somewhat eerie, wearing it gave Han Shen a sense of security. With the new equipment, Han Shen decided to continue exploring. In front of him, there were two clouds, one large and one small. The large one was the size of a helipad, roughly estimated to be at least 30 square meters, even exceeding the area of Han Shen's territory. The small one was only about 5 or 6 square meters. Han Shen focused on the small cloud. However, when he passed by that large cloud, he seemed to faintly hear the sound of flowing water. Is there water? Han Shen immediately stopped and listened attentively. Gurgling. It really is water. Han Shen was sure he hadn't misheard. The sound coming from the cloud indicated that there was likely fresh water inside, and quite a bit of it. He tried to get closer, and the system's prompt appeared. There is a group of fallen beings inside, performing some sort of evil ritual, attempting to summon an ancient entity. Do you wish to enter? Fallen beings? Summoning ritual? Han Shen sensed something unusual from the system's prompt. In other words, there might be unexpected risks inside. However, although Han Shen felt danger within the cloud, it wasn't as intense as he had imagined. At this moment, he was caught in a dilemma. Without a doubt, the most scarce resource for nearly 10,000 survivors in the entire Channel 107 was water, including Han Shen himself. Even food was secondary. In the trading channel, water was being pushed to an outrageous price, with various equipment and blueprints listed for sale. Whoever has water in their hands almost holds the power to decide the entire trading arena. Han Shen pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, let's do it. If I can take this place down, I shouldn't have to worry about drinking water for a while. Moreover, if there are enough resources, I can even go to the trading channel and extensively acquire various materials and equipment to lay a foundation for my future development. With that thought, Han Shen took a deep breath and clicked to enter. The mist dissipated, revealing several humanoid figures inside. With long ears, slender limbs, and dark skin, these features allowed Han Shen to recognize them instantly. Dark Elves. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, the strongest race in this world was the Elves. With the support of a sacred artifact from their clan, they collected countless fragments of this world and created a vast continent. Countless elves thrived on that continent, and a grand civilization gradually rose. However, this prosperous scene did not last long. Later, due to certain reasons and several significant historical events, the elves' sacred artifact was lost, and countless elves perished in the terrifying flames of war. Until that important historical turning point, the elf continent was destroyed by war and collapsed directly. To survive, some elves chose to sacrifice themselves to the abyss, which led to the emergence of the fallen elf race, also known as Dark Elves. This background story was something Han Shen inadvertently heard from an NPC while playing Sky Island Paradise. Its authenticity remains to be verified. At this moment, Han Shen shifted his focus back to the battle before him. Dark Elves are a group of evil and radical beings who harbor deep hatred for everything in the world. So, upon seeing Han Shen, this group of Dark Elves immediately picked up various weapons, including staffs, bows, hammers, and long swords. It's a human. Don't let him disturb the master's arrival. Kill him. The Dark Elves charged at Han Shen. Their expressions were ferocious, and they uttered complex syllables, but strangely, Han Shen could actually understand what they were saying. At this moment, Han Shen silently counted in his heart. 1, 2. There are a total of 6 Dark Elves. Among them, there is 1 Dark Elf Hunter, 2 Dark Elf Mages, 2 Dark Elf Warriors, and 1 Dark Elf Cleric. This configuration is truly formidable. As it stands, no human survivor can last 2 rounds under the hands of this group of Dark Elves. Han Chen took a deep breath. If he were to face them head-on, he wouldn't be a match for so many Dark Elves. But he knows what his advantage is, which is his significantly higher attack power for his level. Compared to wild monsters, the defense of the Dark Elves is obviously weaker. Moreover, this group of Dark Elves does not coordinate, which gives Han Chen an opportunity. In the next moment, the 2 arrows that had been charged for a long time shot out instantly. Duo arrows. Power shot. Whoosh. Whoosh. The 2 Dark Elf warriors charging the fastest seemed to be caught off guard by the sudden explosive power of this seemingly weak human, as the arrows flew at a speed they couldn't react to. However, it must be said that these Dark Elf warriors have rich combat experience. In an instant, they made the best choice in their hearts, which was to dodge to the side. The next moment, the green-tinted iron arrow hit its target. One of the Dark Elf warriors was struck in the shoulder, while the other was hit in the abdomen. Fortunately, neither was a vital spot. The 2 Dark Elf warriors felt as if they had narrowly escaped death and then glared angrily at Han Chen. Damn human! I'll chop off your head and use it as a urinal. However, at that moment, a smile curved at the corner of Han Chen's mouth. Did these 2 think that avoiding vital spots meant they were safe? They should know that his iron arrows were coated with green python poison in advance. Now, that neurotoxin was entering their bodies through the wounds and was starting to take effect. Sure enough, the next moment, the expressions of the 2 Dark Elf warriors changed. They suddenly felt a tingling sensation at the wounds, and the surrounding flesh began to turn black and purple, spreading rapidly. The 2 Dark Elf warriors looked terrified and shouted, "Cunning human! You actually poisoned your arrows!" The weapons in their hands fell to the ground with a clatter, losing their combat effectiveness. Just then, a wooden arrow and a fireball shot over from afar at the same time. It was the Dark Elf Hunter and Mage who took the opportunity to charge their attack while Han Chen dealt with the 2 Dark Elf warriors. The 2 attacks rapidly enlarged in front of him with tricky angles. In a critical moment, Han Chen quickly ducked his head. The wooden arrow whistled over his head, but there was no way to avoid the fireball attack. Bang! With a loud explosion, the fireball detonated in front of Han Chen's chest, scorching his leather coat black. The blast's shockwave also sent him rolling backward for several meters. Han Chen quickly propped himself up and muttered how close that was. Fortunately, he had made this beast skin coat before entering the battle. Otherwise, that fireball alone would have severely injured him. Whoosh! As he stood up, Han Chen shot another arrow from his bow. The Dark Elf Mage who had just launched the fireball attack seemed caught off guard by Han Chen's swift counterattack. He didn't react until the arrow pierced his forehead and exited through his brain. The Dark Elf Mage collapsed limply. The other Dark Elves were furious, wishing they could kill Han Chen immediately. Oh, my holy light! The Dark Elf priest raised a wooden hammer, gathering a certain light, seemingly intending to heal the 2 Dark Elf warriors and dispel the toxins within them. However, Han Chen would not allow him to succeed. When their lives are threatened, humans can unleash unprecedented potential, just like Han Chen, who was now in combat mode. His mind was racing, paying attention to the distant Dark Elf ranged attacks while keeping an eye on his skill panel. At this moment, the 5-second cooldown for double arrow had passed. He quickly grabbed 2 arrows in his hands, the bowstring taut. Go! Han Chen exclaimed. Thud! Thud! The arrow struck the body of the Dark Elf priest, who was wearing a set of wooden plate armor, but against Han Chen's formidable attack power, this armor was as fragile as paper. Both arrows hit their mark, and the Dark Elf priest was killed. One-shot kill. This is Han Chen's current formidable attack power. With 12 points in agility, 9 points in strength, and a rare quality green longbow, he had the ability to one-shot level 2 monsters. In the blink of an eye, for Dark Elves had already lost their combat ability. On the field, there was still 1 Dark Elf Mage and 1 Dark Elf Hunter holding on. They seemed a bit dazed. These 2 Dark Elves never anticipated that the battle would change so quickly. What was once a completely advantageous situation was instantly rewritten by this human hunter. This human's strength and reaction ability had completely exceeded their expectations. When Han Chen's hawk-like gaze turned towards them, these vicious Dark Elves instinctively took a step back. However, the deeply ingrained hatred gene caused them to lose their rationality again. Human, die. 2 Dark Elves launched their attacks simultaneously. But Han Chen's arrows were faster. Paying the price of taking another hit from the Dark Elf mages, Han Chen shot the Dark Elf Hunter with an arrow. At this point, there was no longer any suspense in the battle. When the last Dark Elf mage fell, the battle ended and the system notification arrived. Killed Dark Elves *6, gained 120 experience. You have destroyed a small Dark Elf territory, Elven faction +1. At this moment, Han Chen sat on the ground, gasping for breath. The recent battle seemed short, but it had drained a lot of his stamina and mental energy. He felt like his body was on the verge of exhaustion. Elven faction? What is that? While playing on his phone, Han Chen hadn't encountered this related faction system. Could it be a new feature exclusive to this world? At this moment, Han Shen stood up, looked at the chaotic battlefield around him, and sighed. Although it was dangerous, it was all worth it. He walked up to the corpses of the Dark Elves and attempted to disassemble them. However, the system displayed a different prompt. Humanoid creature cannot be disassembled. Tip: you can search their bodies, you might find unexpected surprises. Cannot be disassembled? Does that mean I can search the corpses? Han Shen thought for a moment and then felt relieved. After all, Dark Elves are too similar to humans. Even if he could disassemble them into various meat chunks and body tissues, he wouldn't be able to stomach it. So, he began to crouch down and search the corpses of the Dark Elves. Han Shen went through the bodies of the Dark Elves one by one. Obtained damaged wooden plate armor, white, *1, obtained wooden hammer, white, *1, obtained spirit core, *1, obtained fallen blood, *1. Obtained damaged wooden staff, obtained spirit core, obtained wooden bow, obtained fallen blood, *1. There wasn't much good loot on these Dark Elves. Aside from some white equipment, there were a few spirit cores and a drop of strange blood. Fallen blood? What is that? Han Shen was somewhat puzzled when he saw a few drops of dark greenish-black blood in the backpack. But since there were no notes on the materials, he simply set it aside for now. Han Shen continued to search the bodies, and when he reached the last Dark Elf, the mage he had shot through the head with an arrow, his eyes suddenly lit up. He discovered a book in the Dark Elf's waist pouch. Skill book, Fireball. It's actually a mage's skill book. Han Shen instantly became excited. Mages, as a staple class in many games on Blue Star, have lured countless players into the game in the early stages. In their imagination, mages are beings that can control lightning and flames, summoning winds and rains. But they would soon discover that this mage was completely different from what they imagined. In the early stages, human survivors had no other means of attack besides a basic gas explosion skill. Only after they learned their first skill could they perform simple elemental attacks, at which point their damage would increase significantly. Therefore, Fireball and Ice Arrow are skills that mages desperately need in the early stages. This Fireball skill book, if placed in the trading channel, will definitely attract a lot of mages. Of course, the skill book is just an unexpected delight. Han Shen's initial goal was to find a potential water source in this Dark Elf territory. Upon closer inspection, there was a pond the size of a table right in the middle of this 5-meter by 6-meter platform. Roughly estimated, it was at least 4 square meters. Although the depth was less than 40 centimeters, a quick calculation shows there was at least 1,500 liters of water inside. That's 1,500 liters, not milliliters. Han Shen felt his breathing become a bit rapid. I hit the jackpot, this is really it. How long would this much water last him? How many resources could he trade it for in the trading channel? Han Shen could hardly imagine. However, after the excitement, Han Shen sensed something unusual in this pond. The water surface was bubbling and occasionally dark smoke would rise. Han Shen suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a warning from the system before entering. This group of Dark Elves seems to be summoning something. Could it be that this pool of water is their medium for summoning? Upon closer inspection, the system prompt indeed appeared. The spring water polluted by dark energy is no longer drinkable. Han Shen's racing heart instantly turned to disappointment. However, the feeling of disappointment did not last long, as a thick black mist suddenly rose before him, drifting up from that pool. Something's not right. Han Shen quickly stepped back a few paces. Immediately afterward, a second system prompt appeared. The evil ritual of the Dark Elves has reached its climax, and a powerful being from the abyss has been summoned. Human survivors, you now have 2 choices before you. 1. Continue to invest Blood of the Fallen into the ritual to complete the summoning. 2. Invest a spirit core into the ritual to purify the spring water of the dark energy. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Summoning ritual or purification? Han Shen furrowed his brows tightly. As a player who has played Sky Island Paradise for a while, he quickly realized that he might have triggered a side quest. Moreover, just listening to the introduction of this side quest felt quite extraordinary. Han Shen knew that his next choice could very well determine the direction of the quest. The Abyss, a powerful existence. Han Shen pondered the system's prompt. At that moment, the black smoke rising from the spring on the ground became denser and rapidly spread outwards. Han Shen did not know what kind of existence would be summoned by choosing the first option. But at this time, for the sake of safety, he made a quick decision. I choose option 2, Purify. A series of ellipses appeared in the system prompt. Suddenly, a bad premonition rose in Han Shen's heart. This was a sight he had never encountered before. System, what's wrong with you? Speak to me, you're scaring me. Han Shen shouted with a trembling voice. At that moment, he suddenly saw the Dark Elf's corpse on the ground vanish without a trace, enveloped by the black smoke. In the next moment, the system prompt in front of him caused his heart to plummet to the bottom. The summoning ritual is complete, and the demon Lord Julius is about to descend. What? Han Shen's face was filled with confusion. At the same time, a terrifying whisper began to echo in his ears. Hatred, anger, fear, resentment. All kinds of negative emotions surged like a tide, invading Han Shen's mind. He felt as if his head was about to explode, his vision growing darker, and he could even see countless vengeful spirits wailing and crying. Torn space, heart-wrenching cries. His mental defenses were easily shattered in that moment. Damn! Han Shen held his head, struggling to stay conscious. I can't. I must leave here quickly. Otherwise, I really will die. Han Shen took a deep breath, mustering the last bit of his spirit, and maneuvered his territory away from here. However, when he accidentally glanced back at the scene, his heart sank into despair. From the spring bubbling with black smoke, a huge white bone horn slowly emerged. As just the tip of the horn appeared, Han Shen felt his breathing become difficult. A powerful aura began to spread. At that moment, the sky within hundreds of kilometers seemed to darken, as the evil aura turned all the clouds black. In the face of this terrifying power, Han Shen felt so small. Then, he heard a burst of maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. After 3,500 years, finally, the great demon lord will rise again from that damned abyss. Lowly elves, weep and wail, for I will make you experience the terror and pain of the past once more. Ha 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 ha. Rumble. Han Shen felt the ground beneath him tremble continuously, as if something was about to break through the surface. At this point, that terrifying existence had revealed a complete horn. The length of the horn is nearly 20 meters and about 2 meters thick. Just from this gigantic horn, one can see how massive this creature is. The terrifying entity continued to laugh maniacally, and the aura of darkness grew even stronger. The shadow of death enveloped him. At this moment, only 2 words flashed in Han Shen's mind. It's over. The laughter of the demon echoed in his mind, and the aura of death continued to spread. Han Shen gritted his teeth, desperately trying to control the floating island to escape. Before him, the massive white bone horn trembled slightly, and the demon sneered. Ha, there are actually humble humans here. Good, I shall take you as the first blood sacrifice for my descent. Han Shen's face changed drastically upon hearing this. The white bone horn shook violently, and the demon was about to descend. Just when he thought he was doomed, the tremors of the white bone horn suddenly came to a halt. Han Shen was stunned. The scene at this moment was like the calm before a storm, terrifyingly oppressive. He thought the other party was brewing something and had already prepared to face the demon head-on. However, after waiting for a few seconds, that terrifying presence remained completely still. Han Shen clearly sensed that something was off. He raised his head and looked at the horn that shot up to the sky, at least 20 meters high, and estimated the size of this terrifying being below. Based on calculations, this demon's size was at least 100 meters tall. Compared to its massive body, the summoning circle on the ground, which was only 4 square meters, seemed completely inadequate. It was like a human stretching out their arm and trying to squeeze through a tiny pipe, still hoping to come out the other side. At that moment, Han Shen suddenly had a strange guess in his mind. Could it be that this guy is stuck? Han Shen instinctively voiced his thought. The demon's horn, which had been motionless, suddenly trembled upon hearing Han Shen's words. The demon sneered. How could a tiny human understand the greatness of the demon lord? Upon hearing the demon's reply, Han Shen was already certain in his heart that it was indeed stuck. The ominous premonition of death that had been looming in my heart vanished at that moment. Han Shen's mouth twitched a few times, then he suddenly couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha, ha ha ha, you're killing me. This is the first time I've heard that a demon can be trapped by a summoning circle. You're killing me, ha ha ha. Han Shen laughed so hard he bent over. You're really embarrassing the demon race. Human, shut up. Otherwise, I will crush you like a bug, the demon lord roared. However, at this moment, Han Shen was already certain that this demon really couldn't get out, and he spoke even more recklessly. I told you, embarrassing, embarrassing, embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Han Shen put his hands on his hips, mocking while letting out a boisterous laugh. Damn it. The demon lord seemed to be somewhat thrown off by his laughter, angrily saying, Human, don't let me catch you, or I will definitely imprison your soul in the abyss for eternity, suffering for 10,000 years. Upon hearing this, Han Shen's laughter suddenly stopped. He wasn't frightened by the demon lord's threat. Instead, he turned around and glared. Damn it, you shameful thing, dare to threaten me? I believe your name is Julius, right? Just you wait. I'm going to record this scene and tell everyone that the great demon lord got stuck by a summoning circle. Oh, and I'll tell the elves too. Han Shen threatened. Every survivor's system interface comes with a built-in recording and photo function, and Han Shen did indeed hit record when the demons appeared. Don't tell the elves. Those despicable beings don't deserve to see what my lord looks like, the demon lord said in a flustered tone. Just because you say I can't doesn't mean I won't. I'm going to tell the elves. Han Shen was very resolute. You. The demon lord seemed quite furious with this human before him. After a moment, he sighed and said, Fine, human, you win. State your terms. Han Shen was taken aback but quickly understood the meaning behind the other's words. This guy wants to bribe him to keep quiet? What the hell, am I, Han Shen, that kind of person? He was very angry and said sternly, Let me tell you, don't think you can sway me with benefits. Unless you give me the blueprints. A lot of blueprints for divine artifacts. The demon lord opposite him was also a bit taken aback, and after a moment he asked, "Are you referring to those little toys made by the dwarves?" Han Chen looked puzzled, as he didn't really understand the background of this world, so he replied, "Probably, yes." The demon lord scoffed, "Those toys made by the dwarves are nothing compared to our abyssal artifacts. Moreover, the strongest aspect of our demon race lies in our own bodies. We disdain using those things, so I don't have the blueprints you want." "Nan?" Han Chen continued to ask, "Then what are you even negotiating with me about? Farewell, I'm going to spread this footage to the elf race right now." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. In fact, Han Chen didn't want to get entangled with this guy any further, as he was indeed quite terrifying. Given this individual's formidable strength, it seems that even a slight release of power could result in their own death thousands of times over. Feeling Han Chen's aura gradually fading away, the demon lord became somewhat impatient and shouted, "Human, come back. You need to tell the others to follow you, but first help me the summoning ritual before you go." However, Han Chen remained deaf to the words. At that moment, the demon lord finally said, "Human, as long as you help me clear the summoning ritual, I can directly give you a drop of demon blood." Han Chen continued to act as if he hadn't heard anything. He had no idea what demon blood was. The demon lord grew even more impatient. "I also have a great sword that I've used. Oh, and I just picked up a beast egg in another dimension. I can give that to you too." Han Chen finally stopped in his tracks, and when he turned around, a system prompt appeared before him. "You have triggered an additional side quest, the Demon Lord's request. Quest description: the Demon Lord is trapped in another dimension and can no longer invade your world. Only by the summoning ritual can he return to the abyss. The noble Julius has lowered his head at this moment, requesting your help to free him. Task reward: Demon's Blood, Demon King Greatsword, Unknown Exotic Beast Egg. Choose one of the three. Please note, this task is not system issued. Survivors should carefully discern the task information." Did the task really get triggered? Han Chen's eyes flickered. He had always been wary of this monster, thinking it was deliberately luring him closer. Now he realized that this demon lord seemed to be truly stuck. Currently, the other party's situation is quite awkward, as they cannot come to Han Chen's world nor return to their abyss domain. Meanwhile, Han Chen also saw the attributes of the three task rewards. Demon's Blood, the heart's blood of a high-level demon. After merging with it, one changes to a demon lineage, gaining powerful demon powers with a 10-fold increase in all attributes, a 3-fold increase in upgrade attributes, and automatically changing to the hidden profession Demon Hunter. Demon Lord Greatsword, Red, Abyssal Artifact, Quality, Epic, Attack Power 1078415462, all attributes plus 3333, Special Effect, Royal Authority. With this weapon equipped, demons of lower rank than high-level demons cannot harm you. Special Effect, Judgment. As a high-level demon, you have supreme authority, dealing triple damage to creatures of lower rank. Special Effect, Demon Flame. On hit, inflicts a burning effect lasting 10 seconds. Special Effect. Equipping requirement, level 60. Unknown Beast Egg. Attributes unknown, race unknown, but can traverse alternate spaces, seemingly possessing some void capabilities. Hiss. Upon seeing the quest rewards, Han Chen gasped in surprise. Not for any other reason, but because the attributes of these three reward items are simply too outrageous. Among them, the Demon Blood seems to be an item related to a hidden class. Merging with it allows one to directly change class to a powerful demon hunter. As for the Demon Lord Greatsword, it goes without saying, it seems to be the sword of this demon. Its attributes are incredibly formidable. As for the final unknown Beast Egg, the system's explanation is somewhat vague, but there's no doubt that anything favored by the Demon Lord must be quite significant. At this moment, Han Chen looked at the towering horn and ultimately felt tempted. Faced with the reward offered by the Demon Lord, Han Chen took a deep breath. He admitted that he was indeed moved. But he didn't fully trust the demon's words, so he asked, "I can help you, but how can I believe that you won't go back on your word and just leave after getting out?" The Demon Lord on the opposite side sneered, "Are you doubting my credibility?" "Yes." Han Chen nodded directly. "After all, you've already embarrassed yourself so much, why care about credibility?" The Demon Lord was greatly angered by him, but still suppressed his fury and said, "I can sign a contract with you using my true name. As long as you lift the summoning array, I will definitely reward you." A true name contract? Han Chen's eyes lit up. After all, for the Demon Clan, one's true name is the most important thing. Although it's not to the extent of knowing each other's true names to control life and death in the story, swearing by one's own name is still quite sincere. "Sure, then let's sign." Han Chen agreed readily. The system prompt appeared. Demon Lord Julius, swearing by your true name, requests your help to. As a condition, you can choose one item as a reward. Do you agree to sign? Sign. Han Chen immediately clicked to accept and then asked, "How do I?" The demon's tone returned to calm. "Invest the spirit core, purify the dark aura in the spirit spring water, and the summoning ritual will naturally be interrupted." Han Chen nodded. He did not doubt the Demon Lord's words, because at the very beginning, option 2 of the system task was also this method. Han Chen was very cautious. Even after accepting the task, he did not attempt to approach the summoning array. because he was unsure if this demon had other means. He drew out a wooden arrow and tied a spirit core to the tip with a rope, then shot the spirit cores into the water one by one through the bowstring. The demon lord responded to Han Chen's wariness with a cold smile. As the spirit cores were into the pool, the dark aura stopped spreading and turned clear. At this moment, the towering horn began to fade, as if it was about to disappear from this space. It wasn't until Han Chen shot the 37th arrow that the spiritual spring water in the pool stopped spouting black mist. The demon lord's horn slowly sank into the water, about to disappear. At that moment, Han Chen hurriedly shouted, "Demon, my reward." The demon lord hesitated to back out, but remembering the true name contract he signed, he said, "Human, state your desired reward." Hearing this, Han Chen quickly analyzed the pros and cons of the 3 rewards in his mind, finding it hard to choose. "You better make your decision quickly, or once the ritual dissipates, you won't be able to speak with me again. At that point, it won't be me who breaks the contract." The demon's voice carried a sinister laugh. Recalling this guy's cunning nature, Han Chen gritted his teeth and made a swift decision. "I choose the beast egg." The demon seemed taken aback for a moment and asked, "Are you sure you don't want my sword and demon blood?" Han Chen nodded, "Sure, hurry up and give it to me." The demon sneered, "As you wish." Moments later, as the demon lord completely vanished, the once dark sky began to brighten again. At this moment, Han Chen was like someone who had just fought a great battle, slumped on the ground. Just then, a system prompt appeared. "Demon Lord Julius has returned to the Abyss Realm. Survivor, you have completed a great enemy repulsion. World influence increased by 32. You gain 10 legendary points. Legendary points, what is that?" Han Chen was somewhat puzzled. He looked at the character interface and indeed saw an additional legendary point. However, it did not indicate the use of legendary points. Shaking his head, Han Chen set it aside for now. Because at this moment, his gaze was already drawn to the center of the Dark Elf territory, where a large black egg was floating above a clear pond. Han Chen's eyes widened. He quickly approached the pond and grabbed the giant egg in his hands. A system prompt appeared. "Obtained unknown species beast egg. Would you like to start incubation? Please note, once you choose to hatch, the creature inside this monster egg will automatically bind as your pet. Each survivor can only bind one pet at this stage, so choose wisely. Hearing the system prompt, Han Chen pondered, "Can I only bind one pet? I don't even know what kind of creature it is inside. Although the demon lord wouldn't pick something of poor quality, I'm still worried." Suddenly, Han Chen felt a wave of regret. Should I have chosen the demon blood or the lord's greatsword instead of this monster egg? However, the next moment, he seemed to think of something, and his expression changed drastically. When he just chose the reward, that demon seemed to prefer that he select the demon blood or the lord's greatsword, and it even confirmed with Han Chen about it. That guy definitely wasn't being kind, so the only possibility is that this demon has a scheme. Han Chen said with a trembling voice, "I remember, the introduction of the demon blood said that after fusion, one would gain demonic power, but would also change to the demon lineage. In other words, I would become part of the demon race. And demons are beings with a strict hierarchy. High-ranking demons have absolute power over the life and death of low-ranking demons. Once I become a demon, will I also be under its control? And that demon lord's great sword, having been its weapon for many years, must have some means set upon it. It could directly control my soul through the sword and seize my body." Damn! Han Chen suddenly woke up. He realized that his guess was likely correct. The demon's initial goal was to control him. He broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth. Cunning bastard. At the same time, he felt immensely relieved. Fortunately, I inadvertently made the right choice. When Han Chen looked again at the pitch-black giant egg ahead, he no longer felt so regretful. After all, compared to his own life, what do these things really matter? Thinking this, Han Chen clicked on hatching without hesitation. A system prompt appeared. "Do you want to hatch the unknown exotic beast egg? This hatching will take 100 hours. 100 hours, that's so long? The time spent is quite long." Han Chen nodded in confirmation and said with anticipation, "I hope it can hatch a powerful pet. I wouldn't mind getting a dragon." Although Han Chen also knew he was just dreaming. This giant egg, from its appearance to its size, had nothing to do with dragons. The chances of it hatching a dragon were very low. Hatching in progress, remaining time 99 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. After dealing with the giant egg, Han Chen looked eagerly towards the pond ahead. He hadn't forgotten his original goal. He had challenged that group of dark elves for the water source in the center of the territory. Although he faced some setbacks and even had a confrontation with a terrifying presence, he finally succeeded. Now, as long as he merges this territory, he will directly have access to a large amount of water resources, completely solving the water crisis. Moreover, if this batch of spirit spring water appeared in the trading market, it would definitely trigger a rush in the entire District 107. And he could make a huge profit from it. Looking at so much water resource, Han Chen felt excited and couldn't wait to annex this empty island territory. You have successfully merged the Dark Elf territory, and the territory area has expanded. You have obtained territory resources, Spirit Spring Water 1532 liters. Spirit Spring Water, a type of pure drinking water that seems to contain some kind of life essence. Drinking it can slowly heal injuries. Seeing the note behind, Han Shan was instantly shocked. He originally thought this was just ordinary drinking water, but the attribute mentioned afterwards elevated the value of this pool of water several levels. What does it mean to heal injuries? In this world, there are no doctors and no healing skills from holy professions. If one gets injured carelessly, they either have to rely on their own constitution to recover or just wait for death. Currently, many human survivors are injured from fighting monsters and cannot receive effective treatment. For some seriously injured survivors, being injured at this time is equivalent to losing their combat ability, which is like being sentenced to death in this world. Especially among melee professions, the casualty rate is even higher. However, the appearance of this spring water has given them new hope. One can imagine how much of a sensation it would cause when the spring water appears on the trading channel. This is not just a pool of water, it's practically a pool of gold. Han Shen was very excited and couldn't wait to taste it first. As the cool spring water went down, Han Shen instantly felt a refreshing sensation from head to toe. So refreshing. The spots on his arms that had just been burned by the fireball suddenly felt a tingling itch. The wounds are healing, the effect is so obvious. After verifying the efficacy of the spring water, Han Shen suddenly had an idea. Now is the time when everyone is in desperate need of water, this is a perfect trading opportunity. Thinking of this, Han Shen decided to act quickly and start acquiring a batch of resources. He opened the chat channel to check the current market situation. However, contrary to expectations, the scene of everyone frantically seeking water resources did not occur. Instead, many people were discussing a survivor selling water. A large amount of information flooded the chat channel. Look, the illusionist is selling water again. This time it's still 100 milliliters. He needs the green weapon from the stealth class. Who has weapons? Hurry and trade. The trading channel sparked another rush, and many people began privately messaging the survivor known as Illusionist. The 100 milliliters of water was sold almost instantly. Has someone found a large water source? Han Shen keenly sensed that someone might have started selling water before him. He checked the chat messages and confirmed Han Shen's suspicion. Indeed, there was a survivor named Illusionist selling water. However, his asking price was outrageous: 100 milliliters of water for 10 essence cores, or 5 kilograms of food, or a green piece of equipment. Any one of those items would be enough to completely drain the belongings of human survivors right now. They had painstakingly gathered these items from some safe islands, only to trade them all away just for a sip of water. Yet, even so, many people were still eager to compete for the purchase. After all, compared to their lives, these items were utterly worthless. Han Shen lowered his head and thought, selling only 100 milliliters at a time, is this a hunger marketing strategy? It's said that this enchanter is selling water resources for the 7th time, so he must still have quite a few water reserves. But he definitely doesn't have as much as I do. To be clear, Han Shen currently has a full 1,500 liters of water, which is equivalent to 1.5 million milliliters. He believes that at this stage, no one in Channel 107 can surpass him. If there were, they would have already traded in bulk. With this in mind, Han Shen directly opened the trading channel and posted a trade message. Consignment item information: spiritual spring water can replenish moisture, has a slight effect on healing injuries. Stock reserve abundant. Trading conditions: each spirit core can be exchanged for 10 milliliters of spiritual spring water. Each piece of fine iron can be exchanged for 5 milliliters of spiritual spring water. Each beast skin can be exchanged for 100 milliliters of spiritual spring water. Each consignor, Xinghe. Han Shen continuously entered various material information while setting different trading rules. From various ores to equipment, skill books, blueprints, and even unopened treasure chests, everything was clearly priced. He knows that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once the survivors on Channel 107 get through this period and solve the water supply issue, it will be impossible to make large acquisitions later on. If these materials are stockpiled, Han Shen will definitely not suffer any losses. Moreover, as time goes on, their value will continue to increase. Han Shen has even considered that, even if he can't use them all, he could turn everything into equipment and sell it to the people on Channel 107, continuing to harvest the resources in their hands, creating a positive cycle. At that time, he might provide equipment for nearly 10,000 people on the entire 107 channel. And Han Shen will make a fortune. When the information about the consignment of spiritual spring water was posted, many survivors cautiously rubbed their eyes, as if they thought they had misread it. Although they were doubtful, they still clicked on the transaction without hesitation, fearing that if they waited even a second longer, it would be snatched away by someone else. When the first survivor successfully exchanged 5 spirit cores, 8 pieces of refined iron, and 30 rare earths for 120 milliliters of spiritual spring water, he was so excited he almost jumped up. He shouted excitedly in the local area network, "Damn! I got it! I got it! Someone is selling water in the trading channel. As long as you have materials, you can exchange for it. Hurry!" What? Once the first one appeared, the second one quickly followed, and Han Shen's spirit spring water was soon being snatched up. Meanwhile, the local area chat channel was buzzing like never before. Many survivors were extremely excited inside. Wow, I really exchanged for it, thank you benefactor. Oh my god, it's not just ordinary water. It's spirit spring water. It works better than regular drinking water and has healing properties. Everyone, hurry up and rush. Exchanging means profit. If you wait too long, it'll be all gone. The chat channel went completely crazy. At this moment, Han Chen was overwhelmed by a flood of system notifications. Transaction successful. You received 6 fine iron. You lost 30 milliliters of spirit spring water. You received 1 bronze treasure chest. You lost 500 milliliters of spirit spring water. You obtained a mage robe blueprint green X1. You lost 300 milliliters of spirit spring water. Han Chen set the trading amount very reasonably. Even if you only had one material, you could exchange it for spirit spring water. Thanks to the fixed pricing, Han Chen skipped the bargaining process and those desperate survivors began to rush to buy. As the system notifications kept flooding the screen, large quantities of materials entered his backpack. In just 5 minutes, his refined iron reserves directly exceeded 1,000, the number of spirit cores surpassed 500, and materials like rare earths and ether broke through 3,000. Moreover, this number continued to grow at a terrifying speed. The 60-slot backpack was quickly filled to capacity. Han Chen could only pile these materials directly on the ground. Before long, small mountains of materials appeared in front of him. At that moment, Han Chen's expression was almost bursting with joy. I've struck it rich. This time, I'm really set. Han Chen rubbed his hands together excitedly, his voice trembling. How long can I use these materials, and how much equipment can I craft? So far, he had exchanged a total of 1052 spirit cores, 4362 rare earths, 3742 refined iron, 5763 ether, 3 skill books, 5 unopened bronze chests, 32 unopened wooden boxes, 7 green equipment blueprints, and thousands of various other miscellaneous materials. However, what Han Chen has paid is nearly 37 liters of spirit spring water, and his remaining reserve of spirit spring water is 1,502 liters. He hasn't even consumed a fraction of it. Is this the benefit of monopoly? It's really amazing, Han Chen exclaimed. Right now in the entire Zone 107, he is the only one selling water resources in large quantities, with no competitors at all. If this continues, Han Chen could even consolidate the gains of nearly 10,000 people in Channel 107 over the past 2 days into his own hands. It's equivalent to them all working for Han Chen these past 2 days. Looking at the materials piling up on the ground, Han Chen thought for a moment and temporarily removed the consignment information for the spirit spring water. The heated situation in the consignment channel came to a sudden halt after 10 minutes. The survivors still waiting for the transaction suddenly became confused. What's going on? Why was it suddenly taken down? At Xinghe, big guy, is the water supply insufficient? I haven't switched yet. At Xinghe, bro, is something wrong? Please let us know, I'm really scared. In the chat channel, many people are frantically tagging Han Chen, but at this moment, Han Chen is busy organizing his territory and is temporarily not checking the messages. Han Chen didn't respond, and that group of people became even more anxious. Especially those survivors who were hesitant about whether to trade what they had, regretted it deeply, wishing they could slap themselves for missing such a great opportunity. If Han Chen doesn't sell anymore, where will they get water? It's over. The great god didn't respond, it might really be sold out. Damn, I thought his pricing was too high at first and trading wasn't worth it, but now, I want to slap myself. Me too. The survivors who didn't manage to trade were devastated, while those who quickly traded for the spiritual spring water when Han Chen listed it were overjoyed and mocked others in the chat channel. Ha, a bunch of fools. No matter how good the materials and equipment are, can they compare to one's life? If you lose your equipment, you can get more, but if you die, it's for real. That's right, and this spiritual spring water can heal injuries. In emergencies, it's like having an extra life. It's a bargain no matter how you look at it. Listening to their mocking voices, the onlooking survivors were almost filled with regret. However, some people were still unwilling to give up. They tried to continue summoning Han Chen, hoping he could provide more spirit spring water. Misu, at Xinghe, great deity, just a little more, please. I swear I won't hesitate at all. Sanwang Shan, at Xinghe, bro, you are our savior. The whole 107 channel is relying on you. Please sell some more water. Shenfeng Tudo, at Xinghe, dad. You sure, dude upstairs, you're really something, at Shenfeng Tudo. Shenfeng Tudo, what's wrong with me? If someone is willing to sell water, that's my savior, my second parents. From now on, he's my Xinghe dad. At that moment, a familiar name appeared in the chat channel. Xinghe, ahem. What happened? Han Chen awkwardly coughed twice. Seeing Han Chen speak, the entire 107 channel momentarily froze. Shenfeng Tudo, at Xinghe dad. Did you come out because I summoned you? Yuan Shingaosho, the great deity has finally appeared. I beg you, please sell some more spirit spring water. At this moment, Han Chen scrolled through the chat history and finally understood what had happened in the chat channel. He smiled and said, everyone, don't worry. There is still spring water available and I will put another batch up for sale shortly. Do ya? At Star River. Really? Great deity, I'm counting on your spring water to save me. Lost? Great. This time I definitely won't hesitate. In the chat channel, many survivors sighed with relief from the bottom of their hearts. They initially thought that Han Shen's spring water had sold out and that they had missed out on a great opportunity, but unexpectedly, he said there was still some left. Star River, how much spring water do you have left, and is the price still the same as before? Han Shen replied, you don't need to worry about that, I will restock the spring water, but the trading conditions will change a bit. Upon hearing this, the survivors in Channel 107 thought Han Shen was going to raise the price, and their hearts skipped a beat. Han Shen seemed to know their concerns and directly said, don't worry, it's not a price increase, it's just that some exchange conditions will be added. If anyone has furniture, house, or territory design blueprints, you can come to me to exchange for spring water, and the price will be favorable. By the way, if anyone has storage boxes or storage box blueprints, you can prioritize coming to me to exchange for spring water. A white-grade storage box can be exchanged with me for 500 milliliters of spring water, and the blueprint can be exchanged for 2,000 milliliters. A green-grade storage box can be exchanged for 2,000 milliliters of spring water, while the blueprint can be exchanged for 10,000 milliliters of spring water. This is also why Han Shen entered the chat channel. Right now, he has too many materials piled up in his territory and needs several storage boxes to collect them. Upon hearing the extremely high rewards offered by Han Shen, many survivors were shocked. To put it into perspective, previously Han Shen's listed price for a bronze treasure chest was only 500 milliliters of spring water, and a green equipment blueprint could only be exchanged for 300 milliliters. Now, for a white-grade storage box blueprint, he directly listed it at a high price of 2,000 milliliters, and for a green grade, it was 10,000 milliliters. Many people even wished they could conjure up a blueprint right now to trade with Han Shen. Who has a storage box blueprint? Hurry up, the great god needs it. Whoever has a storage box or blueprint, bring it out quickly. In the chat channel, people were worried that Han Shen might not be able to get the storage box blueprint and would stop selling spring water, so they started to feel anxious for him. But the probability of this blueprint dropping seems to be quite low. After all, storage boxes are space-type items just like space backpacks, with a larger capacity. The downside is that they cannot be carried and can only be stored in the territory. At that moment, a survivor named Cream Puff slowly said, I seem to have a blueprint for a storage box here, it's of green quality, is that okay? Han Shen smiled and said, sure, let's trade. He immediately sent a trade request to the other party, who accepted it readily. Then, the system prompt appeared. You have obtained a storage box blueprint, green, you have lost 10 liters of spirit spring water. The reserve of spirit spring water dropped by 1,500 liters, but for Han Shen, it was hardly significant. At this moment, Cream Puff excitedly said in the chat channel that he had exchanged for a full 10,000 milliliters of spirit spring water, which made other survivors very envious. At this time, Han Shen said in the local area network, everyone, please be patient. I will put up another batch of spirit spring water shortly, just come to me for trading. Okay, great god, we'll wait for you. At Xinghe, thank you, great god Xinghe, you are the savior of our channel 107. In the chat channel, facing everyone's flattery, Han Shen smiled. Just as he was about to exit the chat channel, he suddenly saw a familiar name tagging him. Levi, at Xinghe, what's going on? Why did you directly refuse when I tried to trade with you? Levi questioned Han Shen in the chat channel. At this moment, someone named Wu Tianlei said, even our people from the Lei group have been refused when trying to trade with you. What do you want? Don't you want to do business anymore? Facing their questioning, Han Shen chuckled and said, I don't want anything, I just don't want to trade with your Lei group. Other survivors keenly sensed the unusual meaning in Han Shen's words. This god seems to have a conflict with the people from the Lei group? At this moment, they remembered that the person the Lei group was trying to blacklist in the chat channel yesterday seemed to be Xinghe. It's over. This group of fools offended the god, and now he simply won't trade with them. Many people silently mourned for the Lei group in their hearts for a few seconds. At this moment, Lei Wei also knew that Han Shen was holding a grudge from yesterday. He suppressed his anger and said quietly, Kid, is it really necessary to be so petty? Although we had some grievances before, that was just me. There's no need to involve everyone else from the Lei group, right? However, Han Shen smiled and replied, is that so? I remember yesterday, your Lei group had a whole bunch of people jumping out, clamoring to blacklist me and refusing to trade with me. Well, congratulations, you succeeded. Lei Wei was stunned for a moment, then his tone turned grim. Xinghe, don't take things too far. If you don't sell us water, dozens of lives from the Lei group will be on your hands. The atmosphere in the chat channel was quite strange. Lei Wei directly brought up dozens of lives to pressure Han Shen into selling water. However, Han Shen sneered, Lei Wei, I told you before, don't think you can fool me with your tricks. Do you really think moral coercion will work on me? You are their leader, so you have to take responsibility for your subordinates. Since it was your decision, you must bear the consequences. If you can't handle it, it just proves your incompetence. After saying that, Han Chen didn't want to argue with Lei Weidu anymore and directly exited the chat channel. Only Lei Wei, with a pale face, remained, shaking with anger as he looked at the chat channel. The other members of the Lei group were all as pale as paper. At this moment, in Han Chen's floating island territory, he squeezed out from a pile of materials. Lei Wei's rhetoric had no effect on him, even though he deliberately exaggerated the situation. But Han Chen knew that although water resources in Channel 107 were scarce, some people definitely still had reserves. The Lei group could completely trade with these people, but it would require a greater cost. It just depended on whether Lei Wei was willing to pay it. Shaking his head, Han Chen no longer thought about those people. Instead, he looked at the territory that had nearly doubled in size and smiled, revealing a row of big white teeth. Previously, his territory was 32 square meters, and after merging with the Dark Elf's floating island, it expanded directly to 64 cubic meters. A large platform of 8 meters by 8 meters was suspended in the sky. Although the space was large, the massive materials still made the platform very crowded and chaotic. Han Chen finally managed to escape the pile of materials and found 2 empty spots at the edge. Then, he looked at the requirements for making the storage box on the blueprint section. Storage box blueprint, green. Materials required: Spirit Core *50, Refined Iron *100, Secret Silver *10, Rare Earth *100. Success rate 10%. Affected by the God-level craftsman talent, success rate has reached 100%. It actually requires secret silver as a material. Han Chen pondered. The source of secret silver is quite rare. Apart from a small chance of obtaining some from bronze treasure chests, the only way left is to rely on luck to find a few pieces of secret silver ore. I wonder if there's any in Channel 107 now. Han Chen was a bit uncertain, but when he returned to the chat channel and expressed his intention to purchase secret silver, he still received many responses. In the end, he successfully traded 2,000 milliliters of spirit spring water for 21 pieces of secret silver. Indeed, with many people, there's strength in numbers. Even if the chances are low, there will always be a few lucky ones who can obtain these materials. With all the materials needed for the storage box gathered, Han Chen directly clicked on the crafting button. A dazzling green light flashed, and a corner of the material mound on the ground disappeared. Before him, a 180-second progress bar appeared. Since it's a crafting tool, it takes a bit longer to complete. After waiting for 3 minutes, a system notification arrived. Successfully crafted storage box, green, *2. Storage box, green, quality good, storage space 350, special effect, expansion, adds an extra 50 to storage space. Storage box, green, quality rare, storage space 400, special effect, intermediate expansion, adds an extra 100 to storage space. 2 storage boxes, one of good quality and one of rare quality, together with the effects, increased the total storage space by 750 slots. The godly craftsman talent once again demonstrated its powerful effect. Great, now I have more than enough space. As soon as the words fell, clang! A hollow sound echoed, and 2 storage boxes made of refined iron, each about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, appeared before Han Chen. Because the boxes were made entirely of refined iron, they appeared black, with white patterns formed by mithril embellishing them. Han Chen stuffed all the mound-like materials on the ground into the storage boxes. After a moment, the territory became empty again. Han Chen clapped his hands, reopened the consignment channel, and started selling spirit spring water. Channel 107 was once again buzzing with activity. Many people began to rush to trade supplies with Han Chen, and within just a few seconds, there were hundreds of trade requests. In fact, the trading atmosphere was even more fervent than the first time. Han Chen clicked on trade requests until his fingers felt numb, busy, and overwhelmed. Trade successful. You have received the complete furniture blueprint. You have lost 500 milliliters of spirit spring water. Trade successful. You have received the blueprint for leather boots. Green. You have lost 300 milliliters of spirit spring water. Trade successful. You have received the blueprint for warrior pendant. Green. You have lost 500 milliliters of spirit spring water. Due to Han Chen changing the trading conditions, this time he removed various equipment and instead accepted various blueprints, discarding the duplicates directly. This trading frenzy lasted nearly 2 hours, and Han Chen felt like his hands were about to cramp up. When the last trade was completed, Han Chen collapsed onto the ground as if he had just fought a fierce battle. However, despite being tired, Han Chen's face showed an excited expression. After all, who wouldn't feel thrilled seeing a dozen skill books and dozens of blueprints for equipment and weapons quietly lying in their backpack? Not only that, but on the edge of the territory, for storage boxes occupied 8 square meters. Just now, due to the materials being filled up, Han Chen temporarily made 2 more. Now, with 4 storage boxes and nearly 3,000 slots, they are crammed full of various materials. Previously, during the first wave of trading for 10 minutes, Han Chen exchanged 37 liters of spirit spring water for about 20,000 materials. Now, in 2 hours of trading, Han Chen has consumed over 400 liters of spirit spring water. From this, one can imagine just how many materials and spirit cores he has hoarded. This wave has really made a fortune. Han Chen excitedly stood up. These materials, especially rare earth and ether, are indispensable as a special material. Their uses are very broad and will be needed for crafting large engineering tools and magical devices in the future. More importantly, it's the spirit cores. Han Shen has discovered that the more powerful the equipment produced, the more spirit cores are needed, and the uses of spirit cores are quite diverse. After reading these materials, Han Shen then looked at the 17 skill books. Among them, there are 5 skill books for the rogue, including basic skills such as stealth, backstab, and throat cutting. The warrior has 4 books featuring skills like charge, aerial slash, and horizontal strike. The paladin's skills include divine strike, holy sphere, and purification. There are also the mage's ice arrow, fireball, windblade, and lightning strike, which are all damage skills urgently needed by the mage class. What Han Shen looks forward to the most are the 3 skill books for the hunter class. Windchaser arrow fires a rapid arrow that deals 130% damage to the enemy. Multi-shot continuously fires 5 arrows, each dealing 80% damage. Roll allows for a quick roll during combat. Great! Han Shen clenched his fist. Now, I've gathered all the basic skills for the hunter before the advancement, except for one weakness strike. Then there was that pile of blueprints. Han Shen was too lazy to look at them one by one, so he clicked to learn them all. Since Han Shen did not trade for duplicate blueprints, all the blueprints here are ones he hasn't learned yet. Beast skin short boots, beast skin shorts, traveler's ring, warrior's pendant. Since leather armor provides the highest agility attribute, it is the top choice for hunters and rogues. He ignored the light armor, fine iron heavy armor, and some green robe that he couldn't use. Now, aside from not having a helmet and gauntlets, he almost has a half set of 1-star green equipment. With materials not being a problem at all, Han Shen quickly crafted 7 or 8 sets. After filtering out some fine quality green gear, what remained were all rare quality green items. In total, there were 4 pieces of rare quality green gear. Beast skin shorts, green, quality rare, defense 2-4, agility +3, special effect, basic magic resistance. Beast skin short boots, green, quality rare, defense 1-2, agility +6, special effect, sprint, active effect, after activation, running speed increases by 50% for 10 seconds. Warrior pendant, green, quality rare, strength +6, constitution +2, special effect, warrior's roar. When attacked, there is a 50% chance to trigger warrior's roar status, increasing your attack power by 10%, lasting for 10 seconds. Traveler's ring, green, quality rare, strength +2, agility +2, spirit +2, constitution +2, special effect. Han Shen equipped everything, significantly boosting his attributes. His stats have changed. Name, Han Shen. Race, human. Class, hunter. Level, LV2. Strength, 6+9, warrior pendant +6, traveler's ring +2, leather coat +1, agility, 6+15, space backpack +4, leather boots +6, leather shorts +3, traveler's ring +2, spirit 5+2, traveler's ring +2, constitution 8+8, space backpack +4, warrior pendant +2, traveler's ring +2. Skills, basic bow mastery, double arrow, wind chaser arrow, multi-shot, roll. Talent, god level craftsman, SSS. Looking at his attributes, Han Shen suddenly sighed and said, I'm really strong. At present, Han Shen's equipment is indeed very powerful among the survivors. His attributes are already enough to dominate other level 5 survivors. Besides his attributes, he has also learned 3 hunter skills. Combined with the temporary attack power boost effect from the warrior pendant he just crafted, and the sprint effect from the short boots, his combat ability has been significantly enhanced. Next time I encounter the Dark Elf team, it won't be so thrilling. Han Shen thought happily. While he was organizing these materials, several hours had passed, and the sky was gradually getting darker. The second day since the human survivors arrived in this world was coming to an end. During this time, Han Shen also opened those dozens of bronze treasure chests. Of course, the bronze treasure chests can only yield green equipment and blueprints at most, with a small chance of dropping skill books. He doesn't lack these items now. He stuffed everything he opened into the storage box. Han Shen glanced at the sky and thought for a moment, saying, It's getting late, let's not continue exploring other islands today. Balancing work and rest is important. Han Shen was not in a hurry. He opened a newly acquired book titled Complete Guide to Furniture Making. I can start making furniture now. Han Shen opened the furniture making guide and first crafted a bed, a pillow, and a blanket for himself. He also added several stools, a table, torch stands, a barbecue rack, and a campfire stove among other furniture. A large platform of 66 square meters is already quite spacious, enough for him to arrange these facilities. The originally empty territory began to take on a sense of home at this moment. 1-meter-high torch stands were placed in the 4 corners of the territory, each holding a dark firestone, casting flickering light and warmth. Han Shen looked at the progress of the beast egg hatching, receiving a system notification. Hatching in progress, remaining time until complete hatching, 94 hours, 47 minutes, and 32 seconds. There are still 94 hours left. After a quick glance, he stopped paying attention and comfortably lay down on the bed, gazing at the starry sky before falling asleep. The next day, a system announcement wakes all survivors from their dreams. Announcement: the number of level 2 survivors in a certain area has surpassed 1,000 and the territory leaderboard is now open. Territory leaderboard: survivors earn 1 point for every 1 square unit of territory they expand. The top 100 survivors in each area who first reach 1,000 points will receive ranking rewards. Meanwhile, the blue star survivors assigned to different areas expressed their confusion. Territory leaderboard? The number of level 2 survivors has already surpassed 1,000? Which area is that fast? At this moment, the people in the 107 area channel shared the same confusion. But the next moment, they would know which area was that fast. Announcement: in your 107 area, 1,000 survivors have been the first to reach level 2, and you have gained the Brave Battle status effect. Brave Battle: during the leaderboard duration, survivors' attributes increase by 10%. Damn! It's us in area 107. Brothers are really amazing. First in the entire server. So awesome. The sudden system announcement also woke Han Chen up. He noticed a new effect called Brave Fighting on his status bar and smiled slightly. Impressive. It seems everyone in Zone 107 is a hardcore player, staying up all night. Truly amazing. Han Chen exclaimed sincerely. He didn't realize that Zone 107's achievement of being first in the entire server also had a part to do with him. While all human survivors were in a state of extreme water scarcity, Han Chen took down a dark elf squad and outsmarted a powerful demon, ultimately finding a large water source. Although he only traded a few hundred liters of water, dividing it among thousands of people seemed minimal. Yet, this little bit of water revitalized them, restoring their combat capabilities. Having gone through this experience, they understood even more that they must actively explore the Sky Islands for more resources while in good condition. This is also one of the reasons why the 107 channel is ahead of the other zones. Han Chen quickly opened the regional territory points leaderboard. He discovered that the current number 1 in the entire 107 channel was none other than himself. First place, Xinghe, territory points 66. Second place, Heiying, territory points 42. Third place, Whisperer, territory points 35. Fourth place, Papaya Star Spirit, territory points 32. In the top 100, Han Chen's personal territory points are far ahead, though the other survivors are not to be underestimated. Those who made the list have territory points that have exceeded double digits. This indicates that they have at least experienced one or several battles and have gradually adapted to the rhythm of this world. The leaderboard? What are the rewards? Han Chen looked at the leaderboard interface and the next moment the system prompt appeared again. Territory points leaderboard rewards have been updated. Rank 51 to 100, reward 10 units of food, 5 units of fresh water, 100 spirit cores, 1 random advanced profession scroll. Rank 21 to 50, reward 20 units of food, 10 units of fresh water, 200 spirit cores, 1 choice of green weapon, 1 random advanced profession scroll. Rank 11 to 20, reward 30 units of food, 15 units of fresh water, 300 spirit cores, 1 choice of green weapon, 1 choice of green equipment, 1 choice of advanced profession scroll. Rank 4 to 10, reward 50 units of food, 20 units of fresh water, 500 spirit cores, 1 choice of blue weapon, 1 choice of advanced profession scroll. Third place reward, 100 units of food, 50 units of fresh water, 1000 spirit cores, 1 choice of blue weapon, 1 silver treasure chest, 1 choice of advanced career scroll. Second place reward, 200 units of food, 50 units of fresh water, 1000 spirit cores, 1 choice of blue weapon blueprint, 1 silver treasure chest, 1 choice of advanced career scroll. Seeing the rewards above, Han Chen was astonished. The silver treasure chest and blue equipment are available, plus the advanced career scroll. These rewards are probably enough to make many people fight for them, right? However, when he saw the reward for first place, his eyes widened instantly. First place reward, 500 units of food, 200 units of fresh water, 1000 spirit cores, 1 choice of purple weapon blueprint, 1 silver treasure chest, 1 hidden career scroll. The previous rewards were ignored by Han Chen. His gaze was fixated on the last item. Hidden career scroll. When choosing his career, Han Chen had already made it clear that he wanted to advance to the hidden career of Hunter. Wild Ranger. But so far, it seems he has not found any trigger conditions for this hidden career. According to Han Chen's estimation, he wouldn't be able to take on the Wild Ranger's job change quest until he reaches level 8 or 9. But now, an opportunity has presented itself before him. As long as he secures the top spot on the leaderboard, he won't need to struggle to find the Wild Ranger's triggering quest. Instead, he can directly change to a powerful hidden class after reaching level 10. In Sky Island Paradise, no one knows exactly how many hidden classes exist. However, since they are hidden, one cannot say they are absolutely stronger than other classes, but they must have their unique merits. In that moment, Han Chen was determined to secure the first place. As soon as the points reward was updated, not only Han Chen saw the reward information, but other survivors also noticed the astonishing rewards for first place, and they all turned green with envy. The chat channel was already flooded with messages at this point. So many rewards. Even food and water are rewarded by units. Anyone who makes it into the top 100 will basically have no worries about food and drink. That's right, and what's more important is that there are actually advanced class scrolls. I saw on the game's interface that after reaching level 10, to break through further, you'll need these advanced class scrolls, which will allow you to become a high-level class. At that point, your power will undergo a qualitative change, with significant attribute boosts and the ability to learn more advanced skills. By then, dealing with these creatures below level 10 will be like a father beating his son. Upon hearing about the advanced classes, many survivors' eyes sparkled with hope. Wow, the top 10 actually have blue weapon rewards, and the top 3 even get a silver chest. That's incredibly tempting. Yeah, if I can just get a reward in the top 3, I would be satisfied. The survivors in District 107 were discussing the rewards for the top 10, but very few mentioned the reward for first place, which was a strange phenomenon. At this point, someone finally asked, why is no one talking about the first place reward? That's a hidden class. Plus, there's a purple weapon that hasn't even been seen yet. Don't even think about it, haven't you seen who the current first place is? That's our savior from District 107, the god of the galaxy. Whirlwind Potato, that's my dad. Don't compete with my dad for first place. Meanwhile, in District 107, several organizations that were starting to take shape began an emergency discussion meeting. Whispers of the Divine Discussion Group. As you all can see, the rewards for the top 100 are quite enticing. In Whispers of the Divine, as long as a few of us make it into the top 100, it basically solves our survival issues. The speaker is the third on the leaderboard, the Whisperer, who is a mage. The Whisperer continued, so, for those who still have the ability, you must explore the clouds around you to expand your territory. And I will also strive to keep my position at third place. Of course, first place is also my goal. Therefore, I hope to get your support. The other team members responded, Boss, just let us know what you need. The brothers will support you. That's right, support you, Boss Whisperer. Airplane Boys Discussion Group. Everyone, stay focused. Our Airplane Boys group already has 3 members in the top 100 list. Let's try to get a few more. We must ensure that Boss Papaya Spirit stays in the top 10. Keep 10, aim for 3, chase 1. Boss Papaya Spirit, we support you. In contrast to the lively atmosphere of the other discussion groups, another group in District 107 appears somewhat strange. That is the Dusk Mercenaries Discussion Group. In the discussion group, a survivor named Vulture asked, Captain, do you hope to take first place this time? Meanwhile, on a certain empty island territory, a man dressed in a full set of stealth gear with a gloomy expression stopped in his tracks. He is the one ranked second on the leaderboard, Black Hawk. Seeing the messages in the discussion group, he did not respond immediately, but tersely replied with one word, difficult, I will try my best. Others expressed disbelief, saying, Captain, you don't even have confidence in taking the first spot in the galaxy? You are. Black Hawk was silent for a moment before replying again, he is very strong, I can't see through him. But, I will do my best. Han Chen climbed out of bed, feeling re-energized. Seeing the chat in the local area network, all survivors in Channel 107 were filled with enthusiasm. Great, it looks like everyone is in high spirits. Han Chen stretched his body and clenched his fists. I also want to start pushing for the leaderboard. However, before climbing the ranks, there are some things to do. He opened the blueprint section and crafted over 500 fine iron arrows in one go. A total of over 1,000 pieces of refined iron were consumed, but for his current material reserves, it's hardly worth mentioning. Then, Han Chen began mass-producing containers, with the relevant blueprints available in the furniture encyclopedia. He was making glass bottles, which came in 3 sizes, small, medium, and large. The small glass bottle had a capacity of 100 milliliters, the medium glass bottle had a capacity of 500 milliliters, and the large glass bottle had a capacity of 1000 milliliters. Because they were made from special materials, although they were glass bottles, they also had quite strong resistance to breaking and impact. He filled up all the spring water from the puddle on the ground and placed it into the storage box, then Han Chen clapped his hands and stood up. Great, now I don't have to worry about monsters rushing into my territory and destroying the supply of spring water during battles. After finishing these tasks, Han Chen pondered for a moment and entered their discussion group. Han Chen, hey guys, did you see the announcement? Should we take a shot at it and try to all make it into the top 10? Cheng Jianyong, Xinggu, do you think too highly of us? My territory points just reached 12 and I'm not even in the top 100. As for Yungu, he should still have hope, he already has 20 points and is ranked 91st. Han Chen was a bit surprised and said, you've already made it into the top 100? Well done, Xiao Yun. At this time, Xin Yun replied, it's going well. Mainly, the skill book that Xing gave me has helped a lot. There were places I didn't dare to explore before, but now with Holy Light Healing, I'm willing to take on the challenge. Plus, I've healed from injuries several times thanks to this skill. In the early stages, a skill book really makes a big difference. Cheng Jianyong listened with envy and then said somewhat mournfully, I'm so jealous. Xing is really good to you. If I had a skill book too, maybe I would have made it into the top 50 by now. Xin Yun disdainfully replied, keep dreaming. There are nearly 10,000 people in Area 107, and there are definitely many hidden talents. Don't underestimate others. However, Cheng Jianyong stubbornly said if I had a skill book I could definitely push into the top 50. After saying that, he somewhat dramatically declared Emperor Jianyong not weaker than anyone. Han Chen. Shun Yun. Han Chen speechlessly said, Cheng Jianyong, stop being cringy. Cheng Jianyong shyly smiled. At this moment, Han Chen continued to ask, seriously, if I gave you a skill book, could you really push into the top 50? Cheng Jianyong suddenly realized something after hearing it and exclaimed, Xingge, could it be? Han Chen smiled. Cheng Jianyong quickly asked with anticipation, Xingge, do you really have it? Let me see, what does a warrior's skill book look like? His tone was filled with longing, but Han Chen said, wait a moment, I haven't finished speaking. What you just said, one skill book can get into the top 50, so what if I give you two? Cheng Jianyong's breath caught and he cautiously replied, two books. Then, that would be top 20? 3 books. Hiss. At this moment, not only was Cheng Jianyong unsettled, but even Shin Yun was breathing a bit rapidly. Both of them revealed a look of desire, and Cheng Jianyong excitedly said, Xingge, from now on, you are my real brother. Whatever you want me to do in the future, I will do it. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. I am your #1 fan. Knowing Han Chen as they did, they understood he wouldn't joke about something that didn't exist. Since he dared to say it, it meant he really had it. At this moment, Shin Yun also nervously said, Xingge, I want one too. The two of them heard the sound and instantly got goosebumps all over. Cheng Jianyong cursed, damn, Shin Yun, you're really disgusting, throwing away your dignity just for a skill book. However, Shin Yun quickly retorted, Cheng Jianyong, how can you say that? Aren't you just as bad? You're disgusting. You're shameless. Listening to their insults, Han Chen laughed and said, alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. You both will get everything, not just the skill book, but also green equipment and weapons. I have all of these and will trade them to you right away. Han Chen sent them a trade request. As they looked at the trade window, skill books were being tossed in one after another, almost covering all the skills of early professions, followed by armor and weapons. In that moment, Shin Yun and Cheng Jianyong both felt a sense of unreality. Brother Xing, are all of these for us? Both of them spoke with uncertainty, fully aware of the value of these items. However, before they could process it, they saw that 20 bottles of spiritual spring water had also appeared in the trade window. Shin Yun and Cheng Jianyong were simultaneously stunned, their expressions falling into confusion. They aren't fools. After seeing so many precious spring waters and recalling what happened in the chat channel recently, the two have already guessed Han Chen's identity in their hearts. Cheng Jianyong cautiously asked, Brother Xing, the #1 on the leaderboard, that Xinghe, it can't be you, right? That's right. Han Chen readily admitted it, telling them that revealing his virtual name wasn't a big deal. Hiss. Upon hearing Han Chen's confirmation, both of them gasped in surprise. Shin Yun also said in shock, I had my suspicions before, but I never dared to be sure. I didn't expect that person really is Brother Xing. Cheng Jianyong also lamented, so Brother Xing is that Xinghe deity. I was wondering who had the ability to gather so many water resources at once. Han Chen laughed heartily, you didn't even ask. Alright, quickly accept it all. We need to hurry and climb the leaderboard. Feel free to drink the spring water, I still have more if you need it. Don't die on me. Han Chen closed the discussion group. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong and Shin Yun were still chatting. Cheng Jianyong said, it's really scary, Brother Xing just gave us so many things at once, now it's impossible not to charge forward. Shin Yun also agreed, with these equipment and skills, it shouldn't be a problem for us to break into the top 10. You need to work hard too, don't embarrass Brother Xing. I definitely won't. Shin Yun, I'm telling you, in 2 days, I'll surpass you. Anyone can brag, but you can't possibly surpass me. Then let's see who can do it. The two were filled with confidence, and just as they were about to log off, Shin Yun said something. By the way, don't tell anyone about Brother Xing's identity. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. At this moment, Han Chen controlled the floating island territory to start moving forward. The clouds within dozens of kilometers nearby were all about the same size. The smallest were about a dozen cubic meters, and the largest were only similar to those in the Dark Elf camp, with over 30 cubic meters. For Han Chen, these clouds posed no threat with their size and the monsters inside. He approached a cloud mass and began to make contact, and a system prompt came through. There seems to be a cold aura brewing inside. Do you wish to enter? Han Chen clicked to enter directly. The clouds dispersed, revealing a completely snow-white monster inside. Frost Slime, 1-star creature. Level, LV3. Strength 10, Agility 7, Spirit 8, Constitution 8. Skills, Frost Armor, Snowball Throw. As this round creature exuding a chill appeared, Han Chen shot an arrow without hesitation. Wind Arrow, go! The fine iron arrow carried the essence of the wind, moving at an unimaginable speed. Its powerful penetration instantly pierced through the slime's icy shell. Crack! With a crisp sound, the ice shattered. The arrow, along with its tip, completely entered the slime's body. The frost slime immediately shook violently. Han Chen's eyes lit up. He had struck the slime's vital point. TSK. After changing a few pieces of equipment, this attack power is really different. I didn't expect to injure a level 3 monster with just one arrow. Fortunately, you are a slime. If you were a humanoid with a brain, that arrow would have blown your head off. Hehehe. Hearing Han Chen's strange laughter, the frost slime ahead widened its eyes in terror. Poor slime, let me shoot. No, let me help you be free. Han Chen drew the bowstring and shot the second arrow, then a system notification appeared. You have killed Frost Slime LV3, gain 30 experience points. Your territory has expanded. After merging this slime's territory, Han Chen's territory area reached 72 cubic units and he remained first on the leaderboard. Han Chen continued tirelessly to engage with other clouds. You have killed Red Firefox LV3, gain 30 experience points, your territory has expanded. You have killed Black-maned Wild Boar LV3, gain 30 experience points, your territory has expanded. You have killed. System notifications appeared one after another. From morning until the sun was about to set, Han Chen hardly took a moment to rest. In the continuous exploration of the clouds, he encountered many monsters one after another. Emerald frogs, lightning slimes, hunched wild boar herds. One by one, the monsters fell under his arrows. Han Chen gained a large amount of experience, and the experience bar beneath his character panel reached 90% of level 2. Meanwhile, his territory expanded to nearly double in size, and on the territory leaderboard, Han Chen firmly held the first place with 129 points. He is currently the only one whose territory area has surpassed 3 digits. The current second place is the Rising Papaya Star Spirit, with 95 points, surpassing the previous Whisperer and Black Hawk. However, their gap is not very large now, and the other two are also closely pursuing. Han Chen pondered. It seems the competition on the leaderboard is intense. Intense is an understatement. What he didn't know was that the chat channel in Area 107 was already about to explode over this ranking. Ranks 2, 3, and 4 are all powerful entities, and there are several other forces among the top 10. With the encouragement of some interested parties, it seems that passionate exchanges have started in the chat channel to disrupt the competitors on the leaderboard. Aside from the relatively low-profile Black Shadow mercenary group, the other teams have all joined in the insults. Of course, none of this has anything to do with Han Chen. As the sun sets behind the mountains, a crescent moon rises among the branches. Under the moonlight, a human clad in leather armor, wielding an iron bow, is fighting against a greystone giant wolf. His agile figure keeps leaping back and forth on the suspended platform, evading the greystone giant wolf's attacks, and then, taking advantage of the distance, he draws his bow and shoots. This person is none other than Han Chen. Wolf brother, come on, run faster. Have you not eaten? My dog runs faster than you. Are you really a wolf? Or are you just a little mutt dressed in wolf's skin? While pulling and tugging with the giant wolf, Han Chen is spouting trash talk. Although he doesn't know if the giant wolf understands, his distraction tactics are indeed working. The giant wolf's eyes are turning increasingly red, bloodshot. It becomes even angrier and roars as it lunges towards Han Chen. At that moment, the human hunter across suddenly narrowed his eyes, and an arrow with a hint of green shot through the air at a terrifying speed. The greystone giant wolf had no way to evade and could only let the arrow pierce into its abdomen. Got it! Han Chen exclaimed excitedly. Watching the greystone giant wolf's movements grow increasingly sluggish, he knew the neurotoxin on the arrowhead was taking effect. Han Chen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, this elite monster is really tough, it can still bounce around after taking so many of my arrows. Indeed, this greystone giant wolf is an elite wild monster. Han Chen encountered it while clearing the last cloud in the area, and a battle ensued. Before him, the monster's attributes appeared. Greystone giant wolf, 1-star elite creature. Level, LV3. Strength 15, Agility 20, Spirit 11, Constitution 18. Skills, Swift Pounce, Bite, Bloodthirsty. With a total of 3 skills as an elite creature, coupled with its formidable attributes, any human survivor who encounters it is likely to die. Han Chen knew that this might be related to his exploration speed. This area's clouds had almost all been conquered by him, and this giant wolf was likely the strongest monster in the area aside from the Dark Elf team, equivalent to a small boss of the region. At this moment, the greystone giant wolf was pierced by 7 or 8 iron arrows. Although none hit its vital points, the continuously acting nerve toxin made it increasingly weaker. The movements of the greystone giant wolf gradually slowed down, and in that moment, it seemed to realize that its fate was already sealed. The giant wolf's ferocious gaze regained a hint of calm as it looked at Han Chen, then glanced around. The greystone giant wolf seemed to have made a certain decision, let out a howl to the sky, and then suddenly jumped into Han Chen's territory. Seeing this, Han Chen narrowed his eyes, ready for the giant wolf's attack at any moment. However, at this moment, the greystone giant wolf's target was not him, but it rushed towards the 5 storage boxes at the edge of the territory. Cunning guy, trying to damage my territory before dying? Han Chen remained calm and raised the bow and arrow in his hand. In the next moment, the multi-shot skill is activated. Whoosh! 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 5 piercing sounds rang out in succession as 5 iron arrows shot towards the massive body of the greystone giant wolf at terrifying speed. Thud! 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 4 out of 5 arrows hit their target. The already disoriented Greystone Giant Wolf staggered after taking consecutive heavy hits, ultimately collapsing. You have killed the Greystone Giant Wolf, Elite Level LV3, gaining 150 experience points. Your level has increased. I leveled up. Having reached level 3, Han Shen looked at his panel and nodded, saying, "Not bad." Agility increased by 3 points, strength, spirit, and constitution each increased by 1 point. Over the past 2 days, he had roughly figured out the upgrade bonus patterns for human survivors. Before reaching levels 1 to 10, that is, before becoming an advanced class, each level up generally adds about 4 to 6 points to attributes. Then, based on their professional specialties, corresponding attributes would increase even more. For example, hunters gain agility, warriors gain strength, mages gain spirit, and clerics gain both spirit and constitution attributes, etc. At this moment, a different notification appeared. You have defeated the elite monster in this area, and you can now explore higher level areas. Please note that monsters in higher level areas will become stronger. Survivors should choose carefully during exploration. Please note that monsters in higher level areas will become stronger. Survivors should choose carefully during exploration. Higher level area? Han Shen looked around and noticed that there were indeed many clouds of various sizes in the distant sky. There were far more clouds than in his current area. So I've been in the beginner area all this time, and I can only go to the higher level map after defeating the strongest monster in this area. Han Shen seemed to understand some of the game's mechanics, shook his head, and said, "Forget it, that area is still far from here. At my current pace, it will take at least 4 or 5 hours. I'll deal with it tomorrow." Thinking of this, Han Shen decided to handle the loot in front of him first. He walked over to the corpse of the Grey Rock Giant Wolf and began to dismantle it directly. Successfully decomposed the corpse of the Greystone Giant Wolf, recovered 13 fine iron arrows, obtained 1 star quality beast hide, acquired 104 kilograms of thick wolf meat, obtained 1 beast heart, gained 5 blood of the strong. Star quality beast hide? Han Shen looked at the thick fur on the ground. I remember this can be used to craft blue leather armor. What a good find. As for the beast heart and the blood of the strong, he wasn't clear on their uses yet, so he decided to store them for now. There wasn't much of value in the territory of the Greystone Giant Wolf, but after Han Shen merged the empty islands, he discovered some unexpected surprises. Under the moonlight, at the edge of the Giant Wolf's territory, several rocky areas were shimmering with a silver glow. There are treasures. Han Shen's eyes lit up. He walked over and squatted down to take a closer look. Han Shen said uncertainly, "This should be some kind of ore. Should I try digging?" Thinking of this, Han Shen took out an iron pickaxe from his backpack and started to strike vigorously. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking stone echoed continuously. When Han Shen knocked off the surface stones from these ores, the glimmering silver ore was finally revealed, and the system prompt appeared at that moment. Mithril ore needs to be smelted to extract the mithril inside. Smelting? Han Shen was puzzled. I don't have the equipment. Do I need to build a smelting workshop? Mithril is a valuable resource and a primary material for crafting other blue-tier equipment. However, it seems that at the current stage, the survivors are unable to refine this metal, unless future updates unlock the territory construction feature. At that time, survivors will be able to build various facilities in their territories, such as smelting workshops, weapon research institutes, defensive structures, and even taverns, etc. For now, mithril can only be obtained with a small probability from treasure chests. Han Shen had previously received over 20 mithril ingots, thanks to the efforts of lucky players, but of course, the odds are very low. Since he couldn't refine mithril for the time being, Han Shen stuffed all the mithril ore into his storage box. Then, he looked at the leaderboard. First place, Xingha, territory points 184. Second place, Whisperer, territory points 162. Third place, Black Hawk, territory points 123. Fourth place, Papaya Star Spirit, territory points 115. Fifth place. The Whisperer is catching up? Black Hawk has also surpassed Papaya Star Spirit, taking third place? Seeing the leaderboard, Han Shen was a bit surprised. The gap between him and the Whisperer had been gradually closing, as the latter was also making efforts to catch up. But thinking about it, even though he was equipped with nearly a full set of green gear, the actual attribute gap with other survivors wasn't that significant. As the survivors continued to explore further, they would also find various gear, skill books, and so on in other territories. Even if it wasn't for personal use, it could be traded in the exchange channel. The strength of the survivors was steadily increasing, especially among those top few individuals who were improving rapidly. Of course, there was also a corresponding cost behind this. Han Shen saw that the 10,000 survivors in Zone 107 had decreased to 9,632. This means that over the course of 3 days, more than 300 people have lost their lives just here. Based on this ratio, the number of deaths among human survivors has likely reached a terrifying figure. Although most of these deaths were accidental, as survival becomes more difficult and the monsters encountered grow stronger, this number will continue to rise. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong said in the discussion group, Brother Xing, that Whisperer is quite impressive, he's almost catching up to you. Since learning that Han Chen is actually Xinghe, Cheng Jianyong has been keeping an eye on the leaderboard. Han Chen replied, yeah, he's indeed very strong. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a mage. Mage? Yes. Han Chen affirmed, among the 5 skills of a mage at the initial stage, 4 are offensive skills. As the team leader, the Whisperer has likely gathered all of them with the help of his team members. Additionally, with equipment enhancements, a mage's exploration speed is indeed much faster than that of other classes. I see. Cheng Jianyong said in realization and continued to ask, Brother Xing, how do you know all this? If you read more game introductions, you'll know too. Han Chen paused and continued, by the way, what are your current rankings? Ha? Cheng Jianyong seemed a bit confused. Xinggu, didn't you check the leaderboard? Both Yungu and I made it onto the list. You didn't mention your virtual names, how would I know what you're called? You didn't ask either. Han Chen. Stop joking around, just tell me your names. Cheng Jianyong laughed, alright, I'm called Lonely Warrior and Yungu is Yun Tianming. Han Chen, such a cringy name. Right? I also think Yun Tianming sounds really cringy. I was talking about you. Cheng Jianyong? At this time, Shin Yun was still grinding for territory points overnight and hadn't seen the conversation between the two in the discussion group, otherwise, he would have argued with Cheng Jianyong for at least half an hour. Han Chen opened the leaderboard and was surprised to see Lonely Warrior ranked 65th with 33 points. As for Yun Tianming, which is Shin Yun, he surprisingly made it into the top 40, ranking 37th with a score of 57 points. Han Chen was somewhat surprised, but after thinking about it, it was also expected. After all, he had provided them with nearly a full set of high-quality green gear, along with so many skill books and a large amount of spirit spring water, allowing for bold exploration without much concern. Having this speed for ranking up is only natural. After closing the chat, Han Chen continued to approach other clouds. After leveling up to level 3, the speed on the Sky Island became 8 meters per second, equivalent to a speed of 28.8 kilometers per hour, which is quite fast. During the journey on the Sky Island, Han Chen took the opportunity to glance at the chat channel. After a whole day of battles and exploration, the survivors were sharing their experiences inside. Damn, my luck was really bad today. I encountered an elite-level jungle tiger while exploring the territory and nearly got eaten to death. If it weren't for my ancestral skill, the sliding tackle, I would have been done for. You think that's bad? I ran into a giant bear today. It broke over a dozen of my ribs with one slap. Luckily, I'm an athlete and I managed to run for over 10 kilometers with it, tiring it out before it finally let me go. You guys are amazing. Compared to you, being bitten by a 5-step snake seems like nothing. Dude, you can still talk after being bitten by a 5-step snake? Oh, that's because I pulled out its fangs. A bite doesn't hurt at all. It's quite comfortable actually. I'm thinking of keeping it as a pet. Man, you're really twisted. A series of confused symbols appeared in the chat channel. At this moment someone said, stop joking around, look, the expert Papaya Spirit has released a new guide. The expert has released a new guide? I followed his posts before and avoided several clouds hiding monsters based on his hints. Me too, thanks to Papaya Spirit's guide, I easily opened a bronze treasure chest. Let's see what it is this time. Everyone clicked in to see, and it was indeed a guide post released by Papaya Spirit, with hundreds of replies in a short time. But the title of the post was different from before, revealing a serious tone. Warning, Dark Elf Squad. The title of the post is, Warning, Dark Elf Squad. Once opened, there were several images of monsters along with their attributes. Their slender bodies and pointed ears indicated their identity, Dark Elves. The configuration of the Dark Elf team encountered by the Papaya Star Spirit was quite similar to what Han Chen experienced. In the post, the Papaya Star Spirit emphasized the strength of these Dark Elves and their strong desire to attack. He also narrowly escaped death, almost meeting his end there. He then warned the other survivors to pay attention to the system prompts. If there were any hints related to fallen creatures, they should not enter, or they would be in grave danger. After reading the post, many survivors couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Dark Elves, such powerful monsters. I hope we don't encounter them. Yeah, it's fortunate that the Papaya Star Spirit was willing to share the information. Luckily, he's strong, otherwise, if it were us, we might have died in our first encounter with the Dark Elves. After reading the messages in the chat channel, Han Chen seemed deep in thought. The Papaya Star Spirit also encountered a Dark Elf team, but it seemed that what these Dark Elves were guarding was not the Spirit Spring water, but a silver treasure chest. That being said, not every Dark Elf has a water source nearby, there could be other treasures as well. Thinking of this, Han Chen felt a bit more relaxed inside. Because this meant that his spring water could still be monopolized for a while longer. However, it also reminded him that the survivors' strength was gradually increasing, and soon they would be able to solve the water source issue on their own. Han Chen immediately thought, I need to hurry and release another batch of spring water, otherwise, when everyone stops worrying about water sources, the spring water will lose its value. Thinking of this, Han Chen opened the trading channel. Compared to yesterday, there were thousands more trading messages up there. Han Shan couldn't help but smile. Everyone is really working hard. They must have found quite a few materials today, right? Working so hard, you must be very thirsty by now, right? So, how about a refreshing sip of spring water right now? Han Shen kept chuckling sinisterly, and realizing he was a bit out of line, he quickly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Then, he put the spring water back on the shelves. Compared to yesterday, this time the exchange for spring water had more conditions added. The green equipment blueprints have been cancelled, and some other blueprints have been added, such as various territory buildings, defensive structures, and so on. Additionally, the exchange for materials like blood of the strong, various herbs, and mithril has been increased. The appearance of the spring water has caused another stir. Although it wasn't as enthusiastic as yesterday, Han Shen still managed to exchange for a lot of materials. After a lengthy trading session of 2 to 3 hours, Han Shen spent a total of 432 liters of spring water and exchanged it for 3 full storage boxes, totaling 2,550 storage spaces worth of materials. Among them, he acquired as many as 21,643 spirit cores, 45,387 pieces of fine iron, 103 pieces of 1-star beast skin, and 86,646 rare earth materials. There were also materials like ether, dark firestones, moonlight grass, and so on, which can be described as a massive amount. Of course, he didn't manage to exchange for a single piece of blue equipment or blueprint. The other survivors aren't foolish either, they naturally understand the value of such items. Unlike yesterday, when it was nearly impossible to find trading channels, some teams have found some drinking water, more or less. However, the healing function of the spring water is currently unique, with no competitors at all. Han Shen pondered, there are still over 800 liters of spring water. I should be able to make one more deal, which will be tomorrow. After selling out this time, the market for spirit spring water will start to shrink, and I won't be able to continue harvesting materials from players. But that's okay, I've already done most of the preparation in the early stages. Once I get a batch of blueprints, I can mass-produce equipment with these materials and sell it to other survivors, starting a new round of harvesting. At that time, I'll store most of the materials and, once my territory reaches a certain scale, begin mass construction of large defensive structures to make my territory as solid as a fortress. Then I'll acquire new equipment blueprints and continue this model, growing bigger and stronger. Thinking of this, the smile on Han Shen's face was almost impossible to hide. Han Shen had made a preliminary plan for his future development, knowing that he might encounter other situations along the way, such as version updates, and he would need to adapt accordingly. However, no matter how things change, he has advantages that other survivors do not. That is a 100% success rate for crafting. As long as he has the corresponding blueprints, he can mass-produce even divine artifacts. He doesn't believe that other survivors can resist these higher quality, more powerful equipments. And as long as there is demand, Han Shen can reap huge profits from it. Thinking of this, Han Shen looked up at the sky. It was already deep into the night, and after a whole day of exploration and continuous battles, he felt somewhat fatigued. Let's call it a day. Fighting in a fatigued state is not wise. He glanced at the system interface for the alien beast eggs incubation. Remaining incubation time 76 hours, 17 minutes, 48 seconds. I still have to wait over 70 hours for it to hatch. I hope the creature inside this alien egg won't disappoint me. Han Shen lay back down, preparing to sleep again. Meanwhile, not long after Han Shen fell asleep, in the territory of other survivors on the floating island, a middle-aged man dressed in a wizard's robe, holding a bronze staff, was battling a group of jungle wild boars. He swung his staff, and a fireball the size of a basin gradually took shape. Then, without hesitation, he hurled the fireball into the group of wild boars. With a loud explosion, the group of wild boars erupted in cries of distress. Immediately, several ice arrows as thick as a thumb shot out, instantly piercing through the bodies of several wild boars. At this moment, from the wild boar herd, a large elite monster suddenly charged out, its red eyes glaring as it rushed towards the human mage like a small mountain. The human mage remained calm, waving one hand, using a blast of air to create distance between himself and the wild boar. Then suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, striking the elite wild boar squarely on the head. Bang! The elite wild boar stiffened for a moment, a puff of black smoke rising from its body, and the nearby human mage even caught the scent of roasted meat. The elite wild boar fell, leaving only some ordinary wild boars in the territory of the floating island, making the outcome of the next battle a foregone conclusion. When this wild boar herd was completely eradicated, the human mage lifted the hood of his cloak, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. He is the leader of Whispers of the Gods, the Whisperer, currently ranked second on the points leaderboard. The Whisperer squatted on the ground, a slight smile on his lips as he said, "Great, this empty island has an area of 12 square units and will add quite a few points." He quickly merged this wild boar territory with his empty island. On the leaderboard, the Whisperer's territory points jumped from 164 to 176 in an instant, only 8 points away from surpassing Han Shen and claiming first place. The Whisperer pondered, the points for that galaxy haven't changed in a while. Could it be this guy went to sleep? He quickly thought of something and chuckled, how leisurely, but this gives me an opportunity. Galaxy, while you sleep, I'm going to surpass you and take first place. That hidden class scroll will definitely be mine. After saying this, the Whisperer controlled his empty island and continued towards the next location. But what he didn't notice was that his pupils were already filled with blood vessels. On the other side, the third-ranked Black Hawk and the fourth-ranked Papaya Star Spirit were also exploring at breakneck speed. As the time approached the late night, the top 3 positions on the leaderboard quietly changed. The next day, as soon as Han Shen opened his eyes, he saw many private messages from other survivors. In the discussion group, Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun were also tagging him. Ha! So many people are looking for me? Curious, Han Shen clicked into the discussion group. Soon, he figured out what was going on. It turned out that last night while he was sleeping, an entity called the Whisperer had been grinding all night and finally surpassed him in territory points, taking first place around dawn. Moreover, he was promoting his Team God's Whisper in the chat channel, actively recruiting other survivors to join. The effect was significant, and many survivors had already joined them. Now, God's Whisper was quickly becoming the largest team in Zone 107. Han Shen chuckled, this Whisperer really knows how to grind. Speaking of which, doesn't he feel tired staying up all night? How long can he maintain this state? He stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong was tagging Han Shen frantically in the discussion group. At Xingha, Brother Xing. Wake up, you're not in first place anymore. Brother Xing, my brother. Han Shen helplessly opened the discussion group and replied, what's the rush? The leaderboard has only been open for 2 days, it's still early to reach 1,000 points. Seeing Han Shen's reply, Cheng Jianyong quickly said, but you said before that this Whisperer is likely a mage class, and they can explore much faster than you, right? Now that they're pulling ahead, it will be hard for you to catch up. Moreover, on the current leaderboard, that Black Hawk and Papaya Star Spirit are about to surpass you too. Cheng Jianyong seemed even more anxious than Han Shen. However, Han Shen calmly replied, don't rush, there's no use in panicking. If they want to compete, let them compete. We just need to maintain our own pace and not take risks by challenging those dangerous clouds for the sake of ranking. They won't be able to sustain this state for long. Even the strongest-willed person can't keep up high-intensity battles without rest. Beside him, Xin Yun also agreed, Brother Xing is right, their current state is too dangerous. I experienced it once the night before last, staying up late and grinding, and my combat state significantly declined the next day. There were several times I almost got bitten to death by monsters. At this point, Xin Yun said with some lingering fear, so don't be fooled by their current ferocity, their state is like walking on a tightrope. One little mistake and they'll pay a heavy price. Cheng Jianyong also realized his impatience and let out an awkward laugh. At this moment, Xin Yun seemed to think of something and said, Cheng Jianyong, you need to take it easy too. Don't risk your life just to climb the leaderboard. Do you remember what the system notification said? Cheng Jianyong suddenly remembered something and his expression changed dramatically. Damn, I almost forgot. The system notification said that a month later, the disadvantaged groups will be sent to their loved ones. That means, in a month, my wife and kids will also come to this world. If something happens to me right now, Cheng Jianyong was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Sweating like a pig now, huh, little brother? Xin Yun mocked. Cheng Jianyong remained silent. In his heart, his family was of utmost importance. But because he had just arrived in this world a few days ago, he hadn't had time to adapt, let alone consider these things. Now, he suddenly remembered that in a month he would reunite with his family in this world. In his heart, Cheng Jianyong quietly made a decision. He must not let his family experience the same dangers he faced, and he cannot die in this world before they even arrive. Then, Cheng Jianyong said in the discussion group, you're right, I mustn't get into trouble here, I need to protect Shanshan. Yungu, Xingu, you guys be careful too. Xinyan casually replied, I'm fine, it's just my old man and my mom at home, they're still quite healthy, but Xingu. Han Shen's situation was a bit special. They all knew that Han Shen had no parents and had lived alone since childhood. Han Shen smiled and said, just take care of yourselves, I really don't want to live all these years only to have a pair of strangers suddenly show up next month claiming to be my mom and dad. Xin Yun and Cheng Jianyong fell silent, seemingly not wanting to continue on this topic. After a pause, Han Shen continued to explain, now, the monsters everyone encounters are getting stronger. If you come across a creature you can't defeat, remember to escape if you can and never take unnecessary risks. If you get injured, drink the spirit spring water vigorously. Don't worry about the consumption, I have plenty here for you. Remember, whatever you do, do not die. Han Shen solemnly instructed, and the two nodded seriously in agreement. Meanwhile, the other survivors were also discussing Han Shen's ranking. The Divine Whisper discussion group. A survivor named Moonlit Cat said, the Galaxy leaderboard hasn't changed, this guy is probably still sleeping in. Our Whisperer leader is hardworking, and at this rate he will definitely take first place. Other members of the discussion group echoed, that's right, the Whisperer leader is the strongest. Heaven rewards diligence, the leader will surely be first. The Whisperer had just broken through 200 points and, seeing the chat in the discussion group, a faint smile appeared on his pale face. He coughed lightly twice and said, "If I really can take first place, it's not just my achievement, I owe it all to my brother's help. If it weren't for you helping me gather a few spellbooks and some mage equipment, I wouldn't have surpassed Xinghe so quickly." The team members listened and praised. "Boss is being modest, your strength is truly impressive." "That's right, what Xinghe, what Black Hawk, in front of the boss's true strength, they have no chance of competing." The smile on the Whisperer's face grew wider. He seemed to enjoy everyone's flattery. Especially when he looked at the leaderboard, seeing the hotshot Xinghe beneath his feet, a wave of satisfaction surged in his heart, sweeping away even the fatigue from last night's battle. But to avoid showing it, he still said in the local area network, "Everyone, don't get too proud, let's focus on exploring the clouds. I hope we, the Whisper of the Gods, can have a few more people break into the top 100 list." "Alright, listening to the boss." The Whisperer's words received many responses. In Area 107, he could be said to have rallied the crowd. At that moment, someone in the discussion group said, "Look, Xinghe's points have changed." Just now, they saw Han Chen's territory points jump from 184 to 196 in an instant, an increase of 12 points. The Whisperer's heart sank as he realized Han Chen was starting to exert himself. Thinking of this, he closed the group chat, took a deep breath, seemingly dispelling the fatigue in his heart, and looked again at the clouds in the distance. It wasn't just the Whisper of the Gods, survivors from other discussion groups also began to sprint. Everyone was uncontrollably accelerating their exploration progress. In just half a day, the entire leaderboard was constantly changing. From time to time, new names surged onto the leaderboard, and occasionally someone's rank would suddenly jump by more than 10 places, making the competition extremely fierce. And Han Chen, after a morning of exploration, not only did not rise in rank, but instead fell to 3rd place. At this time, the Black Hawk also surpassed him. When everyone's attributes caught up, with skills and equipment being similar, the remaining factor was personal combat awareness. In this regard, Han Chen obviously did not excel, at least not compared to those top-tier individuals. These people may have had different identities and specialties before arriving at Sky Island Paradise. For example, soldiers, boxers, mercenaries, and so on. These identities allow them to survive better in this world. In the local channel, people began to discuss the changes in the rankings. "It's over, the Star God has lost another member, and even the Papaya Star Spirit is catching up. He won't even be able to secure a spot in the top 3, will he? I think that's possible." Star River sold so much water at the beginning to acquire a lot of equipment, which gave him an advantage. Now everyone's equipment and skills have caught up, so his advantage has been weakened. "I see. I thought the Star God would definitely take first place this time. How is that possible? There are still many experts in our District 107. It will be very difficult for Star River to take first." Regarding Han Chen, there were many pessimistic voices in the local network. In the chat channel, there was a chorus of pessimism. However, as the subject of the heated discussion, Han Chen was calmly drawing his bow and shooting arrows. In front of him, several giant pangolin-like monsters lay at his feet. After half a day's time, Han Chen arrived at the so-called advanced area. Here, the survivors seem to have escaped the newbie protection zone. The clouds around here are larger, and it's easy to encounter clouds covering dozens of square meters, with the strength of the monsters inside rising sharply. Han Chen did not take risks or explore those large clouds for the sake of ranking. Previously, the encounter in the Dark Elf territory was still fresh in his memory. He chose to proceed steadily, specifically maneuvering the Sky Island to approach those clouds that were only a few dozen square meters. Compared to the rapid increase of dozens of square meters by the top 3 on the leaderboard, Han Chen's speed could only be described as sluggish. But he was not in a hurry. Today is the 2nd day since the points leaderboard opened, and the current top player, the Whisperer, has only a little over 260 points. At this rate, the maximum area increase in a day is only between 100 to 200 square meters. To reach 1,000 points, it will take at least 3 to 4 more days. Just as everyone was focused on exploring. In the afternoon, at sunset, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky and thunder rumbled. At that moment, all the survivors involuntarily stopped what they were doing and looked up. A single thought appeared in everyone's mind. It's going to rain. When this thought occurred to them, all the survivors were momentarily stunned, then their faces broke into expressions of ecstasy. Because if this rain really falls, it means that the water source problem that had troubled them for many days will be completely solved. This also sent a signal. Han Chen's spiritual spring water will no longer sell. Although its healing properties are still unique, it can no longer be priced as freely as before. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky and lightning flashed. In the next moment, droplets of clear rainwater fell on everyone's heads. Then, the rain became increasingly heavy. Splash. As a torrential rain poured down, countless survivors began to celebrate excitedly in midair. Some survivors even tilted their heads back, welcoming the rainwater with their mouths. The air quality and environment in this world are excellent, even the rainwater tastes sweet. The survivors burst into hearty laughter. After days of water source troubles, this truly felt like a long-awaited blessing. Smart people are taking out all the tools they can to collect rainwater and stock up on drinking water. Those without tools are even digging a pit on the spot to use as a container. The chat channel is buzzing with excitement as many survivors are discussing animatedly. Wow, it's finally raining. These past few days have been a nightmare. Thank goodness we've finally made it through. I can finally take a shower. The smell on me is disgusting. Let me smell. The survivors are shouting in excitement. The celebration in the chat channel lasted nearly half an hour when suddenly someone said, "Great! I won't have to buy the overpriced Galaxy Spring water anymore. His prices are just too outrageous." There was suddenly a moment of silence in the local area network, because this is the first time someone openly mentioned Han Chen's unreasonable pricing in the chat channel. Before this, everyone had a positive impression of Han Chen, even elevating him to the status of a savior in Zone 107. Even when Han Chen's points ranking dropped, it didn't shake his standing in the hearts of the survivors. After all, he holds the lives of thousands in his hands. But now, with the water supply issue resolved, everyone suddenly realizes that Han Chen's role doesn't seem so important anymore. At this moment, a survivor named Li Yanhua chimed in. "Actually, I've been wanting to say that with Xinghe offering such high prices, one transaction nearly emptied all our gains from the past 2 days. He doesn't consider that without equipment, how are we supposed to survive in the upcoming battles? He only thinks about selling overpriced water, completely disregarding our lives." Just then, a survivor angrily retorted in the chat channel. "Xianfeng Tudo, at Li Yanhua, you're talking nonsense. If it weren't for Xingshan selling water these past 2 days, would you be alive right now? Your life was saved by them, and now you're getting bold and starting to bite back, huh? And Li Yanhui, at Xianfeng Tudo, what are you saying? The water sold by Xinghe is expensive, and that's a well-known fact. Why shouldn't people say it? Xianfeng Tudo, at Li Yanhua, facts my ass, you're the only one talking like a backstabbing wolf, don't drag us into this. And Li Yanhui, I hashtag it $**. The two began to exchange insults. At that moment, another survivor said, "What the brother above said is true, the water from Xinghe is indeed overpriced. I traded a warrior's skill book and only got less than 500 milliliters of water. Isn't that ridiculous?" Whirlwind Potato angrily shouted, "You guys are talking nonsense. Why didn't anyone complain about the price back then? Now everyone is jumping out to bark?" Secret Fire also retorted, "Who do you think you are, Whirlwind Potato? Is Xinghe your father? Why are you defending him so much? You're right, he is my father. Let me tell you, my father holds grudges, so watch out. He might remember all your names and never trade with you again." Whirlwind Potato's threat seemed to have an effect. Recalling the previous incident with the Lei group, the survivors who had accused Han Chen suddenly fell silent. At this time, some bystanders also stood up to say a few fair words. It's not that outrageous. Under those circumstances, it's already pretty good that someone can offer water. Yeah, if you think it's expensive, just don't buy it next time. Anyway, starting today, no one is lacking water, so there's no need to keep blaming others. In the local network, there were still many rational and sensible people speaking up for Han Chen. On the other side, those who thought the price was high also fell silent. A dispute gradually fades into insignificance. However, as today passes, Han Chen's monopoly will be overturned, and his popularity will decline accordingly. Even if he falls out of the top 3, it will no longer spark discussions among others. Now, everyone's attention is focused on the Whisperer, Black Hawk, and others. Han Chen naturally saw the discussions about him in the local network. His heart was unfazed. Instead, he smiled and said, "When did I get such a big son like this Whirlwind Potato? It sounds so real. I haven't even had a girlfriend." At this time, Cheng Jian and Shen Yun were busy exploring the Sky Island and didn't notice the arguments in the chat channel. Otherwise, with their personalities, they would definitely be arguing with these guys until dawn. However, at that moment, the clever little lamb suddenly sent him a message. Han Chen clicked in to see the content. "Go for it, I support you." She also added a very cute encouragement emoji at the end. Han Chen smiled knowingly, guessing that the little girl must have seen some negative comments about him in the local network, so she was cheering him on. Shaking his head, Han Chen did not take these people's discussions to heart. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Those guys can't possibly think that besides the Spirit Spring water, they won't buy anything else from me in the future, right? Suddenly, the smile on his face froze, turning into a look of surprise as he said, "Damn it, I forgot to bring in the quilts when it rained, and now the bed and furniture are all wet." At this stage, Han Chen did not have any construction blueprints, and most of the furniture was exposed outdoors, placed directly in his territory. A heavy rain soaked everything. After the heavy rain, the wind swept through the clouds. The next day, Han Chen continued to maintain his pace, gradually clearing the small clouds in this area. His ranking had dropped from 4th to 6th place. The top rank was still held by the Whisperer. After 2 consecutive days without rest, the Whisperer's territory score reached 348 points, more than 50 points ahead of the 2nd place Black Hawk and 3rd place Papaya Star Spirit. However, Han Chan's ranking changes no longer drew people's discussions. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. They now felt that it was already quite good for Han Chen to remain in the top 10. Night has fallen. Han Chen's ranking has dropped out of the top 10 as he wished. Early on the third day, Han Chen's territory points are 260, placing him at 13th. Meanwhile, the Whisperer has surpassed 400 points after a night of intense grinding. The second-place Black Hawk and third-place Papaya Spirit have caught up, with less than a 50-point difference among the three. Everyone is focused on exploration. By the end of the third day, the Whisperer's points have directly surpassed 600. Black Hawk and Papaya Spirit have also exceeded 500 points. Now, in the chat channel, the reputation of these three is skyrocketing and their teams have begun recruiting extensively. God's Whisper, Dusk Mercenaries, Airplane Boy Band. The three major teams in Zone 107 have entered a rapid development phase, with the number of people in their discussion groups increasing daily, seemingly forming a three-way stalemate. As for Han Chen, ever since he fell out of the top 10, he hasn't made any significant progress. So far, Han Chen's territory points have just surpassed 400, barely maintaining a position in the top 20. The chat channel has basically stopped discussing Han Chen, and he seems to be fading into obscurity. By early on the fourth day, Han Chen's territory score reached 456, dropping him out of the top 20. However, this is also because Han Chen has deliberately slowed down his pace. If he were to seriously sprint, he could still maintain a position in the top 10, but that wouldn't meet his expectations. The rewards for the top 10 and the top 20 are not significantly different. His only goal is to be first. So, Han Chen is waiting for an opportunity, and that opportunity is the hatching of his pet. At this stage, everyone is fighting alone, and having an extra pet, no matter how weak, can still provide significant support to the survivors. And this pet egg of Han Chen's was snatched from the Demon Lord, so it can't be too weak. At that time, it will truly be his moment to sprint. On the leaderboard, Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun have also been pushed out of the top 50. In the discussion group, Cheng Jianyong complained early in the morning, "Damn, these guys are really reckless. I've been limiting my sleep to 6 hours a day, using all my other time to explore the Sky Islands, and I'm still not catching up to them, this bunch of overachievers." Han Chen chuckled and said, "That's pretty normal." During the event, all survivors in District 107 have a brave fight status, making battles easier. Taking advantage of this status, they are definitely pushing themselves to explore the Sky Islands. However, Xin Yun pondered and said, 4 days, today marks the 90th hour since the event started. The top 20 right now are likely all sleep-deprived. No matter how strong-willed they are, they must be nearing their limits. Cheng Jianyong, feeling dejected, replied, "So what? The gap between us is too big. Even if some people can't hold on and take a few hours of rest, we still won't be able to catch up. As for first place, forget it. That Whisperer has already surpassed 800 points and will probably break 1,000 points today, securing the first place reward." However, Xin Yun shook his head and said, "No, you don't understand. The people on the leaderboard, especially the top 10, even if they are tired now, they wouldn't dare to rest. They fear that if they rest for a few hours, their hard-earned ranking after several days will suddenly drop out. So, the next day will be the crucial day that determines the final ranking. It all depends on whether they can hold on. And don't forget, there are also powerful regional bosses." Xin Yun was right. At the same time, in the territories of other survivors, the full-set mage-equipped Whisperer, the rogue Black Hawk, the warrior Papaya Star Spirit, and several other top-ranking survivors. At this moment, they all had nearly bloodshot eyes, gritted their teeth, and summoned their last bit of spirit to fight against the monsters in the Sky Island. But no matter how hard they tried to hold on, their fatigue and sluggish movements betrayed them. Just then, a young-looking man wielding a greatsword suddenly saw his vision blur while battling a giant lizard. He struggled to blink his eyes, but his consciousness seemed to be fading in and out, intermittent. When he finally gathered his spirit and reacted, the giant lizard had already pounced beside him without him noticing. The giant lizard opened its massive jaws and quickly loomed over the male warrior. In his tired eyes, a deep-seated fear emerged. "Ah!" After a scream. Outside the giant lizard's territory, with an area of over 500 square meters suddenly collapsed. At the same time, a name was quietly erased from the territory points leaderboard. At this moment, Han Chen sat on a bench in the territory, silently watching the progress bar in front of him. Remaining incubation time for the exotic beast egg, 0 hours, 30 minutes, 59 seconds. It's almost time, just half an hour left. After waiting for 100 hours, he was about to find out what kind of creature was inside this black egg. Han Chen felt a bit excited as he softly said, "The exotic beast egg obtained from the Demon Lord should at least give me a legendary level pet, right?" Upon hearing Han Chen's voice, the giant egg trembled slightly on the ground, and complex patterns began to appear on its black golden shell. It seemed that the creature inside was also eagerly yearning to come out. But it still hasn't reached the incubation time. There's still nearly half an hour left, so Han Chen can only continue to wait. Just then, a private message caught his attention. Han Chen glanced at the name. It was that clever little lamb again. He opened the private chat and saw the message sent by the other party. "Clever little lamb, hello, Star God, do you have time now? Han Chen, who taught you to call me that? Clever little lamb. I saw that they all called you that before. So, Han Chen, forget it, what do you want? It seemed that the other side sighed in relief, and after a moment, Clever Little Lamb replied, well, today while exploring the Sky Island, I encountered a really powerful monster, a weird tree with many arms. I had a tough time, and it was a close call, but after defeating it, I found a recipe under that strange tree. Then I looked at the information on it and thought you might find it useful. A weird tree, could it be a plant-type monster? Han Chen pondered for a moment, and there's another recipe? Send it to me. The clever little sheep has sent you a trade request. Han Chen, didn't I teach you that you can directly send item information in the private chat window? You don't have to trade for that? The clever little sheep was stunned, then reacted and said, oh, I forgot. Han Chen sighed, forget it, just put it up for now. Upon hearing Han Chen's instruction, the clever little sheep quickly posted a recipe. Life Elixir recipe, green. It records the production method and required material ratios for the Life Elixir, which can heal a 1-star creature from severe injuries and a 2-star creature from minor injuries. As soon as he saw the recipe information, Han Chen's eyes widened. This is actually a rare recovery potion recipe. It's important to know that while Spirit Spring Water also has recovery effects, it's significantly less effective compared to the Life Elixir. What does it mean to heal severe injuries? As long as the survivor isn't killed in one hit or missing limbs, the Life Elixir can bring you back from the brink of death. This thing is nearly equivalent to an extra life in the early stages. Han Chen suppressed his excitement and calmly said, I'll take this formula, just name your price. Hearing Han Chen's words, the clever little lamb across seemed a bit stunned. After a moment, she hurriedly replied, You misunderstood. This formula is a gift for you, I don't want anything in return. Now it was Han Chen's turn to be a bit surprised. He knew that although this girl seemed a bit slow, she wasn't foolish. She couldn't possibly be unaware of the value of this formula. Right now, if she threw this item into the trading channel, those large teams would pay any price, even to the point of bankruptcy, to acquire it. After all, at this stage, there are no recovery items that can compete with the Elixir of Life. Elixir of Life is currently nearly as irreplaceable among survivors as the spring water from a couple of days ago. And having the only formula is almost equivalent to controlling the market, with its underlying value being nearly limitless. However, for her to say that she wants to give it away for free now made Han Chen doubt his own ears. Seeing that Han Chen couldn't believe it, the clever little sheep quickly said, I really don't want your things, you can just take them. After saying that, she directly confirmed the transaction. As long as Han Chen confirmed on his side, this incredibly valuable recipe would fall directly into her hands. Can you tell me why? Han Chen asked again. Having been alone all his life, he had almost no friends except for Cheng Jian and Shenyun. Han Chen also had no intention of expanding his social circle. The relationships between people were too complex, and in his mind, he still prioritized interests above all. The clever little sheep across from him seemed a bit shy but still said, when you sold the spiritual spring water in the chat channel before, you saved a lot of people. No matter what they say about you, I know you're a good person. So I thought I would give you this blueprint. Upon hearing this answer, Han Chen was stunned. He smiled wryly and shook his head. This girl thinks what? I'm not a good person at all. Selling spiritual spring water was merely a consideration of profit for him. However, Han Chen also knew that at this stage, having this recipe in his hands would maximize its value. Creating the Life Elixir requires materials, and in the entire Zone 107, no one has more materials hoarded than he does. After a moment, Han Chen exhaled and said, Then I will accept it. When I make the Life Elixir, I will prioritize providing it to you. The clever little sheep also breathed a sigh of relief and happily said, Thank you. Han Chen confirmed, and a system prompt appeared. You have obtained the recipe for the Life Elixir, Green. Would you like to learn it? Yes. In the next moment, a recipe section appeared next to the blueprint column in Han Chen's character interface. Life Elixir, Green. After consumption, it can quickly restore physical injuries. Usage interval 30 seconds. Materials required for crafting: small glass bottle *1, spirit spring water *100 ml, spirit core *10, moonlight grass *5, wind whisper grass *3, strong blood *1, magic crystal *5. There are many types of materials needed to craft a Life Elixir, and it looks quite complex. At this moment, Han Chen was a bit puzzled, wondering if a recipe like this could benefit from the God-level craftsman talent, achieving a 100% success rate? When he saw the information below the recipe, a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. The success rate for crafting the Life Elixir is 45%, but with a God-level craftsman talent boost, the success rate has reached 100%. It really works! Han Chen excitedly clenched his fists. Although he didn't understand why the God-level craftsman talent could affect the elixir formula, it indeed had a 100% success rate. Doesn't this mean that with the formula, Han Chen could achieve a 100% success rate in crafting other items as well? This idea needs to be verified, but Han Chen felt that the possibility was very high. Calming his excited heart, Han Chen glanced at the private chat window and replied, "I'll go collect some materials and I'll contact you once I've crafted the life elixir." "Okay, sounds good." Clever little sheep replied with an emoji. After finishing his sentence, Han Chen prepared to close the private chat. At that moment, as if he thought of something, he reminded Clever little sheep, "If there's anything you don't understand in the future, you can ask me. Don't trade casually with others anymore. By the way, you're also from Nuyang City, right? You could try contacting your friends as well." Seemingly worried that the other party wouldn't understand, Han Chen added, "In Area 107, most people are from our Nuyang City. You can add friends by searching for their real names." After Han Chen finished speaking, the clever little lamb on the opposite side exclaimed, "So that's how it is." In the next moment, she became a bit downcast again, "But never mind, I probably don't have any friends in Xinjiang." Han Chen sensed something off in her tone. She seemed to have a story, but he didn't ask further. He wasn't someone who liked to delve into others' pasts. After closing the private chat, Han Chen opened the recipe panel, excitedly looking at the recipe for the life elixir. The materials required, after his intensive harvesting over the past 2 days, or rather, through exchanges with other survivors, had all been gathered. Not only that, he also had ample stock, enough to produce thousands of bottles of the elixir in one go. Han Chen indeed had this plan, but it wasn't for now. The main ingredient of the life elixir is spirit spring water. No wonder that girl thought of me right away. From now on, spirit spring water cannot be sold anymore. If it's to be sold, it should be the life elixir. However, I need to find the right opportunity to make a move. Han Chen thought to himself. This time shouldn't take too long. As the survivors continue to explore, the monsters they encounter become increasingly powerful, leading to a sharp rise in the casualty rate. At that time, it will be the moment to use the elixir of life. Thinking of this, Han Chen directly opened the recipe and prepared to craft it, and a system prompt appeared. "Do you want to consume materials? Small glass bottle *80, spirit spring water *8000 ml, spirit core *800, moonlight grass *400, wind breath grass *240, stronger blood *240, magic crystal *400, create elixir of life *80? Yes. Han Chen confirmed. Several slots in the warehouse were emptied of materials, but it was hardly worth mentioning for his material reserves. A long progress bar appeared in front of him, lasting 10 seconds. Now it was nighttime, and Han Chen was not in a hurry. After several minutes, a system prompt appeared before him. "You have successfully crafted elixir of life *80. All 80 bottles of elixir of life have been completed." Han Chen first traded 20 bottles of elixir of life to Smart Sheep. Then, he opened the system interface to check the hatching progress of the exotic beast egg. Remaining hatching time, 0 hours 0 minutes 48 seconds. As time passed, the patterns on the eggshell unexpectedly emitted bursts of black light. The system countdown reached the last 10 seconds. The black giant egg began to tremble violently, as if some creature was awakening, desperately longing to break free from the shell. Han Chen became increasingly excited. "I must get a dragon." When the countdown reached the last second, he heard a crisp shattering sound. Crack! Han Chen saw cracks appearing on the surface of the giant egg, with intense black light bursting out from within. Whoa, what a huge commotion! At that moment, Han Chen suddenly felt as if his vision was being deprived. Everything before him became a blur. Moreover, even the area within several dozen kilometers around him turned pitch black. It was as if the light in this vicinity had been completely swallowed at that moment. Although Han Chen could not see, he was excitedly shouting in his heart, "Come on, dragon! Come on, dragon!" In the next second, the range of the dark light began to shrink violently, converging at an incredibly fast speed towards the same point. At the same time, Han Chen also saw the system's prompt. "Beast egg has been successfully hatched. Pet information has been bound." It's done! Han Chen stood up excitedly. After 100 hours of waiting, the beast egg has finally hatched. However, when Han Chen regained his vision, the anticipated dragon or other legendary creature did not appear. In front of him was a creature that resembled a puppy. A pitch-black creature with drooping ears and a round head, short body, was staring at Han Chen with egg-watery eyes, looking confused. Han Chen was also looking at it. Man and dog locked eyes with each other. "What the heck, a little mutt?" Han Chen's eyes widened as he spoke first, his tone filled with shock and a hint of disappointment. He had thought that the beast egg he obtained from the demon lord would definitely be extraordinary. Even if I can't hatch a legendary creature like a dragon, at least I should hatch something like a behemoth or a phoenix, right? But now, this completely black creature looks just like a little mutt puppy, except for its black fur. Han Chen was speechless. However, in the next moment, this black puppy-like creature suddenly emitted a faint black glow. Han Chen didn't even realize what was happening. He only saw a shadow flash by, and the black puppy was gone. Han Chen was left puzzled and exclaimed, "What just flew by?" In the next moment, he suddenly caught sight of the black puppy reappearing at his feet. At that moment, it was panting with its mouth open, exhaling warm breath onto his boots with its 4 little short legs excitedly pawing at them. And just then, he also noticed the attributes of this husky puppy. Pet information: Void Shadow Wolf, young. Race: Void creature. Level: LV1. Strength: 6, Agility: 11, Spirit: 7, Constitution: 7. Skill 1, Void Body, 50% chance to evade physical or magical attacks. Skill 2, Counter Spike. Each attack received by the Void Wolf will form a spike within. After accumulating 10 attacks, all spikes will explode, each dealing 220% damage. Skill 3, Void Power. When the Void Wolf attacks, it applies the Void Power effect, causing the attacked enemy to suffer from Void Corruption, reducing healing received by 10% and armor by 5%, stacking up to 6 layers. This status cannot be cleansed by Holy Purification skills. Skill 4, Void Blink. When the Void Wolf enters combat, its movement speed increases by 200%, attack speed by 100, and critical hit rate by 50%. Skill 5, Void Drain, unlocked at level 6. Skill 6, Void Frenzy, unlocked at level 10. Affection level 100. Hunger level 60, Hungry. Growth level S+. Pet growth level can be increased with potential points. 10,000 potential points can increase at once. Current remaining potential points 0. Han Chen? Han Chen was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out, and he asked in disbelief, "So you're not a dog, but a wolf?" He pointed at the all-black puppy on the ground. The puppy seemed to understand Han Chen's words, excitedly nodding its head and circling around his feet. Han Chen took a deep breath. After confirming the breed of the black puppy, all his disappointment vanished. In its place was uncontrollable joy. He said excitedly, "I don't know what a Void Shadow Wolf is, but just hearing the name sounds impressive. This is a huge win. And this attribute is just too insane. A pup born with 6 skills, S+ growth rate, definitely a legendary pet template." While Han Chen was in a state of excitement. At this moment, the little wolf cub, seeing that Han Chen was ignoring it, lay down on the ground and started rolling around playfully. Han Chen's mouth twitched. If it weren't for the pet panel stating that this was a wolf, one might think it was just a playful pet. Moreover, it's a void creature with an S+ level of growth, making it hard not to suspect that this is just a little pup. Han Chen squatted down and picked up the palm-sized black puppy. Held up by Han Chen, it seemed very excited, its short limbs flailing about, tongue out, hot breath constantly blowing onto Han Chen's face. Although this little guy's appearance was somewhat different from what Han Chen expected, its attributes were undeniably strong. Han Chen was very satisfied, nodded, and said, "From now on, I'll call you Coalball, since you're so black." The black puppy was stunned for a moment, then excitedly squirmed in Han Chen's hands, seemingly pleased with the name. Coalball? Han Chen tried calling it, and the little wolf cub became even more excited upon hearing its name. "Ha ha!" Han Chen happily patted its little head. Just then, Coalball jumped down from Han Chen's hands. It excitedly pawed at Han Chen's waistband, the spatial backpack on it. With a sudden whoosh, Han Chen's expression changed instantly. "Damn. Be gentle when you pull, don't you know how sharp your wolf claws are?" Han Chen looked speechless and hurriedly adjusted his pants. The Coalball looked at him in confusion. Recalling the Coalball's earlier actions, Han Chen realized that something in his backpack might have attracted it. So, Han Chen began to take out items from his backpack one by one, starting with equipment, then spirit spring water, followed by various materials. The Coalball showed no interest at all. Until, upon seeing Han Chen take out a small bead emitting a green aura, the Coalball immediately jumped up excitedly. "Do you want this?" Han Chen asked with a strange look as he was holding a spirit core. The Coalball seemed to understand his words and began to bounce around in place. It seems that spirit cores have a certain attraction for pets, but it's unclear what effect they have. Han Chen stroked his chin in thought, and upon realizing this, he directly tossed the spirit core away. Coalball flashed with a dark light and, at a terrifying speed, instantly grabbed the spirit core in midair. Then, with a gulp, it swallowed it down. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Successfully fed the pet. Coalball affection +1, fullness +1, potential value +1. Potential value? Han Chen suddenly noticed the last prompt from the system. He remembered that the pet panel indicated the function of potential value in the growth section. 10,000 potential value can increase a pet's growth level by 1. For example, if it's a pet with a C-level growth, after consuming 10,000 potential value, it would become a B-level growth, and so on. The higher the pet's growth level, the more attributes will increase with each level up. Therefore, it's best to enhance a pet's growth level as early as possible. Han Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So, feeding a spirit core grants 1 potential value. Does this mean I could feed Coalball 10,000 spirit cores all at once, directly raising its growth level by 1? Coalball's current growth level has already reached S+, and if it increases further, it might reach the legendary SS level. The Coalball has already reached such a strong foundation attribute at S+ growth length. What will happen when it reaches SS level? Just by feeding spirit cores, its potential value can be increased. Through previous transactions, Han Chen's reserve of spirit cores has already surpassed 20,000. Even if he feeds Coalball 10,000 at once, he still has a large reserve left. If it were other survivors, they wouldn't be able to produce this many in a short time. Han Chen's eyes widened as he excitedly pulled out a handful of spirit cores from his backpack and threw them all to Coalball. Coal Ball was also excited and started devouring them frantically. Eat! Eat as much as you want, I have plenty here, huh? Han Chen shouted excitedly. However, after consuming over 30 spirit cores, Coal Ball lost interest in the spirit cores on the ground. Han Chen noticed that the satiety section in the pet information had changed. Satiety 100. Can't eat anymore? Han Chen said with some regret. It seems that the idea of quickly stacking the pet's potential value through large amounts of spirit core feeding is impossible. Pets have their own fullness level and the daily feeding amount is limited. This must be a way for the system to impose restrictions. Shaking his head, Han Chen decided not to dwell on it anymore. After all, the growth rate of S+ has been quite impressive. After eating its fill, the coal ball happily rolled around on the grass. Han Chen smiled and said, "Now that you're full, it's time to get to work." Upon hearing this, the coal ball jumped up excitedly. With that said, Han Chen controlled the floating island territory and moved closer to the other clouds. After about 10 minutes, Han Chen's floating island territory approached a cloud that was about 20 square meters in size. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Inside lives a group of aggressive horned creatures. Do you wish to enter? Aggressive horned creatures? They don't sound friendly. Han Chen stroked his chin, deep in thought. But he was eager to test the coal ball's abilities. So, Han Chen directly clicked yes. The cloud dissipated, revealing 4 gray, long-haired creatures with curved horns inside. Horned sheep, 1-star creature. Level, LV3. Strength 8, Agility 10, Spirit 7, Constitution 8. Skills, Horn Charge, Ram into the sky. For level 3 1-star monsters, even Han Chen must use his powerful attack to instantly take down 2 before dealing with the rest one by one. If he falls into the enemy's encirclement, his frail body will quickly be trampled to death by these horned sheep. However, at this moment, he is preparing to send Coal Ball to fight alone. As a pet, the Void Wolf Coal Ball absolutely obeys its master's commands. Even if Han Chen orders it to battle against an opponent of the Demon Lord's level, it will execute the command without hesitation. Level 1 Coal Ball faces off against 4 level 3 horned sheep alone. Even when confronted with enemies that vastly outnumber it, it shows no sign of fear. Go, little Coal Ball. At this moment, upon receiving Han Chen's command, the black puppy on the ground instantly withdrew its silly and adorable expression. Instead, it slowly revealed a fierce expression, with its fangs beginning to show. At this moment, it finally exuded the aura of a powerful creature like the Void Shadow Wolf. Meanwhile, the 4 horned sheep turned red-eyed as they saw Han Chen. They lowered their heads simultaneously, with their sharp goat horns aimed, and kicked off with their legs, charging towards Han Chen. However, in the next moment, a figure moved even faster than them. A faint black light emanated from the coal ball, like a shadow flashing by, and it instantly reached one of the horned sheep. It extended its sharp claws and slashed across the sheep's neck. In Han Chen's line of sight, Coal Ball executed an attack that created an afterimage. Swish! Swish! The horned sheep only felt a sharp pain, and 2 claw marks appeared on its neck. In the next moment, blood began to spurt out. Bah! This horned sheep let out a painful scream, and the other 3 horned sheep, hearing the sound, glared with their pitch-black pupils at Coal Ball. The hatred shifted. In the next moment, they angrily moved their hooves and charged towards Coal Ball. Seeing this scene, even Han Chen felt a bit nervous for the Coal Ball. He tightened his grip on the longbow, ready to spring into action to rescue. However, the Coal Ball on the ground showed no signs of panic. Instead, it bared its teeth and let out a threatening low growl. Its gaze was proud, like a king of the jungle, seemingly completely indifferent to the antelopes. 3 antelopes charged in. The Coal Ball did not dodge, and a faint black light re-emerged from its body. Han Chen clearly saw that at the moment the antelopes attacked, their sharp horns seemed to pass through the Coal Ball's body, as if the attack was made in a void, causing no harm at all. Void Body! Han Chen exclaimed in his heart. As the Coal Ball's first skill, Void Body granted it a 50% evasion chance. At that moment, all 3 antelopes' attacks missed. Truly a well-deserved divine skill. In the next moment, a flash of black light appeared, and the Coal Ball bit down on one of the antelope's heads. Then, it extended its 2 sharp front claws and swung them with such speed that they created afterimages. Swish! Swish! In an instant, the Coal Ball attacked 4 times, and with its biting damage, this ram endured 5 attacks from the Coal Ball. Several deep wounds, visible to the bone, suddenly appeared on the ram, still emanating a faint black aura. This is the effect of Coal Ball's second skill, Void Corruption. Bah! After a mournful cry, the ram collapsed. At this moment, there was still blood at the corner of Coal Ball's mouth. This ferocious appearance even scared the other rams, who momentarily dared not launch another attack. Han Chen also noticed that when Coal Ball moved or attacked, the black light emanating from it seemed to greatly enhance its speed. As a result, its actual speed far exceeded the attributes displayed on the panel. Is this the effect of the 4th skill, Void Blink? Han Chen was shocked. This Void Phantom Wolf was truly surprising, continually delivering unexpected thrills. The Void Flicker directly doubled the speed of the Coal Ball, combined with the dodging of the Void Body, the burst of counterattack spikes, and the weakening effect of the Void Power. With just these skills combined, it directly formed a powerful melee system, lacking neither survival nor burst damage. Moreover, the coal ball is only at level 1 now. When it reaches level 6 and level 10, it will activate the next 2 skills. After reaching 2 stars, it will learn new advanced skills, not to mention the following 3-star and 4-star skills. By then, how powerful will the S+ growth coal ball be? Han Shengguang was filled with excitement just thinking about it. At this moment, the remaining 3 horned sheep also reacted and launched another attack on the coal ball. The coal ball was undeterred, transforming into a black lightning, darting back and forth among the 3 horned sheep. Each appearance left several wounds on them. In an instant, blood spattered, and the scene grew a bit bloody. The counterattacks from these horned sheep were fierce. The coal ball was nearly hit several times by the horned sheep's attacks, but even when the attacks landed, it was exempted by the 50% evasion chance of the void body. So far, it hasn't suffered any serious injuries. On the contrary, the 3 horned sheep have been tormented to the brink of death by it. At that moment, one of the horned sheep saw the coal ball transform back into a black light, let out an angry bleat, and then charged forward. The second skill of the horned sheep, Headbutt, activated. This time, the coal ball wasn't so lucky. The 50% evasion chance of its incorporeal form didn't trigger, and it was instantly sent flying into the air by the sheep's horn. The sharp goat horn pierced the coal ball's skin, causing a stream of black crystalline liquid to flow out in the air. Han Chen felt a tightness in his heart. This crystalline black liquid should be the coal ball's blood. The anatomy of void creatures is different from that of ordinary beings. After being knocked into the air, the coal ball rolled on the ground several times before quickly getting up. It had a wound on its abdomen that looked quite unsettling. Ugh! The coal ball let out a low growl. Although injured, it still retained its ferocity. At this moment, seeing the situation, Han Chen quickly said, "Coal ball, come back." The coal ball turned its head, looking dazedly at Han Chen. Seeing that the coal ball's injury wasn't as severe as he imagined, Han Chen breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand, saying, "Well done, I'll take care of the rest." Upon hearing this, the coal ball obediently ran back to Han Chen's side. At this moment, the 2 horned sheep were blinded by anger. Bah! The horned sheep stared with bloodshot eyes, panting heavily, and charged fiercely at Han Chen. However, in the next moment, 2 arrows with a chilling gleam rapidly enlarged in their vision. Thud! Thud! Both arrows hit simultaneously. Bah bah! The heads of the 2 horned sheep were pierced by the arrows, and after a scream, they fell lifeless. On the field, only 1 horned sheep remained, but it too could not escape the fate of death. They had already been tortured to the brink of death by the coal ball. If it weren't for the coal ball being at level 1 now with low attack power, it could easily take down these 4 horned sheep on its own. At this moment, a system notification appeared. Successfully killed 4 LV3 antelopes, gained 120 experience points. Pet coal ball gained 80 experience points. Han Chen squatted down, checking coal ball's injuries. Coal ball lay on its side obediently, licking its wounds. This is troublesome. How should I handle my pet's injuries? Han Chen thought, holding his head, feeling a bit of a headache. He looked at his backpack. He only had 2 types of healing items: Spirit Spring Water and Life Elixir. Will these 2 items work on pets? Han Chen was somewhat uncertain, but there was no better option in front of him. He sighed and said, "I can only give it a try." Han Chen took out a bottle of Life Elixir and then told Coal Ball to lie still. Then, he opened the cap of the glass bottle containing the elixir, and a rich fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Just smelling the aroma of this elixir made one feel refreshed. Hiss! Han Chen greedily took a couple of deep breaths, then poured out the entire bottle of Life Elixir. The emerald green liquid glowed faintly as it quickly absorbed into the wound of the coal ball. This is useful. Han Chen's eyes lit up. Then, he saw the coal ball's wound healing at a visible speed. At this rate, in a few more minutes, it would heal completely. What a powerful effect! Han Chen was immensely excited. It was the first time he had witnessed the effect of the Life Elixir, and he was momentarily stunned by its incredible healing ability. At the same time, Han Chen let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, the Life Elixir is also effective for pets, otherwise Coal Ball would have to rely on its own self-healing ability to recover. All pets have self-healing abilities, just like humans. The difference lies in the speed. However, when pets are injured, their combat ability is significantly reduced, and in severe cases, they could even die. At that time, Han Chen would probably be heartbroken. Thinking of this, he picked up the coal ball with one hand and said, "You performed well today, but your level is still a bit low. Let me help you level up." After regaining its vitality, the coal ball stretched out its short legs and kept flapping. After a few minutes, Han Chen approached a cloud that was only a few dozen square meters in size. Upon entering, he found 2 level 4 mud slimes. The battle began, and the coal ball, which had just used a life potion to heal its injuries, regained its fierce combat power. It unleashed its speed, charging ahead of the monsters to engage in close combat. However, this time Han Chen did not let it fight alone. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrows were shot out, and both mud slimes suffered armor-piercing damage. At that moment, a flash of dark light appeared. The coal ball's sharp claws scratched several smoking wounds on them. This is the Cold Ball's third skill, the effective Void Power, which not only suppresses healing but also reduces defense. Thus, Han Chen directly activated the skill Multi-Shot. Thud thud thud. All 5 arrows hit their targets, and it easily penetrated the slime's body, causing terrifying damage without even triggering any armor-piercing effects. 2 mud slimes were taken out by this wave of attack. Han Chen was shocked. Is this the defense reduction effect of the Cold Ball? It's really powerful. For creatures with inherently low defense like this, every arrow can deal maximum damage after the reduction. The synergy with the Cold Ball was just too enjoyable. Han Chen excitedly clenched his fist. You have killed 2 mud slimes LV4, gaining 80 experience points, and your pet Cold Ball gains 60 experience points. Pet Cold Ball is leveling up. Leveling up? Han Chen eagerly checked Cold Ball's attributes. Pet information: Void Wolf, Juvenile. Race: Void Race. Level: LV2. Strength 9, Agility 16, Spirit 8, Constitution 9. Wow! Han Chen was instantly amazed. Although it only leveled up by 1, the attributes of the Cold Ball improved significantly, with Strength, Spirit, and Constitution each increasing by 2 or 3 points, which was within expectations. However, the Agility attribute directly increased by 5 points. What does this mean? It's worth noting that for these human survivors, the total attribute increase per level is only about 4 to 6 points. Yet the Cold Ball gained a whopping 14 points in attributes from just 1 level up, almost 3 to 4 times the difference. If it levels up a few more times, the Cold Ball's base attributes could even crush my fully equipped self. Han Chen could clearly feel that the Cold Ball's speed had increased dramatically, and in the state enhanced by the black light, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of the Cold Ball, let alone hit it. Is this what an S+ growth pet is like? Terrifying. If it continues to level up like this, it's definitely going to be a big boss template. Han Chen was extremely excited, filled with prospects for the Cold Ball's future growth. Han Chen was very satisfied with the Cold Ball's astonishing growth rate. At this moment, the Cold Ball seemed to sense its master's inner joy. It flickered and appeared beside the corpse of the mud slime, then flickered again and appeared at Han Chen's feet. Han Chen could see that it was holding a few spirit cores in its mouth, seemingly seeking its master's permission. He squatted down, patted the Cold Ball's head, and said, "Go ahead, this is what you deserve." The Cold Ball happily jumped up and down in place. After merging the territory of the mud slime, Han Chen continued to explore other sky islands. At this point, Han Chen realized that the Cold Ball, after leveling up to level 2, was like an energetic little boss. In situations where the attributes of these monsters could not suppress it, the Cold Ball moved through them as if in no man's land. In every battle, the Cold Ball charged ahead as if it had been pumped full of adrenaline. No matter how powerful the monster, it would rush in front of Han Chen. Then, Han Chen would only see a flash of black light before he could catch a glimpse of the Cold Ball. It had already finished the battle. Sometimes, Han Chen would also use his powerful attack from behind, taking advantage of the gap while the Cold Ball was engaged with the enemy to take them out in an instant. But soon, Han Chen discovered that dealing with some ordinary monsters seemed to have nothing to do with him. He just needed to follow behind Cold Ball to gain experience. Because its ethereal body has a 50% evasion trait, combined with Cold Ball's terrifying speed, very few monsters could hit it. Monsters fell one after another at their feet. Han Chen stood at the back with his arms crossed, happily watching Cold Ball charge into battle ahead. You have killed Granite Rabbit LV4*3, gained 120 experience points. Pet Cold Ball gained 84 experience points. You have killed Yellowskin Deer LV5, gained 50 experience points. Pet Cold Ball gained 40 experience points. You have killed. 1 hour later, Han Chen suddenly saw a white light rising simultaneously from himself and Cold Ball, and a system prompt appeared. Your level has increased, current level LV4. Your pet Cold Ball has leveled up, current level LV3. Another level up? Han Chen couldn't remember how many times he had been amazed today. The Cold Ball just leveled up from level 2 to level 3 in less than an hour. Even for himself, it took a whole day to go from level 2 to level 3. This little guy's leveling speed is truly skyrocketing like a rocket. Han Chen patted the Cold Ball's head. The Cold Ball at level 3 has completely surpassed him in panel attributes. With 21 points in agility, plus the 200% speed boost from the skill Void Blink, even those level 5 elite monsters might not be able to keep up with it. At this moment, Han Chen realized that he was no longer needed to deal with those ordinary monsters. Moreover, the Cold Ball's speed in resolving battles was getting faster and faster. A series of system prompts appeared. His experience bar was skyrocketing at an unprecedented speed. In just 1 hour, he reached 50% of level 4, and in another hour, he could directly break through to level 5. More importantly, Han Chen's territory area was also growing at a terrifying speed. 456, 478, 512. At this moment, Han Chen's territory points reached 584. In just over 2 hours, he increased by more than 100 points, equivalent to over 100 square units of territory. On the territory leaderboard, Han Chen has also re-entered the top 20. However, his rate of growth has not attracted much attention. because at this moment on the territory leaderboard, the first place Whisperer has already surpassed 900 points, reaching 912 points, just 88 points away from taking first place. The second place Black Eagle and the third place Papaya Star Spirit are also very close, with scores of 874 and 852 respectively. In the chat channel, everyone began to fervently discuss the rankings. I think the first place this time will definitely be our God's Whisper leader, the Whisperer. Not necessarily, our plain boy group's Papaya Star Spirit leader is no slouch either. The gap isn't that big, and the Papaya Star Spirit leader will catch up soon. Dream on! The Papaya Star Spirit is a warrior class. Even the stealthy Black Eagle can't catch up, let alone the Whisperer who's a mage. You're talking nonsense. The Papaya Star Spirit leader will definitely not lose. First place is definitely ours, plain boy group. He. Just as they were arguing endlessly, the three on the leaderboard, however, were all on high alert at this moment. At this point, none of them dared to let their guard down. Even though their mental state had reached its limit, with eyelids feeling as heavy as lead, they still gritted their teeth and continued to explore. On the territory of the Sky Island. At this moment, the seer's eyes were nearly bloodshot, his face pale and emaciated, as if he had lost over 10 pounds. Yet he still gritted his teeth, constantly encouraging himself. Persevere. I must hold on. We are just one step away from victory. I must secure first place. The seer was holding on with his last breath, fighting against the monster before him. Even though his movements with the bronze staff were already numb, he still cast Fireball to blast the monster in front of him. Black Hawk and Papaya Spirit were the same. Among them, the stealthy Black Hawk. Before coming to this world, he seemed to be a member of a special organization with astonishing combat awareness. After coming to this world and gaining extraordinary powers, he has truly thrived. At this moment, the Black Hawk silently appeared behind a Dark Elf warrior, and in a flash, a bronze dagger sliced across the Dark Elf's neck. The strike was so smooth, unadorned, yet pleasing to the eye. It was as if he had practiced it thousands of times before. Blood splattered. In the next moment, the Dark Elf warrior's body collapsed limply to the ground. On the ground, 5 or 6 Dark Elf bodies lay scattered. It was evident that these Dark Elves had caused quite a bit of trouble for the Black Hawk. He bore several wounds, the most severe being a deep cut on his back inflicted by a Dark Elf warrior, from which blood was continuously seeping. At that moment, a hint of bloodthirsty killing intent appeared on the Black Hawk's usually serious face. It was the kind of aura that only someone who has walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood could possess. At this time, someone in the Dusk Mercenary discussion group asked, "Captain, are you okay?" The expression on Black Hawk's face turned cold again, and he said softly, "Not bad. Although it's tiring and painful, this feeling of being on edge, or a single misstep could lead to utter ruin, makes me feel like I'm back on the battlefield." In the next moment, Black Hawk suddenly noticed a mass of black energy coalescing in front of the treasure chest guarded by the Dark Elves. The mass of energy became more solid, transforming into a humanoid silhouette. A vengeful spirit, a level 5 elite monster. Black Hawk closed the discussion group, his eyes narrowed, as warning signs continually rose in his mind. In the next moment, the shadow vanished and, at a terrifying speed, lunged at Black Hawk. Black Hawk didn't even have time to react before the shadow appeared right in front of him. So fast. This was his last thought, and in the next moment, the figure of the Black Hawk flew backward. Meanwhile, when the Black Hawk was entangled by the level 5 elite monster, the Soul of Revenge, the Papaya Star Spirit and the Whisperer also encountered different monsters. Although these monsters have different attributes and skills, they share a common characteristic: they are all quite tricky. This is not a coincidence. In fact, every survivor generates a similar terrain upon arriving in this world. The number of clouds in each area is basically the same, and there are elite monsters unique to each area. Aside from a few hidden entities, these elite monsters are the strongest in their respective regions. Just like the Greystone Giant Wolf that Han Shen encountered in the first area, defeating it is necessary to move on to the new area. However, that Greystone Giant Wolf is merely equivalent to a newbie village boss, and compared to the monsters faced by Black Hawk and Whisperer, it doesn't seem as challenging. Now, due to Whisperer and their team's progress, they have finally confronted the most powerful entity in this area and are caught in a tough battle, as everyone eagerly awaited the appearance of the final victor. After waiting for over an hour, the top 3 on the leaderboard suddenly stopped moving, as if they had made a pact. In the chat channel, many people were puzzled. What's going on? Why isn't the leaderboard moving? Did the top 3 agree to all take a nap together? Don't rush, wait a bit longer. They might all be taking a temporary break, preparing for the final sprint. It's indeed possible. Given the current situation, do you think there will be any surprises for the final first place? Stop thinking about it. The Whisperer has too much of an advantage right now. First place is definitely his. However, someone disagreed, saying, before, Xingha had a huge advantage too, and many said he was sure to take first place. And now, he can't even stay in the top 20. Xingha? He's just a lucky guy, not worth mentioning. No one in the chat channel refuted this statement. Ever since Han Shen fell out of the top 20, there hasn't been much support for him anymore. At that moment, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Xinghe made it into the top 20. What?" Many survivors were very surprised. 643 points. What was his score before? Since they had lost track of Han Shen's performance, no one knew his previous score, but the increase must be significant. However, some who held a negative opinion of Xinghe still disdainfully said, "So what if he's in the top 20? The gap between him and the Whisperer is too large, nearly 300 points. It would take at least a day to catch up. Yeah, Xinghe has no chance, no need to discuss him anymore." However, what they didn't know was that Han Shen had increased his score by nearly 200 points in just 3 hours. This terrifying speed was something even the low-level Whisperer, as a mage, could only look up to. However, while these people didn't notice, Cheng Jianyong had always been paying close attention to Han Shen's ranking. Upon seeing Han Shen's ranking soar, in the discussion group, Cheng Jianyong eagerly asked, "Xingge, are you starting to exert yourself?" At that moment, Han Shen was happily following behind Kobol, enjoying the experience points. Seeing the messages in the discussion group, he smiled and replied, "Yes." Cheng Jianyong immediately got excited. I knew Xingge was waiting to explode at the end, right? Xinyun, look at this, 3 hours, a 200-point increase, that's enough to scare people. At this point, Xinyun was also surprised and said, "Wow, that fast? Xingge, did you take some medicine?" Han Shen laughed and said, "Yeah, I took some medicine, I have some left here, do you want a couple?" Xinyun instinctively refused, No, I'm still young, I don't need that." Cheng Jianyong echoed, Brother Xing, you should keep that for yourself. Xiao Yunzi and I are in great shape, we don't need stuff like that, we can still go at it for 300 rounds every night." However, Han Shen spoke in a strange tone, "You really don't want it? This medicine works surprisingly well, just one sip and you'll feel full of energy." Xin Yun quickly declined. But Cheng Jianyong cautiously probed, "Brother Xing, is this medicine really that potent? How about you give me a little?" Ha ha ha. Han Shen laughed loudly. "I said Cheng Jianyong, this married man, was about to give up, and look, I've got it out of him now." Xin Yun joined in with a hearty laugh. At that moment, Cheng Jianyong looked quite embarrassed. Han Shen then said, "Alright, I won't tease you anymore." Then, Han Shen sent them a trade request. The two accepted with strange expressions. However, when they saw Han Shen throw them 20 bottles of basic life potions in one go, the discussion group immediately erupted with gasps. "Hiss." Cheng Jianyong said in disbelief, "Life potions?" He said with a wry smile, "Xingge, so this is the medicine you mentioned that can revive someone with just one sip?" "Yes." Han Shen smiled and said, "I didn't lie to you, did I? I've tested this medicine, and the effects are incredible. As long as you're not missing an arm or a leg or fatally injured, one bottle can bring you back to life. If your physical condition is even better, you won't have to worry about getting hurt and can directly confront those monsters head-on." At this moment, Xinyun cautiously asked, "Xingge, do you mean?" Han Shen nodded, "Yes, next, we need to change our strategy. With the life-reviving medicine in hand, we can be more daring and challenge those clouds. I saw your rankings, Xinyun is in 27th place and Cheng Jianyong is in 36. If you go all out, not to mention the top 3, getting everyone into the top 10 should be a piece of cake." Upon hearing Han Shen's thoughts, the two were immediately taken aback. However, Cheng Jianyong gritted his teeth and said, "Damn, with the life-reviving medicine and Xing Ji's strong support behind us, forget the top 10, I can smash my way into the top 3. I'm going to sprint." Xinyun also got excited and shouted, "Charge." At this moment, while the 3 Whisperers are facing a strong enemy and are stalled, Han Shen and his companions' rankings are skyrocketing like a rocket. 643 points. 674 points. 712 points. Almost every few minutes, his territory points are increasing again. Such a terrifying increase naturally caught the attention of many survivors in the chat channel. "Look, Xinghe's ranking has gone up again, now at 13th place. So fast. It's only been less than half an hour, and he has already gained over 70 points, so terrifying. Wow, should we say that Xinghe is truly a god? As soon as he makes a move, he refreshes our understanding." In the chat channel, discussions about Han Shen resumed. However, there were still many who held opinions against Han Shen, sneering, "So what if he grows fast? He is still over 200 points behind the Whisperers. As I said before, he has no hope." Yes, and who knows if Xinghe is just lucky to be rushing so fast right now. Good luck doesn't last forever. At this moment, no one stepped up to refute. However, some people noticed changes in the rankings of the other 2 individuals. Among the survivors, someone exclaimed, "Look, that Lone Brave and Yun Tianming are also skyrocketing in the rankings. I saw it with my own eyes, they gained over 40 points in just half an hour." What? The chat channel was filled with astonishment. At the same time, someone said solemnly, "It seems that at the last moment, everyone is starting to sprint." All the survivors in Channel 107 began to accelerate their push on the leaderboard. At this moment, on an empty island territory with an area of over 40 square units, Han Shen was battling a gigantic creature. In front of them, a massive brown bear, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, was roaring angrily. The information about the brown bear appeared before them. Ironback Brown Bear, 1-star elite creature. Level, LV5. Strength 31, Agility 20, Spirit 21, Constitution 35. Skill 1, Bear Paw Slam. The brown bear swings its massive paw to strike the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that knocks back surrounding enemies and deals massive damage. Skill 2, Ironback Charge. The Ironback Brown Bear charges towards the target, increasing its sprint speed by 100% and guarantees a critical hit and knockback effect upon impact. Skill 3, Frenzied Roar. The brown bear emits a deafening roar, dealing sonic damage to surrounding enemies and increasing its own critical hit rate by 50%. Impressive stats. Just in terms of base attributes, this brown bear completely crushes Han Chen, who is fully geared in green equipment. Even the Cold Ball, which has already reached level 3, is suppressed by its attributes. What a strong creature. Is this bear the area boss? Han Chen pondered. However, the agility attribute of Cold Ball has already reached 21 points, plus the 200% movement speed boost from the Void Blink skill. Even this level 5 elite monster can't keep up with Cold Ball's pace. Han Chen could only see a shadow flickering around the Ironback brown bear, occasionally leaving a few wounds on it. Roar! The brown bear let out an angry roar, wildly waving its bare paws like a fan, scratching at the air frantically, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't even touch a single hair of the Cold Ball. At that moment, Han Chen's Wind Chaser arrow came flying in. The fine iron arrow whistled through the air, instantly appearing in front of the brown bear. The target was its copper bell-sized eyeball. However, this level 5 elite monster reacted extremely quickly. As soon as it saw the arrow coming, the iron-backed brown bear swiftly turned around, presenting its spiky back to meet the arrow. Bang! The arrow hit, but the expected scene of piercing flesh did not occur. The fine iron arrow struck the bear's back, producing a dull sound. It was as if he had shot not at the brown bear's body, but at a concrete wall. What terrifying defense! Han Chen was amazed. At this moment, he also noticed that this elite brown bear had a physique score of 35, providing it with formidable physical defense. This arrow did no damage to the brown bear, but instead completely enraged the massive creature. Suddenly, it stood on its hind legs, repeatedly slapping its chest with its paws. Bang! 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 After a series of dull thuds, the brown bear suddenly opened its mouth and howled at the sky. Roar! The terrifying sound waves began to spread. Not good, it's the elite monster's skill, Berserk Roar. Han Chen's expression changed instantly. Cold Ball, retreat quickly. Berserk Roar is an area of effect skill. Although Cold Ball is strong, its physique is relatively weak compared to the brown bear. Taking this sound wave attack up close would leave it severely injured, if not dead. However, Cold Ball wasn't foolish. Upon sensing the brown bear's sound wave attack, it had already begun to retreat. With a flash of shadow, Cold Ball had already appeared at the edge of the territory. The attack from the grizzly bear didn't cause it much harm. Han Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but what he didn't notice was that the bear had shifted its target of hatred onto him. In the next moment, the bear was on all fours, drooling and glaring at Han Chen with anger. A sense of foreboding suddenly rose in Han Chen's heart. By the time he reacted, the grizzly bear charged at him like a cannonball. This was its second skill, Ironback Charge. Danger! In a critical moment, Han Chen used the hunter's basic skill, Roll. Han Chen lowered his body and rolled on the ground, narrowly dodging the bear's strike, while feeling a surge of fear in his heart. When Ironback Charge hits an enemy, it always carries a critical hit and knockback effect. With his frail physique, if he were hit, he wouldn't just die, he'd be knocked into the air by the bear and then fall from the floating island territory. At that moment, a shadow resembling a cold ball flashed and appeared beside the bear. Meichio's eyes were filled with murderous intent, seemingly very angry at the brown bear's attack on Han Chen. "Awah!" Meichio let out a roar that was both cute and somewhat fierce. Han Chen saw its figure suddenly become illusory. In the next moment, many spikes suddenly grew from Meichio's illusory figure. The second skill of the Void Phantom Wolf, Counter Spike, activated. In the next moment, 10 spikes erupted simultaneously. Each counter spike carried the power of the Void, possessing unmatched lethality. Even the terrifying defense of the Ironback brown bear was easily pierced, and its massive body almost became a target at that moment. Puff puff puff. With several meaty sounds, the Ironback brown bear endured the explosive skill of Meichio at close range, being hit by at least 7 spikes. The Ironback brown bear never expected that this little one could inflict such severe damage, appearing incredibly furious. However, the counterattack stinger carrying the power of the Void is continuously eroding the Ironback grizzly bear's wounds, causing its condition to decline significantly. The third skill of the Void Phantom Wolf, Void Power, causes enemies that take damage not only to be suppressed from healing but also to have their defense reduced. Han Chen's eyes lit up. An opportunity has come. Without a second thought, he unleashed his most powerful burst skill, Multi-Shot. In the next moment, 5 high-quality iron arrows struck the grizzly bear at lightning speed. Moreover, 2 of those 5 arrows triggered the armor-piercing effect, causing the damage to soar. This time, Han Chen's arrows were not hindered. Instead, they easily pierced through the bear's thick skin and lodged into its flesh. Han Chen squinted his eyes, eagerly watching this massive monster. Yet he found it still full of energy, moving without any sign of slowing down. Is it immune? As expected, the snake venom from a level 1 monster has no effect on this level 5 beast. Han Chen felt a bit of regret deep down. Shaking his head, he refocused his energy on the battle at hand. At this moment, the coal ball once again drew the hatred of the iron-backed grizzly. Han Chen took on the role of ranged firepower once more. I have to say, having such a formidable pet in front made the hunter's battle seem quite easy. Once the defense of the iron-backed grizzly was reduced, and Han Chen's arrows could inflict damage on it, the subsequent battle lost all suspense. 3 minutes later, the iron-backed grizzly was filled with numerous arrows, looking just like a hedgehog. It was completely exhausted. After the battle so far, the iron-backed grizzly had been worn down by Han Chen and the coal ball. But I have to say, its vitality was indeed strong. Even now, it could still hold on for one last breath. At this stage, it was impossible for any survivor fighting alone to defeat it. Even if there were, it would likely come at a heavy price. Although Han Chen wasn't seriously injured, the main reason is that the coal ball took on the biggest pressure in front. If he had to face it alone, he would likely have been turned into minced meat. The ironback grizzly is so formidable, and other level 5 elite monsters aren't far behind. But thankfully, it's not level 6, Han Chen said with some relief. In Sky Island Paradise, the jump from level 5 to level 6 is a watershed moment. Level 6 monsters are often significantly stronger than level 5 monsters, and ordinary adventurers lack the ability to challenge them at a higher level. However, survivors reaching level 6 will also experience a considerable boost, not only in attributes but also in equipment. When players reach level 6, the equipment they craft based on blueprints will see a significant increase in attributes compared to what they had before level 5, but it also comes with a requirement for equipment level. Before level 5, players could wear any equipment they crafted without restrictions. But after reaching level 6, the equipment you craft can only be equipped by other survivors who have also reached level 6. At this point, the ironback grizzly is at the end of its rope and is about to be taken down by Han Chen. At that moment, the iron-backed grizzly bear suddenly took a deep breath and raised its paw, terrifying power brewing within. Han Chen immediately realized that this guy was trying to unleash the bear paw slam area skill. But Han Chen wouldn't let it have its way. Wind Chaser Arrow. Whoosh! This arrow shot straight into the bear's eye socket. Headshot. Fatal damage. The massive body of the iron-backed grizzly bear slowly fell down. A system prompt sounded. You have killed the iron-backed grizzly bear LV5 Elite, gained experience *500, Pet Coal Ball gained experience *400. Your level has increased, current level LV5. Pet Coal Ball level has increased, current level LV4. Wow, leveled up again. In just one morning, Han Chen leveled up twice, and the experience gained was nearly equivalent to the total he had accumulated over the previous 5 or 6 days. Glancing at his attributes, his strength and agility each increased by 4 points, and his spirit and constitution increased by 2 to 3 points, which was quite good. But when he saw the attributes of the coal ball, he suddenly became a bit unsettled. Pet information: Void Howl, juvenile. Race: Void species. Level: LV4. Strength: 15, agility: 25, spirit: 14, constitution: 13. Wow! The attributes gained from level 1 are comparable to my level 3 increase. This little thing really is developing toward a boss's stats? The coal ball looked at him in confusion, and after the battle victory, the little wolf cub seemed very excited, constantly pawing at Han Chen's boots. Meanwhile, a familiar system notification reappeared. You have killed the elite monster in this area, and you can now explore higher level areas. At the same time, the number of clouds in the distance suddenly increased several times, and he even saw many clouds covering an area of hundreds or even thousands of square meters. Oh, this brown bear is the most powerful monster in this area? Han Chen pondered. It seems I must be the fastest survivor to defeat the area boss in Zone 107, otherwise, their points would have skyrocketed by now. Then, Han Chen walked with the coal ball to the corpse of the giant brown bear. Then he clicked on Decompose, and the system prompt appeared. Successfully decomposed the gray-backed brown bear carcass, recovered 45 fine iron arrows, obtained 1 1-star quality beast skin, damaged, obtained 964 kilograms of thick bear meat, obtained 2 bear paws, obtained 1 beast heart, obtained 20 strong blood, obtained 7 power crystals, obtained 1 recipe for the berserker bear power potion. Han Chen's heart stirred. The items in front were ordinary, but he noticed the last prompt. Recipe for the berserker bear power potion? Thinking of this, Han Chen looked expectantly at the pile of loot on the ground. Underneath a huge bear skin, he indeed saw a yellowed paper recipe. After picking it up, the system prompt appeared. Do you want to learn the recipe for the berserker bear power potion? Yes. In the next moment, Han Chen saw that a second potion recipe had appeared in the recipe section. Berserker Bear Power Potion. After consumption, it grants a powerful Berserker Bear strength boost, increasing one's strength by 30%, lasting for 100 seconds. Materials needed to make the secret potion: blood of the strong *10, spirit core *5, tiger bone grass *1, strength crystal *1. Increase strength by 30%? Han Chen was a bit surprised. Calculating based on the hunter's 1 point of strength equaling 2 points of attack power, his current strength is 18 points, which translates to 5.4 strength, or nearly 11 points of attack power. This is almost comparable to the enhancement of a weapon, and the effect is quite astonishing. With this potion, it's like increasing my attack power by at least 20% during combat, which is a pretty good gain. Han Chen excitedly said. Moreover, this is an enhancement for the hunter class. If it were for a warrior class, which is a melee profession, 1 point of strength equals 3 points of attack power, so the increase would be even greater. Shang Jianyong and Xing Yun should find this useful. Thinking of this, Han Chen immediately made 100 bottles of the bear strength secret potion. After all, he currently has plenty of materials, so he's not lacking. Then, he found Shang Jianyong and Xing Yun, trading 20 bottles to each of them, and urged them to continue pushing for the leaderboard. With this secret potion, their attack power will be greatly enhanced, and their speed in exploring the Sky Island will increase significantly. At this moment, Han Chen glanced at the leaderboard. After merging with the territory of this brown bear, his territory score directly increased by over 60 square meters, breaking through 800 points and shooting into the top 10. Chang Jianyong and Xing Yun were also not to be outdone. Their rankings were rapidly rising as well. Especially Chang Jianyong, as a warrior class, his attack power skyrocketed after obtaining the bear power elixir. At this moment, he was practically like he was on a high, with his ranking constantly soaring. From 37th place, he climbed to 25th place in just 1 hour. However, after he started using the bear power elixir, he only took half an hour to increase by over 50 points, breaking into the top 20. This rate of increase was even catching up to Han Chen. In the chat channel, those survivors were utterly shocked. Someone swallowed hard and whispered, "How did these guys manage to do this? When did our District 107 get so many monsters?" His tone was filled with disbelief, and many survivors shared the same thoughts in their hearts. Let's not talk about the Galaxy God. In 3 hours, they gained over 200 points, and it's only been a short while, and they've increased by nearly 60 points again. But what's up with the Lonely Brave and Yun Tianming? How can they also achieve a 100-point increase in just 1 hour? No one could answer. At that moment, someone said, "The Whisperer and Papaya Star Spirits still haven't changed their scores. What are they up to? Could it be that they can really make the Galaxy catch up and reclaim a top 3 spot?" Hearing this, the survivors of the God's Whisper and the Plain Boys felt a sinking feeling. They thought the Whisperer and Papaya Star Spirit had it in the bag. But now, they couldn't help but feel nervous for the Whisperer and Black Hawk. At this time, the chat channel was once again intensely debating the terrifying surge speed of the three. However, Han Chen did not enter the chat channel and was unaware of the situation inside. Han Chen had just finished a battle and looked at his ranking, 802 points, currently ranked 9th. At that moment, he noticed a name on the leaderboard. Rank 17, Clever Little Sheep, territory point 612. The Clever Little Sheep actually made it onto the leaderboard and ranked so high, which surprised Han Chen. While maneuvering the Sky Island closer to another cloud, he sent a private message to the Clever Little Sheep. "Not bad, you're ranked so high now." The Clever Little Sheep quickly replied. "Ah, is it really high?" The Clever Little Sheep said as if realizing it for the first time. Han Chen praised, "Yes, you've made it into the top 20, that's impressive." "Really? It's not that amazing, he. It let out a silly laugh. Hearing Han Chen's compliment, the Clever Little Sheep seemed very happy, then shyly said, "It's all thanks to you for giving me so many life potions. With them, I'm not afraid of getting hurt, so I could explore so quickly." However, Han Chen replied, "No need to be modest. The life potions are just supportive. In real combat, it still depends on the survivor's own strength." After saying that, he didn't want to continue on this topic, so he asked, "By the way, did you choose the hunter profession?" I chose the hunter," the Clever Little Sheep replied. Han Chen said directly, "I just revealed a secret potion recipe that increases strength, which can also boost our attack power as hunters. I'll trade it to you." Han Chen sent a trade request to Clever Little Sheep. Then, as usual, he put up 20 bottles of the bear strength potion. "Ha? Are these all for me?" Clever Little Sheep sounded a bit uncertain. Han Chen replied, "Yes, consider it a reward for that life potion recipe you gave me." Clever Little Sheep hesitated for a moment before clicking accept. She said earnestly, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Han Chen replied casually. After trading the potions, Han Chen prepared to close the private chat and continue his sprint. At that moment, Clever Little Sheep tentatively asked, "Is there anything else?" Han Chen asked. Clever Little Sheep didn't reply immediately, as if she was hesitating. After a moment, she seemed to gather her courage and said, "Can I add you as a friend?" At this point, it was clear that her words were laced with tension, as if she feared Han Chen would refuse. Han Chen was stunned for a moment. If you want to add someone as a friend, you need to know their real name. Han Chen thought for a moment and felt it wasn't a big deal, so he agreed, "Sure, my name is Han Chen, go ahead and add me." Phew. After hearing Han Shen's agreement, she also let out a sigh of relief and said, thank you. In the next moment, a system prompt appeared. Survivor Su Xiaoyang has requested to add you as a friend. So this girl is named Su Xiaoyang, that name. Han Chen had a somewhat strange expression. He clicked accept. Su Xiaoyang successfully added Han Chen as a friend and seemed quite excited. At this moment, Han Chen said, I need to continue climbing the rankings, let's talk next time if there's anything. Okay, I won't disturb you, good luck. Su Xiaoyang replied happily. After closing the chat interface, Han Chen began to continue climbing the rankings. Meanwhile, on a large platform measuring over 600 square meters, a beautiful girl was staring blankly ahead. She wore a set of hunter's green gear with fitted leather armor that accentuated her proud curves. With her tall figure, fair skin, and an angelic face, she resembled a delicate and slender beauty. At this moment, beneath the hem of the girl's fur skirt, a pair of dazzlingly white, slender legs were pressed together and rubbing back and forth, while her ample bosom heaved up and down with heavy breaths, seemingly very excited. This girl is Su Xiaoyang, who has been in a state of excitement since adding Han Chen as a friend. So, your name is Han Chen, what a beautiful name. At this time, an excited smile appeared on Su Xiaoyang's delicate face. I never expected that even someone like me would have a friend willing to be my friend. I'm so happy. I really want to tell my mom and dad about this quickly. They would definitely be happy for me too, right? In her excitement, Su Xiaoyang seemed to accidentally crush something in her hand, and in an instant, bright red blood spurted out. Ah! Su Xiaoyang instinctively exclaimed, looking at the clump of tissue from a beast's body in her hand, regretting, I accidentally crushed the beast's heart I just dug up. It was meant to be fed to Xiao Qian. What a pity! She arched her beautifully embroidered brows, her eyes shimmering as she caught sight of the pale tree in the territory. This tree was only 2 meters tall, resembling a willow tree from the blue planet, but it looked particularly eerie, with bark as pale as paper, including its branches which were equally pale. Even more bizarrely, the branches of this small tree were covered in barbs resembling animal teeth. Then, Su Xiaoyang moved her exquisitely beautiful legs, gracefully walking up to the strange plant, softly saying, even though I crushed it, we can't waste it. Xiao Qian, eat up. As soon as she finished speaking, the branches of the eerie plant began to tremble slightly, and one branch slowly extended towards Su Xiaoyang. In the next moment, the branch suddenly retracted, and the beast's heart in Su Xiaoyang's hand disappeared without a trace. Xiao Qian is really good. Su Xiaoyang praised, and before her, the information about the bizarre tree appeared. Heart-eating tree, 1-star elite creature. Level, LV5. Strength 25, Agility 28, Spirit 31, Constitution 32. Skill 1, Venomous Kiss. The heart-eating tree attacks enemies with its branches, and the attacked creature will enter a severe poisoning state. Skill 2, Life Forbidden Zone. The heart-eating tree releases gas from its body, creating a large area of Life Forbidden Zone. Any life entering the gas range will suffer multiple negative statuses. Skill 3, Frenzied Dance of Flowers. The heart-eating tree enters a berserk state, waving thousands of branches to indiscriminately attack enemies. Talent, Heart-Eating Demon. The heart-eating tree enhances its attributes by consuming the hearts of other creatures. The more hearts consumed, the stronger it becomes, and the higher the attributes gained. When a certain number of hearts are consumed, the heart-eating tree will undergo a transformation. This is actually an elite-level plant monster, the heart-eating tree. It not only has 3 powerful skills but also a growable talent skill that enhances its power by consuming the hearts of various animals. When the number of animal hearts consumed by the heart-eating tree reaches a certain amount, it can even complete a transformation. And this creature certainly includes humans. It will attack any being that invades its territory. But Su Xiaoyang somehow managed to plant this ferocious monster in her territory. In Su Xiaoyang's territory, there is a demon tree, and it seems to be very obedient to her. She stretched out her fair hand, gently touching the branches of the heart-eating tree, and whispered, Do you know, Xiao Qian, today I made a friend, his name is Han Chen. Don't get me wrong, it's not like before where I unilaterally thought someone was my friend. We actually added each other as friends. So far, I haven't revealed my true nature. In his eyes, I should be a well-behaved good child. If we have the chance to meet in the future, I will definitely try my best to restrain myself and control my strange habits so I won't scare them away like before. Su Xiaoyang clenched her small fist, secretly encouraging herself as a trickle of residual blood dripped from her fingers. A trace of longing appeared in her eyes. I really want to see you soon. Han Chen. Then, Su Xiaoyang seemed to realize her own indiscretion and shyly lowered her head. At this moment, Han Chen had already made contact with a floating island measuring over 30 square meters. The clouds dispersed, revealing a group of 8 slimes, each at levels 4 or 5. As soon as the battle began, Han Chen downed a bottle of the Bear Power Elixir. A surge of hot energy suddenly rose in his stomach. At that moment, he really wanted to shout, whose Kirin arm is burning hot. Whoosh! The arrow was shot. The crisp sound of the bowstring being pulled tight. This arrow was more lethal than before. As the battle began, the group of slimes bounced towards him. This arrow directly triggered the piercing effect. After piercing through the first slime, it retained its momentum and violently stabbed into the second slime's body. At that moment, a flash of black light flickered. The coal ball charged directly into the group of slimes. The slime formation was shattered, causing serious chaos. "Well done," Han Shen praised from the back, his coordination with coal ball becoming increasingly harmonious. As a volley of fine iron arrows was shot out. In just 5 minutes, they had eliminated the slime monsters. Meanwhile, his territory points reached 834, advancing 1 rank to 7th place. After a little over 10 minutes, his territory points reached 851, advancing 3 ranks to 4th place. In the entire Channel 107, the other survivors were left utterly shocked. In less than 5 hours, Han Shen showed them what a speed of breaking limits looks like. Working hard for 200 points in a day? That's impossible. He can charge up 100 points in just 1 hour. Those who previously thought Han Shen couldn't make it into the top 10, let alone the top 20, were now silenced at this moment. In the chat channel, someone once again called out the name of the Galaxy God. Meanwhile, Han Shen was still sprinting madly. From 850 points, it soared to 900 points, officially surpassing Papaya Star Spirit and Black Hawk, securing 2nd place. Now, the Whisperer in 1st place still hasn't made any moves. The chat channel has completely exploded. It's terrifying. The Galaxy God has surged to 2nd place. At this rate, securing 1st place is a sure thing. Yeah, the Galaxy God truly is the pride of our District 107. The past few days were just a build-up, and today he burst forth, directly overtaking. The chatter in the chat channel has shifted to whether the Galaxy can securely take 1st place. However, some survivors from the Divine Whisper team reluctantly said, "Don't celebrate too early. The Whisperer might be conquering a large area of empty islands, which could take some time. If he succeeds, he will definitely break through 1,000 points and take 1st place." That's true. Previously, Black Hawk and Papaya Star Spirit got stuck around 900 points. They likely encountered some powerful enemies. Galaxy is currently at this score too, and it's highly probable he will face the same situation next. After this person spoke, some supporters of Han Shen began to feel anxious again, because what this person said does hold some truth. However, the so-called 900-point level does not exist for Han Shen, because he has already defeated the strongest monster in this area, the grayback brown bear. His score not only did not stagnate but surged forward, reaching 954 points in just over 20 minutes, reclaiming the 1st place. In the local area network, those who whispered for the gods fell completely silent. Just when everyone thought Han Shen would directly reach 1,000 points and secure 1st place with this momentum, they found that his territory score had stopped at a subtle number. Rank 1, Xinghe, 999 points. Only 1 point away from the 1st place reward. It's hard not to suspect that he did it on purpose. In the chat channel, the survivors suddenly froze. They seemed to not understand what Han Shen was planning to do. Clearly able to take 1st place directly, yet he paused at this moment. This included the survivors who were pushing for the leaderboard. Looking at the exaggerated number of 999 points, they had already lost hope for 1st place in their hearts. The batch of survivors in the top 10 lost their motivation and felt a bit dejected for a moment. The upward trend of the leaderboard suddenly slowed down. This was exactly the effect Han Shen wanted. At this moment, 2 more names surged into everyone's view. 8th place, the Lonely Brave, 804 points. 9th place, Yun Tianming, 793 points. The 2 of them broke into the top 10 one after the other, maintaining a terrifying growth rate, and their rankings were rapidly rising. Before everyone could react, they had officially surpassed 900 points, taking 2nd and 3rd places in quick succession. Then, Han Shen's territory points finally changed, officially breaking through 1,000 from 999, securing the 1st place reward. More than an hour later, Cheng Jianyong successfully broke 1,000 points, claiming the 2nd place reward. Then came Shen Yun, who successfully reached 3rd place. The 3 of them, in order, directly claimed all 3 top rewards. Other survivors on Channel 107 were in shock. You have successfully reached 1,000 territory points, current ranking 1. You have received ranking rewards: food * 500 units, freshwater * 200 units, spirit core * 1000, choice of purple weapon blueprint * 1, silver treasure chest * 1, hidden class scroll * 1. Han Shen looked at the system prompt, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the discussion group, Cheng Jianyong shouted excitedly, "Wow, this is amazing, ha!" Brother Xing really thought this through, deliberately stopping at 999 points to leave the competitors dumbfounded, giving us time to catch up. At this moment, Shen Yun also said, "Little Yangzi, now you understand, listening to Brother Xing is never wrong. A temporary advantage means nothing, the one who can laugh last is the real winner." Cheng Jianyong was currently in a state of excitement over the huge rewards, fully agreeing with Shen Yun's words. "You're right, Brother Xing has great foresight." Han Shen chuckled, "Stop blowing smoke and let's check your rewards." "Alright," the 2 responded excitedly. Yun ranked third and received a very generous reward, which included a choice of a blue weapon, a silver treasure chest, and an advancement profession scroll. Chang Jianyang's reward for second place was similar. In addition to the blue weapon, he could also choose an additional piece of blue armor. Chang Jianyang and Yun were both extremely excited. They couldn't wait to check the properties of their reward items. Among the weapons awarded for ranking, Chang Jianyang chose a high-quality stone sword, while Yun selected a crystal hammer. The attributes are decent, but they can only be equipped at level 6. Next is the silver treasure chest. The rewards in the silver treasure chest far exceed those in the bronze chest, and at this stage, the difficulty of obtaining one is extremely high. There are usually powerful monsters surrounding each silver treasure chest. Unless you are incredibly lucky, like a true European emperor, you are unlikely to find a silver treasure chest without monster guards on unexplored islands. In addition to yielding a large amount of mithril, spirit cores, and blood of the strong, the silver treasure chest is guaranteed to contain a piece of blue equipment or have a small chance of giving out potion recipes or blueprints. The two excitedly click to open it. In the next moment, Chang Jianyang shouted excitedly, "Wow! Warrior ring blueprint, blue equipment." "Ha!" Han Chen exclaimed in surprise, "A blue ring? Such good luck?" Chang Jianyang laughed excitedly, "Ha ha, I really am a European emperor." After saying that, he expressed some disappointment, but unfortunately, it's a level 6 blueprint. Han Chen replied, "Level 6? Not bad. If we level up 1 or 2 more times, everyone will be able to equip it, and level 6 blue gear will have much stronger attributes than anything below level 5. At this moment, Yun said somewhat dejectedly, "Damn, I got a level 6 light armor leg piece, also blue gear, but my holy class needs heavy armor. I can only give it to that brat Chang Jianyang." "Light armor? Xiao Yun, give it to me!" Chang Jianyang shouted excitedly. Yun reluctantly initiated a trade, and after a moment he continued, "Xingu, there's also a self-selected advanced class scroll. What class should we choose to advance? Do you have any suggestions?" Before making a decision, they would subconsciously consult Han Chen's opinion. Although they didn't know why, they always felt that Han Chen understood the mechanics of this world better than they did. After thinking for a moment, Han Chen said, "According to the game introduction, the advanced classes for the holy class are priest and knight. The former leans towards healing and support, with weak combat ability. The latter leans towards defense and melee combat, providing more self-protection compared to the priest. Both classes have their pros and cons." Yun replied without hesitation, "Okay, then I will choose priest." Han Chen was somewhat surprised. "Have you thought it through? The combat ability of a priest is not very strong. The system introduction says that in the early stages, the priest relies heavily on teammates, and only after the third promotion, when they become a bishop, will they have a few damage-dealing skills." Yun replied confidently, "I've thought it through, I choose priest. Anyway, with this guy Chang Jianyang for melee and you, Xingu, for ranged, I'll just be a support on the side." Han Chen pondered for a moment and stopped trying to persuade him. He knew that Yun made this choice after considering their future development together. At this moment, Chang Jianyang asked, "Xingu, what should I choose? Swordsman or berserker?" However, Han Chen replied speechlessly, "What's so great about these muscle-bound classes? They're all pretty much the same." "Damn, you actually look down on muscle-bound classes. When can they stand up?" Chang Jianyang's tone was exaggerated, and the next moment, he sent a trade request to Han Chen. Han Chen accepted the trade. Chang Jianyang traded the blue ring blueprint he just opened to Han Chen. "You have obtained the warrior ring blueprint, blue, LV6. Do you want to learn it?" Han Chen clicked on learning. Finally, the first blueprint for blue equipment appeared in the blueprint section. He looked at the crafting requirements. Materials needed to craft the warrior ring: mithril *10, spirit core *50, rare earth *100, strength crystal *10. Crafting success rate 15%. Affected by the god level craftsman talent, the success rate has reached 100%. But do I need this much mithril? Han Chen walked up to several storage boxes, checked his material reserves, and found that the other 3 materials were sufficient, but he only had 7 of the high-end material, mithril. Not enough to craft a single ring. So he asked in the discussion group, "How much mithril did you guys just find in the silver treasure chest? Trade it all to me. I don't have enough to craft the warrior ring. I have 13 pieces of mithril here. I have 16 pieces here as well." Upon hearing this, the two directly sent trade requests to Han Chen. Han Chen received a total of 29 pieces of mithril, and combined with his own reserves, he barely had enough to craft 3 warrior rings. This was thanks to the 100% success rate provided by the god-level craftsman talent. If it were other survivors, a 15% success rate would be enough to make them doubt their existence after failing. Keep in mind, after a failed attempt, the materials will not be refunded. The losses incurred during this process are not something an average person can afford. Han Chen had no such concerns. He clicked on the crafting option directly, and a dazzling blue light appeared. A 60-second progress bar appeared before him. When the progress bar reached the end, a silver-white ring fell to the ground. Han Chen also saw the attributes of the ring. Warrior ring, blue, quality rare, strength +12, special effect, soul of the warrior. Soul of the Warrior grants an additional 6 points of strength when entering combat. Wearing requirement level 6. All about strength? The attributes of this ring are indeed quite pure. Han Chen couldn't help but complain. But the strength boost is really substantial. An equipment that directly increases strength by 12 points plus the special effect is equivalent to an 18-point strength boost. Even after equipping hunter gear, it could increase attack by 36 points, comparable to the boost from a main weapon. If it were a strength profession like the warrior, the enhancements from the warrior ring would be even more outrageous. That's quite powerful, Han Chen exclaimed. Then he continued to craft 2 more. The second one was still of the same rare quality, with similar attributes. But when it came to the third one, Han Chen suddenly noticed a difference. This time, the erupting blue light was several times more dazzling than before. Han Chen said excitedly, could it be? In the next moment, he saw the attributes of this ring. Warrior ring, blue, quality rare, strength plus 18, special effect, soul of the warrior. Wow, rare! Han Chen was very surprised. This was his first time crafting an item with rare attributes. In the Sky Island Paradise, equipment quality is divided into 8 levels: rough, normal, fine, rare, rare item, legendary, epic, and mythical. Generally, green equipment is at most of normal quality. Occasionally a few might be fine quality, while rare quality is the upper limit for green equipment. As for blue equipment, it is generally of fine and rare quality, with rare items being the upper limit for blue gear. Generally speaking, if other survivors can craft rare quality equipment from blueprints, they can consider themselves lucky. However, Han Chen, the master craftsman, easily crafted a precious item. Compared to rare quality, the attributes have significantly increased. It can be said that this precious ring directly increased Han Chen's attack power by nearly 15%. Han Chen tossed this precious quality ring to Cheng Jianyong and then threw another one to Xin Yun. Not hearing their shouting in the discussion group, he directly clicked to close it. A level 6 blue equipment with such high attributes should have given them enough motivation to level up. After processing Jianyong and Xin Yun's ranking rewards, Han Chen began to eagerly look at what he had just obtained, as this was the main reward from this ranking. First up was the selectable purple weapon blueprint. Han Chen naturally chose his main weapon for his profession. You have obtained the Moon Crown Longbow Blueprint Purple LV6. Do you want to learn it? Yes. The first purple equipment blueprint appeared in the blueprint section, and it was for his own weapon. Han Chen couldn't wait to make it on the spot. Then, he saw the crafting requirements for the Moon Crown Longbow. Materials required to craft the Moon Crown Longbow: 100 mithril, 200 fine iron, 5 moon crystals, 500 spirit cores, 2000 rare earths, 1 tough beast tendon. So much mithril? Han Chen was momentarily stunned and questioned, and what is a moon crystal? I've never even heard of it. Due to insufficient materials, Han Chen could only set it aside for the time being. Besides, this blueprint is level 6, even if he crafted it, he couldn't equip it. He still needed 50% more experience to level up, so there was no rush. After selecting the weapon blueprints, Han Chen opened the silver treasure chest rewarded by the system. When the ancient silver chest was opened, it revealed a dazzling array of materials inside. Han Chen collected everything into his backpack. The items obtained from the silver chest were similar to what Cheng Jian and the others had found. Besides the 12 pieces of mithril, there were also some high-end materials. At the bottom of the chest, Han Chen saw a thick leather tunic. Beast skin armor, blue, quality good, defense 13-17, agility plus 5, constitution plus 2, special effect, soul of the beast. Soul of the beast, when attacking, there is a 20% chance to activate the remaining beast spirit in this armor, launching a mental attack on the enemy. Equipment requirement, level 6. Although it's only of good quality, its attributes are much better than the armor I'm wearing, and that last special effect is nice too. The rewards from the silver treasure chest were good. After opening the chest, Han Chen looked contentedly at the black scroll in his backpack. His mood became excited as well. Because this black scroll was the grand prize of this leaderboard event. Hidden class scroll. Han Chen took out the scroll, and at that moment, a system prompt appeared. Do you want to open the hidden class scroll? Upon opening, you will randomly receive an advanced hidden class scroll for the hunter profession. Random, huh? Han Chen was a bit confused. He didn't know how many hidden classes existed in this world. What if he randomly got a useless class? Then, Han Chen shook his head and said, forget it, there's no need to get hung up on it. Even if I randomly get a useless hidden class, it's fine. I still have the Wild Ranger as an alternative. Then, he directly clicked to start. In the next moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Han Chen clearly saw that several powerful shadowy figures appeared around his territory. These shadows varied in height and body features. Some were as tall as a giant over 10 meters high, while others were small like dwarfs. But they all shared one common feature. That is, they all wielded a longbow as a weapon, either on their backs or in their hands. In the next moment, the shadows began to sway. Han Chen saw them swiftly pass before his eyes. Finally, they froze on a shadow with pointed ears, about the same size as a human. A system prompt appeared. Successfully randomized to the hidden class scroll, Elf Archer. Elf Archer class scroll. After the survivor reaches level 10, using this scroll allows them to advance to the hidden class Elf Archer, increasing all attributes by 150%, raising the level cap to 20, and granting 1.5 times growth in agility when leveling up. Automatically learn exclusive skills for the Elf Archer: Wind Perception, Dance of the Elves, Low Altitude Flight. So powerful! Han Shen exclaimed. 1.5 times agility growth means that for every 2 levels gained, it's like having 1 additional level of agility compared to other hunter players, plus 3 exclusive skills. At this moment, Han Shen suddenly noticed the last skill. Low altitude flight? Does that mean after learning it, the survivor can fly up and shoot from the sky? This idea could very well be true. Han Shen was utterly shocked. If that's the case, then the mobility of this class will probably exceed imagination, and its strength will be raised to a whole new level. He was incredibly excited. This hidden class he randomly got has already surpassed his expectations. At this moment, Han Shen suddenly thought, I wonder which is stronger, the Elf Archer class or the Wild Ranger. But for now, he didn't know what skills the Wild Ranger had, so there was no reference. Shaking his head, Han Shen decided not to think about it anymore. After handling these rewards, it was already late at night. It had been 4 to 5 hours since he received the first place reward. During this time, after the clever little lamb secured the 4th place reward, no one else was able to break 1,000 points. At this stage, level 5 elite monsters loomed like a mountain, blocking all the survivors. In the late night sky, a floating island measuring over 900 cubic meters was speeding forward. Lying on this floating island was the Whisperer, who had previously ranked first but had now dropped to 5th. His current state seemed extremely miserable. His mage robe was torn into strips, and his body was covered in numerous bloody scratches, as if he had been clawed by some terrifying monster. However, the most serious issue was the wound on his chest. The fist-sized injury looked quite gruesome, continuously oozing blood, and if not treated quickly, he would soon die from his serious injuries. Thinking of this, the Whisperer gritted his teeth against the pain throughout his body, picked up the small water bottle from the ground, and poured it into his mouth. It seems that the water in the kettle is the spirit spring water traded from Han Shen, which has certain healing effects. However, after finishing a pot of spirit spring water, the Whisperer found that his external injuries had indeed improved somewhat. But the blood hole on his chest not only did not stop bleeding, but instead worsened. The Whisperer gritted his teeth and exclaimed in frustration, Damn it, damn it, damn it. What the hell? How could there be a level 5 elite tree monster in there? With such a fast attack speed, how am I supposed to fight? The Whisperer gritted his teeth. If that tree monster hadn't been immobile, I would have really been done for today. Just then, he received a private message. It was from a survivor in the God's Whisper team. Moonlight Cat, boss, we finally got in touch with you. You haven't replied for a whole day, and the brothers are going crazy. A day? I was unconscious for that long? The Whisperer forced back the intense pain in his chest and asked, cough cough, what happened? Has someone already taken the first place? Was it that Black Hawk or Papaya Star Spirit? Moonlit Cat quickly replied, It's not Black Hawk and Papaya Star Spirit, it's that galaxy. He only took a little over 3 hours, surged over 300 points, and then took first place at a terrifying speed. Moreover, the rewards for 2nd and 3rd places were also taken by someone, one called the Lonely Hero and the other called Yun Tianming. People in the chat channel speculated that they might be in cahoots. The Whisperer was also surprised and exclaimed, What? However, just as his emotions surged, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The Whisperer quickly shut his mouth, his face turning pale. Moonlit Cat on the opposite side clearly noticed something was off and asked, Boss, what's wrong? The Whisperer wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with difficulty, Forget about the ranking rewards for now, I'm injured, very seriously injured. If I don't get treated in time, it won't be long before I die. What? Moonlit Cat was shocked and quickly asked, Boss, isn't the spirit spring water effective? The Whisperer gritted his teeth and said, It's useless. The spirit spring water can only heal minor injuries. I'm too severely injured now, I need a stronger recovery item. He paused and continued, Old Cat, I have a task for you. Gather all the team's resources and do everything you can to help me find items with healing effects. If there aren't any, go to the trading channel for help and do whatever it takes to get them. Remember, no matter the cost. Then tell the brothers that the elite monsters in the new area are unprecedentedly strong and tough. Without healing items, we can't take them down. Moonlight Cat realized the seriousness of the situation, immediately ended the private chat, and quickly reported the situation to the team members. However, at this stage, there are very few items with healing effects besides the Spirit Spring Water. Some of them are even less effective than the Spirit Spring Water. Moonlight Cat was extremely anxious, so he began to post a message in both the chat and trading channels simultaneously. God's Whisper team is offering a high price for healing items and potions, willing to exchange a blue sword. Meanwhile, another large team, Plain Boys, also released the same purchasing information at this time. However, their bid was even more astonishing, directly offering a blueprint for blue armor bracers. The entire channel for Area 107 was instantly thrown into chaos. At this stage, the rarity of blue equipment is self-evident. Even Han Chan and the others hadn't dropped any blue gear before receiving the leaderboard rewards. In the chat channel, some survivors were discussing both major teams are seeking healing items and they're willing to part with blue equipment and blueprints. Could something have happened to their leaders, the Whisperer and Papaya Star Spirit? This speculation is quite close to the truth. Although many of them were tempted by the offers from these two major teams, none had enough valuable healing items in hand. As the night wore on, more and more survivors reached the 900-point threshold, inevitably facing the regional boss. Elite monsters of at least level 5 made them experience what true despair feels like. Many people's gear was even inferior to that of the Whisperer and his team, and they were severely injured or killed outright with just one encounter with the elite monsters. Some lucky survivors who managed to stay alive began to vent their frustrations in the local network. Damn it! The elite monsters in this area are terrifying. With such high stats and tough skin, how are we supposed to fight them? Upstairs, I feel the same. I barely managed to injure that elite monster after getting hurt myself, and then it went berserk, not giving me a chance to fight back. Stop complaining. We're actually lucky to have survived. Look at the leaderboard, so many names have already disappeared. They're likely dead. At this moment, they noticed that many names had indeed disappeared from the leaderboard, and a chill began to rise behind them. To have survived after encountering an elite monster is already a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. The other survivors were in shock. By this point, they understood the early game map generation mechanism in this world. In every survivor's area, there is a powerful monster. If you don't defeat it, you cannot generate a new map and cannot break through the 1000 points. The system is firmly locked on this data. At this moment, someone asked, is there really no way to deal with such a powerful boss in this area? Logically, the system shouldn't set us up with an unbeatable enemy at the beginning, right? After this person asked, the chat channel fell silent, which is something many people want to know. At this moment, a weak male voice sounded in the chat channel. Ahem, what this friend said is correct. The system won't set us an unbeatable enemy. The speaker is Papaya Star Spirit, the leader of the airplane boy band, who often posts strategy guides and has a good reputation in Zone 107. As soon as he spoke, the other survivors held their breath, eager to hear his insights. At this time, Papaya Star Spirit said, ahem, to be honest, I also encountered an elite monster, but I am ashamed to say that I only narrowly escaped with my life from that creature. As someone who had consistently ranked in the top 3 in recent days, Papaya Star Spirit certainly has strength. His words raised the perceived danger of this regional boss another couple of levels among the other survivors. Papaya Star Spirit continued, however, this failure was not without gain. Through my observations during this time, I found that the attributes of the monsters you all encountered should be quite similar, leading me to a rough conclusion. To defeat this level 5 elite monster, at least a green main weapon is required to deal damage. This is a hard requirement, and if you can't meet it, don't even think about it. If you have other green gear, it can increase your margin for error. In addition, you need to have good combat awareness. However, more importantly, you must have healing items or healing skills. Otherwise, when the monster goes berserk, anyone will inevitably take damage, and without healing potions, you won't be able to continue fighting. After the Papaya Star Spirit finished speaking, a gasp of surprise echoed through the chat channel. At this moment, others spoke up. I see, so the elite monsters in this area are that terrifying? We must have recovery potions, otherwise we can't clear the dungeon? Then how did the Star God and the Lonely Hero manage to get through? Could it be that they have recovery potions? This person guessed correctly. Han Chen indeed had a large number of life potions on him. Many others also thought of this, and for a moment, everyone's focus shifted to Han Chen. That night, Han Chen's private messages exploded. They are all eagerly longing for the recovery potions in Han Chen's hands. The next day, as soon as Han Chen opened his eyes, he saw thousands of unread private messages. He casually opened a few, and he roughly figured out what had happened. I see, it seems everyone has already experienced the power of that elite monster. The analysis from Papaya Star Spirit in the chat channel last night directly regarded recovery potions as one of the essential conditions to clear this area. So many people are messaging Han Chen, all wanting to trade for the recovery items he has. Han Chen felt secretly pleased and then whispered, it seems the time has come, I can start selling a batch of life potions for trade. He had stockpiled enough materials to produce a large quantity of life potions. Unless other survivors had discovered the recipe for life potions, he essentially held the only supply. In other words, Han Chen had once again monopolized the entire Area 107, with nearly 10,000 survivors. Thinking of this, Han Chen immediately decided to start making life potions and then trade them in the trading channel. In fact, he could easily wait a bit longer to tease the survivors of Channel 107. As more casualties occur, the other survivors' desire for the life elixir will grow stronger, and to survive, they will be willing to pay a greater price. But there's no need for that. This isn't out of kindness from Han Chen, but rather a long-term consideration. Given the current trend, he and the nearly 10,000 survivors in Zone 107 will likely have to coexist for a long time. And if Han Chen wants to continue this model, he must have a large number of survivors to help him gather various materials and items. In other words, the survivors in Zone 107 are seen by him as excellent laborers. If there are too many casualties, it would mean losing a lot of labor force for no reason, which would be quite counterproductive. Thinking of this, Han Chen suddenly burst into laughter. I must be too kind. Han Chen jumped up from his 2-meter-wide bed and strolled leisurely around the 1,000-square-meter floating island. After a moment, Han Chen arrived at his storage area and looked at the remaining materials in the storage box. The main materials for making the life elixir are 100 milliliters of spirit spring water and 10 spirit cores. Currently, there are 800 liters of spirit spring water left and 12,464 spirit cores remaining. If all are produced, that would be over 8,000 bottles of life elixir. It sounds like a lot, but in fact, if divided among the tens of thousands in District 107, each person wouldn't even get a bottle of life elixir. Moreover, his spirit core reserves can only produce a little over 1,200 bottles of life elixir. Thinking of this, Han Chen directly clicked on Produce All and a system prompt came up. Do you want to consume 124,600 milliliters of spirit spring water, 12,460 spirit cores, and moonflower grass to produce 1,246 bottles of life elixir? Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a dense array of progress bars appeared on the formula interface. Meanwhile, his small treasury was also completely emptied of spirit cores. But Han Chen felt no regret at all because he was confident that with these over 1,200 bottles of life elixir, he could earn back even more resources. At the same time, the survivors of the Divine Whisper and the Airplane Boy group were almost going mad. Their leader was severely injured and dying. Based on the speculation of the Mugwe Star Spirit, Han Chen likely had healing items, so they spent the whole night sending private messages to him. But Han Chen was sound asleep at that time, so he didn't care about them at all. Seeing that Han Chen ignored them, these people started spamming the chat channel, frantically mentioning Han Chen. At Xinghe, God Xinghe, please come out, our boss is about to collapse, we beg you to save him. At Xinghe, bro, I'm injured too, I'm begging you. Chat channel. Just then, Han Chen finally appeared. He smiled and said, everyone, I see your needs. The chat channel fell silent for a moment. Then, messages flooded in, they excitedly mentioned Han Chen, some even sent voice messages shouting the name Xinghe. Star God, you finally came out, we were about to go crazy waiting. Star God, please save the child, how can't be without a dad. Star God. Many survivors eagerly awaited, having waited all night, finally bringing Han Chen out, how could they not be excited? At that moment, someone stepped in to stop their frenzy, shouting loudly, quiet. Everyone be quiet. Damn it, stop spamming. You guys are pushing down the Star God's speech, do you even want to trade for healing items anymore? The person's words had a significant effect, and the chaos in the chat channel gradually calmed down. Once the spamming stopped, Han Chen continued, everyone, please be patient. You guessed correctly, I do have a batch of healing items. It's called the Life Elixir. As for its effects, you'll see for yourselves. Han Chen posted the attributes of the Life Elixir. The chat channel was filled with gasps. What a powerful elixir. It can even heal such serious injuries. Wow, with this elixir, who cares about the Sky Island monsters? I can just become a drug warrior and charge into the monster horde, daring to fight for 800 rounds. Although it was just a basic life elixir, at this stage, for survivors with a maximum constitution of only 20 points, it was enough to pull them back from the brink of death in a short time. At this moment, someone cautiously asked, Star God, are you selling this batch of life elixirs? Han Chen replied, yes, of course I'm selling. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Then, someone asked, Star God, when are you planning to put the life elixir on the market and what will the price be? Han Chen smiled and replied, it won't be available for now, I will be using an auction model to sell the life elixirs I have. An auction? Yes. Han Chen responded, some of you should understand what I mean. The crowd was a bit confused, but many felt a stirring in their hearts. Han Chen didn't keep them guessing and explained directly, right now, there are still over 90 ranking rewards on the leaderboard that have not been claimed. In other words, the sooner you trade with me, the faster you can defeat the regional boss and claim the leaderboard rewards. As soon as he finished speaking, the local network fell silent. They realized Han Chen's ambition. Not only had he monopolized the top 3 rewards, but now he also intended to control the rewards for the top 100 on the leaderboard. And Han Chen indeed had that capability. It's likely that even the system that set the reward rules didn't expect that an individual human survivor could manipulate the entire leaderboard. Now, the rewards for the top 4 positions had all been claimed. Even so, there are still 96 reward slots available to claim on the leaderboard. What's more important is that the top 5 can choose a blue weapon for themselves. In other words, there is still one last blue weapon reward available on the territory points leaderboard. Just then, the Whisperer, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly jumped in and said, Xinghe, is that true? The Whisperer asked, Xinghe, are you really auctioning off this first batch of life elixirs? Han Chen replied, yes, the highest bidder wins. Alright, set the price. We, the Divine Whisper, will definitely secure this 5th place reward. After saying that, the Whisperer added in the chat channel, I hope everyone can give me a favor and not compete for this first batch of life elixirs. If it were any other time, as the leader of one of the 3 major teams in District 107, everyone would likely oblige. But now, this involves leaderboard rewards and important items like life elixirs, and no one would easily give up. At this moment, the usually low-key leader of the Plain Men team, Papaya Star Spirit, also stepped forward and said, Brother Whisper, everyone wants this 5th place reward, so let's go with what Brother Xing has said, highest bidder wins. His words effectively undermined the speaker's authority. The speaker let out a cold snort. At this moment, Han Shen said again, now, let's start the auction. The first batch, 5 bottles of life elixir, starting bid is 1,000 spirit cores. You can also offer other items to raise the bid, depending on their value, to decide who gets it in the end. Han Shen started with 5 bottles, which is equivalent to adding a few extra lives, enough for them to grind down elite monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, the survivors who felt they had the strength to compete for the leaderboard began to bid frantically. 1,500 spirit cores plus 1 green gear necklace. 1,800 spirit cores plus 64 pieces of mithril. 2,200 spirit cores. Meanwhile, the speaker and the Papaya Star Spirit were frantically gathering resources in their discussion group. After a series of exaggerated bids, the final offer reached 4,000 spirit cores, along with a large amount of mithril and other materials. However, compared to a blue weapon, they felt this price was still bearable, and besides the weapon, there was also an advanced job scroll, making it a worthwhile deal. At that moment, the Whisperer suddenly spoke, 5,000 spirit cores, 107 pieces of mithril, 13,000 pieces of fine iron, plus 1 blue plate armor top. As soon as the Whisperer finished speaking, the chat channel erupted with gasps. This bid was enough to scare away many potential competitors. The Whisperer took out the blue gear, partly for the ranking rewards, and partly because he was severely injured and urgently needed a life potion to recover. However, at that moment, Papaya Spirit also announced his price, 5,500 spirit cores, 132 pieces of mithril, 14,000 pieces of fine iron, plus 1 blue necklace. Hiss. The chat channel once again filled with sounds of inhalation. The Whisperer did not speak. He seemed to be considering whether it was worth raising the bid again and if he could recoup his losses. However, at that moment, Han Shen suddenly chuckled and said, alright, I forgot to remind you, defeating this elite monster will yield a lot of good items, and there's even a high chance of obtaining potion formulas. As soon as he finished speaking, Papaya Spirit, who thought he had the victory in hand, suddenly felt a sinking feeling. The mention of potion formulas was enough to rekindle the interest of competitors who had already given up. At this moment, someone cautiously asked, Star God, do you mean that the formula for your life elixir also dropped from elite monsters? Han Shen smiled but did not directly answer the question. However, those survivors tacitly accepted this statement in their hearts. Meanwhile, the Whisperer gritted his teeth and said again, 6,000 spirit cores, 140 pieces of mithril, 15,000 fine iron, plus 1 basic castle blueprint. He was also all in, pulling out the blueprint he had obtained by accidentally stumbling into a mysterious sky island. Han Shen's eyes lit up. A castle blueprint sounded like a construction blueprint. At this stage, there had been no reports of anyone having built territorial buildings. If no one offers a higher price, then this first batch of 5 bottles of life elixir will fall into the Whisperer's hands. The Papaya Star Spirit was quite conflicted at this moment, but he also considered whether it was worth it to raise the price for a blue item. Han Shen waited for a moment, and seeing that no one raised the price again, he said, then it's a deal. As soon as he finished speaking, many people in the chat channel let out a sigh of relief. Han Shen also demonstrated his credibility. After speaking, he immediately requested a trade with the Whisperer. Trade window. At this moment, the Whisperer painfully placed a large number of spirit cores and precious secret silver. This was almost all the harvest from the hundreds of participants in Divine Whisper over the past few days, but now it was all traded away in one go. The system prompt appeared. Transaction successful. You have received life elixir *5. You lost spirit cores *6,000, secret silver 140, refined iron *15,000, basic castle blueprint *1. The Whisperer looked at the 5 bottles of emerald elixirs on his territory, tears of excitement almost falling. His injuries had worsened, and the status column on his personal panel had turned to near death. If it weren't for constantly drinking spirit spring water to hold onto his last breath, the Whisperer wouldn't have lasted this long. He couldn't wait to pour a bottle of life elixir into his mouth. The wound on his chest, which looked like it was seeping, finally showed signs of improvement. At this moment, the Whisperer was overwhelmed with joy and cried, "Phew! I almost really died." Meanwhile, Han Shen also began to continue bidding. Although there were no more blue equipment slots on the leaderboard, the other rewards were still very tempting. There are still 95 spots available, and just that one advanced job transfer book is enough to give other survivors a boost. Thus, the following auction went very smoothly, with everyone enthusiastic and continuously raising the final bid amounts. The auction lasted nearly 2 hours, and Han Shen finally sold all 95 remaining spots. he also obtained a massive amount of materials. Among them, there were 73,624 spirit cores, over 1,000 pieces of mithril, and materials like refined iron and rare earths easily exceeding 100,000. Along with various miscellaneous materials such as beast hearts, blood of the strong, moonflower grass, etc., his storage box was once again filled to the brim. And all he paid was 480 bottles of life elixirs. This return rate is not just tenfold, it's well over 100 times. Moreover, after 2 hours, many survivors who were stuck at the 900-point mark also broke through one after another. Continuously, people were breaking through 1,000 points to receive ranking rewards. Half an hour later, as the 100th survivor successfully broke through 1,000 points. Then, Hanshin stopped the auction mode and directly listed the life elixirs for sale. Compared to Spirit Spring Water, which can be traded in 1 milliliter increments, the life elixir can only be traded by the whole bottle. Hanshin set various initial prices such as 200 spirit cores for 1 bottle of life elixir, 1 piece of secret silver equals 10 spirit cores, and 1 blue blueprint equals 1,000 spirit cores, etc. As soon as the life elixir was listed, it triggered a frenzy of purchases again. From the moment he got up in the morning until sunset, Hanshin was frantically trading with other survivors. He was in a state of excitement the whole time. Watching the materials pouring in, he felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. After all, who can resist the joy of hoarding? At this moment, various materials were once again piled up in Hanshin's territory of over 1,000 square meters. Just the tens of thousands of spirit cores had formed a 2-meter-high small mountain, emitting spiritual energy that almost turned into mist, refreshing anyone who took a whiff. At this moment, the little coal ball was excitedly jumping up and down on the mountain of spirit cores. The little guy was experiencing the thrill of being overwhelmed by delicious food for the first time. The coal ball occasionally opened its mouth and swallowed a large mouthful of spirit cores, at least a dozen of them. Hanshin let it eat freely. After all, with this pile of spirit cores, it wouldn't finish them even if it ate for years. However, after a few bites, this little guy could no longer eat. It seemed stuffed, comfortably found a patch of grass to lie down, rolled over, and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Hanshin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. TCH, I thought it could eat a lot. Hanshin began to organize his gains. So far, he had sold over 1,200 bottles of life potions he made, exchanging them for a large amount of materials. However, there was still a significant gap in the current market. Such an important recovery item, many people even wished they could stock up on a few more bottles. There were simply not enough life potions to distribute among all the survivors, making the supply even tighter. Although it was already night, Hanshin also worked overtime to start making life potions. His current reserve of spirit cores was fully sufficient, so he quickly turned all the remaining spiritual spring water into life potions. 7,000 bottles of life elixir, with each bottle taking 10 seconds to make, amounts to 70,000 seconds, nearly 20 hours. For the next day, Hanshin did nothing else, selling 1 bottle for every bottle he made. Aside from occasional breaks, he spent all his time trading with other survivors. In the first hour, over 600 bottles of elixir were traded. In the second hour, over 1,300 bottles of elixir were traded. Large amounts of materials kept pouring in. The day came to an end. Finally, after the 7,000th bottle of life elixir was sold, Hanshin stopped trading, because his supply of spring water had run out. With over 800 liters of spring water, he produced more than 8,000 bottles of life elixir, of which 7,000 were traded for various materials. In the chat channel, seeing that Hanshin hadn't listed any spring water for a long time, many eager survivors suddenly had a bad premonition. At this moment, Hanshin said in the chat channel with a slightly hoarse voice, "Everyone, the life elixir is sold out. I can't supply the raw materials here, and I can no longer produce the life elixir." Hearing Hanshin say this, those survivors who hadn't managed to trade felt extremely regretful. There are still many people among them who haven't obtained the life elixir. At this moment, someone cautiously asked, "Star God, is there really none left?" Hanshin replied, "Yes, the main material needed to make the life elixir has run out. Once I find a new main material in the future, I will make more. Moreover, I have already traded over 7,000 bottles of life elixir, which is enough for many people to defeat the current area boss. You should be able to loot some other recovery items from these bosses, which should be sufficient for the remaining people to clear this area." In fact, Hanshin still had thousands of bottles of life elixir in reserve. But he wasn't planning to take them out. After all, everyone has their own selfish motives. In future battles, it's inevitable that he would encounter injuries, and he didn't want to put himself in danger due to a shortage of life elixirs. Upon hearing Hanshin's words, many survivors expressed their understanding. At that moment, someone said, "Star God, you've worked hard. We will remember your kindness." Hanshin shook his head with a smile. "It's just a transaction, nothing about kindness." However, this person smiled and said, "The Star God is really not straightforward. Although you say this is just a transaction, we all know in our hearts. These past few days, you've been tirelessly trading life elixirs with us, indirectly saving countless lives, including my own. This person said with a wry smile, "Without your life elixirs, I might have already been killed by that monster." His words received a lot of agreement, and many responded, "Yeah, I owe my life to the star god's life elixirs. It's been too difficult to survive in this world." Me too. Speaking of which, the star god has already saved us from peril for the second time. Most of us in District 107 owe him a huge favor. That's right, the savior of District 107, the star god deserves the title. If anyone dares to question him again, I'll be the first to confront them. I declare that the Star River Divine Sect is officially established from today, and I am the first believer. Who else wants to join? Seeing that they were getting more and more outrageous, Han Shen quickly interrupted. "Stop. Don't get all cheesy. I just want to trade with you for supplies. If you keep this up, I won't sell anything." Ha ha. The chat channel erupted with laughter. Han Shen shook his head, preparing to close the chat channel. At that moment, a private message appeared. The sender's name was Whirlwind Potato. Han Shen had some impression of this name. After opening the private chat, Whirlwind Potato excitedly said, "Dad, I haven't switched to the life elixir yet." Han Shen's face instantly darkened. "Don't shout out like that. When did I have a son as big as you?" Whirlwind Potato quickly replied, "Star God, you don't know. You saved my life during my toughest times. You were like my reborn parents, so it's only natural to call you Dad." Seeing that he wanted to continue, Han Shen quickly clicked on the trade request. After directly putting up 10 bottles of the life elixir, ignoring his exaggerated screams, Han Shen closed the private chat. Then, Han Shen felt that his ears finally became quiet. After 2 days of non-stop busyness, he was finally able to relax, and a wave of intense sleepiness and fatigue washed over him. Han Shen shook his head, forcing himself to stay awake. He plans to finish counting this harvest before resting, and he still has one thing left to do. Looking at the piles of materials in his territory, Han Shen's breathing became a bit rapid again, and even his drowsiness was largely dispelled. This is truly a huge profit. After the excitement, Han Shen began to count. The biggest gain from this transaction is, of course, the spirit cores. Their uses are incredibly broad, and they have almost become the universal currency of this world. After deducting the consumption for making spirit spring water, he harvested a total of 253,764 spirit cores. Then, the other pile of relatively precious materials is the secret silver. It is needed for crafting blue and purple equipment, and it will be used in large quantities later on. After counting, he found he had over 16,000 pieces of secret silver. Indeed, strength in numbers is powerful. With just the 3 of them, they managed to obtain the top 3 rewards, each opening 1 silver treasure chest, and they only managed to gather less than 50 pieces of secret silver. After trading with all the survivors from Channel 107, he directly harvested over 10,000 pieces. What a windfall! After counting the number of spirit cores and secret silver, Han Shen continued to tally other material resources. Hundreds of thousands of rare earths, ethereal materials, over 10,000 power crystals, magical crystals, as well as the blood of strong beings in various one-star beast leathers, etc. Moreover, the most crucial part is that he also acquired over 20 moon crystal stones, a key material needed for crafting purple weapons, specifically the moon crown longbow. In other words, Han Shen can now craft 4 purple weapons at once. However, he did not craft them immediately because his level is not high enough. Even if he crafted them, he wouldn't be able to equip them. It's better to wait until he reaches level 6 before crafting them. Then, Han Shen stuffed all these materials from the floating island territory into his storage box. The crowded floating island territory became spacious again. Han Shen casually grabbed a small stool, placed it under him, and then took out a blueprint from his backpack to start studying it. This was traded from the Whisperer when he auctioned the first batch of life elixirs yesterday, called the Basic Castle Construction Blueprint. Just then, a soft and childish animal sound rang out. "Oh whoa!" Meichio suddenly jumped onto Han Shen's knee, poking its small head out, seemingly curious about what its master was looking at. Han Shen lifted the coal ball with one hand and placed it on his shoulder, patting its little head as he said, "Don't cause me any trouble for now, I'll take you out to play tomorrow." For the past couple of days, Han Shen hasn't explored the Sky Island. This energetic little guy has nowhere to release his abundant energy and is about to burst from the confinement. Ah whoa! The coal ball looked up and obediently responded. After calming this little guy down, Han Shen looked back at the blueprints in his hand. Beginner Castle Construction Blueprint. Territorial building. Survivors can construct a beginner castle within their territory. Beginner Castle. Defense value 1000. Can increase all defensive buildings' defense value by 20%, all offensive buildings' attack power by 10%, all friendly units' attributes by 10%, and increase movement speed in the Sky Island territory by 10%. Materials required to construct a beginner castle: stone *100,000, wood *20,000, spirit core *50,000, fine iron *50,000, rare earth *90,000, secret silver *8,000, power crystal *5,000, magic crystal *5,000. Note, to construct a beginner castle, the territory area must be at least greater than 1,000 square meters and at least 400 square meters of open space must be reserved. Looking at the materials measured in units of 10,000, Han Shen suddenly realized that this thing was likely not something that could appear at the current stage. At this stage, which survivor could possibly gather so many materials at once? Of course, except for himself. No wonder that Whisperer chose to trade this blueprint, because in his estimation, even with the God's Whisper team providing assistance, it would take a long time to gather all these materials. Han Shen said in surprise, so many materials, if it weren't for trading the life elixir, even my reserves wouldn't be enough. However, the effect of this castle is indeed strong. Just standing in the territory increases my attributes by 10%. Moreover, this attribute enhancement doesn't just apply to Han Shen alone. Any friendly units within the territory, including pets, summons, and vassal units, can also enjoy the benefits. But what does this 1000 defense value really mean? Can it withstand the impact of elite monsters? Han Shen was a bit uncertain, but thinking about how he didn't even have a house and a pile of furniture could only be placed outdoors, Han Shen immediately decided, let's do it. No matter how the other effects of this castle turn out, it's good enough to serve as a shelter from wind and rain. With that in mind, Han Shen directly moved all the furniture in the center of the territory to the side, leaving a spacious area. In the next moment, he clicked a build. The castle blueprint in his hand disappeared, and then a system prompt appeared. Territory building, basic castle is under construction, estimated time remaining 32 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. The blueprint for the basic castle has been automatically recorded on the territory function page. After the system prompt appeared, Han Shen saw that a large area in the center of his territory was marked off, resembling a rectangular outline. Suddenly, a grayish-blue mist rose within the area. At the same time, a large amount of materials disappeared from his storage box. Then, not long after, the foundation of the castle took shape. Han Shen roughly calculated in his mind that the maximum diameter of the castle was 39 meters, covering an area of about 300 square meters, which isn't very large. But if it's just considered as a residence, it's undoubtedly a big house, a mansion. If this castle were built on Blue Star, it would cost at least a few million in funds. Han Shen eagerly imagined what the completed castle would look like. According to the sketches on the blueprint, it is a relatively retro European-style building, divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower, with an outward extending tower at each corner of every level and windows in the center of the towers. In the center of the building, a tower soaring several dozen meters stands tall, with a flag fluttering at its peak. Han Shen exclaimed excitedly, finally, there will be a home that belongs to me in this world. After the anticipation, Han Shen found the sofa he had made nearby and lay down on it directly. The tension in his nerves began to relax, and Han Shen suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. These past 2 days had been incredibly busy. Although the rewards were astonishing, he was indeed tired. Han Shen stared blankly at the bright starry sky, feeling the gentle breeze, which was exceptionally pleasant. The little coal ball had also jumped onto the sofa at some point, lying at his feet and emitting soft snoring sounds. So, 1 person and 1 wolf fell asleep like that. The next day. It was the 10th day since the humans of all Blue Star came to this world. Han Shen had just woken up when a system notification suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. System, attention all survivors. It has been 10 days since you entered Cloud Island Paradise and you have initially adapted to this world. A new game version has been launched and a new challenge instance, the Cloud Secret Realm, is about to open. The Cloud Secret Realm is randomly generated. Survivors can find clouds marked with a vortex symbol nearby, which lead to the randomly generated Cloud Secret Realm. Please note, the Cloud Secret Realm is different from other Cloud Island territories. Upon entry, you will be transported to a special scene, and the monsters in each scene vary. The difficulty of the Cloud Secret Realm ranges from 1 star to 5 stars, with a total of 5 difficulty levels. Each star level has different limits on the number of players that can enter simultaneously, with higher star levels indicating greater danger. Survivors should choose carefully. In the current version, a maximum of 2-star difficulty realms can be generated. Successfully challenging the Cloud Secret Realm will reward you with valuable items including but not limited to blue and purple equipment, advanced profession scrolls, rune blueprints, rune crystals, and powerful fragments, along with a large number of rewards. This sudden system announcement left everyone in shock. In the chat channel, everyone is excitedly discussing what the Cloud Secret Realm is, as well as what the rune blueprints and strong fragments are. At this moment, Han Shen sits back on the sofa, stroking his chin and pondering, the Cloud Secret Realm? I didn't encounter this gameplay when I played Sky Island Paradise on my phone. It must be a new feature that appeared after I came to this world. Speaking of which, Han Shen didn't play on his phone for very long either. At that time, he drew a beta test slot from a mysterious webpage and then downloaded the installation package. He only played for less than a week and his game character had just reached level 11. Then, he arrived in this world. Therefore, Han Shen's understanding of this world isn't much greater than that of other survivors. As a newly released dungeon, the rewards in the Cloud Secret Realm should be pretty good. but correspondingly it will also be very dangerous. Just then, the second system notification arrived. System, attention all survivors, the protective mechanism of the survivor area has been lifted and the area map has changed to an open state. Now, survivors can find the locations of others through the coordinates on the map. You can cooperate, compete, or choose to draw your swords against each other and invade each other's territory. Please note that when too many survivors gather in the same area, there is a higher probability of high-level monsters spawning, and the cloud monsters encountered will also be stronger. At the same time, the monsters in the clouds have greatly increased their desire to attack. They may actively strike and invade the survivors' territory, so please ensure your territory is well defended. A long list of tips, each containing a wealth of information. In the next moment, the chat channel was buzzing again. Brothers, did you see the update announcement? The area protection feature has been lifted. This means we can not only meet but also team up and even fight together. I saw it too, Sob. Finally I don't have to fight alone anymore. Diaogua, the little sister is coming to find you soon. At this time, someone kindly reminded everyone, be careful not to gather too many people together, or it might attract high-level monsters. Did you not see the system message? Now those monsters in the clouds can also actively attack us, so be careful not to get taken down. Meanwhile, in the discussion group where Han Chen and the others were, the three of them were also discussing this update. Cheng Jianyong excitedly said, brothers, the protection mechanism has been, which means we can meet soon. Report your coordinates, and I'll come find you. Xinyun 42156-33247-69745. Hanchen 41784-24451-88647. Cheng Jianyong was surprised and said, wow, I'm at 42063-54223-48612. That's a bit far from you guys. Xinyun replied, it is a bit far. At our current speed, it will take at least 4 to 5 days to get there, and we also need to be careful to avoid those clouds, so the time needed will likely be even longer. Xinyun tentatively asked, what if we two head toward Xing Ji's location first? Cheng Jianyong was about to agree. Then Han Shen said, hold on, don't rush over yet. Now that the area protection mechanism has just been, other survivors will definitely have the same idea as us. A large number of survivors will be running around, and with the monsters in the clouds potentially attacking, the whole area will become incredibly chaotic. Xinyun understood and tentatively asked, Xinggu, are you worried? Han Shen replied, yes, I'm worried that some unscrupulous individuals will target other survivors. Given that everyone's attributes are quite similar right now, if a fight breaks out, it could lead to a mutually destructive outcome. Moreover, if these people gather together, it would be even more troublesome. The two of them could sense the worry in Han Shen's words and recognized that he had a point. In fact, one could say that Han Shen's concerns were bound to come true. Don't be fooled by the apparent peace in Area 107 right now. There are certainly some individuals with ulterior motives lurking within. This is not Blue Star, it is a world without legal constraints. For the sake of profit or for the loot that other survivors possess, these people would do anything. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong asked, Xinggu, do you have any good suggestions on your side? Han Shen pondered for a moment and replied, my suggestion is that we stay put for the next couple of days. Once we get through the initial chaotic period, the three of us can head towards the same coordinates to shorten the time to regroup. Then, on the way, if we encounter clouds that we can handle, we should explore them as much as possible. While on the move, we should also focus on leveling up, but be sure to be careful and avoid those large clouds. After listening, both felt that Han Shen's plan was more reliable, so they agreed to his proposal. Just as they were preparing to take action, the third system prompt appeared. Announcement: as most regional territory leaderboard competitions have concluded, a new leaderboard challenge is now open. Divided by different regions, in each area, the first 100 survivors to reach level 10 will receive ranking rewards. For ranks 100 to 51, the rewards are Basic Energy Shield Crystal Tower Blueprint, *1, Iron Golem, *5, Basic Lord's Cabin Blueprint, *1, Basic Teleportation Array Blueprint, *1, 1000 Spirit Cores. For ranks 50 to 11, the rewards are Basic Energy Shield Obelisk Blueprint, *1, Iron Golem, *10, Basic Lord's Cabin Blueprint, *1, Basic Teleportation Array Blueprint, *1, 2000 Spirit Cores. Are there new leaderboard rewards? Han Shen was also taken aback by this system prompt. He looked at the attributes of these reward items. Basic Energy Shield Obelisk Blueprint, a territory-type building that constructs a crystal tower capable of generating an energy shield, which can resist physical and magical attacks, with a defense value of 200. Iron Golem LV-10, a basic defensive golem that can only operate within its territory. Attributes: Strength 53, Agility 34, Spirit 32, Constitution 56. Skills: Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Flame Jet, Sawtooth Cut. It seems like the attributes are quite good, Han Shen pondered. Among them, the Psycho Shield Pyramid Beginner can actually generate a shield directly, meaning it can encircle the territory so that no one else can enter, and it can also block attacks. The second Iron Golem is a defensive type with attributes similar to a level 10 common monster, and it can assist survivors in battle when faced with danger or invasions from other cloud monsters. Next is the third one, Beginner Lord's Cabin. Defense value 500, increases the defense value of all defensive buildings within the territory by 10%, increases the attack power of all offensive buildings by 5%, boosts the attributes of all friendly units by 5%, and increases the movement speed of the Sky Island territory by 10%. Seeing the attributes of the Lord's Cabin, Han Shen said in confusion, "This Beginner Lord's Cabin seems to have a similar effect to my Beginner Castle, but the enhancement effect is significantly lower. The defense building bonus for the Lord's Castle is 20%, while the Lord's Hut is only 10%, and all other bonuses are only half." Han Shen's heart stirred. It seems that the Beginner Castle is a more advanced building than the Lord's Hut. It was worth the materials he spent to build the castle. Then, Han Shen continued to look at the remaining ranking rewards. For ranks 10 to 4, the rewards are Beginner Energy Shield Spire Blueprint *1, Silver Armored Puppet *1, Beginner Lord's Hut Blueprint *1, Beginner Teleportation Array Blueprint *1, Purple Selectable Weapon *1, and 3000 Spirit Cores. For rank 3, the rewards are Beginner Energy Shield Spire Blueprint *1, Silver Armored Puppet *3, Beginner Lord's Hut Blueprint *1, Beginner Teleportation Array Blueprint *1, Purple Selectable Weapon *1, and 5000 Spirit Cores. For rank 2, the rewards are Beginner Energy Shield Spire Blueprint *1, Silver Armored Puppet *5, Beginner Lord's Hut Blueprint *1, Purple Selectable Weapon *1, Gold Treasure Chest *1, Beginner Teleportation Array Blueprint, and 8000 Spirit Cores. First place reward, Basic Psionic Shield Tower Blueprint *1, Golden Armored Puppet *1, Basic Lord's Cabin Blueprint *1, Basic Teleportation Array Blueprint *1, Golden Selectable Weapon Blueprint *1, Gold Treasure Chest *1, 10,000 Spirit Cores. Basic Teleportation Array Blueprint, a territory building that can be constructed within the territory. Function allows you to teleport to the teleportation arrays of other survivors. Before teleporting, you need to record the teleportation array number of the survivor, and teleportation can only occur with the permission of the other lord. Silver Armored Puppet LV-10 Elite, an enhanced defensive puppet that can only operate within the territory. Attributes: Strength 74, Agility 53, Spirit 46, Constitution 71. Skills: Copper Skin Iron Bones, Flame Breath, Sawtooth Cutting, Heavy Hammer Impact. Golden Armored Puppet, Boss Level, a specially enhanced puppet that can only operate within the territory. Attributes: Strength 108, Agility 74, Spirit 86, Constitution 109. Skills: Steel Bones, Flame Jet, Blood Cutting, Heavy Hammer Strike, Metal Explosion. The chat channel suddenly fell into silence, then it was flooded with messages. Wow, the Lord's Cabin, the teleportation array, and so many powerful puppets. Just getting a ranking here would make a fortune. The Silver Armored Puppet is equivalent to the strength of a level 10 elite monster, and that Golden Armored Puppet is even scarier, actually a boss level. At this stage, a Golden Armored Puppet could sweep the entire field, right? Not only that, but there are also golden treasure chests and golden weapons. Oh my god. The rewards were so abundant that the survivors couldn't quite believe it. They were even itching to level up to 10 immediately to claim the top rewards. Meanwhile, among several emerging teams in Area 107, speeches began again. At this moment, the Whisperer was the first to speak in the Divine Whisper discussion group. Everyone, the area protection mechanism has been lifted, and our days of fighting alone are coming to an end. Next, it's the era of team modes. We can quickly unite, not only ensuring safety, but more importantly, we can team up for battles in the future, which will not only speed up leveling but also massively increase resource acquisition. It's okay that we lost the last ranking. This time, we must secure a spot for our Whisper of the Gods. Other members of the discussion group cheered. Yes. The team members were highly enthusiastic. Papaya Spirit also spoke in the Airplane Boy group discussion. The rewards for the ranking are very generous. I expect it will attract many people. From the last ranking competition, I already noticed that there are quite a few skilled players in our District 107. And now, with the change in the game version, we can only achieve greater results by coming together. These people should be able to see that too, and they should now be considering joining teams, so this is the perfect time for us to recruit. Everyone, take this opportunity to go to the chat channel and recruit people. Let's make our Airplane Boy group bigger and stronger. The team members all responded to the order. What Papaya Spirit said was true. In the current chat channel, many survivors are seeking to join teams. Which teams in our district are recruiting? Level 5 Holy Class, half green gear looking to join. Level 4 Warrior, 20 points in strength. Is there a team that wants me? Level 5 Mage. Han Shen has also received many messages, all inviting him to join teams, but he directly rejected them all. It's true that the game version has changed, but the system also reminded that gathering too many people could attract attacks from those powerful monsters. At this critical moment, it's most important to focus on improving one's own strength. Meanwhile, Han Chen also began preparing to level up. He looked at the little wolf cub sleeping lazily beside him and shouted, "Coalball, it's time to get to work." Coalball instantly lifted its head from the sofa and happily jumped down. Han Chen noticed that after a few days of feeding, Coalball had noticeably grown from a puppy the size of 2 palms to a little wolf cub now about the length of his arm. Its current size can no longer fit on his shoulder. Hearing that Han Chen was finally taking it out to play, Coalball excitedly ran around in its territory. After about 10 minutes, a cloud measuring over 40 square meters appeared in front of them, with a system prompt showing up. A group of jungle creatures is active inside. Do you wish to enter? Han Chen nodded without hesitation. Upon entering, he saw a group of level 4 to 5 wild boars. With his current attributes, combined with Coalball's strong melee abilities, these level 4 to 5 monsters posed no threat to him. A few minutes later, the system notification appeared. You have killed 8 level 5 jungle wild boars, gaining 400 experience points. Your pet Coalball gained 320 experience points. Your territory has expanded. After dealing with the wild boars, Han Chen hurriedly continued to explore other floating islands. You have killed 6 level 5 bomb-throwing squirrels, gaining 300 experience points. Your pet Coalball gained 240 experience points. You have killed 4 level 5 spiked hedgehogs, gaining 200 experience points. Your pet Coalball gained 160 experience points. You have killed. As system notifications appeared one after another after a morning of exploration, Han Chen and Coalball were enveloped in a white light one after the other. Finally reached level 6. Han Chen said excitedly. Level 6 is an important milestone, because this means his level is now high enough to equip the beast skin armor and the warrior's ring, both blue equipment. Moreover, the most critical part is that he will receive the purple weapon design blueprint when he ranks first in the territory points leaderboard. A purple weapon can elevate his attack power several levels. With the bonuses from those blue items, Han Chan's overall strength will undergo a transformation. Han Chan looked at his blueprint panel with great anticipation. The purple weapon blueprint, Mooncrown Longbow, has already shown as ready for crafting. Han Chan's fingers trembled as he clicked the crafting button, excitedly saying, "This is my first piece of purple equipment in my life. I hope the stats aren't too bad." Then, he directly clicked to craft it. A 120-second progress bar appeared. Crafting a purple item takes longer than crafting a blue item. After patiently waiting for 2 minutes, a dazzling purple light suddenly appeared before him. Click! In the next moment, a silver-white longbow fell onto the grass. The bow's body is a bright silver color, intricately carved with many secret patterns. On the bow, Han Chan also saw 5 glowing gemstones embedded at both ends, which should be the 5 moon crystals. The longbow's shape looks extraordinary, and the bowstring, as thick as a pinky finger, reveals its immense lethality. Han Chen bent down to pick up the longbow, feeling its cold touch. What a great bow! Han Chen exclaimed sincerely. A good weapon allows one to feel its powerful might just by holding it. At the same time, the properties of the longbow appeared before him. Mooncrown Longbow, purple, LV6, quality rare, attack power 75-85, agility plus 10, special effects Lunar Flow, Moon's Curse. Lunar Flow, when attacking, there is a 50% chance to convert 10 points of spirit and constitution into agility. Moon's Curse, when attacking, inflicts a Moon's Curse effect on the enemy, reducing healing effects by -10% and movement speed by -10%. Lunar Flow and Moon's Curse? Han Chen pondered. The first Moonlight Flow effect has a chance to convert 10 points of spirit and constitution into agility, which means that when the effect triggers, it can at least give me an increase of 20 points of agility, equivalent to nearly 40 points of attack power. The second curse effect actually reduces healing. Can it be combined with the void power of the Coalball to weaken the enemy multiple times? He remembered that in the Coalball skills, the void power could also suppress the enemy's healing effect by 60%, and combined with the Moon Curse, it would directly reduce it by 70%. Thinking of this, Han Chen felt excited. This bow has really good attributes. Just in terms of attack power, it exceeds the green longbow in his hands by more than 3 times, plus an additional 10 points of agility in those 2 effects. Once equipped, his current attack power would multiply several times. However, when Han Chen saw the exquisite quality on the attribute panel, he suddenly had another idea. Purple equipment can be crafted to legendary quality, although the chance is a bit low. With my current material reserves, I can still craft 3 Mooncrown Longbows. Han Chen instantly raised his head. It's worth a try. With that in mind, he continued with the crafting. 4 minutes later. Snap! Snap! 2 exquisite longbows have been crafted, but both are of rare quality. The probability of legendary quality seems to be much lower. But, it makes sense when you think about it. Generally, purple gear is usually of rare quality, while exquisite quality is extremely rare. As for legendary quality purple gear, it's likely that the native inhabitants of this world have never seen 2 pieces. Only truly master-level craftsmen can create such exceptional items. Han Chen glanced at the blueprint interface and said, "Now, only the last material is left. Let's give it a try." He clicked on the crafting button. However, at the moment he clicked, a dazzling purple beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky. Han Shen even saw that this purple beam extended hundreds of meters high into the sky, dyeing the surrounding clouds purple, making a commotion that was frightening. When this commotion occurred, Han Shen knew that it was highly likely a success. The longbow crafted this time was very likely to be of legendary quality. In his hopeful gaze, the 120 seconds quickly passed. Han Shen saw a silver-white longbow appear again, but unlike before, this longbow had specks of starlight on its bow body, adding to its mystery and beauty. After bending down to pick it up, the attributes of the longbow appeared before him. Lunar Crown Longbow, Purple, LV6, Quality, Legendary, Attack Power 101-113, Agility plus 15, Special Effects, Moonlight Flow, Curse of the Moon, Dark Moon Descends, Legendary Effect. Dark Moon Descends, Legendary Effect. When the survivor using the Lunar Crown Longbow consecutively kills 5 enemies, the Dark Moon Descends effect will be triggered. The black round moon shines overhead, while within the range of the dark moon, the survivor's attack speed is increased by 50% and allies' attack speed is increased by 30%. The effect lasts for 20 seconds. After the Dark Moon Descend state ends, the Dark Moon will automatically explode, dealing agility * 300% damage to surrounding enemies. Holy crap! Han Shen was shocked beyond measure as he looked at the description of the last special effect. A 50% increase in attack speed plus a 30% boost for allies and then an area damage after the effect ends. Is this what legendary effects are like? That's terrifying. Han Shen eagerly picked it up and exclaimed, with the attributes of this longbow, it probably surpasses ordinary golden equipment. Han Shen was right, the attributes of golden equipment at the same level are only about 20% stronger than purple equipment, while the leap from rare to legendary is far more than a 20% increase in strength. Moreover, with its legendary special effect, this Mooncrown longbow can easily outperform golden equipment of the same level. At this moment, the silver-white longbow emitted a gentle moonlight. Han Shen felt that the Mooncrown longbow, possessing the legendary effect of Dark Moon's arrival, seemed to be its complete form. Without hesitation, Han Shen equipped the legendary quality Mooncrown longbow and put the strength ring on his other hand. Next, he took off the python skin coat that had accompanied him for many days and replaced it with the dark yellow beast hide armor. In an instant, his attributes surged dramatically. He glanced at his personal panel. Name: Han Chen. Race: human. Class: hunter. Level: LV6. Strength 10 plus 20, Warrior Pendant plus 6, Traveler's Ring plus 2, Strength Ring plus 12, Agility 15 plus 32, Spatial Backpack plus 4, Beastskin Boots plus 6, Traveler's Ring plus 2, Fierce Beast Leather Armor plus 5, Mooncrown. Longbow plus 15, Spirit 9 plus 8, Traveler's Ring plus 2, Warrior Pendant plus 1, Spirit plus 5, Constitution 12 plus 13, Spatial Backpack plus 4, Warrior Pendant plus 2, Traveler's Ring plus 2, Fierce Beast Leather Armor plus 5. Note: survivors can wear up to 2 rings and 1 necklace at the same time. With these stats, I bet even level 5 elite monsters can't match me. Han Shen looked at his stats and excitedly said, I'm really ******* ing awesome. Leveling from 5 to 6 is indeed a huge turning point, the boost in stats is just incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, the attributes of the coal ball, which had also reached level 5, received a significant enhancement. Agility has already surpassed 30, and with the 200% speed boost from Void Blink, even Han Shen now can't catch up to it. After becoming stronger, Han Shen decided to explore the nearby, more powerful floating islands. Not far ahead, he saw a patch of clouds covering over 100 square meters. Han Shen maneuvered his territory closer. The system prompts: a group of dark cave-dwelling creatures has gathered inside, numerous in number. Do you wish to enter? Cave-dwelling creatures? Is this a new race? Filled with curiosity, Han Shen clicked to enter. As the clouds dissipated, a chaotic camp appeared inside. Several tattered tents were pitched above, and the ground was cluttered with piles of wood, iron pots, weapon racks, and other tools. In the center of the camp, a group of green-skinned creatures was igniting a fire, and a large pot was boiling, containing who knows what. Upon seeing the human intrude, the group of green-skinned creatures instantly turned around. Han Shen met their gaze, with their sunken pupils, sharp fangs, and pointed ears. These physical traits made Han Shen exclaim their name. Goblin. Han Shen never expected to see such creatures, commonly found in games, in this world. Before him, the attributes of this group of goblins also appeared. Goblin Warrior, 1-star creature. Level: LV6. Strength 31, Agility 25, Spirit 13, Constitution 27. Skills: Beast Hammer Strike, Uppercut. Goblin Wizard, 1-star creature. Level: LV6. Strength 14, Agility 18, Spirit 35, Constitution 18. Skills: Fireball, Dark Mind Technique. Goblin Assassin. Goblin Overseer. Goblin Minion. There are a total of 8 goblins. Among them, there are 4 level 6 goblin professionals, plus 1 level 7 goblin overseer, and 3 level 5 goblin minions. This configuration is very strong and numerous. Survivors will experience a dramatic increase in strength after reaching level 6. Similarly, the attributes of the monsters will also be significantly enhanced. Even with Han Shen's current attributes, he cannot afford to be careless. Upon spotting Han Shen, the group of goblins' eyes turned red as they raised their weapons and charged at him. Meanwhile, the goblin assassin waved the dagger in its hand and disappeared from sight. Roar! The goblin warrior charged forward first like a rampaging bull. In an instant, it reached Han Shen's side. So fast! Han Shen was astonished. He quickly rolled to the side to dodge the goblin warrior's charge, then used his nearly 50 agility points to swiftly create distance. At that moment, a cold light flashed by. The goblin assassin appeared behind Han Shen without him noticing. A chill ran through his neck. Damn, there's a sixth player. Han Shen instantly felt a chill run down his spine. As a hunter, being approached by an assassin was very dangerous, especially in a situation where he was outnumbered. He had already pulled out a bottle of life potion from his backpack, ready to use it immediately after being hit. Just then, a black light flashed and pounced on the goblin assassin. Oh whoa! Kolbal let out an angry roar, seemingly very upset about the goblin assassin's sneak attack on Han Shen. Swish! Swish! The Kolbal's claws scraped across the goblin assassin's face, instantly taking away a piece of flesh and blood. Roar! A sharp pain surged, and the goblin assassin cried out in agony, quickly turning to search for the shadow of the culprit. Han Shen's eyes brightened as he pulled back the longbow in his hand. Skill activated, wind-chasing arrow. Just as the arrow was about to be shot, Han Shen suddenly lowered his aim slightly, targeting the goblin assassin's rear end. Whoosh! This arrow was incredibly fast, and at such a close distance, there was no way the goblin assassin could dodge it. Han Shen heard the sound of the arrow piercing, a tearing noise of flesh. The goblin assassin's murky eyes widened suddenly, then in disbelief, it looked back at its rear to see the arrow that was already halfway inside. The next moment, a earth-shattering scream erupted. Aya! This scream left the other goblins stunned, they even forgot to continue their attack. Han Shen clapped his hands in delight and laughed, "Ha ha, let you be the old six." Before the goblin assassin could react, a second arrow shot out fiercely, hitting it squarely in the back of its head, piercing right through. With a cold gaze, Han Shen eliminated the goblin assassin, then drew his bowstring again, aiming at the other goblins. At this moment, the remaining goblins seemed to have reacted. A large fireball suddenly hurled towards Han Shen, and at the same time, two goblin warriors charged at him from different angles. However, Han Shen's agility was higher than that of this group of goblins, and he easily sidestepped to avoid the fireball attack. Kolbal was just about to intercept but was given a new command by Han Shen. "Kolbal, go deal with that goblin in the back, I'll handle these two guys." Upon receiving the command, Kolbal's body shimmered with black light and charged straight towards the goblin mage. Seeing this, the goblin overseer raised its beast bone hammer high and swung it down at Kolbal, while three other goblin minions were also drawn towards Kolbal. The Kolbals fend off 5 enemies, greatly reducing the pressure on Han Shen, leaving him with only 2 level 6 goblin warriors. After overcoming the initial chaos, Han Shen found his rhythm. He suddenly poured a bottle of Mighty Bear Power Elixir into his mouth, his strength surged. Whoosh! Whoosh! Skill, double arrow activated. 2 arrows were shot out, one hit the goblin warrior's right leg, while the other struck the shoulder of another goblin warrior, interrupting their charge. Then, Han Shen stepped back half a step and assumed an attack stance. Skill, multi-arrow activated. Unlike before, Han Shen suddenly felt a powerful force emerging from within his body at the moment of this strike. Is it the special effect of the Moon Crown Longbow triggered by lunar flow? Han Shen realized in an instant. At the same time, he felt a surge of joy. This multi-shot would be unprecedentedly powerful. Thud, thud, thud. Arrows flew out in succession, each sound resembling the piercing of leather. In the next moment, 2 goblin warriors had 2 or 3 iron arrows pierced through their hearts and chests. Their hearts penetrated, the goblin warriors instantly died. The powerful attack of the Moon Crown Longbow has revealed its might for the first time. 2 goblin warriors have been taken down. There are still 5 goblins left in the camp. Kolbal single-handedly battles the goblin overseer and the goblin wizard, maximizing its terrifying speed. The remaining 3 goblin lackeys swing their wooden sticks wildly, but with their attributes, they can't even touch a hair on Kolbal. Seeing Kolbal darting between the 5 goblins, constantly inflicting damage with its tiny claws, Han Shen immediately decided to take out the 3 goblin lackeys first, allowing Kolbal to fight alone for a while longer. Anyway, with its attributes, it won't be difficult to hold on for a bit longer. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! 3 arrows shot simultaneously, hitting all 3 goblin lackeys, drawing them towards Han Shen. However, at this moment, Han Shen's attack power had far exceeded the endurance limit of these level 5 monsters. Even without hitting their vital points, each arrow dealt them heavy damage. After more than 10 seconds, 3 goblin minions fell to the ground. Han Shen said joyfully, soft persimmons are the easiest to squeeze. And just then, the originally bright sky suddenly turned dark. Han Shen instinctively looked up and suddenly saw a black round moon appear overhead. A dark purple round moon hung high above. The dark purple moon seemed to absorb most of the light, turning the entire campsite into a dark purple hue. Legendary special effect: Dark Moon descends. The triggering condition is to continuously kill 5 enemies. At this moment, Han Shen felt his hands enveloped by a strange power. He could clearly feel that his attack speed had increased. Moreover, it wasn't just Han Shen who was enhanced, the coal ball that was fighting was also affected. When the power of the dark moon appeared, the coal ball's attack speed suddenly skyrocketed. Its power may only be in the teens, causing relatively weak damage, but at this moment, the coal ball showed Han Shen what an attack speed at its peak truly looks like. Black light flashed continuously, and the Goblin Wizard and Goblin Overseer were covered in numerous bloody claw marks, as if an invisible monster was relentlessly gnawing at their flesh and blood. In less than 10 seconds, these 2 goblins had accumulated over 100 bloody wounds, their bodies a mess of blood and flesh. And at that moment, the dark purple round moon appeared for the 20th second. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the surface of the dark purple moon. Han Shen knew that the strongest strike of this legendary special effect was about to come. When the dark moon descent state ends, the dark moon will automatically explode, dealing agility *300% explosion damage to surrounding enemies. Sure enough, in the next moment, the dark purple round moon suddenly exploded, and the terrifying power of the dark moon descended from the sky, beginning to wreak havoc. These 2 goblins, already injured by the coal ball, were now hit as if struck by lightning. Buzz! The entire camp was swept as if by a violent wind as the power of the dark moon began to rampage wildly. As the aftershocks of the dark moon explosion dissipated, the system notifications appeared. Goblin Warrior, Goblin Wizard, Goblin Foreman killed. Earn 1200 experience points. Pet Coal Ball earned 960 experience points. After reaching level 6, more experience points are required, but correspondingly, the experience gained from defeating level 6 monsters will also increase. However, at this moment, Han Shen was still immersed in the powerful effects of the legendary skill. He exclaimed, "Wow, is this what legendary effects are like? It's so freaking cool." It directly affected the changes in the environment and could even summon a moon during battles. It was simply a show-off artifact. Moreover, the final hit of this effect dealt considerable damage and was area damage, making it usable as a clearing skill. Han Shen was overjoyed. After testing the effects of the Dark Moon longbow, Han Shen prepared to merge this goblin camp into his territory. With over 100 square meters of empty island, it could directly increase his territory area by 10%. The system notifications appeared. You have successfully merged the goblin camp, your territory has expanded, and you have gained territorial resources: fertile soil *18, simple tent *7, iron pot *2, iron spoon *7, etc. Most of these territorial resources are simple tools made by this group of goblins. Among them, there is an area emitting a foul smell every few meters. Han Shen looked disgusted and said, "Damn, these goblins really have no hygiene, they just poop everywhere." He disdainfully separated these several patches of territory and threw them out along with the tools used by the goblins. After dealing with this, Han Shen prepared to head to the next cloud exploration. At that moment, Han Shen suddenly saw a large floating island rapidly approaching him from a distance. Han Shen instantly perked up and cautiously observed the floating island, which was at least 1,000 square meters. He noticed that there were no clouds covering this floating island, which indicates that it shouldn't be the territory of monsters. If it's not monsters, then there's only one possibility: this floating island is the territory of other survivors. Moreover, the other party's target is clearly coming towards him. "Are you coming for me?" Han Shen raised his guard. Even though everyone here is a survivor from Blue Star, one must always be cautious. He certainly didn't want to die at the hands of monsters, only to be killed by his own kind. Han Shen quickly hid the coal ball under the sofa and prepared himself for battle. Right now, none of the Sky Islands have defensive facilities, which is like leaving the door wide open. Others can easily see what you have on your island. Fortunately, Han Shen had covered his storage boxes with some wooden planks in advance, so others couldn't see much. Otherwise, at this stage, if those survivors saw several large boxes in your territory, it would be hard not to raise suspicions. After a few seconds, the figure across from him rushed towards him and suddenly stopped less than 30 meters away from the 2 Sky Islands. Han Shen saw a figure appear on the other side, standing at the edge of the territory and waving his hand at him. After pondering for a moment, Han Shen also walked forward to see what the other party was planning. At that moment, he clearly saw the other person's face. He was a young man in half-green armor, holding a large iron sword, looking to be in his early 20s. Upon seeing Han Shen, the other party appeared extremely excited. He waved his hand and shouted, "Bro, look at me, look at me." Han Shen frowned and waved back at him. After receiving Han Shen's response, the other person seemed very excited and exclaimed, "Great! I've finally seen a living person." This young man said this as he maneuvered the floating island closer. At that moment, Han Shen suddenly spoke, "Stop." The young man clearly sensed the coldness in Han Shen's tone, first pausing in surprise, then seeming to understand something. He smiled wryly and said, "Bro, I mean no harm. I just haven't seen anyone like me for several days and got a bit too excited. Please don't misunderstand. At this moment Han Shen could vaguely sense that the man indeed meant no harm, but he still maintained his guard and asked, "What do you want?" The young man noticed Han Shen's attitude softening and quickly said, "It's nothing, brother. I just wanted to get to know you. If possible, let's be friends so we can look out for each other later." At this point, the young man sighed, "To be honest, ever since I came to this world, facing those monsters has nearly driven me to the brink of a mental breakdown." Han Shen shook his head. "There's no need for friendships right now. Everyone is struggling to survive and can't take care of others. The priority is to quickly level up and strengthen ourselves. I still need to level up. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." After saying this, Han Shen turned to leave. The young man quickly called out, "Hey, brother, don't rush off just yet. My name is Bubble Fish, real name Chuyu. I'm a local from Xinjiang, a level 5 warrior. I see you have good gear and a large territory. How about we team up?" After saying this, he looked at Han Shen with eager anticipation. At this moment, Han Shen also understood his intentions. It turned out that this person was eager to find other survivors to team up with after seeing the area protection lifted. This young man named Chuyu continued, "Brother, don't worry, I'm quite confident in my own strength. If we team up, I definitely won't hold you back." After thinking for a moment, Han Shen shook his head and said, "No, I don't have any plans to team up right now." Han Shen didn't reveal his name, and the other party didn't know that he was the well-known Xinghe from District 107. Hearing Han Shen's refusal, Chuyu asked in confusion, "Brother, it's tough to survive alone in this world. Right now, many people in the chat channel are sharing their coordinates to find nearby players to team up, but this world seems to be larger than imagined. Even two people have a hard time meeting. I think, how about we?" He seemed to want to persuade a bit more. However, Han Shen still shook his head and said, "No need." Chuyu hesitated but, considering Han Shen's attitude, sighed and said, "Alright then, I'll go find someone else. You, take care of yourself." Han Shen nodded. Chuyu turned around and controlled the floating island territory to slowly drift away. Before leaving, he said, "By the way, just a reminder, someone in the chat channel mentioned that he discovered a 2-star secret realm, and the coordinates are not far from here. I only rushed over after seeing the information. However, that 2-star secret realm requires 5 people to enter. Many people are heading there now, looking for a team. I see your gear seems quite good. If you're interested, you can go take a look." Han Shen nodded and thanked him. After Chuyu left, Han Shen pondered, "A 2-star secret realm, huh?" The system announcement said that the highest difficulty secret realm currently open is a 2-star. Given the strength of these survivors at this stage, it might be quite difficult to conquer it. I should focus on leveling up, at least get Coldball to level 6 first. Thinking of this, Han Shen called Coldball out from under the sofa. He remembered that there were 2 skills on Coldball's skill panel that were still locked. One of them, Void Absorption, could be unlocked at level 6. The other, Void Frenzy, would be unlocked at level 10. The first 4 skills of Coldball had already shown Han Shen what true divine abilities were. This Void Absorption must not be weak. Han Shen took a deep breath, filled once again with the motivation to level up. The territory began to move forward at a speed of over 400 kilometers per hour. Han Shen noticed that even at this scale, the territory faced no resistance while moving. It seemed as if its speed was constant, unaffected by gravity, and would only decrease if it encountered an obstacle. This phenomenon clearly defied the laws of science. But in such a magical world, what does science even matter? Just then, the coal ball suddenly flashed with a black light and instantly arrived at the edge of the territory. Han Shen looked over in confusion. A few kilometers ahead, there appeared a cloud covering an area of just a few square meters. But unlike other clouds, this one had a black vortex surrounding it. "Cloud's secret realm. Cloud's secret realm," Han Shen blurted out. To encounter a cloud secret realm here is quite a stroke of luck. Han Shen controlled the Sky Island, gradually approaching the cloud secret realm. As he got closer, he saw a star appear above the vortex. This represented the difficulty of the secret realm. A 1-star secret realm? Han Shen maneuvered the Sky Island close to the edge of the vortex, and at that moment, a system prompt appeared. 1-star cloud secret realm, Lost Palace. Difficulty, medium, number of entrants, 1 to 2, recommended level, 6 to 10. Would you like to enter? Lost Palace, should I go in? Han Shen hesitated for a moment. Although it was only a 1-star secret realm, there would definitely be some difficulty. The recommendation above also stated to enter with 1 to 2 people, and having a companion would greatly reduce the danger. At that moment, Han Shen suddenly thought, should he go back to find Chuyu and team up? However, he quickly shook his head. He had many special items such as a spatial backpack, an S+ growth coal ball, and legendary quality purple gear. Any one of these items would be enough to make other survivors envious. If teaming up with others, it will inevitably expose me. If it's someone I know, that's fine, but if it's a stranger who boasts about possessing these things, then they will attract a lot of envy. Before establishing the territory's defenses, Han Shen decided not to take that risk. At that moment, Han Shen suddenly thought of something and stroked his chin, pondering, the system's suggestion is 1 to 2 people. I wonder if that includes pets. At this stage, besides me, there shouldn't be any other survivors with pets, so it seems that Coldball's combat power hasn't been counted. If that's the case, then my actual combat power is equivalent to that of 2 people. Moreover, Coldball's strength is much greater than that of an average survivor. Having its assistance is more effective than teaming up with others. Han Shen's eyes lit up. He felt it was promising. After considering everything, he realized he could challenge the secret realm. So, Han Shen summoned Coldball to his side and clicked confirm. In the next moment, the vortex suddenly emitted a faint light and the portal opened. Then, he stepped into the vortex with Coldball. At the moment he stepped into the vortex, Han Shen felt the world before him shaking, the scene spinning around. When his vision returned to normal, the sight before him also changed dramatically. Han Shen found himself standing on a pile of architectural ruins. This place seemed to have once been a palace, surrounded by collapsed bricks, tiles, and stone pillars. The entire palace was vast, at least 5,000 to 6,000 square meters. The ground was paved with stone slabs, covered with a thick layer of dust. The palace appeared to be situated in a valley, surrounded by thick clouds, with nothing visible beyond the area within the palace. When Han Shen attempted to walk into the cloud-covered area, a system prompt appeared. You have reached the edge of the map, please return the way you came. Han Shen pondered, so, the areas covered by clouds are places I cannot go, which means my activity zone is limited to this palace ruin? At this moment, another system prompt appeared. Cloud Secret Realm Phase 1 Challenge Task of the Lost Palace has been activated, survivors prepare for battle. As the prompt ended, Han Shen suddenly felt a slight tremor in the ground. What the heck? Are we starting the battle right away? Han Shen exclaimed in surprise. This Secret Realm challenge is way too direct. Meanwhile, in the ruins, a gigantic hand suddenly shot out fiercely. Han Shen instantly heightened his alertness. Rumble. With the sound of falling bricks and stones, a massive yellow humanoid monster sat up from the ruins. It was already over 2 meters tall, just showing half of its body, with the rest still buried in the rubble, but one could still imagine its enormous size. In the next moment, the sleeping giant slowly pushed itself up to stand. Only then did Han Shen see the full appearance of the monster. It stood over 4 meters tall. Its body looked like it was sculpted from clay, but in fact, it was made of a special material similar to brass, yet harder than brass, comparable to fine iron. The surface of the earth giant's body was faintly marked with white lines, resembling human veins, with energy flowing within. Those were actually energy veins crafted from secret silver. On its chest, a uniquely large device is emitting a brilliant green light, continuously providing it with energy for movement. A property of this monster also appeared before Han Shen. Psycho Puppet, 1-star special creature. Level, LV7. Strength 48, Agility 37, Spirit 35, Constitution 55. Remaining energy value of Psycho Core 30. Remaining defense value of Psycho Core 100. Skills, Energy Shot, Rock Body, Passive Skill, reduces damage by 30% when receiving physical attacks. That Psycho Puppet? What the heck is that? Seeing its attributes, Han Shen exclaimed, this constitution is way too insane, it has as much as 55 points. Plus that passive that reduces physical damage by 30%, a regular survivor probably wouldn't even be able to break through its defenses. Clearly, Han Shen was also a physical class, and this Psycho Puppet's passive effect impacted him as well. However, fortunately, his attack power far exceeds that of others of the same level, so even with the reduction, he can still deal considerable damage. Meanwhile, the psychic puppet exhibited a strong desire to attack Han Shen, opening its flat mouth and emitting a mechanical synthesized voice. Intruder, die. The energy core in the chest of the psychic puppet began to emit a strong green light, and at the same time, a ball of energy suddenly gathered in its palm, seemingly charging up. Buzz. With the attack charge complete, a burst of energy erupted from the energy veins in its palm. Han Shen felt a strong sense of danger from this strike. If hit, he would likely suffer severe injuries if not death. Han Shen rolled sharply, dodging this attack. Before rolling, the arrow he had been charging for a long time was already shot out from his hand. Whoosh! The iron arrow, enhanced by the powerful attack of the Moon Crown longbow, struck directly at the left side of the psychic puppet's face. However, in the next moment, Han Shen realized that the arrow had caused no damage to it. The arrow hit, but it was as if it struck a stone, penetrating less than 10 centimeters. This injury is nothing more than a tickle for the psychic puppet. Seriously, this is all the damage it caused? Han Shen was a bit confused. Han Shen's attack seemed to have angered the psychic puppet. It began to stride forward, charging towards Han Shen. 4. Lord Kylong. Thud, thud, thud. Each step of the psychic puppet sounded like a giant rock crashing to the ground, producing a dull thud. Before it even got close, a strong sense of pressure hit him. The psychic puppet gradually approached, and the sense of pressure followed closely. Just then, the coal ball suddenly appeared above the psychic puppet, swiping at its eyes with 2 claws. For a moment, dirt flew everywhere, and 2 chunks of soil were clawed away from the puppet's pupils. The effect was evident, but this kind of creature seemingly didn't need eyes to perceive the outside world. Even though the coal ball's attack hit, it did not hinder its steps at all. However, when Han Shen saw the wound in the eye socket of the psychic puppet emitting wisps of black mist, his eyes instantly lit up. The weakening effect of the void power is useful. The void power skill of the coal ball reduces enemy defenses and inhibits healing, with a maximum reduction of 30% defense. Especially effective against high armor enemies. Han Shen did not expect that the weakening effect of the void power would still be effective against such puppet monsters. Therefore, Han Shen immediately pulled out a potion from his spatial backpack and gulped it down. Mighty Bear's secret potion increases strength by 30%. With the attack enhanced again, Han Shen quickly turned around and shot out a wind chaser arrow. Hey! Take this arrow! Seeing the attack coming, the psychic puppet instinctively raised its arm. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. This arrow still hit like it was striking a stone, but even a stone was pierced by Han Shen's powerful attack. The fine iron arrow pierced through the palm of the psychic puppet, then continued with great force, driving sharply into its shoulder. Effective! Han Shen's heart leaped. Previously, although his attacks could cause some damage, they seemed minimal. In simple terms, they couldn't break through its defense. But now, with the weakening of the coal ball's armor and the enhancement from the bear strength elixir, the damage from the second arrow skyrocketed. Little Coal Ball has once again made a significant contribution. Han Shen smiled knowingly, regaining his confidence. Before this, the powerful defense exhibited by this psychic puppet was enough to instill despair in any survivor at this stage. But now, Han Shen knew that his attacks could inflict damage. And as long as he could break through its defense, even a god could be slain. In the next moment, a barrage of arrows erupted. Fortunately, this time the eruption also triggered the moonlight flow effect of the Moon Crown longbow. His agility suddenly increased by 40 points, and with the 30% power boost from the bear strength elixir, Han Shen felt unprecedented strength. When the psychic puppet saw the arrows flying towards it, it also sensed the threat of the shot. It raised its arm, awkwardly trying to block Han Shen's attack. However, its speed was too slow. Before it could raise its arm, all 5 arrows had already struck and pierced deeply into its body. One of the arrows hit the core of the psychic puppet, which was Han Shen's intention. But to Han Shen's surprise, this was not its weak point. On the contrary, the defense at the core was even stronger than in other parts of its body. It seemed to be an independent component on the psychic puppet, with a defense value of 100. Han Shen's arrow only reduced it by 5 points. Based on this calculation, it would take at least 20 arrows to destroy its core. However, this psychic puppet did not have high agility. Compared to the Coal Ball and Han Shen, both of whom had extremely high agility, the psychic puppet could not keep up with their pace at all. So next, the fate awaiting this psychic puppet is only one. That means being toyed with by Han Shen until death. Han Shen fought while retreating, leaping back and forth across the entire ruins, occasionally pulling away to shoot an arrow. Thud, thud, thud. Han Shen was calculating how many arrows he had shot. After the 30th iron arrow was shot, the upper body of the energy puppet was pierced like a hedgehog. A cloud of black smoke rose, and the monster finally fell down. Han Shen slowly exhaled, finally took this guy down. This energy puppet is really a pain. It's almost as strong as an elite monster. In fact, in terms of defense, the energy puppet was even tougher than an average elite monster. If it weren't for its other attributes being too low and having obvious weaknesses, Han Shen would have had to pay a price to take it down. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Energy puppet killed, level 7, gained 150 experience points. Coal Ball gained 125 experience points. 1-star Secret Realm Phase 1 of the Lost Palace completed. Survivors, please prepare. The Phase 2 challenge of the Lost Palace Secret Realm will begin in 30 seconds. What the hell, there's a second phase. Han Shen was very shocked. He somewhat underestimated the difficulty of the Secret Realm. Even the monsters in the first phase were as strong as elite monsters. What would the second phase be like? And this is just a 1-star Secret Realm. If it were a 2-star Secret Realm, the difficulty would probably soar several levels. That Chuyu even mentioned wanting to team up with other survivors to challenge the 2-star Secret Realm. Here, Han Shen could only mourn for him for half a second. Han Shen quickly walked to the remains of the psychic puppet, preparing to recover his arrows. At that moment, a system prompt appeared. Do you want to decompose the remains of the psychic puppet? This can be decomposed too? Han Shen clicked yes. In the next moment, the 3-meter-tall puppet remains collapsed with a loud crash, turning into dust like a giant rock. Successfully decomposed the remains of the psychic puppet, obtained special magical clay *647, damaged psychic core *1, mithril *35, refined iron *464. Han Shen weighed the mechanical component in his hand, which was about 20 to 30 kilograms. This was the thing that supported the operation of the spiritual puppet, known as the spiritual core. At the same time, the system prompt appeared again. Repairing the damaged spiritual core requires spirit core *3000, mithril *245, ether *8000. Do you want to repair it? It can be repaired, but what's the use? Han Shen was somewhat puzzled. Not understanding its purpose, he could only set it aside for the time being. At that moment, the 30 seconds of preparation time had elapsed. The ground shook violently again. Rumble. In the ruins, giant puppets extended their arms, revealing their massive upper bodies. In an instant, Han Shen saw at least 6 spiritual puppets rise from the ruins. Hiss. Han Shen gasped in shock. In the previous phase, just one spiritual puppet had taken him nearly 10 minutes to deal with. Now, 6 had appeared at once, which was simply asking too much. A huge pressure suddenly enveloped his heart. Han Shen tightened his grip on the longbow and couldn't help but ask himself, "Can I fight? I can fight. It will just take more time." This will be a long battle, testing not only Han Shen's combat awareness but also his endurance. Meanwhile, the coal ball seemed to sense the strength of this formation. Its limbs were tense, fangs bared, and it continuously emitted threatening growls. Although it knew these puppets were not easy to deal with, as soon as Han Shen gave the order, it would charge forward without hesitation. The battle was about to break out. The second stage challenge of the Cloud's secret realm is about to begin. Before all 6 spiritual puppets awaken, Han Shen glanced at his backpack. 2 spatial backpacks with a total of 60 slots filled with various items. Among them, 900 refined iron arrows occupied 30 slots. In addition, he brought 200 bottles of life elixirs, occupying 20 slots. Also, there were 50 bottles of bear strength elixirs, using 5 slots. The remaining 5 slots are used to store various food items, drinking water, and spoils of war. At this moment, Han Shen was grateful in his heart that he had the spatial backpack item, allowing him to carry so many items, which was perfect for enduring prolonged battles. If it were other survivors, even if they could handle the psychic puppets, they would soon be defeated due to insufficient supplies. At this point, Han Shen suddenly thought about whether he should create a batch of spatial backpacks after the secret realm ends and trade them in the market. Although his spatial backpack is only a white-grade item, at this stage, he hasn't heard of anyone having other portable storage items. A spatial item that can be carried around is even more effective than a blue-grade item at this current stage. It's truly a divine artifact. Moreover, the materials needed to make a spatial backpack are quite simple, requiring only a spirit core and a 1-star beast skin, and he currently has a large stockpile in his warehouse. This could work. Han Shen thought to himself, once everyone has experienced the Cloud's secret realm and understands the power of the monsters inside, they will be even more eager for some spatial items. At that time, it will be my turn to take action. However, the urgent task at hand is to deal with the battle before us. While Han Shen was deep in thought, 6 psychic puppets had already locked onto their targets. They simultaneously raised their right hands, the mithril patterns on their arms shining brilliantly, as if a terrifying energy was gathering in their palms. Han Shen quickly shot an arrow and retreated instantly. Coal ball flashed and rushed to one of the psychic puppets. At that moment, all 6 psychic puppets had completed their charge, and 4 or 5 beams of energy simultaneously attacked Han Shen. Buzz! Han Shen suddenly felt a sense of crisis from behind, and without thinking, he immediately used the hunter's advanced skill. Roll! Han Shen rolled on the spot, narrowly dodging the concentrated fire attack. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. The spot where Han Shen had been standing was left with a massive crater over a meter deep and more than 2 meters wide, as if a violent explosion had occurred. Looking at the scene before him, Han Shen felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shudder. If that cannon hit him, he couldn't even imagine the consequences. Damn! Without a second thought, Han Shen took off running, desperately trying to distance himself from the energy puppets. While running, he didn't forget to occasionally look back and shoot a cold arrow. Thud! The arrow struck one of the energy puppets in the cheek, but without the defense reduction effect of coal balls, it only caused minor damage. However, Han Shen's attack completely enraged the energy puppets. They began to chase Han Shen with their stout, log-like legs, while he sprinted ahead, trying to escape. A bizarre scene unfolded before him. A lithe man kept jumping back and forth on the collapsing stone pillars, followed by 5 or 6 giant puppets that continuously launched energy attacks at him. There was also a wolf cub closely trailing behind, its form flickering, and each time it appeared, it managed to inflict some minor damage on the puppets. At this moment, Han Shen really wanted to say, "Master Chiu, stop scraping." However, the damage from the coal ball, although it looks like scraping, is minimal. But Han Shen doesn't need the coal ball to deal damage, he just needs it to help reduce the defenses of these puppets. Before long, all 6 puppets were affected by multiple layers of void power. And Han Shen's arrows could finally deal more damage. He began to run wildly while looking for opportunities to shoot cold arrows. After more than 10 minutes, Han Shen was already exhausted and panting, cursing, "These damn rocks are really hard." Moreover, after such a long battle, those puppets still showed no signs of slowing down and continued to chase him relentlessly. At this moment, Han Shen suddenly thought that these psychic puppets needed energy to operate, and after so long, they should have consumed quite a bit of energy. But when he looked at the panels of these puppets, his heart sank. Remaining psychic energy, 30. After fighting for over 10 minutes, they only consumed 10 points of energy. At this rate, it will take at least another hour to drain these puppets' energy. Well, it seems this tactic is not going to work. Han Shan can only continue to flee in a desperate manner. Just as Han Shan was being chased by 6 energy puppets, some changes were quietly taking place outside. On an island territory of survivors, it seems a battle has just taken place. Above, 2 human survivors are glaring fiercely at another male mage. All 3 of them have some injuries, indicating they have just fought. However, the injuries on the male mage are noticeably much more severe. At this moment, the male mage, looking angry, speaks first. "Damn it, you 2 guys, claiming to take me to explore the secret realm, but your real target was my gear from the start." One of the human swordsmen, with a fierce expression, replies, "You're the one who doesn't know what's good for you. We told you to lend us your blue gear for a while and we'd return it in a few days, but you wouldn't listen. So don't blame us for taking action." Beside him, another human rogue sneered, "Lin, there's no need to waste words with him. After we take him down, not only will his equipment be ours, but all the resources in his territory will also belong to us." The male mage was filled with grief and anger. He knew all too well that he had invited the wolf into his home. In this lawless world, being targeted by these people basically meant a dead end. But the male mage did not give up the struggle. Instead, he waved his staff, seemingly attempting to make a final counterattack. However, as a mage, he had no chance left when 2 melee fighters closed in on him. Faced with the onslaught of the 2, despair gradually filled his heart, with a sharp iron dagger piercing into his chest. After a scream of agony, the battle came to an end. A moment later, a naked human corpse was thrown down from the sky. The human swordsman and the rogue exchanged a glance, both revealing a glimmer of bloodthirst. Then they divided the resources in this human survivor's territory and annexed his floating island territory to strengthen themselves. The same scene continued to unfold among the human survivors. For resources or equipment, some people have unleashed their inner greed and bloodlust, choosing to turn against others. And those unlucky souls who were chosen sent out their cries in the chat channel before their deaths. In an instant, the chat channel was filled with occasional screams, causing panic among the people. It was at this moment. On an empty island spanning over 1,000 square meters, a towering human warrior was meditating with his eyes closed. He was equipped with exceptional gear, at least 3 or 4 pieces of blue equipment, including his top, bottom, and weapon. At this stage, although his gear was much stronger than that of other survivors, it would also attract the envy of others. This human warrior is Cheng Jianyong. Raising his eyelids, Cheng Jianyong suddenly saw a floating territory quickly approaching him. 2 empty islands were moving closer to Cheng Jianyong. Upon seeing the shape of those 2 territories, Cheng Jianyong instantly realized that they might be other survivors. Remembering Han Shan's warning, Cheng Jianyong immediately became alert and gripped his blue greatsword. As the empty island drew near, Cheng Jianyong saw a human hunter and a human warrior standing above. With 2 survivors appearing on a deserted island, it means that either they have a very close relationship or there is some problem in one of their territories. Moreover, both of them looked quite miserable, covered in blood and dirt, and their equipment was tattered. The human warrior seemed to have sustained serious injuries, barely able to stand and needing support from the hunter beside him. Upon seeing Cheng Jianyong, the 2 immediately showed excited expressions and hurriedly said, "Great! Other survivors! Xiao Jian, we are finally saved." Cheng Jianyong frowned and asked, "What happened to you?" The human hunter had a pained expression on his face, sighed, and said, "It's complicated. To put it simply, we encountered a terrifying monster. It's a large bird that attacks human survivors' territories everywhere. We also unfortunately suffered an attack from that large bird, nearly getting killed. We barely escaped with our lives, but my brother's territory was destroyed because of it. Then we fled all the way, away from the monster bird's attack range, and it took us most of the day to finally find you." Listening to their tragic experiences, Cheng Jianyong felt some sympathy. At this moment, the human hunter continued, "Brother, my friend is on the brink of death. If you have any healing items, could you please save his life? We will remember your kindness." Seeing their appearance, Cheng Jianyong truly felt they were not lying, and his heart was moved with compassion. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Come here, I have some life elixir." Hearing this, the human hunter's face lit up with joy, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Then, the 2 floating islands moved closer together. As the human hunter and the human warrior stepped onto the territory of the floating island, they exchanged glances and a sinister smile appeared on their lips. "You guys?" Seeing their expressions, Cheng Jianyong's face suddenly changed. In the Lost Palace, Han Shan was still engaged in a prolonged tug-of-war with 6 puppets. Another 20 minutes passed. Han Shan's hand from shooting arrows had gone numb, and the index and middle fingers pulling the bowstring had become very swollen, with lines of blood on them. Every time he pulled the bowstring, he felt a piercing pain in his fingers. If the battle continued, he felt like his right hand would be ruined. But the fight had already begun, and these energy puppets wouldn't give him a moment's rest. Han Shan could only grit his teeth and keep turning to shoot. The ruins weren't very large, and these puppets would surround him from many angles. If it weren't for the coal balls occasionally drawing the puppets' attention, Han Shan would have been caught by now. He had already lost count of how many arrows he had shot, but conservatively estimating, it was over 300. Excluding the missed shots, each puppet was now pierced by at least 30 arrows. These stone monsters looked like they had grown a bunch of weeds. This scene made Han Shen want to laugh a little. But just as he opened his mouth, a terrifying energy beam struck towards him. Damn! Han Shen gritted his teeth and rolled away on the spot. After creating some distance, he instinctively pulled back the bowstring. Skill: activate multiple arrows. Thud, thud, thud. 5 arrows, all focused on the remaining puppet with the lowest core defense. And at that moment, the situation finally changed. The core defense of this psychic puppet was finally reduced to 0 through relentless effort. Han Shen exclaimed excitedly, "Great! The psychic puppet primarily relies on its core to provide energy for its actions. Now that its defense is gone, as long as the core is shattered, it will automatically lose its combat capability." Han Shen quickly turned around and shot out a Wind Chaser arrow again. This is his most commonly used skill. The only reason is that the Wind Chaser arrow is faster and has a higher hit rate compared to other skills. Whoosh! The Wind Chaser arrow hits. The core of the psychic puppet was pierced, and its forward motion suddenly came to a halt. Crack, crack! A cloud of black smoke emerged, and the psychic puppet stopped in place. Got it! Han Shen said with delight. After defeating this psychic puppet, only 5 remain on the field, and Han Shen's pressure greatly decreases. He poured another bottle of Barbarian Bear Strength Potion into his mouth, as if pumped with adrenaline, and began shooting arrows like crazy again. I shoot! I shoot! I'm going to kill you stone guys! Ha ha ha! Han Shen shouted, completely ignoring how embarrassing his cries were. Anyway, there was no one here, so he wasn't afraid of being overheard. Bang! 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 The sounds of arrows hitting these psychic puppets rang out one after another. 5 minutes later, the second psychic puppet fell. Another 3 minutes later, the third psychic puppet fell. The subsequent battle held no suspense. When the core of the last psychic puppet was pierced, Han Shen felt utterly exhausted and collapsed onto the ground. It took 1 hour and 27 minutes, shooting over 400 arrows. Finally, he wore down these 6 stone monsters. Han Shen was so excited that he was about to cry. Since coming to this world, he has never experienced such a long and difficult battle. The 2 fingers that pulled the bowstring were already bloodied, and his shoulder was aching. He quickly took out a bottle of life elixir from his backpack to heal his injuries. Ha! The cool elixir went down his throat, not only replenishing his body's moisture but also relieving the soreness all over. Meanwhile, the life elixir quickly took effect. The 2 fingers that were nearly useless rapidly grew new flesh, and in just a few seconds, they had fully recovered. This is the powerful healing ability of the life elixir. Fortunately, this is a world of magic, otherwise such a recovery effect could not be explained by modern biology. At this moment, Han Shen suddenly noticed that something seemed off with the little coal ball in the distance. Even after the battle, this little wolf pup still had red eyes, its nose constantly exhaling hot air, and it remained in a state of high tension. Han Shen quickly called it over. "Coal ball, come here." Hearing Han Shen shout, Coal ball instantly regained its senses, and the ferocious aura around it vanished in an instant. Then, with a flash of black light, Coal ball appeared beside Han Shen. "Stop baring your teeth, it's over now." Upon hearing this, Coal ball seemed to relax its guard and return to its usual obedient puppy demeanor. Han Shen patted its head and took out a few spirit cores from his backpack to feed it. "You've worked hard, little Coal ball." After gobbling down a few spirit cores, Coal ball's condition improved significantly. It rubbed against Han Shen's palm. Then, a system prompt appeared before him. 1-star Secret Realm, Lost Palace Challenge completed, calculating Secret Realm rewards. Completed? Han Shen breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the system would throw in a 3rd or 4th phase at this moment, which would have him crying. However, thinking about it, that was unlikely. After all, this was just a 1-star Secret Realm. If it were set to such high difficulty, then others wouldn't even need to try. The system prompt continued to scroll by. The rewards for the Secret Realm have been settled. You have received item rewards: Stronger Fragment *3, Rune Crystal *170, Silver Treasure Chest *1. The chest is located within the Secret Realm map, please open it yourself. You have received experience rewards: 4,700, Pet Coal Ball gain 3,760 experience. Pet Coal Ball has leveled up, current level LV6, skill Void Drain has been unlocked. After the system prompt ended, a flash of white light appeared around Coal Ball. Han Shen was immediately surprised and said, "Level 6? So, does that mean the new skill can finally be unlocked?" He eagerly checked Coal Ball's attributes. Pet information: Void Phantom Wolf, Juvenile. Race: Void Race. Level: LV6. Strength: 21, Agility: 39, Spirit: 20, Constitution: 23. Pet Coal Ball has unlocked a new skill: Void Drain. Void Drain: the Void Phantom Wolf, upon entering battle, continuously absorbs power from the void, increasing all attributes by 50%, significantly enhancing recovery. Ability after taking damage, and can automatically generate a void spike within its body every second. After accumulating 10 void spikes, all spikes will explode. Seeing the newly activated skill of Coldball, Han Shen let out a slow breath and gritted his teeth, saying, "Pervert." He admitted that he was indeed a bit jealous of Coldball as a pet. Compared to Coldball's first 4 skills, the skill Void Extraction is even more twisted. Just the 50% boost to all attributes is enough to be called a divine skill. Additionally, the second attribute significantly enhances Coldball's recovery ability, indirectly improving its survival rate. The final attribute directly turns Coldball's second skill, Counter Spike, into an active skill. As Coldball's most powerful burst damage method, Counter Spike has a rather harsh triggering condition. It can only be activated after receiving 10 attacks. Although Coldball has a high evasion rate, it also has its weaknesses, particularly its low health. Moreover, the enemies Han Shen faces are generally quite strong, so if it fails to evade even once, it would be a heavy blow for Coldball. Therefore, Han Shen has always prioritized Coldball's survival, trying to avoid taking hits from other monsters. Thus, this Counter Spike has become a rather useless skill. However, now that the Void Absorption skill has been activated, this shortcoming of Coldball has been directly addressed, achieving a qualitative leap. This skill can be said to have once again elevated Coldball's combat power by several tiers. Moreover, after reaching level 6, the attribute enhancement is equivalent to the improvements made in the previous 2 levels, significantly increasing its strength. If it were now Coldball facing the assault of 6 psychic puppets, Han Shen wouldn't feel so constrained. Alright. No wonder it's a pet with an S+ growth rate, it's really powerful. Han Shen was very pleased. After looking at Coldball's new skill, Han Shen began to check the other rewards just calculated by the system. The first one is the Champion Fragment. Champion Fragment, collecting 100 fragments can synthesize a champion mark, which can be used for the Abyss Rift challenge. In the item description, Han Shen saw a new map name. Abyss Rift? Is it related to the Abyss Realm? He keenly noticed the word Abyss. This is because, when he encountered that terrifying demon, he learned from its mouth that it came from the Abyss Realm. That seems to be the stronghold of the demon clan, filled with countless terrifying beings. Could it be that the system wants us to go to a place like that to fight monsters? Han Shen suddenly shivered. With his current attributes, going to the Abyss Realm would likely leave him as nothing but dust. In fact, even if all the survivors of Blue Star were thrown into the Abyss Realm, they wouldn't stir up a single wave. But then he thought the system shouldn't let them go to such a high-level map at this stage. That would be equivalent to sending them to their deaths. So, Han Shen opened the introduction for the Abyss Rift behind the Shards of the Strong. Abyss Rift Special Scene. Thousands of years ago, the Demon Emperor sacrificed all his power and unleashed a powerful sword strike, cleaving a path from the Abyss Realm to the Holy Spirit Realm. A vast army of demons invaded the Holy Spirit Realm through this passage, igniting a protracted war against the demons. In the midst of the war, one nation after another fell, and countless lives were lost. Ultimately, the 4 strongest beings in the Holy Spirit Realm united and, at the cost of their lives, severely wounded the Demon Emperor. For the following hundreds of years, the battlefield between the Holy Spirit Realm and the Abyss Realm shifted to this newly opened passage. Countless demons and warriors from the Spirit Realm died in this battle, innumerable treasures were lost here, and after hundreds of years, the Demon Clan was defeated, causing the entrance to the Abyss Rift to close, leaving these countless treasures lost within the Abyss Rift. Only those who possess the Mark of the Strong can enter the Abyss Rift. Note, the Abyss Rift is a special scene, divided into 1 to 100 layers. Survivors must challenge from the first layer and gradually delve deeper into the rift. Entrance level requirement LV10. After reading this long introduction, Han Shen finally understood. The so-called Abyss Rift is a special space that, long ago, seemed to be the main battlefield and passage between 2 worlds. Inside, there may be powerful monsters as well as countless treasures. As long as one gathers 100 fragments of the Strong, they can synthesize a Mark of the Strong to challenge the Abyss Rift. Moreover, challenges must start from the first layer, akin to a tower climbing mechanism. It sounds pretty good, but the difficulty of this map shouldn't be low. You need to be at least level 10 to enter. Furthermore, gathering 100 fragments is also quite challenging. After all, Han Shen only received 3 fragments for challenging a 1-star secret realm, which means he would need to challenge at least 30 1-star secret realms to gather enough for a powerful mark. This indicates that powerful fragments should be relatively precious items. Thinking of this, Han Shen suddenly had an idea. It would be quite difficult to collect 100 fragments by himself, as it requires a lot of time. However, if he spread it across nearly 10,000 survivors in Area 107, it would become much easier. He just needs to use what he has to harvest, exchange for a large number of powerful fragments from other survivors, which would allow him to quickly synthesize many powerful marks and continuously enter the Abyssal Rift. This idea is yet to be implemented, but Han Shen feels it has a high feasibility. At this stage, he doesn't believe any survivor could resist the temptation of a spatial backpack. Han Shen immediately decided that after going out, he would start mass-producing spatial backpacks and then find a suitable opportunity to sell them in the trading market. After checking the introduction of the powerful fragments, Han Shen looked at another material in the backpack. Rune crystal, one of the main materials for crafting equipment runes, it requires the corresponding rune blueprint to be crafted. The introduction is simple and clear. Han Shen glanced over and then turned his attention forward. He hadn't forgotten that there was a silver chest among the rewards for clearing the secret realm. The system said that this chest had to be found on the secret realm map by oneself. Han Shen searched through the ruins and then discovered a silver corner next to a collapsed stone pillar. Han Shen's eyes lit up. It's over there. Under the ruins, a completely silver chest was trapped under the stones. Han Shen hurriedly approached and directly opened the silver chest, revealing a plethora of dazzling materials. Successfully opened the silver chest, obtained Spirit Core *124, Secret Silver *17, Rare Earth *243, Ether *147. Obtained Chaos Rune Blueprint, Weak *1, obtained Barbarian Bracers, Blue *1. Rune Blueprint? Han Shen picked up the blue blueprint from the chest. It came out so quickly? Not bad luck. He immediately clicked to learn it. In the crafting interface, a new rune blueprint slot appeared, which currently only contained this Chaos Rune Blueprint. Han Shen checked the properties of the blueprint. Chaos Rune, Weak, adds rune effects to the equipment, slightly increasing your random attribute. Materials required for crafting: Rune Crystal *100, Spirit Core *10, Ether *200. Not bad, the required materials are not complicated, I can mass produce them once I go out. Now, there is still one piece of blue equipment left in the treasure chest. The Barbarian Bracers were not picked up. This time's luck with opening chests has been quite good. So far, Han Shen has gained quite a lot from this secret realm challenge. The last piece of equipment he picked up was still a type he had never obtained before, the gauntlet. Han Shen excitedly checked its properties. Barbarian Bracers, Blue, LV6, Quality Fine, Defense 4-5, Strength +10, Agility +5, Special Effect, Barbarian's Might, 50% chance to increase strength by 20 points when attacking. Another piece of equipment that increases strength. At this rate, my strength attribute will surpass my agility. While Han Shen was pleasantly surprised, he was also a bit speechless. He didn't want to become a muscle-bound hunter. However, he immediately equipped it. After all, it was a blue item, and the attributes it provided were quite powerful. By now, most of the rewards from the secret realm have been collected. Han Shen plans to finish dismantling the remains of those spiritual puppets on the ground before leaving this place. At this moment, a different notification appeared. Survivors, please note, since you have cleared the secret realm solo, your strength has been recognized by the will of the Lord of the Lost Palace, Kalon, triggering the hidden quest of the Lost Palace, Kalon's experiment report. Upon accepting this quest, the third phase challenge of the Lost Palace will automatically commence. Survivors, please make your choice as soon as possible. A hidden quest? Han Shen instantly perked up. In Sky Island Paradise, hidden quests are rare and hard to come by, and behind every hidden quest lies a powerful opportunity. For example, the request from the demon lord he encountered in the Dark Elf camp resulted in him obtaining the powerful pet coal ball from that quest. Although he was forced to accept it back then, and this palace's hidden quest isn't as prestigious as the demon lord's task. However, each hidden quest often has unique rewards. Han Shen showed a hint of hesitation in his eyes. He really wanted to accept it. But thinking about the previous chaotic situation where he was chased by 6 psychic puppets, Han Shen felt a bit scared. If the second stage was this difficult, then the challenges of the third stage would definitely be even more intense. Just as he hesitated, the system prompt appeared again. Survivors, please make a choice quickly, abandon or accept. If you do not respond within 60 seconds, it will be considered an automatic abandonment. Han Shen was about to give up when suddenly, the little coal ball seemed to notice something, and in an instant, it appeared in a corner several dozen meters away. Seeing the speed of this little guy, Han Shen's eyes suddenly lit up. After reaching level 6, the coal ball's strength has greatly improved, marking a qualitative change, and I also obtained a new blue equipment, increasing my damage a bit more. Both our strengths have significantly improved compared to when we were in the second stage. After thinking for a moment, Han Shen gritted his teeth and said, "Let's do it." He decided to accept this hidden mission. You have accepted the hidden mission Kailuan's experiment report in the Lost Palace. The third stage challenge will begin in 10 minutes. Survivors, please prepare quickly. 10 minutes of preparation time? That's good. At this moment, the little coal ball stood atop a collapsed stone pillar, lowering its head and occasionally sniffing with its nose, as if searching for something. Han Shen walked over to it and asked, "What's wrong? Did you find something valuable?" The coal ball lowered its head, using its little wolf paw to dig through the rubble, and upon seeing Han Shen approach, it excitedly jumped up. It looked at Han Shen with clear eyes from time to time, then glanced back at the rubble, as if trying to convey some message. Is there really treasure down there?" Han Shen asked uncertainly. The coal ball excitedly panted and then buried its head back into the digging, hinting for Han Shen to come over. Seeing this, Han Shen also started to clear the nearby building debris along with the coal ball. In less than 2 minutes, the rubble in this area was cleared away. On the ground, a wooden door appeared, looking like the entrance to some basement. Upon seeing the wooden door, Han Shen looked at the coal ball in surprise. He hadn't expected that there really was something down there. Han Shen approached the wooden door, and before opening it, he caught a whiff of a mixed herbal and fermented scent. Hiss, it smells so good. Could it be that below is? Han Shen eagerly opened the wooden door. Sure enough, as soon as he opened it, the smell of aged liquor that had been sealed for years rushed out. A system prompt appeared. You have discovered the dwarven wine cellar. Inside was a small space which seemed to have once been used as a wine cellar. At a glance, Han Shen saw several large jars of wine stored for who knows how many years at the bottom of the cellar. Unfortunately, most of these jars were shattered due to the palace's collapse. The original wine liquid on the ground had long since dried up. However, there was still one last jar that had not been broken. Han Shen's eyes lit up. In the dwarven wine cellar, most of the wine jars were shattered due to the palace's collapse, leaving only the last jar intact. Fortunately, they left one jar for me, Han Shen said with relief. Even someone like Han Shen, who doesn't drink much, understands the value of such aged liquor. And of course, something so precious must be taken away somehow. However, with the wine jar measuring a full meter in height and half a meter in diameter, it would indeed be quite difficult to carry away. So, Han Shen tried to store it in his backpack, and the next moment, the black wine jar truly disappeared from its place. Oh, it really works? Han Shen was astonished. Although the jar was large, it only occupied 2 slots in the backpack. At that moment, a system prompt appeared. Acquired black vine wine, year 760, 230L. Wow! 760 years, am I seeing this right? Han Shen rubbed his eyes. When he confirmed the year on the item information, he was even more shocked. He then looked at the note under the black vine wine. Note, the dwarf race has a unique research on brewing, which is their second racial talent that rivals even forging in the Holy Spirit realm. The black vine wine is a type of alcohol that the dwarves excel at brewing, made from ingredients such as black vines from the Whispering Forest, magical leaves from the Elven Forest, egg whites from giant rock eggs, and water from the Spirit Spring. Combined with the dwarves' unique brewing techniques, it results in a fine brew, with older vintages being increasingly rich and favored by the dwarven nobility. The dwarves' brewing skills are as remarkable as their forging techniques. Even before the seal is broken, the aroma of the wine is intoxicating. Moreover, this is a 760-year-old black vine wine. If it were brought to Blue Star, it would surely drive countless wine enthusiasts crazy. If it weren't for the impending battle, Han Shen would have wanted to take a sip right then and there. At this moment, the coal ball seemed to be seeking praise, standing in front of Han Shen and wagging its tail. Han Shen patted its head and said approvingly, "Not bad, your nose is really sharp." At this point, 5 minutes had already passed from the 10 minutes of preparation time given by the system. Han Shen hurriedly walked over to the 6 remains of the psychic puppets, disassembling them one by one to prevent them from being destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. From these 6 puppet remains, Han Shen recovered a large number of fine iron arrows, and then he stored a significant amount of specially made magical clay in his backpack, along with 6 damaged psychic cores and some other mithril and fine iron. After finishing this, Han Shen took out a piece of beast jerky from his backpack, chewed on it for a while, and swallowed it. He needed to hurry and restore himself to peak condition. Time flew by, and 10 minutes quickly passed. The 3rd stage challenge has begun, survivor, good luck. As the prompt ended, Han Shen suddenly felt an unprecedented tremor beneath his feet in this palace. Rumble. Not only was it this palace, but Han Shen even felt the entire valley beginning to shake. Then, a terrifying giant hand reached out from the center of the ruins, causing countless stones and bricks to tumble down. A half-body slowly sat up from the pile of rubble, like a giant that had been asleep for many years, awakened today by some kind of will. When it stood up, a massive creature over 6 meters tall, with a dark yellow body, appeared in front of Han Shen. The attribute panel of this monster also appeared before him. Enhanced Psychic Puppet Elite Level. Level, LV7. Strength, 64, Agility, 48, Spirit, 49, Constitution, 67, Remaining Psychic Energy, 80, Remaining Defense Value of Psychic Core, 300. Skills, Energy Strike, Rock Body, Passive Skill, reduces 30% of damage from physical attacks. Earthquake Impact, the psychic puppet jumps high and slams down, causing a massive ground impact that deals heavy damage to enemies in the area. Seeing the attributes of this puppet, Han Shen surprisingly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's just an elite level. He was genuinely worried that the system would suddenly throw out a boss-level monster. That would be a disaster. But thinking about it, the previous 2 rounds of battles had already been so difficult. If another boss-level monster showed up now, there would be no need to fight at all. Because even he didn't have the confidence to solo a boss-level creature. If even he can't pass, then how many people can complete this hidden mission? However, even though it's an elite-level puppet, one must not let their guard down. Because the defense of ordinary spiritual energy puppets is comparable to elite monsters, it's not surprising that this enhanced puppet has physical defense rivaling that of a boss monster. As the battle began, Han Shen instantly entered a state of full concentration. Still starting with the familiar wind-chasing arrow. Ding! This arrow, after hitting the spiritual energy puppet, was directly deflected. Han Chen's expression darkened, thinking to himself, as expected. This guy's defense is beyond the concept of stone, it's almost comparable to fine iron. Without the defense reduction buff from the coal ball, this arrow caused no damage at all. The elite puppet was enraged by Han Chen's arrow and was about to launch an attack. Just then, Han Chen suddenly saw many purple lines appear on the coal ball, extending out as if connecting to another space. It was the coal ball's newly activated fifth skill, Void Absorption. In the next moment, the black light on the coal ball surged, and the wolf dashed forward, instantly appearing beside the elite puppet. With the boost of void power, the coal ball's attributes surged by 50%. Coupled with the 200% speed increase from the void flicker, its movement speed now subtly surpassed that of a one-star monster's limit. Swish! Swish swish! Before the elite puppet could react, it was already marked with over a dozen claw marks. Although it seemed to cause no damage, each claw mark was emitting purple mist. In an instant, the coal ball stacked the armor reduction effect to its limit, directly reducing the puppet's defense by 30%. Compared to before reaching level 6, this speed has increased by more than double. Meanwhile, Han Chen noticed that the coal ball's figure kept flickering, frequently appearing beside the core of the psychic puppet. Each time it appeared, it took away 7 or 8 points of defense from the core. The elite puppet seemed angered by this annoying little thing, emitting a dull mechanical voice. Those who defy Lord Chiron's orders will die. The psychic puppet swung its palm, as large as a grinding wheel, to counterattack. Compared to the small size of the coal ball, if it were to be hit by such a palm, it would be turned into mush. In situations like this before, the coal ball would instinctively evade without needing Han Chen's reminder. But now, it showed no fear, braving the psychic puppet's attacks and going all out. Bang! 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 Although the psychic puppet kept attacking the coal ball, strangely, its palms made contact without causing any effect. It was as if the attacks were hitting a phantom, as the puppet's hands passed right through the coal ball's body. Skill: 50% evasion chance of the void body continuously triggers. Moreover, the coal ball's attack rhythm was getting faster, each appearance leaving numerous claw marks on the elite puppet. The speed was such that even Han Chen watching from the side felt his scalp tingle. Less than 5 seconds into the battle, the core defense value of the psychic puppet plummeted like water flowing, directly dropping below 250 points. Han Chen was dumbfounded standing by. He held the longbow, standing there in a daze watching the coal ball perform alone. By level 6, this little guy had completely transformed into a mini-boss, able to overpower even elite monsters in one-on-one combat. At this moment, the core device of the psychic puppet was operating at its peak, already reaching maximum output. In other words, the CPU was almost smoking, yet even so, it still couldn't keep up with the pace of the coal ball. Han Chen suspected that if the psychic puppet wasn't designed to be emotionless, it would probably be driven mad at this point. Just then, a ball of energy suddenly gathered in the palm of the psychic puppet, erupting with a terrifying aura in an instant. 4. Lord Chiron. It actually chose to detonate the energy ball in front of its chest, willing to risk a mutual destruction effect to severely injure the coal ball. Watch out! Han Chen exclaimed. The coal ball couldn't dodge in time and was engulfed by the explosive energy. Boom! As the smoke cleared, the coal ball's figure was sent flying backward. Han Chen hurriedly rushed over, ready to provide support. However, he discovered that after landing, the coal ball's aura not only didn't weaken, but the void power within it began to surge. Han Chen clearly saw that the coal ball's fur, which had been scorched black from the explosion, was a result of the recent injuries. But now, these injuries were visibly healing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye, comparable to the recovery effects of Han Chen's life elixir. Han Chen stopped in confusion. In the next moment, the healed coal ball charged towards the elite psychic puppet like a maggot. Han Chen said in a daze, "It seems like this situation has nothing to do with me anymore." Just then, Han Chen saw the coal ball's body suddenly turn transparent. 10 void spikes flickered in and out of visibility. Then, the void spikes erupted, all striking the psychic puppet's body. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of dense metal piercing echoed. This strike knocked off over 50 points from the core defense of the energy puppet with 2 void spikes, and all the other spikes hit as well, causing terrifying damage. Han Chen saw that the right shoulder of the energy puppet was even pierced by a void spike, breaking the mithril patterns, rendering the right arm completely useless. At the same time, the core defense value was down to less than 100 points, and the energy puppet had completely entered a berserk state. Its 2 massive legs, as thick as millstones, shone with bright patterns, as if all the energy was converging towards its legs. In the next moment, the energy puppet leaped high into the air. Han Chen's expression suddenly changed. This is the 3rd skill of the elite puppet, Earthquake Shock, a ranged damage skill that is extremely terrifying. Without a second thought, Han Chen rolled and then quickly ran towards the edge of the palace. Coal ball, run! Coal ball, run! Han Chen shouted while running. However, the already engaged coal ball looked at Han Chen, then looked up at the energy puppet in the sky. In the next moment, the black light on it surged violently, suddenly leaping into the air to chase the psychic puppet that was releasing its skills. Han Shen glanced out of the corner of his eye, and at that moment, the coal ball looked like a monster, charging into the air to pursue the enemy. Moreover, taking advantage of the psychic puppet's skill release period, when it couldn't defend its psychic core, it extended its wolf-like claws and began to attack wildly. At this time, the core defense value of the psychic puppet dropped at a speed faster than stock prices. 1 second later, the core defense value hit 0. The coal ball directly extended its wolf-like claws and began to claw around inside. A cloud of smoke rose, and the secret patterns on the psychic puppet suddenly dimmed, as if the energy supply had been cut off, forcing it to shut down. Then, a massive body fell from the sky. Boom! The massive body fell, kicking up a huge cloud of dust, and the intense impact nearly knocked Han Shen off his feet. As the dust settled, Han Shen saw that the coal ball was standing on the corpse of the psychic puppet, holding its head high, exuding a kingly majesty. He swallowed hard and after a while said, "Brother Chiu, you really are amazing." At the same time, a system prompt appeared. You have completed the hidden quest in the Lost Palace, Keilong's experiment report. You received challenge rewards, Stronger Fragment *8, Rune Crystal *370, experience points 18,000, Pet Coal Ball gained 14,400 experience points. Quest item obtained, Keilong's experiment report. 18,000 experience points is a massive amount, directly pushing his experience bar to 100%. In the next moment, a flash of white light enveloped Han Shen, and his level increased again. In addition to the massive experience, a document also appeared in Han Shen's backpack, which was the quest item provided by the system. Han Shen took it out to take a look. Keilong's experiment report quest item. Holding this report data allows you to go to Keilong's Kingdom Laboratory to extract the experimental data of the psychic puppet. Scene not open. Cannot proceed with this quest for now. There is also a storyline segment below. On July 21st, during the 13,153rd experiment, I achieved exciting results. I finally created a powerful puppet that can be mass-produced. I must inform the king of this news as soon as possible and deploy the puppet into the war. On July 25th, Monet came to the palace to see me. She is still as beautiful and enchanting as ever. I heard that many suitors pursue her among the elf race. She is so stunning, like a fairy fallen to the earth, while I am just a dwarf who dares to secretly watch her from the side. On July 26, Monet heard about my experimental results and thought they were amazing. She praised my talent, saying that even among the elf race, there is no man as clever as I am. This was the first time I saw a hint of an appreciative smile on her cold face, and at that moment, my heart nearly melted. On July 27, Monet stayed as a guest in my palace. We researched together, went out together, and admired the moon together. I was very happy and even brought out my treasured black vine wine. We both got drunk. On July 28, Monet and I woke up together in the bedroom. I knew that last night we had done something against our racial morals, dwarves and elves. How could this happen? But Monet, she has such a large chest. On July 29, we did. Monet is so overwhelming that I threw all morals out the window. On July 30th, I did, with Monet. On August 1st, I did, with Monet. Learned some new positions. On August 2nd, the sprites were amazing. On August 3rd, that's it, another whole day without getting out of bed. Seeing this, Han Shen couldn't help but cover his eyes. What the hell is this ridiculous task item? The whole page is filled with this kind of yellow diary. And it looks like a dwarf being toyed with by an elven woman. Han Shen continued to read on. On August 17th, Monet called me Dr. Kairong and hoped I could tell her the method of making puppets, but the experimental data from the palace had already been uploaded, and the king ordered a ban. Facing her disappointed gaze, my heart ached, but there was nothing I could do. On August 20th, Monet finally left the palace, and I felt a bit empty inside. On August 25th, the puppet palace suddenly suffered an inexplicable attack, turning the palace into ruins. Fortunately, I was visiting my uncle that day. On August 26, the kingdom sent dwarf knights to investigate, and they concluded that it was likely the work of the Shadow Clan. These minions of the demon race must have wanted to steal my experimental data. But they surely didn't expect that I had already set up a self-destruct program in the palace, and at the moment of the attack, all the data had been automatically destroyed. On September 1st, I moved to the main city of the kingdom, and all experimental data was successfully transferred. On September 7, I suddenly remembered something important. There are still some hand-drawn blueprints and data in the puppet palace that haven't been cleared. Oh no! After reading the mission briefing, Han Shen had a rough judgment in his mind. This Keilong's experimental report is likely a chain quest. He has now completed the first link, which is equivalent to obtaining the mission item for the second link. But where is Keilong's Kingdom Laboratory? The system says the map is not open, making it impossible to proceed with this mission. Han Shen could only temporarily store this mission item in his backpack. Then, he walked over to the huge puppet wreckage and clicked on Decompose. Successfully decomposed the enhanced psychic puppet elite level, received special clay asterisk 9182, received mithril asterisk 681, received rare earth asterisk 16455, received enhanced psychic core asterisk 1. After the remains of the elite puppet disappeared, a system prompt appeared. You have completed the 3-stage challenge of the Cloud Secret Realm, the Lost Palace. In 10 minutes, you will be automatically teleported out, and the Cloud Secret Realm will disappear. So I can leave here in 10 minutes? Since he entered, he had stayed for about 2.5 hours, and he had gained quite a lot, with the biggest reward being massive experience points. Not only did he level up to level 7, but the coal ball also leveled up to level 6. Then there were 11 fragments of strong individuals and a large amount of materials decomposed from these puppets. Just as Han Shen was quietly waiting to be teleported away, something unusual caught his peripheral vision. At the place where the elite puppet had originally awakened, there was a huge shallow pit. At the bottom of that shallow pit, there seemed to be some hand-drawn patterns. He hurried over, and at the bottom of the shallow pit was a floor paved with blue stones. Han Shen immediately noticed several sketches of puppets engraved on the floor, with clear annotations next to the patterns detailing the construction path of the mithril, the ratios of materials like rare earth and magical clay, etc. This reminded him of the last sentence in the task item. That Kailong mentioned he still had some hand-drawn manuscripts and data in the laboratory. With a look of surprise, Han Shen said, "These patterns can't be." In the next moment, the system prompt indeed appeared. You have discovered Kailong's psychic puppet production sketches. The relevant documents have been automatically recorded. Are you serious? Hearing the system's prompt, Han Shen was so shocked that his mouth fell open. He didn't know what making sketches entailed, but he was certain that his system interface had indeed added a new document. Does this mean he can use the document to create such a puppet? Thinking of this, Han Shen suppressed his excitement and quickly checked the document's description. Spirit Puppet Blueprint. This blueprint allows for the creation of spirit puppets of different levels. The level of the spirit puppet is determined by the number of spirit cores added during production. 2. Create a level 1 spirit puppet. 1000 spirit cores are needed. For level 2, 2000 spirit cores are required, and so on. Note, the highest level of the created spirit puppet cannot exceed the survivor's level. Materials required for production: Spirit Core *1, Special Clay *8000 can be replaced with Fine Iron, Mithril *1000, Rare Earth *12,000, Ether *20,000. Success rate 20%. Boosted by God-level craftsman talent, the success rate has reached 100%. After reading the blueprint introduction, Han Shen was once again astonished. This was actually a blueprint that could create puppets of different levels. Moreover, the materials for making spirit puppets are not complicated, they are all common materials. Doesn't this mean that as long as I have enough materials, I could directly use this blueprint to raise a massive puppet army? Does this mean that in the future, when encountering monsters, I won't need to take action? I can just overwhelm them with the puppet army? Thinking of this, Han Shen's breathing became a bit rapid, because this plan is likely feasible. Although many materials are needed to create the psychic puppet, with his godly talent combined with the player's gathering ability, how could he not obtain a massive amount of materials? Of course, Han Shen was thinking too optimistically. While the materials for creating the psychic puppet are not complex, the most important component is the psychic core. Even though he had the blueprint for the psychic puppet, he did not have the method to create the psychic core. Moreover, he only had a few damaged psychic cores in his possession. Han Shen counted them, a total of 7. Even if he repaired them all, he could only create 7 psychic puppets. The dream of a puppet army was thus shattered. Han Shen said angrily, "That Kailong, why did he only put the blueprint for the psychic puppet and not include the blueprint for the psychic core? Stupid guy, damn love-struck fool." Fortunately, Kailong wasn't here. If he had heard this, he would probably be very angry and retort, "What's wrong with being love-struck? Is your rice being eaten by love-struck people?" However, Han Shen was still content, as the materials he had could create 7 psychic puppets. Although it's just an ordinary level puppet, its durability even surpasses that of typical elite creatures. This defensive feature alone is enough to drive people crazy. This expedition into the secret realm was worth it. At this moment, Han Shen noticed a corner of the deep pit, or it seemed some patterns were covered by the rubble. There's more? He quickly jumped down and tried to move the debris to see what these patterns were. After equipping the barbarian gauntlets, Han Shen's strength had reached 45 points, and with the 30% boost from the barbarian bear power potion, it was nearly 60 points of strength. His current strength attribute was already enough to move these heavy boulders. One by one, the boulders were pushed aside, and after gritting his teeth to push away a stone pillar, a larger puppet pattern appeared beneath Han Shen's feet. A system prompt appeared. You have discovered the blueprint of Kailong, enhanced psychic puppet, elite level. Blueprint has been recorded. What the hell? A shout echoed throughout the entire palace. At that moment, the time in the secret realm had already ended. Han Shen suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and in the next moment, he was teleported to his territory. Above him, the azure sky reappeared. Even so, Han Chen remained in shock for a long time. This trip to the secret realm had completely exceeded his expectations. Not only had he obtained the method to create spiritual puppets, but in the end, he even discovered the method for creating elite-level spiritual puppets. It was simply an incredible surprise. Suppressing his excitement, Han Chen began to examine the blueprints for the elite-level spiritual puppet. Blueprint for Enhanced Spiritual Puppet. This blueprint allows for the creation of enhanced spiritual puppets of different levels, with the level determined by the number of spiritual cores added during production. 5,000 spiritual cores are required to create a level 1 spiritual puppet, 10,000 for level 2, and so on. Please note, the level of the enhanced spiritual puppet created cannot exceed the survivor's level. Materials required for production: 1 enhanced spiritual core, 20,000 special clay, can be replaced with refined iron, 5,000 secret silver, 50,000 rare earth, 40,000 ether. Success rate of production 5%. With the enhancement of a divine level craftsman's talent, the success rate has reached 100%. Elite level psychic puppets require materials that increase exponentially, but compared to their powerful attributes, all of this is worth it. He only had 1 enhanced psychic core in hand, meaning he could only produce 1 elite level puppet. After using some materials to repair the damaged psychic core, Han Chen eagerly clicked to create. Would you like to create an enhanced psychic puppet, elite level, *1? Time required for production, 4 hours. Yes. Creating enhanced psychic puppet, remaining time, 3 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Han Chen glanced at the construction time of his initial lord's castle, with less than 9 hours left until it would be fully completed. At this point, the castle was already more than halfway constructed, with the lower 2 levels starting to take shape, and only the central tower was left unfinished. Great, once I create a few puppets, the castle should be nearly finished, and at that time, my territory will have some initial defensive power. Han Chen envisioned the completed castle with great anticipation. Just then, Han Chen received a message from the discussion group sent by Cheng Jianyong. He clicked to take a look. Just as I entered the discussion group, I heard Cheng Jianyong say with suppressed anger, "Damn it, this is really bad luck." Han Chen and Shin Yun both sensed that something was off in his tone and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Cheng Jianyong angrily said, "I just ran into 2 little brats on the way who approached me and claimed their territory was invaded by monsters, and they were seriously injured, hoping I could save them. I thought we were all from Blue Star, at least kindred spirits, so I felt a bit of pity. I didn't expect that after treating their injuries on my territory, these 2 little brats had their eyes on my equipment. These 2 guys suddenly attacked me, and I nearly got killed by them." Han Chen realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly asked, "How are you now? Do you want us to come over?" Shin Yun also hurriedly said, "Quick, send the coordinates, I'll go deal with these 2 little brats right away." Cheng Jianyong spoke in a heavy tone in the discussion group, "No need to come over, I've already taken care of it." The 2 of them were taken aback, they knew what Cheng Jianyong meant by taken care of. In such a critical moment, it would definitely be hard to stop once a fight broke out between both sides. In other words, these 2 unscrupulous guys were very likely taken out by Cheng Jianyong directly. Unlike before when fighting those monsters, this time Cheng Jianyong really killed someone. However, the 2 didn't say much. After all, in a world like this, without legal constraints, one must do everything possible to protect oneself. Moreover, when others are trying to kill you, why wait to take them out? At this moment, the atmosphere in the discussion group was somewhat heavy. Cheng Jianyong sighed again. "This time, thankfully, I had your help, providing me with so many blue items and skills, which allowed me to turn the tables on these 2 little brats. Otherwise," he said earnestly, "Shingun, Yungu, I've come to realize that in this world, we must protect ourselves. If they are strangers, we must not allow them to enter our territory." The 2 also understood that Cheng Jianyong's reminder was very reasonable. After confirming that Cheng Jianyong was fine, Han Chen closed the discussion group. After a moment, he pondered, "As I thought, among human survivors, although we all share a common struggle for survival, there must still be a small group of unscrupulous individuals. I must quickly enhance my strength. At the very least, I need to build up the defenses of my territory so that even if I encounter those who want to attack me, they will think twice about whether they have the ability to do so." With this in mind, Han Chen continued to level up with the coal ball. With his current strength, coupled with the transformed coal ball, ordinary monsters on the floating islands posed no threat to him at all. As long as he avoided reckless actions and didn't approach the 1,000 square-sized monster floating islands, he would basically not encounter any enemies stronger than himself. By the time of the afternoon sunset, Han Chen had just defeated a group of goblins, and his level had also risen to 80% of level 7. After a day of exploration, the area of his territory expanded from over 1,200 square to over 2,000 square, nearly doubling. However, Han Chen did not continue to expand the usable area of his territory. Instead, he folded more than 1,000 squares of territory and placed them underneath the floating island, entering a stacked state. His floating island territory area was reduced back to 1,000 square. If he obtains other building blueprints later, it can still be converted back to a single layer state at any time. However, for now, he had no buildings that needed to be constructed, and having too large a territory area wasn't necessarily a good thing. Meanwhile, a system notification appeared. Enhanced Psychic Puppet Elite Level has been created. System notification ended. Han Shen saw a 5-meter-tall iron giant suddenly appear in the center of the territory. This is the elite level psychic puppet that was just created. It seems that because the main material special magic clay was replaced with refined iron, this psychic puppet's appearance has become like that of an iron giant. In front of him, the puppet's attributes also appeared. Enhanced Psychic Puppet 1-star Elite Level. Level LV7. Strength 68, Agility 37, Spirit 49, Constitution 71. Remaining Psychic Energy 0. Remaining Defense Value of Psychic Core 300. Skills: Charge Cannon, Iron Body, Passive Skill, reduces 40% damage from physical attacks. Earthquake Impact. The Psychic Puppet jumps high and slams down onto the ground, causing a massive ground shock that deals significant damage to enemies in the area. But compared to the elite level puppet he challenged in the Secret Realm, this puppet's agility attribute is slightly lower, but other attributes have seen some improvements. Han Chen estimates that this is also due to the main material for crafting the spiritual puppets being changed to refined iron. However, its second skill, Rock Body, has transformed into Steel Body, which has slightly enhanced the damage reduction effect. As a defensive unit, this spiritual puppet's attributes are adequate. At this moment, the spiritual puppet remains completely still, as if it has frozen. Han Chen knows the reason. It's because the spiritual core has run out of energy. So he walked over to the spiritual puppet and began to replenish its energy, and a system prompt appeared. Do you want to invest a spiritual core into the enhanced spiritual puppet to replenish its spiritual energy? Note: 100 spiritual cores can replenish 1 point of spiritual energy, and each point of spiritual energy allows the enhanced spiritual puppet to enter combat status for 1 hour. Oh, so 10,000 spiritual cores can only allow this spiritual puppet to fight for 100 hours? That's quite a heavy consumption. Han Chen realized that the spiritual energy puppet truly lives up to its name. It requires a spiritual core for everything. He was thinking about creating a puppet army in the future, but if they all have such consumption, he would need to expend tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spiritual cores in a single battle. Even with his reserves, that would be a bit much to handle. However, for now, he could still manage the consumption of just a few puppets. Han Chen waved his hand and directly 5000, replenishing its spiritual energy value to 50 points. In the next moment, the energy core on the chest of the spiritual energy puppet emitted a brilliant green light, restoring its ability to move. Han Chen felt a surge of curiosity and suddenly wanted to test how well this spiritual energy puppet would respond to his commands, so he said, "Advance." The spiritual energy puppet took heavy steps and began to march forward. Thud, thud. The ground trembled continuously, causing the furniture and sofa to shift by several centimeters. Stop! The spiritual energy puppet instantly halted its movements. Attack mode. As soon as the words were spoken, a terrifying energy began to coalesce in the hands of the psychic puppet. 1 second, 2 seconds. The energy orb in the psychic puppet's hands was fluctuating more and more intensely. And Han Chen also noticed that its psychic energy value had decreased slightly within just a few seconds. Han Chen quickly ordered the psychic puppet to stop charging. In the next moment, a green energy orb, radiating a powerful destructive aura, shot into the sky. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded. A couple of thousand meters above Han Chen's head, a muffled explosion suddenly echoed. That was the psychic puppet's charged attack. In the Cloud Secret Realm, although Han Chen had witnessed the powerful attack of elite puppets, at that time it was completely suppressed by the coal ball and had no chance to charge. At this moment, the psychic puppet also demonstrated its formidable destructive power. Han Chen was very satisfied with this. Apart from these simple commands, Han Chen discovered that he could also give it more complex instructions, such as guarding the territory's safety and attacking intruders with full force. When there's no battle, he can have it stay on alert and patrol 24 hours a day. After all, it's a puppet creature, so it doesn't experience fatigue. At this moment, Han Chen pondered while stroking his chin. The psychic puppet is indeed powerful, but its size is too conspicuous. Is there a way to hide this big guy when I don't need it? As it stands, unless this big guy can also be stored in the storage space like other items. Otherwise, it can only remain in the territory, and any nearby survivors will immediately see its massive figure. Although Han Chen felt that the idea of storing the puppet in the storage space was a bit unrealistic, he still decided to give it a try. As he attempted to store this enhanced psychic puppet into the storage box, in the next moment, this enormous giant suddenly disappeared from the territory. Meanwhile, a scaled-down puppet model appeared in his storage box, taking up a full 10 slots of storage space. Han Chen's eyes were blank, followed by an uncontrollable joy. What the hell? Is it really possible? He was shocked beyond words. At that moment, Han Chen thought, if it can be stored in the storage space, does that mean it can also be stored in my backpack? Han Chen immediately released the psychic puppet from the storage space. Then, he cleared out 10 slots in his backpack and began to attempt to store it. In the next moment, the figure of the psychic puppet disappeared again. And in Han Chen's backpack, the figure of a steel giant appeared. I can't believe this. Han Chen's shock was beyond description at this point. A colossal creature over 6 meters tall and weighing more than a dozen tons was just carried by him. What does that even mean? But thinking about it, it also made some sense. After all, the psychic puppet is not a living being, it's like the equipment and secret medicine made by Han Chen, belonging to the item category, so it's normal to be stored in a space. Suddenly, a sinister idea emerged in Han Chen's mind. He currently has 7 damaged energy cores on hand. Although he can't continue to create elite puppets, the attributes of ordinary puppets are still quite good. Moreover, 7 ordinary energy puppets are actually more dangerous than a single elite puppet. If he were to create all of them and then store them in his inventory, when encountering other guys trying to invade his territory, what would their reaction be when they suddenly see 7 or 8 steel giants surrounding them? At this thought, he couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh. Then, he eagerly began repairing the damaged energy cores in his backpack and directly clicked to create. A system prompt appeared. Do you want to create energy puppets? Time required for creation, 2 hours. Han Chen decisively clicked yes and clicked 7 times in a row. He wanted to create all these puppets at once, which would greatly enhance the defense of his territory. At this point, the sky had gradually darkened. Han Chen didn't continue exploring but instead lit the torches in his territory and began to rest. At this moment, Han Chen had started to browse the information in the market channel. He still has a lot of room for improvement in his current equipment. His current pants and short boots are still the initial crafted green leather gear. If he switches to blue leather armor, both the attributes and defense will see a significant boost. As for the necklace and hat, they can now also be replaced with blue equipment. After 2 days of exploration, the survivors' levels have also risen, and the information in the consignment channel has been increasing. Including the previously incredibly rare blue equipment, there are now many listings for sale. Han Chen began to search for equipment part by part. He set the equipment grade to blue. Soon, many pieces of equipment appeared in front of him. Han Chen actually wanted to prioritize obtaining blueprints, as the attributes of items he crafted himself are higher than those obtained from treasure chests. But unfortunately, after survivors find blueprints, most of them learn them themselves, and only a very small portion makes it to the market. Thinking of this, Han Chen directly listed a few consignment items. Consignment item, Life Elixir *10. Required items, blueprint for blue leather pants, blueprint for blue leather boots, blueprint for blue helmet, blueprint for blue necklace. Vendor, Xinghe. After several days of battle, everyone has gained a deep understanding of the powerful effects of the Life Elixir. In the previous wave of transactions, Han Chen only sold over 7,000 bottles, leaving a significant shortage in the entire 107 district. Therefore, when Han Chen put the Life Elixir back on the shelves, it caused quite a stir. Before long, he successfully traded for the items he wanted. They are Nightwalker Boots Blueprint, blue, equipment level LV7. Pale Leather Pants, blue, equipment level LV6. Jungle Warrior Helmet, blue, equipment level LV7. Forest Pendant, blue, equipment level LV7. The materials required for these blue equipment blueprints are mostly similar, primarily needing mithril and spirit cores, which Han Chen has plenty of. He directly crafted over a dozen sets, all selected for the maximum quality of blue equipment, which is exquisite. The attributes are as follows. Nightwalker Boots, blue, LV7, quality, exquisite, defense, 4-6, agility +12, special effect, shadow dash, evasion rate increased by 15%. Pale Leather Pants, blue, LV6, quality, rare, defense 12-16, agility +8, spirit +5, special effect, white stripes, increases magic resistance by 20%. Jungle Warrior Helmet, blue, LV7, quality, rare, defense 4-5, strength +5, constitution +5, agility +5, special effect, hunting instinct, gain a strength bonus of 3 points when killing enemies, stacking up to 5 layers, lasting for 60 seconds. Forest Pendant, blue, LV7, quality, rare, spirit +15, agility +10, special effect, forest will. When using skills, there is a 10% chance to trigger a 5-second cooldown reduction effect. Han Chen looked at these 4 pieces of rare equipment with satisfaction and equipped them all. His attributes underwent a tremendous change. All attributes at least doubled, comparable to the level 10 attributes of an average human survivor. Great, now I have a full set of blue gear plus a purple weapon. It's hard for survivors of the same level to even break through my defense. After throwing all the extra equipment he made on the ground into the consignment channel for materials, Han Chen prepared to rest. He summoned an elite-level psychic puppet. A 6-meter-tall figure suddenly appeared, standing there and giving an invisible sense of security. Han Chen issued a guard command to it and then entered a resting state himself. By the time it was late at night, Han Chen suddenly felt a strong vibration and sat up abruptly from the sofa. Seeing that the psychic puppet was still steadily guarding nearby, he felt a little relieved. He thought it might be other survivors or monsters from the empty island attacking the territory. Meanwhile, a system prompt appeared. Territory building. Construction of the basic castle has been completed and your territory defense has been strengthened. Basic castle. Core building of the territory. Remaining defense value 1000. Castle effects. Increases the defense value of all defensive buildings in the territory by 20%, increases the attack power of all offensive buildings by 10% and increases all attributes of friendly units by 10%. The movement speed of the territory on the empty island increases by 10%. Note, when constructing multiple castles, at most only one castle will provide the amplification effect. Looking at the massive building before him, Han Chen instantly lost all sleepiness and felt invigorated. At the same time, he also sought his attribute panel, including the attribute panel for his psychic puppets, which now had an additional 10% boost effect. Don't underestimate just a 10% boost. A quantitative change can lead to a qualitative change. As Han Chen's summons or puppets increased, the bonuses he received would far exceed a simple 10%. However, attributes are secondary. What's more important is that the appearance of this castle aligns perfectly with his aesthetic. The castle was built at the center of the territory, resembling a towering beast, with high and thick walls made of sturdy stones. In its center, a steel gate emitted a faint glow, with hidden patterns along its edges, giving a sense of impregnable security. Alright, from today on, I am also a person who owns a castle. He eagerly pushed open the steel gate at the center of the castle, and his vision suddenly opened up. As soon as he entered, he found himself in a hall with a height of 7 meters. The walls seemed to be made of synthetic materials, presenting an overall gray-white color. Just by looking at it, one could imagine its defensive strength. The ground is paved with a layer of bluish-gray stone bricks, which feel very textured underfoot. In the hall, there are 4 corners, each with a column over a meter in diameter, embedded with many white moonstones and red dark firestones. Moonstones and dark firestones not only provide lighting for the hall but can also regulate the temperature at any time. Plus, with the large chandelier made of mithril in the center of the living room, the entire hall appears very bright and grand. However, the hall is currently empty, making it seem somewhat desolate. Han Chen decided to make some furniture later to add a touch of life. In each corner of the hall, there are 4 large doors, and behind each door is a corridor leading to other towers. Han Chen pushed open the large door on the left and entered one of the towers. Below the tower is a room with windows, which can serve as a bedroom or a storage area for supplies. On the second floor of the tower, there is a corridor built around the castle. Walking around it is equivalent to surveying all the territory. After touring the castle, Han Chen walked straight towards the central tower area. Han Chen walked straight towards the tower, which is also the core area of the castle. He followed the steps, climbing higher. He walked all the way to the 3rd floor of the tower, where there was a room of about 20 square meters. The room wasn't large, but the view was excellent. More importantly, outside this room, there was an extended structure that resembled a small balcony. Standing on the balcony, one could not only overlook the entire layout of the territory but also see far beyond. Sleeping here must be very comfortable. Thinking of this, he immediately decided to make this his bedroom. After arranging the bed, table, chair, and other furniture, the place finally had a sense of home. Han Chen clapped his hands, extremely satisfied with this bedroom. After tidying up, he walked to the small balcony area of the bedroom, moved a stool to sit on, and admired the starry night sky. At this height, even a 6-meter-tall elite puppet seemed to be under his feet. Han Chen looked up. At this moment, the bright moon hung high in the night sky, with clouds seemingly swirling around it. Such a beautiful scene. If only there were some beer and skewers, it would be perfect. Han Chen couldn't help but think. Wait, fine wine? I have some. Han Chen suddenly remembered the jar of fine wine he had discovered in the cellar beneath that lost palace. The wine was called black vine wine, one of the dwarves' favorite brews. Moreover, according to the system's notes, this wine has a history of over 700 years of aging. Even among the dwarven nobility, it is not easy to find black vine wine of this vintage. Han Chen excitedly took out the jar of aged wine. A jar weighing hundreds of pounds was easily cradled in his arms, and then he gently set it down. The jar was very well sealed. Even now, Han Chen couldn't smell the aroma of the liquid inside. Instead, it was the jar itself, having spent too long in the cellar, that had developed a layer of fermentation scent. With an excited heart, Han Chen slowly opened the lid. Pop! With the clear sound of the lid opening, a rich aroma of wine suddenly filled the air. At the moment he smelled the fragrance, Han Chen couldn't help but shiver. Hiss! Han Chen took a deep breath. In that instant, it was refreshing. He swore that in his half a lifetime, he had never encountered such a rich and layered wine aroma. The dwarves really know how to enjoy life. Han Chen exclaimed sincerely. Even he, who rarely drank, couldn't help but drool at that moment. Han Chen took out a wine glass and casually poured a cup of the pure liquid, the clear and bright wine flowing in the glass. In an instant, the rich aroma of wine spread throughout the entire territory, truly a fragrance wafting 10 miles away. Han Chen took a sip and immediately felt a dozen flavors melting on his tongue. It was a taste he had never experienced on Blue Star. He detected hints of herbal fragrance, the scent of grains, and various strange flavors. After everything was mixed together, it triggered a peculiar reaction. Hiss. With one sip, Han Chen couldn't help but gasp. Is this too damn fragrant? He was somewhat incoherent. Is this really alcohol? This is simply divine nectar. Unable to resist, Han Chen took a second sip, completely conquered by the black vine wine. At this moment, he admired the dwarven brewing technique in his heart, capable of producing such fine wine, truly the strongest race in the world when it comes to brewing talent. At this time, the little coal ball was curiously watching Han Chen's actions, and upon smelling the fragrance, it instantly came over. It stretched out its little wolf paw, continuously scratching at Han Chen's leather boots, seemingly wanting him to let it have a taste too. Speaking of which, discovering this jar of black vine wine was entirely thanks to the coal ball's keen sense of smell. Greedy little wolf cub. Han Chen laughed heartily, and in response to the coal ball's eager gaze, he poured half a cup of the original liquid and placed it at his feet. The little wolf cub poked its head out and began to lick happily. Slurp slurp. In no time, the black vine liquor in the cup was licked clean by the cub. Han Chen saw the little wolf cub lift its head. Its eyes were slightly red, seeming a bit dazed. Coal ball's steps were unsteady, and after a moment of stumbling, it ultimately fell down. Ha ha ha. This is what you get for being greedy. Han Chen laughed heartily. He had only taken a couple of sips and was already feeling a bit tipsy. This guy coal ball gulped down half a cup. It's no wonder it fell over. After carrying coal ball to the sofa, Han Chen returned to the small balcony to enjoy his time. At this moment, Han Chen suddenly remembered that Cheng Jianyong loved to drink. Back in high school, he was a heavy drinker, but he had mellowed out a lot after getting married. He suddenly had the idea of teasing him. So, Han Chen opened the discussion group and said, "Hey guys, have you ever had a 700-year-old Lafite?" Then, he sent the information about the black vine wine to the discussion group. Upon seeing the information about the 768 vintage, Cheng Jianyong exclaimed dramatically, "Wow! A 768-year-old vintage, brewed during the Yuan dynasty, that's just too outrageous." Cheng Jianyong swallowed hard and tentatively asked, "Xinggu, where did you get this? Can you get me some too?" Han Chen didn't answer but began describing the deliciousness of the black vine wine and the endless aftertaste. As Cheng Jianyong listened, he felt the wine bug in his stomach stirring and his mouth began to water uncontrollably. He said in an almost pleading tone, "Xinggu, my brother, I'm begging you, just a little bit, I swear, just a sip. Damn it, since coming to this world, I've almost forgotten what wine tastes like. Now, there's a 700-year-old vintage right in front of me, isn't this just torturing me?" Han Chen laughed heartily, stopped teasing him, and filled a glass bottle with 200 milliliters, then traded it to him. Among survivors, this is the convenience. If you need something, you can trade directly, it's simpler than delivery. Seeing just 200 milliliters, Cheng Jianyong said somewhat resentfully, "Brother Xing, is that all?" Han Chen nodded and said, "That's enough. Drinking too much will get you drunk, and in this world, being drunk can be very dangerous. You don't have much self-control, so I can't give you too much." Cheng Jianyong really wanted to say that he would never get drunk, but thinking of a few embarrassing experiences from his school days, he swallowed his words. At this moment, Xinyun said with anticipation, "Brother Xing, give me some too." After hearing this, Han Chen poured 200 milliliters for Xinyun as well and solemnly instructed, "Remember, you can only drink a little at a time. You mustn't drink too much, it can lead to trouble." Xinyun responded with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not like that guy Cheng Jianyong." After a few sips, Han Chen heard Cheng Jianyong starting to ramble incoherently in the discussion group. Han Chen didn't want to listen to this guy getting drunk, so he directly closed the discussion group. At this time, Han Chen also felt a bit sleepy. He resealed the wine jar and put it back into the storage box. Then he returned to bed to rest. The next day, as soon as Han Chen opened his eyes, many prompts appeared before him. Spirit puppet creation successful. Spirit puppet creation successful. Han Chen walked to the balcony and saw 5 4-meter-tall metal giants in his territory, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Now, there are still 2 ordinary puppets that have not been completed, needing 4 more hours. Very good, I'm one step closer to forming my puppet army. Coming down from the tower, Han Chen walked to the spirit puppet and the puppet's attributes appeared before him. Spirit puppet, 1 star. Level, LV7. Strength 48, Agility 37, Spirit 35, Constitution 55. Affected by the territory's basic castle bonus, all attributes increased by 10%. Remaining spirit energy, 0. Investing 50 spirit cores can inject 1 spirit energy value into the puppet. Remaining defense value of spirit core, 100. Skills, Energy Shot, Rock Body, Passive Skill, reduces 40% of damage taken from physical attacks. The attributes are similar to the ordinary puppets he encountered before, and after receiving the castle's enhancement, they have improved to a higher level. Han Chen estimates that this level 7 psychic puppet, in terms of attributes, is likely on par with an average level 9 monster. Considering its terrifying physical defense, even some level 10 monsters would not be its match. Han Shen fully replenished energy for all 5 puppets, consuming a total of 25,000 soul cores. Then, Han Shen stored all the puppets in the storage box, playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger. However, for safety's sake, he cleared out 30 slots in his backpack specifically to store elite-level puppets to prevent any unexpected situations. Next, he began his easy leveling journey. With the violent pet coal ball and a puppet with defense comparable to a boss-level monster assisting him, he basically had no opponents at this stage. Experience soared, and within half a day, Han Shen broke through to level 8. Coal ball also leveled up to level 7. After a whole day, Han Shen's experience reached 40% of level 8. The territory expanded directly from 2,246 square meters to 3,124 square meters. On the new leaderboard, Han Shen once again firmly holds first place with a huge advantage. Moreover, this time there were no unexpected events, because even the current Whisperer and Black Hawk have only just reached level 7. As for the other survivors, most are around level 5 or 6. The huge gap has led them to give up struggling completely. Meanwhile, in the sky somewhere, 7 or 8 territories, each over 1,000 square meters, are gathered together. They are bringing their territories closer, all converging towards the same place. 8 survivors are sitting around a table, each in a different corner. And sitting in the lead is the leader of God's Whisper, the Whisperer. At this moment, looking at the team members, the Whisperer said approvingly, "Great. In just 2 days, we at God's Whisper have finally assembled an 8-person team. Next, as long as we unite, explore together, and fight together, our leveling and expansion speed will start to skyrocket." The team members are filled with enthusiasm. At this moment, a slightly younger-looking man in his early 30s from the Whisper of the Gods team asked, "Captain, there are still other brothers rushing over here. They also want to have some support. What do you think? Do we still need them to come?" The Whisperer shook his head and said, "No, our team already has 8 people, which is about the limit. If we add a few more, it might really attract some terrifying monsters." As he said this, the Whisperer seemed to notice that this man, Lu Zikai, had something on his mind, so he said, "Lu Zikai, you are a key member of our team. If you have any important relatives or friends, you can arrange for them to come over. Having one more person shouldn't be a problem." This man named Lu Zikai thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, "Forget it, they're not that important." The Whisperer nodded and continued, "If the brothers want to form a team, they can send out their coordinates and strength information, and then we will allocate which few people can meet up based on team configuration and nearby locations. Huang Wan, you are in charge of personnel at my company, so I'll leave this matter to you. Make sure the brothers can find their organization and team as soon as possible." A man nearby, with a mole at the corner of his eye, nodded and said, "Understood, Director Chen." The Whisperer arranged things one by one. At this moment, a female team member beside her asked, "Captain, have you seen the current leaderboard? That Xinghe reached level 8 by noon. I don't know how he levels up, he's really a monster." After saying that, she hesitantly asked, "Do you think we can still catch up to him?" The Whisperer thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, "We probably can't catch up. This Xinghe is indeed a talent. The last 2 trades caused a sensation in the entire channel, and he likely has a large stockpile of materials. If this person could work for our Whisper of the Gods and then hand over the resources he has, everyone's levels and equipment strength would improve significantly. But unfortunately, I've tried to recruit him several times, and he's turned me down." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a bit regretful. However, they also knew that someone like Xinghe could never be beneath others. The Whisperer was being too naive in his thoughts. After discussing a few more matters regarding the team's development, the Whisperer announced the meeting was adjourned. As everyone was about to leave, the Whisperer suddenly gave a reminder to that personnel, Huang Wan. "Recently, keep an eye on the territories of other survivors on the floating islands. If you see anyone with a castle-like building, remember to send me their location, and there will be generous rewards. However, this must be done secretly and not widely publicized. You should gauge the scale of this matter yourself." Huang Wan thought for a moment, recalling that the Whisperer had traded a castle blueprint to Xinghe during the auction for the life elixir, and suddenly understood something. He nodded solemnly and said, "All right, Mr. Chen, I will pay close attention to this matter." The Whisperer responded, a shadowy look flashing in his eyes. At this time, Han Shen had begun to adjust his territory again, transforming the original 2 stories into 3. The overall area remained unchanged, but the thickness of the territory had increased to 3 meters. At this moment, Han Shen suddenly pondered, "If I continue to stack in this way, as long as my exploration speed is fast enough and I collect enough floating island fragments, could I create a floating land one day in the future? This idea should be feasible." After all, in the secret realm, he had already witnessed the Dwarven Palace, which even had a valley beside it. This world likely has many enormous floating islands. Living on such massive floating islands is no different from living on land. After a busy period, it was once again dusk. Han Shen was grilling meat to reward himself, but just after finishing the first wild boar leg, he noticed something unusual happening in the floating island territory ahead. There, it seemed to be a survivor's territory, spanning over 1,000 square meters. Nearby, there was a monster floating island exceeding 100 square meters. From a distance, a human mage was raising her staff, fighting against a group of goblins. This was a female mage, tall and curvaceous, wearing a green robe that seemed a bit ill-fitting for her voluptuous figure, appearing somewhat tight and constricting. Underneath her leather shorts, her long, shapely legs were strikingly white. The mage wore mostly green-grade equipment, but her weapon was a rare blue staff. This level of equipment is considered quite powerful among survivors. At this moment, Han Shen was gnawing on a pig's trotter, his mouth covered in grease. He said with an appreciative attitude, "Wow, I didn't expect there would be a show while having a meal, this is quite nice." However, before Han Shen could take a couple of bites, he heard the scream of the female mage. Ah! The sharp scream echoed through the sky. Han Shen saw that the female mage's fireball spell missed, and before she could cast her next skill, a dog-headed monster had already charged in front of her. In the next moment, the dog-headed creature swung a large club and struck her fiercely at the waist. The dog-headed creature had no thoughts of mercy. With that blow, the female mage was sent flying several meters away. Meanwhile, the remaining 7 or 8 dog-headed creatures also jumped into her territory. The situation instantly became extremely critical. These few dog-headed creatures were all level 5 or 6 monsters. In fact, with the female mage's gear strength, as long as she didn't panic, she could still fight back. However, upon seeing the monsters charge into her territory, she was so frightened that she became flustered and couldn't even chant her spells. This reaction made Han Shen question how she had managed to survive until now. At this moment, the woman was still shouting frantically, and she seemed to have noticed Han Shen. The despair in her eyes erupted again with a desire to survive. At this time, Han Shen also saw her face clearly. It was a face that combined beauty with a hint of maturity. Her features were exquisite, and she appeared slightly older than Han Shen. Perhaps it was her maturity that added a unique charm to her expression, making her look like a beautiful matron. If she were on Blue Star, such a woman would definitely attract the admiration of wealthy men. But now, she could only scream for help desperately. "Save me." However, the moment Han Shen heard her voice, he immediately controlled the floating island to turn away. He wanted to distance himself from such a fool to avoid being dragged down. Heroically saving a beauty? Not a chance. The plump female mage swallowed her words. She had never imagined such a scenario. A weak woman being attacked by monsters, and this man, upon hearing her cry for help, actually turned and walked away. She was almost going insane inside. However, the current situation did not allow her to think much, as a gnoll was charging at her with a beast bone club. She took a deep breath, and her already ample bosom seemed to reach an exaggerated size, making one wonder if she would burst her robe if she continued to breathe like this. "I can't die here. They're just a few monsters, I can defeat them." The sorceress encouraged herself, "As long as I create some distance and then cast fireball." She calmly analyzed, but suddenly raised her head in confusion. What was the incantation for fireball again? What I fear most is when the air suddenly goes quiet. However, the gnoll would not give her a chance to think. This time, the beast bone club struck her soft shoulder hard. Bang! This woman was once again sent flying several meters, and after hitting the ground, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Sharp pains shot through her body, making tears well up in her eyes. She watched Han Shen gradually move away, as if grasping at the last straw of hope, and shouted desperately, "Help! Help me!" However, Han Shen turned a deaf ear and continued to distance himself. The woman continued to shout, "Help me! My fiancé is Lu Zikai. He's part of the management team of the Divine Whisper team. If you save me, he will definitely reward you greatly." However, Han Shen, who was already about to leave, not only didn't stop upon hearing this, but actually ran faster. He didn't want to get involved with those from the Divine Whisper. The woman was stunned. She couldn't understand why the moment she mentioned the name of the Divine Whisper, he ran even faster. Didn't Zikai say that the Divine Whisper is a well-known team in the entire District 107? If something happens, just mentioning this name would. But now that she mentioned the name, not only did it have no effect, it seemed to have the opposite effect. At that moment, 2 dog-headed creatures were already charging over, swinging their beast bone clubs. In her final moments, the beautiful woman bit her lip tightly, frantically trying to think. At that moment, she suddenly thought of something and shouted, "I have a hidden quest item here. Just save me, and I'll give it to you." Han Shen, who had already run nearly a kilometer, faintly heard the words hidden quest. In the next moment, under the surprised gaze of the female mage, Han Shen's floating island finally stopped moving. Then, Han Shen quickly turned and approached her. The female mage was so excited that she was almost in tears. The situation that seemed hopeless suddenly took a turn at this moment. Meanwhile, she raised her staff again and cast the most basic explosion spell to push back the gnolls. She was struggling to fend off the attacks of 8 or 9 gnolls while waiting for Han Shen's support. However, when Han Shen was still about 10 meters away from her, he suddenly stopped the floating island. In the puzzled gaze of the female mage, Han Shen asked, "What hidden quest?" He wouldn't just rush in because of someone else's words. He needed to confirm whether this woman was worth saving. Han Shen was confirming whether this woman was worth saving. However, the female mage on the opposite side was not surprised. Instead, she was overjoyed and in tears. She quickly took out a metal piece from her pouch, which had a golden hue and looked quite exceptional. "This is the item. What is this?" Han Chen continued to ask. While casting an explosive spell, the female mage replied intermittently, I don't know. The system says this is a fragment of some ancient weapon and it has a coordinate engraved on it. You can use it to open a certain door." After the female mage finished speaking, Han Chen was already about 80% convinced in his heart. After all, considering this woman's performance, it was impossible for her to fabricate a relatively complete lie in such a short time. So, he nodded and said, "I can save you, but under the condition that this task item belongs to me, okay?" He wanted to confirm, just in case he saved someone else and they turned against him later, which would be another heap of trouble. The female mage nodded repeatedly, but due to the large range of motion, her impressive assets shook slightly. Having been at a distance earlier, Han Chen didn't see clearly. At this moment, he noticed that this woman's figure was indeed a bit exaggerated. Before, I just thought she had a good figure, curvy and voluptuous. But now that I look at her, it's not just curvy, she's absolutely stunning, with all the right curves in the right places. Moreover, what's even more exaggerated is that under her voluptuous figure, she actually has a slim waist that can be grasped with one hand. Below her waistline, there are round, plump hips the size of a grinding stone, and her two long, curvy legs are tensed, appearing even more toned. Han Chen thought oddly to himself, so there really are comic book-like figures in this world. At this moment, the beautiful female mage seemed to be struggling, softly urging, could you hurry up? I can't hold on much longer." She was desperately resisting the attack of the goblins. "Don't rush." Han Chen slowly drew an arrow and knocked it on his bowstring. In the next moment, an arrow imbued with the essence of the wind shot out at high speed. Whoosh! Under the astonished gaze of the female mage, the wind arrow accurately struck the head of a kobold, piercing through. Not only that, but after killing this kobold, the arrow continued its momentum and pierced towards the next target. Thud! Thud! 2 more kobolds were directly pierced by this arrow. One arrow took down 3 level 6 monsters. This terrifying attack power almost shattered the female mage's understanding. However, before she could recover from her shock, Han Chen had already unleashed his burst skill. Multi-shot. Thud! 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 The fine iron arrows accurately hit each kobold, almost 1 arrow per target. With 2 skills, he directly took down 6 fierce monsters, leaving not only the female mage stunned but also the remaining kobolds bewildered. Seeing their companions die, these kobolds howled and charged at Han Chen. Their hatred had shifted. However, even though there were many of them, Han Chen did not see these lower-level monsters as a threat at all. With just a few arrows, the dog-headed tribe was completely wiped out. At this moment, the female mage stood frozen in place, feeling a sense of unreality. She remembered her fiancé once saying that level 6 monsters have very strong attributes and can easily kill ordinary survivors. But under this young man's arrows, why did these monsters feel as fragile as children? What she didn't know was that Han Chen had specifically switched to a rare quality longbow to conceal the legendary effect of the Moon Crown longbow, otherwise, the battle would have ended even faster. After the battle ended, Han Chen connected his territory with that of the female mage. Then, he slowly walked over to her side. At this moment, the female mage was still in shock from narrowly escaping death, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Seeing Han Chen approach, she seemed to snap back to reality and hurriedly thanked him, saying, "Thank you for rescuing me, young sir. My name is Zhang Lianming, you can call me Lianer or Lianjie." After saying that, she cautiously lifted her head and quietly glanced at Han Chen with her sparkling eyes. However, Han Chen doesn't care what her name is, he only cares about whether he can quickly obtain the hidden mission item. Han Chen extended his hand and said in a flat tone, "Hand it over." The female mage named Zhang Lianming bit her lip lightly upon hearing this, seeming a bit hesitant as this mission item was something she had worked hard to acquire. She also understood the importance of hidden missions at this stage. But thinking of the promise she just made and Han Chen's formidable combat power, she could only compromise. Zhang Lianmeng lightly bit her lip and took out the metal piece from her waist pouch, slowly walking towards Han Chen. However, she didn't notice that during the previous battle, her robe had been torn at the abdomen by the attack of a gnoll. At this moment, above her abdomen, a large area of spring scenery was exposed. Han Chen seemed to see 2 snow-white spheres swaying towards him. It wasn't until Zhang Lianmeng handed the metal fragment into his hand, its cold touch registering, that Han Chen came to his senses. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. "You have obtained an ancient weapon, remnants of the molten gold cannon." Han Chen saw a series of numbers on the fragments, 66487, 69876, 21346, these should be the coordinates. At this moment, Zhang Li Meng quietly asked, "Is it okay now?" Han Chen then realized and said, it's really big." "What?" Zhang Li Meng seemed a bit confused. Han Chen shook his head and said, "No, it was a pleasure working together." Zhang Li Meng seemed to realize something, looked down at her tattered robe, and in the next moment, her fair face suddenly changed color. She instinctively hugged her arms, her face turning extremely red. Han Chen cleared his throat twice and said, "You're fine now, so, goodbye." After saying that, Han Chen turned and left directly. Zhang Limeng reached out her hand, wanting to say something but hesitating. Seeing Han Shen's back as he walked away without looking back, she seemed to muster the courage to say, could you help me again and take me to find my fiancé? My fiancé is Lu Zikai. He was the owner of Hangyu Company in Xinyang, and now he is part of the management team of the God's Whisper team. He has many people under him. If you can take me to him, he will definitely give you a lot of benefits. Zhang Limeng said excitedly, seemingly in admiration of the Lu Zikai she mentioned. However, Han Shen waved his hand and said, not interested, and I don't have time. If you want to find your man, go do it yourself. Zhang Limeng lowered her head in disappointment, but thinking of this mysterious young man's agile skills and exaggerated attack power, she couldn't help but feel a bit curious about Han Shen. At this moment, Zhang Limeng continued, hey, wait a moment. Han Shen slowly stopped, furrowing his brow. Is there anything else? Seeming to sense Han Shen's impatience, Zhang Limeng nervously said, can I join you in this hidden mission? Han Shen frowned. Zhang Limeng quickly explained, don't get me wrong, I'm not backing out suddenly, it's just that I thought of something related to the mission. What is it? Speak, Han Shen said, his tone a bit impatient. Zhang Limeng said cautiously, this fragment was something I stumbled upon while exploring a deserted island. Inside, there is a goblin camp. After defeating that group of goblins, I found an iron cage in the camp, and inside the cage was a terrifying person. That person was curled up on the ground, covered in bloody holes, but not a drop of blood was flowing out. He was thinner than a skeleton. As she spoke, Zhang Limeng seemed to recall something horrifying, her delicate body trembling slightly. I originally wanted to save him, but as soon as I opened the iron cage, that person suddenly grabbed my arm. His palm was colder than ice, and I was terrified. Then, without any hesitation, he used his blood to draw a mark on my wrist. He also said that there is a hidden location here, and that the mark, along with that piece of weapon fragment, is needed to open the stone door and start the quest. After saying that, the person died. So, I believe that if I don't participate in this quest, it might not be completed. After hearing Zhang Lingming's story, Han Shen's eyes widened. Damn, why didn't you say that earlier? Han Shen's questioning made Zhang Lingming tremble in fear, lowering her head and not daring to speak. Han Shen also realized that his attitude was a bit poor, so he softened his tone. Show me the mark on your arm. Zhang Liandong quickly obeyed and rolled up her sleeve, revealing a section of her snowy white arm, bringing it close to Han Shen's eyes. At her wrist, Han Shen indeed saw a blood-red mark, resembling a symbol or some strange script. Han Shen nodded, thought for a moment, and said, how about this, you come with me to complete this task, but let me make it clear, all rewards from this task will belong to me. And as compensation, after completing the task, I can escort you to your man. What do you think? Zhang Liandong was instantly overjoyed, nodding continuously like a chick pecking at rice. Han Shen nodded, then returned to his floating island territory and slowly set off. Seeing Zhang Liandong still in a daze, he said, keep up. Zhang Liandong hurriedly controlled her floating island territory to follow. Han Shen was decisive. Once he decided to take on this task, he immediately began to act. At the same time, he stood on the territory, exploring the gilded fragment in his hand, murmuring, a molten gold cannon? Sounds like a long-range weapon, its power should be considerable. If I can get my hands on it and place it in the territory, it could greatly enhance the territory's attack capabilities. The two floating islands moved forward, one after the other. After Han Shen rescued Zhang Lingming, it was night. However, not long after they moved forward, Zhang Lingming suddenly realized that her territory was getting further away from Han Shen. Her territory seemed to be moving much slower than his. This was because she was currently 2 levels lower than Han Shen. Her territory's speed was already slow, and with Han Shen's 10% speed bonus from his lord's castle, he quickly left this woman behind. Please wait for me. From a distance, Han Shen heard Zhang Lingming's voice calling out. With no choice, he could only temporarily stop the floating island and wait for this woman for a moment. Han Shen turned around and saw Zhang Lingming gritting her teeth, desperately chasing after him. Han Shen shook his head, then adjusted the speed of the floating island to match Zhang Lingming's. Next, Zhang Lingming felt much more relaxed. They continued forward for 4 hours. The time reached late at night. According to Han Shen's habit, it was time to prepare for rest. So, he stopped in his tracks. Behind him, Zhang Lingming cautiously merged her floating island territory with Han Shen's. Zhang Lingming nervously asked, why aren't we moving? Han Shen shook his head. It's getting late, and the coordinates on this metal fragment are a bit far. Conservatively estimating, it will take another 5 to 6 hours to arrive, so let's rest for today. Traveling at night isn't very safe, we'll continue tomorrow. Hearing Han Shen say this, Zhang Lingming also breathed a sigh of relief. She was indeed exhausted. First, she had escaped from that group of dog-headed people and then traveled for over 4 hours. Both her mind and body were at their limits. At this moment, Han Shen noticed that Zhang Lingming's complexion was unusually pale. He looked at the woman's body and noticed that the wounds on her abdomen and shoulders were still oozing blood. At that moment, Han Shen suddenly felt a strange sensation in his heart. This woman was dragging such an injured body, yet she was desperately trying to keep up with his pace. It was quite a challenge for her. At this time, no matter how cold-hearted Han Shen was, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. So, Han Shen asked, "Why aren't you using a life elixir to recover from your injuries?" Zhang Lianmeng was initially confused, then shyly replied, I don't have a life elixir. No? Han Shen was somewhat puzzled. Didn't you say your man is part of the management team of the Whisper of the Gods? With such a large team, he can't even produce a single bottle of life elixir? Zhang Lianmeng replied, he told me that life elixirs are quite rare items, and he doesn't have many bottles on hand. Recently, he just joined up with the team, and they are going to challenge a 2-star secret realm. Right now, the team members really need the elixirs. My injuries are just minor, and I'll be fine after resting for 2 days. Zhang Lianmeng lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye. Han Shen looked at her with a strange expression and asked, "Is your relationship with your man not good? Your fiancé is injured, and he won't even bring out a bottle of life-saving medicine?" This question was sharp and seemed to pierce Zhang Lianmeng's heart. Her delicate body trembled slightly, making it hard for her to speak. Seeing this, Han Shen said, "If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to." Zhang Lianmeng lifted her pitiful face, smiled bitterly, and shook her head to say, "Our relationship is not good. Actually, we don't know each other at all. I met him through relatives and friends, and we've barely seen each other twice. Our engagement was just to fulfill my family's expectations. After that, he threw himself into his career and never contacted me. I thought we were not very familiar with each other and needed to get to know each other slowly. But not long after, I ended up in this world." After listening to Zhang Lianmeng's story, Han Shen suddenly asked with a strange look, "Is your fiancé incapable?" Ha! Zhang Lianmeng seemed not to understand the meaning behind Han Shen's words. "Forget it, it's nothing." Han Shen shook his head. After saying that, Han Shen took out a bottle of life elixir and casually tossed it to her. Zhang Lingmeng instinctively reached out to catch it. When she saw the attributes of the potion in the system introduction, her mouth dropped open in shock. Han Shen waved his hand in front and said, "Hurry up and drink it to recover. We still have tasks to complete, and I don't want to be held back by your injuries." Zhang Lingmeng tightly grasped the elixir in her hand, nodding heavily with gratitude in her eyes. Being a woman a few years older than Han Shen, Zhang Lingmeng seemed to understand his personality, knowing he wasn't one to be shy. So, in front of him, she downed the elixir in one gulp. In the next moment, she felt a warm power spreading in her stomach and a wave of warmth enveloped her body. Especially at the wound site, a tingling sensation made her almost cry out. Ing! A suppressed yet somewhat pleasurable sound came from behind. What was that noise? Han Shen suddenly turned around, his eyes wide as he looked at her. Zhang Limeng realized her mistake and quickly covered her mouth, but the heat in her body continued to surge. She struggled to keep herself from making any noise, squeezing her legs tightly together, rubbing them repeatedly, covering her mouth while pressing on her wound. This delicate and alluring appearance made Han Shen, a young man full of vigor, feel a rush of blood, leaving him parched. Han Shen quickly turned his head and coughed twice. Cough, cough, once you recover, make sure to rest quickly. We need to set off early tomorrow morning. Zhang Limeng tried hard to control her voice, but unbeknownst to her, the more she tried to control it, the stranger the sounds that came out were. Han Shen hurriedly dashed into his castle as if fleeing. Behind. After holding back for a while, the restorative effect of the life potion finally came to an end for Zhang Limeng. She let out a slow breath, sitting on the ground drenched in fragrant sweat, her fitted robe soaked, and the magnificent outline was even visible, her snowy skin faintly revealed. At this moment, Zhang Limeng looked at the huge castle within Han Shen's territory, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and then blinked her eyes with curiosity. But she didn't ask much. Instead, she obediently returned to her own territory. In the center of Zhang Limeng's territory, there was a simple tent made of wooden sticks and fabric, where she usually rested. The night grew deeper. Zhang Limeng fell asleep on a straw mat, but in her dreams, she seemed to dream of a man's silhouette. The next day, as dawn broke, Zhang Limeng felt someone outside the tent calling for her. As she poked her head out, she saw Han Shen sitting quietly on a rock near the tent, waiting. Since their territories were now connected, Han Shen could freely enter her territory. Zhang Limeng's face turned red. It seemed she felt a bit embarrassed being seen by a man while getting out of bed. However, Han Shen asked seriously, "Didn't you say yesterday that your man is going to challenge a 2-star secret realm soon?" When he woke up in the morning, Han Shen suddenly remembered that this woman had mentioned last night that the team Whispers of the Gods was preparing to challenge a 2-star secret realm, which piqued Han Shen's interest. It is known that even for himself, he had a tough battle when challenging a 1-star secret realm. Could it be that the top strength of the Whispers of the Gods team has reached such a height? However, after thinking about it, it should be impossible. 1-star secret realms are already very difficult, and 2-star secret realms would be even more challenging. At this stage, there shouldn't be many teams that can succeed. Even if there are, they would likely suffer significant casualties. So, he approached the woman and said, "Just a friendly reminder, if you still want to see your man, tell him not to challenge the 2-star secret realm." "Ha? Why?" Zhang Lingmeng seemed quite confused. "Because it could be deadly," Han Shan replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingming's face instantly turned pale. She did not doubt the man's words, as his formidable combat strength had already proven this point. He can't possibly deceive himself in matters like this. Zhang Lindream quickly sent a message to her fiancé. A moment later, Han Chen noticed her face had turned extremely ugly. What did he say? Zhang Lindream hesitated for a moment, stammering, He said that as a woman, I don't understand anything, that the team of Divine Whisper is very strong and won't fail the challenge, and he asked me not to disturb him for the next few days. At this point, Zhang Lindream appeared very aggrieved, feeling even more disappointed in her unfamiliar fiancé. Han Chen shrugged, realizing that it's hard to persuade a stubborn ghost. He was just casually mentioning it, offering a kind reminder. Whether they chose to listen was their business. Zhang Lindream didn't know what to do at this moment. Han Chen shook his head. Since he doesn't want to listen, then forget it. Let's tidy up and hurry on our way. I hope he can survive. Zhang Lindream hesitated, sighed after a moment, not knowing what she was thinking. After waking this woman, Han Chen returned to his territory and continued on toward their destination. 6 hours later, the two had traveled over 600 kilometers, skillfully avoiding many large clouds, with hardly any stops. Finally, in the afternoon, they arrived at their destination. What appeared before him was a massive floating island. This empty island was truly an island in the real sense, almost the size of a mountain peak. It wasn't shrouded in clouds, allowing a clear view of the situation inside. It was covered with flowers, grasses, trees, and various plants. From time to time, flocks of birds could be seen flying out from the forest. This was Han Chen's first time seeing such a strange floating island, resembling a world from a fairy tale. This place didn't seem to be the territory of monsters, as even when Han Chen approached, the system didn't issue any alerts. With a puzzled expression, Han Chen controlled his territory to get closer, and after fixing the position of the floating island, he stepped into the forest with Zhang Lingmeng. As soon as he landed, Han Chen felt a softness beneath his feet, probably due to years of accumulated fallen leaves, which made a rustling sound when stepped on. After entering the forest, Han Chen observed the surrounding terrain. He turned around and asked in confusion, "Is this forest the destination?" Zhang Lindream quickly shook her head. I don't really know either. Han Chen nodded and didn't say much, instead leading Zhang Lindream further into the forest. Only by exploring can one find out whether it is or not. Moreover, he was indeed curious about this empty island. However, as Han Chen moved forward, he occasionally glanced back. A shadow suddenly flashed from the territory and then jumped onto a branch. This shadow was, of course, Coalball. Since coming into contact with Zhang Lindream, he had kept Coalball hidden in the castle to avoid exposing its existence. This time arriving at the mission location, Han Chen also kept Coalball far behind to prevent any accidents. The two walked for about 5 minutes, having nearly delved deep into the forest. Suddenly, a deserted path appeared ahead. Because no one had walked there for years, the sides of the path were overgrown with weeds and vines. But the direction of the path could still be barely discerned. Han Chen stepped onto the path first, while Zhang Lingmeng followed closely behind, a bit scared. Ever since entering the forest, Zhang Lingmeng had been showing signs of nervousness, her breathing heavier than usual. Amidst her tension, there was also a hint of curiosity in her gaze. Since arriving in this world, she had never seen such a massive floating island, always staying within her own territory. Usually, when she saw some floating islands covered by clouds, she would carefully confirm several times before engaging in battle. Yet even so, she had encountered enemies that she could not fight against a few times. If there are monsters in this forest. Zhang Lingmeng's delicate body shivered slightly, as if she couldn't bear to imagine it. At this moment, she could only cling tightly to the man in front of her, fearing that he might leave her behind. However, Han Chen had no such thoughts, he just wanted to find the mission location quickly. Just then, Han Chen suddenly stopped. Zhang Lingmeng, who was behind him, didn't stop in time and bumped into Han Chen's back. From behind, a sudden soft sensation came, and Han Chen turned back in confusion, but saw Zhang Liandong blushing and looking at her feet. Han Chen also knew what had happened, but he didn't pay much attention to it and instead stared ahead, lost in thought. "So, do you think we should go left or right?" Han Chen asked. Zhang Liandong seemed to just snap back to reality. "Huh? What? I said, left or right." She looked at the intersection ahead and noticed that there indeed was a fork in the path. One path led to the left and the other to the right. Zhang Liandong blinked her beautiful eyes and tentatively said, "How about we check out the right?" "Sure." Han Chen agreed decisively. He stepped forward and took the lead down the right path. After walking for another 10 minutes, winding through the woods, they finally came upon a clearing. At the end of the clearing was a dense forest. There was nothing else. Han Chen pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, "Looks like we took a wrong turn." Zhang Liandong quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have suggested going right." Han Chen glanced at her and said irritably, "What does it have to do with you? It's my decision to come here, you just made a suggestion. Besides, it's just a wrong turn, we can go back and take a left. It's not a big deal." Zhang Lingmeng responded with a soft feeling a hint of gratitude towards Han Chen. Just as Han Chen was about to turn around, he suddenly noticed something unusual in the open space ahead. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a water pool. The surface was covered with fallen leaves, and it was hard to notice unless you looked closely. At the same time, information about the water pool appeared before Han Chen. Spirit spring water, a type of pure drinking water that seems to contain some life essence. Drinking it can slowly restore injuries. Wow, it's actually spirit spring water. Han Chen was very surprised. The last time he encountered spirit spring water was at the Dark Elf camp. That time, he collected over 1,500 liters, which allowed him to exchange for a lot of resources. It was that batch of spirit spring water that set him on the path to wealth. How much spiritual spring water is there in this pool? It's simply immeasurable. As long as he masters this location, he will never lack resources of spiritual spring water, and he could even use it for bathing. Looking at the spiritual spring water, Han Chen murmured, the main material needed to make the life elixir is spiritual spring water. Last time, the trade stopped because the materials ran out, and there were still many survivors who hadn't exchanged for it. Right now, the entire Area 107 should still have a significant demand for recovery items, and the life elixir can be sold for another profit. Thinking of this, Han Chen decided to take a batch of spiritual spring water with him. However, he glanced at his backpack and saw there was less than 5 slots left. This was after he cleared out many life elixirs and bare strength elixirs, otherwise space would be even tighter. There was no choice, after all, just the elite-level spiritual puppets occupied 10 slots of his space. The remaining space could only hold up to 50 liters of water at most. But that's okay, Han Chen could make a few more space backpacks on the spot. Although each survivor can only equip 2 space backpacks. But isn't there another person here? Thinking of this, Han Chen looked at Zhang Lingmeng and asked, do you have any storage space items? Zhang Lingmeng seemed to be hearing about storage space items for the first time and shook her head in confusion. Then, Han Chen immediately created 2 space backpacks, one adding 4 points to spirit and the other adding 4 points to agility, and casually tossed them to her. Seeing the attributes of the 2 space backpacks in her hands, the woman's eyes first showed confusion, then her mouth dropped open in surprise, forming an O shape. This. Zhang Lingmeng was a bit incoherent. Is this a space backpack? Han Chen rolled his eyes at her. Isn't the item information clearly written? It's a storage backpack with 30 slots, can hold quite a lot of things. Come here and fill this spring water for me with 50 slots, I have use for it. Oh, okay. Zhang Lingmeng obediently walked over. Then, following Han Chen's instructions, she began to collect the spring water from the pond. 50 slots means 500 liters, enough to make 5,000 life potions, which can be sold for a huge profit in the trading market. After collecting the spirit spring water, Zhang Lingmeng tentatively asked, is this enough? Of course it's not enough, but we don't have enough space, so we can only take this much for now. We'll come back to collect more next time. Oh, alright, Zhang Lingmeng replied obediently. Han Chen nodded. At this moment, he couldn't help but think. Mature women really understand, they do whatever you ask without questioning why. Then, Han Chen led Zhang Lingmeng back to the fork in the road. This time, they chose the left path. The left path was winding and the road conditions were poor. Along the way, all sorts of thorns and obstacles were cleared away by Han Chen one by one. In the distance, the coal ball still hung behind him, appearing whenever Han Chen needed it. After nearly half an hour of progress, Han Chen realized that they seemed to have finally reached their destination. They appeared to be in a valley surrounded by bizarre rock formations. The stones here were large, with a black giant rock every few meters. Han Chen asked at this moment, what did they say about opening what door during your first ring task? Zhang Lingmeng thought for a moment and replied, it seems to be called the Stone Gate. Stone Gate, stone. Han Chen's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. Could it be that there is something else behind these stones? Then, he began to search in the valley. However, this valley was filled with giant stones 1 to 2 meters high, and he couldn't tell which one was the key clue. Seeing Han Chen lost in thought, Zhang Lingmeng seemed to understand what his dilemma was. Although her mind wasn't very sharp, she still had the drive to act. So, Zhang Lingmeng began to use her own method, feeling her way from one stone to another. Han Chen didn't say much. Everyone has their own way of taking action, and he appreciated this perceptive woman. She knew her strengths but didn't act merely as a decorative vase, striving to make some contributions in her own way. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Liandong suddenly touched a large black stone, and the entire valley shook for a moment. Noticing the movement on her side, Han Chen quickly walked over. The surface of the stone was incredibly smooth, and in the center there seemed to be a 1 centimeter deep groove. At the same time, a system prompt appeared before them. Stone Gate. It seems that some entity has set a taboo on this stone. It requires combining the fragments of the molten gold cannon and a blood mark to open it. The two exchanged glances. Han Chen took out the metal fragment from his backpack. Zhang Liandong also rolled up her wrist, revealing the blood-colored mark. Placing the metal fragment into the groove on the stone, a moment later, a red glow suddenly appeared at the center of the stone. Han Chen glanced at Zhang Liandong, and she understood his intention, aligning the mark on her wrist with the red beam. This seemed to be a type of identity recognition device. After verifying the mark on Zhang Liandong's wrist, the red light suddenly turned green. In the next moment, the valley began to tremble violently. To be precise, it is the massive stone in front of Han Shen that is trembling. A system prompt has appeared. The stone gate is slowly opening. Rumble. After the tremor ended, the massive stone moved aside. In front of Han Shen, an entrance about 2 meters high appeared, revealing what seemed to be a deep passage. The passage was pitch black, without a hint of light. Just looking at it gave a sense of horror. However, this was not a problem for Han Shen. He took out a torch made of dark firestone from his backpack. With a gentle flick, the dark firestone began to emit a bright red glow, instantly dispelling the darkness at the entrance. Seeing Zhang Lingming's fearful expression, Han Shen said, "If you're scared, you don't have to go in. The door is already open, and your task is complete." Without waiting for Zhang Lingming to respond, Han Shen stepped into the passage first. Behind him, Zhang Lingming felt a bit nervous as she saw Han Shen's figure disappear. She looked around in confusion and suddenly thought, what if she encountered a monster after that man entered the cave? A wave of immense fear surged within her. With this thought, Zhang Lingming gathered her courage and walked in trembling. This dark passage seemed unexpectedly long. Han Shen walked for nearly 2 minutes and still had not reached the end. At that moment, he heard some strange noises and footsteps behind him and immediately asked, "Who?" A familiar female voice came from behind. It's me." Han Shen stopped in his tracks and, illuminated by the glow of the dark firestone, saw Zhang Lingming behind him. She seemed very frightened, tightly hugging her arms, her body shaking uncontrollably. "Why did you come in?" Zhang Lingming lowered her head and said hesitantly, I don't know. I just felt that compared to the darkness in here, I was more afraid that you would leave me behind." Han Shen was stunned for a moment. Does this woman even realize what she just said? Do you know how devastating this statement can be to a man? What the hell, testing a guy who has never even been in a relationship with such methods? Han Shen looked at her deeply. Then, he took out another dark firestone torch from his backpack and tossed it to Zhang Lingming. Zhang Lingming instinctively reached out to catch it, and the grand scale trembled slightly. This woman, whether intentionally or not, didn't change into a new robe after it got damaged during the battle yesterday, and now the torn parts reveal her fair skin. Moreover, in this deep mountain forest, within the pitch-black cave, it's hard not to have other thoughts arise in one's mind. Han Shen quickly shifted his gaze, silently reciting a calming mantra, and then looked ahead again. After advancing for a few more minutes, it seemed they finally reached the end of the passage. They arrived in a spacious area that looked like a cave, with a large interior space. However, it was just as dark here, without a trace of light. As soon as he entered, Han Shen smelled an unusual scent, like that of an animal rotting, emanating from within. But because the air in the cave is stagnant, the smell here lingers for a long time. Zhang Lingming also smelled this odor. However, she is currently in a state of high tension and can't think about these things at all. Just then, she suddenly kicked something. Zhang Lingming raised the dark firestone torch and looked down. A nearly decayed human skeleton suddenly appeared. This sight instantly scared her pale. She wanted to scream but hurriedly covered her mouth, struggling to control herself from shouting. After a moment, once her fear subsided, Zhang Lingming trembled and said, there is something here." Han Shen sensed the immense fear in her voice. He quickly turned around to check. Han Shen immediately saw the skeleton on the ground, but it looked somewhat different from a normal skeleton. It was smaller in size, resembling a human child, and it appeared to have died not long ago. In the pitch-black cave, there was surprisingly a fresh corpse, and the scene before him was quite eerie. Han Shen observed the corpse on the ground and then reached a conclusion. This should not be a child's body, but rather that of another race in this world, the dwarves. Dwarves? Han Shen's tone was somewhat doubtful. Beside him, Zhang Lingming looked at him with curious eyes. Han Shen did not explain but continued to examine the ground around him. He wished he hadn't looked, but once he did, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. The ground of the cave was littered with the bones of various beasts and humanoid creatures, with skeletal features varying widely. Some had horns on their foreheads, others had wings, and the heights of the skeletons ranged from 2 to 3 meters to 1 or 2 meters. There was no doubt that these corpses belonged to the unique beings of this world. Among them, Han Shen also saw a few corpses that had only recently died. Their deaths were quite strange, with intact skin and not a trace of blood visible. However, it seemed as if the blood and flesh had been drained from their bodies, leaving only a thin layer of human skin covering the skeletons. Han Shen turned around and asked, "Is that person you found at the goblin camp looking like this?" Zhang Lingming nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Although she was still very scared, for some reason, having Han Shen by her side gave her a strange sense of security. Han Shen could clearly sense that this cave was somewhat eerie. Moreover, so far, there had been no clues to trigger the next step of the hidden quest, nor had they seen any traces of ancient weapons. Han Shen began to continue searching within the cave. Half an hour later, they had made a large circle inside, but apart from discovering the skeletons of hundreds of corpses, they had found nothing. However, he did gather some information. The area of this cave was indeed very large. Conservatively estimated, its diameter exceeded at least 2 kilometers. Just then, Zhang Lingmeng suddenly pointed ahead and said, "It looks like there's something painted on the wall." Han Shen quickly looked in the direction she pointed and indeed saw some patterns that resembled graffiti. Upon closer inspection, Han Shen found that the style of these patterns leaned towards realism, more like a series of murals. Han Shen walked to the beginning of the mural, which depicted a male elf with pointed ears and long limbs. He sat on a high branch, smiling as he looked down at a village below. However, in the second mural, the style suddenly changed, showing the male elf being bullied by several other elves, beaten and trampled. In the third mural, the male elf had retreated to his small room, silently shedding tears, while a terrifying middle-aged elf stood by his bedside, watching him with a strange smile. Especially the deep pupils of the middle-aged elf were painted with great vividness. Han Shen could feel a chilling sensation emanating from the mural. The fifth, sixth, and even the dozens of murals that followed all depicted the bullying of this young elf. From his youth to his young adulthood, the elf had been tormented by other elves, causing his demeanor to grow increasingly shadowy. Strangely, in every mural, there was a terrifying middle-aged man lurking in the corner, silently watching. Until the 33rd mural, this elven man kneels beside his bed, where the middle-aged elf, who often appears in the paintings, lies. Looking at the dying state of this middle-aged elf, the elven man feels no pain at all. Instead, he shows a relieved smile. However, even after the elf's death, his situation seems to have not improved. He still endures the insults and beatings from other elves. Moreover, what's more terrifying is that the elven man still feels that pair of horrifying eyes staring at him. That guy, hasn't he been dead for a long time? He thought to himself. Until the 53rd mural appears, showing a gentle smiling elven girl who shines like a beam of light breaking through the darkness, illuminating the life of this elven man. She and he were brief friends for 2 days, and then she floated away. Whenever the elven man feels he can't hold on any longer, he thinks of the smiling face of this elven girl, and his lips unconsciously reveal a smile like hers. However, when he saw the elven girl reappear, she was already walking with an elf who often bullied him. The psychological defenses the elven man had built up were shattered in that moment. He ran to confront the elven girl, only to be met with mockery and beatings. The elven man lay on the ground, covered in blood, and in a daze, he seemed to see the shadow of that middle-aged man reappear, crouching beside him and whispering in his ear. The elven man went mad. He returned to his room, drew a strange magic circle, then cut his wrist and let the blood flow. Within the magic circle, a terrifying phantom appeared, and as the elven man lay dying, he respectfully knelt before it, gaining immense power. The elven man went to find the girl with a joyful smile, believing that after gaining power, he could win her approval again. However, at that moment, the girl was so frightened by him that she kept retreating, her eyes looking at him as if he were a monster. It was only then that the elven man realized what he looked like now. His deep brown hair began to fall out in clumps, then his eyebrows, which all fell off with just a gentle touch, and finally, even the fine hair on his body disappeared completely. He looked like a slick, monstrous creature, standing on the street, receiving strange looks from others of his kind. However, the transformation was far from over. After losing all his hair, his nails began to fall out as well, replaced by sharp claws, and at the same time, his nose swelled up like that of a troll. Not only that, but his arms also fused with his body, growing a pair of enormous flesh wings. At this moment, he transformed from a noble elf into a hideous monster bird. The elves quickly summoned the guards to hunt down this monster. When the sharp spear pierced his chest, the elite man widened his eyes, and the fear of death instinctively made him flap his flesh wings. At that moment, he realized that he had actually taken flight. The elven man began to soar wildly, his eyes filled with hatred and rage. He rushed to a secret location in the town center, carrying a massive golden cannon, and began to rain destruction on the town. Countless members of the elf race perished under his bombardment, turning the town into a sea of flames. After doing all this, the elven man turned and fled. As expected, he was wanted by the elves. In his desperate escape, the elven man found an ancient magic circle. The place the magic circle led to was called the Land of the Abandoned Gods. That place seemed to frighten this monstrous bird. However, in order to survive, he ultimately activated the teleportation array. The final scene shows the elven man finding a floating island and disappearing into the forest. But what he didn't notice was that a dark shadow seemed to follow him to this island. After watching all this, Han Shen seemed to understand something, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. He said seriously, "It seems something went wrong." Zhang Lingmeng looked tense, her body trembling slightly. "What went wrong?" Han Shen frowned. "So far, we haven't found any clues about the hidden mission. Speaking of which, when I touched that metal fragment, the system didn't indicate it was a hidden mission, it just said that the fragment could be used to unlock the stone gate. In other words, what that NPC told you might be false. We've been deceived." "What?" Zhang Lingmeng shivered, her face full of disbelief. At that moment, a pair of glowing red eyes suddenly appeared deep within the dark cave. From behind, terrifying sounds of wind occasionally echoed. Han Shen clearly sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly said, "There's a monster, run." However, by now, it was already too late. A terrifying monster rushed towards them from behind with a howling wind. Han Shen quickly took out the legendary quality Moon Crown longbow and instantly entered battle mode. However, at that moment, a terrifying whirlwind hit them head-on. Whoosh! Han Chen and Zhang Lingmeng were both blown back several meters by the gust of wind. The dark firestone torch slipped from his hand. With the bright red light, Han Chen finally saw the creature that attacked him. It was a terrifying monster bird over 2 meters tall, with a pair of huge fleshy wings and not a single hair on its body. It looked exactly like the monster depicted in the mural. Just then, the system notification came through. You have found the hiding place of the elf tribe traitor, Galil. The bounty mission's City Slayer is automatically triggered. You can complete the mission based on your choice. Option 1, kill the monster bird Galil and take its head to the elf capital to claim the bounty. Option 2, go to the elf capital and inform the elf guards of Galil's hiding location to assist in capturing him. Please note, as you are in the land abandoned by the gods, the map of the elf capital is not yet open, and this mission cannot be completed for now. Damn, so this is the real hidden mission. Han Chen suddenly turned around, just in time to meet the bloodthirsty eyes of the monster. Without a second thought, he shot out a wind arrow. Ding! Seeing the arrows coming, the monstrous bird flapped its wings, creating a whirlwind that blew the arrows aside. This arrow had no effect, and Han Chen's heart sank. It was at this moment that he finally saw the attributes of the monster. Monstrous bird Galil, 1-star leader level creature. Level, LV10. Attributes, Strength 94, Agility 132, Spirit 105, -30, Constitution 76, -30. Skills, Wailing Wind, Winged Defense, Giant Clawbite, Shadow Assault, Whirling Gale. It's actually a level 10 leader level creature. Han Chen's expression changed drastically. Han Chen gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, this mission has been a trap from the very beginning. That piece of metal was deliberately thrown out by this monstrous bird. It has used this method to lure many people in. Those corpses on the ground are all the unfortunate souls tricked in by the monstrous bird." Zhang Lingmeng beside him turned pale with fear, unable to steady her staff. She said with a trembling voice, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this task to be a trap. I'm sorry, boo-hoo. Han Chen was about to speak. In the next moment, the terrifying red eyes of the strange bird locked onto him. A horrifying figure lunged at him. The strange bird leader unleashed its skill, Shadow Assault. Meanwhile, Han Chen immediately squatted down, swallowed a bottle of Berserker's Strength Potion, and then unhesitatingly unleashed his strongest burst skill. Multiple arrows. Thud thud thud. Arrows were shot out in quick succession. This attack triggered several special effects simultaneously. Moonlight Flow, Barbarian Power, Piercing Arrows. With multiple enhancements, the attack power of Han Chen's arrow had reached an impressive level. Put. 3 arrows accurately hit the charging strange bird and pierced deep into its skin. Ga. After a hoarse and tragic scream, the monstrous bird's body staggered, then fell heavily to the ground. The monstrous bird seemed surprised that this seemingly weak human could actually hurt it. Even Zhang Lingmeng, who was nearby, looked at him in shock. This was a level 10 boss-level creature. A typical level 6 survivor couldn't even break its defenses. In her heart, her understanding of Han Chen's formidable attack power was once again refreshed. However, at that moment, the monstrous bird unleashed another skill, Wailing Wind. A powerful whirlwind surged forward, carrying pebbles, sending both Han Chen and Zhang Lingmeng flying away. The two crashed heavily to the ground, and their bodies were scratched by the pebbles, leaving numerous bloody marks. At that moment, Zhang Lingmeng's robe was torn into strips by the howling attack, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin, making the scene somewhat sultry. However, Han Chen had no mood to notice any of this. The whirlwind just stirred up by the monstrous bird had blasted several bloody holes into his body. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood gushed out. Damn, is this a boss-level monster? Its attack power is terrifying. As Han Chen spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be no match for the monster before him, and the situation had turned very unfavorable for them. Seeing his condition, Zhang Lingmeng seemed to have made a certain decision. She tightened her grip on the staff in her hand and positioned it in front of Han Chen. "What are you doing?" Han Chen asked in confusion. Zhang Lingmeng gritted her teeth, seemingly summoning all her strength, and bravely said, "I'm sorry, it's my fault you ended up here. I'm weak, but I should be able to hold this monster off for a while. You go first." Her voice was weak but carried a hint of determination. At that moment, the monstrous bird charged again, but it seemed somewhat wary of Han Chen's attack power and did not strike immediately. Instead, it chose to circle around him, seemingly looking for the right angle to attack. Caw! Caw! The piercing cries of the monster echoed continuously. After a moment of shock, Han Chen suddenly asked, "You want to hold off this monster? How will you do that?" Zhang Lindream's face was pale as she shook her head. I don't know." Han Chen smiled and said, "It seems like it could work. This weird bird likes to suck blood, and with all that meat on you, you should have plenty of blood to keep it occupied for a while." Zhang Lindream realized that Han Chen was making fun of her. She gritted her teeth and retorted softly, I'm not fat. I don't even weigh 120 pounds, I just look a bit plump." Han Shen shook his head, not intending to tease her further, and said, "Alright, come back. It's just a level 10 boss monster, it's not life-threatening yet." Zhang Lindream looked at him in confusion. Just then, the weird bird charged over. Han Shen pulled Zhang Lindream behind him and coldly said to the monster, "Ugly thing, today, let me show you my true power." Zhang Lindream was uncertain, thinking Han Shen was about to unleash some big move. Instead, Han Shen suddenly shouted, "Kohlball, save me." Zhang Lindream looked completely puzzled. However, just as Han Shen's words fell, a shadow rushed in from the passage behind them, appearing above the bald head of the monster bird at a speed exceeding that of the creature. The Kohlball extended its wolf-like claws, and a cold gleam flashed in the dark cave. Swish! Swish swish! In the next moment, the monster bird let out a terrible scream, with several bloodstains appearing on its body. And this is just the beginning. The Kohlball once again displayed its fierce mobility from the battle against the elite puppet, leaving dozens of wounds on the monster bird before it could even react. The defense reduction status was instantly stacked to the max. The monster bird was furious, howling to the sky, and began to frantically flap its meaty wings, trying to attack the fluff ball. However, with the Kohlball's terrifying evasion rate and speed, even a level 10 boss couldn't hit it. It hardly dodged at all, taking the monster bird's attacks head-on while continuously inflicting damage. This form represents the true battle power of the Kohlball. Just after leveling up, it could fight against a psychic puppet with boss-level strength and completely dominate. And this monster bird, in terms of threat level, is even less than an elite-level psychic puppet. Its physical and mental attributes seem to have been affected by some negative state, significantly declining. The body is extremely weak and lacks the defense of a lord-level being. The only advantage is its agility and strength, yet it is still suppressed by the Kohlball. At this moment, Zhang Lianming can't see the battle in the darkness clearly. She can only vaguely see a shadow frantically attacking the monster bird. And it seems that the monster bird is at a disadvantage? The monster bird is screaming in agony. She is completely bewildered, not knowing what that shadow is, but it must be related to Han Shen. This man has become even more mysterious and powerful in her mind. At that moment, after several attacks, the monster bird not only failed to touch a hair on the Kohlball but also gained dozens of claw marks on its body. At this moment, the monster bird feels exasperated. It takes a deep breath, its skin and bones chest slowly swelling. It seems to be brewing some powerful move. At this time, Han Shen suddenly remembers the monster bird's fifth skill. Wild winds are swirling. That seems to be a wide-range killing move. At this moment, Han Shen said seriously, "Damn it, when I unleash my ultimate move, do you completely disregard me?" The strange bird glanced at Han Shen with its fiery red eyes upon hearing the sound. In the next moment, it suddenly saw 5 arrows shooting towards its head. At this point, it was already too late for the strange bird to dodge. In the face of danger, it could only be forced to interrupt its ultimate move, raising its meaty wings to desperately block the vital points. Puff! 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 All 5 arrows hit, and blood spouted up like pillars. Ga! The strange bird let out a terrible cry, seemingly suffering a severe injury. It was expected that Han Shen could injure the strange bird. After all, his attack power was more ferocious than a Kohlball, and he was able to inflict damage on it when the strange bird leader first appeared. Now, after multiple weakenings by the Kohlball, his arrow attacks became even more lethal. At that moment, the strange bird, realizing it couldn't win, flapped its wings and the gust of wind pushed back the Kohlball. Then, without looking back, it rushed deeper into the cave at an even faster speed. This strange bird actually ran away directly. Han Shen was stunned for a moment, just about to pursue it. But he seemed to think of something, and suddenly his expression changed, abandoning the idea. The Kohlball's figure flashed as it prepared to chase after it. Han Shen quickly shouted, "Kohlball, come back!" The Kohlball stopped its pursuit. The battle came to an abrupt halt. At this moment, in the deep cave, only the breathing sounds of 2 people and 1 wolf remained. Han Shen took a deep breath, stared in the direction the strange bird had left, and after a moment said, "Let's go." Zhang Lingmeng seemed to just come back to her senses. "Huh? Where to?" Han Shen glanced at her. "Where else can we go? That strange bird was scared off, not killed, and it could come back at any time. This is its territory. Who knows if it has other tricks up its sleeve? It's better to leave first." At this moment, Han Shen suddenly looked at her with a sinister smile and said, "Or do you like the atmosphere here and want to stay?" Zhang Lingmeng trembled at his words and hurriedly said, "No, I don't want to stay here alone." "Then let's hurry up." Han Shen smiled and walked toward the passage first. Zhang Lingmeng closely followed behind him, almost never leaving his side. At this moment, she nervously asked, "Just now, what was the shadow that helped us fight?" Han Shen knew she was asking about the Kohlball and casually replied, "It's my pet, don't ask too much." Oh. Although Zhang Lingmeng was very curious, she vaguely sensed Han Shen's personality and didn't ask further. Han Shen walked slowly toward the passage, and faintly, he felt a pair of evil eyes watching him from deep within the cave. Ever since he saw those murals, an uneasy feeling had been lingering in his heart. Even after the strange bird was repelled, that unease in his heart showed no sign of diminishing. At this moment, Han Shen recalled the content of the murals. This strange bird is clearly the one transformed by that elven man, and the mural records that a terrifying shadow has been following him, even escaping here with him. In other words, there may be more than just the strange bird as an enemy in this cave. This place is too eerie. Before he has enough strength, Han Shen doesn't want to come back to this cursed place again. This is also why Han Shen called out to Coalball. At this moment, Coalball was following behind them. Only after entering the passage did Han Shen finally let out a slow breath. In just a few hundred meters, he felt like his back was almost soaked with sweat, comparable to having fought a great battle. After about 10 minutes, they returned to the familiar entrance, where a bright light appeared before them. Without saying a word, Han Shen grabbed Zhang Lingmeng's wrist and quickened his pace. Zhang Lingmeng was suddenly pulled by Han Shen, her body tensed up instantly, instinctively wanting to shake him off. But thinking that it was this man, she felt a strange sensation. It's hard to describe that feeling, as if when he holds me, I inexplicably feel a greater sense of security. Zhang Lingmeng felt the pressure on her wrist and her face turned bright red. His grip is so strong. Being held by this man gives me an unprecedented sense of security. Even her fiancé and family have never given her this feeling. At that moment, the front became bright as they walked out of the valley, and her vision suddenly opened up. Han Shen immediately released his hand, and Zhang Lingmeng's fantasy was suddenly interrupted, leaving her with a fleeting feeling of loss. Han Shen noticed that her expression was a bit off, so he asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Lingmeng hurriedly replied, "It's nothing, nothing at all." Her voice carried a hint of guilt and shyness. Han Shen glanced at her and didn't ask further. Han Shen continued, "Let's go, we should head back to the territory first." Zhang Lingmeng lowered her head and answered softly. 20 minutes later, they returned to their respective territories one after the other. This cave expedition yielded no results, and he even had a showdown with a boss monster. No, it can't be said that there were no results at all. At least, he brought back several hundred liters of spring water. Moreover, Han Shen obtained 2 key pieces of information through the mission briefing. The place where these survivors are located is called the Abandoned Land of the Gods, and it seems the indigenous people of this world avoid this place like the plague. So much so that after the monstrous bird committed a heinous crime, those elves did not dare to rush into the abandoned land of the gods to hunt it down. The second piece of information is that the map of the elven capital may be opened in the future, but Han Shen does not know when exactly. These 2 pieces of information may not seem useful, but they greatly help Han Shen understand this unfamiliar world. At this moment, Zhang Lingmeng still kept her head down, not daring to look up at him. Han Shen was also unsure of what this woman was thinking, so he said, "Have your man send over the coordinates, I'll take you there." "Ha?" Zhang Lingmeng seemed a bit confused. Han Shen continued, "According to our agreement, you accompany me to finish the mission, and I'll take you to find him." Zhang Lindream, confused, said, But the mission wasn't completed, right?" Han Shen nodded. "It wasn't completed, but there were some unforeseen circumstances this time. These surprises were beyond our control, so we can't blame you. I'm not a good person, but I do keep my word." Zhang Lindream stood there, still somewhat bewildered. Han Shen urged, somewhat speechless, "Hurry up." Suddenly, Zhang Lindream felt a sense of loss in her heart. After a struggle with her thoughts, she said softly, "All right, I'll contact him." Han Shen nodded and waited quietly. After 2 minutes, Zhang Lindream nervously glanced at Han Shen. "I seem to be unable to reach him." Zhang Lindream's expression changed, as if she realized something. Earlier in the morning, Han Shen had warned her. They were challenging a 2-star secret realm with extremely high difficulty. There would surely be casualties. Zhang Lindream's heart sank, suddenly filled with a bad premonition. She trembled and said, He wouldn't really be in trouble, would he?" Han Shen shot her a glance and said, "How would I know if you ask me?" At this moment, Zhang Lingmeng was completely lost in confusion, to the point where there was a hint of mist in her eyes. Looking at Han Shen, she felt so aggrieved that she was about to cry. Seeing this, Han Shen quickly said, "Don't cry. Maybe your man is just fighting in the secret realm and doesn't have time to reply to you. Check again in a bit." Han Shen tried to say, although he also knew that this possibility was very slim. Zhang Lingmeng softly sobbed, then nodded heavily, seemingly holding back her grievances. Han Shen continued to ask, "So what are you going to do now? Should I just leave you here?" "I don't have time to wait for your man to reply slowly." Zhang Lingmeng lifted her head, and an inexplicable strange thought arose in her heart. With tearful eyes, she looked at Han Shen and tentatively asked, "Can I follow you?" Han Shen was taken aback for a moment, then directly shook his head and said, "You wish? Following me? Do you want me to be your free babysitter?" Zhang Liandream mustered her courage and continued, I am very sensible. I can do housework and cook. If we encounter monsters, I can help fight too. I will definitely not hold you back." As she spoke, her voice once again carried a hint of sobbing. Upon hearing the woman's conditions, Han Shen thought for a moment but still shook his head. "No." Han Shen's clear refusal made Zhang Liandream feel that her last hope had been extinguished, and she felt as if she could barely stand. "I will leave now. Take care of yourself. Goodbye." Ignoring the forlorn Zhang Liandream behind him, Han Shen returned to his floating island territory. Just as he was about to control the floating island to leave, Suddenly, a shadow rushed in from the distant sky. It moved at an incredible speed, crossing several kilometers in just a few seconds, appearing above Han Shen's territory. A terrifying wind sound suddenly echoed in the sky above. Before Han Shen could react, in the sky, a fireball the size of a washbasin carrying a destructive force suddenly roared towards Han Shen's territory. Noticing this presence, the cold ball almost instantly leaped out from the castle. However, even at its speed, it was too late. In the next moment, the fireball smashed into the surface of Han Shen's territory and exploded. Boom! The massive shockwave sent Han Shen flying over 10 meters away. Including the rushing coal ball, it was also blown back by this shockwave. And Han Shen's 3-story territory was directly blasted into a large pit over 20 meters in diameter by this cannon shot. A system notification came through. Your territory has been shelled. Territory area loss of 423 square. Shelled? By whom? Han Shen raised his head in confusion and looked up at the sky. He was startled to see a completely bald giant bird flying in mid-air. At this moment, this strange bird was shouldering a massive cannon with a golden surface and a barrel diameter of over 40 centimeters. However, this cannon is already covered with dense cracks. At this moment, the strange bird's eyes were bloodshot, screaming at the sky, filled with a sense of vengeful pleasure. Caw! Caw! It's it! At this moment, Han Shen remembered. He saw in the mural that this strange bird, after gaining power, slaughtered an entire town of elves. In other words, this guy is actually a being with a strong sense of revenge. Earlier, it suffered at the hands of the coal ball and Han Shen, and now it was already thinking of retaliating. Bastard! Han Shen gritted his teeth, wishing he could chop this strange bird into pieces on the spot. At this moment, the coal ball also bared its teeth, eyes gleaming with ferocity, ready to charge into the sky to bring that strange bird down. However, the strange bird was now armed with heavy artillery and knew the terror of the coal ball. In the next moment, the cannon's muzzle shifted and aimed directly at the charging coal ball. Coal ball, come back! Han Shen was terrified. With the terrifying destructive power of this cannon, just one shot could likely take it away, or even kill it instantly. Although the coal ball has a 50% evasion probability, what if it doesn't trigger this time? Han Shen was really a bit flustered. The sudden change caught him off guard. However, the strange bird would not give him time to think. It pressed a red button on the gilded cannon. This shot was aimed not only at the coal ball but also directly at Han Shen below. In the next moment, a shell carrying a breath of destruction descended once again. At this critical moment, Han Shen suddenly saw the sky above him darken. A territory of over 1,000 square meters of floating island was blocking above his head. Territory? Whose is it? Before he could think it through, the falling shell had already made contact with the territory above him. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion struck again. Boom! The entire territory was blasted open in the middle, creating a pit over 20 meters deep. This cannon shot seems to have shattered the core of the territory, causing the entire area of over 1,000 square meters to collapse in this moment. A familiar silhouette fell from above. Then it crashed heavily in front of Han Shen. At that moment, the coal ball let out an angry roar and charged into the sky, engaging in battle with the monstrous bird. The monstrous bird had no chance to press the button and fire again. Below, Han Shen softly uttered the name of that silhouette. Zhang Lianmeng. Why? He looked utterly confused, quickly moving to the woman's side and crouching down. Zhang Lianmeng stared blankly at Han Shen. However, Han Shen felt no breath from her body. Dead? Dead? Han Shen was momentarily dazed, as if he were in a dream. He had never experienced such a scene before. A living life passing away right before him. And it was to protect him. He stood there in a daze. Then, a surge of immense anger suddenly erupted uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. This anger engulfed him completely. His gaze turned blood red as he instantly lifted his head to look at the monstrous bird in the sky, a terrifying killing intent bursting forth from his body. At that moment, Han Shen's hand gripping the moon crown longbow bulged with veins uncontrollably. Han Shen had never been this angry in his entire life. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Damn it, I will tear you to shreds." However, just then, Zhang Lingmeng, who was thought to be breathless, suddenly trembled. In the next moment, a trickle of bright red blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Han Shen sensed that this woman's breath had once again returned slightly at the tip of her nose. At that moment, Han Shen's anger suddenly vanished and a glimmer of hope reignited in his heart. He instinctively dropped his bow and arrows and hurriedly checked Zhang Lingmeng's injuries. After a moment, Han Shen let out a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just the residual shock from the shell that injured her internal organs, and she didn't die on the spot. At that moment, Han Shen felt the heavy burden on his shoulders suddenly lift, and he felt a sense of relief. Internal injuries can be very difficult to treat in modern society on Blue Star, even equivalent to a death sentence. But here, it's a magical world that cannot be explained by science. Everything is possible. All it takes is a bottle of life-saving elixir to rescue her injuries. Han Shen helped Zhang Lianmeng up, holding her in his arms, and quickly poured a bottle of life-saving elixir into her mouth. Moments later, a hint of color returned to Zhang Lianmeng's pale face and her milky white pupils gradually focused. It was as if she had just walked back from the gates of hell, and in that moment of consciousness, she took a deep breath. Drink! She instinctively grabbed Han Shen's arm, holding on tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh. Even so, her body was still shaking uncontrollably. A wave of sharp pain spread through his arm, but Han Shen did not pull away. He let this woman hold on tightly. He knew that Zhang Liang dreamed was terrified. Just a little bit more, and she would have been killed instantly. Anyone would be scared silly. If someone were mentally weaker, even if they survived, they might carry the shadow of it for a lifetime. Han Shen gently patted her shoulder and softly said, "It's okay now. It's okay now." The three words seemed to carry a special magic, instantly freeing Zhang Liang from the great terror between life and death. She looked at Han Shen with a pale face, then suddenly buried her head in his chest, uncontrollably crying. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Zhang Liang threw herself into Han Shen's embrace. This time, he did not stop her but allowed her to vent her panic and sorrow until his chest was soaked with tears. In the sky, the coal ball was still fighting with the strange bird. This strange bird, seeing it was at a disadvantage, was preparing to flee again. However, at this moment, Han Shen had already marked it for certain death in his heart. After crying for a while, Zhang Liang fell into a deep sleep. Han Shen stood up, his gaze icy as he looked at the monstrous bird and said, "I was going to spare your life in the cave, but now, you dare to come here and seek death yourself. I'll grant you that." In the next moment, Han Shen waved his hand. A steel giant over 6 meters tall, radiating a metallic sheen, suddenly appeared in the territory. In the next moment, the psychic puppet soared into the sky. Skill activated, earthquake impact. The monstrous bird seemed a bit dazed, but the moment it saw the elite puppet appear, it realized something was wrong. With a flap of its fleshy wings, it attempted to escape. However, Han Shen would not let it have its way. He shot out a wind-chasing arrow, aimed directly at the monster bird's heart. The coal ball quickly followed in pursuit. In an effort to dodge the attack, the monstrous bird's escape was hindered. It flapped its wings desperately, trying to soar into the sky. At that moment, the psychic puppet had already reached a height of over 10 meters. Under Han Shen's command, the psychic puppet extended its two massive steel hands and grabbed the monstrous bird's wings. In the desperate gaze of the monstrous bird, the psychic puppet seized it fiercely and yanked it down from the sky. The psychic puppet extended its two iron giant hands, gripping the monstrous bird's wings and yanking it down violently. Caw! The immense feeling of falling caused the monstrous bird to emit a series of agonizing screams. At that moment, a trace of despair appeared in the monstrous bird's eyes. It knew that once it lost the ability to fly, it would be facing certain death. Caw! Caw! The monstrous bird kept screeching, seemingly calling for help. Han Shen sensed a strange aura rapidly approaching from the distant island forest, as if trying to stop him from killing the monstrous bird. However, the aura did not feel strong, it seemed to be weakening. Yet, at this moment, Han Shen had already made up his mind to kill the monstrous bird. Today, no one you call can save you. In the next moment, Han Shen waved his hand again, and 7 psychic puppets suddenly appeared. 8 towering steel giants, each over 4 meters tall, dominated the view. Just looking at them gives a powerful visual shock. That ominous presence was still rushing forward at high speed, and it was getting closer. At that moment, Han Shen suddenly coldly said to the forest, "If you want to expose yourself now, then come out." As soon as he finished speaking, the momentum of that strange presence suddenly came to a halt. At this time, the leader-level monster bird had been violently smashed to the ground by the elite puppet. Boom! The ground erupted with a strong shockwave. This fall caused the monster bird to spit out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if its internal organs had been shattered. After landing, it just wanted to continue struggling. At this moment, 8 psychic puppets surrounded the monster bird, offering it no chance of escape. Within the encirclement, there were also coal balls continuously inflicting damage on it. The monster bird emitted piercing cries, but what awaited it were massive metal fists and streaks of dark light. Bang! 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 The psychic puppets delivered powerful punches, hitting the creature mercilessly. In a short time, the strange bird was covered in wounds, blood, and flesh flying everywhere. Its breath grew weaker, and it could only place its last hope on the presence in the forest. However, it was unclear whether it feared the strength of these puppets or was wary of what Han Shen had just said. In the forest, that terrifying presence gradually retreated. At this moment, the strange bird was utterly hopeless. In its final moments, all it could see were several terrifying metal feet filling its entire field of vision. Bang! Bang bang! After a series of screams, this level 10 strange bird leader was literally stomped to death by several psychic puppets. Looking at the grotesque, bloody mass on the ground that was no longer human-shaped, Han Shen let out a deep breath, the anger in his heart gradually subsiding. Just then, a notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. You successfully defeated the monstrous bird Gale, a 1-star boss-level creature, earning 18,000 experience points, and your pet kobold gained 14,400 experience points. System announcement: as you are the first survivor in the entire server to kill a boss-level monster, you receive a first kill reward. Spirit Core * 5000 Space Backpack Blueprint Blue *1 and you gain an additional reward Blood Source Curse Antidote Recipe *1. Another first kill reward. Han Chen was instantly astonished and a blue backpack blueprint. Previously, Han Chen felt that his backpack space was a bit insufficient and he didn't expect this first kill reward to directly give him a blueprint for a blue space backpack. Han Chen even wanted to check the rewards right away, but thinking about the terrifying presence still lurking in the forest made him hesitate. He decided to temporarily store these items in his backpack and immediately maneuvered the floating island away from the area. After about 10 minutes, he had already moved dozens of kilometers away from the forest. Only then did Han Chen slowly say, "This should be far enough." Luckily, that thing didn't follow. He let out a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what exactly was in that cave or how strong it was. However, just relying on that terrifying aura that can constantly stir one's heart, at the very least, it possesses strength even more formidable than the monster bird leader. Fortunately, Han Chen deduced from the details in the mural that the aura likely doesn't want to expose itself to people, otherwise it wouldn't have been hiding behind the monster bird all this time. His threat indeed had an effect. After escaping danger, Han Chen began to check the properties of the backpack blueprint. Space Backpack Blue can craft a backpack with a storage space of 100 to 200 slots, with some attribute enhancement effects. Materials required for crafting: Spirit Core * 200, Quality Beast Skin * 3, Ether * 2000. Crafting success rate 25%. Due to the bonus from a god-level craftsman talent, the success rate is now 100%. Equipment requirement LV10. Han Chen nodded and said, "Not bad, the blue backpack has at least 100 slots, which is much larger than my current space backpack. However, there is the additional restriction of needing to be level 10 to equip it, but that's not a problem for me." Having just defeated that level 10 boss monster, his experience bar skyrocketed to 95% and he would soon reach level 9. With his current upgrade speed, reaching level 10 is not a distant goal. At this moment, Han Chen took out another reward item from his backpack. Blood Curse Antidote Recipe. This recipe allows the creation of a potion that can. Antidote recipe? What is the Blood Curse? Han Chen became interested. This recipe was somewhat different from the two he obtained earlier. Below, there was even a lengthy introduction. Before the Great Collapse era, the Witch Clan, as one of the 100 clans of the spirit realm, possessed formidable strength. One day, during a tribal ritual, the clan leader heard whispers in his ear. He believed it was the souls of his ancestors communicating with him, guiding him to that noble and sacred place. He asked that voice how to lead the Witch Clan to prosperity. The voice remained silent for a moment before uttering a few words. Faith, sacrifice, blood. Upon hearing the guidance, the clan leader was overjoyed. The ancestors had responded, and the revival of the Witch Clan was in sight. Since then, he has been communicating and exchanging ideas with that voice. Until that day, he finally received the complete sacrificial information. The leader of the Witch Clan then realized that the scale of this sacrifice was too grand, requiring the entire clan's strength to complete. Thus, witches from all over the world were summoned back by him and a grand and massive sacrifice was underway. However, it was that very sacrifice that attracted 4 terrifying beings from another dimension. The names, pasts, and abilities of those 4 beings were unknown. The only commonality was that they all possessed the ability to spread curses, and their transmission speed and intensity were unprecedented. When the 4 terrifying curses spread rapidly across the Witch Clan's territory like a raging wildfire. That night, the Witch Clan was nearly exterminated. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the Peak Elven King and Giant King brought sacred artifacts from their clans to contain the curses. But even so, they only managed to arduously slay 2 of the strange beings. 2 of the strange beings escaped back into their dimension. With the crisis averted, the remaining witches began to recuperate. However, what the Elf King and the Giant King did not notice was that, at the place where the strange existence was slain, a drop of bright red blood had seeped into the soil. This drop of blood is one of the sources of the curse. Many years later, a terrifying existence awakened once again. He was prepared to unleash a dreadful disaster once more. Having experienced one failure, this existence became more cautious, planning slowly and methodically. Moreover, he had already found a suitable target. Under his intentional or unintentional manipulation, the remnants of this existence successfully arrived at the forsaken land of the gods. He was ready to carry out his scheme in this sacred realm, where no living being dared to enter. Now, his plans were about to be completed. At that time, the sky over the entire forsaken land of the gods would be dyed red with blood, a phenomenon known as the blood tide. And beneath the blood tide, all living beings would uncontrollably transform into a distorted and terrifying creature. Only those who consumed the blood source curse resistance agent would be immune to this curse. After reading this long introduction to the formula, Han Chen gasped in surprise. He thought it was just a simple potion recipe, but he didn't expect it to be connected to a huge event. Who is the one behind the scenes making arrangements? Is it related to the aura we sensed in the mountains just now? When will the tide of blood erupt? Han Chen knows nothing about all this. He only knows that if no one stops it, this disaster will eventually come. Han Shen took a deep breath and thought, currently, among all human survivors, I should be the only one who has this information. I wonder if the indigenous people of this world are aware, but they probably aren't, and right now I can't contact them, let alone inform them of the situation. Moreover, the information from above seems to mention that the place I am in, the abandoned land of the gods, is somewhere even the indigenous people of this world dare not easily tread. In other words, if this disaster breaks out, then billions of humans on Blue Star will be the first to suffer. This is troublesome. Han Shen frowned. Under the tide of blood, all living beings will undergo mutations. And one must possess the blood source curse antidote to resist this curse? Han Shen seemed to catch some key information. He suddenly realized the importance of the potion formula in his hands. In a future day, if the blood tide erupts, then this potion could even become the key to turning the tide of battle. Thinking of this, Han Shen directly clicked to learn the formula and then checked the materials needed for production. Blood curse antidote can clear the curse of blood upon consumption. Materials required for production: cursed blood *1, holy aurora *1, witch root grass *1, spirit core *100. The formula for making the potion is not complicated, but 3 of the key materials Han Shen had never even heard of. It seems these materials are not obtainable at the current stage. I should check the trading channel when I have the chance. After reading the information on the formula, Han Shen felt as if a shadow had enveloped his heart. Ever since he read the introduction of the formula, a shadow has loomed over Han Shen's heart. The blood tide, just the name suggests an unimaginable disaster. Even the once powerful witch clan was nearly exterminated. The survivors from Blue Star, even the fastest progressing ones, are only at level 7 or 8, with not a single one having advanced to a first-tier profession. In other words, they are still the lowest tier in this world, mere cannon fodder. In the face of disaster, everyone is affected. Even Han Shen lacks any confidence to resist such a level of catastrophe. Han Shen felt a sense of urgency in his heart. He must quickly improve his strength. At the very least, he needs to have some means of self-defense when the blood tide erupts. Han Shen looked ahead again. The territory was in disarray, with traces of battle everywhere. 8 massive psychic puppets stood silently. Han Shen glanced at the ground, where Zhang Li Meng was still in a state of deep slumber. So, he casually made a bed on the territory and gently picked up Zhang Li Meng. Zhang Li Meng, in her slumber, was completely unaware of everything. Han Shen only felt a soft body cradled in his hands, a unique fragrance wafting into his nose. After laying Zhang Li Meng on the bed to rest, Han Shen said with a strange expression, "This girl is really soft." Then, Han Shen retrieved all 8 puppets back into his storage space. The view of the territory became wide open again. The first thing that caught his eye was a giant pit over 20 meters deep, created by this strange bird with a peculiar cannon. Han Shen twitched his mouth and quickly controlled the excess territory to repair the giant pit. Then, he walked up to the bizarre bird's deformed corpse and kicked it angrily. "Damn it, one shot destroyed over 400 square meters of my territory. If it weren't for the size of my territory, I would have really fallen into your hands today." At that moment, Han Shen felt a bit relieved that he had built a castle at the core of his territory. If others wanted to attack his core, they would first have to break down the castle's 1,000 defense points. And just now, the strange bird's shot only dealt less than 60 points of splash damage to the castle's defense. Looking at the strange bird's corpse, Han Shen was filled with anger. At that moment, Han Shen suddenly thought, can this strange bird's corpse be decomposed? He tried to click on it. A system prompt appeared. Do you want to decompose the corpse of the monstrous bird galley, 1-star leader creature? Absolutely. Han Shen immediately confirmed it. Decomposition successful. Obtained monster bird skull *1, monster bird eyeball *2, cursed blood *7. Monster bird skull quest item. Possessing the monster bird skull allows you to collect the bounty in the Elf King City. Monster bird eyeball special item seems to be a medium for some kind of alchemical array. Cursed blood special material contains a hint of cursed aura, seems to be usable for making a certain potion. Han Shen noticed a third item. In the formula for the blood curse antidote he obtained, one of the required materials is cursed blood. He didn't expect that this monstrous bird could actually decompose into it. Moreover, this monstrous bird was with that terrifying presence in the cave. It seems that his inferred conclusion is likely correct. The aura in the cave is very likely related to the impending blood tide. No wonder the system's first kill reward gave him a potion formula like this. After dealing with the monster bird's corpse, Han Shen was ready to clean up the messy territory. Just then, little Cole suddenly jumped to Han Shen's feet. Han Shen asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Cole?" Cole scratched Han Shen's boot, then its figure flashed and appeared near the castle. Han Shen followed its figure and focused his gaze, spotting a huge cannon with a golden sheen in the corner of the castle. No way, isn't that the cannon that monster bird used to fire at me? At this moment, Han Shen vaguely remembered. When the elite puppet soared into the sky and pulled the monster bird down, the cannon on its shoulder fell off. This cannon is extremely powerful. As someone who experienced it firsthand, Han Shen knew it well. One shot could even blast a hole in his own territory, and if it hit someone, even an elite-level psychic puppet wouldn't be able to withstand it. This thing is truly a treasure, a devastating weapon. After the surprise came uncontrollable joy. Han Chen felt his breathing becoming a bit rapid. He hurried over and picked up a golden cannon. Item attributes appeared before him. Melted Gold Cannon LV10, Golden Special Equipment, Quality Rare, Attack Power 436-472, Additional Effect, Explosion. When the shell contacts an object, it deals 150% impact damage, then detonates the shell, causing 80% explosion damage to all objects within 20 meters. Additional effect, Burnout. Units attacked by the Melted Gold Cannon will receive a layer of Burning Embers status, continuously burning their health. Remaining durability 2/50. Each attack consumes 1 durability. When durability reaches 0, the equipment will be in a scrap state and cannot be repaired. Looking at the cracked surface of the cannon, Han Chen's excited heart suddenly sank. Only 2 points of durability left? That means I can only fire 2 more shots? Han Chen felt a bit regretful. At that moment, he cautiously tapped on the durability of the Melted Gold Cannon. A system prompt appeared. Would you like to repair the special equipment, Melted Gold Cannon? Materials needed for repair: 48 eternal gold ingots, 48 encouraging crystals, 4,800 spirit cores, 48,000 rare earths. After a successful repair, durability will be restored to full value. It really works. Han Chen's eyes lit up with surprise. After a pause, he thought, however, the materials for repairing this thing are quite advanced. Eternal gold ingots and encouraging crystals are things I've never encountered before. Even in the entire District 107, I doubt I can find them. Han Chen glanced at the durability of the melting gold cannon, sighed, and said, once the durability hits 0, it can no longer be used. This means that until I find enough materials, I can only fire 1 more shot. After pondering for a moment, Han Chen shook his head. Forget it, 1 shot is still good, at least I have another trump card in my hands. With that thought, Han Chen stopped dwelling on it. He then began to organize his territory. About half an hour later, Zhang Lingmeng woke up from her coma and found herself lying in bed, although she didn't know when it happened. As soon as she opened her eyes, Han Chen's back came into view. She was momentarily confused, then recalled how she had been held in Han Chen's arms before losing consciousness, causing her face to flush a deep red. As a result, her breathing became a bit hurried. Han Chen heard the noise behind him and slowly walked over. At this moment, Zhang Liandong was lying on the bed in a side position, which accentuated her graceful figure even more. Zhang Liandong had a unique charm that combined maturity with a hint of innocence, making it hard to look away after just 1 glance. Noticing Han Chen approaching, Zhang Liandong instantly tensed up, her delicate toes curled together in an attempt to hide her nervousness. She closed her eyes again, trying to pretend she was still unconscious. However, Han Chen's voice rang out beside her. Alright, I could hear your heavy breathing from over 10 meters away. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liandong sat up instantly, lowering her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. Han Chen, however, did not say much more and solemnly said, this time, thank you. This thank you came from the heart. After all, she had indeed saved his life. Zhang Lindream clearly felt that Han Chen's attitude had softened a lot. Han Chen is indifferent to strangers, but he cannot remain cold towards someone willing to sacrifice themselves to help him. Zhang Lindream lightly hummed in response. At that moment, Han Chen asked, so, what are your plans next? Mentioning this topic, Zhang Lindream suddenly felt a bit lost. Yeah, where else could she go? Her core territory had been destroyed, and she couldn't even rebuild it. Without the floating island, she couldn't even move freely in this world. Han Chen noticed her predicament and asked, what about your man? Still no reply? Zhang Lindream seemed to recall this and quickly checked her messages. The next moment, Han Chen saw a look of sadness on her face. He's dead. Dead? Han Chen was taken aback. Zhang Lindream nodded gently. His chat window turned black and the system showed that the survivor has been eliminated and can no longer be contacted. At this point, tears were already flowing uncontrollably from Zhang Liaming's eyes. Han Chen was stunned for a moment, but after thinking it over, he realized it was to be expected. That guy ignored Zhang Liaming's advice and acted on his own. They didn't even understand how difficult the secret realm was, yet they dared to recklessly challenge a 2-star secret realm. Death is a normal occurrence. After a moment, Han Chen could only say, take care and adjust to the changes. Zhang Liaming was still quietly sobbing at this time. But for some reason, she found that she wasn't as sad as she had imagined. After all, she had just become engaged to Lu Zikai, and in terms of familiarity, she was even less acquainted with him than the receptionist at his company. He didn't even know what Zhang Liaming's mother was called and never cared about her matters. Previously, she had always wanted to find Lu Zikai because, in this world, he was the only person she could connect with. Since coming to this world, she had never felt safe for even a day. She had only imagined Lu Zikai as her mental support in times of fear. But after spending the last 2 days together, the pillar of support she had in her mind seemed to have quietly changed its appearance. She looked at the man in front of her. Although they had only spent 2 days together, he provided a sense of security she had never felt before in her life. Half an hour later, When Zhang Lingmeng's emotions calmed down, Han Shen walked to her side as if he had made a certain decision. Han Shen slowly spoke, Zhang Lingmeng, stay here. Han Shen slowly spoke, Zhang Lingmeng, stay here. Zhang Lingmeng raised her head, looking at Han Shen in confusion, seemingly unable to believe it. Han Shen continued, your core territory was destroyed because you saved me, and I am not someone who forgets a favor. Next, if you have nowhere else to go, just stay here for now. I will also look for other ways to help you restore your territory. What do you think? After Han Shen finished speaking, Zhang Lingmeng only heard the last part, stay here for now. She lifted her head and tentatively asked, Can I really stay here? Han Shen nodded, you can stay here as long as you don't have your own territory. Of course, if you have other ideas, you can tell me. Zhang Lingmeng immediately became excited and said, I. She was about to say she was willing, but felt it was inappropriate, so she changed her wording. She sincerely said, thank you. As soon as she finished speaking, a radiant smile appeared on her face, a genuine happiness and joy. Zhang Lingmeng was already extremely beautiful, and this smile made her look even more like a blooming begonia. For a moment, Han Shen was a bit mesmerized. After a few seconds, Han Shen came back to his senses, awkwardly coughed twice, and changed the subject. By the way, are you hungry? If you are, come over and eat. I'm planning to make barbecue. Upon hearing about food, Zhang Lingmeng's stomach let out a rumble, and she shyly lowered her head. Han Shen didn't mind and instead lit the campfire himself, then took out some fine iron arrows to start grilling the meat. The chunks of beast meat sizzled with a popping sound as they were roasted over the charcoal fire. Golden grease oozed out from the surface. Han Shen occasionally flipped the meat pieces and sprinkled some seasoning on top. Before long, a delicious aroma filled the entire campsite. Zhang Lianmeng squatted nearby, watching Han Shen's actions with a smile and said, your movements are so skilled, do you often grill meat by yourself? Zhang Lianmeng didn't realize that her squatting position not only highlighted her impressive chest but also showcased the curve of her rounded hips fully visible. Han Shen glanced at her but quickly turned his gaze away. Freak! Don't try to disturb my focus. Han Shen nodded and replied, there aren't many other ingredients in this world. I basically eat meat every day. I do have some vegetable seeds, but I don't want to plant them, it's too much trouble. Upon hearing about the vegetable seeds, Zhang Lianmeng's eyes lit up. Can you give me the seeds? Han Shen understood her meaning and asked, you want a farm? Zhang Lianmeng nodded seriously, resting her chin on her hand and replied, my dream since childhood has been to have my own garden where I can grow lots of fruits, vegetables, and various flowers. Seeing her excited expression, Han Shen casually tossed a few packets of vegetable seeds to her. Here, take these. I'll make a few tools later. Zhang Lindream looked at Han Shen gratefully. Both of them tacitly avoided mentioning Lu Zikai. Zhang Lindream carefully tucked the seeds into her backpack, then looked at Han Shen, hesitating to speak. Han Shen said, feel free to ask whatever you want, there's no need to be so reserved. Zhang Lindream stammered, I still don't know your name. Hearing this, Han Shen seemed to recall that until now, although Zhang Lindream had introduced herself, he had not mentioned his own name. He felt quite speechless. I mean, Miss Shang, you don't even know my name, yet you're willing to risk your life to save me? What were you thinking at that moment? Zhang Lindream appeared quite embarrassed and said, I wasn't really thinking about anything. I just felt that since you saved me once, I should save you too. And besides, you're so capable, I believe you wouldn't let me die. Zhang Liandream smiled foolishly, her gaze towards Han Shen containing a hint of admiration. Han Shen silently stared at her, seeming a bit embarrassed by her gaze, while Zhang Liandream shyly lowered her head. After a moment, Han Shen said, my name is Han Shen. Then, Han Shen turned and walked towards the castle. Zhang Liandream softly repeated the name, Han Shen. At that moment, Han Shen's voice came from ahead. Zhang Liandream, come here. Ha! Oh! Zhang Liandream stood up and obediently walked to Han Shen's side. When she looked up at the nearly 20-meter-tall castle, a deep curiosity appeared in her eyes. Zhang Liandream exclaimed, wow, what a huge castle. Xingor, is this your home? Han Shen heard her last sentence, his eyes suddenly widening as he asked, what did you just call me? Xingor, don't you like me calling you that? Zhang Liandream stared at him with her innocent big eyes, looking confused. This woman is a few years older than herself, but she still looks very young, with a sense of maturity mixed with youthfulness. Calling herself Brother Xing seems quite fitting as well. Han Shen shook his head helplessly, it's just a title, she can call him whatever she likes. Leading Zhang Lianmeng into the castle, Han Shen turned around and said, this castle is very large, basically every tower has rooms below it. You can choose any room to stay in. Zhang Lianmeng, hearing this, asked with a somewhat bewildered look, Xing, Brother Xing, do you mean I can also live in the castle? Yes, is there a problem? Han Shen replied. Zhang Lianmeng quickly shook her head, feeling as if she were in a dream. She had been in this world for nearly half a month, always using the sky as her blanket and the ground as her bed. Just setting up a tent was her temporary home. This is also the current situation for the vast majority of survivors. Han Shen taking her in already made Zhang Lianmeng extremely grateful. Even if it were still like before, sleeping in a tent outside the territory, she would feel very satisfied. She never expected that Han Chen would actually let her live in the castle. For a moment, Zhang Lingmeng felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. She earnestly thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Xing Gur." Han Chen was quite speechless. It was just a room he had given her. Was it really that big of a deal? Han Chen continued, "The room at the very top of the central tower is mine. You can choose any of the others. Once you've chosen, take a look and see what furniture you need, and I'll make it for you." Zhang Lingmeng softly murmured in response, looking at the vast space of the castle, her eyes somewhat dazed because she didn't know which room to choose. After a moment, she seemed to muster up some courage and quietly asked, "Xingor, can I stay in the room below yours?" After saying this, Zhang Lingmeng felt her face turning almost as hot as a ripe apple, making one unable to resist wanting to take a gentle bite. Han Chen glanced at her. Although he wanted to refuse, he thought about how this woman had saved his life, so he reconsidered. Han Chen nodded. Zhang Lianmeng let out a sigh and softly said, "That's great." After arriving in the room at the center of the tower, Han Chen crafted a new set of furniture for Zhang Lianmeng, including a bed, a table, a mirror, and a moonlight lamp. Time quietly slipped into the deep night. Then, Han Chen also made her several sets of clothes, all in ordinary pajama styles. In this world, that's the convenience of it. As long as there are blueprints and materials, things can be made anytime and anywhere. These basic items can all be found in the Comprehensive Furniture Blueprint Collection, Daily Necessities Blueprint Collection, and Basic Tools Blueprint Collection. After a busy day, Han Chen was tired and fell onto his bed, quickly falling asleep. The coal ball lay at Han Chen's feet. It had stayed in the room without leaving even a step of the past 2 days due to Han Chen's orders. The night was deep. Han Chen's castle had changed from before because tonight, another person had moved in. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng lay in bed, her slender legs tightly hugging the pillow, tossing and turning in a side position, unable to fall asleep no matter what. So comfortable. It's been so long since I've felt what it's like to sleep in a bed. She couldn't help but think about the events of the past few days. Since meeting Han Chen, her life had changed drastically. Not only did he save her from the dog-headed men, but he also gave her a warm place to stay. At this moment, Zhang Lingmeng felt that this man was simply the light of life sent by heaven to save her. He made her feel a sense of security she had never experienced before in this perilous world. At this time, she couldn't help but feel a bit lucky about her earlier actions, secretly thinking, "Thank goodness I had the courage to ask you for help." Just then, Zhang Lingmeng suddenly twitched her nose. Sniff, sniff. She tentatively sniffed the pillow and, finding no trace of Han Chen's scent, her expression immediately turned disappointed. At this moment, she seemed to realize that her earlier actions were a bit infatuated. She felt shy, burying her face deeply into the pillow. The next morning, Han Chen got out of bed on time. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw a magnificent sight. No, a sexy beauty in a thin nightgown tied with a white apron, standing respectfully at the door. This beauty was, of course, Zhang Lingmeng. She was holding 2 bowls of steaming rice porridge in her hands. However, Han Chen noticed that the nightgown he made was clearly a bit too small. On Zhang Lingmeng, it looked quite tight, showcasing her curves almost entirely. Upon seeing her outfit, Han Chen couldn't help but feel a rush of blood. Damn it, it's early in the morning and she's wearing an apron and a nightgown. Which vigorous young man could withstand such a test? Han Chen quickly turned his gaze to the side, coughed a couple of times, and asked, "Up so early?" Zhang Lingmeng chuckled and nodded. "I heard you say that you eat meat every day, which is not good for your health, so I got up early to make you 2 bowls of porridge. What flavor do you like?" She was holding 2 bowls of steaming porridge, and Han Chen saw that there were millet, red dates, and some vegetable seeds inside. "Anything is fine." Han Chen nodded and said, "Come in, there's a table on my balcony. We can eat there." Zhang Lianmeng cautiously stepped forward, following Han Chen into the room. Her eyes were filled with curiosity, constantly scanning Han Chen's room. At that moment, she seemed to notice the coal ball lying on the bed and exclaimed, "Wow, what a cute little puppy." She quickly set the porridge she was holding aside, just about to reach out to pet the coal ball. But she saw the coal ball suddenly stand up on the bed, baring its fangs and looking at her fiercely. Zhang Lianmeng was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Han Chen then reminded her, "The coal ball is a wolf. It doesn't like strangers touching it, so it's best you don't get too close." Upon hearing Han Chen's words, Zhang Lianmeng also gave up the idea of petting the coal ball, but her gaze remained on the little wolf cub, her face filled with affection. Zhang Lianmeng picked up the hot porridge again and sat down opposite Han Chen. On the small balcony on the top floor, Zhang Lingmeng looked at the scenery outside and exclaimed, "Wow, the view here is amazing. I didn't expect there could be such living conditions in this world. I thought everyone was like me, sleeping in tents." Han Chen didn't engage in that topic but took a sip of the millet porridge, which was warm and had a delicate texture. He complimented, "The taste is pretty good. I'm glad you like it." Zhang Lingmeng smiled foolishly. "I know many ways to make porridge and can prepare different breakfasts. I'm really good at cooking. As long as there are ingredients, I can make you different dishes every day." Han Chen nodded. He had indeed heard Zhang Lingmeng mention that she was quite good at cooking. In such a perilous world, having someone to cook for him was a nice thought. Thinking about it, it seemed like a good idea. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Lingming skillfully cleared the table and then went downstairs. At that moment, Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun sent messages in the discussion group. Cheng Jianyong, Xinge, Xin Yun, and I are about to meet up. When are you coming over? At this moment, Han Xin suddenly remembered that he indeed mentioned meeting at the same coordinates. However, because of Zhang Lingming's task fragment, he forgot about it. Not only did he not get closer to them, but he also moved further away. At this time, Han Xin thought for a moment and said, I've taken on a task and have run quite far, so I might not be able to reach you in a short time. I'll have to come over in a few days. At this moment, Xin Yun said, Brother Xing, should we come over to find you? Han Xin thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, not for now. Since you two are about to meet up, focus on forming a team to level up and grab the leaderboard rewards first. Once the teleportation array is built, you can come over anytime. Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun seem to have thought of this as well. This time, among the leaderboard rewards, the top 100 would receive a basic teleportation array blueprint. With their combined strength and the help Han Chen provided, securing the ranking rewards wouldn't be a difficult task. At this moment, Han Chen pondered for a moment and continued, by the way, Cheng Jianyong, Xin Yun, I have something important to tell you. Both of them immediately became serious. If even Han Chen says it's important, then this matter must be quite serious. Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun waited for Han Chen to continue. After a moment, Han Chen slowly said, while carrying out this hidden mission, I received some terrifying information. Next, there will likely be a disaster, and all of humanity on Blue Star will be its victims. The timing of this disaster is still unclear, but I don't think it will be long. So before that, we must quickly enhance our strength. At the very least, we must become first-tier professionals, otherwise we won't even have the power to protect ourselves. Han Chen directly shared the information he had received, along with his deductions. In the chat channel, both of them could hear the seriousness in Han Chen's tone. They also knew that Han Chen wouldn't joke about such matters. At this moment, Xin Yun solemnly asked, Xinge, will this disaster be very serious? It will likely be more terrifying than expected. Han Chen recalled the description in the formula, realizing that the severity of this potential genocide disaster would exceed everyone's imagination. After hearing this, Xin Yun said gravely, alright, we'll follow your lead. Let's focus on reaching level 10 first, then complete the advancement. Once the two finished speaking, they immediately closed the discussion group and began leveling up. Meanwhile, Han Chen also felt a sense of urgency. He needed to level up quickly too. Just as Han Chen was about to head downstairs, he received a private message from a friend. The sender was Clever Sheep, also known as Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang, Star God, are you there? Han Chen, yes, what's up? It's nothing really, I just wanted to ask if you need a teammate. I see everyone has formed little groups now, and they say having a teammate is much safer, and you can look out for each other in case of danger. If you need, I can come find you. Han Chen was speechless. What's going on today? Why is everyone coming to find me? He thought for a moment and decided to decline Su Xiaoyang's invitation to team up. He then shared with her what he had just told Xin Yun and the others. Su Xiaoyang was stunned, and after a long pause, she incredulously asked, is it really possible for such a terrible disaster to occur? Yeah, it's really scary. Han Chen replied, so, our primary goal now is to reach level 10 and complete our job advancement. Su Xiaoyang responded seriously, I will. Thank you for reminding me. After saying that, Han Chen thought for a moment and sent a trade request to Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang hesitantly clicked accept. When she saw the purple longbow in the trade window, she gasped. This, such a high-level weapon, aren't you going to use it yourself? Han Chen smiled and said, what are you thinking? Of course I have a better one, that's why I'm giving this to you. When Han Chen crafted the Moon Crown longbow, he also made several high-quality longbows. Since they would just gather dust in the warehouse, he didn't want to trade the purple weapon in the trading channel for now. Seeing Su Xiaoyang hesitating to confirm the trade, Han Chen urged, just take it, leveling up is more important. It's just a weapon, it doesn't mean much to me. Su Xiaoyang took a deep breath and then placed a book in the trade window. Skill book, weakness perception. Seeing this skill book, Han Chen's eyes lit up. Each profession has 5 basic skills in the early stages. Han Chen has already learned the other 4 skills, but he has yet to find the last skill, weakness perception. At this moment, Han Chen thought of Su Xiaoyang, who is also a hunter. So he asked, you're also a hunter, you can use this skill book, right? Su Xiaoyang chuckled, it's okay, I've already learned the other 4 skills, missing this one doesn't matter. Besides, you gave me such an amazing weapon, which is much more valuable than this skill book. I can't just take your stuff for free. Su Xiaoyang seems to be a person with principles. Han Chen pondered for a moment and clicked accept. Transaction successful, you have obtained the skill book, weakness perception, hunter exclusive, you have lost the Moon Crown longbow, purple. Weakness perception, after activating the skill, enter a 10-second weakness perception state, increasing hit rate by 50% and critical hit rate by 50%. Han Chen directly clicked to learn. Now, he has learned all 5 skills for the hunter's early stage. Next, it's time to start leveling up. When Han Chen walked down from the castle, he saw Zhang Lingmeng already dressed in a mage's robe, smiling and waiting for him. Zhang Lingmeng gently asked, "So, are we going to start leveling up now?" Han Chen nodded. Zhang Lingmeng took a deep breath, waved her staff, and seemed to be motivating herself, saying, "Alright, I won't hold you back." Han Chen glanced at her and thought to himself how nice it is to have a sensible woman. Then, Han Chen scanned the surroundings. He noticed a patch of clouds nearby, covering over 100 square meters. As he approached, a system prompt appeared. A group of intellectually challenged creatures is active inside. Would you like to enter? Han Chen clicked yes without hesitation. When the clouds dissipated, a group of kobolds reappeared. They raised their beast bone clubs and shouted, "Candles! Give me candles! It's humans, kill them!" Looking at these familiar monsters, Zhang Lingmeng couldn't help but feel a tightness in her chest. She instinctively raised her staff, ready to cast a spell. However, a dark shadow rushed over at a speed faster than hers. This shadow was Kobold. Once Kobold entered the dog-headed tribe, it was like a tiger among sheep, starting a massacre. Swish! Swish swish! In an instant, many bloody marks appeared on the bodies of the dog-headed men. Then, dark light flashed continuously, and these dog-headed men howled in agony. Even more terrifying was that, 10 seconds into the battle, Kobold suddenly erupted with 10 terrifying spikes, piercing through several dog-headed men and leaving them severely injured. At this moment, Zhang Lianming was still standing there in a daze. Han Chen reminded her, saying, "Don't space out, cast a skill to deal some damage, or you won't gain any experience. The party system in this world works like this, you must deal damage to the enemy to gain shared experience." Zhang Lianming seemed to have reacted at this moment. She hurriedly raised her staff and began to murmur a spell. "Fiery flames, burn everything away." A fireball the size of a basin erupted from her staff, landing in the midst of the goblin crowd and causing explosive damage. Han Chen even saw that as the woman waved her staff, the grand scale trembled violently up and down once more. Han Chen smiled and said, "Why do I feel like you should choose a priestly profession?" Zhang Limang looked puzzled. Why? Because you can heal others. Zhang Limang seemed to understand the meaning behind Han Chen's words. Her face instantly turned beet red. But unlike before, she did not lower her head. Instead, she tightly grasped her staff and held her head high. Although still very shy and feeling somewhat embarrassed internally, she no longer avoided Han Chen's gaze and actually enjoyed this feeling. At that moment, the battle on the Kobold's side had already been resolved. A system notification came through. You have killed Goblin Wizard LV9, Goblin Warrior LV8, Goblin. Earned 810 experience points. Pet Kobold earned 648 experience points. Compared to before, Han Chen felt that the experience points gained were slightly less, about 20% less. This is because there's an additional team member sharing the experience. However, Zhang Lingmeng also gained 810 experience points. Overall, teaming up indeed allows for faster experience gain than going solo. Although there's a 20% reduction in experience, the monster killing speed significantly increases, provided that the two teammates are of similar strength. However, for Han Chen, having a spirited little boss like Meicho in front means that losing 20% of the experience isn't a big deal. Next, he continued to level up. After an hour, Han Chen directly reached level 9. He only needed one more level to reach level 10 and claim the first place reward. At this moment, the fastest on the leaderboard was only a newly leveled level 8 Whisperer, and the huge gap with Han Chen made everyone almost abandon the thought of catching up. From morning till night, Han Chen explored at least 20 empty islands, reaping a large amount of resources and experience points. His experience bar had reached 50% of level 9, and if all goes well, he would reach level 10 tomorrow. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingming's level had also risen to level 7 after a whole day of casual play. Zhang Liandrim felt very embarrassed, thinking she hadn't contributed at all and was just riding on Han Chen's experience. However, Han Chen said, "You don't need to intervene with these low-level monsters. Once you level up, you'll be able to help me more when we encounter some powerful bosses in the future." Upon hearing this, Zhang Liandrim nodded seriously. At this time, the sun had already set, and Han Chen was preparing to explore the last empty island before taking a break. However, on this empty island, he heard a different prompt. There is a piece of fertile land inside, where some crops are growing. Would you like to enter? Fertile land? Han Chen heard the unusual prompt and directly clicked to enter. As the clouds dispersed, Han Chen was astonished to see greenery growing on this empty island of over 100 square meters. What is this? However, when Zhang Liandrim saw the green leaves on the ground, her eyes lit up. Oh my god, so many potatoes. Zhang Liandrim excitedly rushed over and began digging out potatoes from the soil, each one yellowish on the surface and about the size of a fist. At this moment, Han Chen, who has never farmed before, feels like an idiot. He doesn't even recognize a potato. Zhang Lingmeng excitedly said to Han Chen while holding 2 potatoes, "Xingur, we have potatoes to eat." Her face radiated pure joy, just like a little girl who has found a treasure. Han Chen seemed to be infected by her enthusiasm and started laughing as well. Under the system prompt, Han Chen merged this more than 100 square meter empty island. You have obtained fertile land *121. You have obtained crops potatoes 45 kilograms. Your territory area has expanded. At the edge of Han Chen's territory, a patch of deep black land appeared, where many mature potatoes were growing. At this moment, Zhang Lingming's eyes lit up. Xinggur, can I use this piece of land to grow vegetables? When I was exploring today, I found a lot of vegetable seeds, like eggplants, cabbages, radishes, and water spinach. Han Chen glanced at her. So you were squatting on those empty islands all day looking for these seeds? Zhang Lindream nodded excitedly. I plan to plant a lot of vegetables for you in the future to keep your nutrition balanced. Han Chen nodded. Alright, this area will be designated for you as your little vegetable garden, and from now on, I'll rely on you for my vegetable supply. Thank you, Xinggur. Zhang Lindream nodded excitedly. Zhang Lindream immediately ran into the castle, grabbed a few small hoes, and started cultivating the land. Han Chen noticed that this woman, Zhang Lindream, was truly a farming fanatic. She had 100% enthusiasm for this kind of work. Moreover, in some aspects, she even understood the mechanisms of this world better than Han Chen. As a matter of fact, she was already asking Han Chen for some bones again. Xinggur, grinding the bones into powder and sprinkling it on top will add nutrients to the soil and speed up the growth time of these crops. Han Chen nodded and said, I have plenty of beast bones stored in the storage box, you can go get them yourself. Han Chen granted Zhang Lindream access to the storage box. Generally speaking, if the landowner is not dead or has not given permission, other survivors cannot open the storage boxes within the territory. Zhang Limeng ran to the warehouse area of the castle, and after opening one of the storage boxes, she was stunned by the vast array of materials inside. Oh my! Zhang Limeng exclaimed, but she didn't think much and directly carried a few large bones back outside the castle. Under Han Chen's interested gaze, Zhang Limeng placed these bones on the stone grinding table and then picked up a stone hammer, working hard to crush the bones. However, it seemed that due to the bones of these beasts being too hard, her strength was insufficient, and after many strikes, she was unable to break them. At this moment, Han Chen was watching her lift a stone hammer, shaking as she vigorously smashed the bones. Bang! 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 Seeing this, Han Chen swallowed hard and walked over, saying, Let me do it, your strength is too low to break these bones. Zhang Liandrin wiped the sweat from her forehead, her face flushed from exertion, gazing dreamily at Han Chen. At this moment, Zhang Liandrin's robe was soaked with sweat, her thin clothing accentuating her devilish figure, combined with her unique scent. Even the air seemed to be filled with an alluring fragrance. This appearance could almost instantly evoke a certain desire deep within men. Han Chen also took several deep breaths to barely restrain himself. He walked over to Zhang Liandrim and picked up the bones. Of course, Han Chen would not foolishly continue to crush the bones himself, as that would be too slow. So, he directly summoned a psychic puppet. Under Zhang Liandrim's astonished gaze, the psychic puppet grabbed the bones and held them in its palm, then a steel hand slammed down. Smack! The bones of the beast were crushed into powder in an instant. Wow, so impressive! Zhang Liandrim exclaimed. Han Chen looked at her adoring eyes and silently recited a calming mantra. Then he manipulated the puppet, scattering bone powder on the territory, and a system prompt appeared. Bone powder fertilization successful. This piece of land will provide more nutrients for crops, accelerating their growth cycle. Zhang Lingmeng wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, Xinggur, take a break. I'll go make dinner. After saying that, she rolled up a corner of her mage robe and walked over with light steps, her hips swaying. Watching her busy about, Han Chen thought to himself, this woman is really virtuous. And her butt is quite big. Having someone like her to handle logistics for him doesn't seem like a bad thing. While thinking about this, Zhang Lingmeng had already prepared a table full of delicious and fragrant dishes. Since arriving in this world, Han Chen hadn't had such tasty dishes for a long time, and he immediately started to gobble them down. Zhang Lingmeng, resting her chin on her hand, watched Han Chen with a silly smile, her face radiating happiness. This scene seems to be the one she has always dreamed of. Han Chen noticed something was off with her and asked, What's wrong? Nothing, I'm fine. Zhang Limeng shook her head and, after a moment, shyly said, I sweated a lot today, can I use some water to take a shower? Han Chen was taken aback for a moment but nodded, Sure, feel free to use it, there's plenty of water in the storage box. Last time it rained, Han Chen had stored enough water for daily needs in 2 storage boxes. Zhang Limeng nodded and returned to the castle with a flushed face. Under Han Chen's guidance, he specifically designated a room for her to freshen up. After all, there were plenty of rooms, so he could be indulgent. As Han Chen passed by, he heard the sound of rushing water, which sparked endless imagination. Late at night, Han Chen continued to sit on his balcony, gazing at the stars. At that moment, he suddenly noticed something unusual in the distance. In the moonlight, it seemed that 2 survivor territories were moving closer to him. Ha! Are there other survivors again? Han Chen took out his weapon, preparing to wait and see. Strangely, the 2 survivors suddenly stopped about a kilometer away from Han Chen. They did not intend to approach. After observing for a while, they turned and left. They left? Han Chen put his weapon back into his backpack, thought for a moment, and didn't take it to heart. However, not long after, one of the human hunters is excitedly making a call, reporting the situation to the higher-ups. Boss, we found the territory you mentioned. There's a castle over 20 meters high in that territory, and it has 3 or 4 levels, with at least 4 to 5,000 cubic meters. It should be the kid you mentioned. At this moment, a stern-looking middle-aged man hears the news, and a slight change finally appears on his pale face. This middle-aged man is the Whisperer. Listening to his subordinate's report, he quickly said, "Did you record a video? Send it to me." "Got it, boss." A video file was sent over. After watching the video, the Whisperer finally confirmed that this was the person he was looking for, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Good, well done. You two, go find Huangwen to collect your rewards." The 2 survivors thanked him with excitement on their faces. After the call ended, the Whisperer clenched his fist and said excitedly, "Xinghe, finally, I found you." Thinking of this, the Whisperer summoned Huangwen, one of the few trusted subordinates he had, whom he trusted greatly. In the night, a warrior dressed in light armor quietly arrived at the Whisperer's territory. The Whisperer whispered a few words in Huangwen's ear. "Xinghe has reached level 9 and will reach level 10 tomorrow, securing the first place reward. Huangwen, tonight is the time to act." The seemingly slight man showed a serious expression in his eyes. The Whisperer earnestly instructed, "Remember, find trustworthy brothers. This matter must not be exposed." After a moment, he nodded and said, "Got it, boss, I'll arrange it right away." As Huangwen quietly withdrew, a flash of killing intent crossed the Whisperer's face. "Xinghe, don't blame me. I never wanted to take action against you. But during the last expedition, we lost too many brothers, and even I barely managed to survive. The Divine Whisper team is severely weakened and urgently needs a large amount of resources to regain strength. Although we have no deep-seated grudges between us, you have gathered too many resources in your hands. These resources can only realize their value when held by large teams like ours. So, don't blame me for being ruthless." That night, several survivors simultaneously received a secret message, and upon reflection, they found they had the same coordinates. Meanwhile, under careful manipulation, the 8 survivors' floating islands began to move in the dead of night. Their target was clearly the location of the floating island where Han Shan was. In the dead of night, Han Shan was deep in sleep. In the room below him, Zhang Lingmeng was also sleeping peacefully. At that moment, the 8 floating islands were slowly approaching him. As all 8 floating islands gathered together, the coal ball lying at his feet woke up first. As a void howling wolf, it has an innate sense of danger and malice. With a flash of dark light, the coal ball jumped onto the balcony. Upon noticing the strange occurrence at the edge of his territory, Coal Ball instantly darted back to Han Shan's bedside, gently nudging his shoulder with a paw. Han Shan sensed something was off with Coal Ball and immediately woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that Coal Ball's expression was unusual, and it kept glancing out the window. Han Shan realized something was wrong. Following Coal Ball's lead, he made his way to the window. Then, Han Shan spotted 8 sneaky figures sneaking into his territory. In the dead of night, these survivors had banded together and silently entered someone else's territory. It would be hard to believe they had no ulterior motives. Han Shen's expression turned cold, and he silently took out his legendary quality longbow. At this moment, these guys were still unaware that Han Shen had woken up and had already detected their presence. These survivors looked at the massive castle before them, their eyes filled with greed. Then, the survivors exchanged glances and took out a palm-sized bamboo tube from their backpacks one after another. Han Shan also noticed their movements. These people have taken out bamboo tubes that seem unusual, with fuses set at the front. This is actually homemade explosives. They don't come in peace. Han Shan furrowed his brows. These people are well-equipped, well-prepared, and their formation is quite reasonable. 2 stealthers, 2 warriors, 2 mages, 1 hunter, and 1 cleric. If it were ordinary survivors, they would have no chance of resisting against such a lineup. This is also Han Shan's first encounter with an invasion by other survivors. But he didn't panic. Han Shan slowly drew back his bowstring, a trace of killing intent appearing in his eyes. The 8 invaders each held several homemade explosive tubes. At that moment, the leading human warrior said quietly, "Light it, throw them together, blow open the castle gate, and then launch a direct assault." Others nodded in agreement. Just as one of the human hunters was about to ignite the fuse, from the top of the castle, an arrow shot down with lightning speed. Whoosh! In the next moment, the arrow hit the center of the forehead and exited through the brain. Thud! A blood hole appeared on the forehead of the human hunter, going through from front to back, and he fell limp to the ground. A message notification came: "You dealt damage to the survivor Dragon Tamer and successfully killed him." It turns out this survivor is called Dragon Tamer. Han Shan recalled in his mind and realized he didn't know this guy and had never interacted with him. The other 7 invaders looked in horror at their fallen teammate's body, their faces filled with shock. "Little dragon! Damn it! We've been discovered! Everyone, go for a full-on assault!" As soon as the leading human warrior finished speaking, they all lit the fuses of their cannons. Throw! With that, the remaining 7 invaders simultaneously threw their cannons. However, Han Shen just glanced at them and completely disregarded it. He scoffed, "A bunch of idiots, my castle has 1,000 defense points. With those little firecrackers in your hands, if you can blow off a layer, I'll consider it a loss." Sure enough, 7 cannons were thrown to the gate of the castle. After a series of violent explosions, the gate remained unmoved. Han Shen took a look at the state of the castle. Remaining defense value, 963. A wave of explosions only reduced 37 points of defense value. The invaders were stunned, their self-made explosives, which they had always been proud of for their power, had no effect at all. At that moment, taking advantage of their confusion, Han Shen peeked out again and shot an arrow. Whoosh! This arrow pierced through the chest of a human mage once more. In a team battle, prioritize killing the squishy targets. Han Shen also believed in this truth. The human mage stared blankly at his chest, then spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. You dealt damage to the survivor Amber Flowing Light and successfully killed the opponent. The remaining survivors were terrified. Damn it, that guy is in the tower. Mages and other ranged units aim for that window and attack with full force. Others sneak in with me from the city wall and take him out. However, after Han Shen killed 2 ranged attackers, only the mage and the paladin with some ranged attack capability were left on the field. These people had decent combat awareness. After Han Shen took down the second one, the mage immediately launched an attack. A fireball came rushing towards him. Han Shen slightly leaned to the side to dodge. Bang! With a loud explosion, the outer wall of the balcony was charred black. At the same time, the paladin threw a ball of holy light at him. Han Shen was temporarily forced back into the room. His eyes shifted, and in the next moment, a flash of black light shot out. The coal-like figure flickered and charged directly above the mage's head. The leading warrior quickly reminded Old Su, "Something is flying towards you, be careful." The mage's face turned pale in an instant, and he hurriedly raised his staff. However, at his speed, he was no match for the coal-like figure. Swish! Swish! With a flash of cold light, the wolf's claw slashed across, and the mage let out a terrible scream, deep blood marks appearing on his face. And this is just the beginning. Against his enemies, Kobold displayed a ferocious nature suited for dealing with monsters, its dark aura starting to flicker continuously. With the intensity of this mage's gear, merely a green quality robe, it was as fragile as paper in the face of Kobold's attacks. Chunks of flesh and blood flew, and each time the wolf's claw slashed, the wounds were deep enough to see bone. Ah! The scream of this human mage sent chills down people's spines. Old Su, what's going on over there? What the hell is that thing? Kobold's power and its unbelievable speed instilled fear in everyone. The human cleric stood there holding a bronze holy hammer, seemingly a bit dazed. At that moment, Han Shen poked his head out again. A double arrow shot over. The target was none other than the cleric. In a critical moment, the human cleric quickly cast a layer of holy shield on himself. This gave him a sense of security. Usually, when facing danger, the holy light shield could provide strong defense, at least capable of blocking several attacks. However, what he didn't know was that against Han Shen's attacks, the holy light shield was utterly insignificant. In the next moment, a crisp shattering sound was heard. Crack! The holy light shield shattered in response. This human paladin watched in horror as 2 arrows pierced through his chest armor's defense and embedded themselves into his chest. What terrifying attack power! As he spoke, his body went limp and he slowly fell down. On the other side, Kobold also took down that mage. You dealt damage to the survivor Iron King and successfully killed him. Your pet Kobold dealt damage to the survivor Nightshade and successfully killed him. At this point, all ranged professions had been dealt with by Han Shen. On the field, there were still 2 warriors and 2 rogues remaining. At this moment, they were still struggling to climb over the city wall. The outer wall of the castle is over 3 meters high, with a smooth surface. Even these survivors would have to put in a lot of effort to climb it. When the warrior looked back, he found that half of his teammates were already dead, and he was instantly filled with dread. "Brothers, we've hit a tough spot." Beside him, the other teammates anxiously asked, "Big brother, what do we do now? Should we retreat?" This human warrior thought for a moment and gritted his teeth, saying, "That guy is ruthless and won't let us off. We need to continue and make sure to take him down." The others also realized this point. At this moment, the 2 rogues seemed to have a pounce skill. Halfway up, their bodies flashed, and they instantly jumped onto the castle wall. In the next moment, they entered stealth mode right in front of Han Shen. Han Shen didn't pay much attention. It would take a long time for these 2 rogues to reach him. And this time was enough for him to eliminate the 2 warriors on the outskirts of the castle. At this moment, without the mage's restraint, these 2 warriors were just live targets in front of Han Shen. Han Shen's eyes were cold as he continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows. Thud! Thud! The first warrior was shot in the shoulder and back, let out a terrible scream, and fell to the ground, dying on the spot. Han Shen launched a second wave of attacks. After 2 rounds, no matter how unwilling these 2 human warriors were, they could only die in frustration under Han Shen's arrows. Now, only 2 stealthers in stealth mode remain on the field. Han Shen thought for a moment. In the early stages, without skills like True Sight, dealing with such enemies was indeed a bit troublesome. Although he knew that these two stealthers were within his castle, he didn't know their exact locations. Only when they got close to him could Han Chen sense their approximate positions through his own perception of danger. However, just because Han Chen couldn't do anything now didn't mean that Coldball couldn't. After all, wolf-like creatures are born with a sense of smell far superior to that of humans. Coldball, find those two guys. At Han Chen's command, Coldball's figure flashed, instantly jumping onto the city wall, and then began to flicker rapidly nearby, searching for the stealthers' whereabouts. Soon, the Coldball discovered the trace of one of the enemies. At the edge of the tower corridor, where there seemed to be nothing, the Coldball bared its teeth and pounced fiercely. The human infiltrator was quite nervous in stealth mode, but he was confident in his ability to remain hidden. With his agility attribute, even elite monsters of the same level would find it hard to detect him. He thought that by hiding here he could escape unscathed. But when he saw the Coldball charging straight at him, disbelief filled his eyes. What he didn't know was that his agility attribute was insignificant compared to the S+ Coldball. Oh whoa! The Coldball lunged forward, instantly biting into the infiltrator's shoulder. The infiltrator let out a scream, and when he reacted, he found that his heart had already been pierced by the Coldball's wolf-like claws. The Coldball's attack was quick and fierce. For such a fragile target, one claw swipe was enough to finish it off. This infiltrator was declared dead. Now, only one last human infiltrator has not been found. Han Chen glanced down. From this angle, he could see the entire territory. However, he did not find any sign of the intruder. This suggests that the opponent has likely hidden inside a building. Just then, he suddenly heard a panicked scream from downstairs. Ah! Then, there was the sound of something exploding. Boom! This scream came from a woman. Han Chen realized something and his expression changed instantly as he rushed downstairs. However, when he arrived at Zhang Lianling's room, he was a bit confused by the scene before him. He saw her holding a mithril staff, looking pale as she stared at him. In front of her, there was a charred human corpse. Did you already take care of it? Han Chen asked in confusion. Zhang Lianling trembled slightly. Upon hearing Han Chen's words, she instinctively stepped back from the corpse. You? Before Han Chen could say anything, in his surprised gaze, Zhang Lingming's staff suddenly fell and landed directly in her own arms. Han Chen, who instinctively wanted to push her away, suddenly felt that this woman was trembling violently all over. She seemed to be very frightened. Han Chen also knew what she was afraid of. After all, she had just killed a human with her own hands. Although the other party was an invader, for someone who had always lived in a civilized society, killing someone is still somewhat difficult to adapt to. Han Chen's hand, which was prepared to push her away, stopped in midair. Half a minute later, Han Chen suddenly felt the soft body in his arms stop trembling, and her body temperature was slowly rising. Han Chen lowered his head and found that Zhang Lingmeng had also lifted her delicate face, looking up at him with tearful eyes. However, in her expression, in addition to fear, there was also a lot of shyness. She seemed to realize the state they were in, and her face suddenly turned red. From this angle, Zhang Lingmeng's slightly flushed cheeks were so alluring, and her slightly trembling lips made one want to taste them right there. The two could even feel each other's warm breath. Zhang Lingmeng tightly grasped Han Chen's arm, feeling nervous yet seemingly a bit expectant. Xing Gur. Zhang Lingmeng wanted to say something more, but she saw the man's face rapidly enlarge before directly covering her lips. Zhang Lingmeng let out an enticing moan, her mind nearly blank. After a moment, Zhang Lingmeng, initially slow to respond, began to passionately reciprocate. The night was as fiery as ever. In the small room of the castle, the temperature gradually rose. Minutes later, Han Chen took a deep breath and abruptly broke free from the tender embrace. Although Han Chen considered himself neither a virtuous man nor a good person, he also knew that this was not the right time for such things. Didn't he see the charred corpse still in the room? Han Chen set Zhang Lingmeng aside, coughed twice, and said, "I'll go take care of the body." Zhang Lingmeng nodded with a flushed face. Recalling what they had just done, Zhang Lingmeng felt an overwhelming sense of shame, almost to the point of bursting. If her legs weren't so weak, she would have wanted to flee through the door on the spot. Although Han Chen also felt a bit awkward, it wasn't as exaggerated. He went straight to the window, lifted the charred body, and threw it out. With a thud, the sound of flesh hitting the ground echoed. The body landed on the castle's corridor. Then, Han Chen summoned the puppet giant to pick up the body and directly tossed it onto the territory outside the castle. At this moment, Han Chen turned around and asked, "When did you wake up?" Zhang Lingmeng's emotions seemed to slowly calm down as she replied, "I woke up when I heard the explosion. I saw you fighting, and then I was afraid of being a burden to you, so I planned to hide in the cupboard. Then, I saw my window being opened, and I thought that someone might be coming in." She replied haltingly, then I. Han Chen understood what she meant by then, nodded, and said, "You did very well. You don't have to feel any psychological burden. You need to understand that these people are here to kill us. If you don't take them out, then you'll be the one taken out. Today, you performed well." Receiving praise from Han Chen, Zhang Lingmeng's anxiety disappeared, and she managed to force a smile. After the battle, Han Chen went directly outside the castle to inspect the bodies of the intruders. As expected, no useful information was found on these people. The situation has become a bit complicated. Looking at the bodies on the ground, Han Chen pondered. There are no clues, but from their conversation, it can be inferred that these people are likely premeditated. And it sounds like this isn't their first time doing this, they're quite experienced. It's just a pity they ran into me. After gathering this information, Han Chen began to continue searching these people. Obtained a bronze staff *1, obtained homemade explosive canisters *3, obtained gunpowder *17. The haul was mediocre. Apart from some green equipment, there were just a few materials. Han Chen began to search the second corpse, which seemed to belong to the commanding warrior. On him, Han Chen found a blue greatsword, along with some ordinary materials. After checking all 8 corpses, Han Chen couldn't help but curse. Penny pincher. The equipment on these survivors was a mix of ordinary green and blue items, all of very low quality. Han Chen completely looked down on them. At that moment, Han Chen suddenly noticed the edge of the territory, where 8 survivor islands, each no less than 1,000 square meters, caught his eye. This was the first time he encountered a deceased survivor island. These guys are dead, so their territory should be mergeable by me, right? Han Chen pondered aloud. The next moment, a system prompt appeared. You have merged a neutral island, gained 1433 territory, gained core territory *2, gained territory resources, spirit core *4512, homemade explosive canisters *12, gained refined iron *3213, gained. You have merged the unclaimed Sky Island, gaining 1012 territories, obtaining 1 core territory, and resources including 775 dark firestones, 93 mithril, and 1 bronze battleaxe, and more. You have merged the unclaimed Sky Island. In just a few seconds, 8 notifications came in, and Han Chen's territory expanded by nearly 10,000 cubic meters. The total area doubled directly. Holy crap! This terrifying rate of expansion left Han Chen completely stunned. After a while, looking at his suddenly expanded territory of over 15,000 square meters, an uncontrollable smile appeared on Han Chen's face. Alright, I see how it is. No wonder these guys enjoy killing and looting. Damn, the rewards are beyond terrifying. After killing 8 people, Han Chen gained over 10,000 square meters of territory, more than what he had earned through 10 days of hard exploration. Moreover, besides the territory, there were vast amounts of materials. All the gains from these 8 people over the past half-month were completely taken by Han Chen. With such a large territory, he could do a lot of things now. At this moment, Han Chen noticed a different notification in the system. In addition to these territories, he also obtained 9 core territories. Han Chen remembered that when he first entered this world, the system mentioned that everyone has a core territory beneath their feet, which serves as the foundation for future development. Could it be? He looked at the status bar and saw that his core territory had changed from 1 to 10, instantly amazed. Wow, it really is. Han Chen tried to control the newly acquired 9 core territories and found that they all flew towards him and floated in front of him. At this point, Han Chen had almost figured out the function of the core territories. This is equivalent to a new territorial cornerstone, which can be used to create several floating islands from these core territories. In the future, if your floating islands reach a large scale and become inconvenient to move, you can choose a place to settle down. Then, control the new core territories to build another floating island. At this moment, Han Chen suddenly remembered something. Can this core territory be gifted to other survivors? He thought of Zhang Lingmeng. Last time, in order to protect Han Chen, Zhang Lingmeng's core territory was blown up, leading to its collapse. Han Chen had been wondering if survivors who lost their territory would never be able to rise again. But now, the 9 core territories in front of him gave him an answer. There is a way, which is to eliminate other survivors and take their core territories, akin to occupying a nest. Previously, I promised that woman I would help her restore her territory. I didn't expect to achieve it so soon. Han Chen revealed a slight relaxed smile. He planned to talk to Zhang Lingmeng about this tomorrow. At this moment, Han Chen looked at the corpses on the ground again and had a few deductions in mind. These people should be related to the 2 survivors I saw during the day. Did they see the castle in my territory and become greedy? At this stage, no survivor can build such a large territorial structure like Han Chen. Even if they had the architectural blueprints, the materials required would last them a long time. And Han Chen's castle should be one of a kind. Therefore, Han Chen deduced that this group must have been tempted by wealth, intending to eliminate him and plunder his territory. Otherwise, he couldn't think of any other reason why these guys would attack his empty island in the middle of the night. Worried that these guys might have accomplices, Han Chen hurriedly maneuvered his empty island territory for hundreds of kilometers overnight. Seeing that there was still some time before dawn, Han Chen decided to go back and take a nap. Just in case, he specifically ordered the coal balls to patrol outside the territory temporarily. Meanwhile, the Whisperer also received a report from his subordinate, Huang Wen. Did the operation fail? He pondered, showing no signs of frustration from the failure, but instead revealing a hint of a triumphant smile. Very well, since that's the case, let's proceed with the next phase of the plan tomorrow. After Han Chen returned to his room on the top floor of the tower, he contemplated the gains from this battle. This was also his first encounter with other survivors. These people's strength can't be said to be strong, but they aren't far off either. With the advantage of terrain and equipment, Han Chen was able to exert comprehensive suppression over them. But if it's in an open area, Han Chen can't guarantee that he could still fight as easily. I need to quickly improve my strength and build the defense system for my territory as soon as possible. At the very least, I need to ensure that others can't easily enter my territory. I remember that the reward for first place includes a blueprint for a psychic shield tower and a boss-level golden armor puppet. After securing first place tomorrow, I'll build the defense tower immediately, which should significantly enhance the territory's defense. Han Chen decided to level up as soon as dawn breaks, aiming to reach level 10 within the day. Just as he was about to fall asleep, there was a sudden knock on the door. Han Chen looked puzzled. There were only him and Zhang Lingmeng in this castle. What is this woman doing, not sleeping in the middle of the night? Recalling what he had impulsively done downstairs earlier, an alluring figure flashed before Han Chen's eyes. Han Chen opened the door and saw Zhang Lingmeng standing outside in a thin nightgown, looking anxious. She was slightly out of breath, her face flushed. Han Chen asked in confusion, "Is something wrong?" Zhang Lingdream seemed a bit hesitant to speak upon hearing Han Chen. After a moment, as if gathering her courage, she took a deep breath and asked, I'm a bit scared and I don't dare to sleep alone in that room. Can I come to your room to sleep?" Han Chen was taken aback for a moment. At this time, he also recalled that incident. It was indeed true that someone had just died in Zhang Lingdream's room, so feeling scared was perfectly normal. He thought Zhang Lingdream wanted to switch rooms with him, so he nodded and said, "Sure, I'll pack my things. You can sleep upstairs and I'll go downstairs." Han Chen wasn't particularly concerned about these matters. Zhang Lingdream quickly replied, No, I didn't mean that. I want to be in the same room as you. I'm scared." After saying this, she seemed to have used up all her courage and lowered her head deeply. She was waiting for Han Chen's answer. Under the moonlight, at this moment Zhang Lianmeng stood barefoot, her white legs as pure as jade tightly together, appearing anxious. Han Chen even saw her grand figure rising and falling. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng seemed to be so shy that her skin glowed with a rosy hue, and even from a distance, one could feel her gradually rising body temperature. At this point, if Han Chen still didn't understand her meaning, he would be a fool. Recalling what had happened downstairs earlier, Han Chen's heart was also filled with heat. He suddenly grabbed Zhang Lianmeng's wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Ah! At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng seemed not to expect Han Chen to make such a bold move, letting out a soft cry. However, the next moment, she realized her legs were off the ground and Han Chen had lifted her up. Zhang Lianmeng trembled slightly, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around Han Chen's neck. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng felt as if the world was spinning, as if she were in a dream. She could hear the man's heavy and powerful breathing and even the intense heartbeat beneath his solid chest. Xing ji er. Zhang Lingmeng's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and then she buried her head in Han Chen's embrace. Han Chen gently laid the beauty in his arms onto the bed, then turned his back. Rustling. The sound of clothes being removed. Zhang Lingmeng, lying on the bed, bit her lip. Listening to this sound, her heart instinctively tightened. However, amidst the tension, there was also a slight tingling and sense of anticipation. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at the young man's back. The thought of what was about to happen made her even more nervous, causing her legs to tightly press together. Han Chen turned around and looked at the beauty on the bed. The moonlight at the head of the bed fell softly, and under the moonlight, her snow-white skin glowed with a shy pink hue. As Han Chen's face approached Zhang Lingmeng's, she felt her heartbeat slow for half a beat. "Have you made up your mind?" Han Chen asked seriously. Zhang Liandream understood what he meant, her face full of shyness, and she softly responded with a hum. Han Chen no longer hesitated. The night was enchanting, and soon, muffled moans filled the castle room. Xinggur, ing. After a charming gasp, the beauty's rapid breathing slowly calmed down. The next day, as dawn broke, Han Chen opened his eyes. Normally, at this time, Han Chen would get up and go to the balcony to enjoy the view outside. But today was different. Because in his arms lay a beauty with a slightly flushed face, looking alluring. At this moment, Zhang Liandream was still asleep with her eyes closed. Han Chen did not wake her. He knew that Zhang Liandream was exhausted from last night. He prepared to withdraw his wrist from under her neck. Just then, Han Chen's movement seemed to awaken Zhang Liandream in his arms. She slightly opened her hazy eyes and softly said, "Xinggur, you're awake?" Having just experienced intimacy, Zhang Lingmeng now had an even more alluring and charming aura. Han Chen responded. Then, there was a long silence. At this moment, both of them seemed quite awkward. After a while, Zhang Lingmeng took the initiative to break the awkwardness and asked. She seemed to recall something and said with some fear, Xinggur. Last night, it was me who took the initiative. If you don't like it, you can just pretend it never happened. After saying this, she forced a faint smile as she looked at Han Chen. However, this smile made Han Chen feel a bit heartbroken. After a moment, Han Chen shook his head and said, "What are you talking about? Do you think I, Han Chen, am the kind of guy who would take advantage and then deny it?" Zhang Lingmeng shook her head desperately. I didn't mean that." Han Chen gently pulled her into his arms and slowly said, "Actually, when you saved me at the risk of your own life last time, I already thought you were a pretty good woman. After coming to this world, the social order of humanity has already collapsed. To survive, one inevitably becomes selfish." After a moment, Han Chen solemnly said, "Zhang Lianmeng, if no one takes care of you in this world in the future, then let me take care of you." Listening to Han Chen's words, which were almost like a confession, Zhang Lianmeng was momentarily stunned, her eyes gradually becoming moist. Han Chen thought he had frightened her. As someone who had never interacted with girls before, he suddenly couldn't think of any comforting words. However, at that moment, Zhang Lianmeng suddenly lifted her head and leaned in proactively. In that instant, Han Chen seemed to abandon all thoughts, feeling only warmth and a pleasant fragrance. Zhang Lianmeng kept making gasping sounds. Minutes later, she became even more proactive, actually leaning in to press against him. Feeling the heat in his arms, Han Chen felt as if his heart was reignited. Minutes later, the room was once again filled with the soft gasps of a woman. "Xingguo, I can barely catch my breath. Xingguo." The voice gradually faded, turning into soft whispers amidst the clouds and rain. When it was completely bright that day, Zhang Lindream had already gotten out of bed. Han Chen lay in bed, gazing at the beautiful figure of the woman, feeling somewhat dazed. Last night had been too much. It was Zhang Lindream's true transition from a girl to a wife, and her entire demeanor became more enchanting. With her devilish figure, every move she made seemed to draw all of Han Chen's attention. Zhang Lindream turned slightly, saw Han Chen half naked, and with a flushed face said, I'll go make you some food. You need to eat well to have the strength to fight monsters." After saying that, she quickly fled the room. Han Chen smiled, got up from bed, put on his gear, and walked out again. At this moment, the coal ball was still leisurely wandering within the territory. Upon seeing Han Chen come out, it excitedly kicked its four legs and quickly pounced towards him. Han Chen smiled and crouched down to pat its head. However, today the coal ball was a bit different from usual. It sniffed Han Chen's hand and then sniffed around his leg. It seems to have detected something different about Han Chen. The coal ball curiously glanced at Han Chen, then looked at Zhang Liandong, who was cooking nearby. Han Chen felt a bit awkward and quickly took out a spirit core from his backpack to feed the coal ball. With food, the coal ball no longer focused on the scent on Han Chen. As it swallowed one spirit core after another, system prompts followed one after another. Feeding successful, pet coal ball potential value +1. Feeding successful, pet coal ball potential value +1. After consuming more than 30 spirit cores, the coal ball's fullness returned to 100. At this point, Han Chen noticed the potential value for the coal ball's growth. Growth length S+. The pet's growth length can be increased through potential value, with every 10,000 potential value allowing for one increase. Current potential value 215. After several days of feeding, the coal ball made significant progress in growth length, but there was still a long way to go to reach 10,000 potential value. After having breakfast, Han Chen took Zhang Liandong and continued leveling up. However, the atmosphere between the two is somewhat strange. Zhang Lindream has become more shy and often gets distracted by watching Han Chen's back. Several times, it was Han Chen who reminded her before she realized to cast her spells. Fortunately, with Han Chen and Meiqiu by her side, Zhang Lindream is not in any danger. Moreover, today Zhang Lindream noticed that Han Chen has become much more patient with her. This made her feel warm inside. After a whole day of leveling up, Han Chen's experience bar is steadily increasing, and at the same time, his territory is expanding rapidly. By evening, Han Chen put away his arrows, and a level 10 elite tiger corpse lay at his feet. At this moment, a system prompt came through. Successfully killed the spotted tiger. 1-star elite LV10 gained 7,320 experience points. Pet Meiqiu gained 5,856 experience points. Your level has increased. Current level LV10. As a white light flashed over Han Chen, he finally leveled up to 10. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. You have successfully reached level 10, meeting the requirements for the level leaderboard. Current rank 1. You have received ranking rewards: Psycho Shield Pyramid Construction Blueprint *1, Golden Armored Puppet *1, Basic Teleportation Array Construction Blueprint *1, Basic Lord's Cabin Construction Blueprint *1, Golden Choice Weapon Blueprint *1, Golden Treasure Chest *1, and 10,000 Spirit Cores. A pile of rewards landed on Han Chen. Not long after Han Chen claimed the first prize, the 107 district chat channel erupted into intense discussions. As expected, it was Star God who took first place, this time with an overwhelming advantage. Yeah, that leveling speed is truly unmatched. It's terrifying. I just reached level 7 and I have no idea how Star God did it. Han Chen's leveling speed once again refreshed their understanding. At this moment, other survivors spoke up. But next, those people will have to start pushing hard, right? Although the first prize is already claimed, the subsequent rewards aren't bad either. Who do you think will be second? That's 5 elite-level puppet guards and a golden treasure chest. That's hard to say, the top tier has already reached level 8. Whisperer and Black Hawk should have the best chance. However, that Lone Warrior and Yun Tianming also have great potential. I've heard that they seem to have connections with the Star God, and with the Star God's help, these two are also strong contenders. Friends of the Star God? That indeed has great potential. While the other survivors were discussing the rankings, Han Chen had already started checking the rewards he just received. He first picked up a blueprint, and the information about the blueprint appeared. Spirit Energy Shield Pyramid Construction Blueprint Basic, a territory-type building that can construct a pyramid capable of generating a Spirit Energy Shield. The Spirit Energy Shield can resist physical and magical attacks, with a pyramid defense value of 500 and a shield defense value of 200. Han Chen directly clicked to learn it, as it was a defensive building he had long desired, and he finally got his hands on it. Then, he checked the construction requirements in the blueprint section. Spirit Energy Shield Crystal Tower Basic. Depending on the size of the territory, a corresponding number of spirit cores must be invested to generate a circular Spirit Energy Shield. The Spirit Energy Shield can defend against physical and magical attacks, with a defense value of 200. Materials required for construction: refined iron * 30,000, mithril * 1,000, magical crystal * 10,000, rare earth * 50,000, ether * 50,000, spirit core * 20,000. Note: survivors can adjust the size of the shield based on the territory area from a diameter of 10 meters to 200 meters, requiring the corresponding spirit cores to provide energy. This is it! Han Chen exclaimed excitedly. With this obelisk, he could build a shield with a defense value of 200, which would be boosted to 240 points with the castle's enhancement. Other survivors or monsters would need to break through this layer of defense before they could invade his territory. Safety has been greatly ensured. Great, now those little brats won't be able to raid me at night. Without delay, Han Chen decided to start the construction immediately. Although the materials required to build the Spirit Energy Shield obelisk are numerous, his material reserves are more than sufficient. Han Chen found an empty space not far from the castle, about 30 square meters. He directly clicked to construct. The system notification sounded. Do you wish to consume materials to build the basic Spirit Energy Shield obelisk? This construction will take 20 hours. Yes. Under construction, remaining time 19 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Not bad, it takes much less time than building a castle. After processing the rewards from the obelisk, his eyes shone with excitement as he looked at another reward: the Golden Armored Puppet. Golden Armored Puppet Boss Level, a special enhanced puppet that can only operate within the territory. Level LV10. Attributes: Strength 108, Agility 74, Spirit 86, Constitution 109. Skills: Steel Bones, Flame Jet, Blood Cutting, Heavy Smash, Metal Blast. This thing is over 10 meters tall, larger than his elite-level psionic puppet, and correspondingly, its attributes are also in a higher tier. Han Chen stroked his chin and said, if that elite-level psionic puppet were to duel the Golden Armored Puppet, it would likely be utterly crushed by the Golden Armored Puppet. However, compared to the psionic puppet, the Golden Armored Puppet has one major drawback: it can only operate within the territory. In other words, it only serves a defensive purpose and cannot assist Han Chen in fighting monsters like a psychic puppet. Looking at the Golden Giant in the territory beside him, Zhang Lingmeng gasped, "Wow, what a huge puppet." Han Chen smiled and said, "This thing is great. If those little brats dare to come into my territory again, I'll just step on them to death." However, instead of feeling scared by Han Chen's somewhat brutal remarks, the woman looked at him with admiration. It seemed she had completely been conquered by Han Chen. Then, Han Chen began to check the third reward: blueprint for a basic lord's cabin. He won't be using this blueprint, because each survivor's territory can only have one main city-type building to function. Now that he has a higher-end castle, even if he builds it, there won't be any additional effects. Moreover, this cabin is really just a small cabin. Han Chen glanced at the blueprint. It was probably just over 100 square meters, 2 stories high, similar to an old rural self-built house. In terms of appearance, it's simply not on the same level as the Lord's castle. After casually putting the blueprint into his backpack, Han Chen began to check the fourth reward item. Beginner Teleportation Array Blueprint. Build a teleportation array in the territory that allows survivors to travel between each other. For teleportation, the other party must also possess a teleportation array, with a limit of 1 person per teleportation and a cooldown of 1 hour. Materials required for construction: fine iron * 20,000, secret silver * 5,000, magic crystal * 50,000, ether * 50,000, spirit core * 50,000. Would you like to build it? Yes. Han Chen directly established this teleportation array next to the Psychic Shield Tower. Building, estimated remaining time 17 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Han Chen excitedly rubbed his hands and began to check the fifth reward: Golden Selectable Weapon Blueprint. He said with some excitement, "This is the first golden equipment I've ever obtained." Wait, that's not right. It seems the golden cannon is the first, but that's a special equipment. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's golden equipment, it must be stronger than the crescent longbow I have. Han Chen chose his primary weapon as usual, the longbow. A system prompt appeared. Blueprint for the soul-shattering longbow, gold, obtained. Would you like to learn it? Learn! Han Chen excitedly rubbed his hands together and quickly checked the crafting requirements for the soul-shattering longbow. Materials required to craft the soul-shattering longbow: constant gold ingot *10, secret silver *50, soul crystal *10, spirit core *5000, rare earth *10,000, 2-star boss level beast tendon *1. Wearing requirement LV11. Another constant gold ingot, and I also need a 2-star boss's beast tendon. None of these materials can be obtained at the current stage, right? At this point, Han Chen also noticed the wearing requirement. He needed to be level 11 to equip it. He felt a sudden realization. It seems this weapon was prepared for him to use after he advanced to the first transition. Survivors have a level cap of 10 before they can advance. Only by using scrolls or other means to change classes can the level cap be lifted. This golden weapon is indeed not something to consider at the current stage. Now, Han Chen turned his attention to the last reward. The golden treasure chest. This is also the first golden treasure chest he has encountered since entering this world, and Han Chen is very much looking forward to what he might obtain. A flash of golden light passed by, and a system prompt appeared. Successfully opened the golden treasure chest. You have obtained 3 eternal gold ingots for resilient beast hides, 1024 spirit cores, and the undying shield, gold. Another piece of golden equipment. In Han Chen's hand, a triangular shield appeared, about 1.5 meters tall, with a deep yellow sheen on its surface. The shield was adorned with typical medieval patterns, and its earthy color gave it a heavy, indestructible feel just by looking at it. Meanwhile, the attributes of this shield also appeared in front of Han Chen. Undying shield, gold, LV11, quality, legendary, defense 54-57, spirit +20, constitution +20, special effect, force release, reduces damage from physical attacks by 20 points of strength, special effect, intermediate magic resistance, reduces magic attack damage by 20%, special effect, indomitable will. Indomitable will, legendary special effect. When taking damage, you can enter a 10-second indomitable state, during which all damage received is reduced by 50% and you cannot be knocked back by any attack. Cooling time 30 minutes. Wearing requirements LV11, exclusive to the priest class. This shield has such strong attributes. Xinyun is a priest class, it seems he can take this shield. Han Chen stroked his chin and thought, but I remember he said he wanted to change to a cleric, a class focused on support with weak monster tanking abilities. Is it useful for him? Forget it, we'll see when the time comes. At this moment, all the first place rewards had been unlocked by Han Chen. Once the obelisk is successfully built, along with the boss-level golden armored puppet, Han Chen's territory defense will be greatly enhanced. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingmang was also happy for Han Chen for securing first place. At this time, Shen Yun and Sheng Jianyang also saw the information on the leaderboard and sent their congratulations to Han Chen. Sheng Gu, awesome! You've reached level 10 so quickly. Han Chen smiled and said, not bad. With my equipment strength, it would be strange if I didn't get first place. The two of them expressed their agreement. Shen Yun then asked with a smile, by the way, Xinggu, you've already leveled up to 10, so the next step is class advancement, right? I remember the last time you got first place, you opened a hidden class scroll. What was it again? Shen Yun was very curious. Han Chen replied, Elven Archer, it seems to have decent attributes. Elven Archer? Shen Yun pondered and continued to ask, Brother Xing, are you sure you want to switch to this class? However, this was also a question Han Chen was considering. The hidden class scroll he opened last time was indeed quite strong. But Han Chen had been thinking about the Wild Ranger class. This was because, when he was playing Sky Island Paradise on his phone, he heard the NPCs say so. In that primordial era, when life had just begun to gain intelligence, there lived a group of terrifying creatures in the world, dominating it. These creatures were as large as stars, and when they opened their mouths, it was a terrifying calamity, causing countless lives to perish. To grow, these creatures would devour a massive amount of life, and the entire world seemed to become their breeding ground, with waves of life being harvested, reduced to meat, livestock, and breeding tools, living an endlessly dark life. The beings of the world call this creature the Beast. Until 500 years later, in the vastness of heaven and earth, a wild man clad in feathered attire appeared. This man was of unknown race, unknown name, and unknown past. His gaze was like a torch, flickering with the flames of wildness and courage. His voice flowed from the spring of the soul, crossing the fields and resonating through the barriers of heaven and earth. His arrows ran like a pack of wolves in the cold winds of the night, unstoppable. It was this man who resolutely shot the first arrow towards the beast. He shattered the notion that the beast was invincible in the hearts of all beings. From then on, the wise beings of the spirit realm began their path of resistance against the beast. He was the first hunter in the world, the embodiment of free will, the Wild Ranger. At that time, just listening to this background introduction, Han Xin felt that the Wild Ranger's prestige was beyond measure. Compared to another hidden class, the Elven Archer, the Wild Ranger was clearly stronger. However, triggering the class change requirements for the Wild Ranger is both simple and complex. Those who hold the Chapter of Freedom can perform a certain ritual under the full moon to summon the spirit of the Wild Ranger and inherit its will. The key to this job transfer condition lies in the Chapter of Freedom. Han Shen speculated that the so-called Chapter of Freedom should be some kind of quest item, but he currently has no clues. He decided to check the trading channel later and try his luck. However, before he could open the trading channel, he suddenly heard Cheng Jianyang exclaiming in the discussion group, "Quick, look at the chat channel, someone is causing trouble for Xinggu." Causing trouble for Xinggu? Who is it? Xin Yun quickly asked. Han Shen's expression also shifted slightly upon hearing this. He clicked into the chat channel and immediately saw the flood of messages. At Xinghe, come out and talk. At Xinghe, Xingshen, respond and clarify what's going on. Is what the person from God's Whisper said true? At Xinghe, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Han Shen frowned, feeling a bit confused about what had happened here. It seemed like he hadn't done anything, so why were so many people in the land condemning him? At this moment, Han Shen noticed that most of the people talking were from the team of Whispers of the Gods. What are these guys up to now? At this time, another large team from Area 107, the Plain Boys, came out to ask. Brothers from Whispers of the Gods, what happened? Why are you bothering Xinghe? Someone took the lead, and the other onlookers also began to ask. Yeah, what's going on? You guys from Whispers of the Gods aren't making it clear. Grab your snacks, front row selling sunflower seeds, cola, and mineral water. Breaking news, the feud between the largest team in Area 107 and the top person in Area 107. Everyone was very curious as to why Whispers of the Gods, as the largest team in Area 107, suddenly saw trouble with the most popular figure, Xinghe, and it seemed quite serious. At this moment, a person named Hao Yue from Whispers of the Gods stepped forward to speak. He seemed to be an important figure in the team. Hao Yue, let me explain what happened. Last night, we suddenly received news that several brothers in the team lost contact. Not long after, the names of these brothers went dark all at once. This should be clear to everyone what it represents. A blackened name means that the survivor has died. Everyone realized that the situation was indeed serious. Hao Yu continued, we initially thought they had encountered some monster, but later investigations revealed that someone was secretly targeting them. Hao Yu's tone was extremely cold, and the onlookers on Channel 107 were taken aback. They seemed to have connected some dots. Could it be? At this moment, Hao Yu continued, I'm sure you all guessed it, the one who targeted our brothers is Xinghe. Last night, at least 7 or 8 brothers fell victim to Xinghe's deadly hands. What? After Hao Yu finished speaking, the other survivors in the chat channel were all in shock. Is this true? Xinghe actually killed so many people? Prior to this, everyone still maintained the habits of their civilized society and were relatively restrained. Even those with ill intentions didn't dare to bring such matters to the surface. If not, he will suffer from everyone's targeting and exclusion, and more seriously, it could even lead to everyone hunting him down. But today, for the first time, they heard someone openly accuse that someone killed other survivors. The atmosphere suddenly became serious. At this moment, other survivors asked, Brother of God's Whisper, you can't just say such things, everything must be based on evidence. You say that Xinghe killed your God's Whisper people, what evidence do you have? At this time, the people of God's Whisper suddenly fell silent for a moment. Then, the survivor named Hao Yue sneered, of course we have evidence. If you have evidence, then bring it out, don't just talk here. Someone asked. Yeah. Other survivors echoed. Hao Yue continued, everyone, don't worry, our captain will personally provide you with evidence. Not long after Hao Yue finished speaking. In the next moment, the Whisperer stepped forward and said, hello, fellow compatriots of Blue Star, I am the captain of God's Whisper, the Whisperer. My brothers just said some extreme words, and I apologize to all of you here. But please understand their feelings, we, the Whisperers, are one united family, and those who join us are brothers and sisters. Now, seeing their brothers persecuted by other thieves, the pain in their hearts is something you can surely empathize with. The Whisperer's tone was very sorrowful, with a hint of anger. I, the Whisperer, can prove with my integrity that it was Xinghe who killed our brothers. As for the reason, please watch a video with me. The Whisperer posted a video file in the chat channel. Everyone clicked in to take a look. It was a shocking scene of Han Xin standing on top of the ancient castle, shooting arrows and hitting the first mage in the head. However, this video seemed to be edited, with almost no footage of these people attacking. From the footage, they could only see Han Xin killing these people one arrow at a time. After the video ended, everyone fell into silence for a long time. At this moment, someone cautiously asked, Whisperer leader, are you sure that person is Xinghe? The Whisperer did not respond directly, but said, surely you have seen that castle, it is the blueprint that I exchanged with Xinghe. At this stage, it should be unique, and everyone knows that Xinghe is a hunter. Combining this information, I can confirm that this person is undoubtedly Xinghe. After hearing the Whisperer's analysis, the crowd had grown more suspicious that the person on the screen was indeed Xinghe. Could it be that Xinghe really killed so many of Shin's Light's members? Chapter 79 Counterattack. The Whisperer continued, I believe each of you has made a judgment in your hearts. Although Xinghe is powerful, he should not act recklessly and slaughter our fellow humans. Now, we, the members of Shin's Light, demand that Xinghe come forward and give us an explanation and provide closure for our brothers. Otherwise, no matter the cost to me, the Whisperer, I will ensure that Xinghe pays in blood for his debts. The Whisperer's passionate speech stirred the enthusiasm of the other members of Shin's Whisper. Well said, Xinghe must give us an explanation. We, Shin's Light, will never let such a villain who slaughters the innocent go unpunished. Shin's Light, unite. At Xinghe, come out and give us an explanation. At this moment, Han Chen looked at their agitated expressions and, recalling the attack that happened last night, almost understood the sequence of events. This Whisperer may have been planning to deal with him from the very beginning. The 8 attackers were also arranged by him. It seems that the Whisperer anticipated their failure. So much so that after those people failed to assassinate Han Chen, he immediately moved to the next step, orchestrating the current situation. Han Chen couldn't help but sneer internally. He also harbored a killing intent towards this unfamiliar Whisperer. At that moment, Cheng Jianyong couldn't hold back and jumped out to scold. You idiots are being fooled by the Whisperer like a bunch of fools. You believe whatever others say, where's your brain? Everyone noticed Cheng Jianyong's name, the Lone Brave. Prior to this, many had speculated that the Lone Brave was related to Xinghe. Now, seeing him speak up for Han Chen, everyone silently accepted this speculation. The Whisperer calmly said, Lone Hero, we know your relationship with the Star River, but in matters like this, your favoritism is of no use. He indeed killed our member from Divine Whisper, and you cannot deny this. And this is also what everyone finds most intolerable. I hope you understand the seriousness of the situation. Prejudice Hero was about to retort when Shin Yun interrupted. Up until now, it's been your Divine Whisper members talking amongst themselves. I want to ask, why did most of these Divine Whisper members come to the Star River's territory in the middle of the night? In this regard, how does the leader of the Whisperer explain? Shin Yun's words were quite reasonable in their analysis. This made everyone think of some possibilities. Other survivors were puzzled and began to ask in the chat channel. Yeah, why did these people band together in the middle of the night to go to Han Chen's territory? Could it be that they initially intended to attack the Star River but ended up being overpowered and killed by them? Faced with the crowd's doubts, the members of Divine Whisper all changed their expressions. However, the Whisperer had a countermeasure for this kind of situation. The Whisperer responded calmly, Brother Yun Tianming, your rebuttal is quite sharp and reasonable. But I can tell you that the reason my brothers are in the territory of the Star River is actually because they were invited by the Star River. The Star River invited them to the territory under the guise of team formation, and at that time, my team members excitedly told me they had met a celebrity from Zone 107. However, they could never have imagined that the very existence they admired would actually strike hard. This invitation was, from the start, a trap set by the Star River. This statement can only be considered half credible. But the Whisperer understood that he didn't need everyone to fully believe him, he only needed a reason for Han Chen to take action. Everyone was just there to watch the show. Who would care how many bowls of cool noodles Liu Zi ate? Those who speak for the gods share a common hatred for the enemy. At this moment, the Whisperer slowly spoke, Lonely Warrior, Yun Tianming, you too should know the Star River. Please let them know that regarding this matter, the Star River must give us an explanation. Shin Yun certainly wouldn't believe the Whisperer's nonsense, sneering, explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? The Whisperer paused and finally stated his conditions. Compensate our fallen brothers with at least 100,000 spirit cores each, and 100 vials of the life elixir, including the ranking rewards just obtained by Xinghe, which must also be handed over. Hearing this guy's outrageous demands, Shin Yun scoffed, you really dare to ask? What if we refuse? The Whisperer slowly replied, if you refuse, then our Divine Whisper will have its own way of handling things. The Whisperer's tone changed, becoming serious, then from now on, Xinghe will face our Divine Whisper's endless pursuit. No matter where he flees, as long as he is encountered by someone from our Divine Whisper, he will be killed without exception. If you protect him, the outcome will be the same. After the Whisperer finished speaking, the one named Hao Yue was the first to respond. Support the Whisperer leader, blood for blood. Bring Xinghe out, blood for blood. The crowd from the Divine Whisper was stirred up. In the territory, Han Chen watched their speeches and a cold smile flashed across his face. Beside him, Zhang Li Meng looked at her worriedly. Han Chen waved his hand and said, it's nothing. At that moment, he finally sent his first message in the chat channel. Star River, I heard that many people are looking for me and want to hunt me down. The main character has appeared. In the chat channel, there was a moment of silence followed by a tsunami of messages. The onlookers frantically tagged Han Chen. Star God, is what they say true? Did you really kill so many people from the Whisper of the Gods? Star God, please explain why you killed our companions. Star River. Han Chen ignored all these questions. He simply said, "If I killed them, then I killed them. What can you do about it?" At this moment, the Whisperer smiled slightly upon hearing Han Shen's admission. The local area network fell silent again as they were all shocked by Han Shen's arrogance. "Maniac! Damn Star River, you will pay for this." The followers of the Whisper of the Gods began to bombard Han Shen with insults. However, Han Shen boldly retorted, "A bunch of idiots, led by an old fox and yet unaware, have reached the new world but are still willing to be someone's dogs. This is all you amount to." The people scolded by Han Shen changed their expressions. At this moment, the Whisperer said, "Xinghe, you have already made a grave mistake, yet you dare to be so arrogant. If you remain stubborn, not only will our divine Whisper not tolerate you, but the entire District 107 will also not be able to accommodate you." In the face of the Whisperer's threat, Han Shen remained unfazed and said, "Whisperer, I know your plan and I am well aware of your intentions. But I can assure you, this will be the most wrong decision you will ever make in your life." Han Shen said coldly, "I can assure you, this will be the most wrong decision you will ever make in your life." The Whisperer was startled. He sensed the killing intent in Han Shen's tone. Before the Whisperer could speak, Han Shen continued in the local network, "And you guys who are just stirring up trouble, whether I am just watching or being led by the Whisperer. Now, I give you one last chance. Stand up and apologize right now, and then immediately withdraw from Divine Whisper. I give you 10 seconds to think it over, or bear the consequences yourselves." Han Shen did not prove his innocence but directly issued them an ultimatum. This nearly arrogant statement stunned the thousands of people in the chat channel. Moments later, there was unrestrained laughter. "This kid, has he been scared silly by us? Does he even know what he's saying? Threatening so many of us, is he out of his mind?" He ignored their mockery. Han Shen silently counted in his heart. After 10 seconds, Han Shen spoke again, "Good, don't say I didn't give you a chance." In the chat channel, the people from God's Whisper were still laughing. However, Han Shen quietly posted 2 pieces of equipment information. One was a spatial backpack, white. The other was a spatial backpack, blue. Seeing the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment, the entire chat channel fell silent again. Then came a strong sensation. At this stage, they knew very well what spatial storage items meant. If you can carry enough supplies with you, the success rate for challenging high-difficulty dungeons like the Cloud Secret Realm will increase, and it will also enhance survival chances in the wild. Faced with these 2 pieces of equipment, many people couldn't help but feel a surge of desire in their hearts. They didn't care about the deaths of those unfortunate souls from the Whisper of the Gods. As Han Shen said, "This is a new world, so what if a few people die?" At this moment, someone tentatively asked, "Star God, what do you mean by posting these 2 pieces of equipment?" Han Shen did not answer but calmly said, "Since you from the Whisper of the Gods have issued a kill order against me, I will issue a bounty for your killing as well. From now on, anyone who kills any person on the above list can come to me with the kill information to receive a space backpack, white." Han Shen directly listed the batch of people who had just stirred things up in the chat channel, most of whom were from the Whisper of the Gods. Everyone was shocked to see the list with over 100 names. Han Shen continued, "Anyone who kills a member of the management team of the Whisper of the Gods can come to me with the kill information to receive 2 space backpacks, blue, plus 50 bottles of life elixir." At this moment, a bad premonition arose in everyone's heart regarding the Whisper of the Gods. The Whisperer's expression turned extremely grim. However, Han Shen continued coldly, "Anyone who kills the leader of the Whisper of the Gods, the Whisperer, can receive 5 space backpacks, blue, from me, as well as an additional 100 bottles of bear strength elixir and 100 bottles of life elixir. This bounty is long-term and effective." Han Shen's words were firm, and the entire chat channel filled with thousands of people gasping in shock. Hiss. When they saw Han Shen post the attributes of 2 pieces of equipment, they still did not understand what he was planning. But now they realized that Han Shen intended to use these top-tier items to rally everyone's strength against the Whisper of the Gods. Moreover, the key was that the uniqueness of these 2 pieces of equipment made it impossible for them to refuse. Han Shen made his move with a blue backpack that had 300 slots, and killing the management of the Whisper of the Gods would also yield 50 bottles of life elixir. This exorbitant bounty had already stirred many people's interest. This was their first time seeing a single person declare war on the largest team in the area and issue a bounty for their capture. It sounds like a dream, but once you think about it being Star River, it makes perfect sense. The atmosphere in the chat channel was quite strange, with everyone remaining silent. Han Shen originally planned to produce a batch of backpacks first and reveal them all at once during the sale. But now, with the Whisper of God creating this situation for themselves, Han Shen wouldn't indulge them. However, openly offering a bounty on someone's life, something that clearly goes against the moral standards of human society, made everyone hesitant to speak out, even if they were tempted. At this moment, the Whisperer seemed to want to use his rhetoric to create an obstruction. "Everyone, don't listen to this Star River's deceitful words. We are all compatriots of Blue Star. If he dares to kill us today, he will dare to kill others tomorrow. We must unite and drive this unscrupulous person out of our group." However, the chat channel was silent and no one responded. Just then, a familiar name stood up and said, Star River, is this true? As long as you eliminate the Whisperer of God, you will directly offer a bounty? The person speaking is named Black Hawk, the leader of the second largest guild in District 107. Han Shen chuckled lightly. Of course it's true, I can still offer this much. Black Hawk fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Moments later, he directly stated in the chat channel, alright, we'll take this bounty, the Twilight Mercenary Guild. With that, the chat channel erupted once again. The Whisperer's expression changed drastically. As the second team in District 107, the Twilight Mercenaries. Most of their members are classes like rogues and hunters who rarely speak in the chat channel, but no one dares to ignore their presence. The core members of the Twilight Mercenaries number fewer than 50, but each possesses formidable strength. This time, nearly 20 members are on the level leaderboard. Especially their leader, Black Hawk, who, as a rogue, levels up at a speed comparable to that of the Whisperer. Moreover, the Whisperer knows some of Black Hawk's other secrets. Before arriving in this world, the Whisperer vaguely heard from a significant figure that there is a group of special individuals in New Sun City that should generally not be provoked, and it is even better to avoid contact with them. The leader of this group is codenamed Black Hawk. Black Hawk accepted Han Shen's bounty, which directly raised alarms in the Whisperer's mind. At the same time, the survivors of the Divine Whisper team began to have a bad feeling. The Divine Whisper team consists of only 700 to 800 people, which sounds like a lot. However, in the entire Zone 107, there are nearly 8,000 more people besides them. Faced with so many greedy eyes, anyone would feel pressure. At this moment, the Whisperer was still in the team discussion group, trying to calm the emotions of the members. Everyone, don't be nervous. That Xinghai is just bluffing, his bounty won't have any effect. However, the Whisperer's reassurance had little effect. Within just a few minutes, over 100 people had withdrawn from the Divine Whisper team. Seeing so many withdrawal notifications, the Whisperer's face turned pale. But he still tried his best to control his emotions. However, most members of the Whisper of God initially joined to benefit from the large team. They wouldn't be foolish enough to truly endure hardships with the Whisperer. Therefore, in the face of Han Shen's bounty, fleeing is the best option. After all, Han Shen is only targeting the members of the Whisper of God. As long as they withdraw, they will be fine. Meanwhile, those who had previously criticized Han Shen are now lamenting. At this point, even if they withdraw from the Whisper of God, it will have no effect. Because Han Shen has already noted their names and created a separate bounty list. After issuing the bounty, Han Shen closed the chat channel. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun were extremely excited in the discussion group. Cheng Jianyong laughed heartily, haha, Brother Xing's move is brilliant. Once the bounty was issued, that Whisperer was scared stiff. And those idiots from the Whisper of God, now they'll have something to regret. Shen Yun also laughed, indeed, now even if the Whisper of God doesn't disband, it will be severely weakened. The title of the largest team in District 107, which was hard to establish, will fall apart today. Han Shen smiled. He didn't take the Whisperer's threats seriously at all. He just needed to wait for the bounty incident to escalate, and that would be enough to leave the Whisperer in a mess. Even if he really called someone to ambush him, Han Shen wouldn't feel the slightest bit afraid. Next, as long as the psychic shield is established, other survivors won't be able to attack him. To take it a step further, even if they went through great pains to break the defense shield and entered his territory, what they would face would be 1 leader level, 1 elite level, and 7 ordinary level puppet giants. At this stage, no survivor team has been able to handle such a situation. Now, Han Shen just needs to get some blueprints for offensive buildings to completely finalize the preliminary defense plan for his territory. By then, even if the Whisperer brought a group to besiege him, they would only end up with a total defeat. However, the Whisperer probably won't have the chance. This shouldn't take too long. At this moment, Han Shen continued, don't worry about them, they're just a bunch of clowns. You two keep focusing on leveling up and get the teleportation array blueprints first. This way, we can come and go at any time. The two seemed to recall this, their eyes lighting up. Alright, Brother Xing, let's hurry and level up now. The matter with the Whisper of the Gods was just a minor episode for Han Shen. Despite the Whisperer planning for so long, believing his plan was flawless, he never expected that Han Shen would respond this way, directly pulling out a bounty. Now, not only did it not force him to offer compensation, but it also brought endless trouble to the entire Whisper of the Gods, and even he himself had to face the pursuit of professional assassins. Han Shen shifted his gaze back to the territory. At this moment, Zhang Lingmeng was looking at him with a worried expression. She had also seen what had just happened in the chat channel. Han Shen waved his hand and said, it's fine. Zhang Lingmeng looked at him with admiration and gently linked her arm with his. At night, after having dinner made by Zhang Lingmeng, Han Shen quietly contemplated his upcoming plans. He has now reached level 10, and the job change is imminent. Although he has the hidden class scroll for Elf Archer, he is also very interested in the Wild Ranger class. But so far, he hasn't come across the key item, which is the Chapter of Freedom. With a try-it-out attitude, Han Shen searched for the words Chapter of Freedom in the trading channel. In the next moment, a message appeared in front of him. Han Shen's eyes suddenly brightened. Wow, there really is. Han Chen was so excited that he almost jumped up. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. After all, there are still over 9,000 people left in Zone 107, and among them, there are definitely some extremely lucky individuals, commonly known as European emperors. No matter how small the chance of the chapter of freedom appearing, with so many people, that chance increases. Han Chen quickly checked the message. He found that the seller was a survivor named Tangshin Mumu, which sounds like a girl's name, and she needed a scroll for a mage's advanced class. Advanced class scroll? Han Chen was a bit confused. This thing he really doesn't have in his possession. Oh no, wait, he might have one, but that's a hidden class for hunters, and she's a mage, so it's useless for her. Currently, there shouldn't be many advanced class scrolls produced in the entire Zone 107. Aside from the 100 scrolls given as rewards last time on the leaderboard, others can only obtain advanced class scrolls by opening treasure chests. And the lowest level of treasure chest that can yield class scrolls is at least silver grade. Therefore, the total number of advanced class scrolls in the entire Zone 107 should not exceed 1,000. No wonder this sugar heart Mumu is looking to exchange for this. She's preparing early for when she reaches level 10. Although Han Chen doesn't have any class scrolls either, he still has quite a few good items, so he tried to contact this survivor. Han Chen directly sent a private message. Hello, can the chapter of freedom in your possession be exchanged for other items? At this moment, on a certain floating island territory, a beautiful, tall woman is fighting a group of goblins. Her features are well defined, with long flowing hair cascading down to her waist, giving her a strikingly graceful appearance. In front of her, there were 3 survivors fighting against the monsters. They seemed to be a temporary team. 2 melee fighters were holding off the monsters while the female mage stood at the back of the group calmly dealing damage. At that moment, the female mage's expression changed as she suddenly saw a private message. She intended to finish off the group of monsters first before replying to the message. However, when she saw the ID of the person who sent the private message, she blinked in disbelief. Oh my, is it him? After confirming she wasn't mistaken, her breathing became a bit rapid. She hurriedly told her teammates, "You guys hold on for a bit, I have something to do, I'll reply to a message." The teammates were somewhat taken aback but still replied enthusiastically, "Okay Mumu, if you're tired, just take a break for a while." "That's right, just leave this to us." Tanshin Mumu nodded, then excitedly opened the chat window. After seeing the message from Han Chen, she slightly furrowed her brows and replied after a moment of thought, "Hello Star God, this chapter of freedom can be exchanged with me for other items." Her voice was clear and her pronunciation very standard, as if she had been specially trained. Han Chen sighed in relief after hearing this. Thankfully, this person is negotiable. "Alright, take a look at what you need, and I would like to exchange with you." Tang Xin Mumu did not answer immediately. Instead, after a moment's pause, she asked, "Is this seal very important to you?" Han Chen listened to Tang Xin Mumu's voice and fell into deep thought. Is this the kind of question she starts with? This woman, she isn't testing the importance of the freedom seal to herself, trying to use that as a condition to ask for an outrageous price, is she? Now, the survivors in Area 107 all know that they have a lot of valuable items in their hands. After a moment, Han Chen did not answer her question but instead asked, "Does the item description not mention its function?" Tang Xin Mumu quickly replied, "No, the description only says the seal contains the essence of freedom, there are no other function details." The essence of freedom? That sounds a bit strange. This item description made Han Chen's mouth twitch involuntarily. But thankfully, the item did not reveal its true purpose, which is to summon the remnants of the Wild Ranger's will in the world. At this stage, even if other survivors obtained it, they wouldn't know what this seal is for. So, it's normal for Tangshin Mumu to exchange this. Thinking of this, Han Chen replied, "It's quite important to me, I'm on a mission, and this free chapter is essential for the keyring." He didn't deliberately say that this thing wasn't important, that fool wouldn't believe it anyway. Tangshin Mumu pondered for a moment and carefully asked, "Could you share a little about what the mission is?" After saying that, she quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, Xingshin, I'm just a bit curious because the way I obtained the seal is also quite strange." Strange? Yes. Tangshin Mumu began to recount her story. "It was by chance that my companions and I discovered a massive floating island. The island was not covered by clouds and was as large as a mountain range." Han Chen thought for a moment after hearing this. Her description sounded quite similar to his last encounter with the strange bird on the floating island. Tangshin Mumu continued, "We ventured deep into the floating island and were surprised to find a group of indigenous tribes living there, all with strange tattoos. Those natives told me it was witchcraft tattoo. We began to explore the tribes of these indigenous people and found their customs to be quite strange. Every night, they gather all the tribesmen to hold a peculiar ritual, and the object of their worship is a statue of a white wolf. Recently, the tribe has been plagued by a monster, a jungle python over 10 meters long, a level 10 elite creature. The giant python continuously attacked this tribe, and their tribesmen were repeatedly ambushed, meeting their end in the snake's belly. At this time, the system issued a quest, asking us to help eliminate the threat of the python. My companions and I accepted the quest, and after a tough battle, we finally killed the python. To show his gratitude, the tribe leader took the seal out from the eyes of the white wolf statue for us. From him, I heard about legendary professions and the title of demigod. But until now, I still don't know the purpose of the seal, so I am very curious. After hearing her story, Han Chen also felt quite confused. His understanding of the Wild Ranger was not much greater than Tang Xi and Mumu's. Han Chen thought for a moment and replied, "You're right, this is indeed a quest item related to the hidden profession of hunters." On the other side, Tangshin Mumu let out a slight sigh after hearing this, revealing a look of as expected. To prevent her from asking for too much, Han Chen continued, "But you should know, I was also the one who topped the leaderboard last time, and I already have a hidden class scroll in hand. Therefore, this freedom chapter isn't as important to me as you might think." Then, Han Chen said directly, "Name your price, as long as it's not too outrageous, I can accept it." Hearing Han Chen say this, Tangshin Mumu remembered that last time, it was Xinghe who secured the first place on the leaderboard. Calculating this, Xinghe was already at the top of both leaderboards. Over there, Tangshin Mumu gently bit her lip and softly said, "Xingxin, how about this? I will give you this seal for free, but you need to agree to one request of mine." Request? Han Chen's tone was strange. He wouldn't be happy just because someone said they would give him something for free. He was well aware that free things are the most expensive in this world. "Tell me, what's your condition?" Han Chen asked. Tangshin Mumu took a light breath. "It's not a serious matter, I just hope that you can accept an interview with me next." An interview? Han Chen was very surprised. In his entire life, it was the first time he had heard of someone wanting to interview him. Tangshin Mumu replied confidently, "Yes, but not now. I know the star god must be very busy at the moment." Just not long ago, Han Chen had issued a bounty targeting the top team in Zone 107. Even she knew how significant this matter was among the survivors. Tangshin Mumu continued, "It won't take up too much of the star god's time. Once I level up and establish a teleportation array, I will pick a time to come interview you. However, for this exclusive interview, I would prefer it to be face-to-face. In other words, I hope the star god can allow me to come to your territory for the interview. What do you think?" This condition left Han Chen deep in thought. He wasn't afraid that this woman had any ulterior motives. Han Chen just didn't understand why she wanted to interview him. Tangshin Mumu seemed to sense Han Chen's doubts and explained, "The star god should also be from our new city. I wonder if you have heard my name on short video platforms." Hearing her mention it, Han Chen was thoughtful. After a moment, Han Chen remembered something and said in surprise, "You're that internet celebrity with millions of fans on the short video platform?" Tangshin Mumu smiled and replied, "Yes, Xingxin, I'm honored that you know me." Han Chen was astonished. As a modern person, he had basically come into contact with short videos. Even though Han Chen rarely watched them, with big data pushing content, it was hard to avoid these if you went online. He had seen some of Tangshin Mumu's works, no wonder the name sounded familiar. She wasn't the kind of risque female internet celebrity he had in mind. Her work style leaned more towards lighthearted store visits and daily shares, with a humorous tone, plus her stunning looks garnered her a lot of popularity. However, coming to this world, her status as an internet celebrity was of no use and wouldn't help her at all. Tangshin Mumu said directly, "Xingxin, I'll be honest, I want to leverage your traffic to create a new program to gather popularity for myself. And then use this program to grow and develop further. The last regional opening made me realize that we humans from Blue Star will eventually merge together, as if billions of people have changed to live in a new world. As long as there are people, there are resources. Although everyone can connect with each other, so far, I haven't seen anyone with the same idea as mine. This is an excellent opportunity." At this point, Han Chen understood the woman's intentions. It must be said, she is a very clever woman, able to keenly grasp some points that naturally attract attention and profit from them. As a prominent figure in District 107, Han Chen naturally brings a huge following. While everyone else is still troubled by survival, she has already thought about the future development of human situations, using her advantages to plan ahead. If she really succeeds, I don't know about the whole world, but in District 107, she should be the only one. For the first time, Han Chen refreshed his impression of these internet celebrities in his mind. After pondering for a moment, Han Chen felt he could agree to her terms. Because in this transaction, Han Chen would not suffer any losses. Han Chen replied directly, "I can accept your interview. Just let me know a day in advance when you have time." Tangshin Mumu finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Alright, thank you, Star God. I wish us a pleasant cooperation." After saying that, Tangshin Mumu immediately sent a trade request to Han Chen. Then, she placed a green seal in the trade window. Han Chen confirmed the trade. "Trade successful, you have obtained the chapter of freedom." After closing the private chat window, Han Chen touched the cold special material seal in his hand, his expression brightened. "Great, now we just need to wait until midnight, and then we can verify whether the method to summon the spirit of the Wild Ranger is true." At this time, there were still a few hours until midnight. Han Chen did not continue leveling up but instead started mass-producing space backpacks and life potions. This was partly to pay the bounty and partly to prepare for the upcoming trades. Do you want to consume Spirit Core *10,000, 1-star Beast Skin *1000 to create Space Backpack White *1000? Time required for production 10s *1000. Do you want to consume Spirit Core *100000 Quality Beast Skin *1500 Ether *100000 to create Space Backpack Blue *500? Time required for production 60s *500. It takes over 11 hours to produce 1500 backpacks. Han Chen selected everything, directly removing 110,000 spirit cores, adding 1 million ether, along with a large amount of beast skins, and nearly half of the spirit core reserves were consumed. But it's okay, these space backpacks are enough not only to cover his costs but also to multiply his profits several times. After several hours, Han Chen found a stool and sat outside the territory waiting. At this time, Zhang Lianming was watering the flowers inside the territory with a watering can, occasionally glancing at Han Chen with a gentle smile on her lips. At this moment, a system notification came through. Successfully crafted 1,000 space backpacks white. His 1,000 white backpacks have been completed. All the attributes are similar, each with 30 slots of storage space and random 4-dimensional attributes. Han Chen stored them all in the warehouse. Since he issued the bounty, the entire chat channel has been buzzing with messages. It's astonishing that the Star God has equipment like space backpacks. Yeah, I was just thinking that everyone has so little they can carry while challenging the secret realm. I wonder when there will be more powerful storage items. I didn't expect that the Star God would have such powerful items. I remember the Star God had a spatial backpack a long time ago. I saw him put it up on the trading channel once, but it was taken down shortly after. It was just a white equipment though. I don't know why the Star God would put the spatial backpack up for sale. I'm getting a bit impatient. Now, everyone in Zone 107 knows that Han Chen has a large number of spatial backpacks, making them envious. Just then, Han Chen finally received his first private message. The person messaging him was called Razor, a member of the Twilight Mercenaries. Razor's speaking style was also very concise and straightforward. The bounty has been completed. I have killed the member of the God's Whisper, Liu Li Jixia. He sent Han Chen a message about the kill. Han Chen smiled and quickly clicked on the trade. Then, he directly posted a screenshot of the kill information in the chat channel. The entire chat channel erupted in a huge stir once again. Oh my! Someone actually completed the bounty and killed a member of the Whisper of the Gods. That was too fast. It's only been a few hours. Who did it so quickly? Moreover, the Star God really gave out a reward. So terrifying. Now, the members of Whisper of the Gods must be sweating profusely. Seeing the bright red kill message in the chat channel, those who thought Han Chen was just trying to scare them suddenly felt cold sweat pouring down. With the first one done, the second one quickly followed. Han Chen also kept receiving kill notifications. In just 3 short hours from nightfall until now, he had already traded out over 20 spatial backpacks. This meant that at least 20 members of the Whisper of the Gods had lost their lives. So many people completed the bounty and successfully obtained the spatial backpacks promised by Han Chen, which ignited the killing desire in others. At this moment, the members of the Whisper of the Gods appeared to them like walking cakes, with top-tier equipment. Anyone who saw them wanted to take a bite. Ethical standards? In the face of such immense temptation, they do not exist. Everyone in the Whisper of the Gods is on edge. At this moment, many people finally couldn't withstand the pressure and began to voluntarily withdraw from the team. Half an hour passed and over 200 more people withdrew from the Whisper of the Gods. The Whisperer looked pale, watching as the team he had worked so hard to build was halved in just a few hours. If he couldn't withstand this wave of pressure, then even more people would withdraw next. For the first time, regret appeared in the Whisperer's heart. He frantically sent private messages to Han Chen, hoping he would retract the bounty. However, he discovered that Han Chen had already blocked him, and the messages couldn't go through at all. The Whisperer's heart was like dead ashes. But what he didn't know was, in Han Chen's mind, he had long been placed on the kill list. A guy who had been scheming against him. Once Han Chen got the opportunity, he would definitely take him out without giving him any chance for negotiation. Meanwhile, the Black Hawk of the Dusk mercenary group was searching for the Whisperer's whereabouts. Han Chen's bounty had completely torn apart the moral standards in the hearts of everyone in Area 107. At this moment, they will realize that in this world, killing is truly a simple act. And it doesn't even require any punishment for it. Late at night, a bright full moon hangs high in the sky. A large floating island, over 10,000 square meters in size, hovers in midair. Han Chen instructed Zhang Lingming to return to the castle first while he stood up. Then, a longbow appeared in his hand. The prompt said to attach the chapter of freedom to the tip of the arrow and then infuse it with all the belief in his heart. Concentrate, give it your all, and shoot the strongest strike at the moon to summon the lingering will of the Wild Ranger. Han Chen took a deep breath and whispered, "The strongest strike, huh?" He took out a bottle of bear power potion from his backpack and drank it directly, feeling his strength surge. Then he drew an arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, and tied the chapter of freedom to the arrow tip. The bowstring slowly pulled back. Creak, creak. The sound of the tense bowstring tightening continuously echoed. With the bowstring pulled to its limit, Han Chen still held on tightly. Then, he aimed the arrow at the bright moon in the sky. In the next moment, the arrow shot out fiercely. Whoosh! The tip of the arrow glimmered with a hint of green, shooting straight towards the moon. At that moment, Han Chen felt anxious. He didn't know if what the NPC said was reliable. If it turns out to be useless, he would have wasted this chapter of freedom for nothing. Han Chen fixed his gaze on the arrow, watching it soar into the sky until it became a dot barely visible to the naked eye. However, the arrow seemed to have vanished into the night sky. Seconds passed with no response. Han Chen couldn't help but lower his arm in disappointment. Did I fail? Looks like I'll have to change to an elf archer. Han Chen shook his head, intending to turn back. Just then, a cool breeze suddenly swept through the entire territory. This wind felt as if it had blown from ancient times, carrying a vast aura. In the next moment, the entire sky seemed to be infected by a peculiar aura, and as the gentle breeze blew, the stars twinkled in the sky. Han Chen suddenly turned around and looked up at the sky. He vaguely saw something. In the cold night sky, a man wearing a grass crown and a thin fur coat suddenly appeared. His skin was bronzed, and his messy yellow hair was wild like a lion's mane. Below him, a giant white wolf with fur as white as silver silk walked through the air. At this moment, the man and the wolf seemed to merge with the bright moon in the sky. Meanwhile, the coal ball seemed to sense something unusual and flickered to Han Chen's feet. The two hunters locked eyes in the air. Both had a wolf and held a massive longbow. The two hunters from different eras both felt a stirring in their hearts. In the air, the man said in a deep voice, "For over 1,000 years, no one has been able to awaken the will of the ranger. I never expected it to happen this time, in the land abandoned by the gods." He looked at Han Chen and asked softly, "Human, did you summon me here?" This lion-like man spoke, as if his voice echoed throughout the entire world. Han Chen's throat moved. This man with a phantom-like presence exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure just by being looked at. He had never seen such a formidable existence, as if what he faced at this moment was a deity. At this moment, Han Chen couldn't help but cast a reconnaissance spell on him. Spirit of the Wild Ranger. Level? Attributes? Skills? Well, I can't detect anything except for the name. This man seemed to know that Han Chen had cast a reconnaissance spell on him, but he was not angry. Instead, he maintained a serious expression and continued to ask, "Human, since you summoned me here, you must know what this represents. I ask you, do you wish to inherit the will of the Wild Ranger and become the new generation of Wild Rangers?" After pondering for a moment, Han Chen suddenly asked, "Is the Wild Ranger the strongest hunter class?" The man in the sky smiled slightly and said, "You are the third person in nearly 10,000 years to ask me this question. Before this, my answer to them was always that there is no strongest profession, only the strongest heart. However, today I can tell you that among those legendary hunters, the Wild Ranger may not be the strongest, but it is definitely the profession with the highest achievements." Highest achievements? Han Chen asked in confusion. In the air, the man like a wild lion nodded. "Do you know that throughout the generations of Wild Rangers, the lowest achievement is a 5-star legend, and there are quite a few 6-star demigods. There are even those at the 7-star pinnacle." Han Chen was extremely excited, with admiration written all over his face. At this moment, the spirit of the Wild Ranger in the sky looked at Han Chen's admiring gaze and smiled slightly. However, the next moment, Han Chen asked, "What is a demigod? What does pinnacle mean?" The spirit of the Wild Ranger. After a moment of silence, the spirit of the Wild Ranger seemed quite speechless, but he still patiently explained. "Well then, you beings born in the land abandoned by the gods, your strength is weak, and you indeed know little about this, so today I will explain to you the power system of this world. First, beings strengthen themselves by absorbing the spiritual energy from the world. However, in the process of strengthening, beings will encounter various bottlenecks. Due to talent or bloodline reasons, some beings may be stuck at these bottlenecks for a lifetime without being able to break through. Once they break through, they not only gain new powers but also experience a significant increase in strength. We refer to this transformation as the first transition. After the first transition, upon reaching a certain realm, they will encounter a second bottleneck, known as the second transition. Once they break through, their strength will again see an increase. This cycle continues until the fourth transition, where many beings get stuck at this step, which is also the limit for most lives. Above the fourth transition is another realm, the legendary level. Reaching the legendary realm is equivalent to taking the first step from mortal to divine, truly possessing a hint of divine power. Then there is the 6-star demigod, and eventually the true divine power of the 7-star pinnacle. After hearing the explanation from the Wild Ranger spirit, Han Chen showed a thoughtful expression on his face. He almost understands what the other person means. The so-called first advancement should be for the survivors of Blue Star, from level 10 to level 11. The second advancement is from level 20 to level 21, and so on. It's very simple and clear. What this man refers to as legendary should be for professionals above level 50. Legendary, demigod, pinnacle. Each realm possesses destructive power. It's also a realm that countless beings dream of reaching. The spirit of the Wild Ranger finished explaining the power system of this world to Han Shen and asked again, "Human, do you have any questions? This legendary being seems to be quite easy to talk to." Han Shen's heart stirred and he asked with great anticipation, "Yes, can you show me how strong the Wild Ranger is?" Upon hearing this request, the other party seemed unsurprised and instead smiled slightly. He directly agreed, saying, "Sure." In the next moment, the man riding the white wolf suddenly raised his silver-white longbow and shot an arrow into the sky. At that moment, he turned to Han Shen and said, "Look closely, humans, this is the power of the Wild Ranger." The arrow was accompanied by a brilliant trail of light. At that moment, Han Shen was in a daze. He suddenly saw the countless stars in the night sky magnified all at once. No, that's not right. They weren't magnified, the stars in the entire sky were all falling down at this moment. Wow, this is so exaggerated. Han Shen's eyes widened, feeling as if the sky itself was trembling. Rumble. Then, a meteor shower that covered the entire field of vision suddenly fell. Han Shen saw distant floating islands covered by clouds explode violently when struck by one of the meteors. The monsters on the floating islands didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated. Including those suspended islands, at this moment, they all shattered and fell from the sky. Meanwhile, the sound of explosions was incessant. When Han Shen finally reacted, he was horrified to discover that in a radius of 100 miles around him, all the clouds had vanished. This even includes clouds that are thousands or even tens of thousands of square meters in size. Hidden within are countless monsters and powerful beings. Yet even so, they were reduced to ashes under the Wild Ranger's strike. One strike to clear the field, how terrifying! The spirit of the Wild Ranger seems to have controlled the attack's location, avoiding his floating island. Otherwise, Han Shen suspected that even a single meteor would be enough to blow his territory to pieces. What a terrifying skill! Han Shen gulped. At this moment, Han Shen admitted that he was still shallow. This profession is not just strong, it's simply beyond comprehension. Just look at what it means to summon falling stars and to harness the power of the heavens. With just this one skill, Han Shen couldn't wait to change his class to Wild Ranger. At this moment, the spirit of the wild game looked at Han Shen's shocked expression and chuckled, "Human, this is just the basic skill of the Wild Ranger, Meteor Arrow Rain. After you complete your second and third class advancements, you will be able to learn even more advanced skills. Now, I ask you again, are you willing to inherit the will of the Wild Ranger?" Han Shen did not hesitate this time and excitedly said, "I am willing." The rugged-faced man showed a pleased smile. In the next moment, the system notification arrived. The spirit of the Wild Ranger is injecting you with the power of inheritance. After the injection is complete, you will automatically transition to the hidden class, Wild Ranger. Do you accept? Yes. Han Shen promptly accepted without hesitation. The power of inheritance has been injected into your body, all attributes increased by 200%. You have automatically transitioned to the hidden class, Hunter, Wild Ranger. You have automatically learned new skills of the Wild Ranger, Fury Burst, Wild Instinct, and Meteor Arrow Rain. Fury Burst, when entering combat, hit rate increases by 100%, attack speed increases by 50%. Wild Instinct, activate the inner power of the Wild Ranger, lasting 10 seconds. During this state, movement speed increases by 500%, cooldown time 15 minutes. Meteor Shower, harness the power of the stars to deal area damage to enemies in a 0.2 meter radius ahead. Each meteor can deal 150% damage, and for every point of agility, one meteor is summoned. Cooldown time 30 minutes. At that moment, Han Shen was directly shocked by the strength of this class. These three skills are not just impressive, they are absolutely incredible. The first skill, Berserker's Fury, maxes out his hit rate, making it almost impossible to miss even against high-level boss monsters. The second skill, Wild Instinct, is an escape skill that increases movement speed by 500%, allowing him to run faster than a coalball. The third skill, Meteor Shower, is likely the one just used by the Wild Ranger spirit. It's an area skill. It not only compensates for the Hunter class's lack of area skills but also increases the number and damage of meteors as Han Shen's attributes grow. The damage is secondary, the main thing is that it looks cool. Just as Han Shen was still immersed in the power of the Wild Ranger class, a second system notification arrived. You have now transitioned to a legendary hidden class. The legendary skill slot is unlocked. Legendary skill bar, consume corresponding legendary points to randomly draw a hidden skill for the Wild Ranger class. Upon hearing this prompt, Han Shen felt a bit confused. Legendary points? He remembered that when he drove the Demon Lord back to the Abyss Realm, the system rewarded him with 10 legendary points. So far, he still hadn't figured out the purpose of the legendary points. But now, the system was telling him that they could be used to draw skills. Thus, Han Shen extended his trembling finger and clicked on the legendary skill bar. There were a total of 10 slots, but he found them completely empty, without a single skill. Han Shen tried clicking the plus sign on the first skill slot and a system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume legendary points to draw the Wild Ranger exclusive legendary skill? Drawing the first legendary skill requires 10 legendary points, while drawing the second legendary skill requires 50 legendary points. Do I even need to think about it? Of course, I'll draw. Han Shan directly clicked yes. Successfully drawn the Wild Ranger exclusive legendary skill, Moonshatter. Moonshatter, legendary skill, summons a phantom of the moon, forcibly sealing the target for 5 seconds. This seal ignores level and resistance. After 5 seconds, the moon phantom explodes, dealing 1200% damage to enemies. Cooldown time, 1 hour. When he saw the skill, Han Shen's shock was impossible to hide. This is actually a skill that combines control and burst damage. Moreover, the control time reaches an astonishing 5 seconds. If he were to fight other survivors one-on-one, the skill would make Han Shen invincible among survivors. With 5 seconds of strong control and his terrifying attack power, even the most defensive heavy armored knight couldn't withstand a single round. If used in a team setting, the effects of this skill are even more terrifying. 5 seconds is enough for teammates to deal how much damage? The final explosion can deal 12 times the damage. It's truly frightening. At this moment, the spirit of the Wild Ranger in the sky looked at Han Shen's shocked expression and smiled. Alright, the will of the Wild Ranger has been passed on, and I am about to leave. Human race, the Wild Rangers of past generations all achieved at least 5-star legends in their lifetime. I hope you can grow even higher. With effort, 6-star demigod, and even 7-star peak are not mere fantasies. In the future, I hope there will be a place for you in the Supreme Hall. The Wild Ranger shook his head with some regret and said, but it's a pity, I haven't encountered a genius with legendary talent in thousands of years. A Wild Ranger with legendary skills is its most powerful form. Upon hearing about legendary skills, Han Shen's eyes immediately lit up. Is this the legendary skill you mentioned? As he spoke, Han Shen aimed at the front. A bright full moon suddenly appeared. The Wild Ranger abruptly turned around, a look of shock on his face. He exclaimed in surprise, legendary skill, Moonshatter, the signature move of the 7th generation Wild Ranger. Human race, you truly are beyond my expectations. Han Shen sensed the shock in the Wild Ranger spirit's tone and felt a little proud. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. You have gained the recognition of the Wild Ranger spirit, favorability plus 25. At this moment, the spirit of the Wild Ranger's attitude towards Han Shen had clearly softened a bit. He said, human, your talent exceeds my expectations. In that case, I can give you a special favor. If you have any questions you don't understand, you can ask me, but it's limited to one. Han Shen indeed had many questions he wanted to ask. After a moment, he asked the question he was most eager to know. Do you know about the blood curse? Upon hearing the term blood curse, the spirit of the Wild Ranger's expression changed slightly. There seemed to be a flash of recollection in his eyes, as if he was flipping through memories in his mind. He furrowed his brows and slowly spoke. I haven't heard those words, blood curse, in several thousand years. After that disaster, the Elf King and the Giant King joined forces to erase all information about the blood curse, fearing that someone would once again conduct the ritual of the Witch Clan and summon those terrifying entities. This matter is of great significance. Where did you hear about the blood curse? Han Shen thought for a moment and then shared the clues he had obtained, along with the impending outbreak of the blood curse. The Wild Ranger spirit frowned immediately after hearing that. Han Shen noticed that something was off with the other party's state. Even he felt a bit heavy-hearted, which shows how significant the impact of the blood curse is. At that moment, the Wild Ranger spirit pondered, I didn't expect that after thousands of years, the blood curse still hasn't been completely eradicated, and it would erupt in the land abandoned by the gods this time. He looked deeply at Han Shen. You guys really have bad luck. Han Shen also felt helpless. Previously, he knew that a disaster capable of annihilating a race was something their Blue Star humans could not possibly contend with their current strength. At that time, he had the idea of finding the indigenous people of this world to help resolve the blood curse issue. Because if it wasn't solved, he would also be affected. However, Han Shen had no idea how to contact the indigenous people of this world, let alone the powerful Elf King and Giant King. Just now, the Wild Ranger spirit demonstrated the might of the falling star rain, allowing Han Shen to witness his terrifying strength. So he had a sudden idea and decided to try telling the other party about the situation. The Wild Ranger spirit thought for a moment and said, I understand this matter. I will go check out the island you mentioned. After saying this, the Wild Ranger spirit turned and left, disappearing into the world. Han Shen let out a heavy sigh, as if a large stone in his heart had dropped by half. However, what he didn't see was that the Wild Ranger spirit left with a cloud of gloom on his brow. In the air, the Wild Ranger spirit sighed. The evil god of the alternate dimension has died and resurrected. Unfortunately, my true self has long since perished in the final battle. I wonder if this remnant power can be his match. After the Wild Ranger spirit left, the seriousness on Han Shen's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of surprise. Finally, I have transitioned to the Wild Ranger. As long as I break through level 50, can I reach the 5-star legendary realm? Then there's the 6-star demigod and the pinnacle of 7 stars. Interesting. So this world categorizes power in this way. But they surely don't know that I, along with billions of humans on Blue Star, possess systems and there are no so-called bottlenecks. As long as we give it time to develop in the future, who knows, I might be able to create an ultimate legion for you, and then we can push through any abyss realm or alternate space. Thinking about this, Han Chen felt invigorated. But the premise is that they can survive this blood-tide disaster. At that moment, the castle's large door suddenly swung open and a graceful figure appeared. At that time, Zhang Lianming was fully armed, holding a mithril staff, and walked out under the moonlight. She said with a slightly anxious expression, "There was such a big commotion just now, like an earthquake. I was worried about you, so I came out, and then I saw you talking to the air. I thought you were possessed, and it scared me to death." Han Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Possessed my ass. However, he did gain some information. The wild ranger spirit he had just summoned was invisible to everyone else except himself. Han Chen slowly walked towards Zhang Lianmeng. "Phew, luckily you're okay." Zhang Limeng patted her impressive chest. "Otherwise, I..." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Han Chen already appearing in front of her. In the next moment, her vision spun, and Zhang Limeng found her feet off the ground. Han Chen directly scooped her up by the back of her knees, carrying her in a princess hold, and strode toward the castle. Zhang Limeng's face instantly turned red, her head buried deep into Han Chen's chest, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck, unwilling to let go. Although it wasn't their first time doing this, Zhang Limeng still felt her heart racing every time she thought about it. Upon entering the room, Han Chen gently laid the beauty in his arms onto the bed and then leaned down to kiss her. Xing Gur. The night was enchanting, and in the high castle, a long and ethereal sound of gasping echoed once again. The next day, Han Chen woke up as usual. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a system notification. "Your space backpack blue *500 has been completed. Besides that, I received dozens of private messages. Most of them are notifications about completed bounties. Last night, at least 30 more members of the Whisper of the Gods lost their lives." To Han Chen's surprise, one of the management members of the Whisper of the Gods was also found and eliminated by the survivors. Han Chen readily traded away more than 30 backpacks. To him, this was nothing significant. But for the Whisper of the Gods, it was a heavy blow. Last night, the Whisper of the Gods expelled over 200 members again. From a peak of 700 to 800 people, only a little over 100 remain today. The battle situation is nothing short of brutal. Only the Whisperers themselves truly understand the ups and downs of this situation. At this moment, the Whisperer is still working on boosting morale in the team chat channel. "Everyone, don't panic. As long as we work together, we can definitely get through this tough time. Xingha has committed many atrocities, and so many of our brothers have died because of him. We cannot let this revenge go unpunished. Everyone must believe that good deeds will be rewarded and evil deeds will be punished. The Star River will definitely face retribution. However, at this point, no one is a fool. When the Whisperer can only utter that good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished in the face of threats, they know that the Whisperer has no way to deal with the Star River. The reason why the remaining 100 or so people have not withdrawn from the Divine Whisper at this time is that most of them have received benefits from the Whisperer and some are on Han Chen's bounty list. Previously, seeing Han Chen as weak and having benefits to gain, they dared to criticize him. But they never expected that Han Chen's counterattack would be so fierce. One misstep could cost them their lives. At this moment, a survivor named Wang Xian said, "Captain, we can't keep following you into this chaos. In this situation, everyone can see that the Star River will not rest until the Divine Whisper is destroyed. There's no need for us to hold on, the Star River's power is too great." From the very beginning, provoking him was a wrong decision. However, the Whisperer urgently said, "Wang Xian, what nonsense are you talking about? Xingha has some abilities, but it's not at the level where it can bring us down. Trust me, I've already contacted the third largest team in this area, the Airplane Boys, and they will definitely help us deal with Xingha." The Whisperer was still being stubborn. At this point, among the remaining people, few would believe his nonsense. At this moment, Wang Xian continued, "Captain, stop deceiving everyone. Actually, everyone knows that the Airplane Boys cannot help us at this time. This bounty from Xingha has pushed us to a dead end. If we still refuse to back down, the next outcome will be death." Upon hearing this, the Whisperer's expression changed. "Wang Xian, stop spouting nonsense here. Don't forget, you're also on Xingha's bounty list. Even if you back down, will others let you go?" However, Wang Xian replied, "You're mistaken, Captain. In fact, the person Xingha wants to eliminate the most is you, and although we have also cursed him, he knows that we were all misled by you. At worst, I'll go to the chat channel to plead with him. Even if I lose some face, it's better than losing my life." After Wang Xian finished speaking, a group of people in the discussion group felt a stir in their hearts. This seems to indeed be a way out. At this moment, information from the discussion group came in. Wang Xian has exited the discussion group. As Wang Xian exited, more people followed suit and left. In the end, only the Whisperer and a few core members were left, looking at each other in confusion. The largest team in District 107 was on the verge of disbanding at this moment. The Whisperer looked ashen. He clenched his fists tightly, unable to comprehend how he had come to this point. The Whisperer turned to his trusted aide and asked, "Haven't you found the location of that Star River's territory yet?" The middle-aged man beside him also looked grim and shook his head. "I can't find it. The territory of the Star River has never had a fixed location. This world is too vast, and besides, the number of people we can mobilize is dwindling." Upon hearing this, the Whisperer gritted his teeth, his expression darkening to the point of almost bursting with anger. Just then, he suddenly saw a few floating islands slowly approaching him from a distance. On those empty islands, there stood a few survivors with indifferent expressions, not a hint of breath escaping from them. However, the faint murderous intent emanating from these individuals indicated their difference from other survivors. "It's the Dusk Mercenaries." The Whisperer's face changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "Damn it! We've been discovered, run!" After saying that, the Whisperer controlled his empty island to escape at high speed. However, at that moment, islands appeared from all directions, surrounding him completely. This was a premeditated and well-prepared ambush. At this point, the Whisperer realized that his position had been exposed, and someone in the team had betrayed him. Meanwhile, Han Chen was unaware of what was happening with the Divine Whisper. After getting up, Han Chen crafted another 1,000 ordinary backpacks and 500 blue backpacks. Then he set off with Zhang Lianmeng to enjoy their leveling time. Now, they were challenging clouds that spanned hundreds to thousands of square meters, and the monsters inside were not too strong, posing no threat to Han Chen at all. With just the use of cold balls, he could eliminate all these monsters. Zhang Liandong is putting in a lot of effort using various mage skills to assist Meiqiu in battle. The tip of Zhang Liandong's staff is brewing a ball of electric light, followed by a soft incantation. "By thunder, shatter the darkness." In the next moment, a bolt of lightning descends from the sky, crashing into the swarm of monsters with a loud bang. Watching Zhang Liandong in battle is quite a pleasing sight. He is enjoying his leisure time. After a whole day, Meiqiu's experience points reached 80% of level 9, while Zhang Liandong's level soared from level 7 to 70% of level 8, soon to reach level 9. Meanwhile, significant events are happening on Channel 107. First, the management position of God's Whisper was found by the Twilight Mercenary Corps, and many corps members were killed. Then, a large number of members from God's Whisper withdrew, directly announcing their disbandment. After today, this so-called number 1 guild in District 107 will no longer exist. Moreover, with another management member of God's Whisper, Haoyue, also known as Huang Wen, being located, he is now being hunted down. Huang Wen tried to privately message Han Chen, but he found that he had already been blocked. So, he began to frantically at Han Chen in the chat channel, begging for Han Chen's forgiveness. Moreover, he revealed the Whisperer's plan in the chat channel, confirming that Han Chen was slandered, hoping Han Chen would spare his life. The onlookers in the 107 district channel finally realized what was happening. It turned out that from the beginning, it was the Whisperer who set up the trap to frame Xinghe. Initially, the Whisperer intended to frame Xinghe, but now the plan backfired, and he ended up almost losing his life. As for the Whisperer, the crowd felt no sympathy for him. In the face of Haoyue's frantic pleas in the chat channel, he was almost begging to be treated like a dog by Han Chen. But Han Chen remained indifferent and directly ignored him. Haoyue felt utterly hopeless and was eventually found by the members of the Dusk Mercenaries, where he was killed on the spot. The God's Whisper announced its dissolution, and the title of the new number 1 team in the 107 district changed hands. That is the Dusk Mercenaries. Now, the entire God's Whisper was left with only the Whisperer fleeing outside. However, at this time, the Whisperer had already been targeted by Black Hawk. This man, truly like a hawk, brought a sense of deadly oppression to the Whisperer. No matter where he fled, a shadow would closely follow him. During this bounty operation, everyone witnessed the execution capability of that group of assassins. They realized that most of the members in this team were actually stealth professionals. Moreover, this time, they were also the ones who killed the most, truly a team of villains. Another day passed. Today marks the 17th day since the survivors arrived in this world. As soon as Han Chen opened his eyes, he saw the system notification. Your territory building, the Psionic Shield Defense Tower, has been completed. Your territory building, the Basic Teleportation Array, has been completed. With the notifications of the two buildings being completed, Han Chen jumped out of bed. Great, it's finally built. He quickly ran to his territory and arrived at the spot where he had decided to build the Psionic Shield Obelisk yesterday, where a uniquely shaped building had appeared. A structure about 10 meters tall, with a conical shape and a square base measuring 2 meters on each side, stood prominently there. At the top of the spire, a transparent crystal ball is slowly rotating. It has a style that combines a bit of magic with modern technology. This building is the Psionic Shield Obelisk. Not far from the defense tower, there is also a platform resembling an altar. This is another territory building, the Primary Teleportation Array. Han Chen quickly checked the attributes of these two buildings. Psionic Shield Defense Tower, Primary. Psionic Shield, not generated, requires input of spirit cores to generate the Psionic Shield. After looking at the information, Han Shen said softly, generating a psionic shield requires inputting spirit cores. Inputting 1000. Spirit cores generates a shield with a radius of 10 meters, while 10,000 spirit cores generates a 100-meter shield, and so on. And my territory area is now nearly 20,000 square meters, which means I need at least a shield with a diameter of 150 meters. This consumption is manageable. After all, as long as the shield is not broken, the defense effect will last with just one input of spirit cores. Moreover, 15,000 spirit cores is not a big deal for Han Shen. So, he directly clicked to input. Do you want to consume 15,000 spirit cores to create a psychic shield with a diameter of 150 meters? Yes. In the backpack, 15,000 spirit cores disappeared. Meanwhile, at the top of the obelisk, a transparent crystal ball began to emit a green light and spun rapidly. In no time, a beam of green light shot up into the sky. Then it transformed into a thin, transparent shield, completely enclosing Han Shen's territory. Remaining defense value of the psychic shield, 200 plus 40, additional 40 from the Lord's castle. Great, now it feels much safer. Then, Han Shen looked at the one-star teleportation array beside him. There's nothing much to explain about this, just open your territory information and record the teleportation arrays of other territories to achieve bidirectional teleportation. However, the cooldown time is an hour, which means a maximum of 24 teleports per day. At this moment, Han Shen glanced at the territory behind him. After exploring for these few days, the area of his territory had reached over 20,000 square meters. Even if stacked into 2 layers, it still had over 10,000 square meters. The vast territory appeared somewhat empty. However, Zhang Liandong has been busy managing his territory during this time. During the day, she follows Han Shen to hunt monsters, and at night, she starts working under the moonlight. She has sown large areas of grass seeds on the territory and planted many flower seedlings around the castle, showing her diligence. After a few days of cultivation, the grass seeds have sprouted, covering the entire territory with a thin layer of grass, creating a vibrant scene. Seeing how hard she has worked, Han Shen rewards her well every night. After a few days, Zhang Liandong's charm has become even more captivating. Just a glance seems to draw people's souls away. The next day. Today marks the 18th day since the Blue Star humans arrived in this world. Han Shen continues to inspect his territory. Today, he doesn't need to get up early to hunt monsters because both Zhang Liandong and Meiqiu reached level 10 yesterday. And Han Shen's level has also reached level 11. Zhang Liandong has received the reward for 6th place. Among the purple self-selected weapons, Zhang Limeng chose the Staff of Daylight, which is of exquisite quality, adds a lot of magic attack, and also comes with a 20 magic resistance reduction effect, making it quite excellent. As for the class change direction, under Han Shen's recommendation, she became a pure damage output elementalist. At this moment, a stunning woman with a crown and an impressive figure walked gracefully towards Han Shen. Zhang Limeng was wearing a deep blue mage robe today, but even so, it still couldn't hide her voluptuous figure beneath the robe. She raised a silver, shimmering staff, and combined with the silver crown on her head, it exuded a captivating yet somewhat holy aura that made it hard for anyone to look away. After spending these few days together, the feelings between the two have grown even warmer. At this moment, Zhang Limeng was gazing affectionately at Han Shen. She took out a blueprint for a building-type item, which was her reward for ranking 6th on the leaderboard, the Lord's Cottage and Teleportation Array blueprint. Zhang Limeng softly asked, Xing Goer, this Lord's Cottage and Teleportation Array, since I don't have my own territory, it seems like it won't be very useful, right? Han Shen nodded, I was just about to talk to you about this. I previously discovered that the survivors I killed still have their core territories left, and they can even be transferred to others. Now, I have 8 core territories that I can give away at any time. In other words, you now have the ability to rebuild a territory. In a bit, I will give you a core territory and then allocate a few thousand square units of land to you so you can build your own Lord's House and Teleportation Array. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Limeng felt a tightness in her heart. This woman seemed to think of something, biting her lip lightly, her eyes misty as she said, Xing Goer, are you trying to drive me away? Han Shen was taken aback and asked in confusion, when did I say I wanted to drive you away? I'm just letting you establish your own territory, which is like teaming up. Zhang Limeng spoke softly with a hint of a cry, but I don't want to establish any territory, I just want to stay with you. Is that not allowed? She asked cautiously, seemingly afraid that Han Shen would refuse. Through their time together over the past few days, Han Shen knew that Zhang Limeng's greatest pursuit was a sense of security. Looking at the beautiful girl's pitiful expression, Han Shen directly embraced her and said affirmatively, it's fine. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liandong broke into a smile. Snuggling in Han Shen's arms, she said softly, Brother Xing, I don't want any top-tier equipment and I don't need to become powerful. I just want to be with you always. If one day Brother Xing gets tired of me, I hope you won't drive me away. I will be very obedient. I'll do whatever you ask, even if it's just being a servant. As long as I can be by your side, I'm satisfied. I won't be a burden to you. Han Shen stopped her from saying more. Both of them tacitly agreed not to mention this matter again. At that moment, Chung Jianyong and Xin Yun sent messages. They both broke through level 10 and received ranking rewards. Cheng Jianyong excitedly said in the discussion group, "Haha, brother Xing, I didn't embarrass you this time, did I? I'm in 8th place and Xiao Yun is slower than me." Xin Yun scoffed, "Heh, you, a warrior, comparing leveling speed with me, a holy class, and you only beat me by half an hour. How can you even say that? So what? I'm just faster than you." Watching the two bicker as usual, Han Shen smiled. "Alright, first digest the rewards in your hands. It's best to set up the energy shield and the teleportation array first, then you can come to my territory." Their eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Cheng Jianyong said, "Right, I almost forgot about that. Once we set up the teleportation array, we can go find Brother Xing directly. I've been craving that 760 vintage black vine wine for a long time. This time, I must drink my fill." After they finished speaking, the two began to mark out land in the territory, preparing to build. At that moment, Cheng Jianyong suddenly exclaimed, "Damn, does it require this much material to build a teleportation array? 20,000 fine iron and 500 secret silver. Even if I spent all my savings, I'd barely be able to build it." Beside him, Xin Yun also smiled wryly. "It's not just that. The Lord's cabin also has an energy shield obelisk, which requires even more materials. At this stage, I doubt many survivors can build it." However, Cheng Jianyong gritted his teeth and said, "No way, today we'll sell everything we have to get it built." Han Shen scoffed, "What are you talking about? With you here, brother Xing, we can easily build a small teleportation array." The two seemed to recall this matter as well. Right now, in the entire 107 district, the person with the most resources is probably Han Shen. The enormous materials needed to build the teleportation array are nothing to him. With the excited gazes of the two, Han Shen initiated a trade request. Looking at the trading panel, there were hundreds of thousands of spirit cores, along with over 100,000 refined iron, and even a large amount of secret silver. At that moment, Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun truly experienced the thrill of becoming rich overnight. These materials could not only build the teleportation array but also two other buildings, the Lord's Cottage and the Energy Shield Obelisk, and still have plenty left over. The two praised Han Shen so much that they almost recognized him as their godfather, overwhelmed with emotion. Han Shen couldn't stand these two guys and urged them to complete the trade quickly. Then, Han Shen closed the discussion group. At this moment, Zhang Lingmeng was nestled in Han Shen's arms, blinking her beautiful eyes. While Han Shen was talking with Cheng Jianyong and the others, Zhang Limeng remained silent. At this moment, she couldn't help but curiously ask, "Xinggu, are you chatting with friends?" Han Shen nodded and said, "Yeah, my two best buddies, you should know them, the Lonely Hero and Yun Tianming." Zhang Limeng was somewhat surprised. She had seen these two names on the leaderboard. Last time when Han Shen was slandered by the Whisperer and others, the Lonely Hero and Yun Tianming also stood up to defend him. "It's them," Zhang Limeng murmured. "Yes, they should come over once they set up the teleportation array tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhang Limeng instantly panicked and asked, "Does this mean I'll meet Xing Ji's friends tomorrow?" Han Shen nodded. Zhang Limeng immediately felt embarrassed, covering her face with her hands, looking flustered. "So, should I hide first? Will I embarrass Xinggu like this?" Zhang Limeng was anxiously squirming in Han Shen's arms. Han Shen directly pulled her close and whispered in her ear, "What are you talking about? You're so beautiful, how could you embarrass me?" Zhang Limeng held her flushed face, her eyes dreamy, and said, "Xinggu." 10,000 words omitted here. After having breakfast, Han Shen continued to make backpacks. In the past few days, he practiced leveling up while continuously crafting. With hundreds of thousands of spirit cores spent, his material reserves were about to run low. Just yesterday, Han Shen put up another 500 bottles of life potions for sale, which helped sustain the consumption for making backpacks. So far, the number of backpacks he had on hand had reached an astonishing tens of thousands. Among them, there were over 7,000 white backpacks and over 3,000 blue backpacks. Han Shen looked at his backpack reserves and thought, in the current trading market, the main material needed to make blue backpacks, high-quality beast skins, has already been cleared out by me. However, there are still plenty of materials to make white backpacks. But it's almost done. If I make backpacks for one more day today, I can prepare to sell them tomorrow. The next day, with the system prompt appearing, Han Shen once again gained over 1,000 backpack reserves. Finally, after several days of preparation, today is the moment of harvest. Han Shen's current resource reserves have reached a terrifying number. If he sells all the backpacks he has, his resources will surge several times or even dozens of times. With an excited heart, Han Shen entered the chat channel. As soon as he entered, he saw everyone discussing the rewards for the leaderboard. "Did you see? Last night, the reward for 100th place was claimed by the Dusk Mercenaries Heartpiercer, and the leaderboard has ended. Yeah, it's such a pity, I was just a few hours behind him. As for me, I was only 2 or 3 hours short, otherwise, I could have made it into the top 100. Many people felt regret for not receiving the leaderboard rewards. This also means that many survivors have already leveled up to level 10, completing their class advancement, significantly boosting everyone's strength. At this moment, someone in the chat channel spoke up again. By the way, now that everyone's levels have increased, we should be able to challenge 1 and 2-star dungeons next, right? It is possible, but it's a bit dangerous. The difficulty of the secret realm is very high. Didn't the Papaya Star Spirit just release a strategy? Generally, a 1-star secret realm requires at least 2 fully equipped survivors who are at least level 10 to challenge. As for the 2-star secret realm, it's even more terrifying. It requires 5 level 10 or above players who have completed their first job advancement to have a chance to pass, and they must also carry a lot of supplies. Speaking of which, the Star God Spatial Backpack is really a good thing. I see the Papaya Star Spirit has already formed a team to tackle a 2-star secret realm. Now that everyone's strength has increased, they are challenging those powerful secret realms, and the demand for spatial backpacks is growing. Everyone in Zone 107 knows that Hanshen has a lot of spatial backpacks in stock, and these days, everyone is hoping that Hanshen will release them soon. Star God, I've been envious of your spatial backpack for a long time. When are you going to release it for trading? Seeing the discussions among the crowd, a faint smile appeared on Han Shen's lips. Finally, in Channel 107, after everyone's anxious waiting, Han Shen finally put the spatial backpacks up for sale. He began to set prices for these 2 types of backpacks. The price for the white backpack is set at 5,000 spirit cores. The conversion ratio is 1 piece of refined iron equals 10 spirit cores, 1 piece of mithril equals 100 spirit cores, and 1 ingot of eternal gold equals 2,000 spirit cores. Then there are rare earths, ether, magic crystals, and other materials, each with different ratios. Moreover, the trading conditions are quite flexible. If some materials are insufficient, you can substitute them with other items. For example, if you only have 3,000 spirit cores and need 2,000 more to exchange for a white backpack, you can add other materials to fill the gap. Another example is if you have some strange items or props and are unsure of their specific value. You can also choose to directly chat with Han Shen to negotiate the price. Han Shen has also added 2 new items from the recent secret realm, the Warrior Fragment and the Rune Crystal. The exchange ratio is 1 Warrior Fragment equals 500 spirit cores, 1 Rune Crystal equals 1 spirit core. Han Shen has already treated spirit cores as a universal currency because of their wide range of uses. In addition, Han Shen has set various exchange ratios for blueprints. For instance, a blueprint for a level 10 blue equipment directly equals 5,000 spirit cores, no duplicate blueprints accepted, and a blueprint for purple equipment equals 20,000 spirit cores, no duplicate blueprints accepted. Then, Han Shen put the blue spatial backpack back on the market, priced at 20,000 spirit cores. This is Han Shen's rough judgment of the resource reserves currently held by survivors based on his observations over the past few days. For those ordinary survivors still hovering around levels 7 or 8, their combined resources should not exceed 7 or 8,000 spirit cores. If they trade all of it, they could roughly exchange for 1 white spatial backpack and still have some resources left over. On the other hand, players who have already reached level 10 would have resources multiplied several times, totaling tens of thousands or even over 100,000 spirit cores. Han Shen's pricing is like directly reaching into the pockets of the survivors in Zone 107. However, they didn't show any resistance. Instead, they were quite excited. Because no matter how many materials one has, if they can't be converted into combat power, they're just a pile of scrap metal. The listing of the 2 types of backpacks directly triggered a rush among nearly 10,000 people in the Zone 107 channel. Brothers, the spatial backpack is up for sale, let's go. The white backpack is only 5,000 spirit cores. I can just afford it, huh? Wow, the blue backpack costs 20,000 spirit cores, that's a bit expensive. Hey upstairs, what do you know? Can't you see the attributes of the blue backpack? It has 200 storage spaces, which is more than 6 times that of the white backpack. Plus, each backpack comes with 12 points of 4-dimensional attributes and 20,000 spirit cores. You could say it's a massive profit, right? You're not wrong. If you don't want it, then don't compete with me. In less than half a minute, at least hundreds of people initiated trade requests with him. Han Shen also accepted them all without hesitation. System notifications kept popping up. Trade successful. You have received Spirit Core *3728, Rare Earth *12341, Ether. You lost Space Backpack, White. Trade successful. You have received Spirit Core *2000, Mithril *20. You lost Space Backpack, White *2. Trade successful. In the castle, the materials in front of him gradually piled up like a mountain. Beside him, Zhang Lingmeng watched this scene, her beautiful eyes blinking in surprise. Oh my, so many materials. She kept patting her magnificent chest and occasionally wiped her eyes, looking at Han Shen as if she had seen a ghost. At this moment, Han Shen was chatting privately with some survivors. These people had some rare special items on them. Since Han Shen did not set a price for these special items, one can only check the attributes of these items first and then assess their value. In other words, how much to give and what price to set completely depends on Han Shen's mood. For example, at this moment, a survivor named Peapod sent Han Shen a building blueprint information. Psycho Energy Water Storage Device Blueprint can construct a device that automatically collects moisture from the air with automatic heating and constant temperature features. When Han Shen saw this, he was surprised that it could automatically collect moisture capable of gathering over 40 liters of water in about 24 hours. Not only that, it also has a heating function. It only requires one energy core to provide a month's worth of energy supply. Han Shen exclaimed, "Wow, isn't this just a modern water heater?" However, compared to water heaters, its functions are even more comprehensive. Han Shen exclaimed inwardly, "What a great item." Although he currently has enough water resources, bathing is still quite troublesome. To take a hot shower, he can only boil water himself and then carry it to the shower room. With this blueprint, his quality of life would almost drastically improve. When Master Xing was happy, he waved his hand and directly gave 2 space backpacks, white, to the recipient. Amidst the surprised expressions of the other party, the transaction was completed. Someone also sent Han Shen a batch of plant seeds called Steel Vine. Steel Vine seeds, a special plant that can enhance the defense value of territory buildings. The function of this vine is that when planted in the territory, it can strengthen the solidity of the soil. In addition, it can cover the buildings in the territory, increasing their defense, effectively adding an extra layer of armor. This layer of armor has about 40 defense points, which is quite good. Han Shen also completed the transaction directly at the price of 2 white backpacks. He ended up with a total of 262 steel vine seeds. Among other things, various items and blueprints with strange abilities kept appearing, and Han Shen was busily engaged. When the hour of frantic trading passed, the chat channel was filled with the joyful laughter of those who got space backpacks. Ha ha ha, the space backpack actually has additional attributes. Wow, the blue backpack has 200 slots and additionally grants 12 strength. This is amazing. Just this additional attribute is already worth it. The survivors of Area 107 are extremely excited. They are happy, and Han Shen is even happier. In just 1 hour, he sold over 2,000 white backpacks and more than 300 blue backpacks. And how much did he gain? A rough estimate shows that the harvest of spirit cores alone exceeds 10 million. Plus, there are tens of thousands of secret silver pieces, fine iron, rare earth materials, amounting to millions. This led him to make dozens of storage boxes specifically to hold these materials. In addition, Han Shen also obtained over 4,000 shards of the strong, more than 800,000 rune crystals, along with various equipment blueprints. And most importantly, Han Shen also received 13 bars of eternal gold. Now, the materials for crafting golden weapons and the soul-shattering longbow are almost complete. Han Shen is almost laughing silly. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingmeng has been pushed out by the mountain of materials. Zhang Lingmeng's mouth is slightly open, staring in shock at the mountain of materials before her. Even though more than 2,000 backpacks have already been traded away, the market demand for space backpacks is still very strong. Han Shen is also continuing with the trades. Half a day has passed, and Han Shen has lost count of how many trades he has initiated. His fingers are almost numb from clicking. In his territory, that pile of materials has completely turned into a mountain of resources. The stack of luminous silver is almost as high as a small house. Countless spirit cores are even more astonishing. At this moment, Han Shen noticed a special name on his private chat list. Black Hawk. Han Shen has some impression of this person. Previously, Black Hawk was the second largest guild in Zone 107. After the Whispers of the Gods was disbanded due to Han Shen's bounty, the Dusk Mercenary Group created by Black Hawk became the largest team in Zone 107. Moreover, the last time he issued a bounty, Black Hawk was the first to respond. Speaking of which, up to now, Han Shen hasn't had any conflicts with him. Han Shen opened the private chat. Black Hawk got straight to the point. The bounty has been completed. The leader of the Whispers of the Gods, the Whisperer, has been killed. After saying that, he sent Han Shen a kill notification. Han Shen's eyes lit up in surprise. Did we take them out? That's great. Han Shen clapped his hands, feeling very happy inside. He originally thought of disbanding the God's Whisper first, then slowly dealing with the Whisperer. Unexpectedly, the execution efficiency of the Twilight Mercenaries was surprisingly high. Not only did they wipe out the management of God's Whisper, but they also took out the mastermind, the Whisperer, directly. This result exceeded his expectations. He remembered the promise he made and directly traded 5 blue backpacks to Black Hawk, along with 100 bottles of Bear Strength Elixir and 100 bottles of Life Elixir. Pleasure doing business. The transaction was completed. After receiving the items, Black Hawk seemed to show a hint of joy. After all, the items Han Shen provided were incredibly valuable. Just those few blue backpacks were worth at least 100,000 spirit cores. Moreover, this was at a lower price set by Han Shen. If you added those 200 bottles of precious elixirs, it wouldn't be less than 200,000 spirit cores. Han Shen's extravagance pleased Black Hawk. He even wished for a few more clueless guys to provoke Han Shen. Then he could continue to take on bounties, allowing other brothers in the team to get better gear. After the transaction, Black Hawk seemed to have something more to say. But he wasn't the type to beat around the bush, so he spoke directly. I have something here that you might be interested in. From their previous conversations, Han Shen already knew that Black Hawk was decisive and had a straightforward style in both speech and actions. Han Shen nodded and replied directly, "Send it over to take a look." In the next moment, a message appeared in the private chat window with a blueprint. Siege Crossbow Arrow Launch Platform Blueprint can construct a crossbow arrow launch platform in the territory, which can fire a massive siege crossbow arrow every 10 seconds, with a maximum attack power of 500 to 550 and a maximum attack range of 5,000 meters. Note, the defense value of the siege crossbow arrow launch platform is 80 points. At the moment he saw this blueprint, Han Shen's pupils constricted sharply. This was actually the attack type building blueprint he had been searching for. Moreover, it's a powerful siege crossbow bolt. With a minimum attack power of 500, it can almost one-shot any survivor, including Han Shen himself. Unless one is a fully armored knight who has completed their class advancement, it is unlikely to withstand an attack from a crossbow bolt. But even then, it can only block one shot. The second shot would definitely be fatal. If Han Shen obtains this blueprint, it's obvious he wouldn't just make a single crossbow launcher. He can even imagine that after crafting hundreds of siege crossbow bolts, a volley would be enough to one-shot even a boss-level monster. At this moment, Black Hawk noticed Han Shen's silence and seemed to understand what was on his mind. Black Hawk said, "It seems you're quite interested." Han Shen did not deny it, saying, "Yes, are you looking to trade this blueprint with me?" "That's right," Black Hawk replied. Han Shen took a deep breath and directly said, "Name your price, I want this blueprint." Black Hawk sensed the desire in Han Shen's tone and pondered for a moment. "How about this blueprint in exchange for 200 blue-grade backpacks?" 200? Black Hawk heard the surprise in Han Shen's tone and thought that the other party considered his asking price too high. After a moment of silence, Black Hawk replied, "Yes, I'm not good at bargaining. 200 is my bottom line. If you don't agree, then we can only let it go. After all, I also have to be responsible for my brothers." However, Han Shen didn't think his offer was expensive. On the contrary, this price was quite cheap. At this stage, everyone knows the value of the blueprints for the siege crossbow launch platform. With it, it would truly mean having both offense and defense. The security of the territory will undergo a qualitative change. Let alone 200 backpacks, even if it were 1,000, Han Shen would still want to get them. On one hand, it was to strengthen his territory's defenses, and on the other hand, it was to prepare for the potential disasters that might erupt next. Han Shen said directly, "I'll give you 300. The value of this blueprint has already surpassed that quantity. I don't want to take advantage of you." Black Hawk was taken aback for a moment, then said, "Okay, let's make the deal." Black Hawk initiated a trade request to Han Shen. Han Shen said, "Wait a moment, I have a rune blueprint here. There's still room for improvement in your batch of backpacks. I'll enchant them for you for free. More attributes can increase your survival chances." Heiying fell silent for a long time, and after a moment, he solemnly replied in a hoarse voice, "Thank you. People like them, who live on the edge, rarely show emotions." Now, him saying thank you to Han Shen indicates that Heiying has already remembered Han Shen's kindness in his heart. Han Shen casually replied, "You're welcome," as it was indeed just a small favor for him. Then, he opened the blueprint section to check the requirements for crafting the rune. Materials required to craft Chaos Rune, weak, Rune Crystals *100, Spirit Cores *10, Ether *200. The main material is Rune Crystals, which can only be obtained by clearing secret realms at this stage. However, Han Shen has already received hundreds of thousands of Rune Crystals, which is more than enough to craft hundreds of them. He clicked to craft, and a system prompt appeared. "Do you wish to consume materials Rune Crystals *30,000, Spirit Cores *3,000, Ether *60,000 to craft Chaos Rune, weak *300? Han Shen directly clicked yes. This most basic rune takes a very short time to create. It can be made in just 1 second. 5 minutes later, Han Shen's backpack now contains 300 runes with varying attributes. Chaos Rune, weak, can add rune effects to equipment, randomly increasing one of the 4 attributes by 3 to 6 points. Han Shen directly added 1 rune to all 300 items in his backpack. Although the attributes are random, he cannot guarantee that the backpack's additional attributes will match those of the runes. But that was no longer his concern. After trading everything to Black Hawk, a system notification arrived. "Transaction successful. You have obtained Siege Crossbow Arrow Launch Platform Blueprint. You have obtained Giant Arrow Production Blueprint. You have lost Spatial Backpack Blue *300. After the transaction was completed, Han Shen looked at the 2 blueprints in his backpack, somewhat astonished. Because the initial trading content was only the Siege Crossbow Arrow Launch Platform. Now, Black Hawk surprisingly gave him an extra blueprint for the Giant Arrow. At this moment, Black Hawk said, "These 2 blueprints are a set. Without the Giant Arrow Production Blueprint, the launch platform is useless. Consider this blueprint as my thank you to you." After hearing Black Hawk's answer, Han Shen couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. As expected, there are no fools in this world. Everyone has their own cards to play. However, this time, he did manage to hit the mark by accident. With a bit of generosity, he exchanged for the blueprints for the siege crossbow arrows. After the transaction was completed, Han Chen eagerly checked the crafting requirements for the 2 blueprints. Materials required to build a siege crossbow launching platform: refined iron *10000, secret silver *300, spirit core *5000, rare earth *100,000, power crystal *50,000. Fortunately, these are all common materials. Han Chen couldn't help but clench his fist. With his current stockpile of materials, building 1,000 siege crossbow arrows would be more than enough. Of course, in reality, he wouldn't need that many, as the launching platform can adjust its shooting angle 360 degrees. Building 1 or 200 would be sufficient. Then, he looked at the blueprint for the giant arrow beside him. Materials required to craft a giant arrow: refined iron *100, secret silver *1. Not bad, the main materials are refined iron and secret silver, so it can be mass-produced. So far, this transaction has been quite rewarding for Han Chen. There is still half of the supplies left in his backpack. Han Chen has begun to continue trading. Another 2 to 3 hours later, when the last blue backpack was traded, the frenzied trading market finally calmed down. Although it seems like tens of thousands of backpacks are a lot, but with each survivor able to equip 2 backpacks spread across nearly 10,000 people, only half of them can be equipped. Currently, there are still many people who have not traded for space backpacks, but Han Chen can only continue crafting next time. There's no choice, as the main material in the market, high-quality beast skins, has been completely cleared out by him. If others still want them, they will have to wait until Han Chen collects more high-quality beast skins. Meanwhile, Han Chen looked at the materials piled up in his territory like several mountains, and he suddenly paused in his breath. Because now, it was time for his favorite counting moment. Ha ha ha, I've made a killing again this time. Leaner, come over and help me count the materials. Han Chen's hearty laughter echoed from the pile of materials. Meanwhile, Zhang Lianming, who had been pushed out of the pile of materials, suddenly heard Han Chen calling her and was momentarily stunned. Xingguo, what did you just call me? Han Chen, in an excited state, casually replied, I called you Leaner. What's wrong? Don't you like me calling you that? However, after a moment, Zhang Lianming joyfully exclaimed, I like it. I like it when Xingguo calls me that. This woman felt invigorated by Han Chen's address. She rolled up her sleeves and energetically moved one storage box after another, then began counting the materials. Since Han Chen had also granted her access to the storage box, Zhang Lianming began sorting the piles of materials and putting them into the storage boxes. The two worked from sunset until nightfall. Finally, when the last pile of materials was stored in the storage box, Han Chen and Zhang Lianming let out a heavy sigh of relief. The two stood in the castle, looking at the room specifically used for storing storage boxes, which was nearly filled to capacity, except for leaving some pathways directly bankrupt. The two of them tallied their gains this time and came up with several astonishing numbers. Among them, the largest share is, of course, the spirit core. This amount is 44.61 million, a number that could scare anyone if revealed. Next is 27.64 million in refined iron, 326,424 pieces of secret silver, 24,122 fragments of strong individuals, and 1.61 million rune crystals. Besides that, what excited Han Chen the most in this transaction was the nearly 1,000 pieces of eternal gold ingots. At this stage, the value of one eternal gold ingot is self-evident, as it is the main material for crafting golden equipment. Other than being reliably obtained from golden treasure chests, other survivors can only get it by chance while exploring the empty islands. Of course, the odds are equivalent to winning the lottery. Yet, he directly collected nearly 1,000 pieces. If it weren't for the lack of another material needed to craft the soul-shattering longbow, the soul crystal, he could have even crafted dozens of golden weapons on the spot. Ha ha ha. Han Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily again. Now, both my territory's strength and my personal strength are about to undergo a transformation. Beside him, Zhang Limeng looked at him with admiration on her face. As someone who has experienced it firsthand, Zhang Limeng clearly knows how significant Han Chen's recent gains are. Just a little of it is enough to drive other survivors crazy. Zhang Limeng's perception of Han Chen's abilities has once again been refreshed. At this moment, Zhang Limeng softly said, Xingguo, you've been busy all day, let me boil some hot water for you to take a bath and rest? Upon hearing Zhang Limeng mention taking a bath, Han Chen suddenly remembered that he had just exchanged a solar water heater with a survivor named Peapod, called the Spiritual Energy Water Storage Device Blueprint. This device can not only automatically collect moisture but also provide stable hot water. Seeing that Zhang Limeng was already preparing to boil water, Han Chen called out to her from behind, Lier, wait a moment. Zhang Limeng looked at him in confusion. Han Chen walked into the castle and then came to the shower room, directly opening the crafting interface. A system prompt appeared. Do you want to craft a spiritual energy water storage device? This crafting will take 300 seconds. Yes. 5 minutes later. A circular water bucket appeared in front of Han Chen with a capacity of about 50 liters. Not wanting to wait for the water collection device to slowly gather moisture from the air, Han Chen filled the bucket directly with water. Then, he placed his spiritual core in the groove at the bottom. Green light began to flow. The water temperature quickly started to heat up. Then, Han Chen connected a water pipe to the water collection device and even made a bathtub nearby. Now, a standard shower room was complete. He felt like he had returned to modern times. Then, Han Chen walked out and said to Zhang Lingmeng, "The water temperature is fine, you can go take a shower now." Zhang Lingmeng entered the bathing area, looked at the bathtub and water heater in front of her, and exclaimed, "Wow, there's actually such a thing, it's amazing." Han Chen chuckled lightly and turned to leave. At that moment, Zhang Lingmeng called out to him. Her face was flushed, seemingly a bit shy. Xingor, can I wash with you?" Han Chen looked at the beauty's hopeful gaze and her flushed face that made him want to take a bite, and unexpectedly, he nodded. The sound of water was constantly flowing in the shower room. Steam was rising continuously from the surface of the bathtub. In Han Chen's round eyes, Zhang Lingmeng loosened her collar and her nightgown slid down her smooth body. Her devilish figure was fully revealed before Han Chen. This scene made Han Chen's eyes widen in an instant. "Leer." Zhang Lingmeng shyly walked to Han Chen's side and began to remove his gear. Then, the two of them stepped into the bathtub together. The next day, Han Chen got up early and began to digest the gains from last night. After breakfast, Han Chen eagerly went to the outskirts of his territory to construct the blueprint for the siege crossbow launcher he had exchanged from Black Hawk. A system prompt appeared. "Do you want to build the siege crossbow launcher? This construction is estimated to take 2 hours." Han Chen directly confirmed it. The maximum range of the crossbow arrows is 5,000 meters, which is 5 kilometers. To maximize the damage, Han Chen built it near the edge of the territory. Of course, this also comes with a risk, that is, once the enemy launches an attack and the defense shield is breached. The first to bear the brunt will be this batch of siege crossbow launchers. Han Chen pondered. The launchers have 80 defense points, plus the bonus from the territory castle, it only totals 96 points. However, the batch of steel vine seeds harvested yesterday seems to provide an additional 40 defense points for the building, adding up to 136 defense points, which is quite good. Thinking of this, Han Chen directly called for Zhang Lingmeng. "Linger, I have a batch of steel vine seeds here. Please plant them at the edge of the territory, right next to the launchers, I need them." Zhang Lingmeng was wearing a red outfit today, exuding a classical beauty. She walked over gracefully. "Leave it to me, Xinggu. Linger is quite capable." Han Chen looked at Zhang Lingmeng with a strange expression. This woman definitely knows the meaning behind her words, but she deliberately says them to arouse her inner desires. Han Chen noticed that this woman has become bolder lately, sometimes intentionally, sometimes unintentionally. She tries to provoke him, stirring up his inner passions. Especially with her innocent and harmless expression, it's hard not to feel some kind of impulse. But thinking about the madness of last night, Han Chen suppressed his inner desires. After handing over all the steel vine seeds from his backpack to Zhang Lianmeng, the two began to divide their work and cooperate. Whether to consume materials to build the siege crossbow arrow launch platform, this construction will take approximately 180 minutes. Han Chen confirmed with a yes. Then, every 20 meters or so, they built a crossbow launch platform, consuming a large amount of materials continuously. System prompts kept appearing. Building siege crossbow arrow launch platform, remaining time 2 hours 29 minutes 59 seconds. Until the 296th launch platform was completed, Han Chen had built a circle of launch platforms around the entire territory. Since the angle can be adjusted at any time, his current firepower range effectively covered 360 degrees without any blind spots. Han Chen clapped his hands and then began crafting a gigantic crossbow bolt. The launch platform has an automatic loading feature, but the bolts must be placed in advance. Each launch platform can hold a maximum of 30 bolts. This means he needs to craft 9,000 gigantic crossbow bolts to fill the launch platform. It takes 10 seconds to make one gigantic crossbow bolt. Han Chen decided to make 1,000 bolts first. As the 10-second countdown ended, a flash of white light appeared, and a large arrow, about 2 meters long and as thick as a bottleneck, materialized in Han Chen's backpack. Han Chen checked the attributes. Gigantic crossbow bolt, blue, quality rare, attack power 5560, special effect siege, deals an additional 30% damage to buildings. These attributes are quite impressive. He initially thought this was just an ordinary crossbow bolt but was pleasantly surprised. With a built-in attack power of 55 points plus the boost from the launch platform, a single shot would deal at least over 600 points of damage and even more against buildings. No wonder this thing is called a siege crossbow bolt, the effect is really good. Han Chen was very satisfied. After finishing all of this, Han Chen wasn't idle. He aimed to continue enhancing his strength, converting all the resources he had gained into actual combat power. And now, aside from these territorial buildings, the greatest boost to his own strength, of course, came from that golden weapon. Han Chen had long coveted it. Now, he had finally completed his class advancement and his level had reached 12. This was enough to equip the golden weapon, the soul-shattering longbow. He checked the crafting requirements. Materials required to craft the soul-shattering longbow: 20 eternal gold ingots, 50 mithril, 10 soul crystals, 5,000 soul cores, 10,000 rare earths, 1 2-star boss level beast tendon. Wearing requirement LV11. Among these, the hardest to collect, the eternal gold ingots, he had already gathered over 1,000. As for materials like mithril and soul cores, he had ample reserves. If there were no other requirements, he could even mass-produce golden weapons to sell. At this moment, Han Shen regretfully said, "It's a pity that the source of soul crystals is too scarce. Although I specifically posted a request for soul crystals, in the end, I only received a little over 20. With the current materials, I can barely make 2 fractured bow." Han Shen shook his head, but it's still not bad. After all, golden equipment has the same quality cap as purple equipment, with the highest being legendary quality. However, compared to purple equipment, the probability of golden equipment reaching legendary quality is much higher. His current crafting interface is working on a giant crossbow bolt, and he needs to wait for nearly 3 hours before he can continue making other items. Han Shen wasn't in a hurry. He leisurely wandered around the territory for a while and then started farming with Zhang Lingmeng. Zhang Lingmeng changed into casual clothes, wearing a white t-shirt on top and shorts on the bottom. This outfit was quite ordinary, but on her impressive figure couldn't be concealed. Her flat abdomen and jade-like fair and plump legs made people's blood boil. At this moment, she was holding a small shovel, diligently digging a pit in the territory and then burying the steel vine seeds. Especially when she bent down, the glimpse of her white neckline made people's mouths dry. Noticing Han Shen's gaze, Zhang Lingming's face turned red, but instead of hiding it, she deliberately bent her waist lower, seemingly wanting Han Shen to see. Xing Gor, do I look good?" The beauty raised her alluring gaze, staring at Han Shen. Han Shen swallowed hard and then nodded. Seeing this, Zhang Lingming's face turned even redder, but she seemed to enjoy Han Shen's attention on her. By noon, all 1,000 crossbow arrows had been completed. At the same time, all 290 siege crossbow launchers had also been finished. Han Shen looked at the perimeter of the territory, where the launchers stood about 1 meter tall and 3 meters long, mostly made of fine iron. A massive arrow, emitting a cold light, was fully loaded and ready to deliver a deadly strike at any moment. Just a glance could make one imagine the terrifying damage this thing could inflict when launched. With so many launchers protecting his territory, Han Shen couldn't help but feel a strong sense of security. Now, even if other survivors teamed up to hunt him down, he felt no fear at all. At this moment, Han Shen noticed. Next to each giant crossbow launching platform, a purple plant sprout broke through the ground. That was the steel vine seed that Zhang Lianming had planted not long ago. It takes 10 days for the steel vine to grow completely, and even with bone meal to accelerate its growth, it still takes 4 to 5 days. By then, it will add considerable defense to the launching platform. Everything is ready. Now, he can finally craft the golden weapon he's been longing for, the Shattered Soul Longbow. Han Shen directly clicked on crafting. Crafting Shattered Soul Longbow Gold required time 300 seconds. The time required to craft golden equipment has significantly increased. Han Shen patiently waited. Minutes later, a burst of golden light appeared before Han Shen. This golden light was no less impressive than the legendary effect when the Moon Crown Longbow appeared last time. Han Shen looked at the sky in surprise. After a few more seconds, as the progress bar reached the end, snap! A dark golden longbow suddenly appeared in front of him. The entire bow is adorned with a meticulously carved band of secret patterns, and several transparent soul crystals are embedded on both sides of the bow arms. The patterns made of secret silver transmit the power emitted by the soul crystals to the bow, occasionally flickering with a deep glow, giving it an ancient and mysterious appearance. In terms of appearance, this bow is no less impressive than his Moon Crown longbow. So cool! Han Shen immediately picked up the soul-shattering longbow. Before him, the attributes of this weapon appeared. Soul-shattering longbow, gold, LV11, quality, legendary, attack 214-219, agility plus 30, spirit plus 20, hit rate plus 15, additional effect, soul chase, 30% chance to reduce enemy spirit by 30 upon attack, additional effect, deadly strike, 18% chance to deal 200% damage upon attack, additional effect, soul shatter, legendary effect. Soul shatter, legendary effect, upon attack, there is a 12% chance to trigger the soul shatter state. In this state, all attacks are guaranteed critical hits, and each successful hit reduces the enemy's attack power by 2%, stacking up to a maximum of 10 times. The soul shatter state lasts for 10 seconds, and the cooldown for the next trigger is no less than 120 seconds. Another legendary effect. Han Shen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Guaranteed critical hit plus reduced attack power, what a powerful effect. Although it lacks the group attack effect of the Moon Crown Longbow, the overall attributes of this Shattered Soul Longbow far exceed it. After equipping it, Han Shen's attack power increased significantly once again. At this moment, he looked at the remaining materials in his backpack. With the current materials, he could still craft another Shattered Soul longbow. Thinking of this, Han Chen directly clicked a craft. In 5 minutes, a dazzling golden light flashed. A weapon appeared before Han Chen that was nearly identical to the previous Shattered Soul longbow. Han Chen murmured, as expected, the highest quality that can be crafted from golden equipment is legendary. To craft epic quality, orange equipment blueprints are needed. However, compared to purple equipment, the probability of producing legendary quality from gold has indeed increased significantly. Just crafting 2 random ones yields the highest quality. Han Chen nodded in satisfaction. After finishing the weapon, he naturally had to continue crafting other equipment. Han Chen looked at the pile of purple equipment blueprints in the blueprint section, his eyes squinting with a smile. Through his relentless efforts, he finally exchanged for a vast number of purple equipment blueprints from other survivors. He selected some blueprints that provided the greatest bonuses for hunters. They were the Deep Jade Ring, Wands Pendant, Necklace, War Iron Bracers, Gauntlets, Spirit Snake Garment, Top, Magic Scales Pants, Bottom, and Red Ridge Boots. Except for the helmet, he had almost gathered the entire set of purple equipment. If all these pieces were crafted, his attributes would double. Thinking of this, Han Chen took a deep breath. System, craft them for me. He clicked to craft them one by one. After all, the main material required for purple-grade equipment is mithril, of which he had plenty. Blinding light erupted in succession. Compared to crafting the golden equipment, the sound was much quieter. After the progress bar reached the end, clatter, clatter. One by one, the pieces of equipment fell to the ground, and Han Chen picked them up one by one. Before him, the attributes of these 6 pieces of equipment also appeared. Deep Jade Ring, purple, LV10, quality, rare, strength plus 10, agility plus 15, special effect Jade Radiance, creates a shield with 10 defense points every 5 seconds, which can withstand minor damage. Special effect Eye of Depth, hit rate plus 30%, excess hit rate is converted to critical hit rate. In addition to the Deep Jade Ring, there are 5 other pieces of equipment. Phoenix Pendant, purple, LV11, quality, rare, agility plus 12, spirit plus 10, constitution plus 10, special effect Azure Phoenix. When attacked, there is a 30% chance to summon a phantom Azure Phoenix to attack the enemy. Special effect Ethereal Sound, reduces spirit damage taken by 25%. War Iron Arm, purple, LV10, quality, rare, defense 13-15, strength plus 20, agility plus 10, special effect Iron Arm, increases attack power by 10% in close combat. Special effect Battle Intent, when attacking, there is a 50% chance to increase strength by 50 points. Spirit Serpent Armor, purple, LV11, quality, rare, defense 41-43, agility plus 25, constitution plus 15, special effect agility, evasion rate plus 20%, special effect intermediate magic resistance, reduces damage taken from magic attacks by 20%. Magic Scale Pants, purple, LV10, quality, rare, defense 30-33, agility plus 20, constitution plus 10, special effect Scale Armor, reduces damage taken from physical attacks by 20%. Special effect Magic Soul, when attacking, there is a 30% chance to increase mental attribute by 30 points. Red Ridge Boots, purple, LV10, quality, rare, defense 16-18, agility plus 30, constitution plus 5, special effect Leap, increases jump height by 50% upon landing, causes slight damage to nearby enemies. Special effect Footprints of Fire, active effect, when activated, adds a layer of fire effect to the feet, leaving a burning flame with each step. The flames cause no actual damage. The attributes of each piece of equipment above are quite formidable. However, Han Chen looked a bit strange after seeing the attributes of these equipments. Because all 6 pieces of equipment turned out to be of rare quality and not a single piece of legendary quality was present. Han Chen continued to craft and experimented many times. In the end, he reached a conclusion: these purple equipment blueprints can only produce items of rare quality at most. It seems this is their limit. Is there a difference among purple equipment as well? Han Chen seemed to have figured something out, pondering. It's like the Moon Crown Longbow, which was once a weapon used by a goddess and possesses legendary attributes. That's why it can be crafted to legendary quality. And these purple items are just ordinary purple items. Shaking his head, Han Chen stopped dwelling on it. After all, even the rare quality purple items have attributes that are far inferior to blue items. However, he did notice the special effect of the last item, the Scarlet Ridge Boots, which was Footprints of Fire. It stated that after activation, each step would leave a burning flame beneath his feet, and the flames wouldn't cause any damage. In other words, this special effect is purely for aesthetics, for show. However, Han Chen quite liked it. He happily equipped all these items, giving himself a complete makeover. These purple rare items, in appearance, gave off a deep and powerful vibe, subtly enhancing Han Chen's presence. Plus, with the dark golden-hued soul-shattering longbow on his back, he looked full of the aura of a strong warrior. Han Chen took a few steps in his territory, satisfied, and exclaimed, "So damn cool." The bonuses from the equipment caused Han Chen's attributes to soar. Now, he feels stronger than ever. After completing the hunter's set, Han Chen began to browse through his blueprint collection. Then, he crafted a set of purple mage gear for Zhang Lingmeng. All of it increases magic damage and spirit attributes. After advancing to an elemental mage, Zhang Lingming's magic damage had already reached a terrifying height. Now, with the various equipment bonuses, her magic damage has astonishingly reached 217 points. To put it into perspective, a typical newly advanced elemental mage only has magic damage a little over 100. Yet Zhang Lingming has directly surpassed that by more than double. If there were to be a profession ranking now, with Zhang Lingming's equipment strength, she could likely become the number 1 mage in Zone 107. Han Shen continued to select some blueprints and crafted several sets of equipment. Both heavy armor and light armor were included. These two sets are naturally prepared for Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun. Just as Han Shen was busy crafting equipment, a powerful figure suddenly appeared in the sky above a massive floating island. A figure with a massive silver bow on its back stood beside a silver wolf, proudly upright. This figure was none other than the spirit of the Wild Ranger. The spirit of the Wild Ranger gazed at the floating island ahead, whispering, "Fortunately, I visited the Dragon Road these past few days, so I can briefly resist the rejection from the forsaken land of the gods." Then, he looked at the island before him, carefully sensing the aura within. In the next moment, his pupils constricted, and his brows instantly furrowed together. The spirit of the Wild Ranger said solemnly, "It seems that the little human said the truth. There really is the aura of an otherworldly evil god here." This evil god actually ran from the territory of the Witch Clan to the forsaken land of the gods, hiding quite deeply. The spirit of the Wild Ranger quickly locked onto a valley filled with giant stones, which contained a deep cave. However, he did not enter. For a powerhouse like him, there was no need to slowly explore the cave. He held the silver giant bow in his hand, slowly drawing the bowstring back. At this moment, a gentle breeze seemed to rise in the area spanning hundreds of miles. The invisible force of heaven and earth gathered on his bowstring. There was clearly nothing on his bowstring, yet it exuded a terrifying sense of pressure that felt like it could tear apart. At this moment, the mysterious cave seemed to sense the unusual disturbance from the outside. A dark, evil voice echoed, "The breath of a demigod, who is it?" However, the spirit of the Wild Ranger did not respond. He released the bowstring and shot an arrow. Buzz! Time seemed to stand still, and the entire world appeared to lose its color under this arrow. The next moment, this massive floating island, covering an area of over several 100,000 square feet, exploded into pieces. Rumble! The terrifying explosion was like a meteor strike, sending chunks of earth flying everywhere. From within the explosion, a roar filled with anger emerged. Damn it! This enormous floating island was shattered by the Wild Ranger spirit with a single arrow, leaving only a strange building floating in midair. The building resembles an altar, but also looks like a gigantic pool. However, what it holds inside is fresh red blood. The blood pool is constantly bubbling. Glub, glub. On the blood pool, various creatures' corpses are floating, their pale eyes wide open, some unable to close even in death. Meanwhile, a twisted figure slowly reveals its upper body from the blood pool, gazing at the Wild Ranger spirit in the air. The two sides locked eyes for a moment. The shadow in the blood pool suddenly asked, "This aura, are you the hunter?" In the air, the Wild Ranger spirit did not answer but drew back the bowstring, firmly locking onto the opponent. "Hunter, are you going to make a move against me?" In battle mode, the Wild Ranger spirit appeared taciturn, responding to the question with action. At the moment the shadow finished speaking, a brilliant arrow shot out suddenly. Realizing the power of this arrow, a towering pillar of blood suddenly erupted from the blood pool. The two auras collided, creating a windstorm as if a level 18 hurricane had been unleashed. Whoosh! After the commotion settled, the blood pool remained floating in midair, showing almost no signs of damage. The shadow seemed to sense something and let out a triumphant laugh. "Hee, Hunter, you seem to have weakened quite a bit." The spirit of the Wild Ranger frowned. "No wonder the holy relics of the elven race couldn't kill you back then. It turns out you still have such means." In the blood pool, the shadow chuckled softly. "Hee, Hunter, you underestimate the power of the alternate dimension, don't you? I am an evil god. How could an evil god be killed by such low-level dimensional weapons?" The spirit of the Wild Ranger continued to sneer. "Is that so? If the power of the evil god is so great, then why do you only dare to hide in the forsaken land of the gods and attack these weak humans?" The shadow remained unfazed, still speaking with a strange laugh. "It's precisely because they are weak that they are easy to target. Hee, Hunt, you don't need to provoke me. Once I complete the layout of the forsaken land of the gods, I will quickly return to my peak state, no, even surpass it. At that time, I will spread the blood curse throughout the Holy Spirit realm, turning billions of beings into my servants." The spirit of the Wild Ranger shook its head. "With me here, you will not succeed." The figure across from him sneered. "Hunt, you still love to meddle? Haven't you learned enough from your past lessons? You need to think carefully. This is the last remnant of your divinity in the world. If it is erased, there will be no trace of you left in this world, and you will have no chance of resurrection." In the face of the threat, the spirit of the Wild Ranger remained unperturbed. He slowly raised his silver longbow, and beside him, the silver-white giant wolf bared its fangs, ready for battle at any moment. Just then, the entire blood-red altar suddenly erupted with a towering column of blood. Meanwhile, the spirit of the Wild Ranger saw many columns of blood rising into the sky in the distant horizon. In his heart, he suddenly felt an ominous premonition. In the next moment, that shadow suddenly disappeared. The Wild Ranger spirit suddenly looked up and saw a terrifying monster covering the sky. "Is this your true form? It's quite ugly," the Wild Ranger scoffed. In the air, the terrifying monster did not respond but suddenly launched an attack at the Wild Ranger spirit. Two powerful beings clashed together. Han Chen had just finished crafting a few sets of equipment. At that moment, the discussion group's chat channel lit up. As soon as he opened it, he heard Cheng Jianyong excitedly say, "Our site's teleportation portal has been completed and is waiting for instructions from the command center." Upon hearing this, Han Chen understood what he meant. "The teleportation array is built?" Han Chen asked. Cheng Jianyong laughed, "Yes, Brother Xing, but how do I use this thing? How do I come over to find you?" Han Chen replied speechlessly, "Didn't the building information say? Input the number of the opponent's teleportation array, and after obtaining the Lord's consent, you can teleport." Cheng Jianyong listened and looked at the teleportation array's function interface. "I see, Brother Xing, what is your teleportation array number?" Han Chen glanced and replied, 1377. This number is randomly generated and does not follow the order of survivors establishing the teleportation array. It can be randomly reset later, similar to a login password, but requires the Lord's consent. "Alright, I'll teleport over first, and Xiao Yun can wait for the next batch." Since the teleportation array can only send one person per hour, Xin Yun has to wait for the cooldown to end. Xin Yun expressed that he had no objections. A prompt appeared in front of Han Chen. "Survivor Cheng Jianyong is requesting to enter your territory via the teleportation array number. Do you agree?" "Yes." The next moment, a white light shone in the center of the teleportation array and a figure became faintly visible. Zhang Lingmeng stood behind Han Chen, nervously peeking out. Before the light of the teleportation array faded, the sound of Cheng Jianyong's hearty laughter could be heard. Hi, I'm here." Before seeing the person, one could hear his voice. Han Chen looked at the teleportation array with a face full of exasperation. In the next moment, a tall figure appeared, carrying a large sword and wearing a full set of blue light armor. This person was none other than Cheng Jianyong. As soon as Cheng Jianyong saw Han Chen, his eyes lit up. He excitedly lunged forward and shouted, "Xinggu, I'm here." However, just halfway through his charge, he suddenly noticed Zhang Lingmeng behind Han Chen. His momentum instantly stalled, and Cheng Jianyong exclaimed in shock, "Wow, what a beautiful woman." Cheng Jianyong looked terrified as Han Chen approached with Zhang Lingmeng. However, Cheng Jianyong suddenly took a step back and shouted, "Halt! Who are you, monster? Stop!" He raised his sword and warily watched Han Chen and Zhang Lingmeng. "Cheng Jianyong, what are you doing?" Han Chen looked at him in confusion. Cheng Jianyong shouted, "Xinggu, come quickly, this is a female monster next to you, you've been enchanted by her." Meanwhile, Zhang Lingmeng looked panicked, glancing at Han Chen and then at Cheng Jianyong, nervously saying, Xinggu, I'm not a monster. I know." Han Chen gently patted her shoulder and said helplessly, "Cheng Jianyong, stop acting crazy here." Seeing the two being somewhat intimate, Cheng Jianyong was confused. When he saw that Zhang Lingmeng was a survivor, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Ah, so she really isn't a monster. I thought a guy like Xinggu, who is so reclusive, would never have any interactions with women in his life." Han Chen shot him a glare and said, "Cheng Jianyong, you should just shut up." Cheng Jianyong scratched his head and gave a couple of awkward laughs. After the three gathered together, Cheng Jianyong curiously looked at Zhang Lingmeng, glancing at Han Chen from time to time, with a strange expression on his face. Zhang Lingmeng nervously lowered her head. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong seemed to think of something, a strange smile appearing on his face. However, Cheng Jianyong pulled Han Chen aside, chuckling softly, and asked, "Xinggu, when did this happen?" Han Chen was baffled by his question. "What do you mean, when did it happen?" Cheng Jianyong's eyes widened, "Still trying to hide it from your brother? Let me tell you, I'm a married man, and I can tell at a glance that woman has a special relationship with you." Han Chen shot him a glance, shrugged his shoulders, and indirectly admitted it. Speaking of which, he didn't really have anything to hide. As a young man in his prime, it's completely normal to find a woman. Seeing Han Chen's reaction, Cheng Jianyong's eyes brightened, and he gave a thumbs up. "Xinggu, impressive." At this moment, he glanced over at Zhang Liandring beside him and exclaimed, "You have great taste, sister-in-law is really beautiful." He didn't hide his words, and Zhang Liandring not far away could hear him clearly. Zhang Liandring blushed and hurriedly retorted, "And no, not sister-in-law." However, Cheng Jianyong internally accepted this statement and kept chuckling. Zhang Liandring felt very embarrassed by his laughter and shyly lowered her head. At this time, Han Chen briefly introduced the two of them and how he met Zhang Liandring. After listening, Cheng Jianyong nodded with a smile and said, "I see, the sister Liandring has saved Xinggu once, and then Xinggu devoted himself, right? Ah, Xinggu has finally woken up." Zhang Lindream was once again left blushing by Chang Jianyong's joking words. Seeing that he wanted to say something more, Han Chen directly interrupted. Chang Jianyong, shut up. If you keep talking, you won't want the hiding wine anymore? This statement seemed to hit a nerve with Chang Jianyong. He quickly covered his mouth and exclaimed, Brother Xing, I won't say anything more. I won't say anything more. Then, with a hopeful look, he said, give me some. Han Chen helplessly took out a 200 milliliters bottle of hiding wine from his backpack and tossed it to him. After Chang Jianyong caught it, he instantly fell silent. Han Chen said with no words, just behave and wait for Xin Yun to come. Chang Jianyong promptly replied, okay, Brother Xing. Then, Han Chen moved a stool and waited for Xin Yun to arrive with Chang Jianyong. After dozens of minutes, the teleportation array finished cooling down. When Xin Yun teleported over and saw Zhang Lindream, he also let out an exclamation of amazement. Chang Jianyong quickly pulled Xin Yun aside to explain the situation. Upon hearing this, Xin Yun's shock was no less than that of Chang Jianyong. It seems unexpected that Han Chen, who never interacted much with other girls, suddenly brought out such a stunning beauty. Speaking of which, Zhang Lingmeng almost outshines the vast majority of women they've encountered before, both in figure and looks. Although she is slightly older, that mature charm adds a unique flavor to her presence. However, Xin Yun's reaction wasn't as exaggerated as Chang Jianyong's. He just patted Han Chen on the shoulder and nodded. On the lawn outside the castle, a round table is set up. Han Chen, Chang Jianyong, and Xin Yun. The three of them each sat in a corner. Zhang Lingmeng stood next to Han Chen, looking quite eye-catching. At this moment, Chang Jianyong looked around and sighed. By the way, Xinggu, this territory is really beautiful. With its own castle, lawn, and private vegetable garden, if you raise a bunch of cattle and sheep here, it would be a perfect heavenly life. Speaking of which, Han Chen's territory is indeed much more beautiful than it used to be. It used to be a barren land, and with various land resources merging from different clouds, it appeared quite colorful overall. After Zhang Lianming's management, it has all been replaced with tender green grass. Ah, that bourgeois vibe just suddenly rises up. Compared to Chang Jianyong, Xin Yun was instead focused on the hundreds of siege crossbow launchers in Han Chen's territory, as he was more interested in those. Xin Yun asked in confusion, Xinggu, are these things attack-type buildings? Han Chen nodded, yes, siege crossbow launchers. When they all fire at once, even a boss-level monster would be killed instantly. After hearing Han Chen's description, both of them gasped in shock. Then they both gave Han Chen a thumbs up. Awesome! With this thing, even when facing hordes of enemies, a single volley would take out a large number. Han Chen nodded, but unfortunately, I can't build this blueprint on someone else's territory, otherwise I could set up dozens of them on your land. After hearing this, Chang Jianyong also felt a bit regretful. Xin Yun continued, it's okay, Xinggu. We have now built the energy shield obelisk, which has certain defensive capabilities. Plus, we've received the top 10 rewards and have several silver-armored puppets to guard our territory. No ordinary person should even think about targeting us. Han Chen nodded. Xin Yun continued, Xinggu, what are your plans next? Or should we team up to farm monsters together? Han Chen thought for a moment. His original plan was to form a team of 4 and then check out the Abyss Rift. Through trading, he had already gathered a large number of strong fragments, equivalent to thousands of Abyss Rift passes. The system introduced that there are many unique equipment and items in the Abyss Rift, which are divided into several layers. And the entry requirement for the first layer, the lowest, is level 10. Now, all 4 of them have surpassed that level and completed their class advancement. Challenging the first layer of the Abyss Rift should not be difficult. Han Chen shared his plan. Xin Yun and Chang Jianyong both nodded in agreement. At this moment, Xin Yun asked, this abyssal rift sounds good. With our strength, we should be able to pass the first layer. So are we acting now? Han Chen glanced at Xin Yun and then at Chang Jianyong, saying, wait a moment, I see that most of your gear is blue, with 1 or 2 pieces of green. The two exchanged glances and then nodded. Chang Jianyong chimed in, how about it? My gear strength ranks among the top in the 107th District Warriors. Earlier, I ran into a few survivors who begged me to team up, calling me a great god, asking me to take them to explore the clouds. But I ignored them, hee. His tone carried a hint of pride, seemingly very confident in his gear. Han Chen shot him a glance and asked, are you saying that your gear strength is already sufficient? Chang Jianyong seemed to realize something, quickly putting away his proud expression, excitedly saying, that's not enough. Compared to Xing Ji's gear, mine is just a pile of scrap metal. Even taking up space in the warehouse is a hassle. His tone shifted instantly. Xinggu, do you have any spare purple gear? Can you spare me a couple of pieces? Han Chen hasn't spoken yet. Meanwhile, Zhang Limeng couldn't help but laugh first. Put. It seemed she was amused by Chang Jianyong's shamelessness. Chang Jianyong chuckled, sister-in-law is laughing because of me. Xinggu, look. You guy. Han Chen speechlessly sent a trade request to Chang Jianyong. Looking at the trading panel, the impressive purple gear made Chang Jianyong swallow hard. Then he widened his eyes and exaggeratedly said, wow, the Red Bull power necklace, the withered vine chestplate. It adds so much strength and has so many special effects. Damn. So fierce. So fierce. Cheng Jianyong was shocked, then happily accepted it and equipped it immediately. With a full set of purple light armor, Cheng Jianyong's attributes skyrocketed. At this moment, he confidently said, "With this gear, I feel like even Xia Yunzi can't withstand my strike." Cheng Jianyong chose the swordsman as his advanced profession, which is a melee damage dealer that heavily relies on strength. With the enhancement from so many top-tier equipment, Cheng Jianyong's strength has reached an unprecedented height. 243 points of strength. At this stage, he could really one-hit kill other survivors of the same level. Meanwhile, Xinyun was speechless. This guy loves to show off whenever he gets a little boost. However, when he saw Cheng Jianyong's set of gorgeous, powerful purple gear, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious. "Xingge, do I have any?" Xinyun asked hopefully from the side. Han Chen nodded, "Of course you do." Xinyun's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this, and in his excited gaze, Han Chen directly initiated a trade and placed a set of purple gear as usual. However, the gear given to Xinyun was different from Cheng Jianyong's. He chose a set of purple heavy armor, mostly increasing spirit and constitution. Additionally, he attached a chaos rune to each piece of equipment. Although the attributes added by the basic chaos rune are not significant, stacking them across so many pieces of equipment provides a considerable boost, almost equivalent to the enhancement from half a piece of gear. The rings and necklace were also carefully selected by Han Chen. They are an ancient brass ring and a sapphire necklace. Each of these two pieces of jewelry adds 10 points to spirit and physique. The spirit attribute can affect the intensity of a priest's healing skills and other supportive abilities. Physique, on the other hand, increases the priest's ability to withstand damage. Although Xinyun has chosen the priest class, the benefits of the physique attribute are not as strong as those of the knight, another branch of the priesthood. However, at critical moments, the priest can also wield a shield and temporarily act as a tank. The main material needed for these purple gear is mithril, and with Han Chen's current reserves, he is definitely not lacking. Moreover, with the 100% success rate granted by a god-level craftsman, he can easily mass-produce them. But for other survivors, a full set of purple gear represents a monumental upgrade. It's worth noting that at this stage, even the top-tier survivors do not possess a single piece of purple gear. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong watched as Xinyun donned a full set of purple heavy armor, the thick defense instilling a sense of futility and resistance. Cheng Jianyong circled around Xinyun, glancing at his luxurious equipment, and said somewhat nervously, "Oh, I can't bully little Yun anymore." Xinyun shot him a disdainful glance. At that moment, Han Chen thought for a moment and sent Xinyun another trade request. In Xinyun's puzzled gaze, he placed the golden shield he had obtained from the golden treasure chest, the Undying Shield. Staring at the impressive attributes of the Undying Shield, Xinyun was instantly stunned. Even with his composure, he couldn't help but shout, "Holy crap! A golden shield!" Upon hearing golden shield, Cheng Jianyong suddenly realized something and his expression changed. In the next moment, a dark yellow shield suddenly appeared in Xinyun's hand. Holy crap, over 50 defense, and it has a legendary effect, how terrifying. Holding the shield, an unparalleled sense of power surged from deep within him. He even felt he could bravely face a boss-level monster now. At this moment, Xinyun, full of vigor, said, "Who just said they would take me out with one hit? Come on, I'm standing right here. If you can make me take a step back in 10 seconds, I'll consider myself defeated." The legendary effect of the immortal shield, indestructible for 10 seconds. In this state, Xinyun takes 50% less damage and will not be knocked back by any attack. Under the resentful gaze of Cheng Jianyong, Xinyun occasionally waved the golden shield in front of him, making him grit his teeth in anger. "Xinyun, you priest, what's the use of holding a shield? Just swing your hammer and buff me up." However, Xinyun deliberately replied, "Nah, I just want to wave it in front of you, ha." Cheng Jianyong was so furious that he wished he could deliver a flying slash to him. Suddenly, he had an idea and swung his greatsword fiercely at Xinyun. Are you trying to sneak attack me?" Xinyun instantly raised his shield to block Cheng Jianyong's greatsword. Bang! With a muffled sound, Xinyun didn't budge an inch. In the face of the terrifying defense of the immortal shield, even Cheng Jianyong, fully equipped in purple gear, couldn't deal much damage to him. Damn, really tough. Cheng Jianyong was extremely frustrated. "Ha, useless. You can't even beat me in a sneak attack," Xinyun mocked without hesitation. Cheng Jianyong seemed a bit unconvinced, taking a deep breath before jumping up with terrifying speed to strike at Xinyun. Deadly intent surged. This is a burst skill automatically learned after a warrior advances to the swordsman profession. Instantly attacks the enemy, dealing massive damage, with a chance to inflict a crippled effect on the enemy. Realizing that Cheng Jianyong's strike was quite damaging, Xinyun cast a layer of holy light shield on himself and braced himself against Cheng Jianyong's attack. Clang! The purple greatsword collided with the soil-colored shield, producing a muffled sound. Cheng Jianyong's deadly move had no effect, and instead, he was forced back a step by the powerful recoil. At that moment, Xinyun seized the opportunity and cast Blessing of the Wind on himself. While under the Blessing of the Wind status, both attack speed and movement speed increased by 20%. In an instant, Xinyun's speed skyrocketed. Then he swung his large hammer and charged forward. Bang! 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 The hammer kept striking at Cheng Jianyong, occasionally mixed with a few shield hits. Cheng Jianyong was forced to retreat continuously, and just then, a crystal hammer suddenly smashed down from above his head. A strong gust of wind rushed towards him, and Cheng Jianyong was instantly too scared to move. The hammer finally stopped just 5 centimeters away from the bridge of Cheng Jianyong's nose. In this sparring match, it was clear that Xin Yun had the upper hand. Damn! Cheng Jianyong broke into a cold sweat. I thought you were really going to hit me with the hammer. Xin Yun laughed heartily. So, how about it, Xia Yangzi? Are you convinced? Cheng Jianyong rolled his eyes at him and said bitterly, you're just relying on your equipment advantage, otherwise, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. However, Xin Yun shot him a glare and said, what's wrong with relying on equipment? Equipment is also part of strength. Not convinced? Want to have another match? Seeing Cheng Jianyong soften, Xin Yun burst into laughter. Watching the two playfully bicker, Zhang Lingmeng couldn't help but smile from the side. At that moment, a series of notification sounds rang in everyone's ears. Announcement: Attention all survivors! Attention all survivors! Due to unknown reasons, a terrifying bloody catastrophe will erupt in the land abandoned by the gods. Considering the current strength of the survivors, which is insufficient to cope with this disaster, the following adjustments to the game content have been made. 1. The probability of obtaining advanced class scrolls from treasure chests has been greatly increased. 2. Survivors will receive a 20% increase in experience points when defeating cloud monsters. 3. To deal with this disaster, regional restrictions have been further lifted, merging areas 1 to 100, 100 and 1 to 200, and so on into one large area. These adjustments will take effect in 1 hour. Please prepare accordingly, all survivors. New expansion, Blood Tide, is about to launch. In a blood-red sky, twisted bodies as mutated monsters swarm out, the land abandoned by the gods will face a bloody catastrophe. A series of system notifications left Han Chen and the others stunned. The billions of survivors across Blue Star were even more shocked beyond measure. The chat channels of all major regions were almost simultaneously flooded with messages. Wow! Brothers, have you seen the announcement? It says a disaster is about to strike. I saw it. This disaster sounds terrifying. It even forced the system to make adjustments, increasing our leveling speed. Oh my god. The zones are merging, 100 zones into one big zone. Does that mean we'll go from tens of thousands on the same frequency to nearly 1 million in one channel? 1 million people, that's a staggering number. The sudden system announcement left everyone in a state of confusion. The survivors in Zone 107 were also engaged in intense discussions. Just then, Han Chen unexpectedly heard a surprising notification. Because you discovered the evil gods' conspiracy in the alternate space early and exposed an impending disaster, World Influence plus 53, Legendary Points plus 5. Han Chen was stunned. He knew this reward from the system was due to the monster bird quest he completed last time. But why was there such a long delay in issuing it? At this moment, Zhang Lingmeng also looked anxious. She seemed to have heard something. Zhang Lingmeng held her collar, bent slightly, and whispered in Han Chen's ear, Brother Xing, did you hear the notification? The system just said I discovered the evil gods' conspiracy and awarded me 5 legendary points. At this moment, Han Chen also recalled that Zhang Lingmeng was with him when completing that task, which means it was a team effort. So, it makes sense that the system rewarded both of them with legendary points. Han Chen nodded and said, I heard that. Those legendary points will be useful later, so you should keep them for now. Currently, it seems that the function of legendary points is to unlock legendary skills for hidden classes. Although Zhang Lingmeng has already changed to the Elementalist class, which is purely a high damage output class, along with the equipment Han Chen made for her, her damage output is already quite impressive. However, if they find a better hidden class scroll for mages in the future, Han Chen still plans to have Zhang Lingmeng change her class again. But that would come at a certain cost. That is, her level would drop to level 10 and she would have to start leveling up again. But with Han Chen's leveling speed, he could quickly help her catch up. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun had just come back to their senses from the shock. Before they could say anything, Han Chen directly said, You all heard that, a new expansion is coming. It seems that what I told you before might come true. The two nodded seriously. Han Chen had informed them days ago that a disaster might erupt soon. Now, the system notification confirmed this. Han Chen continued, Our plans need to change. The blood tide could erupt at any moment, but we face an imminent danger right now. After the merge, our population will surge from nearly 10,000 to close to 1 million, and this area will be unprecedentedly chaotic. And your territories are still unguarded. To prevent any accidents, I suggest you return to your territories immediately, set up defenses, and then we can all meet at one place. Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun nodded in agreement. What Han Chen said made sense. Last time the area restrictions were lifted, there were only over 9,000 people in District 107, yet there were many bloody incidents. This time, the population will directly reach over 900,000. The probability of encountering other survivors will skyrocket. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Chang Jianyong and Shin Yun prepared to teleport away. At that moment, the second system prompt appeared. Due to the conclusion of the level leaderboard in most servers, a new leaderboard is now introduced, the Cloud Secret Realm Points Ranking. Cloud Points Ranking. Each time you clear a 1-star secret realm, you will earn 1 point. Clearing a 2-star secret realm will earn you 2 points, and so on. The Cloud Points Ranking lasts for 10 days. After it ends, rewards will be distributed based on the points ranking. Please note, during the event, survivors will receive a 30% increase in experience points when clearing the Cloud Secret Realm, and damage dealt to monsters within the realm will increase by 10%. The process of the Cloud Secret Realm will be modified. After the changes, all Cloud Secret Realms will no longer have cutscenes, and the difficulty will be correspondingly reduced. These changes will take effect in 1 day. The three exchanged glances. At this moment, Shin Yun said, Shingu, there's a new leaderboard out. Should we try for the Cloud Secret Realm points ranking? Han Shen pondered for a moment before asking, have you two played the Cloud Secret Realm before? Shin Yun nodded, yes, we have. I encountered a 1-star secret realm with Chang Jianyong before, which required a level of 7 to 10. We challenged it and spent about an hour. However, the rewards for clearing it were quite substantial, especially the experience points, which were much richer than fighting monsters. At this point, Shin Yun added, unfortunately, clearing the Cloud Secret Realm doesn't increase the territory size. Han Shen nodded and said, that's right, the experience rewards in the cloud are plentiful, and sometimes there are special item rewards as well. Since this leaderboard has appeared, we can give it a shot. Han Shen suggested that Chang and Shen return to their own territories. After a pause, Han Shen continued, by the way, after you get back, send me your coordinates first and then we'll move our 3 floating islands closer together. If we encounter a Cloud Secret Realm on the way, keep an eye out. Okay. Chang Jianyong and Shin Yun nodded. Then, the two of them left Han Shen's territory in a sequential order. After an hour of cooldown for the teleportation array, Shin Yun's figure disappeared from the teleportation array. All the survivors felt a strange change. This feeling is indescribable, as if at this moment, they feel their world has expanded a little. Meanwhile, a system notification appears. The update has been completed, and your Area 107 has now been merged into 2 major regions. Han Shen hasn't opened the chat channel yet, but he can easily guess how bustling it is right now. Originally, most of the people in Area 107 were from Xinyang City. This merger can be said to have brought together people from many different cities. At this moment, in the chat channel, there are countless people looking for others, seeking relatives, forming teams, and indiscriminately spamming messages. After the initial chaos, large teams' recruitment messages began to flood the chat. The largest team in Area 111, Cybertron, is recruiting. We already have over 3,000 members and are recruiting extensively from all regions. The top team in Area 187, Peak of the Ceasefire, is recruiting. We only have over 300 members, but each one is an elite, all above level 10. Don't compete with us. The strongest team in Area 199, Digital Heaven, is recruiting. Our team leader is the #1 champion on both leaderboards, with over 5,000 members. Teams from various regions have started frantically recruiting. They all understand that now, right after the merge, is the best time to find new members. If they can seize this opportunity, their team size could expand several times over, even by a dozen times. These people are organized and have unified command. Soon, the chaotic chat channel was dominated by those large teams from various regions. Han Shen took a glance and simply closed it. With over 900,000 people in the same channel, it was comparable to the population of a large city, bound to be extremely chaotic, which was expected. Are they all recruiting? Han Shen pondered. It seems things will be chaotic for a while. At this moment, Chang Jianyong and Shin Yun sent over a string of numbers, which were the coordinates for their upcoming meeting point. Han Shen began to maneuver the floating island, continuing towards the coordinates. Half an hour later, Zhang Lingmeng suddenly ran up to Han Shen and tugged at his shirt. Seeing her anxious expression, Han Shen followed her gaze forward. In the distance, he vaguely saw several floating islands approaching him. These empty islands are not covered by clouds, clearly indicating they are the territory of other survivors. Another group of survivors. Han Shen frowned. After the merging of zones, has the probability of encountering other survivors become this high? Less than half an hour after the area restrictions were lifted, Han Shen encountered the first wave of human survivors. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was less than 5 kilometers. Han Shen could even vaguely see the layout of the other side's island. Like other survivors' islands, it was completely barren, with only some makeshift camps and bonfires. None of these empty islands had any large buildings. Compared to Han Shen's territory, theirs looked like undeveloped wasteland. The last leaderboard rewards included a batch of blueprints for lords' cabins and psionic shield towers. However, given the resources of most survivors at this time, even with the blueprints, they wouldn't be able to construct anything. At this moment, the huge castle in Han Shen's territory, along with the hundreds of tower-like buildings, stood out prominently. Han Shen speculated that these people were likely curious after seeing the buildings in their territory and wanted to get a closer look. However, Han Chen did not want to have much interaction with them. So, he simply turned around and controlled his floating island territory to leave. Noticing Han Chen's intention to escape, the two floating islands behind seemed to speed up as well. Han Chen's level had now risen to level 12 and the speed of the floating island had reached 108 kilometers per hour. With the bonus from the territory castle, this speed could be increased by another 10%. At this stage, there should be very few survivors who could catch up to him. The three floating islands were chasing one another, one in front and the other behind. For minutes later, the two floating islands had been left far behind by Han Chen. At this point, the survivors on the two floating islands realized they couldn't catch up to Han Chen and had no choice but to stop their pursuit. These two survivors seemed to know each other, one being a human knight, a class of holy profession, and the other a magician, a class of advanced profession. Both of them had a symbol of printed on their chests. This symbol indicated that they were from the same team, the Cybertron of Zone 111. At the first opportunity after the regional merger, the management team of Cybertron released information in their team channel and then united the nearby members. At this moment, a human knight was contacting someone and he whispered, "Boss, we just discovered a strange floating island, and there's actually a large castle on it. There are also many strange buildings that look like turrets." The response came back quickly, "Oh? A territory castle and turret buildings?" He seemed very curious and asked, "Did you contact the people on the floating island?" The human knight quickly replied, "No, that person seems unwilling to engage with us." As soon as we got close, he immediately controlled the floating island to leave, and his floating island is much faster than us, we couldn't catch up at all. At this time, on a large floating island territory, a man in his 30s was deep in thought. He was wearing almost a full set of purple equipment and it was well equipped. On the territory, a lord's cabin covering over 100 square meters was already halfway built. Moreover, beside the lord's cabin, there was a golden armored giant over 10 meters tall standing guard, indicating that this person was the one who claimed the first reward on the leaderboard in their server. He is the leader of Cybertron in District 111, Optimus Prime. Listening to his subordinate's report, Optimus Prime fell into deep thought. A castle? It sounds like a more advanced structure than a lord's cottage. At this stage, how could someone build such things ahead of me? The last time I built a lord's cottage, it nearly exhausted my resource reserves, which resulted in the energy shield spire and teleportation array not being constructed in time. This person built a large castle, which would consume even more resources. Moreover, there are turret-type buildings, numerous in quantity. I'm afraid that just constructing these territorial facilities will require an astronomical amount of resources. According to this description, the resources he possesses are probably even more terrifying than I imagined. Cybertron paused and then said to the two survivors, "Come back, don't follow anymore. This person is quite capable and there may be a large team behind him providing resources. Although we are the strongest in District 111, we have just merged districts and without a clear understanding of the strengths of other districts, it's better to keep a low profile. With over 900,000 people in the same large district, there must be many hidden talents. We shouldn't offend such a powerful force easily." The human knight and the human illusionist exchanged a glance and then nodded. "All right, boss." Received. After shaking off the two survivors' entanglement, Han Chen continued on his journey. Then, somewhat helplessly, he found that along the way, he encountered several other survivors floating islands. These people were intrigued by the buildings in Han Chen's territory and wanted to come over and take a look. Han Chen didn't want to get entangled with them, so he controlled his territory to take a detour. After several attempts, although he managed to shake off their pursuit, it gradually made Han Chen feel a bit irritable. Han Chen complained, "Damn it, why do I feel like a little wife with no clothes on? Everyone wants to come over and take a peek." Beside him, Zhang Lingmeng giggled at his joke, her figure shaking with laughter. Because of the large movements, Zhang Lingmeng's ample bosom began to sway again. Han Chen suddenly said, "Lianer, you should go into the castle and hide for a while, don't come out for now." Zhang Lianmeng seemed a bit bewildered and asked, "Huh? Why, Xing Gur?" Han Chen glanced at her, "Don't you understand? Your very presence is like a desire amplifier for most men. I don't want those lustful guys to see you and then create some melodramatic scene." Zhang Lianmeng realized something immediately upon hearing this, her face turning red as she said, "What's so exaggerated about that? I only want Xing Gu to see me." After saying that, she shyly turned around and obediently jogged into the castle. Han Chen watched her back, the robe with purple patterns wrapped around her rounded hips, swaying as she walked, inadvertently stirring desires deep within him. Especially since Han Chen had seen with his own eyes the exaggerated figure hidden beneath that robe. Just thinking about that image made Han Chen feel parched and flustered, even wanting to rush over and carry that beauty away for some affectionate moments. Han Chen quickly shook his head to keep himself awake. He said somewhat nervously, "Come on, what modern succubus?" At that moment, he suddenly thought it would be great if there were an item that could block external probing, just like those cloud-covered floating islands. That way, I wouldn't have to constantly deal with these clueless guys crowding around. Next, Han Chen continued to maneuver the floating island forward. As he dodged the survivors' pursuit several times, Among some small groups of survivors, news about a peculiar floating island in this area gradually spread. Han Chen's territory maintained a steady speed, moving forward. Just then, Han Chen suddenly saw many floating islands ahead. Upon seeing Han Chen, they quickly scattered and then converged towards him from different directions. Han Chen counted, there were a total of 6 all-human survivor territories. Moreover, these people clearly appeared to be premeditated and organized. They appeared simultaneously, closing in from all directions, surrounding Han Chen's floating island. Han Chen furrowed his brows, preparing to ascend into the air and force his way out. Just then, an aerial island unexpectedly appeared above him, intercepting Han Chen. Han Chen's expression gradually turned cold. Realizing he couldn't escape the encirclement, he simply stopped. Moments later, the 7 aerial islands were now less than a kilometer away from Han Chen and were still closing in. At this moment, Han Chen coldly said, "Advance any further, and you'll bear the consequences." His voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the vast heights of the sky. Upon hearing Han Chen's warning, the 7 aerial islands halted their advance. At this time, a few human survivors walked to the edge from the center of their territory. They were craning their necks, curiously observing the buildings in Han Chen's territory. It was evident that these people were well equipped, each having at least 1 or 2 pieces of blue gear. Among ordinary players, their gear strength could be considered quite good. Directly in front of Han Chen, a male tracker, an advanced stealth class, chuckled softly, "My friend, I am Rogai, the vice captain of the Yanzijian team in Zone 132. Our team." Han Chen interrupted directly, "No need to introduce yourself, just tell me what you want." "I'm in a hurry." Hearing Han Chen's rather impolite reply, the other 6 human survivors all had somber expressions. At this moment, a young male berserker, an advanced warrior class, shouted from behind, "Kid, speak more politely to our vice captain." "What if I don't?" Han Chen turned around and said, "You stopped me for no reason, and now you want me to be polite to you? You really are like a monkey climbing a bamboo pole, jumping around in front of me, aren't you? You. What about me? Look at your muddy legs, coming to this world thinking of being someone's dog, and your master isn't even anxious, yet you're the one who's anxious?" The male berserker turned red in the face from Han Chen's retort. He wanted to say something more, but the tracker named Rogai interrupted, "Xiaohu, shut up." The male berserker immediately closed his mouth upon hearing that. Then, the rogue named Rogai chuckled and said, "My friend, we are rather presumptuous to stop you like this. But this is also to give this brother an opportunity to develop." Han Chen, intrigued, replied, "Give me an opportunity?" Rogai wasn't angry and continued, "Yes, what you don't know is that we, Yunji Jian, have the largest team in the original Area 132. With over 3,000 members. Our leader has also secured the top spot on the leaderboard twice, making us a formidable force. I see this young brother has no team insignia. He has managed to develop his territory to such a scale alone, so his skills must be quite impressive. If these young brothers can join us, we will definitely offer you a generous treatment." Han Chen directly refused, saying, "Not interested." Hearing Han Chen's refusal, the expressions of the others changed. But this seemed to be within Rogai's expectations, as he continued to smile, "My friend, meeting is also a fate. Since you don't wish to join us, I won't force you. However, we are quite curious about the buildings in your territory. May I ask if you could let us visit? Please rest assured, we are just here to take a look, we have no other intentions." Rogai's request can be considered quite excessive, most people would not agree to it. However, they had now surrounded Han Chen, and with their numerical advantage, he figured he wouldn't dare to refuse. Under Rogai's leadership, the 7 floating islands moved closer once again. Seeing this move, Han Chen realized that these people were finally ready to show their true colors. He sneered, "It seems you all have finally revealed your true nature. Now, I warn you one last time, clear the way, or bear the consequences." Han Chen still wore a cold smile, but there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. "Brother Guy, this kid is too ungrateful. Should we just take him out?" a human archer beside him asked. Rogai still had a smile on his face, but he did not answer immediately. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit serious. At this moment, Zhang Lianming, who was hiding in the castle, seemed to sense that something was off. This group seemed to be showing signs of wanting to forcefully land. Worried that the two sides might fight, Zhang Lingming rushed out to help, holding her staff and looking tense as she walked out of the castle. Just then, Rog and several other survivors seemed to notice the beautiful figure behind Han Chen. In that moment, all the surroundings, the sky, the clouds, the floating islands, all paled in comparison to Zhang Lingming's angelic face and devilish figure. All their attention was drawn to Zhang Lingming, even their breaths became hurried involuntarily. At that moment, including Rog, there was a hint of greedy desire in their eyes. It took several seconds for these people to come back to their senses. Previously, Rog was still hesitating whether to take action against Han Chen. But now, he had made up his mind. Kill this brat. At this moment, Rog exchanged a glance with the others. The others understood and prepared to surround him. Han Chen sneered, directly opened the territory building interface and slowly adjusted the attack direction of the 120 siege crossbow launchers. Noticing Han Shen's intent to attack, Rogai immediately commanded, "This brat wants to attack us, rush into his territory and don't give him a chance." The other survivors, upon hearing this, sped up and charged towards Han Shen. "Seeking death," Han Shen said coldly. More than 200 siege crossbows were already loaded with bolts, requiring no winding up. Under Han Shen's control, 20 of the siege crossbows instantly aimed at the approaching Sky Island, which was Rogai's territory. When Rogai saw the crossbow launchers aimed at him, he suddenly had a bad premonition. He quickly turned around and fled into his lord's cabin. Inside, Rogai's voice came out, "Don't mind me, this brat can't break my lord's cabin in a short time. All of you forcefully land on his territory now, then take this brat down. After that, his woman and his castle will all belong to us." The other 6 survivors were momentarily stunned when they saw the crossbows aimed at them and hesitated to step up. At that moment, hearing Rogai's incitement, their eyes instantly turned blood red. Rog wanted to use the 500 defense points of the Lord's cabin to withstand Han Shen's attack. I must say, his decision was correct. However, he underestimated the lethality of the siege crossbow bolts. In the next moment, 20 massive arrows shot out with great force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of tearing through the air followed one after another. The huge arrows instantly struck the walls of the Lord's cabin. Boom! Sounds like cannonballs exploding occurred in succession. Rog watched as the 500 defense points of his lord's cabin were instantly depleted. The calmness in his eyes disappeared, replaced by sheer horror. How is this possible? Rog's face was filled with disbelief. In the next moment, the lord's cabin collapsed directly. The remaining massive crossbow bolts hit his territory, instantly penetrating the 1-meter thick soil. This included Rog's core territory. As Rog's core territory was destroyed by Han Shen, he watched helplessly as the thousands of square meters of hard-earned floating islands he had accumulated collapsed into pieces at that moment. Crash! Floating island fragments scattered. The terrifying destructive power of the siege crossbow arrows is beginning to show its edge. After the floating island shattered, Rog fell from a height of 10,000 meters. He was horrified, a hint of regret rising in his heart. However, at this moment, Han Shen was still not ready to let him go. Controlling one of the crossbow launchers, an arrow shot out violently. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow-piercing flesh came as Rog was penetrated through the chest by the massive arrow. Ah! After a hair-raising scream, Rog's body began to fall, then vanished from everyone's sight. At this moment, the other 6 survivors in the clouds shuddered upon hearing Rog's scream. When they saw Han Shen slowly adjusting the angle of the massive crossbow bolt launch platform on the floating island, they were all terrified and began to flee in a panic. "Oh crap, run! His crossbow bolts are too powerful, we can't block them." Han Shen sneered, "Can you escape?" In the next moment, 100 massive crossbow bolt launch platforms fired simultaneously. Han Shen didn't even need to aim, he simply covered the area with firepower. Crash! The giant arrows rained down like drops of rain, carrying the power to penetrate everything and struck fiercely into the territory of these survivors. Compared to Rogai, these few survivors hadn't even built a lord's cabin yet. Their territory's core was as fragile as paper. A single giant arrow could pierce right through it. Boom! 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 As one core territory after another was destroyed by Han Shen, their floating island shattered into pieces in the air. In the terrified gazes of those survivors, Han Shen launched a second round of crossbow bolts, aiming to finish them off. "No! I was wrong, spare me. Let me go, ah!" Behind every cry of agony, there lies a survivor whose life was ended by the siege crossbow arrows. Among them, there was an unfortunate soul who was struck in the head by a massive arrow before the territory shattered, leaving a blood hole the size of a bowl on his face, dying in a truly tragic manner. As the core of the last floating island was blown up by Han Shen, the surrounding scene became empty again, as if no battle had ever occurred here. After eliminating this batch of blind fools, the killing intent in Han Shen's eyes gradually faded. At this moment, Zhang Lingmeng was looking at Han Shen with a pale face. This was the first time she witnessed the slaughter between humans. Although she felt extremely uncomfortable, Zhang Lingmeng still suppressed her urge to vomit and walked to Han Shen's side, saying, "Xingur, how are you?" However, before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Lingmeng suddenly hunched over and squatted on the ground, starting to gag. Han Shen walked over and gently patted her back. Zhang Lingmeng lifted her head and then suddenly fell into Han Shen's embrace. "Xingur, I'm sorry. I'm a bit scared." Han Shen embraced her and comforted, "It's normal to be scared. You'll likely encounter many such situations in the future, so you need to adapt quickly." Zhang Lingmeng bit her lip and nodded heavily. Han Shen scanned the surroundings and continued to maneuver the floating island forward. Not long after Han Shen and the others left, about 7 or 8 kilometers away from where they had fought, a survivor floating island quickly appeared. On that floating island, a human swordsman was in shock, saying, "Wow, things are getting intense today. I actually witnessed a battle between humans. What kind of monster is this, fighting 7 alone and still resolving the battle so quickly? If I tell anyone about this, no one would believe it." The human warrior then felt relieved, saying, "But luckily, I recorded a video. If I post this video on the forum, it will definitely cause a sensation." Thinking of this, he quickly opened the system interface. Meanwhile, a post was uploaded to the Zone 2 Survivor forum, quickly attracting a high number of clicks. The title is, "Mysterious Floating Island Player 1 against 7 Instant Kill." Everyone was drawn in by this concise and powerful title, then clicked into the post, only to find a video. The video captured the scene of Han Shen battling against other survivor teams. However, the perspective from which this person filmed seemed quite far away, only showing 7 floating islands surrounding one of them, preparing to close in. And in the next moment, they saw that on the gigantic floating island being surrounded, a massive arrow was suddenly shot out, directly obliterating a survivor's lord's house along with the core territory. After that, the other 6 floating islands met the same fate. The swift and decisive battle, a one-sided crushing, left everyone shocked and unable to calm down for a long time. It didn't take long for the first reply to appear. "Wow, such terrifying destructive power. Does anyone know what this is? I don't know, but it looks like some kind of crossbow launching device." Crossbow launching device? That damage is really quite frightening. Everyone was discussing fervently. At this moment, someone else left a comment. "Have you noticed? That floating island is much larger than our territory, with a thickness of at least 3 meters, equivalent to 3 times the area, and I think I saw a castle on it." A castle and a crossbow launch platform. Which expert from which region is this? The crowd began to speculate about the identity of this mysterious figure. However, the survivors from other regions couldn't figure it out at all. Before the merging of regions, even those top-tier experts with dual rankings only had territories of about 10,000 square meters, and they hadn't built advanced structures like castles on their lands. Individuals like Han Shen, who not only built a castle but also constructed a number of offensive facilities, are extremely rare among all humanity. At this moment, a different reply appeared under this post. The speaker is a survivor named Bai Yunshu. He commented in the post, "Greetings, I am Bai Yunshu, the leader of the first group from District 132, the clouds between. I am now posting a request for help, hoping to find the person in the video, with a generous reward. If anyone can provide information about this person's identity, they can come to Bai for a set of blue equipment. Anyone who can provide this person's location can claim a piece of purple equipment from Bai." As a prominent figure in Zone 132, Bai Yunshu is quite well known. His message attracted a lot of attention. However, Bai Yunshu did not reveal his intentions, leaving others confused. What they didn't know was that the people Han Shen killed were all members of the Yanzijian team, and one of them was even their vice-captain. Furthermore, Bai Yunshu's reason for searching for Han Shen was not for revenge. To him, the deaths of a few unrelated team members were of no concern. He was simply interested in the powerful crossbow launching device on Han Shen's territory. As a team leader in a large zone, Bai Yunshu understood better than anyone what it meant to establish a bunch of attack facilities at this stage. If he could recruit this person to his team and obtain the blueprints for those crossbow launching platforms, Bai Yunshu's power would soar. However, when the survivors from Zone 107 came across this post and saw Bai Yunshu's message, they were intrigued. They recalled that character from their own server. However, they tacitly chose not to mention the name of the galaxy. After all, the filming angle of this video is too far, and they cannot be certain that this person is the one. After several transactions, Han Shen has established a mysterious and powerful image in the minds of the survivors in Area 107, along with being stingy. Yes, he is indeed stingy. He would refuse to trade with others over a dispute in spoken language. He would also issue bounties to retaliate against other schemes, refusing to let go until they are driven to a dead end. If one offends this character based solely on some guesses, it would be a loss. At this moment, Han Shen continued towards the coordinate area. He did not open the chat channel and was unaware that the leader of the Yunjijian was looking for him. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. To him, the current players no longer pose any threat. As long as they haven't built territory structures comparable to the Siege crossbow launch platform, it would be a dead end for any number of them. During these past few days of free time, Han Shen continued to craft giant crossbow arrows, filling all 200 launch pads and additionally stockpiling over 5,000 giant crossbow arrows, ensuring ample ammunition. At that moment, a system notification appeared. The leaderboard for the Cloud Secret Realm has been updated. Now, all survivors can check the rewards on the leaderboard. Note, due to the merger of the regions, the number of competitors on the leaderboard has increased, and the number of slots will be adjusted accordingly. Hearing the system notification, Han Shen opened the leaderboard. Unlike the previous leaderboard which had only 100 rewards, this time there were actually 10,000 reward slots. Rewards for ranks 100, 00, 1000, Catapult Construction Blueprint *1, Wolf Cavalry Camp Blueprint *1, Moon Spring Construction Blueprint *1, Choice of Purple Weapon *1, Spirit Core *10,000. Rewards for ranks 999 to 100. Catapult Construction Blueprint *1, Wolf Cavalry Camp Blueprint *1, Moon Spring Construction Blueprint *1, Lord's Contract Scroll *3, Choice of Purple Weapon *1, Spirit Core 20,000. Rewards for ranks 99 to 10. Catapult Construction Blueprint *1, Wolf Cavalry Camp Blueprint *1, Moon Spring Construction Blueprint *1, Lord's Contract Scroll *5, Choice of Purple Weapon *1, Spirit Core 50,000. Rewards for ranks 9 to 4. Catapult Construction Blueprint *1, Tauren Camp Blueprint *1, Moon Spring Construction Blueprint *1, Lord's Contract Scroll *10, Choice of Purple Weapon *1, Spirit Core 100000. Compared to the previous leaderboard rewards, this time the rewards are equally generous. Moreover, like the last level leaderboard, new territory building blueprints have been introduced this time as well. Han Shen opened these blueprints one by one to check. Catapult Construction Blueprint Territory Building can mass-produce catapults in the territory. Catapults have a defense value of 50, an attack power of 700 to 780, and an additional 30% splash damage. Wolf Cavalry Camp Blueprint Territory Building can build a Wolf Cavalry training camp in the territory. The Lord can upgrade technology to enhance the level of the Wolf Cavalry and unlock new skills for them. The defense value of the Wolf Cavalry camp is 200. Moon Spring Construction Blueprint consumes materials to build a Moon Holy Spring in the territory. Under the coverage of the Moon Holy Spring, the healing speed is significantly accelerated, and the defense value of the Moon Spring is 300. Minotaur Camp consumes materials to build a camp in the territory that can recruit Minotaur Vanguards, with a chance to recruit elite-level Minotaur Vanguards. By upgrading technology, the level of the Minotaurs can be increased, unlocking new skills for them. The defense value of the camp is 250. Another batch of new building blueprints. Han Chen exclaimed. The newly released building blueprints on the leaderboard are all ones that Han Chen does not possess. Moreover, each one has a unique function. The first Catapult Construction Blueprint is clearly an offensive type of territory building. Although Han Chen already has a siege crossbow arrow launch platform, the crossbow excels in single target damage without area damage. If a row of catapults is built behind the siege crossbow arrows, the damage and deterrence will increase exponentially. Then there are the Wolf Cavalry and Minotaur Camp. Both of these blueprints are for recruitment buildings. Simply put, they are for recruiting some cannon fodder. In terms of individual combat capabilities, the Tauren seem to be stronger than the Wolf Riders, and most importantly, there is even a chance to recruit elite-level Tauren. When the number of cannon fodder reaches a certain level, that quantitative change can trigger a qualitative change. Currently, although there are 8 puppets guarding Han Chen's territory, he does not have the blueprints for producing spiritual energy cores, so he cannot mass-produce them. Also, there's the Moon Spring. When built in the territory, it can continuously help the creatures within heal their injuries. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng asked, Xingor, don't we still have a lot of life elixirs? What's the difference between the Moon Spring and the life elixirs in terms of recovery? Han Chen shook his head and said, it's different. The life elixir can only heal the serious injuries of 1-star creatures. We have already completed our class advancement and are now 2-star professionals, so the recovery effect of the life elixir has significantly weakened for us. In the context of the life elixir's weakened effect, the blueprints for the Moon Spring can be said to greatly enhance the survival ability of the survivors. I see. Zhang Lianming nodded in realization. This time, every item in the leaderboard rewards is extremely important. After reviewing the architectural blueprints, Han Chen continued to check the leaderboard rewards. Another special item, the Lord's Contract Scroll. Lord's Contract Scroll. This contract allows you to recruit the indigenous people of the spirit realm to become residents of your territory. After signing the contract, they will pledge loyalty to you and carry out your orders. Note, be aware that beings recruited through the contract will have related affinity levels. If the affinity is too low, pay attention to whether they may breach the contract. Oh, a scroll that allows me to sign a contract with the indigenous people of this world? Han Chen became interested. So far, he really hadn't encountered many intelligent beings. Aside from the demon lord and that strange bird, the other monsters tended to lack intelligence, existing in a state of low intellect driven only by their desire to attack. However, Han Chen also knew that this might be related to the area where the Blue Star survivors were located. This place is called the Land Abandoned by the Gods, a region that most intelligent beings in this world are reluctant to set foot in. If given the opportunity in the future, Han Chen would indeed like to recruit a few indigenous people into his territory. For example, beast-eared girls, elf maids, and so on. Don't get me wrong, Han Chen has no other intentions, he just needs a group of people to manage his increasingly expanding territory. So far, the rewards for this ranking list have been very generous. As long as you secure any of the top positions, you can significantly enhance the defensive capabilities of your territory. He continued to look down. Third place reward, Catapult Blueprint *1, Moon Spring Blueprint *1, Taurun Camp Blueprint *1, Wolf Cavalry Camp Blueprint *1, Lord's Contract Scroll *10, Choice of Golden Weapon *1, Spirit Core *150000. Second place reward, Flame Catapult Blueprint *1, Moon Spring Blueprint *1, Taurun Camp Blueprint *1, Wolf Cavalry Camp Blueprint *1, Lord's Contract Scroll *10, Choice of Golden Weapon *1, Choice of Golden Accessory *1, Spirit Core 200,000. First place reward, Flame Catapult Blueprint *1, Moon Holy Spring Blueprint *1, Taurun Camp Blueprint *1, Wolf Cavalry Camp Blueprint *1, Lord's Contract *10, Choice of Orange Weapon Blueprint *1, Vim Divine Power Horn Gold *1, Spirit Core 300,000. Compared to the previous rewards, the top 3 rewards have some different changes. What interests Han Shen the most is the construction blueprint for the Flame Catapult. Flame Catapult Construction Blueprint. It allows the construction of a catapult that launches flaming projectiles, causing significant splash damage upon hitting the target, along with a continuous burning effect. The Flame Catapult has a defense value of 100, an attack power of 1000 to 1100, and a maximum range of 4000 meters. Compared to a regular catapult, the Flame Catapult has significantly improved defense and attack values, along with an additional burning effect. This thing, with one shot, is likely to cause even more terrifying damage than a siege crossbow bolt. Additionally, the Moon Spring has undergone a transformation, changing from the Moon Spring to the Moon Holy Spring. Moon Holy Spring consumes materials to build a Moon Holy Spring within the territory. Under the coverage of the Moon Holy Spring, the recovery speed of injuries is greatly accelerated, and every other day, it can consume the power gathered by the Moon Holy Spring to instantly recover from a fatal injury. The Moon Holy Spring has a defense value of 500. Moon Spring consume materials to build a Moon Spring in the territory. Under the coverage of the Moon Spring, the healing speed of injuries is significantly accelerated. And every other day, you can consume the energy gathered by the Moon Spring to instantly recover from a fatal injury. The defense value of the Moon Spring is 500. Han Shen noticed a new effect, instantly recover from a fatal injury. Note that it is instant. In other words, as long as you are not killed on the spot, the Moon Spring can pull you back from the brink of death and restore you to full health. This is quite terrifying. Within the territory, your survival ability will be greatly enhanced. In addition, this time an orange weapon blueprint has indeed appeared on the leaderboard. The orange weapon blueprint can craft items of epic quality, and the attributes are sure to be formidable. However, this time over 900,000 people are competing for a single orange weapon blueprint. Compared to any previous leaderboard, the competitive pressure is much greater. Now, there is still one last piece of equipment on the leaderboard that has not been checked for its attributes. Han Shen continues to click to see. Horn of Divine Power Gold special equipment that allows the survivor to blow the horn once every 10 minutes, enhancing the attack speed of all allied creatures by 30% and granting recruited creatures an additional 50% increase in attack and movement speed, lasting for 60 seconds. Wow! Such strong attributes! Han Shen couldn't help but exclaim. The attributes of this equipment exceeded his expectations. The Horn of Divine Power is clearly designed to be used in conjunction with building type items like the Taurun Camp. When the number of recruited creatures is sufficiently large, blowing one horn is equivalent to granting all recruited creatures an additional bloodthirst buff, significantly enhancing both mobility and destructive power. At that time, everyone would truly enter a berserk state. Han Shen also felt a surge of ambition to secure the first place. However, he knew that achieving first place among over 900,000 people was not an easy task. Moreover, he needed to continuously clear the Cloud's secret realm. Han Shen began to pay attention to the nearby clouds to see if any Cloud's secret realms had formed. However, as the system announcement stated, the probability of Cloud's secret realm generation would only increase after tomorrow's update. At the current stage, the chance of encountering a Cloud's secret realm is still relatively low. After another half hour of progress, Han Shen saw the discussion group messages light up. Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun sent messages at the same time. Xingge, we've discovered a Cloud secret realm. Han Shen quickly asked, Secret realm, what star level is it? Xin Yun replied, it's a 2-star realm called Knight's Judgment Arena. Knight's Judgment Arena? Han Shen was a bit confused. Is it difficult? It should be quite challenging. I see the entry level is 10 to 15 and it suggests 5 people to enter. 5 people? Han Shen lowered his head in thought. Including Zhang Liangmeng, they only had 4 people now. Are we still short one person? After pondering for a moment, Han Shen opened his sparse friend list and saw 2 or 3 names. Tang Mu, Xiaoying, Su Xiaoyang. The first 2 names, one was Tang Xin Mumu and the other was He Ying. Tang Xin Mumu added Han Shen as a friend because of their agreement. She would come to interview him in his territory after a while. The reason for adding Black Hawk as a friend was that after the last transaction, he felt there might be future collaboration with Han Shen. Han Shan is not very familiar with these two people. Now, only one name is left, Su Xiaoyang. Han Shan noticed that Su Xiaoyang had actually reached level 11 and advanced to the Hunter subclass, a Hunter. This subclass is characterized by the ability to set various traps, and she can learn area skills such as Explosive Rain and Capture Trap right after the advancement, greatly compensating for the Hunter's weaknesses against groups of monsters. Moreover, with a survival skill called Tactical Retreat, it can be said to have both offensive and defensive capabilities. Compared to the Hunter's other subclass, the Sharpshooter, the Hunter is indeed much more versatile and has stronger survival abilities. Seeing that Han Shan did not respond, Chang Jianyong interjected, Brother Xing, I think this 2-star secret realm is a bit too difficult, why don't we give up for now? Han Shan replied, no, the probability of the Cloud secret realm appearing is currently low, if we want to climb the rankings, we shouldn't miss any secret realms. You guys hold on, I'll call a friend over. However, Chang Jianyong was unexpectedly surprised and said, what? I must have misheard. Besides us, does Xing have other friends? The emergence of Sister Lian is already enough to astonish us. Xin Yun was also very surprised. Indeed, today is really like the sun rising from the west. Get lost. Han Shan replied speechlessly, send me the coordinates, I'll head over shortly. Chang Jianyong sent a string of numbers. Han Shan looked at their location and estimated that it would take about 4 to 5 hours to get there if he hurried. At this moment, Han Shan opened Su Xiaoyang's chat interface and directly asked, I'm about to challenge a 2-star secret realm and need a teammate. Are you free now? Not long after Han Shan sent the message, Su Xiaoyang quickly replied, I am, Star God. Seeing this, Han Shan replied, okay, I'll send you the coordinates, check how long it would take to get there now. Han Shan sent her a set of coordinates. Su Xiaoyang looked at the map interface and exclaimed, oh, this coordinate doesn't seem far from me. I can get there in about 6 hours. Han Shan nodded, I'll probably take about the same time, but I might be a bit earlier than you. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the secret realm with my friends. Friends? Su Xiaoyang keenly picked up on the keyword in Han Shan's words. Han Shan replied, yes, this secret realm requires 5 people. Besides you, there are 3 others who will go in with us, they are all my friends. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang felt a sinking feeling in her heart and her expression changed instantly, maybe I shouldn't go after all? After saying this, Su Xiaoyang felt a bit regretful. In her heart, she had imagined meeting Han Shan many times, but she had never dared to muster the courage. When she heard Han Shan mention it, Su Xiaoyang was very excited inside. But when he said that there were 3 strangers besides Han Shan, the joy on Su Xiaoyang's face gradually faded and was replaced by fear. It felt like meeting an online friend, only to find they brought their entourage along. Noticing something off in Su Xiaoyang's tone, Han Shan asked, what's wrong? Nothing at all. Su Xiaoyang quickly replied. I'm just scared to talk and interact with strangers because of my own reasons. I'm sorry. Han Shan suddenly understood, he caught the meaning in Su Xiaoyang's words. This girl actually has some social anxiety. Han Shan replied, it's fine. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. I'll invite you next time if there's an opportunity. Hearing Han Shan's reassurance, Su Xiaoyang clenched her small fists, a look of frustration appearing on her face. She kept blaming herself in her heart. Little Yang, you're so useless. It was so hard to finally meet him, and you rejected this hard-won opportunity. With such a useless self, you might as well just die. Su Xiaoyang looked extremely sad. At that moment, a trade request appeared before her, and the applicant was, of course, Han Shan. Without waiting for Su Xiaoyang to speak, Han Shan said directly, I'll give you some things, you should find them useful. Su Xiaoyang blankly clicked to accept. A moment later, when she saw the astonishingly powerful purple gear in the trade window, her mouth dropped open in surprise. However, this was just the beginning. When she saw Han Shan place a golden weapon, the shattered soul bow, it left Su Xiaoyang completely stunned. With a trembling voice, she said, Star God, what's wrong? Why are you giving me so much equipment? Han Shan replied, it's nothing. I made a few extra sets of leather armor while crafting. Since you're also a hunter, you can equip them, so I'm giving them to you. But, Su Xiaoyang's tone was somewhat hesitant. Han Shan then said, there's no need to be polite. A few purple items are nothing to me. If you don't want them, I'll just store them or break them down. Su Xiaoyang knew that with Han Shan's strength, he really didn't care about these items. For him, it might truly be as simple as giving them away casually. After much consideration, Su Xiaoyang finally decided to accept. She sincerely said, thank you, Star God. You're welcome, Han Shan replied. If there's nothing else, I'll log off for now. We'll connect again when there's a chance. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang hurriedly said, Star God. Hearing Su Xiaoyang's call, Han Shan asked, what's wrong? Su Xiaoyang is hesitating, and Han Shan is patiently waiting. After a moment, she seemed to muster her courage, took a deep breath, and said, I want to join your team and explore the secret realm together, is that okay? At this moment, Su Xiaoyang clenched her small fists and pressed her legs together, appearing very nervous. She was afraid that by previously rejecting Han Shan's invitation, he would be unhappy if she now expressed a desire to join. This worry made her heart start to race. What Su Xiaoyang didn't notice was that her flushed face was causing her eyes to gradually turn red. At this moment in the center of the territory, a pale demon plant was slightly trembling, seemingly very afraid of Su Xiaoyang's current state. Su Xiaoyang was waiting for Han Chen's response. Han Chen was taken aback for a moment. Although he didn't know why this girl suddenly changed her mind, he still smiled and said, "Sure, you're welcome anytime." Su Xiaoyang felt a sense of relief, and the redness in her eyes faded. In the center of the territory, that demon plant also stopped trembling. "Thank you, Star God." Su Xiaoyang said softly, "I'll head to the coordinates right away. If you arrive first, could you please wait for me for a moment?" "Sure, no problem." After Su Xiaoyang agreed to team up, Han Chen prepared to close the private chat window and continue on his way. Just then, he seemed to remember something and sent Su Xiaoyang a trade request. Then, in the trade window, Han Chen placed a black scroll. Upon seeing the black scroll, Su Xiaoyang was completely stunned. Hidden class?" Su Xiaoyang asked in disbelief. Han Chen replied, "Yes, although you've already changed to a hunter, in terms of strength, the elf hunter is much stronger. Since you haven't leveled up yet, the experience loss from reclassing won't be much. If you don't like this class, you don't have to accept it." Su Xiaoyang quickly said, I don't mean that. What I mean is, the hidden class scroll is too precious, I can't accept it. You should use it yourself, Star God." Han Chen smiled and said, "Take it, I've already switched to another hunter's hidden class, which suits me better than the elven hunter." "But, no buts. If you want to join my team, I hope the members are strong enough. Your switching to a hidden class will help us better." Han Chen's words carried a hint of unrefusable determination. Su Xiaoyang thought for a moment and ultimately nodded in acceptance. However, she silently remembered Han Chen's help in her heart. After the transaction was completed, Su Xiaoyang held the scroll in her hand and then clicked to use it. A system prompt appeared. "Do you want to consume the hidden class scroll to switch to the hidden class, Elven Hunter?" "Yes." Su Xiaoyang clicked confirm, and the black scroll in her hand disappeared. In the next moment, she suddenly felt many green light spots appear nearby. These light spots appeared suddenly like fireflies, and their numbers increased rapidly. In no time, she saw thousands of green light spots floating around her territory. So beautiful. Su Xiaoyang her delicate fingers, wanting to touch the floating light spots in the air. However, when she made contact with one of the light spots, in the next moment, countless green lights converged towards her body. Su Xiaoyang suddenly felt a cool power emerging within her body, and it was growing stronger. She discovered that her body, which had already stopped developing, was actually changing again at this moment. First, her legs, which could be considered artistic, unexpectedly grew 5 centimeters taller. Su Xiaoyang's legs were already very long, and after this additional growth, they were on the verge of surpassing human limits. This perfect leg proportion has rarely appeared even in human history. At that moment, Su Xiaoyang suddenly felt her cheeks flush. She noticed that her already considerable bosom had become even more pronounced, causing her leather top to stretch. So embarrassing. Su Xiaoyang hurriedly covered her chest. Fortunately, there was no one else around to see. Moreover, the changes had not yet stopped. Su Xiaoyang felt her hair beginning to grow, and before long it reached her waist. What surprised her even more was that her ears had become a bit sharper. If Han Chen were here, he would definitely exclaim, "An elf." Yes, Su Xiaoyang's body was transforming into that of an elven race, as the nearby green light all flowed into Su Xiaoyang's body. At this moment, a system notification appeared. "You have successfully changed to the hidden job hunter, Elven Archer. Your overall attributes have increased by 150% and the level cap has been raised to level 20. When leveling up, your agility attribute will gain 1.5 times growth. You have automatically learned the exclusive skills of the Elven Archer, Wind Perception, Dance of the Elves, and Low Altitude Flight. Wind Perception: when entering combat mode, your attack speed increases by 100%. With the power of the wind, your arrow hit rate is significantly enhanced, making it much harder for enemies to resist your attacks. Dance of the Elves: after activating Dance of the Elves, your skill damage increases by 50%. For 10 seconds, the cooldown time of all basic skills for hunters is reduced to 0. Low Altitude Flight: when activating Low Altitude Flight, the survivor will briefly gain the ability to fly. While in flight, movement speed increases by 100%, lasting for 120 seconds with a cooldown of 200 seconds. Su Xiaoyang gasped, "Wow, such a powerful profession." Han Chen was unaware of the changes that had occurred after Su Xiaoyang transitioned to an elf hunter. He was currently rushing at full speed to the location where Cheng Jianyong and the others were. Several hours later, he was finally close to reaching the coordinate location of Cheng Jianyong and the others. Along the way, Han Chen encountered several groups of survivors. But whether it was due to that post or other factors, this time those survivors surprisingly did not come forward to cause trouble. Some even took the initiative to avoid him. Han Chen was unsure of what had happened, but he appreciated the lack of trouble. Before long, he was less than 5 kilometers from the coordinate location. In the distance, Han Chen saw 2 massive floating islands ahead. Each of these floating islands had a land area exceeding 10,000 square meters. At this stage, those with territories of such scale were all skilled individuals. The owners of these two floating islands were naturally Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun. At this moment, they stood at the edge of their territory, excitedly waving their hands. After Han Chen brought his territory closer, the three empty islands merged together. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong stepped forward and said, "Brother Xing, how do you think our territory is developing?" Han Chen glanced at the layout of the two's territory, where a lord's cabin of over 100 square meters was situated in the center, with a psychic shield obelisk and a teleportation array built on either side of the entrance. On both sides of the territory, there were cultivated farmland and ponds. In Cheng Jianyong's territory, there were also a few piglets with black spots leisurely wandering about. Zhang Lingmeng stood behind, curiously observing the layout of the two's territory. Han Chen chuckled softly, "It's not bad." Compared to other survivors, their lives had officially transitioned from primitive to agricultural, and they no longer had to worry about basic needs. Cheng Jianyong laughed heartily. At this moment, Xin Yun pointed to the back and said, "Brother Xing, the secret realm we discovered is over there." Han Chen looked in the direction he was pointing. Behind their territory, there was a patch of oddly shaped clouds, about 30 square meters in size, with a black vortex above it. This vortex is the entrance to the secret realm. Xin Yun continued to ask, "Xinggu, should we go in now?" Han Chen shook his head. "Let's wait a bit, my friend is still on the way." Although 4 people can challenge a 2-star secret realm, having 5 is definitely more secure. Zhang Lingmeng also softly said, "It's indeed safer with 5 people." However, Cheng Jianyong looked doubtful and said, "Xinggu, who exactly is this friend of yours? Do we know them?" Han Chen replied helplessly, "You don't know them, but you'll find out when they arrive." Half an hour later, the group saw an empty island rapidly approaching in the distance. "Is that them, Xinggu?" Xin Yun asked. Seeing this, Han Chen messaged Su Xiayang, and after receiving a reply, nodded and said, "Yes." The 4 of them looked forward anxiously, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit silent. At that moment, Cheng Jianyong suddenly said, "Xiaoyunzi, do you feel a bit nervous?" "Nervous? Not really, what's there to be nervous about?" Xin Yun replied calmly. Cheng Jianyong glanced at him and scoffed, still pretending, "I can see the sweat starting to form on your forehead." After hearing this, Xin Yun quickly wiped his forehead. Beside them, Han Chen glanced at the two. Speaking of which, this was also his first meeting with Su Xiaoyang. Previously, they had only communicated through the chat interface and did not know each other's appearance. Han Chen only knew that the other person should be a young girl, and her voice was quite pleasant. As he was about to meet her in person, he surprisingly felt a bit nervous. The distance between them was already less than a kilometer. However, what Han Chen didn't know was that, compared to his nervousness, Su Xiaoyang's heart was pounding even more. The closer she got, the more Su Xiaoyang felt her face flush, a rush of heat flooding her head, causing her eyes to redden as well. Su Xiaoyang quickly shook her head to dispel the redness in her eyes. She clenched her small fist and encouraged herself, "Come on, Xiaoyang, you can do it. Xingshan is a really nice person, you don't have to be afraid of him." Finally, the 2 floating islands drew closer. The 4 on one side and the lone individual on the other finally met. A tall young woman with excessively long legs appeared in front of Han Chen and the others. She wore a set of hunter's leather armor, and her long legs were paired with a slender waist, showing no trace of excess flesh. Her delicate features resembled a masterpiece meticulously crafted by God. Around her swan-like jade neck hung a necklace that sparkled like starlight. Due to her long hair, Su Xiaoyang tied it in a single ponytail and carried a golden longbow identical to Han Chen's. This outfit added a touch of vivacity to her demeanor. This ethereal girl, whose beauty was unlike that of humans, left everyone in awe. Unlike Zhang Lingmeng's beauty, Su Xiaoyang's aura seemed more youthful and lively. However, what drew even more attention were her slightly pointed ears. Cheng Jianyong blurted out, "Whoa, an elf?" Yes, Su Xiaoyang's appearance truly resembled that of an elf. However, they also noticed the player emblem above Su Xiaoyang's head. This confirmed that, like them, she was also human. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang stood in front of the 4, not daring to say a word. She immediately recognized Han Chen, who was also carrying a dark golden longbow. But besides those 2 men, she also saw a stunning woman standing next to Han Chen, whose figure was so exaggerated that it made her a bit envious. Moreover, that woman seemed too close to Han Chen, indicating that their relationship might be unusual. Thinking about all this left Su Xiaoyang feeling a bit lost. She wasn't good at communicating with others and suffered from severe social anxiety. This situation made Su Xiaoyang even want to flee. Just when she was in an extremely awkward position, Han Chen took the initiative to step forward, ready to communicate with her. However, before he could speak, Zhang Lingmeng interjected, "Wow, what a beautiful girl." Her eyes lit up as if she had discovered a treasure, and she gracefully moved quickly to Su Xiaoyang's side. Then, in Su Xiaoyang's bewildered gaze, she took her small hand with both of hers and excitedly said, "Are you the friend that Xinggu mentioned? So beautiful, sob. How can there be such a pretty girl like you in this world? I can't believe Xinggu didn't introduce you to me sooner." Faced with Zhang Liaming's enthusiasm, Su Xiaoyang seemed a bit at a loss. But she still replied, "And no, you're even more beautiful, sister." Zhang Liming quickly said, "No way, I'm older than you, and my legs aren't as long as yours, I can't compare. By the way, your legs are so long and fair, can I touch them?" Before Su Xiaoyang could respond, Zhang Liming reached out her hand directly. Feeling the warm touch between her legs, Su Xiaoyang shivered all over, her legs instantly tensed up. Han Shen coughed a couple of times, and Zhang Liming seemed to realize she was a bit out of line, quickly stopping her behavior. Zhang Liming, a bit flushed, said, "Sorry, I got a bit too excited seeing a beauty." Han Shen was also speechless. This was the first time he saw another side of Zhang Liming today. Su Xiaoyang let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Han Shen walked over and said, "Hello, I'm Han Shen." Su Xiaoyang snapped back to reality from her panic and nervously said, "Why you, hello?" Han Shen glanced at the broken bow in her hand, then at her ears, and asked, "Have you already changed your class to an elf hunter?" Su Xiaoyang quickly nodded, yes." Han Shen nodded, he knew the strength of the elf hunter class. Speaking of which, Su Xiaoyang really suited this profession. Not only did she look the part, but her ethereal and refined aura was something most people lacked. She was a completely different type compared to Zhang Liming. Just when both sides felt a bit awkward, a white branch suddenly stretched out from Su Xiaoyang's territory. It struck at lightning speed, coming in an instant. Whoosh! This branch, filled with strong hostility, targeted none other than Zhang Liming, who was beside Su Xiaoyang. Hearing the sound of air being cut, Han Shen quickly looked over. Just as the branch was about to hit Zhang Liming, Han Shen immediately entered rage burst mode. However, even so, he still couldn't stop the branch's attack. Phew! Zhang Liaming's shoulder was instantly pierced by a branch and a spray of blood erupted. Everyone was a bit dazed upon seeing Zhang Liming injured. At this moment, Han Shen felt a surge of killing intent. Suddenly attacked, everyone instantly entered a combat state. Meanwhile, Shen Yun and Chang Jianyong quickly grabbed their weapons and rushed over. However, at this time, a black light moved faster than everyone else's reactions. The shadow of the coal ball flashed and appeared directly behind Zhang Liming. Swish! Swish! The wolf's claw reached out, and the pale branch snapped in response. At the same time, more branches came attacking. At this moment, Han Shen finally saw that the attacker was actually a willow tree about 7 or 8 meters tall in Su Xiaoyang's territory. Before, he thought it was just an ordinary territory plant in Su Xiaoyang's area, and aside from its strange color, he didn't think much of it. But now, he realized that it was actually a rare monster of the plant type and a level 10 boss monster at that. This guy actually took the opportunity to ambush Zhang Lianmeng when he was unprepared. Han Shen's gaze sharpened and he immediately drew back the bowstring. Unleash skill, multiple shots. The tree demon leader sensed the threat, waving countless branches as if preparing to counterattack. At that moment, Su Xiaoyang realized what was happening, her expression turning frantic as she hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Qian, stop!" Following Su Xiaoyang's command, the tree demon leader stopped its actions in confusion. However, at this moment, Han Shen's arrows had already been shot. Thud! Thud thud! All 5 arrows hit the tree demon's torso, embedding deeply. Feeling the intense pain in its body, the tree demon instinctively wanted to counterattack. Crash! Countless branches moved like pale venomous snakes, ready to launch a fierce counterattack. However, at that moment, Su Xiaoyang's eyes instantly turned blood red as she spoke in a strange, ominous tone. "Xiao Qian, did you forget what I said? Disobedient children can be burned or eaten, you know." Upon hearing this, the tree demon leader trembled, and all its branches instantly retracted. Even when attacked by the coal ball, the tree demon leader remained unmoved. It seemed extremely afraid of Su Xiaoyang's earlier state. Seeing this, Han Shen frowned and called out to the coal ball, come back." Upon hearing Han Shen's command, the coal ball hesitated for no moment and quickly returned to Han Shen's feet. The situation changed so rapidly that everyone only just realized what was happening. Cheng Jianyong raised his greatsword high, his charge skill still unactivated, and then stopped in place. Shen Yun also took out a crystal hammer, preparing to cast a blessing skill. Hoof! Zhang Lingmeng let out a muffled grunt. She stood pale-faced beside them, pressing on the wound in her shoulder, yet blood continued to flow out. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyang's pupils turned crimson and then instantly faded. She rushed to Zhang Lingmeng's side in panic, exclaiming, "Sister, what happened to you?" I'm sorry, I forgot to tell Xiao Qian that I wanted to make new friends. It will attack all strangers who enter my territory, it's all my fault, I'm sorry, boo-hoo." Su Xiaoyang's voice was already choked with tears and her eyes were misty. Zhang Limeng understood that this might be a misunderstanding. Seeing Su Xiaoyang crying with tear-streaked cheeks, Zhang Limeng gently comforted her. It's okay, it's just a minor injury, a bottle of life elixir can heal it." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang seemed to remember something and exclaimed, "Life elixir, right, the life elixir." She frantically rummaged through her backpack and then pulled out a large handful of life elixirs, cradling them in her hands, excitedly saying, Sister, you must drink this." Zhang Limeng, seeing this, took a bottle from Su Xiaoyang's hands and poured it into her mouth. After Zhang Limeng changed her class to Elemental Mage, she had already become a 2-star survivor. As the attributes of survivors significantly increased, the life elixir could only be used to treat minor injuries. Fortunately, the injury Zhang Liming sustained was not serious. In just a few seconds, Zhang Liaming's shoulder had stopped bleeding. At that moment, Xinyun timely cast a Holy Light Heal skill on Zhang Lianmeng. Xinyun's mental attribute has reached an exaggerated level, and with the support of top-tier equipment, the healing amount is quite terrifying. Zhang Lianmeng's injuries were quickly healed, even better than the effect of a life elixir at 1 star. Han Shen glanced at Xinyun, and the role of the priest profession was evident at this moment. Seeing Zhang Lianmeng's injuries healed, Su Xiaoyang finally sighed in relief and continued to cry. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to boo-hoo." Zhang Lianmeng wanted to say it's okay, but seeing Su Xiaoyang's pitiful appearance, she felt a bit mischievous. So, she deliberately took a deep breath and said, "Sister still hurts a bit, can you help me massage it?" Su Xiaoyang had no idea Zhang Lianmeng was tricking her. Without thinking, she gently placed her hands on Zhang Lianmeng's shoulders. Then, Zhang Lianmeng took the opportunity to pull Su Xiaoyang into her embrace. "Ah!" Su Xiaoyang exclaimed with wide eyes. Before she could stand up, her vision was covered by a pair of enormous XX. Su Xiaoyang, who intended to stand up, suddenly sank into a gentle embrace. So soft. Su Xiaoyang lay in Zhang Liaming's arms, her head buried, with her fair jade-like legs extended out. This scene made Han Shen break into a slight sweat on his forehead. As for Chang Jianyong and Xingyun, they had already discreetly moved aside, pretending not to see anything. At this moment, Han Shen awkwardly cleared his throat twice. Zhang Liming and Su Xiaoyang seemed to just realize what was happening and hurriedly sat up from the ground. At this time, both girls were blushing a bit. However, after such playful antics, Su Xiaoyang's initial nervousness and awkwardness had greatly eased. Han Shen walked over and said, "Hello, let me reintroduce myself. I am Han Shen, nice to meet you. And thank you for the life elixir blueprint you gave me earlier." Although Han Shen looked unfamiliar at this moment, his voice gave Su Xiaoyang an incredibly familiar feeling. Her face turned red in an instant, and she nervously said, Su Xiaoyang, I'm very happy to meet you too." At that moment, Zhang Lingmeng grabbed Su Xiaoyang's other hand and chuckled, "Hello, I'm Zhang Lingmeng. You can call me Sister Lingmeng, I'm also very happy to meet you." Although Su Xiaoyang vaguely guessed that Zhang Lingmeng had a special relationship with Han Shen, she had a very good impression of this woman and smiled sincerely, saying, "Sister Lingmeng, thank you." Chang Jianyong and Xingyun also approached, scratching their heads. Han Shen introduced them one by one. The one with the honest-looking face is Chang Jianyong, and the other one with a gloomy expression is Xingyun. They are both my friends and classmates. They are also teammates for this challenge in the 2-star secret realm. Upon hearing Han Shen's description, Chang Jianyong and Xingyun both felt dissatisfied. "Hey, you're the one who looks honest." "Yeah, who are you calling dark?" the two retorted. Han Shen shrugged his shoulders. Facing the beautiful woman, Chang Jianyong and Xingyun awkwardly scratched their heads, then laughed heartily. Seeing that they were quite easy to talk to, Su Xiaoyang's tension eased a bit more. At this moment, Han Shen looked at the vortex portal behind him and said, "Alright, everyone is here. If there's nothing else to handle, we'll prepare to enter the secret realm." "Alright, everyone is here. If there's nothing else to handle, we'll prepare to enter the secret realm. Is everyone okay with that?" Han Shen asked. Everyone fell silent for a moment. At this time, Xingyun asked, "Brother Xing, speaking of which, after we enter the secret realm, our territories will be left unguarded. Will there be any problems?" Han Shen shook his head and said, "You don't need to worry about that. In a bit, overlap your territories with mine, and I will modify the defense commands of the energy shield to include your territories as well. Then we will set up the attack program for the siege crossbow launch platform. As long as someone attacks the shield, it will launch a counterattack. Then you can also set up the puppets from the last leaderboard rewards. There shouldn't be any problems." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. The power of Han Shen's siege crossbow launchpad has been verified. It can easily handle multiple attackers and annihilate them. With so many gold and silver armored puppets, it's practically an impregnable fortress. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang cautiously added, "If there's danger, Xiao Qian will help fight. It may look a bit scary, but it's very obedient." Everyone looked at her level 10 boss level tree spirit. As a plant-type monster, and a boss level 1 at that, its combat ability is even stronger than Han Shen's gold-armored puppets. Han Shen nodded. "Since there are no issues, let's head in directly." Then, Han Shen sent a team invitation to Su Xiaoyang. This 5-member team was taking shape, and Han Shen naturally became the team leader. He walked to the vortex of the Cloud Secret Realm, at which point, a system prompt appeared. "Do you wish to enter the 2-star Cloud Secret Realm, Knight's Judgment Arena?" "Yes." The vortex slowly began to spin, indicating that the portal had been opened. Han Shen was the first to step in, followed by Chang Jianyong and Xingyun, and finally Zhang Liming and Su Xiaoyang. With a flash of the scene, everyone appeared in a huge square. This square is vast, estimated to cover at least tens of thousands of square meters, with the ground paved entirely in grayish-blue stone bricks. In the center of the square, there stands a massive statue about 20 meters high with a base diameter of over 5 meters. It depicts a human knight holding a shield aloft in his left hand and a holy hammer in his right. The simple gesture reveals his extraordinary aura. Underneath him, an exceptional steed stands proudly, further accentuating the knight's heroic stature. However, at this moment, the statue has been toppled in the middle, broken into two pieces. The ground is covered in thick dust, and the knight no longer holds his former glory. Just then, a system prompt appeared. The horse whinnies, flags flutter. This is the former judgment ground of the human empire, where the knight King Gruther often judged the guilty. With the attendance of the empire's most elite 3,000 knights, the guilty will be executed here. Until that day, the Knight's Judgment Arena welcomed a group of unusual criminals. Today, they were to publicly judge the former Imperial Knight Commander, Reims, along with the 300 members of the Celestial Knights. As the right-hand man of the Night King, Reims had made significant contributions to the rise of the Empire. However, recently, Gruttle sought to sentence Reims to death in the name of betraying his faith. Everyone was momentarily puzzled. Chang Jianyong said, "What the heck? This two-star cloud secret realm is different from the one we fought before." Han Shen nodded. "It is a bit different, there's even a background introduction right from the start." Before everyone could adjust, they suddenly heard a thunderous cheer. The five instantly stiffened, the originally empty venue suddenly filled with the phantom images of thousands of people. They shouted one person's name in unison. Gruttle! Gruttle! Everyone turned to look at an empty spot in the audience, where a massive throne carved from a single block of stone stood. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong exclaimed beside him, "Wow, does this thing even have cutscenes? By the way, is this Lure Tower really that impressive? Even has to cut off its own left and right arms?" Xin Yun, standing nearby, said helplessly, "It's Gruther." Cheng Jianyong, "Be quiet and look at the situation first." At this moment, surrounded by thousands of knights, a man in white armor, with a resolute face, sat on the throne. He rested his face on his hand, his gaze sharp, looking down below as he spoke loudly, "Reims, do you know your crime?" Below, the members of the Tsungwan Knights, shackled, were forced to kneel on the ground, stripped of their armor that symbolized glory, and lost their trustworthy steeds. This group of once glorious knights had now lost their luster, revealing their misery and desolation. Seeing no one below responding, Gruther asked again, "Reims, do you admit to betraying the kingdom's rules and committing acts disloyal to the God of Light?" On the scene, more than 3,000 knights couldn't help but turn their gazes aside. They seemed unable to believe that the once most loyal and bravest knight commander, Lord Lames, would betray His Majesty the Night King and the kingdom. However, among this group of fallen knights, a man with a resolute face, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, looked up and said, "Respected Night King, Lames acknowledges his guilt." It was as if he had given up his last struggle, humbly bowing his head. Upon hearing Lames' admission, the other observing knights exchanged glances. On the throne, Gruther nodded slightly. "Since you acknowledge your guilt, then according to the law, strip Lames of his rights as Knight Commander and proceed with the execution immediately." Gruther's verdict essentially sentenced Lames to death. There was no trace of fear on Lames' face. Instead, he calmly asked, "Your Majesty the Night King, after this, can we end the cleansing activities against the evil gods?" Gruther frowned upon hearing this, slightly angered, and said, "Lames, you are still so stubborn. I have already told you, those people are not our kin but a group of heretics who have sided with the evil gods." At that moment, Lames asked with a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, you say they are heretical traitors, but they are just a group of children. I saw with my own eyes the knights' iron hooves crush their village, those children covered in blood, searching for their relatives' bodies among the corpses. Yet even so, the eyes of those children remained so clear. They asked me if the God of Light would take their relatives' souls away? How could these naive children be heretics? How could the God of Light fear a group of children?" Lames' words were powerful, and his soul-piercing questions left everyone in a daze. "Enough!" Gruther's voice shook the entire courtroom. "The new generation of evil gods is born among humans, and if allowed to grow, it will lead to unforeseen disasters. This is the warning given to us by the God of Light. Lames, are you doubting the authenticity of the oracle delivered by the God of Light?" Below, Lames fell silent. He did not dare to question the God of Light or Gruther in front of the crowd. Gruther's expression remained unchanged as he continued, "Lemus, stop being stubborn. Considering your past contributions to the Empire in battle, do you have any last words before your execution?" Lemus looked around, holding on to a glimmer of hope, and asked, "Your Majesty, the decision to let those children go was mine alone, unrelated to the Celestial Knights. Could you please execute only me and spare the other knights?" Gruther thought for a moment and shook his head. He replied firmly, "No." Lemus felt instant despair in his heart. He looked at Gruther in disbelief and asked, "Your Majesty, why?" "They are innocent, they still wish to contribute to the kingdom and dedicate their faith to the God of Light." However, no matter how much he pleaded, Gruther remained indifferent. At that moment, Gruther, sitting high on the throne, waved his hand and said, "Proceed with the execution." As he finished speaking, huge crossbow bolts appeared at the edge of the trial grounds. Just as the crossbow bolts were about to be fired, Lemus lifted his head, as if he had made a certain decision. A strong light suddenly erupted from him. This light shot straight into the sky, blinding everyone. In the next moment, the chains on Reims shattered, along with the shackles of more than 300 humans. He shouted loudly, "Brothers of the Celestial Knights, you all have a bright future ahead, you should not bear the blame for me. I will stand here and take all the accusations." However, the more than 300 knights exchanged glances, and after a moment of confusion, they realized what was happening. Yet, not a single knight stepped back, instead, they stood firmly behind Reims. Just like every time they marched into battle, Reims was always at the forefront. This time, the Celestial Knights still stood resolutely behind Reims, with no one retreating. They shouted in unison, "We pledge our lives to the Knight Commander, and we will advance and retreat together." The sudden turn of events left thousands of knights in the Judgment Hall in a state of confusion. This included Han Shen and others who were watching the cutscene nearby. Cheng Jianyong exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, are they going to fight? By the way, are we going to get caught up in this?" Cheng Jianyong's concern is not without reason. At this moment, on the throne, Grutter was not surprised. He calmly ordered, "Seal off the exits of the trial arena, crossbowmen prepare, shoot down any criminals attempting to escape. Knights, suppress Lamus." On the field, after the initial chaos, thousands of knights received Grutter's orders and quickly regained formation. They drew their swords in unison. Clang, clang, clang. The long swords unsheathed, the kingdom's most elite knights advanced with unmatched might towards Lamus. Under Grutter's command, the kingdom's most elite knights pressed towards Lamus and the others. Even though the Celestial Knights were united, without weapons in hand, they were completely unable to contend against this group of well-equipped knights. In terms of both numbers and equipment quality, the Celestial Knights were utterly crushed. A barrage of attacks descended upon them. Reimus suddenly lifted his head, as if making a decision. He extended his hand, and a sphere of holy light began to form. In the next moment, a broken sword hilt appeared in his hand. Just as they were about to be overwhelmed by the attacks, the broken sword hilt suddenly emitted a powerful holy light, soaring to a height of about 100 meters. In a bizarre scene, all the attacks from the knights, upon contact with the holy light, either changed direction or lost their power, dissipating in midair. Clatter! Clatter! Various weapons and arrows fell to the ground. Even a legendary creature would be instantly killed by the concentrated fire of thousands of knights. But now, this broken sword hilt easily neutralized the attacks. The crowd looked at the object in his hand with confusion. Reimus shouted loudly, "This is the personal sword of the first Night King. According to the laws of the kingdom, no knight may attack the wielder of this sword. Otherwise, it will be seen as defying the will of the first Night King and betraying the code of the knights." After Reimus finished speaking, all the knights simultaneously looked at the broken sword handle in his hand, their eyes revealing awe and admiration. The significance of the first Night King is undeniable. It is said that he was the first human to break through to demigod status. Even though he is already dead, the power of his paired sword is still unimaginable. That holy light which blocked all attacks just now proves this point. Xin Yun, watching from the side, suddenly brightened up. That paired sword is a good item. Others also noticed the extraordinary nature of the sword handle in Reimus's hand. Han Shen analyzed, "It is a good item. I seem to see a hint of rule power on it." Rule? Everyone turned to look at him in unison. Han Shen nodded, "Yes, didn't you all notice? Those attacks that came into contact with the holy light were not negated, but rather dissipated on their own." Combining what Reimus just said, this short sword likely possesses the power of rules. As long as it's held, it is equivalent to immunity against all human attacks. After Han Shen finished speaking, everyone gasped in unison. Cheng Jian was astonished and said, "Damn, does this mean that as long as I wield this broken sword, I'm basically invincible among the human race?" Han Shen nodded. In theory, that should be the case. At that moment, everyone was staring eagerly at the broken sword raised high by Reims. At this time, Grutter, seated on the throne, seemed momentarily stunned. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Reims, are you openly rebelling and blaspheming against the God of Light?" Reims responded loudly, "Your Majesty, please let us go." However, this seemed to be within Grutter's expectations, as a cold smile crept onto his lips. "Leave? Not a chance. Have you forgotten that while the knights cannot attack you, it doesn't mean that other races can't?" He waved his hand, and suddenly, a massive shadow covered the sky above the square. Reims suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. It was a gigantic creature covered in black scales, with wings on its back, measuring over 50 meters in length. At the moment they saw the monster, everyone couldn't help but look up in shock. Shadow Dragon. As one of the legendary creatures, dragons are highly recognizable. At this moment, the Shadow Dragon circles in the air, its massive wings flapping, creating a whirlwind that even makes it hard for everyone to stand firm. Just then, in the square, the phantoms of all the knights disappeared, and a system prompt sounded. Phase 1 of the Night Judgment Arena has begun. Battle will commence in 30 seconds. Challenge objective: defeat the Shadow Dragon Phantom. What the hell? After all that, we're not supposed to deal with those knights, but slay a dragon? Cheng Jianyong said, looking puzzled. Looking at the massive creature before them, the 5 players all felt a shiver run down their spines. At this moment, the attributes of the dragon appeared before their eyes. Shadow Dragon Phantom, 2-star boss, legendary creature. Level, LV 15. Attributes: Strength 333, Agility 333, Spirit 333, Constitution 333. Skills: Shadow Flame Burst. The Shadow Dragon breathes a ball of dark flame forward, burning enemies and causing area damage, while reducing enemy movement speed and attack speed by 30% and cutting defense by 20%. Shadow Devour. The Shadow Dragon opens its massive mouth to absorb dark energy, rapidly healing its own injuries. Wings of Darkness. The Shadow Dragon spreads its enormous dark wings, soaring in the air, increasing its movement speed by 100% and defense by 50%. Shadow Barrier. The Shadow Dragon harnesses the power of darkness to form a dark shield with a defense value of 200 on its surface, blocking enemy attacks. When the shield is broken, it deals 200% explosive damage to surrounding enemies. Shadow Howl. Legendary skill. The Shadow Dragon emits a deafening roar, instilling fear in all enemies under its dragon might, immobilizing them for 10 seconds, and dealing mental damage equal to the Shadow Dragon's attack power every second. Dark Dragon Soul. Sealed state. Cannot be used. Ultimate skill. Black Flame of Annihilation. Sealed state. Cannot be used. Ultimate skill. Star of Destruction. Sealed state. Cannot be used. Seeing the formidable attributes and long skill list of the giant dragon left everyone in silence. Damn, is this really a 2-star difficulty dungeon? Chang Jianyun couldn't believe it and said, "We start off facing such an unbeatable creature. By the way, does the system really want us to succeed?" When he and Xinyun cleared that 1-star dungeon, the strongest enemy they faced was just a level 10 elite monster. And in this 2-star dungeon, we start with a level 15 boss, and it's a legendary creature. There's a whole tier difference. Faced with the pressure from the giant dragon, everyone felt a bit breathless. At this moment, Xinyun asked, "Brother Xing, what should we do now?" Everyone turned to look at Han Chen. In that moment, Han Chen became their pillar of support. Watching the battle countdown with only 10 seconds left, Han Chen said seriously, "Get ready, form up, and prepare for battle. Don't worry, this giant dragon is just a phantom. Its power has been significantly weakened and can't exert the strength of a legendary creature. Right now, it's just a level 15 boss monster. Let's go for it." Han Chen's words came as a shot of adrenaline to the bewildered crowd. Xinyun took a deep breath, raised the immortal shield first, and charged forward. Zhang Liandrim and Su Xiaoyang exchanged glances, then both stepped back a few paces, standing about 10 meters away from Han Chen on either side. In the sky, the silhouette of the Shadow Dragon became increasingly solid, as if it were about to fully materialize from the realm of illusion into reality. As the countdown ended, the Shadow Dragon's form also completely solidified. At this moment, beneath its jet-black scales, a pair of eerie green eyes gazed down at the few ants below. The Shadow Dragon swooped down. Xinyun was the first to meet it. "Holy light, protect me." Xinyun cast a shield on himself. Facing the might of the dragon, Xinyun showed no fear. He knew that among the 5, he was the strongest in defense. Raising the immortal shield, Xinyun positioned himself directly in the path of the Shadow Dragon's dive, preparing for a head-on encounter. Unyielding will. Xinyun activated the legendary effect of the Golden Shield. Within 10 seconds, the damage he received was significantly reduced, and he wouldn't be knocked back by any attack. Boom! The massive head of the Shadow Dragon collided with the immortal shield, producing a dull thud. In the next moment, the Shadow Dragon shook its head, seemingly unable to believe that this human, who looked like an ant, could withstand its charge without taking a step back. The Shadow Dragon's pupils flickered, as if pondering something. This human possesses the power of rules? Interesting. At that moment, the figure of the coal ball flashed and rushed to the side of the dragon's phantom. Swish, swish. With 2 claws, the thick scales of the Shadow Dragon were scratched, releasing wisps of purple smoke. The Shadow Dragon's pupils widened instantly. The little creature that just attacked it felt so similar to a presence deep in its memory. Wasn't it said that this race was extinct? This group of ants is indeed quite peculiar. At that moment, Han Chen also directly entered a frenzy state. Wild Ranger's exclusive skill greatly increases attack speed and hit rate. The swift arrow was shot out fiercely, triggering the longbow effect lethal. Effect lethal. There is an 18% chance to deal 200% damage upon attack. This strike directly triggered the double damage effect. With powerful attack power, even the dragon's impressive defense was pierced by this arrow, deeply embedding itself into its flesh. The sudden pain brought the Shadow Dragon back to its senses. It was completely enraged by Han Chen's arrow, letting out a roar towards the sky. Roar! The terrifying roar exploded in everyone's ears, sending waves of buzzing in their minds. 2 huge black wings spread open, and a fierce wind rushed towards them. Seeing this, Cheng Jianyong immediately charged forward with his sword drawn. However, he hadn't gone far before being knocked over by the gust from the dragon's wings, along with nearby coal balls. In the next moment, a human and a young wolf were both sent flying. Damn! Cheng Jianyong rolled on the ground for a few rounds before quickly getting up. Xinyun raised the immortal shield, preparing to face the attack again. A hint of disdain appeared in the eyes of the Shadow Dragon. It sensed that the special power of the human with the shield had vanished. It slightly opened its huge mouth, brewing a breath of dragon fire. "Watch out!" Cheng Jianyong exclaimed, rushing over without a second thought. But at that moment, Xinyun shouted, "Don't come over, I can block it." His eyes were filled with strong determination and confidence. He believed that with his own strength and the top-notch equipment given to him by Han Shen, he could withstand the dragon's attack. Ha! The dragon's breath descended, bringing terrifying heat and corrosiveness. However, at this moment, Shen Yun held the shield high, enduring the horrific attack. Weak yellow light continuously emitted from the immortal shield as the shadow dragon's black flames raged. Even though Shen Yun was repeatedly pushed back by Long Yan's breath, he still held his shield firmly. When the dragon's breath dissipated, at that moment, Shen Yun, clad in a full set of purple gear and wielding a golden shield, displayed immense defensive power, actually withstanding the shadow dragon's attack head-on. Even the shadow dragon's eyes filled with a hint of surprise. While everyone was shocked, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Attack! Han Shen seized the opportunity and commanded. Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyan quickly launched their attacks upon hearing this. Several arrows, along with a fireball the size of a basin, all struck towards the shadow dragon. Both Han Shen and Su Xiaoyan wielded legendary-level golden gear, dealing considerable damage, and since they had both switched to hidden classes, their damage far exceeded that of other survivors. Although Zhang Lianmeng didn't have golden weapons, she was an incredibly powerful elemental mage. A single large fireball directly blasted the shadow dragon's scales, causing serious damage. Roar! The shadow dragon, in pain, let out a furious roar. Meanwhile, Kolbal and Cheng Jianyong pressed on again. Cheng Jianyong raised his great sword, leaped high, and slashed at the belly of the shadow dragon. Kolbal's figure flashed and appeared on the back of the shadow dragon. Swish swish! Deadly intent surged. Void power. The skills of the man and the wolf were unleashed simultaneously. The shadow dragon was corroded by Kolbal's void power, resulting in a significant drop in its defenses. The damage caused by Han Shen and the others became even more terrifying. At that moment, a ghostly green energy suddenly surged from Han Shen. This energy even changed his attack form, as every arrow Han Shen shot was accompanied by a glow of green light. Bang! Bang! The arrows struck the scales of the shadow dragon, producing explosive sounds. The ghostly green light followed the arrows, continuously burrowing into the dragon's body, and everyone suddenly felt that its power seemed to have weakened somewhat. And this is the legendary effect of the Shattering Soul longbow, Shattering Soul. In this state, all attacks launched by Han Shen will critically hit, and each hit on the enemy will reduce their attack power by 2%, with the weakening effect lasting for 2 minutes and stacking up to a maximum of 10 times. The defense reduction from the coal ball, combined with Han Shen's attack power reduction, along with Shen Yunding in front holding a golden shield. The threat of the shadow dragon has been significantly weakened. Increase output. Upon hearing Han Shen's command, everyone immediately focused and began unleashing various powerful skills on the shadow dragon. Fireball. Multi-shot. Eagle strike. Counter spike. One powerful burst skill after another dealt massive damage to the shadow dragon. At this moment, everyone felt a strange sensation in their hearts. Clearly, it was an apparently invincible 2-star legendary monster, but now, they were actually pushing it back. The scene before them felt somewhat dreamlike. A group of insignificant humans was forcing the legendary dragon to retreat, crying out in distress. No one would believe it if it were told. They also know that the main reason for this is the powerful equipment that Han Shen made for them. Everyone is equipped with purple gear, and the minimum quality of these items is rare. Such strength of equipment is rare to find even 1 or 2 in the entire server before the merger. But now, it has become standard for their team. It can be said that Han Shen directly crushed this giant dragon with the equipment. At this moment, the shadow dragon was extremely angry. It couldn't take down Shen Yun for the time being, and nearby, 4 or 5 insects were continuously dealing damage to it. Unfortunately, the attacks from these insects made it feel a significant threat. Just then, the shadow dragon flapped its wings. Whoosh, whoosh. The shadow dragon's speed surged instantly, soaring into the sky with a fierce sound of wind. Han Shen quickly reminded everyone, be careful, this is the shadow dragon's dark wing skill. In flight, its defense and speed will increase dramatically. Everyone's expression changed sharply. A huge shadow was rapidly circling above their heads, seemingly searching for a suitable attack target. Everyone looked at Han Shen in confusion, seemingly waiting for his orders. Han Shen stared at the giant dragon in the sky and said, Cheng Jianyong, you guard Lianer, and Shen Yun, you protect Xiaoyang. All ranged units, attack with full force. Let's bring it down together. In the next moment, he drew his bowstring and shot an arrow into the sky. Multi-shot. Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyan also assisted in the attack from the side. The shadow dragon kept dodging the three's attacks. At that moment, it seemed to realize that the man with the bow was the one giving orders. Moreover, next to the other 2 ranged units, there were people protecting them, but this person was alone. Its eyes spun around a few times before locking onto Han Shen. In the next moment, the shadow dragon suddenly swooped down. At this time, there were no melee units protecting Han Shen, which meant he had to face the shadow dragon's attack alone. Shen Yun and Cheng Jianyong exclaimed from the side, Xingge, be careful. Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyan's hearts tightened at the sight. However, with their speed, how could they possibly match the diving speed of the Shadow Dragon? A massive shadow, carrying the power to destroy everything, charged towards Han Shen. Han Shen remained calm. At the moment the Shadow Dragon was about to strike, he activated his exclusive skill, Wild Instinct, of the Wild Ranger. Wild Instinct, movement speed increases by 500% for 10 seconds. The Shadow Dragon saw this weak human suddenly flicker and instantly retreat. The burst of speed even surprised it. Rumble! The dragon missed its target and crashed violently to the ground. When the dust settled, a figure appeared dozens of meters away, drawing a bow and ready to shoot again. Seeing that Han Shen was unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, they also regained their focus and immediately launched another attack, dealing damage to the Shadow Dragon. Meanwhile, Cheng Jianyong and Xing Yun were preparing to close in again to suppress the dragon. However, the Shadow Dragon is not a fool. It immediately flaps its wings, preparing to escape from here. Just at that moment, a smile suddenly appeared on Han Shen's face. Because, above the Shadow Dragon's head, a completely black creature had suddenly appeared. The coal ball figure hovered in midair. In the bewildered gaze of the crowd, they suddenly saw thousands of black threads growing out of the coal ball's body, as if they were alive, rapidly expanding in a short time. Then, like fireworks, it suddenly burst forth. At that moment, tens of thousands of black threads pierced into the Shadow Dragon's body, penetrating its massive form. These black threads seemed to be attacks coming from another space, completely ignoring the Shadow Dragon's physical defenses. At this point, the Shadow Dragon's ascent abruptly halted, as if it were suspended in midair, unable to move. Seeing this scene, the crowd was instantly filled with question marks. What's going on? Cheng Jianrong couldn't help but ask. They had never seen the coal ball in this form. They only knew that it was Han Shen's pet, and its attributes were incredibly powerful. But Han Shen was not surprised. Because this is the sixth skill activated after the coal ball reaches level 10, Void Frenzy. Void Frenzy, the Void Shadow Wolf condenses the power of the Void, unleashing 10,080 Void threads that deal large-scale damage ignoring defenses to all enemies within 30 meters. If the Void threads successfully hit the target, they will apply the effect of the Void Domain to the target. In the Void Domain state, the enemy cannot act and loses a large amount of vitality every second until they die. Note: creatures trapped in the Void Domain can force their way out using their own strength. The escape time depends on the attributes and status of both parties. Cooldown time: 24 hours. This Void Frenzy skill is the most powerful skill Han Shen has seen since entering the Sky Island Paradise, bar none. It deals direct large-scale damage ignoring defenses, and after hitting the enemy, it can control them. If it's a slightly weaker creature, they won't be able to escape until they die. However, the Shadow Dragon is clearly not in the category of weak creatures. Roar! The Shadow Dragon, suspended in midair, let out an angry roar. Thousands of black threads erupting from the coal ball were mostly severed at this moment. Han Shen realized that the power of the Shadow Giant Dragon clearly surpassed that of the coal ball by a large margin, causing the control effect of the Void Domain to collapse instantly. Han Shen hurriedly shouted, "Output everything we have, we can't give it a chance to escape." Upon hearing this, everyone unleashed their most powerful attack skills at the Shadow Giant Dragon. Bang! 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 Fireballs, ice spears, multi-shot arrows, aerial slashes. Various attacks rained down on the body of the Shadow Giant Dragon. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyang also triggered the legendary effect of the Shattered Soul Longbow, causing a surge in damage. Arrows pierced into the giant dragon's body, and the intense pain made the dragon struggle even more violently. At that moment, Han Shen noticed some changes occurring on the coal ball. The remaining thousands of black threads unexpectedly began to move, writhing wildly like the tips of human hair. A certain power within the Shadow Dragon is rapidly depleting and being absorbed by the coal ball. This skill is a new ability awakened after the coal ball breaks through to 2 stars. Void Plunder passive. Creatures trapped in the Void Domain will trigger the Void Plunder effect, where the Void Spectral Wolf continuously absorbs the power of creatures within the domain, replenishing its own health. If there are legendary creatures in the domain, it will absorb their source power, enhancing the potential value of the Void Spectral Wolf. Han Shen knows about this skill of the coal ball, but the triggering conditions are somewhat complex. In this battle, he suddenly had the idea to experiment. Just then, Han Shen suddenly noticed that the potential value section of the coal ball's pet information panel had changed. Han Shen noticed that the information on the coal ball's pet panel was constantly changing. The potential value section began to increase rapidly. 436, 498, 565. In less than 3 seconds, the coal ball's potential value increased by nearly 150 points. Wow, is this new activated skill really this overpowered? Han Shen was completely shocked. The potential value absorbed in 3 seconds even surpassed what he had gained from feeding over the past 3 days. Noticing the loss of power within, the Shadow Dragon's enormous eyes displayed a hint of unusual expression. Is this little void race guy absorbing my power? It seems it's not just absorbing power, but my source of power. Damn it! Roar! At that moment, the Shadow Dragon let out a thunderous roar. it began to struggle even more violently. Boom! Boom! The massive body thrashed wildly on the ground like a raging beast. The black lines appearing on the coal ball were also rapidly breaking apart. Everyone could see they were about to be unable to suppress the dragon. At that moment, Han Shen noticed the potential value of the coal ball. 704 points. In just a few seconds, it had increased by nearly 150 points of potential value. At this moment, Han Shen realized he had inadvertently triggered a tremendous opportunity for the coal ball. The skill description for Void Plunder states that only legendary creatures can have their potential value absorbed. And right now, this shadow dragon clearly meets the criteria. At this rate, it will only take a few seconds for the coal ball to absorb potential value, comparable to what he has painstakingly nurtured over the past 10 days. At that point, the coal ball's breakthrough to SS level growth value will be just around the corner. Han Shen will do everything to prevent this dragon from getting up. As the dragon was about to break free, Han Shen directly drew the bowstring again. However, this time, the arrow in his hand underwent some unusual changes the moment it touched the bowstring. And above it, the gentle power of moonlight began to overflow. Meanwhile, behind the massive body of the shadow dragon, a bright full moon gradually took shape. The shadow dragon suddenly felt its body immobilized, as if it were sealed. The shadow dragon realized that this human was likely brewing some terrifying skill, and within it, it even sensed a hint of legendary level power. If this human's skill were unleashed, it would likely fall into a disadvantageous state. The immense sense of crisis made it start to struggle desperately. At that moment, the arrow in Han Shen's hand had already been shot. This arrow appeared on the surface of the shadow dragon at a speed too fast for the naked eye to capture. Buzz! The full moon surrounding the shadow dragon took shape instantly. At this moment, it seemed as if it were a creature engraved on the surface of the moon, its body firmly fixed within it. This is Han Shen's legendary skill, Moon Shatter. It can seal the enemy for 5 seconds. Under the dual seal, no matter how fierce this shadow dragon is, it cannot move an inch. The fear in the shadow dragon's eyes intensified. It wasn't worried about being controlled, it was more concerned about the little black thing above its head. If it continued to absorb its source power, it could lead to unimaginable consequences. Damn it! The shadow dragon was extremely anxious. Seeing that others were still in a daze, Han Shen shouted urgently, "Output everything you have. Pin this dragon to the ground." Although everyone was still in shock from the enormous moon, upon hearing Han Shen's voice, they immediately reacted and launched an attack. A barrage of attacks struck the shadow dragon. 3 seconds later, cracks appeared on the surface of the giant round moon. During this time, the dragon stopped struggling. The coal ball began to recklessly absorb its power. Han Shen noticed that not only was the coal ball's potential value increasing, but the shadow dragon's attribute panel was also continuously changing. The shadow dragon's 4-dimensional attributes were steadily declining. 333, 321, 304. Then, it directly fell below 300. Meanwhile, the coal ball's potential value skyrocketed. In less than 3 seconds, it surged from 704 to 1012, officially breaking through 4 digits. 5 seconds later, with a crisp sound of shattering, the round moon suddenly exploded. A 1200% attack burst directly severely injured the shadow dragon. When the shadow dragon regained consciousness, it found itself incredibly weakened. Continuous heavy blows, combined with the coal balls constantly draining its strength. As one side diminishes, the other grows. The shadow dragon feels its body being hollowed out. It can no longer rise up and resist like before. At this moment, the shadow dragon seems to realize that if this continues, it will undoubtedly die. If it were just killed, that would be fine, but now, it is being drained of its primal power by a strange little creature, and it won't be returned. It thought of a terrible consequence. Fear appeared in the shadow dragon's eyes as it gathered its last strength, opening its mouth wide as if brewing some horrific attack. Noticing that the shadow dragon was about to unleash its fury, Han Shen quickly shouted, "This guy is about to unleash a big move." Interrupt it. The shadow dragon has a legendary skill, Shadow Howl, that it hasn't used yet. Meanwhile, Han Shen's legendary skill, Moon Shatter, has already been used and is on a 1-hour cooldown, leaving no strong trump cards at this moment. At that moment, Zhang Lingmeng and Su Xiaoyang simultaneously unleashed their strongest burst skills. Lava Eruption. Dance of the Elves. A huge mass of magma suddenly erupted from the belly of the shadow dragon, producing a violent explosion. And during the duration of Su Xiaoyang's Dance of the Spirits, all basic skills have no cooldown time. This is the exclusive skill of the Spirit Archer. In other words, in this state, she can use her rapid-fire skills infinitely. With her terrifying attack speed, everyone witnessed what a true Spirit Archer looks like. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang truly transformed into a nimble spirit, drawing her bowstring as she moved. Everyone could only see her hand pulling the bowstring, moving so quickly that it left after images. The multi-shot skill turned into an infinite barrage. Bang bang bang. In less than 2 seconds, at least 30 arrows were shot out. Beside her, Cheng Jianying struck the shadow dragon's back with his sword, saying, "What the heck, is this a machine gun archer?" Yes, at this moment, Su Xiaoyang's terrifying attack speed truly resembles that of a machine gun archer. The shadow dragon was directly hit by this wave of attacks, crying out in pain. Roar! The shadow dragon roars to the sky, no longer possessing the strength to resist. The coal ball begins to absorb potential energy again. This scene left Han Shen extremely excited. 10:54, 11:32, 12:41. In just a few seconds, the coal ball's potential energy has reached nearly 1300. If it continues at this rate, it might even break 10,000 today and become an SS level pet. To Han Shen, this dragon was no longer a boss, but a huge piece of meat that he couldn't let escape. At that moment, seeing it couldn't break free, the shadow dragon actually stretched its neck and emitted a strange sequence of sounds. Although Han Shen and the others couldn't understand, they roughly grasped the meaning through the system's translation. Human race. Release me. The group exchanged glances. Cheng Jianyang asked in confusion, "What the hell? Did you guys hear what this dragon said? Is it asking us to let it go?" The others nodded. Cheng Jianyang breathed a sigh of relief. "So it seems I wasn't hearing things. I thought I was hallucinating." At that moment, the giant dragon let out a cryptic sound again. "Human race, let me go now." Everyone did not stop but turned to Han Shen, seemingly waiting for his instructions. After pondering for a moment, Han Shen said, "Don't worry about it, keep attacking." The shadow dragon screamed in pain and angrily said, "Damn it, stop. Don't let that void creature absorb my power, or the consequences will be too much for you to bear." Cheng Jianyang looked at the dragon and struck down again. "Ha, you dare to be so arrogant while begging for mercy? I'll cut you down." Everyone launched another round of attacks, causing the shadow dragon to wail in despair. Roar! Roar! Damn! Damn human race! You dare to humiliate the great dragon race like this, you will definitely pay the price. Damn it, stop! Stop! I surrender, isn't that enough? Everyone turned a deaf ear. As long as Han Shen didn't call for a stop, they would keep attacking. Even Zhang Lingmeng and Su Xiaoyan were fighting with flushed faces. It seems that crushing such a legendary creature also excites them. Another 15 seconds have passed. The shadow dragon's overall attributes have dropped below 200, while the coal ball's potential value has skyrocketed by another 1000, reaching 2400 points. A quarter of the potential value required to break through SS level has been completed. A hint of panic appeared in the shadow dragon's eyes, and it hurriedly spoke. "Human race, quickly stop that void creature. If you don't cease, once my power is drained, the secret realm will collapse." Hearing this, Han Shen felt a stir in his heart. He waved his hand, "Stop." Upon hearing this, everyone instantly halted their attacks. However, at this moment, the shadow dragon was already heavily injured, and its power was continuously being drained by the coal ball. With this back and forth, even if everyone stopped suppressing it, the shadow dragon could no longer rise. The shadow dragon continued to open its mouth, emitting unpleasant sounds. "Hurry, don't let that void creature absorb my power any longer." Han Shen stepped forward and asked, "Explain clearly, don't talk to us about conditions." The shadow dragon quickly replied, "This secret realm evolved from a certain set of rules. Everything here is a fragment of the past that keeps repeating. I have been here for thousands of years, and I have discovered that the dragon's body is merely a projection of my power. No matter how many times I am killed, the power of the rules here will revive me. And now, this void creature is absorbing the source power I left here. If it completely drains this body's source power, it will be equivalent to a part of the secret realm's rules being lost. At that time, it won't just be that I can't be revived, the secret realm will directly collapse. And you will also be lost in the unknown space, never able to leave." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly stiffened. Since this giant dragon revealed such a secret, its credibility was indeed very high. However, Han Shen still did not allow the coal ball to withdraw the void domain, but instead asked, "Why did this place evolve into a secret realm, and why did you leave a projection of your power here? Explain." The shadow dragon said, "I cannot say. If I do, the power of the rules here will erase me directly." Han Shen frowned. The shadow dragon became increasingly anxious, its tone carrying a hint of pleading. "I really don't know why this place has evolved into a secret realm. I can only tell you that my true body was guided by some kind of sound, saying that on a certain day in the future." Before the shadow dragon could finish speaking, it suddenly frowned, sensing something was off. Within its body, it felt as if a force that did not belong to it was erupting. Suddenly, a strong holy light burst forth from the shadow dragon, even forcing the void line of the coal ball out. This holy light grew increasingly fierce, and the crowd could barely see the scene ahead. Han Shen sensed a hint of danger within this holy light and hurriedly shouted, "Fall back, quickly!" Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began to retreat without a second thought. As the light intensified, the angry voice of the shadow dragon could be heard from within. "Who is it? Who left this power inside me? Damn it! The god of light?" Bang! After a loud explosion, the shadow dragon self-destructed, leaving everyone in confusion. However, Han Shen faintly heard the last words the shadow dragon left before self-destructing. God of light. As an ancient deity that often appears in myths. In this world, the god of light seems to be the deity of faith for humans, even the first Night King worships him. But here, Han Chen faintly sensed something unusual. A system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the first phase challenge of the 2-star Secret Realm Night Judgment Arena, earning experience. Rewards, 200,000 plus 60,000 during the event, an additional 30% experience reward, and item rewards, Stronger Fragment *12, Rune Crystal *3400. At this moment, everyone was still in a daze. A white light suddenly rose from Zhang Lingmeng. She leveled up, reaching level 12. Cheng Jianyang was the first to speak. Wow, 260,000, this experience reward is really generous. The experience rewards from the Cloud Secret Realm are very abundant, and since it's currently an event period, an additional 30% experience can be gained. Everyone is immersed in the rewards of massive experience points. At this moment, Xin Yun walked up to Han Chen and whispered, "Xingge, don't you think something's off?" Han Chen nodded, yes, that giant dragon's death is too suspicious, as if it was forcibly erased by some power. This secret realm is not simple. There are likely many things hidden behind it that we don't know. I wonder if it's just this secret realm that's like this, or if every secret realm is the same. Xin Yun also frowned. This was their first challenge of a 2-star secret realm, but even in the first phase, it had already exceeded everyone's understanding. However, they did obtain some incredible information from the Shadow Dragon's mouth. Shortly after the Shadow Dragon self-destructed, the second system notification appeared. Survivors, due to your outstanding completion of the first phase challenge, you receive an additional reward of 2 legendary points and a world influence increase of plus 12. The 2-star Secret Realm Knight's Judgment Arena will soon open the second phase challenge. Survivors, please prepare yourselves. Hearing the system notification, Cheng Jianyong questioned in confusion, legendary points? What are they used for? Zhang Liandong was the first to speak. I know. Brother Xing said it can be used to extract legendary skills for hidden classes. Legendary skills? Han Chen nodded. Yes, the skill I just used to control the Shadow Dragon is of legendary level. Everyone recalled the scene of Han Chen summoning that round moon, directly controlling the Shadow Dragon for 5 seconds. The effect was terrifying. The final moon shattered, severely injuring the dragon, powerful to the point of being frightening. Han Chen added at this moment, however, I don't know if only hidden classes have legendary skills. If there's a chance in the future, you all should pay more attention. Everyone nodded in realization. Just then, the scene in front of them changed again. The scene continued from before, with the Knight Commander Lames pulling out the broken sword hilt of the original Night King, forbidding all knights, including all humans, from attacking him. At that moment, the Night King Grudel summoned the Shadow Dragon and began to launch an attack on Lames and the others. This Shadow Dragon was not the illusory dragon that Han Chen and the others fought. It was a true creature with legendary power. Even though Reims bravely resists, human strength is ultimately limited. After a fierce battle, a large pile of mutilated human corpses appeared in the center of the square. Only one bloodied man remained standing in the arena. In the next moment, a broken corpse fell from the sky, landing right in front of him. It was the body of his companion, casually discarded by the Shadow Dragon. Seeing the once proud knights of the Azure Horizon, who fought alongside him for the kingdom, meet such a fate, Reims felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. He recalled when he first joined the kingdom's Knight Order, the man had said to him, "Reims, you are my most trusted friend. With your help, I will surely become the new Night King, allowing all the citizens of the kingdom to live happy lives. I will let you form the strongest Knight Order, and your name will be forever engraved on the Stone of Glory." At that moment, Reims really wanted to ask Grudel, "Were you just lying to me back then?" Reimus knelt on the ground, the sword of the first Night King in his hand shattered in the battle against the dragon, just like the collapse of his faith. Outside the arena, those watching the cutscene couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. It's broken, such a powerful thing, what a pity. Without the sword, it meant that the other humans could now attack Reimus. At this moment, Grutter, sitting high on the throne, sighed, "Go ahead." All around, hundreds of crossbow bolts aimed simultaneously at Reimus. The Celestial Knights had only him left, and Reimus no longer had the strength to resist. In the next moment, a rain of arrows was unleashed. Thud thud thud. The sound of countless arrows piercing flesh echoed. Reimus looked at his body filled with arrows, then fell down. After everything settled, Grutter rose from the throne with a pained expression. He seemed to feel sorrow for personally executing his most trusted subordinate. The knight beside him advised, "Your Majesty, the Night King, Reims deserves his fate. You need not feel sorrow for someone who betrays their faith." Grutter sighed, "Dispose of their bodies." Having said that, he staggered to his feet from the throne and turned to leave. The knights watched Grutter depart, including Reims, whose eyes remained wide open in death. However, what they did not notice was that as Grutter turned away, a sly smile inadvertently appeared at the corner of his mouth. As time passed, the bodies of Reims and the others were disposed of. The Night Tribunal regained its calm. Han Chen and the others looked at the empty tribunal, feeling a bit bewildered. Cheng Jianyang asked in confusion, "Huh? Is that it? So, it means that Lutter had a problem, right? He was the one who set up Reims?" Xinyan nodded, "That should be the case. From their conversation, it can be inferred that given Raim's merits, letting a group of children go does not warrant a death sentence. But this Gruther not only executed him, he also wouldn't spare his knightly order. Moreover, he seems to know that Remus possesses the sword of the first Night King and has already arranged for the Shadow Dragon to wait nearby. This Gruther is indeed very problematic. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. At that moment, the scene changed again. In the calm square, a shadow suddenly appeared. This shadow looked like a woman. She wore a hood, and her black robe trailed on the ground, her figure graceful. The woman slowly walked towards the center of the square, her gait particularly strange, twisting her waist like a seductive python. She arrived at the place where Remus once died and scattered some kind of peculiar powder. Meanwhile, a chilling wind began to blow in the now quiet knight's trial ground. In the sound of the wind, there seemed to be the wails of the dead. As the wind of the dead blew by, the next moment, a phantom resembling Remus appeared. He stared blankly at the hooded woman and asked, "Who are you, and why have you awakened my soul?" The woman looked at him, waved her slender fingers, and laughed. "Oh dear, what a sad and pitiable fellow. You don't even realize you've been betrayed by the one you trusted the most, and yet you consider this place your final refuge. You don't plan to guard the royal city even after death, do you?" Remus's stiff expression suddenly twitched. "Betrayal? Who betrayed me?" The woman continued, "Can't you see? You've been framed by that guy, which is why you've fallen to such a state." Remus's eyes were still filled with intense vigilance. "What's wrong? Don't you believe me?" the woman continued to ask. Remus shook his head. He. The woman chuckled and then waved her hand. Before Remus, an image appeared. A scene of Gruttle talking with a darkly dressed human in red. Remus knows this person. He is the leader of the cult of the evil god, whom the Knights of the Azure Realm have pursued at great cost, and he has been spreading the curse of the evil god throughout the human kingdom. But Gruther actually seems to be enjoying a pleasant conversation with such a person. Then what is the purpose of their so-called eradication of the evil god seed, and is the so-called oracle of the god of light true? Remus fell into a deep self-doubt. The woman seemed to enjoy Remus's expression. She stuck out her crimson tongue and licked her lips. Then she continued in a seductive voice, "So, would you like me to show you what happens after you die?" Remus wanted to refuse. He knew that the woman before him was trying to tempt him. However, he was now just a wraith, with no right to refuse. The woman waved her hand again, and the scene continued to unfold. In the scene, frail humans were awakened from their sleep, as a group of knights burst into their rooms and dragged them all out. They were taken to a small hillside outside the royal city, and fear was etched on everyone's faces. From the elderly in their 60s and 70s to newborn infants, around 600 to 700 people were gathered together by this group of knights. Remus's soul trembled violently. He recognized these people, all of whom were his blood relatives. His uncles, brothers, sisters. At this moment, they gazed at the group of knights in the valley with bewildered expressions. Remus vaguely guessed what was about to happen next and couldn't bear to look any longer. However, the internal struggle compelled him to open his eyes. In the next moment, he saw crossbow bolts flying toward them. Thud, thud, thud. Bodies were pierced through. Screams, wails, and pleas for mercy echoed through the night sky. These sounds pierced Remus's ears like sharp spikes stabbing deep into his heart. His breathing grew increasingly rapid. When the brutal slaughter came to an end, there are hundreds of corpses lying haphazardly on the ground, with blood staining the earth red. Remus's relatives and friends were all shot dead in the pit. Then, the knights of the kingdom raised their swords, symbols of honor and integrity, to deliver finishing blows to these innocent human bodies. Remus's soul trembled violently. He said frantically, "This isn't real, this isn't real. Gruttle promised me he wouldn't harm my family. This isn't real." The woman chuckled lightly, "He. Whether it's real or not, deep down, you already know the answer, don't you? And do you think this is all there is?" The hooded woman glanced at him with a captivating gaze, her allure intensifying. At this moment, Remus was on the brink of collapse, and upon hearing these words, he shuddered. His relatives and friends had been killed. What else would Gruttle do next? The scene continued to play. At this time, Remus saw two women. Two young and beautiful women, one slightly immature and the other appearing a bit older, yet both still show their beautiful faces. Remus recognized them, Ritana and Ellie, his wife and daughter. However, at this moment, their faces were marked with tears, completely naked, and covered in wounds. In the dim dungeon, intense terror appeared in their eyes. Just then, a tall man appeared in front of them. This man was Gruther. Remus's heart tightened. He reached out with a ghostly finger and cried out in despair, "No." In Gruther's lecherous gaze, he humiliated and toyed with Remus's wife and daughter. After an unknown amount of time, unable to bear the humiliation, it seemed their spirits had reached their limit. In the pitch-black cellar, they took their own lives. At that moment, Remus's ghostly gaze suddenly turned pitch black, as if he saw the greatest despair of his life. The soul fire was flickering, on the verge of extinguishing. The hooded woman continued, "Remus, did you see that? The person you believed in is actually such a despicable guy. He killed all your relatives, not even sparing the newborns. Your wife and daughter were also toyed with to death by him. Now, you still say he is your most trusted partner, the hope that will lead humanity to glory? Lamus listened, raising his hollow eyes. At that moment, the soul fire within Lamus suddenly surged, shooting up to the sky. The entire kingdom's sky seemed to darken at that moment. The hooded woman's eyes brightened, and she continued in that seductive tone. Yes, Lamus, that's right. Look at yourself, at this level of aura, which of the past human Night Kings has reached your height? Lamus, you possess a demigod's fate, you are actually the destined son of humanity's rise. Grudel received a prophecy, which is why he recruited you when you were very young. He used your fate to help him seize the title of Night King. And what about you? What have you gained? Rimus thought in confusion. Oh, what about me? I was betrayed by the one I trusted the most. He slaughtered my family and humiliated my wife and daughter to death. And I can only become a wandering soul, drifting in this world. Rimus felt as if he were consumed by a surge of anger. Unchanging, fickle, trust, suspicion, reality, hypocrisy. At that moment he deeply understood the ugliness within the depths of the human soul and felt disgusted. He wished he could destroy this world. Rimus suddenly raised his head, a powerful aura sweeping through, the power of the undead radiating across the square. Brothers who died unjustly, at this moment, in the name of the Grand Horizon Knights Commander, I summon you once again. Buzz! The cold wind howled, and countless vengeful spirits roared in the air. In the astonished eyes of Han Shan and others, the phantoms of over 300 souls of the Grand Horizon Knights who died with him all appeared at this moment. The Holy Light Knights, which had already vanished into the annals of history, are surprisingly reassembling at this moment. However, they have changed their identity and name. The Undead Knights. The ghastly green power of the undead shrouds the sky, appearing particularly eerie in the so-called Holy Capital. The Royal Knights immediately sprang into action, with thousands of knights charging into the Judgment Arena. Meanwhile, a system prompt appeared. Night Judgment Arena Phase 2 Challenge Mission has begun. Attention, this phase is a special challenge mission. Survivors must choose a faction to help them achieve victory. 1. Help the Undead Knights, Lemus faction. 2. Help the Kingdom Knights, Grudel faction. Please make a choice within 30 seconds. Failure to do so will be considered a forfeiture of the challenge and you will be removed from the Cloud Secret Realm. Another option task. Everyone was quite surprised. Han Shen knew that the upcoming options would be crucial. Xinggu, who should we choose? Cheng Jianyang asked seriously. Han Shen was also deep in thought. Right now, it's clear that Gruder's side has the advantage. The royal city is Gruder's stronghold, with more than 10,000 elite knights. In comparison, the 300 undead knights on Lamus's side are far too weak. If judged rationally, choosing to help the kingdom's knight order would be a guaranteed win. At that time, the rewards for clearing the secret realm would surely be greater. However, Han Shen and the others had seen the cutscene and knew the story's outcome. If it meant choosing to help a despicable person like Gruder for the sake of mission rewards, Han Shen couldn't bring himself to do it. Someone like him doesn't deserve it. Han Shen raised his head and said, if I choose one and help the undead knight order, do you have any objections? The others revealed knowing smiles. Alright, let's choose one, screw Gruder. Screw Gruder. Xin Yun was also filled with passion. Beside them, Zhang Limang and Su Xiaoyang both showed expressions of relief and admiration after seeing Han Shen make his choice. Just as the saying goes, I cannot tolerate heroes not being celebrated, nor can I tolerate scoundrels occupying high positions with dignity. Han Shen chose one without hesitation. You have made your choice, and now, the Kingdom Knights will consider you as hostile entities and will attack. Please note, due to your excessive completion of the first phase challenge, the Secret Realm has made corresponding adjustments, and the second phase challenge has now been set to the highest difficulty. Upon hearing highest difficulty, everyone was shocked for a moment. However, before they could think much further, at that moment, in the Undead Knights, Reams, riding a skeletal horse, actually turned to look at Han Shen and the others, and then nodded. At that moment, Han Shen was stunned. He remembered that the giant dragon had said that this was merely a scene from the past, and everything here was an evolution of certain rules, just like fixed data. But now, he actually saw an NPC inside nodding at him. At this moment, Lime spoke in a voice as sharp as nails scraping glass. Brothers of the Celestial Knights, I am ashamed before you. Now, let us take up arms once more and eliminate those despicable scoundrels. Can you still fight, everyone? Kill! 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 A fierce killing intent filled the air. The front lines of the Undead Knights were filled with righteous men who continued to exude a terrifying killing aura even after death. Meanwhile, over 300 knights each summoned an undead warhorse beneath them. In the next moment, they charged into the ranks of the kingdom's knights without hesitation. The two knight factions clashed instantly. Han Shen and the others were also caught in the midst of the battle. Just then, an elite knight charged towards the crowd. Die, traitors who serve the undead. The knight initiated his charge. Han Shen shot an arrow, hitting the horse's knee and causing the knight to fall off his mount. Han Shen's eyes lit up as he shouted, take him down. In the next moment, Zhang Lianming and the others unleashed various attacks on the knight. Even legendary creatures like the Shadow Dragon were trampled by them. This Kingdom Knight was only as strong as an elite monster, so it was needless to say. After a round of attacks, this elite knight was overwhelmed and died under the concentrated fire of the group. A system notification appeared. Killed Kingdom Knight Ian, Elite, gained 30,000 experience points. During the leaderboard period, gained an additional 30% experience. Everyone's eyes lit up. So much experience. Killing an elite monster is even comparable to the experience reward from clearing a small airborne island outside. Zhang Lianming and the others had just completed their advancement, reaching level 11, and this boosted their experience bar by nearly 20%. Meanwhile, Han Shan, who was already level 12, gained nearly 10% experience directly. It was massive. And this was just the experience reward from one elite monster. And now, how many elite monsters are still on the field? Han Shen glanced over. As the elite knight order of the kingdom, the ratio of elite monsters inside exceeded 50%, and there were many leader level knights as well. If it were normally facing such a terrifying number of elite monsters, they would be wiped out in an instant. However, now, the undead knight order led by Reims unleashed terrifying power, withstanding the pressure and forcing the kingdom's knights to retreat continuously. At this moment, in the eyes of Han Shen and the others, these kingdom knights transformed into huge experience packs. Brothers, charge! Cheng Jianyong shouted, then took the lead into the battlefield. However, the next moment he was swung back by a muscular man wielding a giant hammer. After landing, Cheng Jianyong spat out a mouthful of blood and, as if stunned, said, "Damn, there are leader-level monsters in there." Xin Yun quickly threw him a holy light healing and said speechlessly, "Are you out of your mind? Running into the main battlefield to seek death?" Cheng Jianyong's injuries healed, feeling guilty, and even though Xin Yun scolded him, he didn't dare to retort. Han Shen said at this time, "Don't stray from the team, and don't rush. Right now, most of the attention of those kingdom knights is focused on the undead knights. We only need to deal with 1 or 2 knights at the edge of the battlefield." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. The 5 of them and a wolf began to move along the edge of the battlefield. They were like a group of guerrillas, specifically targeting isolated knights. One by one, the kingdom knights fell at their feet, turning into experience packs. Everyone's experience bars began to skyrocket. Before long, a white light rose from Han Shen first. He leveled up to level 13. After survivors complete a 2-star job change, the experience required to level up significantly increases with each level. Correspondingly, the attributes gained from each level up will also increase significantly. His strength increased by 4 points and his agility increased by 6 points. Not long after Han Shen leveled up, Su Xiaoyang also reached level 11. Then came the Kohlball, Xin Yun, and Sheng Jianyong, all of whom leveled up to 12 one after another. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingmeng had been following Han Shan and was already accustomed to this leveling speed. However, Xin Yun and Sheng Jianyong have never experienced such a rapid upgrade speed, and they instantly became flushed with excitement. Wow! This feels amazing. In just a few dozen minutes, this is almost equivalent to my battles over half a week. This is incredible. If it continues like this, I feel like I can reach level 15 in a day. At this moment, they had already defeated over 40 kingdom knights. Among them, there were about 20 ordinary knights, while the rest were elite-level monsters. Meanwhile, the massacre carried out by Han Shen's team had attracted the attention of the kingdom knights' main battlefield. Just then, a robust man riding a bull-like creature charged towards them. Han Shan also saw this person's attributes. Ogre Code, Team Leader of the Kingdom Knights, 2-star leader level. Level, LV 15. Attributes, Strength 310, Agility 264, Spirit 250, Constitution 297. Skills. Rock Smash. The knight raises a large hammer to deal heavy damage to the enemy, with a 50% chance to stun the target. Hammer of Thunder. The knight summons the power of thunder to deal area damage to enemies. Judgment Hammer condenses the power of Holy Light to deal large area light attribute damage in front, with a 50% chance to reduce enemy magic damage resistance by 20%. Very strong attributes. Moreover, everyone also noticed. Behind this boss level attribute, there is actually another attribute panel. Behind this boss level attribute, there is actually another attribute panel. Savage Horned Bull, 2-star elite creature. Level, LV 15. Attributes, Strength 287, Agility 247, Spirit 202, Constitution 253. Skills, Bull Charge, Trample, Earth Shatter Strike. Another boss level knight, accompanied by an elite creature mount. 1 person and 1 bull, this combination can be said to be quite formidable. If it were usual times, facing such a powerful enemy would indeed make everyone feel intimidated. But compared to the Shadow Dragon, although this orc is also boss level, its attributes are significantly weaker, and the skills it possesses are not even on the same level. Since everyone has dealt with creatures like the Shadow Dragon, how could they fear a mere human knight now? First, Han Shen will launch the attack, followed closely by Su Xiaoyan's arrows. Thud! Thud! The powerful equipment attributes bring unparalleled attack power, which directly penetrated the armored bull's iron shell, embedding deeply into its flesh. At this moment, the knight squad leader, Akma, raised his holy hammer high, with strands of lightning power condensing within it. The coal ball rushed forward in an instant. Whoosh! Whoosh! The void spikes erupted. One of the spikes shot straight towards the Night Squad leader's face. The damage from the void spike is extremely fierce. Akma clearly felt the terror of this spike. He had to interrupt his skill release and chose to block the coal ball's attack. At this moment, the armored bull below had red eyes. It charged towards everyone, its hooves kicking up sparks. This was the elite monster's skill, Mighty Bull Charge. If we can't stop it, the formation of everyone will soon be shattered by this horned bull. At that moment, Shin-yun suddenly shouted, holding a golden shield in front of the savage horned bull. Bang! After a solid impact sound, Shin-yun was knocked back several steps. Without legendary level effects, Shin-yun's strength was inferior to that of the horned bull, so it was only natural that he was sent flying. However, he successfully interrupted the bull's charge. At that moment, Zhang Lingming's magma eruption was complete. Flames, unleash your fury. A surge of scorching magma suddenly rose from the horned bull's abdomen and then exploded violently. Bang! This attack nearly toppled the Knight Leader off his back. The Knight Leader was too busy blocking the coal ball's attack to pay attention to anything else. Han Chen and Su Xiaoyang also continued their assault, each arrow dealing severe damage to the horned bull. The Knight Leader, furious, shouted, "Damn it, you traitors of the Holy Light! The God of Light will punish you!" Just then, Cheng Jianyong unexpectedly touched his back and then jumped high. A deadly intent surged as he struck down the eagle. With a fluid series of movements, the Knight Leader was caught off guard and struck heavily from behind by Cheng Jianyong. The Knight Leader cried out in pain and fell off the horned bull's back. "Ah, your God of Light seems to be useless." Cheng Jianyong mockingly laughed. A knight falling means a significant loss of combat power. With just Shin-yun alone, he could hold back that elite-level horned bull. Meanwhile, Han Chen and the others began to mercilessly attack the fallen enemy. Various skills were unleashed in succession. With the Knight Leader's unwilling gaze, Han Chen shot an arrow that exploded his head, triggering a system prompt. Successfully killed Kingdom Knight Akma, 2-star boss creature, gained 120,000 experience points. Wow, so much experience! Cheng Jianyong exclaimed. Killing a boss directly caused everyone's experience bars to surge again. And with the defeat of this boss monster, they finally caught the attention of the Kingdom Knights. Damn it, they killed Akma! Those traitors of the Light God, send a group to take them out. As soon as the words were spoken, a commotion broke out among the Knight Squad. The next moment, a Knight Squad of over 30 people charged towards Han Chen and the others, led by a chief knight. Han Chen glanced at their levels. Kingdom Knight Jean, 2-star normal creature. Kingdom Knight Zelhub, 2-star elite creature. Kingdom Knight Captain Cory, 2-star leader creature. All 30 knights were level 15, with more than half being elite-level existences. Even the ordinary knights were not much weaker than elite creatures. Han Chen knew that as the most elite knights of a kingdom, they couldn't possibly be at such a low level. However, since they were in a secret realm, everything here evolved under certain rules, so the knights' powers were restricted. At this moment, seeing the group of knights charging towards them, Han Chen suddenly asked, "Shin-yun, has the cooldown time for the legendary effect ended?" Shin-yun glanced over and replied, "I'm here, Shingu. What do you need me to do?" Han Chen looked at the group of knights, his expression serious. "I need to assign you an important task. You will hold off these knights for a while to buy me some time. I need to prepare a skill. During this time, try to gather them together. This task is very dangerous. If you're not confident, you can refuse, and we can think of other ways." To hold off over 30 knights by oneself, especially with so many elites and a boss monster among them, this difficulty cannot be underestimated and is quite dangerous. Shin-yun said nothing but raised his shield and charged forward without hesitation. He trusted Han Chen, which was the mutual understanding they had developed over many years. Seeing Shin-yun charging alone, the Knight Leader wore a contemptuous expression. The Knight Leader snorted coldly, "An overconfident fool." He raised a battle axe high and then swung it down fiercely onto Shin-yun's shield. Bang! A loud crash echoed, but Shin-yun remained completely still. The disdain on the Knight Leader's face turned to surprise, and the other knights were also momentarily stunned. Shin-yun chuckled lightly, "Grandsons, is this little strength enough to tickle me?" The knights were enraged and began attacking Shin-yun. At that moment, Han Chen quickly said, "Shang Jianyong, Xiaoyan, go-help Shin-yun, Lianer, let's gather power for a group magic attack together." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lianmeng immediately began to prepare the only group magic skill after advancing to an elemental mage. Hurricane Slash releases several hurricanes in a 5m*5m area in front, dealing mental damage of 1.5 times magic per second to creatures within the attack range, lasting for 3 seconds. Whoosh whoosh. The hurricane swept through, disrupting the formation of the knights. Su Xiaoyang and Cheng Jianyong also began their attacks, blocking the knights' advance. At that moment, Han Chen suddenly shot an arrow into the sky. This skill was a group attack skill that Han Chen learned after changing his class to Wild Ranger. Meteor Shower. Harness the power of the stars to deal area damage to enemies in a 0.2 meter radius ahead, with each meteor causing 150% damage. One meteor is summoned for every point of agility. Skill cooldown time 30 minutes. In the next moment, the knights of the kingdom all looked up, their expressions filled with confusion. Meteor? Yes, hundreds of meteors appeared in the sky and the starlight flickered. Moreover, these meteors were heading straight for them. The knights of the kingdom felt a deadly sense of crisis among these meteors. However, at this point, it was already impossible to evade. Boom! Han Shen's agility had now reached 148 points, meaning he could summon 148 meteors, each capable of dealing 150% of his attack power as damage. At this moment, almost every knight was hit by the meteors summoned by the meteor shower, causing severe damage. Additionally, Zhang Lingming's hurricane blade was wreaking havoc. The scene became incredibly chaotic. When the explosion scene stopped, dozens of knight corpses lay sprawled across the ground. Meanwhile, Han Shen's notification bar was flooded with kill messages. Killed Kingdom Knight Merrick, gained 7,500 experience points. Killed Kingdom Knight Sword, 2-star elite, gained 30,000 experience points. Killed Kingdom Knight Cyphery, 2-star elite, gained 30,000 experience points. After this wave, a white light simultaneously enveloped Han Shen, Zhang Lingmeng, and Su Xiayang. Not long after Han Shen just leveled up to 13, he surprisingly soared to level 14. Whoa! Whoa! What skill is this, Brother Xing? So powerful! Chang Jianyang shouted. Everyone's faces showed joy. They had never experienced such a rocket-like leveling speed before. The Meteor Arrow Rain, as an area attack skill, was incredibly satisfying for clearing the field. Even Han Shen was astonished by this terrifying leveling speed. However, although this skill is powerful, its cooldown time is quite long. A half-hour CD means this skill can only be used in bursts. At this moment, there is still one knight leader left on the field, along with a dozen injured kingdom knights. In the recent wave of area attacks, the knight leader's mount was killed, forcing him to fight on the ground like the other knights. The pressure on everyone suddenly decreased. The knight leader gritted his teeth and said, "You damn traitors of the kingdom have committed an unforgivable crime. The God of Light will punish you." Output. Han Shen ignored the knight leader's threats. He maintained the principle of taking advantage of his weakness to strike. Han Shen decided to press the attack and wipe out this knight squad. Everyone responded immediately and began to take down the wounded. One by one, skills were unleashed. Counter-strike, Eagle's Fall Slash, Chain Lightning, Multi-Shot. Various skills were unleashed upon the group of Kingdom Knights. Bang bang bang. Kill messages began to flood the screen again. After several rounds of attacks, only the last knight leader was left, struggling to survive. At this moment, the knight leader was in a very sorry state. He sensed that he might fall here, so he said, You guys, attacking me with so many people, what kind of heroes are you? If you have the guts, face me one-on-one, let's have a duel between knights. Han Shen glanced at him. Idiot. Han Shen did not care about his so-called knightly spirit and directly started the righteous beating. At that moment, Han Shen seized the opportunity and shot an arrow. The already battered knight leader's reaction speed had significantly decreased and he could only watch as the arrow approached, unable to react in time. Thud. The arrow pierced his heart, a headshot. The knight leader's body stiffened, then he fell down limply. A system notification sounded. Successfully killed the Kingdom Knight Captain Cory, 2-star boss, gained 120,000 experience points. Han Shen and the others' strength seems to have exceeded the expectations of the Undead Knight Order and the Knights of the Kingdom. The Kingdom's Knight faction has dispatched an entire knight squad, but not only did they fail to subdue them, they all perished inside. Even with over 10,000 elite knights, the death of so many knights is still a significant loss for the kingdom. Their actions finally provoked the Kingdom's Knight Order. A bunch of despicable scum, how dare you attack noble knights? A roar filled with anger echoed, shaking the entire Knight Judgment Arena. At the moment they heard this voice, a strong shadow enveloped Han Shen and the others. At that moment, it felt as if they were being targeted by a kingly beast in the jungle. Kevin, our battle isn't over yet, don't even think about getting away. Rames's grim voice rang out. Get lost. A roar came. Bang. After the loud noise, a figure leaped high, suddenly jumping out of the center of the battlefield, heading straight for Han Shen and the others. At this moment, Han Shen and the others also saw the source of that voice. It was a burly figure, over 2.5 meters tall, a muscular monster resembling a giant. He wore only simple armor, with a wild hairstyle like that of a lion king, and his bulging muscles were exposed. In his hand, he held a large sword that was as wide as a door and over 2 meters long. Just looking at this figure gave an overwhelming sense of pressure. The attributes of this monster also appeared before the crowd. Captain of the Kingdom Knight Brigade, Kevin, 2-star Lord level creature. Level, LV 15. Attributes, Strength 457, Agility 383, Spirit 396, Constitution 478. Skills. Berserk sacrifices 50% of defense when entering battle, increasing strength by 30%. Destruction, when attacking, there is a 30% chance to deal 200% damage. Fury erupts with rage, dealing 1.3 times strength damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Shattering Force compresses the power within the body, condensing it in the palm. Upon detonation, it deals 500% explosive damage to the target. Field of Strength, exclusive domain skill of Lord creatures. Upon entering battle, a field of strength forms around oneself, suppressing creatures with strength attributes lower than one's own, reducing their strength by 50% and guaranteeing that attacks will knock enemies back. Talent: Beast King's Body, Level C. Talent annotation: Kevin has possessed an extraordinary physique since childhood, with innate monstrous strength. At just 3 years old, he kicked a stone lion at the entrance of the royal city, attracting the attention of the Night King. Later, the kingdom's high priest examined Kevin's body and detected that he carries the bloodline of the Beast King, which allows humans to possess a physique far beyond ordinary capabilities, and even a slim chance to evolve into a legendary creature. Upon seeing this night panel, everyone fell silent. The Lord is a monster even more formidable than a leader. Including Han Shen, this is the first time facing such a powerful creature directly. The light attribute panel shows that this Kevin even overwhelms that legendary creature, the Shadow Dragon. The Lord's exclusive skill, Field of Strength, directly reduces everyone's strength attributes by 50%. This trait can be said to completely nullify all 3 physical positions on the field. This guy is truly terrifyingly powerful. Facing a Lord-level monster for the first time has brought heavy pressure to everyone. At this moment, Han Shen's expression also turned very grim. He had already used several of his trump cards against the Shadow Dragon. This included the Void Frenzy of the Coal Ball, as well as Han Shen's own legendary skill, Moon Shatter. Now, they could be said to have no means to restrain the Lord. However, at this moment, the terrifying Night Captain, a Lord-level monster, swung a nearly 2-meter-long broadsword towards everyone. Xin Yun gritted his teeth and charged forward, attempting to intercept the Lord's attack. However, the Night Captain merely glanced at him, then swung the broadsword. Whoosh! The terrifying force created a strong gust of wind. Before it even hit, Xin Yun felt his stance becoming unstable. In the next moment, the broadsword, as wide as a door panel, made contact with Xin Yun's golden shield. Bang! Xin Yun felt an unimaginable force coming from the shield and he was sent flying. Xin Yun's eyes were confused, and in midair he couldn't help but think, is this really a power that humans can possess? If a normal person's strength is rated at 3 to 6, then now, the Night Captain's strength of over 400 is nearly 100 times that of an ordinary person. After landing, Xin Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. With no time to treat his injuries, he shouted, Xingdu, run! This guy is too terrifying, we can't fight. Even when facing the Shadow Dragon, Xin Yun had never said such words. This shows just how much psychological trauma the recent encounter caused him. Han Chen and the others also sensed that something was wrong. Retreat! Han Chen shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly abandoned the idea of fighting. However, the giant-like Night Captain snorted, exuding a condescending aura. A bunch of insects, can you run away? In the next moment, the giant's figure vanished. Just as Chang Jianying had run a dozen meters, he felt a shadow appear behind him. So fast. No one could possibly imagine that this beast-like figure could possess such terrifying speed. With an agility attribute of 380, the Night Captain completely overwhelmed everyone in terms of speed. Bang! The broadsword came crashing down. Cheng Jianyang was also sent flying by a single sword strike, landing several meters away, unconscious. Seeing this, Han Shen's eyes suddenly turned red. Damn it! After dealing with Cheng Jianyang, the Night Captain glanced at the remaining 3. This time, he fixed his gaze on the closest Su Xiaoyang. Whoosh! The Night Captain's figure vanished. Han Shen saw the giant's figure appear behind Su Xiaoyang. The Night Captain's cold gaze was filled with murderous intent, his broadsword raised, ready to strike down. With Su Xiaoyang's fragile physique, if hit, she might be killed instantly. This isn't a game, if you die, it's real death. Without time to think, Han Shen activated the Wild Instinct skill. His agility is already at 148 points, and after his movement speed skyrocketed 5-fold, even the captain of the knights can't catch up with him. At the critical moment, Han Shen suddenly tackled Su Xiaoyang to the ground. Boom! The Night Captain missed, causing a strong explosion on the ground. However, as a battle-hardened Kingdom Knight, his combat awareness cannot be compared to those mindless monsters. After his great sword swung through the air, he realized that the speed this human just unleashed posed a slight threat to him. Thus, he swept horizontally and struck Han Shen's back fiercely. Han Shen's back felt like it was hit by a speeding truck. He even heard the sound of his spine breaking, and the pain made him break out in a cold sweat. In the next moment, Han Shen and Su Xiaoyang were both knocked away, rolling on the ground together for several rounds. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang was still in a daze, held in Han Shen's arms, her pretty face flushed. However, before she could react, Han Shen suddenly turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Xiaoyang was stunned, trembling as she held Han Shen's shoulders, asking, Han Shen, what's wrong? However, Han Shen did not speak. The blow he just took had injured him severely. He was so weak that he couldn't even muster the strength to speak, and his consciousness was becoming increasingly unclear. She felt Han Shen's breath gradually weaken. When Han Shen fell unconscious, Su Xiaoyang felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She looked at the man in her arms in disbelief, murmuring, Han Chen. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang felt her heart tighten fiercely. Confused, terrified, guilty, angry. Su Xiaoyang felt a surge of rage rising to her head. In that moment, she raised her beautifully enchanting face, her eyes turning blood red. A fierce, violent, bloodthirsty aura suddenly erupted from Su Xiaoyang's body. Had dared to harm my friend. Disgusting bug, you've made me angry. At this moment, after the Knight Captain knocked Han Shen away, he was preparing to strike at the last Zhan Lingmeng. However, in the next moment, he saw a graceful figure flash before him. A pair of blood-red eyes flickered. In that moment of eye contact, the Knight Captain felt a crazed, icy gaze locking onto him. The chill in the woman's eyes even made him feel goosebumps rise on his skin. However, his extensive combat experience quickly brought the Lord Knight back to his senses. Instinctively, he swept out with his sword. Bang! The giant sword that could knock Shen Yun away suddenly stopped in midair. He could only see that the seemingly frail woman had reached out her delicate hand and firmly grasped his broadsword. Kevin felt a tremendous force gripping his weapon. No matter how hard he tried, it remained completely immovable. What's going on? A hint of confusion appeared in the Knight Captain's eyes. He simply cannot imagine losing to someone else in strength, especially to a frail woman. However, this dreamlike scene is presented in reality. At this moment, a strange smile appeared on Su Xiaoyang's stunning face. She softly asked, "Do you know what the most wonderful sound in the world is?" The Knight Captain suddenly felt a shiver. He instantly came to his senses and entered a berserk state. "Stop with the tricks. Feel my shattering power." With a loud roar, the Night Lord condensed an invisible mass of gas in his hand, brewing a terrifying might within. Even with his unyielding will activated, Shen Yun would be instantly killed by this wave of attacks. However, just at that moment, a pair of smooth, delicate human hands, like a venomous snake, climbed up his arm. The Knight Captain felt a tremendous force coming from his wrist. Su Xiaoyang let out another eerie laugh. That is, the sound of bones shattering one by one. Crack! With a crisp sound of bones cracking, Kevin watched in horror as his arm, as thick as his thigh, was forcefully bent backwards at a bizarre angle. Roar! The immense pain from the fracture made this giant of a man let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, this was just the beginning. After breaking his right hand, Su Xiaoyang wore a crazed smile on her face. Damn it! The Knight Captain was about to resist. In the next moment, Su Xiaoyang's delicate fingers unexpectedly grabbed his left wrist. Crack! A crisp sound of bones cracking echoed again. The Knight Captain looked at his arms twisted at a strange angle, his expression filled with terror. The piercing pain made cold sweat break out on his forehead. Su Xiaoyang's movements did not stop. In the next moment, Su Xiaoyang suddenly kicked at his knee. Crack! Crack! Two crisp sounds of bones breaking echoed, and the Knight Captain's legs were completely crippled. Ah! Kevin fell to his knees, unable to suppress a cry of despair. With his limbs rendered useless, the Knight Captain was like a tiger stripped of its claws, significantly less threatening. Damn it, who the hell are you? How could a weak human possess such terrifying power? However, Su Xiaoyang did not answer him. Instead, with a sickly smile, she said, "That sound is simply intoxicating. In this world, no matter how precious an instrument is, it cannot produce such wonderful music. Don't you think?" The Knight Captain looked at Su Xiaoyang's smile, feeling a chill run down his spine. "You crazy woman." Su Xiaoyang's crimson eyes darted around as if she thought of something, and she chuckled, "You know, my dear knight, there are 206 bones in the human body. Based on the sound of me breaking one bone per second, it would take about 3.5 minutes, just the right length for a song, hee." The Knight Captain's body trembled violently. "My Lord Knight, let's play a game." The Captain of the Knights was no longer calm. He threatened, "I don't want to play any games with you. Let me go, or you will face the pursuit of the kingdom's Knight Order, with tens of thousands of knights after you." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang let out a light laugh. In the next moment, she grabbed the captain's hair with one hand and, in his terrified gaze, slammed his head onto the ground. Bang! The captain's face hit the ground with a loud thud. The ground cracked like a spider web. "Ah, damn you!" Su Xiaoyang ignored the captain's shouting and continued, "The next game we are going to play might be a bit painful, but you have to endure it. Don't scream too loudly, okay?" The captain suddenly had a bad feeling. Su Xiaoyang softly said, "This game is called finger bending." Her slender fingers gently lifted the captain's thick finger. Crack! A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed, and the captain of the knights was horrified to see his middle finger twisted at a bizarre angle, contorted against the back of his hand. With all 10 fingers connected to the heart, the intense pain made him let out a beast-like howl of agony. Ah! This scream spread throughout the entire square, sending a chill down everyone's spine. All the knights involuntarily turned their gazes toward the area where Han Chen and the others were. In the next moment, they witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Their captain, who could single-handedly break through 1,000 troops, was now lying on the ground like a dead dog. A frail woman was standing on his back, ruthlessly tormenting the captain of the knights. Crack! 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 As each finger was broken one by one, Su Xiaoyang's expression grew more and more joyful. A sudden angry voice erupted from the kingdom's night order. Damn it, go save Kevin. However, at this moment, Reem suddenly surged with soul power, a sky-high wisp of grim green aura sweeping over the kingdom's night order. At this point, they could no longer provide support for Kevin. At that moment, Shen Yun and Cheng Jianyong slowly got up from the ground. They had just been attacked by the Lord's Knight, which briefly knocked him unconscious. Now awake, Cheng Jianyong quickly poured a bottle of life elixir for himself, and Shen Yun also took a big gulp of the elixir. At this time, Zhang Limeng had already helped Han Shen up, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Whoa whoa, Xingge, don't scare me. I finally found someone I can trust, please don't leave Li Er behind. Just then, Shen Yun rushed over and, seeing Han Shen's condition, quickly cast a holy light healing spell on him. Shen Yun then said, Sisterly, don't panic, Xingge just fainted. Shen Yun's mental strength is very high, and the healing spell had a significant effect. After a moment, Han Shen's fingers moved. Then, his consciousness gradually returned. When Zhang Limeng saw Han Shen open his eyes, she was overwhelmed with joy and hugged him tightly. Han Shen looked around in confusion and asked, What is happening now? The two did not answer but pointed to the area where Su Xiaoyan was located. Han Shen's pupils suddenly constricted upon seeing this scene. At that moment, Su Xiaoyang had already broken 10 fingers of the Knight Captain. Now, she was targeting the Knight Captain's shoulder bones. Su Xiaoyang kicked out. Crack! The clear sound of shattering, along with the Knight Captain's weak scream, made Han Shen shiver. He pointed forward, his voice trembling as he said, Is this Su Xiaoyang? Shen Yun and Zhang Limeng also looked bewildered. Beside them, Cheng Jianyong was already dumbfounded. He never expected that the delicate and weak Su Xiaoyang would have such a cruel side. At that moment, Han Shen glanced at Su Xiaoyan's status panel. Survivor, Su Xiaoyang. Class, Elf Archer. Level, 13. Attributes, Strength, Agility 132, Spirit 104, Constitution 114. Han Shen noticed that Su Xiaoyan's condition was not quite right. Her power attribute had unexpectedly turned into a question mark, meaning it was beyond their attributes and undetectable. At that moment, it seemed Su Xiaoyang had completed her little game, a satisfied expression appearing on her face. The Knight Captain lying on the ground looked exceptionally miserable. All 10 of his fingers were broken, his shoulder blades were sunken, and his wrists and leg joints were all twisted. This sight made one feel a shiver just from a glance. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang slowly stood up and chuckled, My Lord Knight, this is just the first round of the little game. Next come the ribs, the leg bones, and finally, your skull. How does it feel to hear the sound of your bones breaking one by one? Isn't it wonderful? However, at this point, the Knight Captain was already gasping for breath and unable to respond to her. In the next moment, she lifted her beautiful leg, preparing to stomp down on the Knight Captain's back. Considering her state, if she stomped down hard, several more bones would surely shatter. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun instinctively covered their eyes. At that moment, Han Shen suddenly shouted, Little Yang. Su Xiaoyang's beautiful leg was suspended in midair. Hearing Han Shen's call, she turned her head, and upon seeing Han Shen standing up, the blood color in her pupils quickly disappeared. She exclaimed joyfully, Brother Xing. That's great, you're okay? Hearing Su Xiaoyang call in that, Han Shen found it a bit strange but didn't pay much attention. So he nodded, Yeah, I'm fine. You come over first. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang quickly jogged over, no longer caring about the Knight Captain on the ground. To avoid any further complications, Han Shen decided to finish off the Knight Captain. He drew several arrows and shot them out fiercely, hitting the Knight Captain's head with precision. Thud! Thud! The iron arrow pierced through his skull and went straight into his abdomen. In the next moment, the already dying Knight Captain twitched and then fell into a pool of blood. A system prompt appeared. Successfully killed Knight Captain Kevin, 2-star Lord Creature, gained 480,000 experience points. Han Shen was taken aback. He originally intended to deal the finishing blow to the Lord. Unexpectedly, it seemed he had stolen a kill and casually received a Lord's first kill reward. At that moment, Han Shen had a strange expression. There was no time to check the rewards. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang joyfully approached Han Shen, and after confirming he was really fine, the redness in her eyes instantly faded. The next moment, Su Xiaoyang's body softened, as if some power supporting her had vanished, and she fell down. Han Shen instinctively caught her, a soft body with a hint of youthful fragrance in his arms. However, Han Shen had no other thoughts. After confirming that Su Xiaoyang had merely exhausted her physical strength, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Limeng next to them showed no change in expression, instead looking somewhat relieved at the scene. At this time, Han Shen said, Liener, come over and support Xiaoyang. Okay, Xing Gur. Zhang Limeng cheerfully took Su Xiaoyang from Han Shen's hands. Just then, the kingdom's night order realized Kevin was dead, and another wave of chaos erupted. Suddenly, everyone heard an angry voice. Enough! This voice was very familiar, and they knew who the owner was. King of Knights, Gruther. Rimus, you are already dead. A dead man should look like a dead man. Go back to your underworld. Hearing this voice, the hatred in Rimus surged, and he said in a chilling tone, Gruther, you despicable scoundrel, I will tear you to pieces. Naive. Do you think becoming an undead gives you the right to oppose me? Rimus, have you forgotten where this place is? Rimus seemed to remember something, and the soul fire in his deep-set pupils trembled. Meanwhile, in the sky above the judgment arena, a strong beam of holy light suddenly descended, suppressing Rimus and the others. This holy light seemed to have a natural restraining effect on these undead beings. Under the holy light, the Death Knights seemed to be engulfed in flames, each letting out a painful wail. At the moment of contact with the holy light, several Death Knight souls shattered and dissipated into the air. Damn it, you actually used the power of the light god! Lane shouted angrily. Gruther still did not show himself, snorting coldly. The light god is the deity of the human race. As the leader of the humans, is it not natural for me to wield the light god's power? During the brief exchange between the two, the holy light continued to scorch. Dozens more Death Knight souls shattered. This meant that the last traces of their existence in the world were erased, forever disappearing. As more and more companions vanished, Lames reached out in despair, but he could only barely maintain his soul under the holy light. The outcome of the battle seemed already determined. Lames sorrowfully said, "O light god, can't you see? Your followers are being persecuted by villains. Why do you help him against us?" However, there was no response to Lemus's call. Gods do not pay attention to such lowly beings as the dead. Lemus seemed to hear the man's mocking laughter. In that moment, he recalled the images of his wife and daughter before their deaths, their desperate and hollow eyes, their battered bodies, burning his nerves time and time again. "Ritana, Ellie, I can no longer avenge you." Faintly, a woman's voice echoed in Lemus's ears. "As long as you offer your soul, you can gain the power to destroy the world." Souls, the power to destroy the world. Lemus's heart began to waver. He knew that once he agreed, he would be bound, turning into a puppet without consciousness. After a fierce struggle, a surge of overwhelming energy enveloped Lemus. At that moment, all the phantoms in the square disappeared. All images came to a halt. Including the mighty army of knights and Lemus and the others who were pressed under the holy light, all vanished. It's like a movie that hasn't finished playing, leaving Han Chen and the others confused. In the next moment, a system prompt appeared. "Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 2-star Secret Realm Knight's Judgment Field with a completion rate of 100%. You have received 700,000 experience points, item rewards, 27 warrior fragments, 1,030 rune crystals for silver chests, 1 gold chest." A heap of rewards left everyone stunned. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong said in confusion, "Huh? Is this it? What about Reams? Did he sell his soul or not?" The others couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled as well. Han Chen shook his head and said, "I don't know. Since it's over, let's not worry about it." The giant dragon said that the scenes here are just projections of past events, and no matter what, the outcome has already been determined. We can't change anything. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in realization. Han Chen always felt that their clearing of this 2-star secret realm was a bit strange. He didn't know if all 2-star secret realms were like this or if theirs was just an exception. Thinking of this, Han Chen shook his head and stopped considering it. After all, they still had to challenge other secret realms, and they would know then. At that moment, Su Xiaoyang seemed to regain consciousness. Han Chen noticed that Su Xiaoyang's breath had become very weak, and she could hardly stand. It seemed to be a side effect from her previous state. Zhang Lingming supported Su Xiaoyang, waiting for her to wake up. Cheng Jianyong seemed unable to help but ask, Su Xiaoyang, what was that state you were in just now?" Su Xiaoyang's face turned red, and she hurriedly explained, "No, that's not how it is. I don't usually act like that. I'm not a bone-crushing female demon." Han Chen. Shun Yun. Su Xiaoyang, looking nervous, said, You don't need to be afraid of me, I won't harm you." Cheng Jianyong recalled Su Xiaoyang's previous state and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, saying, "No, it's okay. We're not afraid of you, I'm just curious how you unleashed such terrifying power just now." Everyone is indeed very interested in this issue. The main concern is that Su Xiaoyang's recently unleashed power has already surpassed the current strength of the survivors, which is truly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang let out a sigh of relief. Then she explained, "Actually, I'm not quite sure myself. When I first entered the game, I heard a notification sound saying that my fate aligns with this world, and I drew an S-level talent, War Witch. This talent only activates when I am in life-threatening situations. Once activated, my power will increase several times, but the exact values are unclear to me. Moreover, the downside is that after the battle ends, I will fall into a state of weakness for an entire day, unable to even lift a weapon." Everyone listened, their faces showing expressions of confusion. S-level talent? Su Xiaoyang nodded, yes. Don't you have one? Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun shook their heads. However, Han Chen appeared to be lost in thought. Because, when he entered the Sky Island world, he also drew a talent. SSS level talent, Divine Craftsman. It is this talent that allows him to craft various top-notch equipment without failure, staying ahead of other survivors. A war witch? Sounds truly formidable. At this moment, Han Chen said, "Alright, let's not dwell on that. The little lamb is now in a weakened state, so let's quickly open the chests and get out." Everyone remembered this as well. They turned their gaze towards it. In the spacious square, 5 treasure chests were prominently displayed. Wow, the rewards this time are really abundant. 5 treasure chests in total, and one of them is a golden chest. It's important to note that a silver chest is guaranteed to yield a purple item, and a golden chest has a high probability of yielding golden equipment. Everyone was stunned by the rewards this time, then excitedly walked towards the treasure chests. At this time, Han Chen asked, "Who will open the first chest?" Cheng Jianyong rubbed his hands and looked at Han Chen with anticipation. At this moment, Xinyan smiled and said, "Let Cheng Jianyong do it, this guy has always had good luck." Han Chen nodded. "Then I won't be polite." Cheng Jianyong laughed and walked up to the first silver treasure chest, opening it. A flash of blue and purple light passed by. Everyone leaned in to take a look. What came out of the treasure chest was nothing special, just some ordinary materials and a purple weapon. Acquired Mithril *17, Blood of the Strong *31, Mage Advancement Scroll *1, Acquired Ice Crystal Sword Purple *1. Ice Crystal Sword Purple LV15 Quality Rare Attack Power 174-183 Strength plus 20 Agility plus 20 Special Effect Critical Increases Critical hit rate by 30% Special Effect Frigid Breath After attacking the target slows the enemy's movement speed by 10%. A hint of disappointment appeared in everyone's eyes. Cheng Jianyong was also surprised and said, "Wow, why is the luck so bad this time? Normally, getting a purple item would be enough to excite them for a while. But now, because Han Chen had given them a full set of high-quality purple gear, not only was the quality excellent, but the attributes also overshadowed the equipment obtained from the chest. So, this ice crystal sword seemed a bit disappointing. However, the slowing effect on the ice crystal sword is quite good. Combined with the 15% slowing effect of Zhang Limeng's ice spear, it can slow down a total of 25%. The group began to open the second treasure chest. Han Chen still let Cheng Jianyong go ahead and touch it. Cheng Jianyong rubbed his hands and opened the treasure chest again. A flash of white light appeared. Acquired 13 Mithril 342 Magic Crystals 1 Warrior Advanced Class Scroll Acquired 1 Chaos Rune Blueprint Medium. Chaos Rune Blueprint Medium consumes 200 rune crystals and 100 spirit cores to craft a rune that can randomly increase one attribute by a medium amount. Attribute increase range is 6 to 9. Compared to the Chaos Rune weak currently in Han Chen's blueprint section, this medium rune has a significant improvement in the attributes. A medium rune can generally add about 2 extra points of attributes compared to a low-level rune. Don't underestimate these 2 points. A survivor can equip 7 pieces of gear, and if all are enhanced with rune effects, the cumulative increase can be quite substantial. "Ha, this time is not bad," Cheng Jianyong said happily. Then, when it came to the third treasure chest, the items once again became rather ordinary. Aside from some regular materials, there's a purple dagger, a weapon for the rogue class. No one said anything, but Cheng Jianyong felt a bit uneasy. When they reached the fourth silver chest, Cheng Jianyong suddenly said that, "I won't open it anymore, my luck isn't great today." Han Chen nodded and said, "Xinyun, why don't you give it a try?" Xinyun smiled and replied, "Sure." Clack. After the chest opened, the items inside were somewhat disappointing. The purple item inside was a staff. However, this purple staff is level 15, and in terms of damage, it's slightly higher than the level 11 staff Han Chen made for Zhang Lingmeng. Now, only the last golden chest remains unopened. And this is also the main prize of this round. There's a high probability that the golden chest will contain golden equipment, which Han Chen has already verified. Everyone is quite eager with anticipation. "Who will open the last one?" Han Chen asked. Everyone exchanged glances. Cheng Jianyong and Xinyun both shook their heads. "Our luck isn't good today, let's not open it. If it turns out bad, the loss would be too great." Han Chen nodded. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong suddenly said, "How about letting Sister Lian go open it?" Beside them, Zhang Lianmen was momentarily stunned when she heard Cheng Jianyong mention her. In her heart, she indeed wanted to experience the fun of opening a golden treasure chest once. Han Chen noticed her eager expression and said, "Lianer, you go ahead." Beside them, Su Xiaoyang's expression slightly changed when she heard Han Chen call Zhang Lianmeng by that name. Zhang Lianmeng was about to agree, but she noticed Su Xiaoyang's strange expression next to her, quickly thought it over, and smiled. "No, let's have little sister Xiaoyang go open it instead. This time, we owe it to little sister Xiaoyang for saving everyone again." Upon hearing this, everyone else also expressed their agreement. After all, Su Xiaoyang had made a significant contribution this time. Soloing the boss is enough to scare anyone. Su Xiaoyang, who was in a low state, immediately waved her hands when she heard Zhang Lianmeng suggest she open the golden treasure chest, saying, No, I can't do it." However, at this moment, Zhang Limeng had already grabbed her sleeve and unceremoniously brought Su Xiaoyang to the golden treasure chest. "Little Yang, my luck hasn't been very good. Before this, my life has been quite difficult, and even coming to this world hasn't changed that. If it weren't for meeting Xinge, I might have already died at the hands of a monster and wouldn't have met you, little Yang." Zhang Limeng's words were loaded, and Su Xiaoyang was just about to refuse again. At that moment, she heard Han Shen's voice from behind. It's okay, go ahead and open it, Xiaoyang. We'll be teaming up again in the future and there will be plenty of chances to open treasure chests. After hearing this, Su Xiaoyang nodded and then looked at Zhang Li Meng with gratitude. In her heart, her affection for this kind and caring big sister soared once again. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Su Xiaoyang walked up to the golden treasure chest and slowly opened it. At the moment of opening, a dazzling golden light appeared before everyone's eyes. Wow, what a commotion! Cheng Jianyong exclaimed from the side. Snap! As the treasure chest opened, everyone immediately looked inside. Inside, a golden armor lay quietly, and on top of the armor was a ring radiating brilliant golden light. Acquired Mithril *47, acquired Eternal Gold Ingots *7, acquired Vitality Crystals *3, acquired Kingdom's Holy Ring Gold, acquired Titan Battle Armor Gold *1. Wow! 2 pieces of golden equipment from one chest? Cheng Jianyong looked as if he had seen a monster. Shen Yun also exclaimed on the side, today, I've witnessed what it means to be a true lucky person. Zhen Lingmeng held Su Xiaoyang's hand beside her, trembling with excitement. Sister Xiaoyang, you're amazing. Han Chen couldn't help but give Su Xiaoyang a thumbs up. Faced with everyone's admiration, Su Xiaoyang's face turned red. Her heart felt warm, she experienced the sense of belonging to the team for the first time. Meanwhile, the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment also appeared in front of Han Chen and the others. Titan Battle Armor Gold LV15 Quality Legendary Defense 43-47 Strength plus 30 Constitution plus 30. Attached effect Titan's Fury. When attacked, there is a 30% chance to increase strength by 20 points and constitution by 20 points. Attached effect Disarm. When receiving a physical attack, reduce the damage caused by the opponent's strength by 20 points. Attached effect Titan's Soul. Legendary effect. When using a skill, there is a 50% chance to apply the Titan's Soul status to oneself. While in this state, physical and magical damage taken is reduced by 25%. After receiving damage 5 times, the Titan's Soul effect disappears and deals true damage equal to 1x strength to the enemy. Impressive attributes. The first piece of equipment left everyone in shock. They also held back their excitement and checked the second piece of golden equipment. Kingdom Ring Gold LV15 Quality Rare Agility plus 50 Spirit plus 50 Attached effect Intermediate Magic Resistance reduces the effect of magic. Damage taken by 20%. Attached effect Kingdom's Authority. When attacking, there is a 20% chance to deal an additional 20% true damage. 2 pieces of golden equipment, one of legendary quality and one of rare quality. The most precious one, of course, is the Titan Battle Armor. It doesn't have specific armor distinctions, in other words, any profession can equip it. However, its attributes are more inclined towards warriors and paladins. Shen Yun exclaimed, the defense of this Titan's battle armor is outrageous, it's almost on par with this immortal shield. The shield is the equipment that provides the most defense in the Sky Island Paradise. But since his immortal shield is level 11 and the Titan's battle armor is level 15, in terms of strength, the Titan's battle armor actually surpasses the immortal shield. Han Shen pondered for a moment and said, what do you think about giving the Titan's battle armor to Shen Yun? Zhang Lingmeng and Su Xiaoyang both nodded, indicating they had no objections. Cheng Jianyong also shrugged, indifferent. Upon hearing this, Shen Yun was momentarily taken aback. He quickly said, Brother Xing, give it to Xiaoyangzi. This Titan's battle armor greatly increases strength, which can enhance his output ability and his ability to take hits. If I encounter a tough monster, Cheng Jianyong can help me take it on. However, at this moment, Han Shen explained, Shen Yun, your analysis makes sense, but as you've seen in the previous battles, a tank plays a very important role in a team. If you had this battle armor when we faced that Lord Knight before, you would have been able to withstand his attacks, and we wouldn't have ended up in such a dangerous situation. Our team lacks the ability to take hits, not damage output. After hearing Han Shen's analysis, Shen Yun was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Cheng Jianyong, on the side, scoffed, no way. You want me to take a beating with you? Not a chance. Seeing this, Shen Yun also stopped refusing and accepted the golden battle armor. He now also owned 2 pieces of golden equipment. After leveling up to 15, Shen Yun's defense would increase dramatically again. There was also another piece of golden equipment, the Ring of the Kingdom, but it was of rare quality and lacked legendary effects, making it significantly weaker. However, in terms of attribute bonuses, it was still quite powerful. Han Shen didn't hold back either. He took the Ring of the Kingdom for himself. Once he reached level 15, he would be able to equip it, further boosting his attributes. The others also tacitly agreed. At this moment, Shen Yun curiously said, the secret realm is over, why hasn't the system sent us out? They were immersed in the excitement of opening treasure chests, and it was only when Shen Yun mentioned it that they remembered. All right, how are we supposed to get out? However, Han Chen suddenly thought of something. Han Chen remembered that when he cleared that 1-star secret realm, he had triggered a hidden stage challenge. Inside, he had fortuitously obtained the blueprint for crafting a spiritual energy puppet. However, he couldn't mass-produce it yet because he lacked the blueprint for the spiritual energy core. Could it be that this night's judgment arena also has a hidden stage? Just then, a system prompt appeared. Survivors, your performance has been outstanding and you have successfully gained the recognition of Lamus's consciousness, automatically triggering the third stage of the night's judgment arena, the choice of fate. This stage does not require combat but requires you to answer a question. The system will reward corresponding items based on your choices. The third stage trial, the choice of fate, has begun. Please answer the question. Did Lamus offer his soul to the Witch of Desire in the final scene? 1. Yes. 2. No. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Upon hearing this prompt, everyone was stunned. This third stage, unlike the one triggered by Han Chen before, actually requires answering a question. Although the system introduction stated that regardless of whether you choose yes or no, corresponding rewards will be given. But if the wrong choice is made, will the rewards be discounted? Everyone felt a bit worried. Recalling the earlier scene, everyone instinctively believed that Lamus would definitely choose to sacrifice his soul. After all, with his entire family killed, such a deep-seated grudge cannot just be set aside. In a novel, a person like Lamus would definitely be the archetype of a protagonist. Just as Han Chen was about to choose option 1. At this moment, Xinyun said, "Brother Xing, choose the second one." Everyone turned to Xinyun, seemingly not understanding why he would make such a choice. Han Chen asked in confusion, "Are you sure?" Xinyun nodded. Then he began to explain, when Lamus was at his angriest, all he thought about was revenge against Grudel. If it were us, it would be hard to feel satisfied without slaughtering the entire kingdom. Thinking of Raim's loyalty to faith, I feel that he would never give up his personal consciousness, even until the end, meaning he wouldn't be willing to sacrifice his soul. After listening to Xinyun's analysis, Han Chen nodded. He chose option 2. The system prompt appeared. You have made your choice and received a reward, Radiant Knight Profession Scroll *1. Radiant Knight Profession Scroll. After a survivor reaches level 10, using this scroll allows them to change to the hidden profession of Radiant Knight. All attributes of the survivor will increase by 200% and the level cap will rise to level 20. When leveling up, Constitution and Spirit will gain double growth. Automatically learn the exclusive skills of the Radiant Knight: Radiant Power, Blessing of Courage, Great Healing Array. Looking at the profession introduction of the scroll, everyone was momentarily stunned, then they all looked at Xinyun at the same time. This extra reward is actually a scroll for the hidden profession of a knight. In the arena, Xinyun is the only one with the knight profession, so this hidden profession scroll will naturally be assigned to him. Cheng Jianyong said enviously from the side, "I'm so jealous, why are all the good things suited for Xia Yunzi? I also want to change to a hidden profession." Xinyun glanced at him and said, "Didn't you see the name of this secret realm? Knight's Judgment Arena. Of course, everything that comes out of it is usable by knights." Just then, the system prompt appeared. Secret Realm Challenge completed. Survivors will be teleported out in 10 seconds. Han Chen glanced at the center of the square, and he vaguely saw the shadow of a human watching everyone. This Knight's Judgment Arena should have other secrets, but the system didn't give them extra time to explore, so Han Chen had to give up. At that moment, Han Chen noticed that at the spot where they had just fought the Lord-level knight, there seemed to be something lying on the ground. That object looked like a great sword. Han Chen was taken aback. At that time, he was in a state of unconsciousness and did not see the scene of Su Xiaoyang fighting, nor did he know that after the Lord Knight's weapon fell to the ground, there was no chance to pick it up again. However, what's strange is, before this, the knights they had killed would have their bodies and equipment turn into white light and disappear upon death. Yet this Lord Knight's weapon was still here. With 5 seconds left in the countdown. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by. Han Chen activated his wild instincts and rushed forward in an instant. In the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Han Chen appeared in front of the massive broadsword and picked it up. A system notification appeared. Acquired the Sword of Knight Captain Kevin. Lion's Great Sword, orange. Han Chen, holy crap! Hearing the sound, everyone turned to look. However, in the next moment, the countdown had ended. The screen flashed, and Han Chen and the others were teleported back to their territory. Once they came out, it was already deep into the night. The night sky was dotted with stars. In this 2-star secret realm, they had spent over 2 hours. As soon as they emerged, Han Chen quickly scanned the surroundings. After confirming that the territory was intact and the defense shield had not been attacked, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Han Chen threw the enormous broadsword from his backpack onto the ground in front of everyone. Clang! Upon seeing the weapon that looked somewhat familiar, everyone seemed to recall the sight of the Lord Knight wielding the great sword to attack him. At this point, Cheng Jianyong said uncertainly, "Xingge, this thing can't be the weapon of that Knight Lord, right?" Han Chen nodded, "Yes, and it's an orange weapon." Upon receiving Han Chen's confirmation, everyone's pupils constricted. When they heard the words orange weapon, they were completely stunned. However, that was not what surprised them the most. When they saw the powerful attributes of this weapon, they were shocked beyond belief. Lion's Great Sword, Orange, LV15, Quality, Legendary, Attack Power, 323-354, Strength plus 50, Hit Rate plus 10%, Additional Effect Break Army, ignores 50 defense of the opponent when attacking. Additional effect, Lion's Heart, grants Lion's Heart status at the start of battle, increasing strength by 12%. Additional effect, King of Beasts, Legendary Effect. King of Beasts, Legendary Effect. After activating the King of Beasts state, all enemies will enter a state of intimidation, with a defense reduction of 50 points and a movement speed reduction of 20%. At the same time, the user's attacks will always crit and will definitely have a knockback effect upon hitting. The effect cooldown time is 6 hours. Hiss. After seeing the attributes of this great sword, everyone collectively gasped. Wow! Is this what orange gear looks like? That's terrifying! Chung Jianyong exclaimed. Shin Yun also said in shock, this weapon might be the first orange gear in the entire region, right? At the current stage, even a piece of golden gear is extremely rare, let alone the higher tier orange gear. It's understandable for Shin Yun to say this is the first orange gear in the entire region. At this moment, Chung Jianyong seemed to think of something. He is a warrior class, and only he can equip this great sword in the arena. Thus, Cheng Jianyong put on a forced smile and eagerly asked, Brother Xing, can you give me this orange great sword? Han Chen immediately felt goosebumps on his back and said speechlessly, Chung Jianyong, for goodness sake, speak properly. However, Chung Jianyong still looked at him with those affectionate eyes. Han Chen suppressed the urge to shoot him an arrow and casually threw the broadsword over. Thank you, Brother Xing, I will listen to you from now on. Damn! Just as Han Chen was about to kick him, Cheng Jianyong immediately caught the large sword and the fawning expression on his face disappeared, replaced by excitement. He held the lion's great sword in his arms, stroking it gently, as if it were his little lover. What a cool weapon! TSK, look at the patterns on this blade, the texture, it's simply amazing! Cheng Jianyong exclaimed sincerely. He held the weapon in his hands, unable to part with it. Han Chen then said helplessly, hurry up and level up. Once you reach level 15, with the boost from this great sword, your damage might even surpass mine. Upon hearing this, Cheng Jianyong eagerly agreed, filled with motivation. Then, he hugged the great sword and leaned over to Shin Yun, teasingly saying, Little Yun, Brother Xing gave this to me, aren't you jealous? Shin Yun rolled his eyes at him. Of course, it's impossible not to be envious. After all, it could be an orange weapon, which significantly boosts attack power once equipped. However, Shin Yun also had his own gains. He chuckled and pulled out a scroll from his pocket. Xiao Yangzi, I have something even better than your orange weapon. A Radiant Night Scroll, a hidden class, aren't you envious, Xiao Yangzi? Cheng Jianyong glanced at the scroll in his hand and then at the great sword, turning his head away and saying, Hee, I'm not envious at all. However, Han Chen was also very interested in the Radiant Knight class. He walked over and said, Shin Yun, let us see the effect of the class change. The Radiant Knight is much stronger than the Cleric class, just the 200% boost to all attributes means you wouldn't lose out at all. Shin Yun nodded and said, Xinggu, I'll change my class now, so don't forget to take me along to level up later. Han Chen smiled and said, don't worry. In front of everyone, Shin Yun activated the scroll. In the next moment, a vast expanse of white holy light suddenly filled the entire territory. Everyone only sees a vast expanse of white, but being enveloped in the holy light brings a long-lost sense of tranquility. In the next moment, all the light converged into Shin Yun's body. However, unlike Su Xiaoyan, those knights were also of the human race, and Shin Yun's physique did not undergo any changes. When the light dissipated, Shin Yun looked at his personal panel and revealed a joyful expression. Han Chen asked from the side, how does it feel? What effects do those skills have? Shin Yun smiled and directly posted the 3 skills into the chat window. Radiant Power passive skill increases all effects of holy class skills by 20%, all attacks add a holy sanction effect, and when switching to a defensive stance an additional layer of holy light is added to the shield, reducing damage taken by 20%. Blessing of Courage grants a Blessing of Courage state to a single teammate or oneself, increasing attack power by 20%, movement speed by 20%, and defense by 20%. Effect lasts for 200 seconds, cooldown time 100 seconds. Great Recovery Array creates a mental array of 0.2 meters, which has a recovery effect. Within the array, all friendly units recover a large amount of health every second. Wow, that's so strong? Cheng Jianyong couldn't help but exclaim. 3 skills, each one incredibly powerful. Especially that Radiant Power, as a passive skill, can be considered a permanent enhancement. Just the increase of 20% in all skill effects for a holy class is nothing short of a divine skill. A 20% boost in skill effects means that when Shin Yun casts healing skills, he will have a stronger recovery effect, and the Holy Light Shield will become more resilient. When combined with a defensive stance, it can also significantly reduce damage. Plus, with the effect of Holy Light Judgment, it can be said to be both offensive and defensive. Compared to the other 2 classes of the Holy Class, the Knight and the Priest. The Knight focuses on defense and melee combat, able to withstand damage while providing some output. On the other hand, the Priest leans more towards support, with 2 support skills and 1 healing skill. But now, the Radiant Knight, this hidden class, can be said to combine the advantages of both classes and showcase even stronger effects. In other words, after Xinyun's job change, both his healing ability and monster resistance have been greatly enhanced. Although his level dropped to 10, his attributes not only did not decrease but instead saw a significant increase. This is because, typically, regular survivors will receive a 100% attribute boost when using advanced class scrolls. However, hidden classes naturally have some differences. Han Chen remembers that Su Xiaoyan's Elf Archer has a 150% attribute boost. His Wild Ranger and Xinyun's Radiant Knight have a 200% attribute boost. In terms of strength, the Wild Ranger and Radiant Knight are indeed stronger than the Elf Hunter. Han Chen pondered, it seems that there are also distinctions in strength among hidden classes. Xinyun chuckled proudly, feeling that his base attributes had significantly increased. However, because his level dropped to 10, he couldn't equip many items, which limited his strength somewhat. But it doesn't matter, with the strength of Han Chen's team, they will quickly raise Xinyun's level. At this moment, Han Chen looked again at the extra blueprint in his blueprint inventory. That was the first kill reward for defeating a Lord Monster, a Hunter's Medal, purple, and a blueprint for a Space Backpack, purple. Han Chen first checked the effects of the Hunter's Medal. Hunter's Medal, purple, special equipment, increases all attributes by 5% when equipped, deals an additional 5% damage to Lord-level creatures, and can be upgraded by killing Lord-level and above monsters. Medal upgrade progress, 1/10. Note, only killing Lord-level monsters that are not lower than your own level can earn upgrade progress. The next stage of the medal is Elite Hunter, Gold. Special equipment? Han Chen was surprised. He originally thought that such purple accessories wouldn't have great attributes, but this Hunter's Medal was very powerful. Just the 5% increase in all attributes is almost comparable to the enhancement from a piece of equipment. Moreover, it can be upgraded by killing Lord-level creatures. This thing is equivalent to a piece of equipment that can grow, with limitless potential. With only one upgrade progress, does that mean I need to kill 9 more Lord monsters to upgrade to the next stage? Han Chen couldn't help but feel excited. After reviewing the attributes of this medal, Han Chen went on to look at another blueprint reward. Purple Space Backpack Blueprint can create a backpack with 500 to 800 slots of storage space, with a moderate attribute enhancement effect. Materials required for crafting: Spirit Core *2000, Mithril *5, Sturdy Beast Hide *5, Ether *10,000. Crafting success rate 20%. With the bonus from the Divine Level Craftsman talent, the success rate has reached 100%. Equipment requirement LV20. The attributes of the Purple Space Backpack are unsurprisingly better, with not only greater space but also more enhanced attributes. Compared to the blue backpack with a maximum of 200 slots, the purple backpack has increased several times. Although the materials required for crafting have significantly increased, Han Chen is not worried at all. With his current stockpile of materials, he has more than enough, with only the Sturdy Beast Hide being relatively scarce. At this moment, Han Chen glanced at his warehouse interface. Sturdy Beast Hide, 1,732 pieces. There are 2 ways to obtain Sturdy Beast Hide. One is to dismantle the corpses of boss-level monsters, and the other is to find it with a low probability in silver level or higher treasure chests. So Han Chen hasn't stocked up much of it either. Han Chen pondered, with just over 1,000 tough beast skins, that means I can make at most over 300 backpacks. This quantity is completely insufficient for a large-scale trade. It seems I need to keep an eye on tough beast skins in the trade channel soon. After the recent regional merge, the population increased from tens of thousands to over 900,000. Some rare materials have also become more abundant. Once Han Chen stocks up on a batch of tough beast skins and waits for most survivors to reach level 20, it will be his time to act. At that point, any trade will be able to fill his pockets. Although Han Chen has the blueprint for golden weapons and can mass-produce golden longbows to sell, people are inherently selfish. Right now, golden equipment is extremely rare in the market, especially a golden weapon, which can almost boost a survivor's power by 50%. Everyone is racing for the level leaderboard, and Han Chen doesn't want to create many competitors for himself out of thin air. This purple backpack blueprint is Han Chen's new money tree. This trip to the secret realm can be said to be very rewarding. Everyone's levels have increased by a few ranks, and they have also gained several new pieces of equipment, significantly boosting their overall strength. At that moment, everyone suddenly heard a series of gurgling sounds. Following the source of the sound, everyone turned their gaze. To their surprise, the sound was coming from Su Xiaoyang. Her face was flushed, and she seemed quite embarrassed about the noise she had made. She explained, "I just had a fight with that big guy, and I used up a lot of energy, so I'm a bit hungry." After speaking, Su Xiaoyang shyly lowered her head. The others exchanged smiles and didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, Han Chen noticed a few small pigs leisurely strolling in Chang Jianrong's territory and suddenly said, "Chang Jianrong, those little pigs in your territory are looking quite plump?" Chang Jianrong's expression changed, and he forced a smile. "Xingde, they're not plump at all, these are just piglets, not fully grown yet. We'll fatten them up before slaughtering." At this time, Xinyun chimed in. What are you talking about, Chung Jianrong? The meat from little pigs is the best, whether stir-fried or boiled, the texture is unbeatable. Xinyun changed the subject. So, are you saying you took Xing Ji's orange weapon and won't even contribute a single pig? Chang Jianyong, feeling resentful, said, this isn't just any ordinary pig. They can help me fight when they grow up. Indeed, the pigs in Chang Jianyong's territory are not of the blue star variety. They are a new species called Kuei-xiang pigs, which not only have a clean appearance but also possess some fighting capability. Han Shen took a glance. These Kuei-xiang pigs were all between levels 1 and 2, each with a basic skill, spirit conversion. Spirit conversion can slightly convert the spiritual energy contained in food into its own strength, enhancing attributes. This skill allows these Kuei-xiang pigs' base attributes to surpass those of ordinary monsters of the same level, giving them some combat power. It is said that these pigs usually only eat food mixed with spirit cores, which is quite precious. However, Xinyun retorted, so what if they're not ordinary pigs? There are plenty of extraordinary species in this world, yet we still hunt them down, skin them, and eat their meat? Seeing he couldn't argue against that, Chung Jianyong could only compromise and say, alright then, I can only eat one. Han Shen and Xinyun exchanged a glance and then burst into laughter. Then, Han Shen drew the bowstring, and the arrow shot out instantly. A small pig's head was pierced, and it fell without making a sound. The other few sunflower pigs were instantly frightened and scattered in all directions. However, Chang Jianyong's territory was only so big, even if they wanted to run, they couldn't go far. Time to eat meat. Han Shen clapped his hands and excitedly ran over with Xinyun to drag the piglet back. Chang Jianyong looked at them with resentment. The pig is so cute, why do we have to eat the pig? But Han Shen and Xinyun paid no attention to his resentment. They simply let it bleed out and cleaned the entrails. Han Shen took out 2 huge arrows and tied the piglet to them. I have to say, the sunflower pig truly lives up to its name. Even before it was roasted over the fire, a faint aroma was already wafting from the meat. They could even imagine how rich the aroma would be once roasted, definitely very tempting. At this moment, Xinyun asked, Brother Xing, are you planning to make roasted suckling pig? That's right, Han Shen replied, placing dark firestones under the grill. As the number of dark firestones increased, the core temperature of the same area would rise, achieving effects similar to charcoal grilling. Under the heat of the dark firestones, the skin of the piglet gradually turned yellow. The meat aroma began to waft. Everyone was drawn in by this peculiar fragrance, closing their eyes to enjoy it. At this moment, Chang Jianyong also stopped feeling resentful, drooling beside Han Shen, eagerly watching the pork being turned. Xinyun assisted nearby, occasionally brushing on some oil and sprinkling seasoning. Half an hour later, the exterior of the roasted suckling pig was now golden brown. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Han Shen lifted the pork and announced, it's time to eat. He first tore off 2 front legs and handed them to Zhang Lingmeng and Su Xiaoyang. The 2 girls exchanged a glance and then chuckled as they took it. Next, Han Shen cut several pieces of pork, skewered them on arrows, and handed them to Xinyun and Chang Jianyong. Han Shen also cut a piece for himself and eagerly started tasting it. With one bite, the tender meat melted in his mouth. Wow, this is amazing. Han Shen gave a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, everyone began to eat heartily. After fighting all day, everyone was hungry. Even the shy Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Limang were now holding pig's trotters, gnawing on the pork, completely forgetting to maintain their ladylike image. Delicious. So delicious. This pork is so tasty. I've never had such delicious pork before. Hey, Chang Jianyong, save me a pig's trotter, don't eat it all. Leave me some too. In the territory, the sounds of people fighting over food occasionally echoed. Half an hour later, the roasted suckling pig was completely devoured by the 5 of them. After eating and drinking to their fill, everyone comfortably leaned back in their chairs, enjoying the night view of the floating island. During this time, Zhang Lingmeng and Su Xiaoyang sat together, as if they had endless things to talk about, creating a rather intimate atmosphere. Han Shen glanced at the 2 girls and then moved a stool to sit on the side. Feeling bored, he opened the forum to see what had happened among the survivors after the merge. Today is the first day after the merge. In Zone 2, several major events also took place. First, teams from various zones began to constantly poach players, dominating the public chat channel, which triggered widespread anger. After a whole day of mutual insults, Wujia from Zone 101 stepped in to stop the arguments. Wujia, as the leader of the largest team in Zone 101, is also a legendary figure. Not long after the leaderboard was opened, he was the first to clear the first Cloud Secret Realm, claiming the top spot. After a whole day of exploration, Wujia's score in the Cloud Secret Realm has now reached 5 points, maintaining the first place. This means he has cleared at least 2 Cloud Secret Realms, and his strength can be considered quite impressive. Wujia's intervention still holds a certain level of deterrence. The teams from various regions have stopped spamming recruitment messages, adhering to the attitude of future collaboration. In addition, several large-scale conflicts among survivors broke out today. Since the recent merger, the top guilds from each region believe they are the strongest and refuse to back down. Although everyone was quite restrained, several significant conflicts still erupted among the survivors. After reading today's information, at this moment, Cheng Jianyong, who was also scrolling through forum posts, suddenly said, Xingu, Xia Yunzi, take a look, someone is making a celebrity ranking on the forum, and it seems to be quite popular. Celebrity ranking? What is that? The crowd was puzzled, and after clicking into the forum, they were surprised to find the hottest post at the moment. The post title was, Freshly Released, Overview of Celebrity Rankings from Regions 101 to 200. Upon clicking in, they discovered that the poster was a survivor named Xinyu. In the post, he said, after the merger, let's count the prominent figures from each region, such as Wu Jia from Region 101, Optimus Prime from Region 111, and Alpha from Region 199. Surely, you all have heard of these names to some extent. Before this, they were either the top experts in a major region, ranking first in both lists, or the leaders of a large team. It is undeniable that these individuals possess great strength and personal charisma. They are truly one in a million. Currently, as various regions are recruiting, I took a day to contact fellow members from each region and, after extensive research, compiled a list of prominent figures from each area. I found that, in every region, there are at least 2 or 3 outstanding individuals. Now, I will publish this list and everyone can vote for the most popular figure. Below the post. Chengyu started with Region 101, listing 2 or 3 names in order, followed by voting options. From Wujia and Jiuyuan in Region 101 to Qingtian Pillar and Luoshan in Region 111, and all the way to Fengshan Zi and Chuari Dongwu in Region 200. Each major region has 2 to 5 names on the list. Cheng Jianyong quickly scrolled down and discovered that there were also 3 names listed from Region 107, Xinghe, Heiying, and Mugua Xingling. These 3 were indeed frequently mentioned figures in Region 107 before the merge. Before this, there might have also been a Whisperer. But now, ever since the Whisper of the Gods was forced to disband by Han Shen and the Whisperers were taken out by the Black Eagle, they have become part of history. After looking at the rankings, Xin Yun nodded and said, this dust contract has some skills. Less than a day after the merger, he already understands the situation in various regions so well. Everyone nodded in agreement. As it is now late at night, most survivors have finished a day of battles, and this is the busiest time on the forum. This post instantly shot to the top of the trending list, attracting a lot of views. Seeing their region's celebrities on the list, the survivors felt very happy, which can be described as a sense of collective honor. They began to vote for their regional representatives. However, as mentioned earlier, each region has 1 or 2 prominent figures who all have considerable popularity. Based on an average of 9,500 people per region, excluding those survivors who haven't seen this post, those who can get 3,000 votes at this stage are indeed very popular. That's about what was expected. When the vote counts for these 300 to 400 people on the list reached a critical point, and those who needed to vote had mostly done so, the current most popular one is Wu Jia from Zone 101 with over 4,000 votes. He is not only the leader of Kunlun but also currently ranked first on the Cloud Secret Realm leaderboard. Beneath that post, the survivors of the Kunlun team were shouting Wu Jia's name. Wu Jia, the leader, is mighty, the number 1 in popularity. Just as the Kunlun team survivors were preparing to celebrate their victory. However, what they didn't expect was a lesser-known region's votes were surprisingly still on the rise. Everyone was puzzled. And that region was Zone 107, where Han Shen and others were located. At this time, the first place Xinghe had nearly 3,700 votes and was continuously increasing, about to surpass the popular Wu Jia. In the same zone as Xinghe were 2 others, one named Black Hawk and the other Papaya Star Spirit. Both of them only received 300 to 500 votes, forming a stark contrast with the voting numbers from other zones. Everyone was confused and began to leave comments under the post. Who is this Xinghe? Have you heard of this person? I don't know, could it be the leader of the 1st Regiment in District 107? I haven't heard anything. Isn't the 1st Regiment in District 107 the Dusk Mercenaries? The president is Black Eagle. Everyone was completely puzzled. Meanwhile, Han Shen's votes continued to grow. From 3,700, it has officially surpassed 4,000. As the popularity of this post increased, more survivors clicked on it. 4,300. 4,400. Half an hour later, Han Shen suppressed the competition and took the lead. Not only were the survivors from District 101 surprised, but those from other districts were equally confused. What's going on? Why is this Star River's vote count still rising? Yeah, what's up with the people from District 107? Why are they only voting for him? This is so strange. Another half hour later, Han Shen's vote count reached 5,000, crushing the competition and taking first place. Everyone was extremely surprised. Of course, this ranking is just the voting results among the survivors themselves and doesn't hold any real significance. However, that night, the name Xinghe quickly caught the attention of major teams across various regions. After enjoying the excitement, Cheng Jianyang laughed and said, look at those people fighting so hard, they probably never expected that in the end, it would be Brother Xing who took first place. Zhang Lingmeng, with admiration on her face, said, "Yes, Brother Xing is an idol for many people in Zone 107. After the previous transactions, Han Chen had left a deep impression on the survivors of Zone 107. Moreover, his competitors, Shadow and Papaya Star Spirit, are relatively low-key individuals. Therefore, when most survivors of Zone 107 saw the voting list, the first person that came to mind was Xinghe. As a result, he naturally took first place. But Han Chen just smiled and shook his head, saying, taking first place isn't necessarily a good thing." Everyone looked at him in confusion. Han Chen explained, "After tonight, many people will likely remember my name, and in the eyes of those major teams, they might subconsciously see me as a competitor. To learn about me, they will gather intelligence from the survivors of Zone 107, and some of my things might get exposed." Han Chen has many special assets, and it can even be said that he is the wealthiest person in Area 107. This is a consensus among everyone. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in realization. "I see, so no matter who takes first place, they will face this situation. Isn't Chen Yu afraid of offending anyone by posting this?" Han Chen shook his head. He's a smart person. Since he was able to compile this list in such a short time, he probably has a large team backing him. And if Chen Yu can leverage this wave of popularity to quickly gather support, it will greatly benefit his team in the future. At least, among this channel of hundreds of thousands of people, he has already gained some influence. At this moment, Han Chen thought of another woman. Tang Xin Mumu. Like Chen Yu, she possesses a long-term vision that surpasses ordinary people. Moreover, Han Chen had promised her that he would accept an interview with her later. However, due to the many recent events, neither side had the chance to get in touch. At this point, Han Chen stood up, clapped his hands, and said, "Alright, it's getting late. Everyone should go back and rest." Han Chen took out the dark firestone, which was still emitting heat. The crowd dispersed. Cheng Jianyang and Xin Yun returned to their own territory. Su Xiaoyang, on the other hand, blushed as she entered Han Chen's castle under Zhang Lingming's enthusiastic invitation. Don't get me wrong, it's Zhang Lingming's own room. The two girls shared a room. Han Chen stayed alone outside the territory. Because he still had things to do. Han Chen needed to prepare for the next trade. Because he needed to mass-produce purple space backpacks. The primary goal was to stockpile a large amount of tough beast skins. He opened the trading channel and began filtering keywords. In a district with over 900,000 people, resources were quite abundant. Even for the relatively rare tough beast skins, there were over 1,000 consignment messages. Han Chen casually glanced through a couple of them. Consignment information: Tough Beast Skin *5. Required items: Spirit Core *10000 or 1 piece of purple equipment or 10 mithril or a large quantity of other materials. Consigner: 0 Spend European Emperor. Seller's note: Durable beast hides for sale, can be used to craft purple leather armor. If you have other materials, feel free to inquire with a price. Mailing information: Durable beast hides *7. Required items: Spirit Core *14,000. These people's bids are quite similar. 1 durable beast hide is roughly equivalent to 2,000 spirit cores. By now, the survivors have realized the importance of spirit cores. This material is needed in many places. Not only are spirit cores important, but other materials such as refined iron and rare earth also have their uses. Especially when constructing territory facilities, the required quantities are enormous. Han Chen currently has over 20 million spirit cores, which is an astonishing number. To save time, he didn't bother to haggle with these people and bought everything with spirit cores. The consignment feature of the trading post is very convenient. Once you set the price, you don't need to click through each transaction individually. As long as the other party provides the materials you've set for exchange, the transaction will be completed automatically. System prompts keep appearing. Transaction successful. You received Durable Beast Hides *5. You lost Spirit Cores *1000. Transaction successful. You received Tough Beast Hides *7. You lost Mithril *142. Transaction successful. Han Chen started a large-scale shopping spree. As long as the price of Tough Beast Hides wasn't outrageous, he would buy them directly upon seeing the listing. In just a few minutes, over 1,000 listings for Tough Beast Hides in the trading channel were swept away by him, with more than 700 bought by himself. Han Chen also experienced the feeling of spending lavishly. With over 1 million spirit cores traded away, along with other materials, he obtained a total of 4,732 Tough Beast Hides. Combined with his own stock of hides, he could now craft over 1,300 purple backpacks. With these 1,300 backpacks alone, Han Chen was confident that he could earn back several times, even tens of times his investment, including costs. The importance of purple backpacks is comparable to that of a piece of golden equipment. It's worth noting that in the current trading channel, the price of any golden equipment has already surpassed 400,000 spirit cores. Moreover, even if you have so many spirit cores, you still can't buy it. Because at this stage, those who possess golden equipment are all powerful individuals. Even if it's not for personal use, they will only trade for equipment of the same level, not for materials. It's fair to say that it's valuable but has no market. Just as Han Shen continued his shopping spree, he suddenly noticed that the price of tough beast hides in the trading channel had changed. The price had risen from 2,000 spirit cores per hide to 3,000 per hide in a short time. If it were just one or two people raising the price, that could be understood. But now, in the trading channel, those people seemed to have received the news almost simultaneously and raised their prices at the same time. Han Shen keenly sensed that something was off. Someone is deliberately inflating the price of tough beast hides. Han Shen's expression turned serious. He quickly thought of something. This world is not lacking in smart people, especially certain individuals who are extremely sensitive to market price fluctuations. They might have seen a large volume of tough beast hides being traded in a short time and believed there was profit to be made, so they started manipulating the market price. As for the method, it's quite simple. Haven't you noticed that every listing has the seller's ID? Just message them one by one. Han Shen's lips curled into a smile. Price increase, huh? Fine, I just won't buy it. Anyway, he has plenty of ways to make them spit out the tough beast skins. Coincidentally, Han Shen is preparing to conduct a large-scale transaction soon. He looked at his warehouse. In his free time these past few days, he often kept the crafting interface open to mass-produce backpacks. Now, he has over 4,000 space backpacks, all of blue quality. Han Shen searched for the market price of space backpacks. After the system's filtering, over 3,000 listing information appeared at once. So many backpacks were expected. Since each major region server would have a backpack blueprint for its first kill, the number of space backpacks circulating in the market is quite high. However, even if they have blueprints, they don't have Han Shen's unique advantage. With an SSS level talent that guarantees a 100% success rate plus a high probability of crafting the highest quality. In the market, those space backpacks not only have extremely low quality but also have significantly less space capacity than those made by Han Shen. But even so, the prices they set are outrageous. Any backpack with 100 slots dares to be priced at 20,000 spirit cores. And the price for a 150 slot backpack has skyrocketed to 50,000 spirit cores. These guys really have the guts to set such prices, Han Shen complained. Han Shen continued to browse the listing information and found that among them, there were actually a few survivors from Zone 107 who resold the blue backpacks they bought from him, and they priced them at 80,000. How did Han Shen know for sure that the backpacks were bought from him? Because these backpacks were of premium quality, with a space limit of 200 slots, and they also had the additional chaotic rune effect that Han Shen added. These survivors from Zone 107 had previously spent 20,000 spirit cores to exchange for a blue backpack from Han Shen. Now, listing it on the trading channel, they could make 3 to 4 times the profit. At this moment, they realized how reasonable the price set by Han Shen was. Buying it was a sure profit. Many people regretted in their hearts why they didn't buy a few more back then, missing out on such a great opportunity to make money. Recently, some people have privately messaged Han Shen, wanting to purchase another batch of blue backpacks from him. However, Han Shen has set his account to reject messages from strangers, only opening it during transactions. So, they can't reach him even if they want to contact him. After reviewing the market price of space backpacks, Han Shen already has a rough price in mind. Thus, Han Shen silently posted a consignment message. Consigned item, space backpack, blue. Required items, Spirit Core * 50,000, Mithril * 500, Eternal Gold Ingot * 20, Tough Beast Skin * 25, Fine Iron. Consigner, Xinghe. Seller's note, rare backpack 200 slots, comes with a Chaos Rune, limited quantity, first come, first served. If you have territory building blueprints or other materials, feel free to message me for an exchange. The premium backpack priced at 50,000 Spirit Cores stirred up a wave among survivors late at night. First, the original batch of survivors from Zone 107 naturally recognized the name Xinghe. Brothers, quickly check the trading channel. Master Xinghe has started consigning blue space backpacks again. Wow, it's finally here. I've been waiting for this day for so long. I didn't manage to get it when the Galaxy God was on consignment, and I was heartbroken for a long time. Hurry up and grab it. If you get it, it's a profit. Survivors from other regions also saw the news, but they were unfamiliar with Han Shen's previous achievements, so they asked in confusion. Who is Galaxy? What's the deal with the space backpack? I think I've heard that name before. There was just a post about popularity rankings, and the first place is Galaxy. Ranked first in popularity? So this Galaxy really is a legendary figure? As they clicked on the trading channel with curiosity, they were immediately shocked by the attributes of the space backpack. Wow! 200 slots of storage space, that's incredible. But it requires 50,000 spirit cores, that's a bit expensive. I only have 40,000 in total. Someone immediately retorted, hey, do you want to check what you're saying? This is a 200 slot backpack, look at how much others are selling for. You can't even get one for 80,000. That's right, if you can't afford it, then don't buy it. 50,000 spirit cores is simply giving us a benefit. Hurry and contact the team leader. A batch of premium backpacks has appeared in the trading channel and they're very cheap. At this moment, many people realized something and hurriedly contacted the higher-ups in their teams. When the leaders of those teams saw the attributes of the backpacks, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. They immediately decided to mobilize all available resources and do everything possible to bid for the backpacks in Han Shen's hands. In an instant, the late-night chat channel was plunged into a frenzy of purchasing. I got one. I got one too. Thanks to the brothers from Zone 107 for the reminder. Without you, I might have missed this opportunity. Thanks to the Star River God. No wonder Star River is so popular among the people in Zone 107. If I were them, I would like him too. Listening to everyone's admiration for Star River, the other survivors from Zone 107 felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Many people even started to actively promote Han Shen. Of course, the Star God is the pride of our Zone 107. Products from the Star God are guaranteed to be top-notch. The excitement in the trading channel lasted for more than half an hour. After all 4,000 space backpacks from Han Shen's batch were traded away, he once again harvested a massive amount of materials. The reserve quantity of spirit cores directly increased by over 70 million, and with his own reserves, it reached a total of 98 million, just a little shy of 100 million. Moreover, the other miscellaneous materials had increased several times. Among them were high-end materials like eternal gold ingots and tough beast skins, of which he obtained thousands through trading. However, the only regret was that he didn't exchange for any powerful building blueprints. But Han Shen also understood that while the allure of blue backpacks was great, it still couldn't compare to building blueprints. Even if they did have them, those people probably wouldn't be willing to part with them. However, after this event, the name Xinghai is likely to be etched in the minds of many. After putting all the massive materials from the territory into the storage box, Han Shen was also ready to return to his room to rest. As he passed by Zhang Lingming's room, he vaguely heard the low laughter of two girls. Han Shen even heard Su Xiaoyan's exclamation. She was saying something like, "Wow, it's so big, so white," which could easily be misunderstood. Han Shen quickly ran upstairs. The next day, as soon as Han Shen opened his eyes, the system prompt appeared again. The update for the Cloud Secret Realm has been completed. To speed up the progress for survivors, the process of the Secret Realm has been simplified. Now, except for special secret realms, there will be no more cutscenes. At the same time, the probability of generating the Cloud Secret Realm has been increased. Moments later, Han Shen and the others gathered on the lawn of the territory. Xin Yun said, "Brother Xing, with this update, the system has increased the probability of generating the Cloud Secret Realm. It feels like the system is urging us to level up faster?" Han Shen nodded. "It does feel that way. It's likely related to the impending blood tide. It seems this disaster is indeed quite serious." Upon hearing this, everyone showed a serious expression. To avoid dampening the morale, Han Shen continued, "However, it did take too long to clear a secret realm before. Excluding travel time, it would take at least 1 to 2 hours, so this change is quite good. With our strength, it will become easier to challenge the leaderboard." Xin Yun nodded. At this moment, everyone glanced at the leaderboard again. The first place has already scored 6 points. The second tier behind them has also scored 5 points. To make it into the top 100 of the leaderboard, one must have at least 4 points. Currently, all 5 of them have 2 points, placing them outside the top 1,000. At this moment, Han Shen encouraged the morale. "Alright, today we will continue leveling up and aim for the leaderboard. Let's strive to reach level 20 quickly and complete our second class transfer." Okay. Everyone was filled with confidence. At this point, their several floating islands had merged with Han Shen's, and only he needed to control them. After just a few minutes of progress, a cloud appeared ahead, measuring over 3,000 square meters. Although they had encountered many large clouds before, the current strength of most survivors was insufficient to deal with the monsters inside. Even Han Shen, when he had just broken through level 10, did not dare to challenge the monsters inside. Just getting close gave him a strong sense of danger. But now, after some time of development, both their equipment and attributes have seen significant improvements. At this moment, being close to such a massive sky island, the sense of crisis has diminished significantly. At this time, a system prompt appeared. Inside grows a peculiar bamboo forest, inhabited by a group of cold-blooded animals. "Do you wish to enter?" Han Shen clicked confirm. The clouds dispersed, revealing a vast expanse of greenery before them. The crowd saw that on this large sky island, rows of healthy green bamboo were growing wildly. When the wind blew, faint sounds of insects and birds could be heard from within the forest. In front of Han Shen and the others, the properties of these bamboos also appeared. Chui Xian bamboo, a special plant that grows a segment of bamboo core with special effects in the middle every certain period of time. Note, the bamboo core can be consumed and will permanently increase a survivor's mental attribute by 5 points. Each survivor can consume it a maximum of 3 times. "This sky island is quite interesting," Xin Yun said first. The crowd nodded in agreement. "It is indeed interesting. This Chui Xian is also a good thing. It can actually increase mental attributes. It's simply a divine object for mages and priests," Cheng Jianyang also praised. The functionality of Chui Xian bamboo is quite impressive. If it can be planted in bulk, it would be equivalent to a renewable resource. Items like this that can increase attributes when placed in the trading channel will surely cause a rush, making it a unique resource in this world. In front of them, there is an empty island of over 3,000 square meters, roughly the size of a school playground. Inside, there are at least thousands of mature emerald bamboo, along with nearly 10,000 bamboo that are still in the growth or juvenile stage, leading to a very high plant coverage in the forest. However, they also heard the system prompt. Besides the emerald bamboo, there is also a group of monsters lurking inside. The system says there are monsters inside. If it were an ordinary empty island, Han Shen could simply use a siege crossbow to shoot at them. With a range of 5 kilometers, it would be enough for comprehensive coverage and strikes. But doing so would damage the ecology of the bamboo forest. After thinking for a moment, Han Shen decided to lead everyone inside and gradually eliminate the monsters. Just after stepping into the bamboo forest, several soft-bodied creatures suddenly dropped from above, then charged at Han Shen with lightning speed. "Be careful," Xin Yun hurriedly reminded from behind. Han Shen felt the wind behind him and immediately rolled on the spot. He discovered that in the place where he had been standing, there was a green poisonous snake as thick as a thumb. Green Shadow Snake, 2-star common creature. Level, LV15. Skills, Intermediate Neurotoxin, Swift Strike. There's a monster. Han Shen instantly became alert. The reason he hadn't noticed it earlier was that these creatures' skin looked too much like the color of the green bamboo, making it hard to spot without a closer look. And there was not just one. After the first one failed to ambush Han Shen, at least dozens of green shadow snakes dropped down from above. Prepare for battle. Han Shen was the first to draw his bow, shooting a wind chaser arrow. The arrow accurately struck the head of the green shadow snake on the ground. Thud. Headshot. The head of the green shadow snake was pierced by the arrow, pinned to the ground, and it thrashed wildly for a few seconds before going still. Hiss. Hiss. In the air, a swarm of snakes lunged towards the crowd. At this moment, Xin Yun raised the holy hammer and shouted, "Bow to the holy light." Bang! The hammer, covered in a layer of holy light, struck the ground, instantly erupting with a strong radiance. The snake swarm was suddenly scorched by the holy light, the intense brightness causing them to lose their vision. Radiant Power Passive Skill increases all effects of the Radiant Knight skills by 20%. All attacks gain the effect of Holy Judgment, and while in a defensive state, an additional layer of Holy Effect is added to the shield, reducing damage taken by 20%. This skill also granted Xin Yun's normal attacks an additional layer of Holy Judgment effect. Previously, everyone did not understand what this meant. But now, they finally realized that the so-called Holy Judgment effect was actually so powerful. It turned Xin Yun's attack into an area attack, with an added blinding effect. It was truly terrifying. Everyone looked at Xin Yun in astonishment, while he wore a smug smile on his face. Cheng Jianyong opened his mouth and complained, "Show off." After saying that, he raised his large sword and sliced a silver shadow snake in half. Xin Yun ignored his taunt and swung the hammer repeatedly. Bang! Bang bang! With each hammer strike, everyone felt flashes of white light in front of them, even disrupting their battle. At this point, Cheng Jianyong seemed to reach his limit and said, "Dude, stop smashing. You're almost blinding us." Xin Yun was about to retort when he saw Han Shan and Zhang Lingmeng also closing their eyes. It was only then that Xin Yun realized the holy light effect accompanying his attacks was indeed too dazzling. He scratched his head and said apologetically, you all come, hee, I'll just provide support for you." After saying that, he cast a blessing of courage on Zhang Lingmeng. Zhang Lingmeng felt a powerful force surge from within her. Then, she unleashed a group spell. Chain Lightning. Sizzle. Sizzle sizzle. A massive surge of lightning power was unleashed from the staff, pouring down onto the green shadow snake swarm. In the next moment, dozens of green shadow snakes froze simultaneously, then began to convulse violently. When the effect of the lightning chain faded away, on the ground, only a charred pile of green shadow snake corpses remained. Zhang Lingmeng gasped in surprise. Wow, such a strong amplification effect. Her own magical attack was already high, and now with Xin Yun's blessing, her attack power surged by another 20%. With one wave, she even achieved a cleanup effect. Everyone was amazed by the effect of the courage blessing. Cheng Jianyong quickly said, "Damn, little Yun, give me a blessing too, so I can rush in and kill everything." Xin Yun shot him a glance. "The cooldown time isn't up yet." "Alright," Cheng Jianyong replied disappointedly. After Zhang Lingmeng's wave of cleanup, the threat of the green shadow snakes was basically eliminated. Then, Han Shan and Su Xiaoyang transformed into machine gun archers, crazily shooting arrows to clear out the remaining green shadow snakes. Due to Han Shan's frenzy skill, which can increase his hit rate to 100%, it can be said that as long as he doesn't intentionally shoot off target, he will basically hit the enemy. Every arrow he fires can accurately hit the green shadow snake's head or its vital spot. As for Su Xiaoyang, although her hit rate is not as high as Han Shan's, her attack speed is much faster. Bang! 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 Before long, a pile of green shadow snake corpses lay scattered on the ground. The coal ball figure flickered, continuously performing finishing moves. In 2 minutes, this group of green shadow snakes was completely wiped out. At this moment, system notifications flooded the screen. Killed green shadow snake 2-star creature gained 4,500 experience points. Killed green shadow snake 2-star creature gained. Each green shadow snake gave 4,500 experience points, and with a total of 73 snakes, that's nearly 330,000 experience points. At this time, a white light rose from Xinyun. After he changed his job back yesterday, he had dropped back to level 10, but now after this wave of monster hunting, he directly leveled up to level 11. Xinyun immediately put on the equipment that had level requirements again, significantly boosting his attributes once more. Then, Xinyun sighed and said, "It's great to team up. If it were just me and Chang Jianyong, we'd probably be beaten to death by this group of green ring snakes after just one encounter. Even if we could win, it would take a long time." Han Chen nodded. Yes, the system has been adjusted, and even the monsters on the Sky Island give a lot of experience, so everyone's leveling speed will improve. Xinyun asked, "Xinggu, how much more do you need to reach level 15? Han Chen looked at his experience bar and replied, "Almost there, I'm at 63% now." 330,000 experience points directly gave him a 21% increase in experience, so to level up from 14 to 15, he would need nearly 1,570,000 experience points. That's not too far off. You should be able to reach level 15 today. Everyone nodded. Once Han Chen reached level 15, he could equip that kingdom ring, which would enhance his strength further. Just then, everyone suddenly heard a scream from behind. Ah! They turned around to find Cheng Jianyong, who was cleaning up the battlefield. Xinyun blared over, "Cheng Jianyong, what are you screaming about?" At that moment, Cheng Jianyong said in terror, "Damn, I've been bitten." Everyone instantly raised their weapons, but they did not find any trace of the green shadow snake. At this time, Cheng Jianyong turned around, and on his backside, a green shadow snake over a meter long was hanging there. Han Chen, Shun Yun. At this moment, Zhang Lingmeng and Su Xiaoyang both turned their faces away, a bit embarrassed to look. This scene directly amused everyone. "Ha ha ha, you idiot." Xinyun mocked without any reservations. Cheng Jianyong said excitedly, "Damn it, stop laughing and help me get this poisonous snake off my butt." Upon hearing this, Han Chen immediately shot an arrow that pierced through the green ring snake's vital spot. Thud! The corpse of the green shadow snake fell from Cheng Jianyong's backside. However, after the crisis was averted, Cheng Jianyong's complexion still did not improve. Moreover, his skin was rapidly turning blue and purple. Cheng Jianyong said with a trembling voice, it's over, I think I've been poisoned by a snake. Zhao Yunzi, hurry and suck it out." Xinyun shot him a glance, "Suck your sister, just wait to die." "Damn, are you serious, brother?" Cheng Jianyong looked incredulous. Of course, everyone knew Xinyun was just joking. After saying that, Xinyun directly cast purification on Cheng Jianyong. As the gentle power of holy light entered his body, Cheng Jianyong immediately felt the snake poison inside him dissolve like ice and snow in the blazing sun. Within seconds, Cheng Jianyong's complexion returned to normal. He let out a long sigh of relief and smiled, "Not bad, Zhao Yunzi, after changing to a Radiant Knight, even purification is so powerful now." The passive skill of the Radiant Knight enhances all skill effects by 20%, which naturally includes purification. After the battle ended, Han Chen looked at the corpses scattered all over the ground. He recalled that the green shadow snake had a skill called Intermediate Neurotoxin. Intermediate, it should be more potent than the basic neurotoxin. This kind of venom can be applied to arrows, carrying a powerful toxic effect. Han Chen had tried it before, and the results were remarkable. Cheng Jianyong also personally verified this. The venom from a level 15 green shadow snake can cause serious harm to these 2-star professionals. Moreover, the venom erodes the nerves at a rapid pace. If it weren't for Xinyun's purification technique being timely, in another half a minute, Cheng Jianyong might have been completely eroded by the toxin. Thinking of this, Han Chen immediately decided to collect all the venom sacs from these green ring snakes. "Do you want to decompose the green ring snake's body *74? Yes. Decomposition successful. Obtained 2-star beast skin *74. Obtained snake meat *203. Obtained green shadow snake venom sac *74. Obtained snake gallbladder." Han Chen felt a surge of joy. With 74 venom sacs, each could enchant over 300 arrows with poison effects, which would last him a long time. After dealing with this wave of monsters, everyone continued deeper into the bamboo forest. A floating island over 3,000 square meters is not too big, yet not too small either. After walking for a minute or two, everyone finally arrived at the very center of the bamboo forest. However, after this, they never encountered any more monsters. At this moment, a system prompt came in. "You have successfully explored this empty island. Now, this territory is unowned. You can choose to merge it into your territory or abandon it." The 5 of them exchanged glances. Han Chen asked, "Who wants this territory?" Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Han Chen was not polite and said directly, "Alright, then I will merge it. The resources of the emerald bamboo on this empty island are quite good. Successfully merge the empty island territory." You have obtained 3,746 empty island fragments, 3,451 mature emerald bamboo resources, 10,142 young emerald bamboo, 123 green ring snake eggs, and 412 spring water. A large pile of resources was merged into Han Chen's territory. At this time, a bamboo forest appeared around Han Chen's empty island. The territory panel also displayed the attributes of the emerald bamboo along with the specific quantities. Han Chen could even see which emerald bamboos had reached maturity and could have their green cores harvested, and which were still in the growing phase and how many days it would take for them to mature. Of course, these green bamboo shoots can also be ripened with bone meal. However, Han Chen is too lazy to take care of these. He will just grant Zhang Lingmeng access to manage them later. He directly picked a dozen green bamboo shoots from the territory, giving 3 to each person. This item can increase a survivor's mental attribute by 5 points, so 3 would give 15 points, which is quite effective. In front of everyone, Han Chen swallowed the bamboo shoot in one bite. This item felt a bit cold in the hand, but once in the mouth, it had a jelly-like texture, with a hint of sweetness and plenty of moisture. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Successfully consumed green bamboo shoot *1, mental attribute +5. After digesting the harvest from this bamboo forest floating island, everyone continued onward. The floating island hadn't drifted far when a huge cloud covering an area of 1 or 2,000 square meters appeared ahead. Upon entering, they were surprised to find that it was actually a field of herbs. Inside, a plant called black soulgrass was growing. Black soulgrass, one of the raw materials for a certain secret medicine formula, can be eaten directly and has a slight healing effect on mental damage. Mental damage? Is it a type of magical damage? Cheng Jian asked. At this moment, Zhang Lingmeng answered, it should be. I remember that one of the mage's other job branches, the illusionist, has a mental shock skill. After hearing Zhang Lingmeng's explanation, everyone finally understood. The black soulgrass is considered one of the rarer medicinal materials. Once we obtain the recipe, we can directly gather and produce it in bulk. However, there is also a monster guarding this medicinal herb field. A level 15 deep blue magic bear, elite level. Its body is covered in deep blue fur, about 7 to 8 meters long, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Especially when this monster stands upright, it reaches an astonishing height of 10 meters, truly a behemoth. Roar! The azure magic bear roared, carrying a terrifying momentum as it charged towards everyone. However, this time, there was no need for everyone to take action. Han Chen directly controlled the giant crossbow launching platform, firing 5 massive crossbow bolts simultaneously from a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers away. Thud thud thud. 2 missed. The other 3 massive crossbow bolts, carrying terrifying attacking power, directly hit the enormous body of the azure magic bear. The tough air skin of the azure magic bear was instantly penetrated, with the huge arrows deeply embedded in its abdomen. 2 columns of blue blood shot up. Suddenly wounded, the azure magic bear looked dazed, then its eyes turned completely red. Then, it roared and charged fiercely towards Han Chen and the others. The vitality of a 2-star elite monster is still quite strong. Despite such severe injuries, it can still exhibit such vigor. If it were an ordinary level 15 survivor team, they would probably be thrown into chaos at this point and then be counter-killed by the azure magic bear. However, Han Chen's firepower is even more formidable. As the azure magic bear charged forward, the second wave of crossbow bolts was fired simultaneously. This time, it was a simultaneous shot of 10 bolts. The azure magic bear was unable to dodge and was once again hit by 5 or 6 massive arrows, causing its charge to come to a halt. This time, it was a true blow. The azure magic bear is massive, which also becomes its weakness. In the shocked gaze of the crowd, the azure magic bear fell. This colossal creature, capable of wiping out a survivor squad, was directly killed by Han Chen's firepower without even touching their clothes. This is the powerful attack of the siege crossbow arrows. However, strangely enough, despite killing the azure magic bear, the system did not provide any notification. Xinyun seemed to notice this as well and asked, Xingud, don't monsters killed by territory buildings give experience points? Han Chen thought for a moment and nodded, it should be like that. The crowd was stunned. But after thinking it over, it did make sense. This might also be a limitation imposed by the system to prevent survivors like Han Chen from rapidly leveling up by mass constructing territory buildings and slaughtering other island monsters. The crowd couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. The idea of quickly leveling up with the siege crossbow arrows was dashed. At this moment, Han Chen comforted, but it's okay, even though there's no experience reward, there are still item rewards. Look, isn't the corpse of that elite monster still there? Everyone's eyes lit up. Han Chen walked up to the azure bear and began the disassembly. Successfully disassembled the azure bear corpse, 2-star elite creature, gained thick bear meat *473, gained quality leather *3, gained damaged leather *8, gained bear paw. Because the azure bear was shot with too many huge arrows, its leather integrity was damaged. After dealing with the territorial monster, this empty island was now ownerless and could be merged or abandoned. Han Chen clicked on merge. Merge successful. Your territory has expanded. Gain territory resources. Fertile land * 2741. Black soul grass * 1723. Gained witch root grass * 106. A large amount of territory resources were credited. However, Han Chen noticed one of the materials in the system prompt. Witch root grass. He remembered that one of the materials needed to craft the blood curse antidote formula was witch root grass. Han Chen hurried to the herb field, a refreshing scent of herbs wafting into his nose. Across the entire field, most of the herbs were a dark purple color. Occasionally, a puff of black smoke emanated from the leaves. These should be the black soul grass. Amidst the black soul grass, a few dark red herbs were sporadically growing, their leaves resembling the Sanchi grass from Blue Star, but with faint blood-like veins visible on them. Han Chen crouched down and whispered, "Is this the witch root?" A prompt appeared before him. Witch root, a special herb developed by the 17th generation witch clan saintess using her life after the decline of the witch clan. It has a tragic story behind it that brings tears. Han Chen felt a surge of joy. He didn't care about the tragic story of the witch clan saintess, but exclaimed in delight, "Witch root, sacred aurora, curse blood. Great! Now I have 2 of the 3 materials, just one last item, the sacred aurora." Han Chen felt invigorated. The blood tide crisis was approaching, and he was eager to have the power to protect himself. After merging this territory, everyone continued to explore the nearby large clouds. However, what they encountered next were clouds larger than 1,000 square meters. Han Chen discovered that within these vast floating islands, there were more or less some territorial resources, such as fine iron ore veins, rare earth ore veins, moonlight grassfields, tiger bone grassfields, and so on. Among them, there were also a small number of mithril veins, and sometimes 1 or 2 eternal gold veins could be seen. At this moment, Han Chen thought, it seems that these large floating islands all have plenty of resources. In other words, as long as the survivors reach around level 15, they will have the strength to challenge these level islands, and at that time, the speed at which everyone acquires resources will significantly increase. Then they can build various territorial buildings, greatly enhancing their survival capabilities. However, even though the majority of the current survivor forces have completed their direct advancement, it will still take a long time. To reach level 15, and with the need to gather materials to construct territorial buildings, it will take at least another 20 days. Han Chen can be said to be at least half a month ahead of their progress, and he is not worried about others surpassing him. Han Chen's resources have already reached a terrifying number. Next, just steadily improve and then claim the new leaderboard rewards. He will be able to mass-produce stronger buildings like catapults. At that time, Han Chen will be truly invincible among players. Thinking about this, Han Chen's Sky Island continued to advance. After advancing for more than 10 minutes. At this moment, Xingyun suddenly narrowed his eyes in shock and said, "Brother Xing, look ahead." Han Chen looked in the direction of the voice and was startled to find 2 clouds of different sizes about 1 to 2 kilometers ahead. Both of these clouds had vortex symbols on them. "Wow, Cloud's secret realms, 2 of them," Cheng Jianyang exclaimed. At this time, everyone also saw these 2 secret realms. Seeing this, Han Chen nodded and said, "Indeed, after the system update, the probability of encountering Cloud's secret realms has increased significantly." He brought everyone to the side of the secret realms and saw the information above. 1-star Secret Realm, Wanderer's Altar, entry level 10 to 15, number of players 1 to 2. 2-star Secret Realm, Cursed Village, entry level 10 to 15, number of players 1 to 5. 2 Secret Realms, 1 1-star and 1 2-star. After thinking for a moment, Han Chen said, "The 1-star Secret Realm can only be entered by 2 people, and the difficulty isn't too high. Xingyun just switched professions, so I'll take him in first to catch up on levels. After we come out, we can challenge the 2-star Secret Realm together. What do you think?" Zhang Lingmeng and Su Xiaoyang both agreed. Cheng Jianyang didn't mind and casually said, "Xinggu, you decide." Han Chen nodded, then took Xingyun to the vortex of the 1-star Secret Realm, and the system prompt appeared. "Do you want to enter the 1-star Secret Realm, Wanderer's Altar?" "Yes." In the next moment, the 2 figures disappeared. After a brief darkness, their vision was restored. Before them appeared a dark altar, not very large, only a few hundred square meters. It seemed that he and Xingyun appeared right in the center of the altar. There were no railings around to block them, but the sky here appeared unusually dim. A howling cold wind blew through, occasionally bringing a chilling aura. And it was right in the middle of this strange altar. They were surrounded by a group of people dressed in black robes. At this moment, they were all kneeling on the ground. The dark blue robes dragged on the floor, covered in dust. It was as if they had been kneeling here for countless years. 1 year, 2 years, or even longer. The attributes of these creatures also appeared before Han Chen. Wanderer, 2-star creature. Level, LV 15. Attributes, Strength 221, Agility 213, -50, Spirit 278, Constitution 244. Skills, Dark Fireball, Soul Whisper. Wanderer Priest, 2-star elite creature. Level, LV 15. Attributes, Strength 245, Agility 233, -50, Spirit 312, Constitution 266. Skills, Dark Fireball, Soul Whisper, Mind Shock. A system prompt appeared. 1-star Secret Realm Wanderer Altar Challenge task has been activated. Defeat the Secret Realm boss, Wanderer Priest, to clear the Secret Realm. Upon hearing this prompt, both of them were somewhat surprised. As long as I defeat this elite monster, I can clear the level? Then this process has indeed been simplified a lot, Han Chen thought. Compared to the Lost Palace he cleared for the first time, it not only has a first and second phase but also a hidden phase. Now, all he needs to do is go in and defeat this group of monsters to clear the level, which can be said to save a lot of time. However, although the process has been simplified, it lacks much of the fun of exploration. Han Chen remembers that in that 1-star Secret Realm, he not only found the Dwarven tribe's rare brew but also discovered the blueprint for making spirit energy puppets. However, the system prompt also mentioned that after the leaderboard ends, the Cloud Secret Realm will revert to its original process. At that time, when he encounters the Secret Realm again, he can explore slowly. Right now, the priority is to level up quickly and then secure the leaderboard rewards. In the next moment after the prompt disappeared, the group of shadowy wanderers all lifted their hollow eye sockets and looked towards Han Chen and the others. Then, this group of wanderers slowly stood up from the ground. But it seems that due to kneeling for too long, their bones have already stiffened. As they stood up, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed in their ears. At that moment, Shen Yun suddenly said for no reason, "It's a good thing we didn't let Su Xiaoyang in. If she heard that sound, she might turn into that form again." After hearing this, Han Chen's mouth twitched a couple of times. It was mainly Su Xiaoyang's performance at that time which left a deep impression. They would never have thought that the seemingly pure and shy woman would turn into such a terrifying figure when she went mad. It was simply chilling. Just then, from among the wanderers, the black-robed priest spoke in a hoarse voice. "Humans, capture them and make them one of us." Upon hearing this, the remaining wanderers immediately lunged at Han Chen and the others. The two exchanged glances, and Shen Yun threw Han Chen a courage blessing. He then raised his shield and charged into the crowd of monsters. Shen Yun, equipped with top-tier gear and having promoted to a powerful Radiant Knight, had astonishing defense. One person held off the attacks of over a dozen wanderers without flinching. Bang! Bang! A barrage of dark fireballs hit Shen Yun's shield, not causing him to retreat even an inch. At that moment, the elite wanderer uttered a series of strange syllables. "Silla hasten." In the next moment, Shen Yun felt a sharp pain in his head and his consciousness experienced a brief blackout. Damn, a mental attack? However, just then, the cold ball jumped into the group of monsters and suddenly released a void spike. Thud, thud, thud. At least 3 or 4 wanderers were pierced through their bodies by the void spike from the cold ball strike. These wanderers stared blankly at the wounds on their bodies and, before their consciousness faded, uttered a few strange lines in a raspy voice. "Great goddess, I seek your forgiveness. Take my soul away." After saying their lines, these wanderers fell to the ground. At this moment, Han Chen shot an arrow directly into the sky. Meteor shower. In the next moment, the sky was filled with falling meteors. Bang! Bang! Screams echoed one after another. When the explosion of the meteor shower stopped, dozens of wanderers were completely wiped out. Such a level 1-star Secret Realm, ranging from level 10 to 15, poses no threat to them. Dozens of wanderers were directly wiped out by Han Chen's meteor shower. The system notification appeared. Killed Fallen Wanderer, 2-star Normal Creature, gained 4,600 experience. Killed Fallen Wanderer, 2-star Elite Creature, gained 33,200 experience. Killed. After a long string of kill notifications, they had accumulated a total of 220,000 experience. At this moment, a white light rose again around Shen Yun. In just one morning, he had leveled up twice. This speed of advancement was quite impressive. Han Chen also glanced at his experience bar at 87%. He needed just over 200,000 more experience to reach level 15. Then, the second system notification appeared. You have successfully cleared the 1-star Secret Realm, Wanderer's Altar. You gain +1 Secret Realm points, an experience reward of 138,000, item rewards, 6 stronger fragments, 420 rune crystals, and 1 silver chest. Another reward of over 100,000 experience. It's quite good. Moreover, a silver chest is guaranteed to drop in the 1-star Secret Realm, so the overall gains are still very good. Han Chen wasted no time and directly opened the chest. Inside were still some regular materials, along with a piece of ordinary purple gear. Han Chen simply tossed it into his backpack. Then, they were teleported out. At this time, Zhang Lingmeng and Su Xiaoyang were still quietly exchanging words. Meanwhile, Cheng Jianyang was covered in dirt, as if he had just rolled around in the fields. Seeing Han Chen and the others come out, the three of them were a bit stunned. Wow, that was fast? Cheng Jianyang exclaimed in disbelief. Seeing his expression, Shen Yun said proudly, "Of course. With my gear, I can just stand in the middle of a mob and they won't be able to touch me." Cheng Jianrong disdainfully said, "Cut it out, keep bragging. Without Star Brothers' attack power, you wouldn't even be able to clear a 1-star Secret Realm in half an hour." Shen Yun shrugged and didn't deny it. At that moment, Han Chen looked at the nearby cloud, which also displayed relevant information. 2-star Cloud Secret Realm, Plague Village, Secret Realm level 10 to 15, number of entrants 1 to 5. Alright, everyone get ready. We're about to enter this 2-star Secret Realm. Upon hearing this, everyone began checking the supplies in their backpacks. After confirming that nothing was missing, Han Shan also started to maneuver the floating island territory closer to the 2-star Secret Realm. A system prompt appeared. Do you want to enter the 2-star Secret Realm, Plague Village? Yes. The 5 of them stepped into the vortex together. The scene flashed. Han Shan and the others found themselves on a pitch-black street. Before them were abandoned small earthen houses covered with tiles resembling the small villages of Blue Star from the 80s and 90s. However, these houses look like they haven't been inhabited for a long time, with thick layers of dust covering the roofs. The entire village looks as if it has been scorched by a great fire. Not only is the ground covered in black soot, but even the walls of these earthen houses show a charred black color. At this moment, Cobalt suddenly walked in front of everyone and twitched its nose a few times. Sniff. Sniff. Everyone looked at it with curiosity. At this time, Zhang Lianling said from the side, Xingur, have you noticed that Cobalt seems to have grown a bit? Upon hearing this, Han Shan also noticed the differences in Cobalt. After half a month of feeding, this little wolf cub has rapidly grown from the size of a palm to nearly a meter long. This little guy's appetite has also become increasingly impressive lately. From being able to eat only 30 or 40 spirit cores a day before, now it can't get enough without 200 spirit cores. With Cobalt's increased appetite, its potential growth rate has also improved. At this point, it already has 2,832 points of potential value. Han Shen couldn't help but think, if only I could find 1 or 2 more legendary creatures, the potential value of the Cobalt would skyrocket. Of course, Han Shen was just thinking about it. Yesterday in the Secret Realm, encountering that Shadow Dragon was purely a stroke of luck. According to the strength classification told to Han Shen by the spirit of the Wild Ranger, the level of legendary creatures is at least level 50 or above. However, due to the peculiar nature of the Secret Realm, the level of that Shadow Dragon was suppressed to such a low level. If it were outside, even a random legendary creature could wipe everyone out with just a breath. At this moment, the coal ball was still leading the way ahead. The group began to delve deeper into the village. Strangely, this village truly seemed as if it had died. There was not a trace of human life, and it was eerily quiet. As they ventured further in, a faint, strange odor began to waft through the air. Xin Yun, walking at the front, suddenly turned around and said, "Do you guys smell something?" The group nodded in agreement. A strange smell permeated the air, as if a mix of potions and various decaying corpses was emitting a foul odor. There was also a faint smell of blood in the mix. The coal ball's nose was much more sensitive than theirs, which is why it reacted that way at first. Just then, everyone suddenly changed their expressions. They all received a system notification. You have been infected by the aura of the evil god and are under a level 1 evil god curse. Each level of the curse reduces all attributes of the survivor by 10%. From now on, an additional level of the evil god curse will be added every minute. When it reaches 10 levels, the survivor will undergo a terrible mutation equivalent to death. Survivors are requested to find the source of the plague as soon as possible. This status will be automatically cleared after clearing the secret realm. Damn it, did you all receive the notification? The system says I've been cursed by an evil god and I'm about to mutate. Chun Jianyong exclaimed. The crowd exchanged glances, and everyone's expression was somewhat grim. It seemed that everyone received the same notification. Han Shen noticed 2 key pieces of information in this system message. The aura of the evil god and mutation. He remembered that when he obtained the formula for the blood curse antidote, the system had also mentioned that beings cursed and infected by the evil god would undergo terrifying mutations. This makes it hard not to connect the dots. Because in the not-so-distant future, a blood curse is about to erupt. At that moment, Cheng Jianyong, pale-faced, said, "Damn, the blood curse increases by 1 layer every minute and reduces attributes by 10%. That means we only have a maximum of 9 minutes of combat time?" Han Shen whispered, "It might not even be 9 minutes. The longer we drag this out, the lower our attributes will be, and our combat power will be significantly reduced. If the final boss is a bit stronger." Reminded by this, everyone realized the situation, and their expressions changed drastically. Time was tight, but fortunately, there was one partner among them with a strong sense of smell. Coal Ball. The source of the plague should be where the smell is coming from. Han Shen looked at the void howling wolf on the ground and said, "It's up to you, Coal Ball." With that said, Coal Ball understood Han Shen's meaning and instantly sprang out, with everyone closely following behind it. In just a few moves, the Coal Ball took them across several streets. This place is unremarkable, surrounded by a few dilapidated houses. At that moment, the coal ball suddenly darted into an inconspicuous broken house. Crack! The decayed wooden door was directly smashed open by the strong body of the void howling wolf. What's inside? Maintaining a sense of vigilance, everyone filed in one after another. Upon entering the house, there were some old pieces of furniture inside, covered with a thick layer of black dust. This was just an ordinary little room. Moreover, the strange smell seemed to have weakened significantly here. If it were an ordinary survivor team passing through here, they wouldn't have noticed anything unusual. However, the coal ball led everyone straight to the bedroom area of the room. Inside, there was something familiar to people from the north, an earthen Kong. The earthen Kong was covered with several layers of already darkened quilts. Is there something here? Shin Yun asked in confusion. At that moment, everyone suddenly felt a surge of weakness. 1 minute had passed and their overall attributes had decreased significantly. This is bad. Everyone's expression darkened. However, Han Chen noticed something. The attributes of the coal ball seemed unaffected. Han Chen glanced at the coal ball's panel, surprised. Because not only had its attributes not diminished, but its status bar also lacked negative effects like the evil god's curse. He didn't know whether it was due to the coal ball's void phantom wolf bloodline or because pets were immune to the evil god's curse. But for everyone, this was undoubtedly good news. At this moment, the coal ball also turned around the room, constantly sniffing. In the next moment, its deep eyes suddenly lit up. The coal ball leaped high and struck the earthen bed with its paw. Slap! The darkened earthen bed cracked open in the middle. Everyone saw that beneath the bed there was a jar oozing with blood. In that moment, a foul, bloody stench rose into the air. The crowd heard a baby's cry followed by the wailing of a child. Mom! Mom! The eerie and sharp calls continuously pierced into everyone's minds like blades scraping against glass. A system prompt appeared. Survivors, you have successfully found the source of the curse. Break the jar and eliminate the creature inside that has been infected by the evil god's aura to clear the secret realm. Everyone's faces turned pale. Shin Yun, however, showed no reaction. The monster's voice seemed to have no effect on him. He asked Shingu, should we break the jar now? Han Chen also felt a slight headache, shook his head, and said, let's smash it. We should take it down while our attributes haven't decreased too much. Shin Yun nodded, then swung the large hammer in his hand and struck down fiercely. Crack! The blood-red jar showed spiderweb-like cracks at that moment. In the next moment, dozens of blood-red tentacles stretched out from the cracks in the jar. Thick and slimy. Swish swish. Mom, you finally let me out, hee hee hee. A voice echoed, dark yet filled with a strange laughter. When the monster inside revealed its true form, everyone couldn't help but feel a shiver down their spines. This was a monster that looked uncomfortable just by its appearance. At the moment they saw this monster, 2 girls in the group turned pale. Because this thing was just too disgusting. It was a monster covered in a dozen blood-red tentacles, its body resembling that of a baby corpse soaked in blood. Fat, swollen, and grotesque. The attributes of this monster appeared before everyone. Eldritch God Infection, 2-star boss level. Level, LV 15. Attributes, Strength 254, Agility 213, Spirit 302, Constitution 205. Skills, Magic Sound. The Eldritch God Infection inflicts severe mental damage on surrounding creatures through sound at regular intervals. The Malicious Breath. The evil god infected spits out a massive slime, causing continuous corrosion and poisoning effects on enemies. The target's hit will accelerate the outbreak time of the evil god's curse. The Twisted Brain. The evil god infected releases the power of resentment, distorting the senses and consciousness of surrounding creatures, putting enemies into a long-term state of mental control. The Power of the Evil God. The evil god infected gains a 30% boost to all attributes. Creatures killed by the power of the evil god will also become new evil god infected. Everyone saw the attributes of this monster. It was a rare psychic-type monster. What the hell is this thing? It looks so disgusting. Chang Jianrong cursed angrily. At this moment, Han Chen said, no matter what it looks like, let's take it down. Although this monster looked scary, its attributes were not beyond everyone's expectations. In comparison, they all felt that the difficulty of this 2-star secret realm was somewhat too low. It was just a level 15 boss monster, which was not a problem for everyone at all. Shin Yun directly cast a courage blessing on Han Chen, then held up his shield and suppressed the evil god infected in the ruins. Several thick, intestine-like tentacles waved as it was about to launch an attack. Han Chen shot an arrow, hitting the body of the corrupted god directly. Thud! When the arrow struck, it truly felt like piercing a decaying corpse. Blood splattered. Ah! The corrupted god let out a scream, its attack interrupted. Mom, someone is bullying Chen. Boo-hoo! Boo-hoo! A series of sharp wails penetrated everyone's minds. At this moment, everyone covered their ears, struggling against the strange sound, as if their minds were being struck hard. In the arena, only Shin Yun and Zhang Lingmeng were slightly better off, because both of them were mental-type professions with very high mental attributes. At that moment, Shin Yun raised the holy hammer and cast a purification spell on Han Chen first. Han Chen felt the excruciating pain in his mind vanish. In the next moment, he unleashed various burst skills. The malevolent god's infected entity screamed in agony once again. At that moment, everyone regained their composure and launched various attacks at the infected entity. The malevolent god's infected entity howled, continuously uttering all sorts of bizarre lines. Whoa whoa, why won't mommy help Chen? Don't hit me anymore, don't hit me anymore, woo woo. I'll tell you all the secrets. Dad was eaten by me, my brother was thrown into the well by me, and I started the big fire in the village too. Chen Chen was wrong, Chen Chen won't dare anymore. Hearing this guy's lines sent chills down everyone's spines. Damn, hurry up and take it down, this little thing is too damn scary. Cheng Jianyun couldn't help but complain. With that mentioned, everyone hurriedly accelerated their attacks. After taking heavy damage, the malevolent god's infected entity began to wave its dozens of tentacles. This boss monster had gone berserk. In an instant, the houses around began to collapse one by one. Bang bang bang. The infected entity continued to swing its tentacles. However, Xinyun stood firm against the overwhelming attacks, not moving an inch. Seeing this, everyone behind began to unleash their attacks without hesitation. A wave of concentrated fire came down. This boss monster was pushed back repeatedly by the crowd's assault. On the battlefield, Han Shan, Zhang Lianmeng, Su Xiaoyang. All three were extremely high damage output classes. For a boss monster of the same level, Han Shan and Meichio could take it down together. And his teammates were all incredibly strong as well. At this point in the battle, there was really no suspense left. Unless they encountered a terrifying boss creature like the Knight Captain again. Otherwise, dealing with such boss monsters was still quite easy. After a round of concentrated fire, this boss monster was finally killed by everyone. A system notification arrived. You have successfully killed the corrupted avatar 2-star boss, gaining 174,121 experience. A white light rose from Han Chen. The massive experience also leveled him up to level 15. Meanwhile, the negative status effects on everyone were lifted at this time. Finally got rid of this guy. Cheng Jian let out a sigh of relief. However, Xinyun said in confusion, why does it feel like the difficulty of this secret realm isn't that high? Hearing him mention it, the others also felt the same way. The final boss of the 2-star secret realm was just a level 15 elite monster, which didn't put much pressure on them at all. Aside from the monster looking a bit disgusting and its attack methods being somewhat strange, there wasn't much else to it. Compared to the 2-star secret realm they previously cleared, the Knight's Judgment Arena, this was on a completely different level. However, what they didn't know was that their team's strength was top tier, even among the more than 900,000 players in the merged two major regions. That's why they felt the difficulty was low. If it were another team that came in, just one unpurifiable negative status could significantly increase their psychological pressure, forcing the survivors to hurry through the secret realm. Moreover, if they wasted too much time looking for the boss's true form, even if they shattered the container later, its attributes would drop significantly. At that time, facing such a terrifying monster again, those with slightly weaker strength would probably have already been wiped out by then. Han Shen and the others saved a lot of time searching thanks to the powerful sense of smell of the coal balls. Otherwise, they would have been delayed for quite a while. After Han Shan leveled up to level 15, his attributes increased again. Moreover, he can finally equip another piece of golden gear, the Ring of the Kingdom. Although it doesn't have legendary effects, the attributes it adds have already surpassed those of the ring Han Shan is currently equipped with. After replacing the Indigo Jade Ring and equipping the Ring of the Kingdom, Han Shan's attributes saw a significant increase again. Everyone noticed a ring radiating an aura of authority on Han Shan's middle finger. At this moment, a system notification came through. Successfully cleared the 2-star secret realm, Plague Village, gained +2 points in Cloud Secret Realm, experience reward 367,151, item rewards, Fragment of the Strong *17, Rune Crystal *480, Silver Chest *3. Ha! Why are there only 3 silver chests? Cheng Jianyang asked. Everyone was a bit surprised as well. To be fair, when they cleared that 2-star secret realm, the Knight's Judgment Arena, they received a golden chest along with 4 silver chests. In addition, there is a hidden class scroll and an orange greatsword. Also at 2 stars, the rewards from this Plague Village seem rather meager. Han Shen thought for a moment and mused, this reward is within expectations. After all, this 2-star secret realm is far less challenging compared to the Knight's Trial Ground we faced last time. Last time, we fought at least dozens of elite monsters, 3 bosses plus 1 lord. Here, there is only 1 boss monster, so it's unlikely we'll receive the same rewards as last time. Upon hearing this, everyone showed looks of realization. It's important to note that gold chests typically yield 1 to 2 pieces of gold equipment. If every time we clear a 2-star secret realm of this difficulty, we receive a gold chest, then gold equipment would probably become overabundant. Everyone nodded. Although there were no gold chest rewards, the experience gained from the secret realm was substantial enough to compensate for that loss. At this moment, it was still Su Xiaoyang who opened the chest. The first 2 chests were unremarkable, yielding 2 pieces of level 15 purple gear along with some materials. The last treasure chest was somewhat unexpected for everyone. Intermediate life elixir recipe can heal heavy injuries of 2-star beings and light injuries of 3-star beings. Materials required for production: 500 milliliters of spirit spring water, 100 spirit cores, 5 moonlight herbs, 1 spirit blood herb. Seeing this recipe, everyone was extremely surprised. They previously thought that the healing effect of the beginner life elixir was already insufficient, yet now they have stumbled upon an intermediate life elixir recipe. Although they currently have Xinyun casting healing spells for them in battle, having a few bottles of intermediate life elixirs in the backpack provides additional security. The most crucial point is that these can also be sold in the trading channel. As for the current market price, a bottle of beginner life elixir is priced at 500 spirit cores, while the price of an intermediate life elixir has already exceeded 3,000. The reason for such a high price is not just the required raw materials. The main reason is the very low success rate. A 20% success rate means that it takes 5 bottles to succeed in creating one. If luck is worse, one might not even recoup the 3,000 spirit cores spent. Therefore, the market is relatively accepting of this price. Of course, excluding Han Shen, because he has a 100% success rate. With this recipe, he will start stockpiling the materials for the life elixir in large quantities. Then, after this leveling event ends, he can start using these items extensively to prepare for the next batch of territory buildings. Little sheep sister, you are so lucky, Zhang Lingmeng exclaimed excitedly from the side. Cheng Jianyang also cheerfully said, I declare that from today, I will hand over my title of Euro Emperor to you. Su Xiaoyang felt embarrassed by everyone's compliments again. After opening the treasure chest, a system prompt appeared. Mystery Realm rewards have been settled. In 10 seconds, all survivors will be teleported back to their territory. At this moment, Han Shen glanced at a dry well not far away, from which faint black gas was rising. Recalling the lines from that evil god's mutated form, this dry well might also have issues. It could even be the hidden phase of this mystery realm. However, time was running out, and Han Shen also gave up the idea of continuing the exploration. After the 10-second countdown ended, the screen flashed and everyone returned to their territory. After exiting the 2-star mystery realm, Han Shen glanced at the leaderboard. All 5 of them ranked within the top 10,000. Today is the second day since the leaderboard started, and the gaps between everyone are not that big. Almost every point increase can push down thousands or even tens of thousands of people. If they maintain this speed, entering the top 100 won't be difficult at all. At this moment, Han Shen said, it has been confirmed that the difficulty of the 1-star and 2-star dungeons has been significantly lowered. With our strength, clearing these dungeons below level 15 is relatively easy. Let's put in some extra effort these days and aim for all of us to enter the top 10. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. When Han Shen said he would lead everyone into the top 10, it wasn't just a pipe dream, he truly had the capability. The equipment of the 5 of them is top-notch among survivors, plus there are 3 hidden classes in the team and a powerful coal ball, which can significantly speed up their dungeon clearing. It's important to know that the rewards for the top 10 include 4 types of building blueprints, as well as lord contracts and a large number of spirit cores. Just getting any rank would be enough to greatly enhance everyone's strength. Next, Han Shen began to lead his team into leaderboard mode. However, he doesn't only target the Cloud Secret Realm, he will also explore any large empty islands he encounters along the way. These empty islands contain a wealth of resources, and the rewards are quite good. Successfully merged an unclaimed empty island, your territory has expanded. Gain territory resources, rich iron or *1, oakwood *762, bird eggs. Successfully cleared the 2-star secret realm, Demon Town, Cloud Secret Realm points +2, gained experience. Successfully merged an unclaimed empty island. After a whole day of exploration, the time has come to sunset. Everyone began to take a temporary break and then tally up today's gains. Today, the 5 of them cleared 3 2-star secret realms and 8 1-star secret realms. Among them, 5 1-star secret realms were explored by Han Shen with Xinyun, while the other 3 were explored by Zhang Lingmeng and Su Xiaoyang. With the massive accumulation of experience, everyone's levels were rapidly soaring. Han Shen reached level 16, while Zhang Lingmeng and Cheng Jianyong reached level 15. Su Xiaoyang and Xinyun were a bit slower, one at level 14 and the other at level 13. In just one day, this leveling speed is simply unbelievable. However, their upgrade speed will slow down from now on. Because after reaching level 15, the required experience will increase exponentially, and even completing a 2-star dungeon won't yield much growth. Most of the dungeons generated now are between levels 10 and 15. There is a small chance to generate level 15 to 20 cloud dungeons, where the monsters will be even tougher. So far, Han Shen and the others have not encountered dungeons of this level. However, it's presumed that dungeons at level 20 will provide more experience and item rewards. Meanwhile, Han Shen's territory area has skyrocketed from over 60,000 square meters to over 90,000 square meters. Additionally, he has harvested a large number of territorial resources, including several patches of woods, ponds, and mineral veins. Now, his territory truly has a variety of terrains. After walking a short distance, you can see a lush green bamboo forest, and after a few more steps, there's a fiery red maple forest, next to which is a patch of medicinal herb field and a pond. All these territorial resources will take time to organize and digest. Besides Hanshan, Cheng Jianyong and Xinyun's territory areas have also surpassed 20,000 square meters, along with Su Xiaoyang. Now, the merger of the four territories can directly create a massive platform covering over 150,000 square meters. If it were any larger, we could build a neighborhood. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong, who had just emerged from the secret realm, laughed loudly. Ha, I've finally leveled up to 15. Everyone seemed to realize something. Cheng Jianyong leveling up to 15 meant he could equip that orange weapon, the Lion King's greatsword. As expected, Cheng Jianyong proudly held up that gigantic sword, which looked like a door panel, and walked arrogantly around the territory. Beside him, Xinyun said speechlessly, "Look at you showing off. Wait until I reach level 15 and equip that Titan warrior armor and 2 pieces of golden equipment, I'll be stronger than you." However, Cheng Jianyong, hearing this, was unconvinced and said, "Oh really? How about we compare?" Xinyun was just about to refuse. But then he heard Han Shan say from the side, "I remember that the Lion King's greatsword has a legendary effect that guarantees a 100% knockback, while the Immortal Shield has an effect that prevents being knocked back by any attack. These two attributes seem a bit contradictory?" Everyone seemed to recall this point as well. If one is 100% launched and the other is 100% unyielding, what kind of effect will occur when these two contradictory attributes collide? Cheng Jianyong suddenly chuckled. "Sha Yunzi, why don't we give it a try? Let's both activate our special effects at the same time and see if I can knock you away." Xinyun gave him a sideways glance, thought for a moment, and then nodded. He was also very interested in this. At this moment, Han Shen walked several meters away, leaving a space for the two to battle. Zhang Lingmeng and Su Xiaoyang stood behind him, their beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity about the upcoming battle. Just then, both contestants took their positions. Cheng Jianyong raised his orange greatsword and chuckled. "Sha Yunzi, here I come." Xinyun cast a courage blessing on himself, followed by a holy light shield, took a deep breath, and said, "Bring it on." Seeing him in a state of readiness, Cheng Jianyong charged forward. King of Beasts. Indomitable Will. 2 legendary special effects activated simultaneously. Cheng Jianyong swung his greatsword, creating a powerful gust of wind, and struck fiercely. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out. The giant sword emitted a halo of dark yellow light. The Immortal Shield also shimmered with a faint glow. However, 1 second later, the halo on the Immortal Shield extinguished. In the next moment, Xinyun, along with the shield, was knocked back several dozen meters. Smack! After landing, Xinyun's face turned pale. He quickly cast a holy light heal on himself. Cheng Jianyong looked at the great sword in his hand with surprise, exclaiming, "Wow! Ha! It seems my weapon is even more awesome." Xinyun said in disbelief, "Damn, wasn't it said that I wouldn't be knocked back 100%? At this moment, Han Shen walked over. "I just realized, when both of your legendary effects activated, there was a peculiar glow, which should be the power of rules that the Shadow Dragon mentioned before. And when two conflicting rules collide, a higher level power prevails. That's why Cheng Jianyong could knock Xinyun away." The crowd showed a look of realization. They were also somewhat curious about the so-called power of rules. Cheng Jianyong gripped the artifact tightly, eager to find a monster to test his skills. Han Shan also indulged him. Next, he led everyone to continue exploring the secret realm. 2-star secret realm, Knoll Tribe, entry level 10 to 15, number of players 1 to 5. The scene flickered. A camp made of tents suddenly appeared before everyone. There were at least 300 gnolls of level 10 to 15, including over a dozen elite monsters and a leader. Upon seeing Han Shen and the others, all the gnolls raised their weapons and charged at them. Faced with such a terrifying number of monsters, the crowd did not feel intimidated. Cheng Jianyong shouted, "Sha Yunzi, cast me a shield and give me a blessing. I'm going to unleash my ultimate power." Xinyun's reaction was also extremely quick. In the moment Cheng Jianyong charged forward, she first cast a holy shield on him, then immediately added a courage blessing. Cheng Jianyong felt an explosive surge of strength. Then he wielded the Lion King's great sword and began to swing it wildly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Each swing of Cheng Jianyong's sword carried terrifying power. The dog-headed mob in the front was almost swept away in one stroke, like cutting wheat, with dozens of dog heads falling to the ground. Poo poo poo! Blood gushed forth. However, Cheng Jianyong became more excited as he kept killing. Relying on the strength of his equipment, he charged into the monster horde, slaughtering indiscriminately. In no time, severed limbs were flying everywhere, and the 2 girls in the team turned pale. Cheng Jianyong, however, was completely oblivious to this, excitedly shouting, "Ha! This feels great! So exhilarating!" Hearing his easily misinterpreted remarks, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. In the back, Han Shen was continuously targeting the elite monsters and the boss monsters inside. One by one, the monsters fell. After more than 10 minutes, the chaotic battlefield came to a halt. A system notification appeared. Successfully cleared the 2-star secret realm. Kobold Tribe gained 431,542 experience points and received item rewards. Stronger Fragment *42. This time, they cleared the 2-star secret realm faster than ever before. With everyone equipped with top-tier gear and formidable strength, they completely dominated the 2-star secret realm. After leaving the Kobold tribe, the group set off for the next secret realm. On the way, when they encountered other survivors, most chose to leave discreetly upon seeing their setup. Those who didn't take the hint quickly fled like startled rabbits after receiving a few of Han Chen's giant crossbow bolts. So along the way, they didn't encounter many survivors. Meanwhile, the names of the 5 of them quickly surged into the top 100 from outside the 10,000 in just a short time. This terrifying increase was unprecedented. In a region with over 900,000 players, there are many hidden talents. Prior to this, those who could enter the top 10 of the leaderboard, or even just the top 100, were prominent figures in their respective regions. At the very least, they were leaders of large teams. They not only regard the leaderboard as a symbol of honor but also as a promotional tool. Whenever a team enters the top 100, they take advantage of the hype to promote themselves in public channels and attract other survivors. The current leaderboard has been receiving a lot of attention. As early as this morning, when the 5 of them entered the top 500, they had already attracted quite a bit of attention. Especially Han Chen, who has gained considerable fame among survivors after the previous celebrity rankings and backpack trading events. When they saw the names Xinghe, Qingmeng, Zhang Lianmeng's virtual name Yunshenming, Guduyang's, and Songming Xiaoyang, it was like a rising force that sparked intense discussions as they rapidly climbed the ranks. Look, Xingshin has moved up 3 places and is about to break into the top 100. And Yunshenming, Guduyang's, their ranks are also rising rapidly. Oh my god, I can understand Xingshin, but how are those others achieving such speed? At this moment, the survivors from Zone 107 came out to explain. You probably don't know this, but that Yunshenming and the Lonely Brave are friends of the Star God. In the previous 2 rankings, the Star God helped these friends consistently dominate the top 3 or top 10. Whoa, that's terrifying? So, being a friend of the Star God comes with such perks, it's really enviable. I also want to be a friend of the Star God. I can sing and play various instruments, I'm skilled at everything. Excuse me, does the Star God still need teammates? I'm 1.75 meters tall, weigh 108 pounds, and can dance various styles. I want to join too, I'm 18 this year. In no time, a group of people appeared in the chat channel wanting to be friends with Han Chen. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, in just 1 hour, Han Chen and his group had already entered the top 100. Another 2 hours passed and it was late at night. In the incredulous gaze of over 100,000 survivors, the names of the 5 all surged into the top 10 of the rankings. Among them, Han Chen ranked second with 17 points. The current first place is still the survivor named Wu Jie with 19 points, not far from Han Chen. The third place is the leader of the Cybertron team, Optimus Prime, with 16 points. Following them, Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Limeng occupy the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th places. And Han Chen has indeed achieved his stated goal, which is to have everyone enter the top 10 of the leaderboard. At this moment, on a massive floating island covering tens of thousands of square meters, a man with silver hair and deep-set eyes has just emerged from a secret realm. His equipment is of extremely high quality, with a mix of purple and 1 or 2 pieces of golden gear, rivaling even Han Chen. Moreover, his silver hair and non-human-like pupils indicate that he has likely also transitioned to a certain hidden profession. This man is the leader of the largest guild in Area 101, Wu Jie. Prior to this, Wu Jie was also the strongest player in Area 101, topping both leaderboards, and from the hidden profession scroll obtained in the first leaderboard, he unlocked a powerful profession, a vampire warrior. This profession has 2 formidable talent skills. The first is the built-in lifesteal effect during attacks. The second is that he will never feel fatigued. Especially the second talent allows him to fight continuously for 24 hours, combined with the strength of his equipment. In the past 2 days, Wu Jie has been dominating the top of the leaderboard. At this moment, as Wu Jie just appeared, he received a report from his subordinates. On the Cloud Secret Realm leaderboard, the name Xinghe has already appeared below his, and the gap between them is not large. Wu Jie's eyebrows suddenly twitched. Xinghe, is it him again? In the past few days, Xinghe's name has frequently entered everyone's sight. He knows that this person is not simple. But he didn't expect Xinghe to rise so quickly. Wu Jie turned to a beautiful woman beside him and softly asked, "Last night, I asked you to investigate information on Xinghe. How did it go?" Wu Jie looked at a beautiful woman beside him and asked, "Last night, I asked you to investigate information on Xinghe. How did it go?" The beautiful woman replied softly, "We have investigated. We offered a little incentive and inquired about Xinghe's information from the survivors in Area 107. They all honestly told us everything. From their mouths, we learned about Xinghe's development history. This person is quite capable. I don't know what methods they used, but they managed to acquire a large amount of spirit spring water early on and then used it to gather a lot of resources, later selling life elixirs and items like spatial backpacks in bulk. Based on our speculation, we estimate that the resources he possesses have probably reached a terrifying number, even surpassing what you, the leader, have." After hearing the analysis, Wu Jie nodded slightly. When Wu Jie heard that Han Chen had an enormous amount of resources, he was not surprised. because he clearly knew how terrifying the speed of resource acquisition could be for a top presence in a major region like this. Understood. Pass this information to Optimus Prime and Shinshio to see if they are interested. I'll be busy with ranking battles recently, so I won't deal with these for now. The beautiful woman glanced at him quietly, then nodded and said, yes. In the territory at night, Han Chen and the others finished a day of battles and began to enjoy their time. Zhang Lingmeng was still preparing ingredients in the outdoor kitchen outside the grass, while Su Xiaoyan was helping her on the side. Although there is a designated kitchen area in Han Chen's castle, however, Zhang Lindream prefers to cook outside. In her words, the air outside is better, and she can also go to her little vegetable garden anytime to pick some fruits and vegetables. After a few days of growth, Zhang Lindream's little vegetable garden is thriving and expanding rapidly, planted with various fruits and vegetables, most of which are common species from Blue Star, such as chili peppers and bok choy. Now, aside from not being able to use their phones, they are living a life that is almost indistinguishable from that on Blue Star. When a table full of delicious dishes was served, Han Chen took out a small bottle of black vine wine from the storage box again. Each person poured a glass, and the entire territory was instantly filled with the aroma of wine. Cobalt caught the scent and quickly darted over from the castle balcony. Then it lay down next to Han Chen, constantly pawing at him. Han Chen laughed heartily and took out a small bowl, pouring a bowl for Cobalt. Cobalt happily started licking it. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong raised his wine bowl. Brothers and sisters, you've all worked hard these past few days, cheers to you all. Shinyun shot him a glance in silence and said, Cheng Jianyong, if we're having a meal, let's just eat. Why make it so awkward? Cheng Jianyong laughed heartily. Xiaoyunzi, what do you know? I'm just happy. In this unfamiliar world, having a group of trustworthy partners is such a rare thing. Shinyun was taken aback for a moment after hearing this. I didn't expect that a guy like you could occasionally come up with some decent words. Cheng Jianyong smiled proudly. Seeing this, everyone raised their glasses and drank it all in one go. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was in a slightly tipsy state. At this point, Cheng Jianyong said with a flushed face, by the way, have you all noticed that after our attributes improved, our physical fitness seems to have become even stronger? With this hiding wine, I used to pass out after 1 cup, but now I've had 3 cups and I still feel great. Upon hearing Cheng Jianyong, everyone seemed to realize this point as well. Han Chen nodded and said, that's true. Speaking of which, our attributes now have at least increased by dozens of times compared to when we first entered this world. With our current physical fitness, if we return to Blue Star, each of us would be at a superhuman level. 1 punch could probably blow up an entire floor. Han Chen's strength attribute is now 203, a significant increase from the meager 3 points he had when he first entered the game, boosting his strength by dozens of times. Cheng Jianyong was also excited at this moment, saying, do you think if we keep growing, we'll all turn into beings like Superman or the Hulk? Shinyun scoffed, I don't want to become a muscle monster. I want to be an apocalypse knight, unleashing holy light attacks with a wave of my hand. 1 swing of my hammer could shatter the continent. Cheng Jianyong glanced at him. You? An apocalypse knight? What's wrong? You don't believe it? Want to compare skills? As the two continued their usual banter, time had already slipped into the deep night. People began to gradually disperse. After Cheng Jianyong and Shinyun returned to their lord's cabin, Zhang Lingmeng and Su Xiaoyan continued on to Han Chen's castle. Han Chen also returned to his room to do some preparations. He sat on the balcony and entered the trading channel. Then he began to input various material information. First, there are 3 materials needed to make the blood curse antidote: Witch's Root, Curse Blood, and Sacred Aurora. After entering the first Witch's Root, over 300 trading messages popped up. These survivors might have discovered the Witch's Root plant on some resource islands, just like Han Chen, so their stock is relatively sufficient. Han Chen calculated that there were about 30,000 Witch's Roots in the entire trading channel. Looking at the selling price, it was roughly a ratio of 200 spirit cores for 1 Witch's Root. Without hesitation, Han Chen directly spent over 6 million spirit cores to buy them all. The large volume of Witch's Root transactions in the trading channel caught the attention of some individuals. But their attention was pointless, as Han Chen had already completed his purchases. Then, Han Chen continued to input the second material, Curse Blood. There were more than 100 messages in the trading channel, totaling over 2,000 drops of Curse Blood. Prior to this, Han Chen had confirmed that Curse Blood only drops from creatures infected by the aura of the evil god. This over 100 messages for selling Curse Blood indicated that many survivors had already encountered such creatures. Han Chen frowned slightly, having spent over 200,000 spirit cores to clear the cursed blood. Next is the third material, the Holy Aurora. After inputting it, Han Chen found that the mailing information was 0. Nothing? Han Chen was somewhat surprised, and he also had a bad premonition in his heart. This represented 2 possibilities. Either the Holy Aurora is too advanced a material and very difficult to obtain. Or, simply put, the Holy Aurora is not a material at all and cannot be obtained through conventional means. Either possibility is bad news for Han Chen. Since there was nothing, he could only give up. Next, Han Chen continued to shop in the trading channel. Sturdy beast skins, eternal gold ingots, spirit bloodgrass, and so on. In one night he spent over 10 million spirit cores, and these materials were also pouring in. Meanwhile, Han Chen glanced at the crafting information for the purple backpack. Space backpack blueprint. Purple can craft a backpack with 500 to 800 slots of storage space with a medium attribute enhancement effect. Materials needed for production: Spirit Core * 2000, Secret Silver * 10, Tough Beast Skin * 5, Ether * 10,000. Now, he has nearly 10,000 tough beast skins. He can produce over 2,000 backpacks in one go. However, it takes 20 seconds to make one purple backpack. Han Chen directly clicked to craft all, which will take about 12 hours. Anyway, with the crafting interface up, he can do other things. After finishing these tasks, Han Chen prepared to go to sleep. Han Chen comfortably lay back on his bed. Just then, he suddenly noticed some movement at the door. Han Chen focused his gaze. A beautiful woman, looking somewhat guilty as if she were a thief, walked up from downstairs. This beauty was Zhang Lingmeng. To avoid making noise, she was barefoot, her delicate jade-like feet appearing rosy and fair at that moment. Zhang Lingmeng quietly opened Han Chen's room door and let out a sigh of relief. Han Chen, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What's wrong, Lianer?" Zhang Lianmeng shyly glanced at Han Chen at this moment and said in a tender voice, "No, it's nothing, it's just that I miss you." At this point, Han Chen could understand the meaning behind her words. At Zhang Lianmeng's age, it is the time when desires are strongest. Except for the first few times, after the two became familiar, it was almost always Zhang Lianmeng who took the initiative. In front of Han Chen, Zhang Lianmeng gently took off her clothes. After a while, a smooth and alluring body appeared in front of Han Chen. The temperature of the night sky is a bit low. Zhang Lingmeng seems a little cold, hugging her arms and supporting her magnificent chest. This scene made Han Chen's breathing become hurried. In the next moment, Han Chen pulled her onto the bed. "Ah!" Zhang Lianmeng called out in a delicate voice. After a while, a low and oppressive gasping sound echoed in the room. The second floor of the tower, which is Zhang Lianmeng's room. Su Xiaoyang, in a deep sleep, woke up shortly after Zhang Lingmeng left. At first, she didn't know what Zhang Lianmeng quietly slipped out to do. Suddenly, she heard a series of strange noises coming from upstairs, and she realized what was happening out there. While Su Xiaoyang felt strange inside, her face also grew increasingly hot. She buried her head in the pillow, but the strange sounds from upstairs kept piercing her ears. Su Xiaoyang felt a surge of restlessness in her heart, her long, slender legs tightly pressed together, tossing and turning in bed. That night, none of the three were able to sleep. The next day, before dawn, Zhang Liangmeng got up from Han Chen's bed and returned to Su Xiaoyang's blanket. Han Chen got up from the bedroom bed and stretched on the balcony. In the distance, he saw Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Liangmeng walking out together. However, Su Xiaoyang looked a bit haggard, while Zhang Liangmeng had a rosy glow of satisfaction on her face. Han Chen's gaze was peculiar. Seeing Han Chen, Zhang Liangmeng waved to greet him. Today is the third day of the Cloud Secret Realm update. There are 7 days left until the end of the leaderboard. Han Chen calculated the days. The day the leaderboard ends will mark exactly 1 month since they entered the Sky Island Paradise. In other words, the second batch of humanity from Blue Star will be fully deployed into this world by then. Blue Star will become a thing of the past. Everyone, including Han Chen himself, will no longer be able to return to that familiar homeland. Blue Star is about to become history. At this moment, Han Chen suddenly thought, in this world, the fragments of Sky Island are virtually endless. Is there a possibility that, on some future day, by collecting these fragments, a vast territory of Sky Island could be formed? Recreating an ecological planet like Blue Star seems unlikely. However, there is a great hope of building a modern city. By then, Han Chen himself would be the mayor, and the city would not only have his friends but also other survivors, dwarves, elves, orcs, and other native inhabitants. With hopes for the future in his heart. After everyone had breakfast, they began to continue exploring this world. The massive floating island moved forward steadily when suddenly Han Chen stopped in his tracks. Because in front of them, an extremely large floating island appeared. Roughly estimated, this floating island was at least over 5,000 square meters. At this moment, a system prompt came through. There is a massive mountain peak inside, which was struck down by a meteorite, forming a gigantic sinkhole that seems to hide unknown dangers. Do you wish to enter? Sinkhole? The crowd was somewhat puzzled, but Han Chen did not sense a strong sense of crisis on this floating island. Thus, Han Chen directly clicked confirm. After the clouds dissipated, a small mountain was revealed inside. Yes, it was indeed a small mountain. This floating island was not simply a single layer. It was divided into dozens of layers. Like an inverted funnel, it hung in the air. Before getting close, a wave of warm air hit their faces. What the heck, is this a sinkhole? It looks more like a natural hot spring, Cheng Jianyong exclaimed first. The others also noticed this point. In the center of the valley, there is a large pool of steaming water, and the lake water is very pure. Roughly estimated, the pool's diameter exceeds 200 meters, and based on the depth of this floating island, it is at least 30 meters deep. By the way, why is the water hot? Could it really be a hot spring? Shin Yun asked. Han Chen glanced at the structure of the floating island, noticing a hint of red soil underground, and said softly, "It should be because there is an astonishing amount of dark firestone veins beneath the lake. The dark firestone veins are continuously emitting heat, which raises the temperature of this pool." Everyone suddenly understood. Chang Jianyong observed inside and asked, "By the way, what about the monsters on this floating island?" The system had warned of unknown dangers, indicating that there must be monsters inside. At this moment, there were no signs of any monsters on the bare mountaintop. Everyone looked left and right. If there are monsters, they can only be hiding in the water. However, although everyone present could swim, encountering danger in the water would be troublesome. At this time, Su Xiaoyang said, "How about I go take a look?" "You're going? Are you going to jump into the water?" Han Chen asked. Seeing Han Chen looking at her and recalling the noises she heard last night, Su Xiaoyang's face turned bright red. After a moment, Su Xiaoyang said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "No, it's not that, because I have a flying skill." Han Chen suddenly realized that he had indeed forgotten about Su Xiaoyang's Elven Archer class, which had a low-altitude flying skill. It could provide 2 minutes of flight time, and while flying, her movement speed would double. At Su Xiaoyang's current speed, 2 minutes would be enough for her to patrol around the lake twice. Although he noticed that something was off with Su Xiaoyang, he didn't think much of it. Han Chen nodded, "That's fine, then you can fly around the lake. If you encounter any danger, come back immediately. Worst case, I can shoot over with the siege crossbow arrows, I won't miss that bit of experience." Su Xiaoyang gently nodded. In the next moment, she activated the low-altitude flying skill of the Elven Archer. Not only did her speed surge, but she also gained the ability to fly. In her purple leather armor, as she flew up, Su Xiaoyang truly resembled a graceful dancing fairy. However, after she surveyed the lake, she still didn't see any monsters. When Su Xiaoyang returned, her face was a bit flushed from the warm steam. Not seeing any signs of monsters means it's either hiding at the bottom of the water or there's no monster at all, Su Xiaoyang said. Han Chen asked in confusion, "No monsters?" Logically speaking, if it were an empty island without monsters, the system would directly indicate that this is an unclaimed empty island, and survivors could merge it directly. But until now, they hadn't received any related prompts. This indicates that there must be monsters hidden inside. Han Chen estimated the size of the empty island. It was over 100 meters high, and the water was about 40 to 50 meters deep. At this depth, with the attack power of the siege crossbow launch platform, it's unclear if it could reach the bottom of the water. With that thought, Han Chen shook his head and said, "Forget it, since this monster won't come out, I'll just activate the crossbow launch platform to force it out." The others nodded in agreement. Han Chen prepared to launch the siege crossbow arrows. To be safe, he moved the empty island back a distance of about 1,000 meters. For large floating islands like this, the alert distance is 1,000 meters. If it's any further, it will be covered by clouds again. After creating some distance under Han Chen's control, all the more than 200 siege crossbow arrow launchers in the territory adjusted their direction at this moment. Creak, creak, the sound of mechanical axles turning. Then, Han Chen waved his hand. Puff, puff, puff. More than 200 siege crossbows fired simultaneously. A rain of arrows fell from the sky. The massive crossbow arrows plunged into the water like cannonballs. Splash, splash. The lake's surface began to surge with waves. However, after a moment of turbulence, it returned to calm. The crowd was even more puzzled, even doubting whether there were really no monsters inside. However, Han Chen noticed that a hint of red seemed to appear in the clear water. So, he continued to control the siege crossbows and fired arrows underwater. Puff, puff, puff. Arrows plunged into the depths of the water. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. Nearly 800 crossbow bolts were fired, yet the monster at the bottom of the water still did not appear. Han Chen said irritably, "Damn, it's quite resilient." He still didn't believe it. What could be certain was that his siege crossbow bolts, despite being weakened by the water's resistance, had still injured the opponent. However, this monster seemed to be enduring a bit too much. It still wouldn't come out. He continued shooting. Finally, after the 4th round of concentrated fire, a huge commotion suddenly erupted on the surface of the lake. In the next moment, a sharp horn slowly surfaced. The horn was dark red, with faint flames etched into its surface. Then, a creature over 30 meters long, covered in wrinkled scales, resembling both a crocodile and a giant python, emerged. Its skin layer was as thick as a palm, covered in wrinkles. Just looking at it, one could feel its formidable defense. Damn, it finally came out, Han Chen couldn't help but say. The attributes of this monster appeared before everyone. Lava crocodile, 2-star boss level creature. Level, LV 18. Attributes, Strength 373, Agility 302, Spirit 354, Constitution 405. Skills. Intermediate thick skin. The lava crocodile has a thick skin layer, reducing magic damage by 20% and physical damage by 30%. Lava spit. The lava crocodile spits out a powerful lava ball that causes area damage and a burning effect on enemies. Water breathing. After taking damage, the lava crocodile can dive into the water to quickly restore its vitality. Death tornado. The lava crocodile spins at an incredible speed, forming a death tornado that deals continuous damage to surrounding enemies. A level 18 boss creature with very strong attributes. Han Chen's repeated attacks have thoroughly enraged it. At this moment, the lava crocodile, with its eyes as big as copper bells, lunged towards the crowd. The speed of the sudden attack far exceeded everyone's expectations. Boom! The surface of the water looked as if a cannonball had been dropped. Its immense power made everyone's hearts tremble. Level 15 to level 16 is also a hurdle. Monsters above level 16 will have significantly enhanced attributes. This level 18 boss monster should be barely beatable with their strength in a direct confrontation. But Han Chen did not want to take the risk. So, he directly controlled the siege crossbow to start focusing fire. In the next moment, a storm of massive crossbow bolts rained down on the wide back of the lava crocodile. Puff puff puff. Strangely, these crossbow bolts, which carried immense impact, only penetrated a few inches into the thick skin of the lava crocodile before being deflected. The intermediate thick skin skill of the lava crocodile reduces physical damage by 30%. Its formidable defense shocked everyone on the scene. However, even so, Han Chen's siege crossbow was not to be underestimated. Over 200 arrows were shot simultaneously. Although most were deflected, a dozen or so penetrated the lava crocodile's defenses, deeply embedding themselves in its flesh. The lava crocodile fell back into the water, wincing in pain on its back. A dozen blood holes, the size of bowls, were continuously oozing fresh blood. It was completely enraged by Han Chen. In the next moment, its giant mouth filled with sharp teeth opened wide, and Han Chen saw a fiery red fireball brewing in its throat. This was the lava crocodile's second skill, lava spit. The siege crossbow arrows entered a 10-second loading gap, too late to interrupt. However, everyone had already retreated into Han Chen's territory by this time. The lava spit suddenly erupted, and the psychic shield emitted a green glow, blocking it from the outside. Bang! Sparks flew, like a shell exploding in mid-air. Everyone inside the territory was unharmed. Han Chen glanced at the defense value of the psychic shield, which had over 70 points remaining. In other words, the lava crocodile's attack knocked off nearly 170 points of shield defense. One more hit and the shield will be shattered. Wow, that's brutal? Chun Jianyong exclaimed. Han Chen quickly controlled the giant crossbow and began launching the second wave of attacks. Whoosh! More than 200 giant crossbow bolts fell again. This time, the damage caused by the giant crossbow bolts was even more terrifying. Over 200 crossbow bolts were fired in a single volley. Nearly a quarter of the bolts dealt damage to this massive creature. At this moment, its broad back was pierced with giant crossbow bolts as thick as fists, resembling a gigantic porcupine. The lava crocodile was writhing in pain on the water's surface, and the large pool was gradually stained red with its blood. The siege crossbow bolts require 10 seconds to charge. During the time the lava crocodile was struggling, over 4 seconds had already passed. At this point, the lava crocodile was heavily injured and realized it was no match for those big guys. It hung on by its last breath, casting a resentful glance at the people in the distance, and then prepared to submerge into the water. At this moment, Han Chen suddenly said, "This guy wants to go into the water. Xin Yun, give me a blessing." Xin Yun reacted quickly and hurriedly cast a courage blessing on Han Chen. Han Chen felt a powerful force surging within him. In the next moment, he unleashed the legendary skill, Shattered Moon. On the water's surface, a gigantic moon appeared out of nowhere. This enormous monster seemed to be embedded in the reflection of the moon. Without Han Chen's reminder, all ranged units began to unleash their strongest attacks. Bang! 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 After a barrage of concentrated fire, this level 18 boss monster was left on the brink of death. At that moment, the massive moon began to crack. In the next instant, it exploded with a thunderous crash. The legendary skill Shattered Moon, once the control state was lifted, would deal 1200% damage. With the courage blessing Xin Yun gave to Han Chen, the damage of this strike reached an astonishing level. Snap! Everyone heard a sound like glass shattering, and the lava crocodile was blown apart. After a while, it stopped moving. At this moment, a system notification appeared. Successfully killed lava crocodile, level 18 boss, gained 541,222 experience. Over 500,000 experience points, which is quite fitting for the strength of the lava crocodile. After the notification ended, the boiling surface of the water returned to calm. On the water's surface, the massive body of the lava crocodile, about 40 meters long, floated in the center. The blood stained the lake red. "Let's go collect the corpse of this boss monster," Han Chen said. Everyone's eyes lit up. Such a massive creature often yields good loot after its body decomposes. However, the lava crocodile's corpse was floating in the center of the pool, and to get close, they would need to jump into the water. At this moment, Han Chen thought of another way to move. he directly summoned a few core territories. Those were left behind by the unfortunate ones they had defeated earlier. In this initial core territory, standing on it can serve as a moving platform. Everyone was amazed, and then each stepped onto a small platform floating to the center of the pool. At this moment, Han Shen approached the monster and began the decomposition. Decomposition successful. Obtained lava crocodile thick skin *284. Obtained lava horn *1. Obtained lava heart *1. Obtained blood of the strong *2451. Obtained crocodile meat. Han Shen looked at the material descriptions. Lava crocodile thick skin. The thick skin of a powerful monster possessing strong defensive properties can be used to craft golden equipment. Lava horn, a special material that, when placed in a territory, increases the damage of all fire attribute creatures by 10%. Lava heart, the core of a lava creature, when placed in an area active with fire elements, has a chance to give birth to new lava creatures. All three of these materials are extremely precious. At this time, Su Xiaoyang softly said, Brother Han Shen, can you give me that lava heart? Hearing Su Xiaoyang refer to him, Han Shen was taken aback for a moment. However, through this period of understanding, he also learned that the pale demon plant in Su Xiaoyang's territory could grow stronger by consuming various hearts. According to Su Xiaoyang, when they first encountered this pale demon plant, it was just a level 5 elite monster. After being fed by Su Xiaoyang, the pale demon plant has already leveled up to level 13 and has become a boss-level creature. If it continues to be fed like this, it might even become a lord-level creature in the future. After a moment, Han Shen handed her a fiery red heart directly. Su Xiaoyang happily accepted it. After obtaining a large amount of materials, Han Shen also merged this empty island. In an instant, he collected a vast amount of resources. Acquired giant territory, meteorite skypool, acquired territory resources, dark firestone mine *1, red earth *12412, lapis lazuli *4711, acquired golden treasure chest *1. Wow! A golden treasure chest! Han Shen exclaimed, looking at the last notification in surprise. Everyone instantly became interested and asked, golden treasure chest, where? Previously, when everyone was searching for the leader monster, they confirmed that there was nothing on the surface of the lake. If there is a treasure chest, it can only be at the bottom of the lake. It's probably under the lake, I'll go take a look. After saying that, Han Shen dove headfirst into the water. The people on the surface looked at each other in confusion. As he continued to descend, Han Shen felt the pressure underwater increasing. He dove down to over 30 meters deep, where visibility became very low. Moreover, the water temperature around him was getting higher. However, Han Shen vaguely saw a red glow emanating from the lake bottom. After a moment, he finally reached the bottom of the water. As he had expected, there indeed was a vein of dark firestone at the bottom, and the continuous high temperature was becoming overwhelming for Han Shen. He quickly searched for the location of the golden treasure chest at the bottom. The bottom of the water was a strange dark red color, and visibility was still relatively clear. Not long after moving forward, Han Shen finally saw a golden light. Right ahead at the bottom of the water lay a golden treasure chest. At this moment, Han Shen noticed that his oxygen level had already dropped to 70% and he needed to surface quickly. He hurried over to open it. Successfully opened the golden treasure chest, received 13 gold ingots, 7 revitalizing stones, 144 mithril, and 1 meteorite kai gold. Wow, golden armor! Underwater, Han Shen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. With excitement, Han Shen collected everything from the treasure chest into his backpack and quickly surfaced. When everyone saw Han Shen emerge with a look of joy on his face, they knew he had made a significant gain. Cheng Jianyong pulled Han Shen up and asked, Brother Xing, did you find something good? Han Shen nodded and directly shared the equipment's attributes. Meteorite Kai Gold, LV18, Quality, Legendary, Defense 5764, Strength plus 35, Constitution plus 30, Hit rate minus 10%, Additional effect, Mountain Range, Immune to Dizziness, Additional effect, Scorching Flame. When attacking, there is a 20% chance to apply a layer of explosive flame effect, dealing 150% explosion damage to the enemy. Additional effect, Earth Explosion Star, Legendary effect. Meteor Strike, Legendary special effect. When attacking, there is a 15% chance to summon a meteor from the sky, dealing area damage equal to 288% of attack power to enemies and stunning them for 3 seconds. The cooldown for this effect is 600 seconds. Wow! This top is incredibly powerful. Cheng Jianyong exclaimed, nearly 3 times the area damage and a 3-second group stun effect. That's terrifying. Compared to the Titan battle armor he touched last time in the Knight's Judgment Arena, this meteor battle armor is of a higher level and has better attributes. Due to its attribute compatibility, everyone present could actually equip it. However, at the current stage, even the highest level Han Shen is only at level 16, not meeting the equipment requirements. He can only put it in his backpack for now and deal with it later. Meanwhile, in that treasure chest, Han Shen also noticed something else. Excitement Stone, a rare and exotic metal, its pitch black surface seems to have liquid flowing within. Han Chen remembered that the ancient weapon, the melting gold cannon, which he obtained from that monster bird, seemed to require excitement stones for repairs. He glanced at the melting gold cannon in his backpack, which was covered in cracks. Only the last 2 points of durability are left. He currently has a large number of gold ingots, but the materials for the exciting gemstone were only obtained when the last golden treasure chest was opened, where he got 3. This time, he surprisingly obtained 7 exciting gemstones directly. He's one step closer to repairing the molten gold cannon. At this moment, Han Chen thought, now, everyone should have explored quite a few sky islands over 1,000 square meters, and they must have collected a lot of high-level materials. I wonder if there are any exciting gemstones among them. If there are, I would be willing to pay a certain price to exchange for them. Han Chen immediately made the decision, controlling the sky island to move forward while opening the trading channel. Then, he typed in the 4 keywords exciting gemstone. Hundreds of thousands of trading messages were filtered in an instant, leaving less than 30. Although there weren't many, it made Han Chan's eyes light up. There really are. Sure enough, the benefits of merging the servers became evident at this moment. Although exciting gemstones are relatively high-level materials, the large number of survivors makes up for it. As long as there is a probability, no matter how low, when it falls on so many heads, it will definitely appear. Among these more than 30 pieces of mail, everyone has 2 to 8 invigorating stones. But they are unaware of the function of the invigorating stones. Because what the system notes only states that it is a precious metal, without specifying its exact use. However, since the system has labeled it as precious, these people naturally understand its uncommon value. Many people have priced it between 30,000 to 40,000 spirit cores for an invigorating stone. This price is almost comparable to a blue backpack. However, Han Chen can accept it. After all, the source of invigorating stones is too scarce, they can only be obtained with a small probability from golden treasure chests. At this stage, even a silver treasure chest is incredibly valuable. Even Han Chen has opened fewer than 5 golden treasure chests, and only 2 of those opened up invigorating stones. Han Chen originally wanted to buy it directly, but some people seemed unaware of the price of invigorating stones and instead suggested private messaging with prices. So, Han Chen started to message them one by one. He first messaged someone named Squirrel and directly said, 20,000 spirit cores for 1 invigorating stone. The other party quickly replied, Squirrel, wow, the second place god, Xingha? Han Chen has become quite famous, nearly everyone in Area 2 knows him. After all, he is currently ranked 2nd on the leaderboard, and with recent discussions in the chat channel revolving around him, it's hard not to pay attention. Han Chen replied, it's me, are you selling the Vitality Stone? Squirrel seemed very excited and quickly said, yes, of course I'm selling. But, are you sure you want to trade 20,000 spirit cores for 1 Vitality Stone? I have 5 here. He seemed to think that Han Chen's offer was a bit too high. At first, Squirrel only thought about using these few Vitality Stones to exchange for some other materials, like Mithril, and that would be a profit. But now, Han Chen was directly offering him 20,000 spirit cores. According to the current market price, 20,000 spirit cores could be exchanged for a piece of good quality blue gear. With 100,000, he could even get 2 excellent blue backpacks. Han Chen replied, yes, if you want to trade, let's do it now. The squirrel pondered for a moment and then said, Star God, can I exchange these 5 invigorating stones for 2 blue backpacks? Han Chen was taken aback for a moment. His request was within a reasonable range. Because the price Han Chen set for the blue backpacks was 50,000 spirit cores each. Han Chen agreed, and the squirrel quickly clicked to trade with him. Transaction successful. You obtained invigorating stones *5. You lost spirit core space backpacks blue *2. Han Chen looked in his backpack and saw that the number of invigorating stones had reached 13, a smile gradually appearing at the corner of his mouth. Next, he continued to start private chats one by one. The troublesome part was that, since there was no anonymity feature in the trading channel, every time Han Chen initiated a private chat, it would cause a stir of amazement. Some easygoing individuals quickly agreed to trade with Han Chen. However, some survivors, seeing Han Chen's reputation, tried to take the opportunity to extort him. At that moment, Han Chen would directly hang up the private chat and contact the next person. After about 10 minutes, these people often can't hold back and will. But there are also some stubborn individuals who refuse to budge. For these people, will also give up on trading with them. Finally, after half an hour, managed to exchange for a total of 46, and with his own reserves, the number of has increased to 53, more than enough to repair the. At this moment, took out the large cannon covered in cracks from his backpack. Seeing the uniquely shaped cannon, everyone gathered around to take a look. However, Kes' body slightly trembled, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Was the first to ask, Shingo, what is this? I will let you see its power soon, replied. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Do you want to repair the special equipment? Repair requires materials *48, *48, *4800, *48,000. After successful repair, durability will be restored to full value. Han Chen directly confirmed it. In the next moment, the materials in his backpack disappeared and a faint golden light appeared on the barrel of the molten gold cannon. Several seconds later, the system prompt appeared. Special equipment molten gold cannon has been successfully repaired. Current durability 50/50ths.